He found himself alone in a cave with a wounded dragon. The dragon was dying, but she liked our MC for his kindness, so she wanted to give him a farewell gift. She decided to teach him the secrets of dragon magic. Day after day, week after week, our boy trained tirelessly. He ate unknown fruits that grew in the cave and grew stronger through training with the dragon. Soon, even as a small boy, he surpassed many adult mages in magical power and understanding of magic. But the dragon did not stop there. She sealed a part of her power within him so he could use it in the future, once he grew up and became stronger. But how did such a brilliant boy end up in this cave? It's a long yet interesting story that needs to be told from the beginning. We've mostly read stories about weak losers and runts who die and get reincarnated, only to become overpowered powerhouses later on. But this story is about a king who had plenty of achievements under his belt before he died. The reason behind his death remains a mystery. But after his death, he opens his eyes as a baby, and contrary to the lavish room fit for a king that he'd expect, he wakes up in a humble home. His mother's name is Alice, a kind-hearted woman, and his father is Reynolds, a dependable and charismatic man, if you can overlook his occasional childishness. The era the king is reborn into is much more archaic. After observing his surroundings for weeks, the king finally comes to the conclusion that he's learned everything this world has to offer. But that's when he finds out he's wrong. Later, he discovers that this world has magic when his mother uses healing magic to treat a wound inflicted by his father's mischief. It's then that the king realizes there's so much more to this world than he ever imagined. And if he has to be brutally honest, he actually knows nothing about it. Time passes, and once the king is able to crawl, he often sneaks out of his crib to read books and expand his knowledge about this world. Ever since he discovered this place, he's been sneaking out every night to learn more about it. He's found that the world he's been born into is made up of 3 major kingdoms: Elenoir, the Elven kingdom deep in the forest; Darv, the vast underground kingdom and home of the dwarves; and Sapin, the human kingdom, which is also the most populated region. Both this world and his previous one share a monarchy system, but rulership here is passed down, not earned, which basically means that this world is vastly underdeveloped compared to his old one. He realizes the reason for the lack of technological advancement is the presence of magic in this world. He's been studying the fundamentals of magic ever since. In his old world, there was a life force called Ki, which practitioners used to strengthen their bodies and weapons through rigorous training. But this world has a similar force called mana. However, unlike Ki, which exists only inside a person, mana is present all around them. The power to control mana is largely genetic. Roughly 1 in 100 children possesses it, and it can be used in various ways. The 2 most common methods are augmenting and conjuring. Augmenters enhance their bodies with mana, allowing them to possess incredible strength, defense, and agility. However, their weakness lies in their limited range. On the other hand, conjurers emit mana into the outside world, bending their surroundings to their will. But to cast a spell, they must supplement their own mana core with mana from the environment. Interestingly, his mother is what they call a deviant, more specifically, an emitter. Deviants are rare types of mages with unique abilities, and emitters, like his mother, specialize in restorative mana. According to the book he read, a mage's first awakening happens between early adolescence and the late teenage years, when their mana core manifests. The concept of a mana core sounded uncannily similar to the Kai Center from his previous life. In his old world, children were taught to meditate and sense the fragments of Kai scattered inside their bodies, gathering them into a single place to form a Ki center. But when our little king decides to try this technique himself, to his surprise, he nails it on his first attempt. Though his mother interrupts him before he can do anything significant, time rolls on and 2 years fly by. Yet Alice feels like she hasn't fully figured out her little boy. She's learning about him slowly, piece by piece. She's named him Arthur, and he's the most precious and adorable thing in her life. One day she notices her husband teaching their little one how to swing a stick and fight, which sets her temper flaring because their baby can barely crawl. Alice loves documenting everything, keeping a daily diary, and moments like these never fail to put a smile on her face. She's also noticed that Arthur absolutely loves visiting the small merchant strip in central Ashbur. So, instead of shopping for groceries once or twice a week, she's taken to going downtown every other day. Of course, she tells herself she's not spoiling him by doing this. It's all for educational purposes since Arthur loves learning and seeing new things, and the fresh food she can bring home daily is just a bonus. Watching Arthur grow up so quickly, she sometimes wonders what he'll be like when he's older. With Ray as his father, she's sure he'll have an interest in becoming an adventurer, but she can't help worrying. She only hopes he fares better than the naive young teens dreaming of making it big as adventurers. Now, if only she could do something about his perpetual habit of sneaking into the study. It's even tempted her to move his crib into the study room, though that's a decision for another day. So far, this is the overview of what Alice has learned about her son over the past 2 years. One day, as Arthur peers through the window, he spots his father preparing to perform some magic. Reynolds closes his eyes in order to concentrate. The intensity of his concentration leaves Arthur brimming with curiosity, eager to see what kind of magic his father will perform. Suddenly, the pebbles on the ground began to lift. As his father reaches the peak of his enchantment, the debris floats only a few meters into the sky. Arthur is left utterly disappointed seeing this. While Reynolds looks quite pleased with his achievement, Arthur feels equally unimpressed. Watching his father take 3 minutes of utmost focus just to lift some pebbles a few feet is just ridiculous. He can't help but think doing it physically would have been easier. Just then, Alice joins him by the window. When she glances outside, her expression shifts to mild annoyance as she notices her husband has ruined the front yard again. So far, Arthur has learned that his father is an augmenter, which only deepens his curiosity about himself. He wonders what will he be when he awakens his mana core. After watching his father practice for a while, Arthur decides to retreat. As he tries to climb off the bench, he stumbles and struggles to get down. His eyes are half closed from focusing too hard, but Alice misinterprets this, thinking he's getting sleepy. She scoops him up, deciding it's time for his nap. But the poor boy quickly claps his tiny hands together and earnestly requests his mother to let him study instead. The innocence radiating from him is overwhelming, leaving Alice with no choice but to give in to his request. Arthur sits down with a book larger than himself spread open in front of him. Suddenly, a crashing noise echoes outside. Alice fears her clumsy husband might have knocked down yet another tree. She hurries out to investigate, leaving Arthur with a golden opportunity to practice his mana core formation. You see, aside from accumulating knowledge about this world, Arthur's greatest accomplishment so far has been his progress in forming his mana core. Over the past 2 years, he's painstakingly moved tens of thousands of tiny fragments of mana within his body, gathering them near his solar plexus. Arthur understands why it typically takes until adolescence for a mana core to form naturally. The fragments move agonizingly slowly toward the center, making it an arduous task for both the body and mind. But our boy's relentless efforts haven't gone to waste. He's almost there, just one last piece remains. As soon as he places that final fragment, an explosion erupts inside the house, obliterating the entire structure in one powerful blast. Outside, Reynolds instinctively shields Alice, wrapping her in his arms to protect her from the searing heat and debris. When the dust finally settles, the devastated couple turns to find their home in ruins. Alice is beside herself with shock and grief as they rush toward the wreckage to check on their son. Reynolds frantically pushes aside debris, but when he notices his son, his worry quickly turns to shock and then to amazement. There, amidst the destruction, their son floats casually in the air as if nothing had happened. Arthur looks completely unfazed, his tiny body surrounded by a faint glow of mana. After forming his mana core, the little one finally drops down onto his feet, and he can finally feel the presence of the mana core inside him. He's already starting to enjoy the sensation of having a mana core inside, and even the trees around him seem greener. But then, he realizes his house has been destroyed, and he has no idea who or what caused the damage. 5 years pass since that accident. Along with his mother teaching him how to read and write, Arthur has also been learning the basics of mana manipulation and augmentation. At first, since his body was too small for sparring, they focused on basic body workouts. Not long ago, his father decided it was finally time for Arthur to practice with the wooden sword he'd received for his 3rd birthday. Reynolds takes him outside to train, and as Arthur stands there with his newly acquired wooden sword, his father holds up a tree branch and tells him to match the flow of mana with his breathing. Just like your heart or lungs, your mana core is just another organ, his father explains. But Arthur doesn't think these abstract and vague instructions are going to teach anything to someone who is just literally 4 years old. Arthur takes his stance and exchanges a few playful blows with his father. The sparring drags on, with Reynolds clearly enjoying himself, but Arthur grows increasingly frustrated. Our boy knows that his father would not let him go until he accomplishes something noteworthy. With no other choice, he gathers his courage and swings his wooden sword hard enough to break the stick his father is holding. After this significant move, he immediately expresses his desire to return to his studies. Once our boy gets back to his studies about magic, we learn that in this world, strength is measured by the color of a person's mana core. Mana cores start off black, tainted by impurities like blood and other particles within the body. Over time, as these impurities are filtered out, the core's color changes, becoming purer and more powerful. The progression moves from black to red, orange, yellow, silver, and finally, white. Each stage is divided into 3 shades: dark, solid, and light, with lighter shades signifying greater purity and strength. As our boy was deep in concentration, his mother interrupts him by urging him to come in for dinner. As they sit around eating, Arthur feels a growing irritation at the constant interruptions to his studies. Reynolds begins talking about finding a proper mentor for Arthur to further develop his skills. Alice immediately objects, pointing out that Arthur is only 4 years old and far too young for such a step. Reynolds counters that their son shows remarkable potential in mana manipulation, even at his young age, and he doesn't want to hold him back. Alice, however, stands her ground. She insists that she will not send her child off to some distant city. Reynolds reassures her by explaining that it isn't just any city, and promises that his trusted friend will personally take care of Arthur. Arthur tunes out most of the conversation, finding his parents back and forth exhausting. They suddenly turn to him and want his opinion on the matter. His father asks if he has any interest in leaving for the big city to study under a real teacher. My guy can't help but feel unsettled that his father is literally asking the opinion of someone who's only 4 years old. Anyhow, he plays the part of being a kid and meekly asks if his parents can't just go with him together. A sudden silence falls over everyone, but soon they burst into chuckles. Turns out this gullible couple hadn't even thought about the possibility of going with their kid as well. With that settled, his father makes the final call that they're all heading to Zyra City together. The day finally arrives for them to leave their home. And they're not traveling alone. A party of adventurers will be tagging along with them on the journey. His father greets one of the adventurers and introduces his son to them. The little one quickly bows his head in respect and expresses his gratitude for their help in accompanying them to Zyra. This adventurer really likes the kid's mannerisms and is already fond of him. His name is Crench, an augmenter, and his specialty is the spear. Then there's Angela Rose, a conjurer with a focus on wind magic. She's got big hooters and stands out among the group. Next up is Durden Walker, also a conjurer, but his specialty is earth magic. There's also Jasmine Flameworth, an augmenter who specializes in dual daggers. Among all the adventurers, she's the most passive. Without saying much, she quietly walks towards the carriage they're about to ride in. Lastly, there's Helen Shard, another augmenter with a specialty in magic archery. Now that everyone's acquainted, Reynolds decides it's time to move on. They load the carriages with their things, and the journey begins. The time has finally come for Arthur to explore a world beyond the little village he knew. As their journey continues, dawn breaks, and so do the monsters. The adventurers quickly take care of them, and they set up camp deep in the forest to spend the night. As everyone enjoys the bonfire, Arthur seems a little dejected, feeling the weight of this mundane journey. Helen Shard then turns to our boy and sits beside him to catch up. She's quite curious to learn more about him after hearing his father constantly praise him as a great magician throughout the journey. Meanwhile, Crench notices the two talking, and decides he's going to test Reynolds' son for himself. Without much warning, he grabs the little one off the ground and proposes a quick duel. When Arthur finds himself facing off against Crench, he is unsure if he's even supposed to fight an adventurer like this. His pleading eyes dart toward his father, hoping for a way out. But his father only grins and starts egging him to win. Feeling utterly hopeless, Arthur can't believe how his father is literally useless in moments like these. Anyhow, my guy takes his stance, tapping into the experiences of his previous life. With a firm grip on his sword, he launches himself at Crench. Crench, on the other hand, stays steady, ready to dodge the incoming attack. But little does he know, our boy vanishes right before his eyes, and reappears directly behind this bastard's back. My guy steadies his tiny body and channels some magic into his sword. Without wasting a moment, he quickly swings at Crench. But Crench dodges the attack with ease and retaliates with a slash of his own. The little guy ducks just in time, letting the stick zip past over his head. He takes advantage of the brief opening, launching himself straight into Crench's ribs and knocking the big guy to the ground. Crench isn't one to go down easily, though. He quickly swings his leg to trip the kid up, but my guy ducks down once again, narrowly avoiding it. Although he dodged the first onslaught, he's not sure if he can handle the next move Crench is already preparing. Sure enough, as soon as Crench's stick connects with him, the impact sends our boy flying. He lands a few feet away, his back aching like hell. Durden Walker gives Crench a little slap on the neck for going overboard with a kid. Crench, on the other hand, is absolutely awestruck by the sheer display of skill he just witnessed in Arthur. He can't understand how his father claims he hasn't taught him anything. But as usual, the father insists he hasn't taught his son a thing. The doting mother quickly starts healing Arthur while scolding him because she does not like the idea that he had been studying fighting all this time. Arthur tries to brush it off, claiming he just picked up a few moves by watching his father and reading books. But Crench isn't convinced. He's sure those moves couldn't have been learned just from books, and he's eager to learn the techniques Arthur just pulled off. Eventually, Arthur explains how to perform the acrobatic moves he pulled off, but whenever the others try, they fail miserably. Several days pass since they began their journey to Zyra City. During this time, Arthur's birthday also passed, and he received gifts, not only because it was his birthday, but also for the efforts he put into teaching them those techniques. Surprisingly, the one who gave him a gift was none other than the usually passive Jasmine Flameworth. Meanwhile, the training with Adam, Helen, and his father continued with decent progress. To Arthur's surprise, Jasmine had already succeeded in learning a few techniques. It still amazes him how quickly she managed to grasp his instructions, especially when it came to learning Feint Step. After some fun near a picturesque waterfall, the group decided to press on with their journey. Eventually, they arrived at a desolate and barren landscape, a stark contrast to the lush greenery they had left behind. As the group shared some lighthearted banter, they joked about Arthur's father being a trouble magnet who always managed to drag everyone into some kind of mess. Meanwhile, Arthur tries to focus on reading a book but finds it nearly impossible to concentrate. The cause of his distress is Jasmine's stares, who just can't stop staring at him for quite a while now. Suddenly, their journey is interrupted by bandits. While everyone gets ready to face them, the looters outside launch a barrage of arrows. Thankfully, Angela Rose's wind magic stops most of them in their tracks, scattering the projectiles harmlessly. The adventurers quickly exude an intense aura as they grab their respective weapons, preparing for the fight. Helen immediately takes her stance, drawing and readying an arrow. But judging by the sheer number of bandits swarming over the hills, it's clear her single arrow won't be enough to deal with the danger. There are a shitload of bandits surrounding them, completely cornering the group from all directions. Finally, we get a glimpse of this disgusting guy, who seems to be the leader of the bandit gang. The bastard wastes no time in barking orders at his goons to leave the women and the kid alive. He does not want any damage inflicted on the two he mentioned. After all, damaged goods wouldn't sell for much. This is the pivotal moment when Arthur realizes that this world isn't so different from the one he left behind. Crime exists here too, and it's just as cruel. Either way, my guy is ready to face the challenge ahead. He grabs his dagger tightly, preparing himself for what's to come. But before he can act, his mother instinctively pulls him into a warm hug, whispering that there's no need to worry because she's here. The bandits release another volley of arrows, but Durden Walker quickly conjures a wall of stone using his earth magic and blocks most of the attack. However, the bandits begin to overwhelm them, charging from every direction. A few arrows manage to slip past the stone wall, heading straight for Arthur and his mother. Thankfully, Angela Rose saves the day by using her wind magic to deflect the incoming projectiles. The leader of the bandit gang finally makes his move, and comes down the hill to confront the party. Helen Shard isn't about to let that happen without a fight. She fires her arrows, managing to take down two of the goons, but the leader deflects her shots with ease. Meanwhile, Reynolds is going all out, cutting down these bastards left and right. With a single dash, he takes out a whole bunch of them in one fell swoop. One sneaky bastard tries to ambush Reynolds from behind, but Helen spots it just in time and drills him with a perfectly aimed arrow. The battle rages on, and we catch a glimpse of Crench in action as well. He's not holding back either. When a fat ass tries to sneak up on him, Crench dodges the attack right away and counters with a series of devastating stabs. We also notice how fierce Jasmine is with her dual daggers. She's brutalizing these bastards, slashing their necks or gouging their eyes out without hesitation. One creepy bastard in the background cracks a whip, aiming it directly at Jasmine. But instead of hitting her, the whip slices through one of his own men's legs. The blow is fast and devastating, and Jasmine barely avoids it. The bastard is undeterred and cracks his whip again. The speed at which he swings it is insane, but Jasmine matches the pace with her impressive acrobatics, dodging and weaving through his attacks. While she avoids some of the major blows, she still ends up with some nasty grazes. That just goes on to show that even she's not invincible. Meanwhile, Arthur watches the battle happen between Jasmine and the whip-wielding bastard. He takes note of how Jasmine is at a significant disadvantage against her opponent's range attacks, and he realizes he needs to figure out a way to help her. But as much as he wants to assist, he's not sure if he even stands a chance against an adult augmenter with his tiny body. Suddenly, someone crashes into their carriage, and unfortunately, it's Reynolds, and he's severely injured, clearly overpowered by his opponent. And that opponent is none other than the boss of the bandits. Arthur quickly tells his mother to heal Reynolds, but Alice is too devastated by everything happening around her. She's crying uncontrollably instead of using her magic. Reynolds flashes a reassuring smile at her and says his injuries aren't life-threatening, so she doesn't need to worry. The proud father then addresses his son, claiming that he can fend off the leader, but not while worrying about protecting his family. He urges Alice and Arthur to head back down the trail they came from and not stop running, but Arthur refuses. He declares he can fight too. Reynolds gives him a proud pat on the head for his bravery. He acknowledges Arthur's bravery, but reminds him that his real duty is to protect his mother and the baby she's carrying. Before Reynolds can say more, Arthur swears on his life that he'll protect his mother. His father nods and urges him to hurry, pointing out the enemy have got 4 mages backing them up. The bandit leader catches on to their plan and orders his men to capture the healer. Without hesitation, Arthur grabs his mother's hand and starts running, determined to get her. Suddenly, one bastard lunges at the duo, but his path is quickly blocked by Crench, who jumps in to hold down the enemy, giving the mother and son enough time to escape. Another bastard tries to sneakily hit the duo with an arrow. However, it doesn't take Arthur long to sense the arrow coming. He quickly tries to knock it down with his wooden sword. The arrow, though, is so powerful that it even cracks the sword in 2 pieces. The archer is in awe, stunned to see how a kid blocked his mighty arrow. But while he's distracted, his head is drilled by an arrow unleashed by Heron, who quickly tells Arthur to run. As the little one runs with his mother, he notices something peculiar. As far as he remembers, there were supposed to be 4 mages, but he can't seem to spot the 4th one. He even tries counting them. One is engaged with Crench, another with Durden Walker, and the third with Jasmine. That's when Arthur notices the 4th guy, standing atop the hill, conjuring up a giant ball of mana. the bastard quickly throws that ball of energy at the mother and son. Arthur isn't sure what to do in this critical moment. Even if he uses mana to block it, his mother won't be fast enough to avoid it. In a split-second decision, he slams his little feet on the ground, pushes his mother out of harm's way, and through that hazy ball of mana, he throws his dagger with godly speed. The dagger strikes the bastard's leg immediately. The mana ball, however, brutally wounds Arthur, sending him flying toward the cliff's edge. As he begins to fall, he drags the mage down with him. The dagger Arthur threw was attached to a mana string, which is helping him to pull the mage along. But just before they completely fall, the mage clings to the cliff's edge. Unfortunately, the part of the cliff he holds onto crumbles under the weight, and both of them begin to plummet into the abyss. Durden Walker notices the little one falling to his death, so he conjures a massive hand made of earth to save him. But it seems Durden is already too late. Tears well up in Arthur's eyes as he continues to descend. What breaks his heart isn't just the fall, it's the thought that his dream of becoming a big brother is slipping away from his grasp. The scene transitions to the chamber of a man known as Marlorn. King Grey, who is our boy Arthur, arrives in the chamber to meet this old man. Marlorn expresses how grateful he is for being part of the council, but also admits that despite this rewarding position, he sometimes feels envious of the fame and glory kings receive after their victories. Eventually, Marlorn questions the purpose of King Grey's unexpected visit, wondering what brought him here to meet an old man like himself. That's when Grey silently pulls out a war medal he earned after his latest victory, and after placing it on the table he begins to leave, declaring that he is retiring. In this world, plagued by problems like declining birth rates and limited resources, wars had been replaced by duels, and armies by kings. Grey was one of those kings, a key figure who fought to protect his territory as its representative. But Grey's decision to step down wasn't born out of exhaustion or a lack of skill. He hadn't dedicated his life to becoming the strongest or basking in endless glory. What truly broke him was the emptiness, the absence of people he could cherish. An orphan with everyone he once loved is gone. Now, reborn as Arthur in a new life, he carries a profound yearning. He would give up everything he has in this life for just one chance to return to Ashbur and see them all again. A while later, Arthur begins to open his eyes. He has no clue where he is or why he's even alive, for that matter. Nearby, he notices the corpse of the mage lying lifeless. The sight of that messed up, twisted corpse instantly makes him gag. Still, as he lays beneath the vast sky completely worn out, a leaf drifts down and lands on his face, jolting him awake. He spots a water pouch and a bag of food lying on the ground nearby. With the last bit of strength he has, Arthur crawls toward them. He grabs the food and devours whatever it is, making sure to gulp down enough water too. After the meal, he collapses back onto the ground, utterly exhausted. A while later, he opens his eyes again and tries to get back up, but his legs give out and he falls right back down. Despite that, he musters every ounce of strength left in him, finally pushing himself to stand. The first thing he does is pull the dagger out of the mage's dead body. When he looks up, he finally notices just how tall the cliff is from where he fell. It's unfathomable that he survived such a drop, but he doesn't have time to dwell on it, so he begins to walk his lonely path. Suddenly he hears a voice calling out to him. The first thought that pops into his mind is that the dead mage might be trying to tell him something. The voice echoes again, this time asking about the condition of his body. The poor kid musters up his courage and nervously tries to poke the mage's dead body to check if it's alive. But the voice quickly assures him that this corpse won't be reanimating, so there's nothing to worry about. Arthur heaves a sigh of relief at this unexpected reassurance. However, his guard immediately goes back up, and he questions the mysterious voice, asking if it was the one who saved him from that brutal fall. The voice doesn't hesitate to confirm that it indeed saved him, but when Arthur presses for its identity, the voice cryptically claims that he'll learn about it soon enough. Arthur doesn't like the way this mysterious voice is talking and makes it very clear he isn't buying a single word of it. The voice, however, calmly reminds him that it's the only one capable of getting him home from this place. The mention of home quickly jogs Arthur's memory, and he remembers the parents he left behind, and of course the sibling growing in his mother's belly. He has no idea if they made it to Zyra safely, or if they're even alright. Since there are so many questions he wants answers of, he gets humbled real quick, and politely addresses this mysterious being as Mr. Voice, and asks if he could trouble it for directions to get out of this place. The voice chuckles, amused at how this once arrogant kid has quickly become humble. It admits to liking Arthur for his quick wit, but can't help pointing out its annoyance at being called Mr., when in fact, it's a lady. Still, since Arthur's words were polite enough, the voice decides to guide him. Soon after, Arthur's mind is overwhelmed by this sudden shock, and he begins to see everything around him, even places far off in the distance. With this epiphany, Arthur starts making his way out of the woods. His body is recovering gradually, leaving him with only a few faint aches and pains by the afternoon. But he is still trying to figure out what magic she used to save him. How did she know he was falling? And why did she only save him? The more Arthur tries to come up with plausible explanations, the more questions he seems to end up with. Suddenly, Arthur's ears pick up the sweet sound of water flowing. He climbs up a giant rock blocking his path and literally dives into the river without a second thought. As he enjoys the refreshing moment, the mysterious lady calls out to him for how carefree he seems. She also questions the size of his manhood, expressing disappointment over such a small gun. Arthur feels humiliated and quickly pulls his clothes back on. Before continuing his journey, he makes sure to fill his water pouch and eat enough to keep his strength up. Since he fell off the mountain towards the east, he must be near the elves' domain, but he doesn't see any of the fog that Forest Elshire is known for. His fears about traveling through the beast glades are quelled by the fact that only small animals seem to be present. Although he's surprised he hasn't seen any mana beasts, given how rich the area is in mana, he would love to stay and absorb some mana, but he knows he can't linger. He has no time to waste. Especially it's more important to get back to his parents. With his mother pregnant, the stress of his potential death could endanger the baby inside her, and if they are still alive, he needs to be there for them. After walking long enough, Arthur finally arrives at the place where the mysterious lady resides. For a moment, he mistakes her for a cluster of rocks and feels relieved to have finally found her. But the lady quickly reminds him that she isn't some sentient pile of rocks, and tells him that if he wants to meet her, he'll have to head into the crevice. Without hesitation, Arthur begins making his way inside this tunnel which has this arcane faint glow emanating. He swallows his fear and descends further into the passage. As he walks, he suddenly stumbles and falls into an abyss glowing with arcane blue energy, eventually landing hard on solid ground. The crash is brutal, and his jaw aches like hell. Still, Arthur forces himself to get up, but no sooner does he stand than he collapses again. Before him stands a terrifying monster, so imposing it makes him trip over himself in fear. But, as it turns out, this monster is none other than the mysterious lady who had been talking to him all along. As she slowly walks toward him, Arthur panics beyond belief, his jaw hanging wide open in sheer terror. The girl suggests he shut his mouth unless he wants bugs to crawl into it. She then extends her massive hand toward him, which freaks him out a little. Calmly, she explains that it will take her some time to open a dimensional rift strong enough to transport him home. Until then, she suggests he enjoy the nourishment provided by the mysterious plants around them. Arthur bows his head and expresses his gratitude before walking toward the strange glowing fruits nearby. They're so shiny that he can literally see his sad reflection in their surface. He feels sorrow as the fruits remind him of the times he spent eating with his family. As he drifts into these thoughts, the lady monster suddenly startles him from behind. The sudden scare causes Arthur to unintentionally crush the delicate fruit in his hand, splattering its juice all over his face. Later, the both of them settle down to chow down the fruits, and while eating, Arthur finally decides it's time for this creature to introduce herself. The monster promptly reveals her name as Sylvia. With names exchanged, Arthur's initial fear of Sylvia's appearance slowly fades, and he begins asking all the questions that had been on his mind since waking up from the fall. Where was this place? Why was she here all alone? Where did she come from? How did she get that wound? And most importantly, why did she save him? Sylvia starts by answering his first question, explaining that this place is a narrow zone resting between the Beast Glades and the Forest of Elshire. No one knows about this area because she has been warding off anyone who comes near. Besides, not that many ever come here in the first place. So Arthur is basically the first person to enter her domain. Feeling more at ease with her now, Arthur gives her permission to call him Art, just as his family does. Sylvia acknowledges this with a nod and moves on to his second question. She explains that she is here alone because she has no one left to be with. She has many enemies who desperately want something she possesses. Her last battle with those foes before she managed to escape left her with the wound on her chest. As for why she decided to save Arthur, she admits she was moved by his courage and the sacrifice he made, or perhaps it was simply that she had grown lonely and wanted someone to talk to. Whatever the case, she herself isn't entirely sure why she saved him in the first place. She then apologizes, explaining that she has to excuse herself for the night because her wound is festering, and she needs to be in good condition to work on the dimensional rift tomorrow. Arthur thanks her politely and wishes her a good night. As the imposing figure in dark armor walks away, he can't help but think about how lonely she appears. Before leaving, Sylvia shares one final piece of information with him. While her sight cannot reach the exact location of his family and friends, she assures him that they are all safe. This news leaves Arthur momentarily speechless, but then he feels overwhelmed with emotion, knowing they are safe. Tears of happiness flow as he cracks a smile and thanks her for giving him the good news he had been desperately craving. As time passed, Sylvia and Arthur spent hours talking about all sorts of things whenever she wasn't preparing the portal. Those hours bled into days, and the days into weeks, as they spent nearly every moment in each other's company. While Sylvia never spoke much about her own life, Arthur slowly began to understand what kind of person this mysterious being truly was. After living with this armor-clad mysterious lady, Arthur had come to understand that Sylvia was the living embodiment of the phrase, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Contrary to her trauma-inducing appearance, she was kind, gentle, patient, and warm. The way she cared for him reminded him of his mother, gentle and kind, but little strict when she needed to be, especially when he was wrong. Speaking of being strict, Arthur recalls something unpleasant. There was a time he had expressed his animosity toward the bandits who attacked him and his family. The image of the leader of that despicable gang is burned into his mind, and he knows his thoughts won't be at peace unless he hunts that bastard down. That's when Sylvia suddenly pokes him on the forehead, sending him flying several feet away. While she admits that he is not wrong, and that those bandits deserved death, which was precisely why she didn't save the mage who had fallen alongside him. However, she makes it clear that letting his heart become clouded with hatred and vengeance would only cause harm to himself in the long run. Instead, she tells him to continue living proudly, keeping his gaze forward, free from the weight of vengeance. He will come across misfortunes again, but he shouldn't let grief and rage corrode his mind. Instead, he should learn from them, face the future with a smile, and only then will he truly be victorious. Arthur wasn't expecting a lecture on morals and life from someone who seemed like the epitome of evil, yet her words struck him deeply. Lost in thought, he barely notices when she pulls him out of his contemplation, reminding him to finish the fruit she's given him. As he eats, he notices her wound looks worse. She quickly reassures him that there's nothing to worry about. It's normal for her wound to fester from time to time. Still, she has something else on her mind. According to her understanding, humans usually awaken their mana cores around the age of 12 or 13. So, how has he already formed his core and learned to use mana more efficiently than many fully trained mages? To her query, Arthur proudly explains that he is simply a born genius. If that's the case, she says, she has something to teach him. It's a technique, a way to meditate and absorb mana while moving, and maybe even while fighting if he's skilled enough. When she demonstrates the technique, Arthur is awestruck to see this, and his curiosity shoots through the roof. Sylvia then explains that humans often have a very linear mindset when it comes to mana. To master this technique, he has to start small, with simple mindless movements, and gradually work his way up from there. But these abstract words aren't much help to Arthur, so Sylvia tries to explain that mana beasts learn to do this naturally. However, since humans usually awaken much later, their bodies aren't capable of this kind of multitasking. Considering that this fact doesn't apply to Arthur, if he practices hard enough, he should be able to succeed. These few words of encouragement are enough to fire Arthur up, and he promises to do his best if that's the case. While Sylvia is busy forming a rift, Arthur focuses on practicing diligently. However, his wrong movement causes him to trip. Practicing this skill to its fullest essentially means being able to fight proficiently while maintaining a steady inward flow of mana. But his confidence doesn't waver, and he continues his practice. He keeps swinging and practicing, trying to absorb the mana around him. Eventually, he gets the hang of it and finally masters the art of mana absorption. He happily shares his little achievement with Sylvia, but it looks like she's already exhausted herself and isn't in any condition to respond. Seeing her lifeless there causes Arthur to panic. It looks like her injury has gotten the best of her, and the blood leaking through her massive body is filling the area. He quickly grabs her massive hand, and with every ounce of strength his small body can muster, he successfully turns her massive form over, only to see that her wound is worsening. But when he looks ahead, the rift she has been creating is finally complete and ready for travel. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes how all this time, as she worked on creating the portal, her injuries have been getting worse. The realization devastates him. The thought that she has suffered because she was trying to create this portal for him, and he hadn't even noticed until now, crushes him. That's when Sylvia speaks with her faint voice and assures him that everything is all right. Arthur can do nothing but cling to her, tears streaming down his face as he cries his heart out. He doesn't know how it can possibly be all right when she's about to leave him like this. The thought that she has essentially given up her life for him makes his heart ache even more. In that moment, Arthur cries. He cries longer than he would ever care to admit, and for the first time, he cries like the child he appears to be on the outside. Sylvia reminds him gently that their time together is short, and she would hate for it to be wasted on him blaming himself. But Arthur doesn't know how he can possibly not blame himself. She's sacrificing herself so he can reunite with his family. Sylvia, however, is grateful. Because of Arthur, she will finally be able to leave this forsaken cave a little sooner, and for that reason alone, she has no regrets. Soon enough, her body begins to disintegrate, turning into ash. As the black armor she wears crumbles away, a pair of radiant white wings appear in its place. Before him stands Sylvia in a new form, one where she looks more like herself than she ever did before. Arthur definitely wasn't expecting Sylvia to turn out to be a dragon. She admits it, though. She is a dragon, or at least that's what humans would call a being like her. However, she reminds him that they don't need to waste time with small talk. She has to use her original form to finish the portal, and now that her veil is gone, her enemies will soon be coming for her. Before she parts ways with him, she tells him there are a few things she must say. She bestows upon him a rainbow-like egg, along with a handful of her feathers. She tells him to warm the egg with her feathers to conceal its aura. Before Arthur can even process what in the world is going on, she suddenly bumps into him. Right at that moment, some sort of reaction causes his clothes to tear, and patterns begin to appear across his skin. Sylvia reassures him that he'll understand everything in time. Now that she has done what she needed to do, she decides to open the portal. She doesn't have the time to make it lead directly to his home, but it should get him close to humans. She urges him to hurry and jump into the portal. Just as he's about to leap, rocks begin to fall from the ceiling. Sylvia quickly spreads her massive wings and saves him from being crushed. The one responsible for the destruction is a creepy sucker who oddly resembles Sylvia. He addresses Sylvia formally, requesting that she cease her stubbornness and hand it over. If she submits, he might even heal her wounds. Even Arthur can tell that this new figure looks quite similar to the form Sylvia had taken earlier. Sylvia then uses an ability that freezes time around her. The only ones who can move or speak are herself and Arthur. It looks like she has something important to reveal. She admits that she intentionally prolonged the transportation spell so she could spend more time with him. She understands it was selfish of her, but she has one more selfish request she wants him to fulfill. She asks him to call her grandma, just this once. Arthur, completely baffled by what she's talking about, looks at her in disbelief. But with time frozen and their moment suspended, he tells her to just leave this place with him instead. Sylvia's tears stream down her face as she tells Arthur that she can't leave with him. Before he can protest further, she forcefully throws him into the portal with a final bittersweet farewell. As he tumbles through the rift, Arthur calls out to her one last time, fulfilling her request by addressing her as Grandma. His words bring a gentle smile to Sylvia's face. She thanks him softly, and with those parting words, their story together comes to an end. But Arthur's story continues. He lands in a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees. The only thought in his mind is of her. His chest aches, not only with sadness but also with frustration and anger. He knows he will never see her again, and the weight of that realization is unbearable. All he can do is scream. It's no surprise that he's devastated by her loss. For 4 months, Sylvia had been a constant presence in his life, filling his head with memories that now refuse to fade. For a time that seemed both fleeting and eternal, she treated him as though he were her own blood. She had given him what he lacked since coming to this world: care, guidance, and love. But it seems this isn't truly the end. As he lies there, he begins to hear her voice. But as it turns out, it's just a recorded message. Sylvia had burned it into his mind before parting ways, leaving him with one last piece of her. The recorded message from Sylvia begins. She tells Arthur that he is nowhere near ready to know the full truth. His body is still that of a boy barely past the age of 4, though his mana core has already progressed to the dark red stage. She explains that she has infused him with a parting gift, a unique will. His future as a mage will depend on how well he learns to wield this gift. But Arthur doesn't feel particularly grateful for this so-called gift. Bitterness churns within him, a mix of sorrow, anger, and guilt clouding his thoughts. Almost as if she can sense his emotions, Sylvia knows exactly how he feels right now. But he must remember that he still has a family waiting for him, and a purpose to fulfill in this life. Her only wish is for him to embrace the joys and innocence of childhood, and one day, grow into a man his parents and she can be proud of. Sylvia's message concludes with a promise. When his mana core surpasses the white stage, he will hear from her again. At that time, she will explain everything to him. Until then, she bids King Grey farewell. The mention of his previous life title grabs Arthur's attention. He stands frozen in place, with his mind completely clouded with confusion. The biggest question that haunts him is how long she's known his true identity, and how she even knew him in the first place. For now, he brushes off all the thoughts regarding her and focuses on his current predicament. If he spends this life only training for the sake of revenge, it will hardly be different from his last. So from now on, he has no choice but to move forward. But first he wonders, where the hell is he? He activates the mana absorption technique and dashes through the forest with godly speed. After running for a while, Arthur realizes that despite using mana, his vision is still somewhat restricted. But one thing becomes clear: he is deep within the Elshire forest. Even though he is still barely able to use the mana rotation Sylvia taught him, he can now sustain magic for much longer. However, after roaming around for what feels like ages, he still hasn't found a way out. Sylvia had promised him he would arrive near other humans, but so far, he hasn't seen a single trace of them. After hopping through trees for what feels like forever, Arthur starts to feel like a monkey who's mastered tree travel. Suddenly, he senses the presence of a human. Quickly, he hops from tree to tree and spots a carriage below. He uses his acrobatic skills to descend a little, and from a safe distance, he tries to eavesdrop on what these people are up to. These filthy bastards don't seem to be good people. They've just captured a woman, and it turns out she's an elf. Since she's young and untouched, they're already fantasizing about making a fortune offer. But the amount of resentment and anger etched across Arthur's face makes it clear that these bastards aren't going to leave this place alive, let alone make a quick buck off the elf. Arthur had no idea how these pigs managed to get their hands on forest hounds, but he knew that getting one of them would be his best bet to get out of this forest. And as for the slave traders, he is planning to use them as a punching bag to blow off some steam. As eager as Arthur is to get back home, he knows he still needs a solid plan to get there. Dealing with those slave traders first is the best course of action, but he doesn't want to strike blindly. Attacking all 4 of them head-on would be suicide, so he quietly follows them instead. He waits patiently, looking for the perfect opportunity, gathering his strength to strike when their guards are down. As night falls, it's finally time for him to make his move. Arthur executes his plan by throwing a nut into a nearby tree, which immediately sets the hounds on high alert. One of the men tells his companion to shut the dogs up before they wake up and attract all the dangers lurking in the forest. While one man is distracted with the hounds, Arthur seizes the opportunity. He makes his move by appearing right in front of the bastard, and with a quick slash from his mana-infused hand, he slices through the man's throat in one clean strike. After taking that bastard down, Arthur makes sure to loot his corpse, grabbing a decent-looking dagger from the man's belongings. Meanwhile, the other fat guy, who had sent his friend to silence the hounds, begins wondering why it's taking so long, especially since the dogs have gone quiet. When he goes to check, Arthur ambushes him as well, delivering a precise strike that slits his throat just like the first. With 2 down, there are still 2 left, but Arthur's body is already starting to wear out from the effort. Suddenly, the elf girl inside the carriage starts making a commotion, which is the last thing Arthur wanted to happen. The other 2 goons step out of their comfort zones and start looking around for their missing companions. Arthur stays hidden behind the carriage, but one of them senses something and attacks. Arthur barely manages to block the strike and counters by cutting the man's legs clean off. The piercing scream echoes through the night, catching the attention of the other bandit, who had been searching in the opposite direction. He rushes back to the scene, finding his friend writhing on the ground, mortally wounded. The injured baldy bastard warns his friend to be careful because the brat they're dealing with is a mage. The mention of a mage piques the curiosity of the long-haired bandit. He eagerly tosses the sword aside and opts to use his bare hands, clearly not wanting to harm this golden hen he is about to capture. After all, this brat might fetch an even higher price than the elf girl if they are to sell him in good condition. With that in mind, he charges forward. Arthur leaps away just in time and counters by throwing a rock straight at the bastard's face. The rock lands with enough force to leave the man bleeding from his mouth. Arthur tries to take advantage of his dazed situation by throwing a mana-induced dagger at him, but the bandit snatches it mid-air. This strike only serves to intrigue this bastard even more, to think that this kid indeed has some nasty tricks up his sleeve. The bandit launches a powerful kick, slamming into Arthur with enough force to rattle his small frame and send him crashing to the ground. For a moment, Arthur is completely out of commission, winded and vulnerable. The bandit doesn't hesitate before grabbing the little one from the ground, locking him in his grip. But Arthur isn't one to go down quietly. He quickly grabs this bastard's wrist and begins condensing mana into his hand. At one particular moment, the technique causes an explosion, big enough to leave the bandit's hand scorched and utterly useless. The bandit screams in pain because of his fried hand. This is a clear chance for our boy to strike, and he does not hesitate to redeem it. He throws his knife and slits the man's throat, ending him on the spot. Now only the bald man remains, who is already writhing on the ground, begging for mercy as his severed legs leave him completely immobilized. But Arthur abandoned the concept of mercy a long time ago for scumbags like these. So it goes without saying that he finishes the job, ensuring none of them leave the forest alive. With these scumbags taken care of, he turns to the timid elf girl whose first instinct upon seeing our boy is to cower in fear. He gently tries to sway all of her fear with some sweet talk and comforting words, and once she calms down, he pulls the cloth tied over her mouth. Now that he has saved her, he decides to walk his own path, but the thought of being left alone terrifies the girl, so she quickly clings to him with her cute, pleading eyes. Arthur tries to reason with her that since he has taken care of those bad guys, they won't be able to chase her anymore. Besides, elves are generally safe in this forest anyway. But the girl quickly shakes her head and reminds him that beasts are only scared of adults, and her parents said that kids will get eaten by hounds or golem trees. The thought of being a babysitter does not sit well with Arthur, but since he has no choice, he just reluctantly asks her how far her home is, to which the girl nonchalantly responds that she does not know. He lets out a sigh and begins to walk away, assuring her that he is simply going to gather some supplies for them. Although he salvaged what he could for the journey ahead, neither of them knew how long it would take, and he also had to think about the journey back. He feels quite sad to see that they can't take this carriage in use as it would have been way faster, but if he did, they would just stick out like a sore thumb. He is looking forward to finding the elves as they might have something that can take him back to the human kingdom. During his supply hunting, he found some clothes in the carriage and presents them to the little elf, and tells her to wear this cloak as it will probably get cold. The little lady is glad for his kind gesture, and he gives her a pat on the head in response. With that, they are ready to make their way to their homes. As they walked in the vague direction she pointed to, Arthur got to know more about the elf child. Her name is Tessia Aerolith, and she got separated from her family and left out in the forest. She questions him if he is from the human kingdom. Whenever she remembers the human kingdom, all she thinks of are the rumors that say all male humans are perverts and have more than one wife. In their journey, they spend their time like this, with back and forth banter and teasing. Night settled, and they set up their camp in the thick of the woods. Arthur decided to keep watch outside and suggested she have some sleep in the meantime. Once Tessia Aerolith got inside the camp to have some well-deserved rest, Arthur sat alone under the expanse of brightly lit stars. As he reflects on his situation, we learn that his initial plan to utilize his time to figure out what this will Sylvia left for him was all about, but it looks like he will have to wait to unravel this secret until he escorts the elf girl to her home. The girl gets out and suggests he have some rest as well. Although her grandmother has prohibited her from sharing her bed with boys, she says she will make an exception once. But Arthur tells her that he is not sleepy. Before retreating back into the camp, the girl reminds him that beasts are more likely to appear if they notice him. Therefore, she wants him to get inside even if he is on guard duty, as it's safer for both of them. Eventually, Arthur gives in to her wishes, and they both get into the same bedding. The next day arrives, and after their well-deserved naps, they continued their journey with unfamiliar surroundings and time quickly passing as the only indicators of their progress. Arthur admits that worries of family and impatience to get back home did not leave him in the best of moods, but what made the journey almost unbearable were the agonizing pains coming from his monocore that struck unpredictably from time to time, and his pain has become an everyday occurrence. Every day he wakes up, he is just randomly hit by it. On one particular day during their journey, we see that they are getting followed by these wild wolves, but my guy doesn't even look back when he throws that knife, which lodges itself into the tree next to the wolf's head. And soon, all of these poor bastards get the jump scare of their life. While Tessia Aerolith points her finger in the direction ahead of her, Arthur is hit by this unbearable pain in his chest once again. He quickly hides behind a tree so Tessia doesn't have to see the miserable state he's in because he's afraid she would only worry. Another night comes, and they set their camp in the thick of the woods, and just like that, another day arrives. Days passed like this, and Tessia appeared to recognize more and more of their indistinguishable surroundings, which was a positive sign. However, their pace had slowed as Tessia's body couldn't keep up with the toll of constant travel. So, to ease some burden off her tiny shoulders, Arthur takes her luggage himself. Though Arthur wasn't having it easy either. Despite strengthening his body with mana, the pain continued to grow, and it became harder to hide it from the worried elf. Another night comes and blends back into a day. One day, as they continue their journey, Tessia makes an odd request. Since they've gotten pretty close with each other, she wonders if, by any chance, she can call him Art, like how his family does. Well, our boy gives her the green light right away. Tessia wasn't expecting him to agree to this so easily. So for that reason, Arthur decides to act dramatic on purpose. In the creepiest way possible, he says he would be most honored if Tessia Aerolith would refer to this humble countryside boy as Arthur. The girl pinches his cheeks for teasing her like this, and as their banter continues, Tessia suddenly notices something. She happily rushes in that direction, while our boy isn't exactly thrilled. As far as he can see, it's just moss, leaves, fog, trees, and lots of trees. Anyhow, their journey continues, and I'm gonna be honest, this is one of the longest journeys I've faced in the manhwa. Though this journey serves its purpose in character development, and because of it, our boy seems to have gotten closer to the little lady. Despite the mental age gap, they've grown a lot closer. Another day arrives, bringing another round of exploring the unknown woods. It looks like this long journey has finally borne fruit as they seem to have made their way. After feeling all the trees around her, Tessia finally finds the one she had been searching for. She does some magic mojo and opens a green gate in the wooden tree, inviting him to follow her inside. As soon as Arthur steps in, he falls through to the other side of the gate. When Arthur gets up and helps himself look ahead, he sees a magnificent sight. There's an entire civilization of elves, and the only word that pops into his mind after witnessing the grandeur of this place is pristine. But even that word feels like it doesn't do the place justice. As soon as the eyes of the local elves lock onto our boy, some soldiers quickly appear right before them. The soldiers aren't here to apprehend him, though. Instead, they're here to escort the royal princess with full protocol. The sight shocks Arthur to the point where he has no clue how in the hell he's supposed to react. His mind is clouded with all sorts of questions, but Tessia just nods her head slightly to affirm that what he's seeing is indeed real. One of the knights reports that they arrived as soon as they noticed the oral teleportation gate had been used. He also mentions that the king and queen have returned as well. Promptly, the scene pans to the panicking parents rushing toward their girl, Tessia. The lady is Mariel Aerolith, queen of Elenoir, and the man behind her is, of course, her husband, Alduin Aerolith, king of Elenoir. Another big shot enters the scene, Virion Aerolith. A name noted in every history book, he's the former king of Elenoir, known for leading the last war against the humans of the Sapang kingdom. With all of her family members gathered, Arthur gently pushes Tessia forward toward her worried parents, and they exchange warm hugs with her. Seeing how warm and full of love the scene is, Arthur remembers his own parents and wonders if his mother and father will react the same way when they see him again. King Alduin turns to Arthur and expresses his heartfelt gratitude, not just as the king of Elenoir, but as Tessia's father. As a small gesture of thanks for helping Tessia arrive home safely, he invites Arthur to accompany them to their home. Arthur is free to rest for a few days, and in the meantime, the king is eagerly looking forward to hearing the tale of their journey. Arthur can sense how firm and gentle the man's tone is, but his eyes clearly betray that feeling. From the look in his eyes, it's clear that what he requested isn't an offer, it's an order. Arthur reciprocates the gesture by expressing his gratitude for the offer, but he's suddenly yanked away when Tessia grabs him by the hand and starts dragging him along. Even the onlookers are startled to see this. The girl, on the other hand, is just dying to show him everything this place has to offer. Well, our boy's first impression is one of absolute awe. Although he had somewhat expected an impressive castle after learning that Tessia was a princess, the magnificent place before him is just more than a castle or mansion to live in. At one point, Arthur even starts to wonder if he's accidentally transmigrated into some corny fantasy novel. The queen quickly introduces their little guest to the maids and orders them to make sure Arthur has the best time possible while he's there. Arthur is glad to receive all this pleasant treatment, but he feels the need to explain what happened first. It looks like Tessia's parents are more than willing to hear all the juicy details. So, all the core members of the family, including some senior knights, gather to hear Arthur out. First, our boy gives an introduction, presenting himself as Arthur Lewin from a humble town in the kingdom of Sapin, and he's quite honored to be in the presence of the royal family. It's a little over the top for an introduction, but Arthur knows the discussion isn't going to progress if they treat him like a child. Even the king can't help but point out how, despite Arthur claiming to come from humble origins, he seems rather mature and well-educated. This only piques their interest in what he has to say. And so, our boy recounts his journey, starting with a vague explanation that he got separated from his family after running into bandits. It's not exactly a lie, but more of a half-truth. Inevitably, as the story progresses to the part where he ran into their daughter, the atmosphere shifts. The king grows visibly angry upon hearing it was slave traders, or rather, humans who captured Tessia. It's clear that the king doesn't have a favorable impression of humans to begin with, and this revelation only fuels his disdain. Our boy also does not like the fact that this elf king is stereotyping the entire human race behind few slave traders. So with all due respect, my guy corrects this man that slave trading is a profession, not a race. This remark only earns our boy a lot of shining blades pointed at him, but Virion Erelith quickly stops the knights from stepping forward. Virion, intrigued by the story so far, expresses curiosity about how Arthur managed to free his granddaughter from the bandits. Perhaps he negotiated or begged them for mercy, but our boy denies doing anything like that and honestly explains that he's also a mage despite the fact that he is a child. So basically, he eliminated the slave traders and rescued their granddaughter. One impatient knight, out of anger, quickly draws his sword from its scabbard. As far as he's concerned, Arthur is being absurd with the lies he's spouting in front of everyone. But this impulsive action only earns the knight a deadly glare from Virion Erelith, a glare so intense it rattles the overeager knight on the spot. Finally, Arthur stands up from his seat and declares that he doesn't care whether anyone believes him or not. The fact remains that Tessia has been returned safely. The only wish he wants granted is to return to his family in Sapin. Hearing this, Tessia is shocked that Arthur is leaving so soon. The girl's parents are startled to see how much compassion she feels for him. Meanwhile, Arthur gently reminds her of the history humans and elves share, so he doesn't believe it's appropriate for a human to remain inside this kingdom for too long. Besides, his current priority is ensuring his family is safe and letting them know he's okay as well. The king decides to speak next. He briefly acknowledges the past between the two kingdoms and emphasizes that Arthur saved their daughter and went through the trouble of accompanying her all the way back to Elenoir. This, the king declares, entitles Arthur to a befitting reward. First, the king shares the unfortunate news. The teleportation gate linked to the Sapin kingdom is only accessible once every 7 years during the summit conference between the three races. This means it will be another 5 years before the gate opens again. However, the king is more than happy to send a group of guards to escort Arthur back home safely. He also expresses his wish for Arthur to stay a little longer, giving the elves a chance to serve and spoil him as a guest. The king admits that while some elves are tolerant of humans, too many still hold grudges from the war long ago. For now, Arthur is told to make himself at home, as they will have his escort prepared by tomorrow morning. Later, Arthur finds himself inside a lavish room that's been given to him. The first thing he does is take a well-deserved shower, but while he showers, the pain from his mana core suddenly flares up again, causing him to double over. After finishing, he rests on the couch, holding the egg Sylvia had entrusted to him. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. When he opens it, he finds Tessia standing in front of him. Without any prior warnings, she headbutts him in the belly, almost making him gag. Apparently, she's upset about how coldly he spoke to her parents, and the fact that he's planning to leave so soon. Arthur tries to remind this gullible girl that he was only being respectful since they are the king and queen of the entire kingdom. In fact, he's the one who should be angry. She didn't tell him about their royal status beforehand. Tessia sticks to her guns and makes it clear that she doesn't want him to leave because he's the first friend she's ever made. Hearing this makes Arthur crack a smile. In a friendly gesture, he places his hand over her neck like they're lifelong buddies and tells her to stop being a crybaby and show him around the castle. And so, they explore the castle together. Tessia makes sure to take him to her favorite spot in the entire place. This particular spot looks absolutely breathtaking during spring when the flowers bloom. She also introduces him to a unique type of insect known as glow bees, which are specially cultivated there. As she's trying to show him the glow bees, Arthur suddenly notices something coming from behind. It's a dagger. Without wasting a single nanosecond, he grabs the little lady and pushes her aside. In the same instant, he catches the weapon and retaliates with the insane speed he has got. Well, the person behind this stunt is none other than Virion, her grandfather. Arthur is absolutely shocked, thinking her own grandfather just tried to take a hit on her. But the old man calmly assures him that the weapon he's holding is just a toy. Now that Arthur takes a closer look, he feels a bit embarrassed for being tricked. Virion, on the other hand, is impressed. Seeing how fast Arthur reacted, from catching this little to even using it against him instantly, is mind-boggling. The old man notes that Arthur's mana usage is mediocre at best, but he now has no doubts about how he could have taken down a group of slave traders. Arthur is unsure whether to feel insulted or complimented, so he just stays quiet. Tessia chimes in, scolding her grandfather and prohibits him from teasing Arthur. It seems like the old man didn't have any intention of teasing anyone. In fact, he approached Arthur because he finds him fascinating. It's been a long time since he's met someone as interesting as our boy. Virion tosses a wooden sword at Arthur, deciding to see what the boy is really made of. Arthur grabs it promptly and, without hesitation, swings it as fast as he can, directly slashing at the old man. But what he strikes turns out to be a mana illusion. Virion, however, is impressed by the guts of this little brat. Not backing down, Arthur charges again and strikes with his wooden sword. This time too, what he hits is only a decoy. This moment of vulnerability leaves Arthur wide open, and the old man takes the chance to swing back. Arthur dodges just in time, jumping out of his initial position to safeguard himself. Despite his agility, Arthur still ends up taking a nasty elbow smash, but that's not enough to faze him. Without holding back, Arthur charges right back, wooden sword in hand. His speed is remarkable, but it's clear he's barely holding his own against this old coot, who isn't even breaking a sweat. Eventually, Arthur finds himself wide open once more, and gets knocked back by the old man, tumbling away. Tessia quickly rushes to check on him. It looks like the old man has not gone off without taking damage either. Arthur has finally managed to graze this old man with his blade. Well, this old man deserves this hit, considering how full of himself he looked, as if there is no better fighter than him. While Virion is eager for another round, Tessia firmly puts her foot down. She refuses to let it happen, and playfully pinches her grandfather for thinking about bullying Arthur for more than he already has. The old man simply smiles back and admits that if he had gone easier on Arthur, he'd be the one at the mercy of someone decades his junior. Our boy, on the other hand, feels honored to see how highly Virion thinks of him, but Arthur's reaction seems to get to the old man, and he quickly shifts from smiling to serious. As far as he's concerned, if Arthur truly sees him as his esteemed and honorable senior, then he invites him to become his disciple. This unexpected offer leaves Arthur absolutely bewildered, and he questions whether the elder is actually serious. The old man, of course, confirms that he is. However, Arthur reminds him that he's just a human, and he's not even sure if it's allowed for humans to stay in this kingdom. But Virion promises that no one will dare kick him out while he's under his tutelage. He vows to teach Arthur something far more valuable than even the most capable mages in Sapin could offer. Still, despite the tempting offer, Arthur politely declines. He has no intention of wasting time here until he reunites with his parents. Hearing this, the old man makes another promise, to let Arthur communicate with his parents so they'll know he's alive and well. Before elaborating further, the old man orders the maids to take Tessia to bathe and get some rest. Once they're alone, the old man claims to know about Arthur's condition, like how he's been experiencing bouts of searing pain right where his mana core is located, and how those bouts are becoming more frequent. Naturally, Arthur is curious about how the old man knows so much, but Virion brushes off the question, saying it's pointless. Instead, Arthur should be asking what the real problem behind his illness is. Before elaborating anything, he asks Arthur if he knows anything about beast wills. Although this term is completely unfamiliar to Arthur, his mind immediately drifts back to the moment Sylvia struck his mana core. Before continuing the conversation, the old man assumes that Arthur has at least encountered a few mana beasts by now. He then explains that a beast powerful enough to be categorized as Class A or higher gains the ability to pass on their will or inherent ability to another, either to their offspring or to someone they choose to bond with. He promises not to pry into how Arthur stumbled upon such a powerful beast will, but warns him that, at this stage, the power within him is doing more harm than good. The fact that the old man knows all this makes Arthur assume that Virion also possesses a beast will too. Well, the old man doesn't shy away from admitting it. He claims he's professionally a beast tamer, a title he earned by fully conquering the monstrous beast will inside himself. He acknowledges why Arthur desperately wants to see his family and return home, but he warns that doing so right now comes with a grave risk. The power of the beast will inside Arthur is too potent for his immature body to handle. If it isn't controlled soon, the power he has obtained will destroy his body from the inside out. As Arthur lays down, his face is covered with glistening sweat. There's a heavy sensation pressing down on his body. As he drifts in and out of unconsciousness, he sees the monstrous personification of his worries and burdens. The expectations placed on him haunt him, even in his sleep. But the source of all this weight is not some ethereal creature. It is Tessia, perched right atop him, unknowingly pressing him further into the depths of his exhaustion. She's apparently here to wake him up because she can't wait to start this new, exciting day with him. But it seems Arthur still hasn't had enough sleep, so calls the shadow monster back to give him just a few more minutes. Later, while Arthur gets ready for the day, Tessia asks to confirm if what her grandpa said about him staying is actually true. Well, our boy isn't too sure about this. His plan to stay here depends entirely on the trip with Elder Virion. As Arthur walks toward the carriage he's supposed to ride with the Elder, the king and queen can be seen pleading with Elder Virion to reconsider, because it's inappropriate for a human to stay in their kingdom. It goes against the traditions the elves have upheld for decades. But the old coot makes it clear that Arthur has caught his attention, so he wants him to stay a little longer. Besides, their daughter seems to have taken a liking to him as well, which is just another reason to keep him around for a bit more time. Despite all the pleas from the king, Elder Virion sticks to his guns. He assures the royals that he'll keep Arthur under his direct guidance to ensure everyone in the kingdom knows he's being watched over. Seeing how Elder Virion is standing up for him makes Arthur crack a smile. Once they hop into the carriage, they begin their journey. After quite a while on the road, Arthur starts wondering how much longer this trip will take as he's eager to meet the old man's mysterious friend. Out of nowhere, Tessia leans over Arthur's shoulder and falls asleep. Looks like waking up so early out of excitement finally caught up to her. Since Tessia is the only princess of the kingdom, she grew up in a lonely environment. She's been hurt too many times by both adults and children pretending to be her friends. Over time, she became cold and distant, building a wall around herself to keep others out. But in the short time he's seen her with Arthur, she's shown more smiles and laughter than she has in the past few years. For that, the old man is genuinely glad and expresses his gratitude to our boy. After a short journey, the carriage comes to a halt, and they arrive at a lonely house in the middle of nowhere. By now, Arthur is genuinely curious to see who this mysterious friend is that the former king had to travel all the way to this rural area to meet. The old man, however, goes absolutely bonkers, kicking the door with all the force he can muster and yelling for the witch inside to come out. A woman eventually emerges, equally annoyed and angry at Virion's impudence. The old man takes his time introducing her to Arthur. She is Lilia Darkassan, an old friend and a very special deviant who, according to Virion, can help him. Despite his short height, Arthur's manners know no bounds. He promptly bows his head in respect to greet the lady. Lilia invites them inside while Arthur reflects on the fact that, as a deviant, her magic doesn't fall into the 4 basic elements, much like his mother's abilities. But he's still unsure how she's supposed to help him. Although Arthur doesn't want to seem like an impatient brat, he can't help but feel curious about how Lilia plans to assist him in reaching his parents. The lady finally explains that she is what they call a diviner. Magic of this nature varies from mage to mage, but she's quite capable. This means there's very little someone can hide from her if she chooses to pry. For instance, she already knows that Arthur is special, so special in fact that there are parts of his life even she can't see. However, her eyes have glimpsed pieces of both his past and future. She also knows he isn't here for her clairvoyant abilities, but because he wants to see his parents and let them know he's alive. She instructs him to lean forward and keep his eyes on the basin of water. As soon as Arthur complies, the lady begins her magic. Once he can see his parents in the water, he'll be able to speak to them. While Arthur tries to make the connection, the perspective shifts to his parents. There, his doting mother and father are having a meal, something Arthur used to enjoy a lot. Suddenly, they begin to hear Arthur's voice calling out to them. The sound catches them completely off guard, leaving them frozen. When Arthur says he's their son, that's enough to paralyze them entirely, their spoons slipping out of their hands as they let the shock sink in. As surprising as it is, Arthur assures them that he is indeed their son speaking directly into their heads. He doesn't have time to explain everything right now, but wanted to let them know he's safe and alive. He managed to survive the fall off the cliff, though barely. He also reveals that he's currently staying in the kingdom of Elenoir with the elves, but insists they must keep this a secret. Arthur tells them not to blame themselves for what happened back then. He's proud of what he did, and if he could go back in time, he wouldn't hesitate to make the same choices again. He explains a bit about his illness he has got, so he will be staying here longer to be treated before he can return home. He admits he's unsure if he'll get another chance to talk to them, as there's only one woman capable of helping him make this connection. Before ending the conversation, he asks his father to keep his mother and the baby safe. In the meantime, he'll continue his training and warns his dad not to be surprised if his proud son can beat him in a sparring match when they reunite. With that, this cerebral Skype session ends. Arthur's father breaks into absolute tears, and his wife follows suit. They can barely believe that Arthur is alive. The joy and excitement of hearing that their son is alive is so overwhelming that Arthur's parents embrace each other in absolute happiness. It's not just the parents shedding tears. Arthur himself is equally overwhelmed by the conversation he just had with his parents. However, he steels his balls up and tells the old man that he's finally ready for whatever lies ahead. After their brief visit to Lilia, the group finally returns to the castle, where the king and queen are already waiting for their arrival. As Elder Virion and Tessia enter the castle, Arthur is suddenly stopped by the king himself. It's not because the king resents him or wishes to bar his entry, but because he wants to reconcile. Even the queen wants to express her regret for their earlier behavior. Neither of them holds back in showing genuine contrition for how they treated him initially. Arthur, ever the forgiving soul, is more than happy to mend bridges. He promptly shakes hands with the king on friendly terms. However, Tessia is not sure if that is how apologies should work. As far as she's concerned, if the king and queen are truly sorry, they should at least let her take Arthur outside to explore the city, something she's been eager to do. Well, neither the king nor the queen has a reason to stop them, so eventually, Arthur and Tessia prepare to head out and explore the city. Tessia eagerly shows Arthur everything unique to Elenoir. However, during their walk, Arthur accidentally stumbles into an elf, or rather, the elf intentionally bumps into him, clearly looking for an opportunity to trash-talk the entire human race. After setting the scene, this opportunistic elf directly points a finger at Arthur, reminding him that he doesn't belong here, no matter the favor he's receiving from Elder Virion. While Arthur feels a bit pissed at this cocky bastard, Tessia steps in to confront the guy. The elf introduces himself as Faerith Ivsar and counters Tessia's questions with arrogance, asking how she can tolerate breathing the same air as a mere commoner like Arthur. Being the great knight he is, Faerith even offers to take the responsibility to escort her himself. But Arthur quickly turns the tide with some playful banter. His few well-aimed words manage to piss Faerith off to no end. The idea of someone mocking his knighthood is too much for this little punk to handle. In a fit of rage, Faerith throws down the gauntlet and challenges Arthur to a duel. Arthur, who already thought this guy was stupid, finds his expectations exceeded in the worst way possible. Tessia immediately steps forward, questioning the audacity of this so-called knight. How dare Faerith challenge the disciple of Elder Virion to a duel? Faerith makes it clear that he would never allow anyone to trample on his pride, as this is the way he was raised. Determined to defend his honor, he challenges Arthur to accept the duel, or retreat with his primate tail tucked between his legs. To add pressure, Faerith reminds Arthur that, in Elven society, his decision will reflect directly on his mentor Elder Virion. Arthur, on the other hand, is fascinated by the intense expressions on everyone's faces. He hadn't realized that dueling was taken so seriously here. Faerith, eager to get things started, takes Arthur's silence as acceptance. To get the things rolling, he insists that Princess Tessia officiate the duel. Reluctantly, Tessia agrees, and as soon as she gives the signal, Faerith charges forward, aiming to land the first blow. But my guy simply balls up his fist and delivers a single devastating punch. The impact is so brutal that Faerith's spit flies out of his mouth, and he's sent sprawling a few feet away. Arthur is left standing there, genuinely unsure if this is all it takes to win a duel. Meanwhile, Tessia isn't surprised to see the outcome, especially since she had expected this much to happen. As Arthur tries to wrap his head around whether he's become genuinely strong or if this was just a fluke, Tessia grabs his hand and dashes off. As they continue their journey once again, Arthur can't help but grow fonder of the little princess. While the rest of the day wasn't quite as exciting as dealing with Faerith, it was refreshing and gave Arthur a chance to get his mind off heavier matters. As Arthur and Tessia sit together, she asks him if he's feeling nervous about the tough training ahead. Well, it is clear that the weight of the upcoming day has already begun to press on Arthur's mind. He recalls Elder Virion's words of warning, crystal clear and unyielding. Virion had told him that the lessons would be far from easy. In fact, he made it clear that Arthur would need to brace himself for the grueling challenges ahead. The pain from his mana core's assimilation process would be excruciating, and if you want a little perspective how grueling it would be, it's the same as submerging one's body in boiling tar. Arthur would be stuck in this foreign land, away from the comfort of his family. Even the simplest aspects of daily life would feel arduous. But Virion had also promised that, if Arthur could endure the trials, the rewards awaiting him at the end would be extraordinary. In the present, Arthur breaks out of his thoughts and responds to Tessia with a determined smile. He tells her that he's excited, not nervous. He's come a long way to get to where he is now, training, seeing his parents again, and growing stronger are all things he looks forward to. He can't wait to see what the future holds for him. And with that, the first season wraps up, leaving Arthur ready to face whatever challenges come his way. The years fly by in the blink of an eye, and the first thing we see is a more mature Tessia. She's here to wake our boy up, who has also grown a lot since the last time we saw him. It looks like their relationship has evolved a lot, and just as they're bickering, the old man cuts them off, telling them to get ready for their lessons ahead. Before we get into the action, here's a quick lore drop. There are 4 basic elements, and then there are higher forms. The higher elements, ice, gravity, lightning, and sound, can only be controlled by mages who have mastered their foundational elements. These people are known as deviants. Dwarves are limited to manipulating earth and fire, but they have a much higher affinity for these elements. Their special trait is their ability to mold and bend metal, and the most skilled among them can control fire and earth to the point where they can summon and manipulate magma. Elves can manipulate water, wind, and earth, but with much higher affinity than humans. In rare cases, elves can also produce a special type of deviant mage capable of controlling plants. However, elves cannot produce mages who can control the higher forms of water, wind, or earth. Humans, on the other hand, can manipulate any of the 4 basic elements, and are the only race capable of producing deviants in any of those elements, as well as anomalies that can't be categorized into the elements, like emitters or healers. There's a delicate power balance between the 3 races, taking into account their populations, overall affinity to elements, and the diversity of their mages. At least, this is all Arthur knows, and he asks his master if this level of explanation is plausible for the audience. Virion takes a moment to think before giving it a pass. It seems Tessia has something to say. While she understands that the assimilation process is meant to prepare Arthur's body for his beast will, she believes it would be even better for him to train his body physically, just as she does, using magic in the process. Arthur understands the reasoning behind her response. Over these 3 years, the differences in their races have really stood out to him. While humans are considered talented if they awaken in their late preteen years, it's not surprising for elves to awaken by the age of 10. For Tessia, it happened even earlier, at the tender age of 9, and since then, she's been training her magic under a tutor while also learning to fight from her grandfather. The old man playfully questions her if she's perhaps angry that she's the only one getting beaten up during her training, to which the poor girl quickly admits. As grueling as these exercises seem, Arthur knows Tessia is going to be a monster in the future. The old man takes a moment to elaborate further for Tessia. He explains that what Arthur has been doing over the past 3 years is essentially fusing his bones, muscles, and organs with his mana. While he hasn't been physically training like her, the old man assures her that once this process is complete, Arthur's body will be stronger and more resilient than even a veteran warrior. Now shifting back to Arthur, the old man notes that 3 years of mana fusion hasn't been enough to drain his energy entirely. So he decides to help him a little. After today, Arthur will become a true beast tamer, unlike those lucky adventurers who treat their beast wills as mere tools. Apparently, Virion plans to ignite Arthur's mana core by transferring a large amount of his own mana into him. He reassures his junior that it might feel a bit warm, but it shouldn't be too bad. As soon as the old man begins the process, Arthur quickly learns the hard way that it's far more than just warm, it's downright hellish. The searing pain courses through him, and the light emanating from his chest grows ever brighter, intensifying to an almost blinding level. Then, without warning, a powerful wave of energy hits everything in its range, throwing both the old man and Tessia across the hall. When the procedure finally concludes, Tessia and the old man rush to our boy's side, and thankfully, he seems to be okay. He's dazed but intact. After witnessing such a terrifying display of power, the old man's curiosity reaches its peak. He finally decides to confront Arthur about the origin of the beast will he inherited. The boy earnestly responds, claiming that this was given by a female dragon. The mention of a dragon hits the old man like a thunderclap. He goes into a frenzy of excitement and disbelief. The realization that he has been training a bona fide dragon tamer is driving him crazy. A while later, our boy opens his eyes in the bed. The old man feels relieved that nothing major has happened. Meanwhile, our boy asks if they're going to keep his abilities a secret even if he leaves. The old man promises they will, but then unexpectedly drops a bombshell. Apparently, Arthur's departure has been set for just 4 months from now. Of course, this news shakes our boy to his core. He had been under the impression he'd be stuck here for another 2 years. The old man goes on to explain that an inter-kingdom tournament for the youths of the 3 kingdoms has finally been confirmed. The portal in Zyra City, within the Sapin Kingdom, will soon open to allow travel between Elenoir and Darv. This is also why Tessia isn't around. She'd have gone absolutely bonkers upon hearing that he is leaving. It's finally time for Arthur to be united back with his family. Although Arthur looks forward to reuniting with his family, he still feels that 4 months is far too soon. This is when the old man assures him that these 4 months will be so excruciating that he'll end up begging for them to pass quickly. Now that his assimilation is complete, his training is about to get even tougher. With that said, the old man leaves, Right at that moment, Arthur's eyes catch sight of his egg, which has fallen down from the couch for some mysterious reason. It's beginning to show cracks, as if it's about to hatch. Not long after, the shell starts to shatter, and out comes a tiny dragon. The first thing the little creature does is let out a yawn, then promptly falls over, leaving Arthur completely baffled about what just happened. Later, Arthur finds himself staring at the little cutie pie. It's clear the dragon has taken a liking to him, and it's equally obvious that Arthur finds the little one irresistible. Honestly, it's just too damn cute. But it seems I spoke too soon. The dragon suddenly bites him, and the only reason it releases its grip is because the little one doesn't like how Arthur's sweaty, salty skin tastes. The bite burns Arthur a little, and the burn leaves a permanent mark on his arm. The little cutie happily calls him Mama after the attack. Arthur, on the other hand, has no idea who's talking to him, but soon he realizes it's the dragon, and she's literally speaking directly into his mind. Arthur corrects her, telling her he's a boy, so she should at least call him Papa. As for her name, he decides to call her Sylvie, after her mother. While playing with the little one, Arthur suddenly notices that the burn mark from the bite isn't just a random lesion. It feels like the burn is actually connecting him to the dragon somehow. As he relaxes with Sylvie, Arthur drifts off to sleep. He suddenly wakes up in the dead of night. He looks around and sees Tessia, holding the little dragon so tightly that it's literally screaming for help. It seems Tessia has become quite attached to the little one. Morning arrives, and as Arthur walks through the corridor, he notices that Tessia is still completely smitten by the little creature he has. However, it's clear that Sylvie doesn't quite share the same affection for her. When they meet the old man, Tessia excitedly reveals to him that Arthur has a new pet. Elder Virion shoots the little dragon a curious glance, completely baffled by the sight of such a pet. By now, he's convinced that he's going to die from the sheer number of shocks Arthur has given him. Eventually, Arthur takes the time to explain to Virion what happened and where Sylvie came from. Virion reveals that beings like Sylvie usually only hatch in the presence of their kin. When Arthur wonders why she hatched in front of him, the only reason they can come up with is that he had fully activated Sylvia's will the day before. Arthur then questions the old man, asking if it's really necessary to hide the little one. As far as he's concerned, most people won't realize she's such a powerful being. The old man acknowledges his point, but reminds him that he should be more concerned about other things. Their progress in strengthening his mana core had been delayed during the assimilation, but now that he has fully awakened, it's time for him to start training both his core and his new dragon will. Arthur inquires about the next course of action, to which the old man responds that the best way to access the first stage of Beast Will is by strengthening his mana core and engaging in constant combat. With the instructions now clear, Arthur is ready for action, but the old man adds one more thing. If Arthur fights a fellow beast tamer who can use stages, it will help him grow even more. Right at that moment, the old man summons forth his own beast, which quickly wraps around him, giving him a completely new appearance. Before we move on, let's take a moment to understand what the old man just did. Basically, beast tamers are mages who can harness the unique abilities inherited from a mana beast. The first stage, known as the acquire phase, is when a beast tamer can borrow their beast's inherent strength. However, it's only at the second stage, called the integrate phase, that the mage can truly utilize their beast's unique abilities and characteristics. For Elder Virion, who had unlocked the second stage only after decades of studying his beast will, the transformation allows him to wield the deadly prowess of a shadow panther. Now empowered by the shadow panther's abilities, the old man instructs his disciple to pay closer attention, particularly when he sneaks up behind him. This prior warning leaves Arthur deeply unsettled. From what he can gather, the old man is essentially saying he'll be able to sneak up on him even though Arthur is aware of his intentions. In an instant, the old man vanishes from sight, and before our boy can even process it, he feels a light tap on his shoulder. Arthur quickly twirls around at impressive speed, but finds no one behind him. Before he can react further, the old man once again appears behind him, catching Arthur completely off guard. This time, Arthur surrenders. Unable to keep up with the old man's blinding speed and the sheer presence of the Shadow Panther's terrifying form, a sight both awe-inspiring and trauma-inducing, the old man reveals a significant drawback of the integrate phase. It also takes a heavy toll on his body every time he activates it. Arthur, however, is still awestruck by the old man's speed. The movements alone were impressive, but what truly shook him was the inability to sense Virion's presence, even when he stood directly behind him. Apparently, Shadow Panthers possess the unique ability to instantly manipulate wind and sound, rendering themselves undetectable. Virion decides that playtime is over and extends a sword toward Arthur, signaling that the real training is about to begin. Days pass quickly as Arthur becomes completely immersed in his training. Under Virion's guidance and through his own insights, Arthur manages to access the first stage of his dragon will. In addition to mastering the first stage, Virion teaches Arthur how to conceal the presence of his beast will from other mages. When Arthur isn't strengthening his mana core or delving deeper into Sylvia's dragon will, he's sparring against Virion. Fortunately, the assimilation process has made his body resilient enough to endure the relentless training and conditioning. In his downtime, Arthur makes a point to embrace the joys and innocence of childhood, just as Sylvia had wished for him. He cherishes these moments, especially as his time grows short. Finally, the day of his departure arrives. Tessia is devastated, to say the least. After spending every day together over the last few years, breaking the news of his imminent departure was especially hard on her. Now Arthur is ready to leave, his bag fully packed. He also makes sure to hide the mark Sylvie gave him by covering it through those feathers Sylvia gave him. The carriage is ready to take Arthur off, and as a parting gesture, the old man hands him a pendant adorned with the Aerolith house crest. The pendant is meant to help him navigate the forest. Now it's Tessia's turn to say her parting words to Arthur, but instead of speaking, she simply nods her head in a dejected manner. However, her sadness is quickly melted away when Arthur pulls her into a tight hug. The warmth of the embrace overwhelms her, and she begins to cry uncontrollably. After exchanging their goodbyes, Arthur steps into the carriage, only to find Faerith and a few escorting knights accompanying him on the journey. Faerith immediately recognizes Arthur, but our boy has no clue who this person is. Faerith starts yelling and reminding Arthur of the time they dueled, when this lowly human had supposedly won unfairly. As soon as Arthur remembers Faerith's name, he greets him politely, which helps to ease Faerith's anger. However, Faerith's embarrassment quickly returns when one of his friends casually exposes his nickname, Fei, in front of a lowly human. Despite the rocky start, the group spends the journey in as lively a mood as possible. Soon, the carriage crosses through the portal, and they enter the floating city of Xyrus. Xyrus is buzzing with life, a city teeming with people from all professions and walks of life. The carriage finally stops in front of a grand mansion where his family is staying. Standing before the towering doors, Arthur feels his chest tighten. As he knocks, the memories from the past 3 years flood his mind. He recalls the terrifying fall from the hill that nearly claimed his life, the devastating loss of someone dear to him, the blood on his hands, and the grueling training that shaped him into who he is now. Yet, none of those experiences seem as daunting as this moment. He gulps down his anxiety and awaits for the response to his knock. A maid quickly answers his knocks and opens the doors. Right behind her stands a little girl, no older than 3, her bright eyes curious and full of life. Then, after what feels like an eternity, we finally catch sight of Alice, his mother, chasing after the little one, Eleanor Lewin. But the moment Alice's gaze lands on her son, she freezes on the spot. Even the bowl of food she was holding slips from her hands. The boy, on the other hand, is equally overwhelmed with emotions to think that this little one is his sister. He gathers his thoughts, flashes a smile, and greets his mother in the most heartfelt moment possible. His mother comes running in response and hugs him tightly. The tears of the mother just cannot stop falling, and even the little one gets overwhelmed and begins to sob, seeing her mother in a condition like this. Let's not forget about Reynolds, who is just as eager to meet his son. As the mansion doors remain open, he follows suit, joining the hugging spree with his wife. The family of 4 spends this heartfelt moment together, relishing the reunion. The moment is so touching that even the maid begins to cry. Once everyone settles down, they bombard Arthur with all sorts of questions. Meanwhile, little Ellie sits right next to them, clearly annoyed by the lack of attention she is receiving. Alice notices her daughter's sulking expression and quickly calls her out, encouraging her to greet her big brother. It's not surprising that the little one doesn't fully grasp the concept of a big brother, but after a moment of hesitation, she eventually walks toward Arthur. Her mother gently reminds her that he is the same brother she has heard about in all those bedtime stories. The adorable little one calls her big brother with a title he deserves, and Arthur warmly reciprocates as well. Once everyone is settled, Arthur takes some time to explain everything from the beginning. While he trusts his family, he carefully omits certain details while recounting his past. He explains his survival from the fall of the cliff as a combination of luck and his body's unconscious use of magic to protect him. From there, he continues with the story of finding Tessia, spending time in the kingdom of Elenoir, and recovering. What Arthur says makes sense to his parents, but Reynolds' attention is drawn to the small creature perched on Arthur's head. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks about it. Arthur responds honestly, explaining that he stumbled upon a mana beast's den where Sylvie's mother was dying from an injury. While he could do nothing to save the mother, he chose to take care of Sylvie from that point on. The concerned mother then asks if he is truly healed, especially given the illness he had suffered from in the past. Arthur confidently reassures her that he is fine now, explaining that his condition had more to do with the instability of his mana core from awakening too early. However, he does not tell them the entire truth. Deep down, he feels a pang of guilt for keeping secrets from his family, but he knows it's too dangerous for them to know everything until he becomes stronger. Speaking of mana cores, his old man fires up and excitedly inquires about the mana core stage his son currently stands at, but the son questions his father back, inquiring about his mana core stage instead. Proud Reynolds proudly boasts that he broke through 2 years ago and entered the dark orange stage. Well, it seems like this is indeed a feat to feel proud of, because Arthur was not expecting his father to break through to the next stage. So he is sure that his father must have worked hard. His father doesn't shy away and lets his pride and confidence do the talking. Reynolds then throws the question back at his son, and Arthur hesitantly responds that it's light red. As soon as the old man's mind registers the words light red, he is literally shocked out of his mind. "Holy shit!" says Reynolds after hearing his son. Ellie also perks up upon hearing this little phrase, and she promptly repeats the two words after her father. The mother gets annoyed, seeing this unreliable father cursing in front of their little one. Reynolds quickly commands his son to come outside with him for a spar in the backyard. Seeing this usual side of his father puts a big smile on Arthur's face. He finally starts to feel like he has truly come back. Suddenly, someone comes barging into the mansion after receiving the report that Arthur is alive. It's a family of 3, and it looks like these are the people who had been taking care of Arthur's family. Reynolds promptly introduces his old friend, Vincent Helstia, who runs the Helstia auction house. This house also belongs to them as well. Arthur politely bows his head, using all the manners he can muster, and greets both Mr. and Mrs. Helstia. While Reynolds continues to jibber-jabber, both Mr. and Mrs. Helstia notice a stark contrast between Arthur and his father. For a moment, Vincent even questions if Arthur is really blood-related to Reynolds. Anyhow, Mrs. Helstia makes sure to introduce her daughter to Arthur. Her name is Lilia. Both Arthur and Sylvie warmly respond to the girl. However, Arthur's greeting goes unnoticed because Lilia experiences love at first sight, not with him, but with the little creature resting on his shoulder. Now that the pleasantries are over, Reynolds decides to proceed with the duel they were planning. After stepping outside, both father and son stretch their bodies in preparation. Mrs. Helstia forces her husband to sit down, to which the man reluctantly complies. He's clearly bewildered after hearing that an 8-year-old not only awakened, but has already progressed through 3 stages. Even those snobby genius brats admitted into Cyrus Academy are barely at the dark red stage, and they're 11 or 12. Meanwhile, noticing how dubious Vincent seems, Arthur feels relieved that he didn't reveal much about his powers. After all, light red is just the beginning. If he can train his core while assimilating with Sylvie's beast will, he knows he'll be in a league of his own. Anyhow, his father is all geared up and ready for a showdown with his son. Arthur, on the other hand, is equally prepared for the challenge ahead. They both dash at each other, with Arthur taking the lead by launching the first punch aimed straight at his father. But Reynolds blocks his son's punch barehanded. However, Arthur quickly turns the tide by executing a completely unexpected move that his father didn't even see coming. Still, Reynolds isn't a one-trick pony. He quickly reads through his son's intentions and sidesteps just enough to avoid the direct hit aimed at him. Arthur, though, manages to seize the upper hand and grabs his father in an attempt to throw him forward. Reynolds, however, regains his balance mid-motion and lands back on his feet with finesse. After a few blows are exchanged, Reynolds is forced to acknowledge his son's growing prowess. Though he makes it clear that he's been holding back so far, he warns Arthur that from this point onward, things won't be so easy. The father clenches his fists and ignites the fire within him, quite literally and figuratively. This is a little trick he picked up after breaking through to the dark orange stage. To understand the new trick Reynolds just pulled off, a bit of lore is needed. Mages, starting from their awakening, always have affinities or strengths in terms of which elements they can best control. Parents often seek out professionals for expensive tests on their children, so they can learn early on which path to push their newborn mage toward. In this world, conjurers have the innate advantage of being able to manifest and manipulate the element of their affinity right from the start. On the other hand, augmenters have a more subtle affinity for elements, with actual manifestation of the elements coming only after they've crossed a certain threshold. For his father, who had been fighting and training hard since an early age without formal training, it took him until the orange core stage to turn his explosive mana usage into actual fire. But from the world Arthur has come from, elements weren't something you were born with. They were a path one took willingly. You see, talent played a large part in it, but since no one was restricted to just one affinity, hard work also played a significant role. So for Arthur, who had so many advantages after coming to this world, has learned a trick or two as well. My guy also releases this crackling power he has under his sleeve. As both contestants stand face to face, ready to give it their all, Vincent is left with his jaw hanging. The fact that Arthur is a deviant is a feat in itself. Even his father, who was full of confidence just moments ago, seems to have taken a hit after witnessing this. Arthur quickly dashes at his father, and their back and forth ensues. As they continue trading blows, the intensity of their strikes escalates, and at one point, they generate an explosion so massive that people miles away can't help but take notice. It's clear that neither is willing to give up easily, and the fight only continues to intensify. After a relentless barrage of punches, one of Reynolds' punches finally lands squarely on Arthur's face. But instead of getting discouraged, this punch only makes Arthur happier. This is exactly what he expects from his father. Reynolds' punches are getting sharper, and he's using his longer reach to prevent Arthur from getting too close. but my guy is not letting this old man get the better of him. He quickly ducks down and throws a precise uppercut that has 0% chance to fail. This sight leaves everyone with their jaws hitting the floor, and as you can imagine, the fight is over. So hitting his father felt unnecessary, and Arthur stopped his punch mid-motion. The father feels immensely proud of his son and grabs him in a tight hug. Regarding Arthur's lightning powers, they are by far his most successful deviant affinity. However, he still has a long way to go. His ice magic remains unstable, and he hasn't even unlocked sound or gravity yet. Despite this, it feels good for Arthur to brag a little to his parents. Vincent, on the other hand, is completely exhausted. All this is far too much for him to handle in one day. Later, both families gather for dinner together, and Reynolds is still absolutely smitten with his son's prowess. He reminisces about how Arthur was only 3 years old when he awakened. Mrs. Helstea finds it shocking to hear that Arthur literally awakened at the age of 3. Alice then chimes in and further reveals that Arthur even blew up the entire house in the process. After everything Vincent had endured that day, he wasn't expecting to be overwhelmed even further. Yet here he is. Snapping out of his drunkard state, he suggests enrolling Arthur in Zyra Academy. However, Arthur doesn't seem particularly thrilled by the idea. His father, too, is unsure about this decision. As far as Reynolds is concerned, Arthur is only 8, and Zyra Academy is the most prestigious magic institution on the continent. Mrs. Helstea, however, supports her somewhat tipsy husband's suggestion. With Arthur's level of talent, she believes it would even be worthwhile for their family to sponsor him, so he wouldn't have to worry about tuition costs. But Alice firmly refuses to accept yet another favor, especially after all the Helstea family has already done for them. Vincent assures her that it wouldn't be a burden since he does a lot of business with the famed director of Zyra Academy herself, and he can speak to her directly. That's when the man in question finally speaks up. He doesn't seem to appreciate the fact that everyone is discussing his future and making decisions for him without even asking for his input. Later, it's time for everyone to head to bed. Before going to sleep, both parents once again express how grateful they are that Arthur has returned. They are overjoyed to see him grown up and thriving. The idea that their son is a deviant with the potential to become one of the strongest mages in the future is news of an extraordinary scale. His mother also acknowledges this, but seems a little sad as she remarks that Arthur can't give her goodnight kisses anymore now that he has grown up so much. Seeing how earnestly his mother is pleading, Arthur relents and gives her a sweet smooch on the cheek. With that, the parents decide to head out. However, Reynolds stops once again to address his son. He reminds Arthur not to hold it against Vincent for being so excited earlier, as Vincent harbors no ill intentions toward them. The scene then transitions back to when Vincent was suggesting that Arthur join the academy. In response, Arthur made it clear that he had just reunited with his family today and would like to spend some time with them before deciding whether to leave them again to attend the academy. With those words, Arthur left the dining area respectfully. Later, as Arthur is walking to his room, Lilia spooks him. She points out that he's heading in the wrong direction and invites him to a better place where they can talk. Eventually, they arrive at the servants' quarters, where it becomes apparent that Lilia gets along with the staff remarkably well. The servants respectfully give them a place to sit. Lilia even enjoys some food while there, her high spirits causing the servants to crack smiles. One of the maids reveals to Arthur that Lady Lilia often sneaks into the servants' quarters when she feels stressed. At that moment, Arthur realizes something he hadn't noticed earlier, that the Helstea family truly has good hearts. In the present moment, Arthur responds to his parents accordingly, clearing their doubts by revealing that he holds no animosity toward the Helstea family. In fact, he acknowledges how kind and genuine they are as a family. The next day arrives, and Arthur is woken up by his little companion Sylvie. The tiny creature looks excited for the day ahead, and seeing Sylvie's eagerness, Arthur suddenly remembers Tessia out of the blue. But he quickly snaps out of his melancholy when his nose catches a whiff of the foul odor Sylvie is giving off. Well, it seems like Arthur isn't the only one who's going to take a shower today. As soon as they approach the bathtub, the stinky Sylvie starts cowering at the sight of the water. A while later, both of them are freshened up. Just as they're done, someone knocks on the door, and it's Arthur's little sister, here to greet her big brother a good morning. Apparently their mother has promised to take both of them shopping today so they can bond and learn more about each other. The little one is already bouncing with excitement at the thought of spending time with her big brother. They race through the corridor toward the dining hall to join the family for breakfast. After a while, we find ourselves in the bustling marketplace, where merchants eagerly peddle their goods to passers-by. Arthur finds himself quite fascinated to finally see Zyra City in person. The marketplace is filled with various intriguing items, and one particular shop catches his attention. This shop displays crystal balls and the mounted heads of monsters. Curious, Arthur asks his mother what kind of shop it is. Mrs. Helstea quickly explains that those crystal balls are known as beast cores. They are magical cores extracted from mana beasts and are used to enhance one's power. However, she adds that the effects of these cores can vary greatly depending on their type and the mana beast they came from. Purchasing beast cores is a bit of a gamble, as they can cost hundreds of gold if not thousands. However, if you're lucky, one might even contain a beast will. The mention of spending hundreds of gold leaves Arthur's jaw hanging wide open. Mrs. Hellstay then mentions that her auction house receives a fair number of beast cores and even infant mana beasts. She invites Arthur to take a closer look at them whenever he gets the chance. Arthur flashes a pleasant smile, and he is more than ready to redeem the generosity and the opportunity she's offering. Just then, Lilia starts pushing Arthur forward, eager to show him a place she's been excited about ever since she saw him. A short while later, they arrive at the shop she had in mind, and it turns out to be a barber's shop. Arthur seems unsure if a visit to the barber is really necessary, but his mother insists it's long overdue, because as far as she can tell, his current hairstyle is nothing short of atrocious. The barber, however, is quite the character. It looks like Bro has watched too much of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. When he gets unusually enthusiastic about Arthur's feminine charm, Arthur's inner self recoils in absolute terror, feeling as though his very soul is trying to escape his body. After getting his haircut done, the moment of the grand reveal finally arrives. With a little drum roll, Arthur graces the scene with his brand new look. He looks more charming than ever, to the point where even little Ellie enthusiastically approves of her brother's haircut. After their little tour to the barber, they return to the bustling streets of the marketplace. While crossing a particular bridge, Arthur notices something intriguing down below in the market. He spots a group of boys in the crowd mocking someone. Ellie quickly fills him in, explaining that those boys are students from Zyra Academy. She adds that wearing the Academy's uniform is considered a major status symbol. Arthur doesn't need a closer look to tell that these guys are complete jerks. Their arrogance is apparent even from a distance. Ellie seems to share the same opinion and highlights that since these students are treated almost like royalty, they feel entitled to act as they please. Their mothers soon catch up to the duo, and as soon as Alice asks what they're discussing, Arthur suddenly bolts ahead like an excited puppy. Although the reason behind Arthur's sudden excitement remains a mystery, his mother finds herself smiling. She's just happy to see her son acting like a normal kid again. Mrs. Hellstay also feels relieved to see him acting like a kid, especially after the dramatic events of the previous night that she still finds hard to forget. Later, they enter a shop fully equipped with an impressive array of weaponry and armor. While Arthur is enthusiastically checking every nook and cranny of the shop owner shows up and reminds him that this isn't the place for a kid to hang out. So, while asking him nicely, the owner suggests he better leave. There's also this cocky rich dipshit hanging around, feeling full of himself. He can't resist reminding Arthur that these aren't toys for a kid like him. This smug guy even dares to put a hand on Arthur's shoulder, but my guy just flings it off without a second thought, showing zero respect for a cocky sucker like him. After tossing out a sharp verbal jab, Arthur begins to walk away. But of course, this idiot can't stomach being humiliated by a kid, so he tries to make a comeback. Before this bastard can start flaunting his title or bragging about how rich and influential he is, Mrs. Hellstay walks into the shop, and just like that, the cocky bastard is humbled. Mrs. Hellstay recognizes the man as Agastus, from the branch family of House Ravenpour operates. She doesn't hold back and threatens to revoke his family's participation in the Hellstay auction house if he doesn't back off. As soon as the bastard hears the threat, his knees buckle, and he starts begging like the cowardly dog he is. After that little scene in the shop, the group continues their tour through the town. Arthur expresses his gratitude to the lady, and she reciprocates, saying she was more afraid of what Arthur would do to that man. Meanwhile, a shady guy is keeping an eye on our family, his eyes particularly fixated on our little dragon fella. Finally, the dawn descends over the city of Xyrus, and the party returns to their mansion after their shopping spree. As they enter, the first thing they see is Vincent and Arthur's father, Reynolds, sitting together. It looks like Vincent had been waiting for Arthur to arrive, as he has a special guest who wants to meet him. It turns out to be Cynthia Goodsky, the founder and director of Zyra Academy. She is genuinely pleased to meet Arthur in person, the boy Vincent has spoken so much about. Before we dive further, let's take a moment to appreciate the prestige of this institution. Zyra Academy is hailed as the most exalted sanctuary for any aspiring mage fortunate enough to possess both the talent and the background to gain entry. It is a breeding ground for acclaimed scholars, guild members, leaders, royal guards, and military powerhouses. Anyone who has made a significant impact on this world has, at some point, been tied to Zyra Academy. That's the level of fame this school commands. An insurmountable titan compared to the countless other academies scattered across the continent. And standing at the helm of it all is none other than the academy's director, Cynthia Goodsky. It's Arthur's first time meeting her in person, and all he can do is stare at her for a solid few moments. The intensity of the silent staring contest is so fierce that even the onlookers begin to feel awkward. Finally, the older woman breaks the silence by extending her hand as a gesture of goodwill, greeting Arthur warmly and sincerely. Arthur, on the other hand, can only stare at her hand, completely clueless about the proper social convention in a situation like this. Should he kiss her hand? Shake it? He has absolutely no idea. Eventually, he decides to shake her hand, but his mother quickly steps in, shoves his head down in frustration, and apologizes for her son's rude behavior. She explains to the director that Arthur has just returned home and is still ignorant of formal customs. The woman, however, seems like a remarkably chill person. She doesn't mind at all. In fact, she's the one who apologizes for intruding unexpectedly. She admits that she couldn't refuse a favor from Vincent, given all his great efforts and contributions to Zyra Academy. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to Lilia, standing quietly in the back with her mood noticeably sulking. It seems she isn't a fan of all the attention Arthur is getting, or perhaps she simply doesn't want him to leave for the academy like this. Regardless, we shift to this old hag, who reveals something intriguing, mentioning that it's not often she takes a trip to someone's house to visit a potential student. But Vincent had piqued her interest when he insisted that a prodigy of the highest caliber was currently staying in his home. She then turns to Mrs. Helsty and requests her to lead them to an open space so she can catch a glimpse of what this boy is capable of. Arthur, meanwhile, tries to bail out of the scene, making the excuse that he's hungry. Unfortunately for him, his mother doesn't allow him to act on that thought. Eventually, Vincent and Mrs. Helstia proceed to escort their esteemed guest to the mansion's beautifully paved courtyard. As for Arthur, it seems he wasn't lying. He really is hungry, and he looks even more defeated to see that he won't be able to eat dinner anytime soon. Little Sylvie, equally hungry, has no choice but to follow her papa, looking just as dejected about this whole ordeal. This is the moment when the old hag notices the little one, finding the mana beast quite adorable. She asks if it's his father's contracted beast. Arthur quickly clarifies that Sylvie is his bond, and that she hatched just a few months ago. The old woman finds this fascinating. You see, most nobles here purchase mana beasts to form contracts, but she has never seen a mana beast quite like Sylvie before. Arthur then explains that Sylvie's mother was some kind of scaled wolf with small wings. She was gravely injured, almost dead, while protecting her egg when he stumbled upon her nest. He chalks the whole thing up to nothing more than a stroke of luck. Cynthia, however, seems skeptical, but chooses not to voice her doubts. After walking down the corridor for a few minutes, they finally arrive at the grand courtyard. Now that they're outside, Cynthia looks eager to see if Arthur can live up to the praise Vincent had lavished on him, or if it's all just empty talk. As far as she remembers, Vincent mentioned that Arthur was an augmenter, but he didn't provide many details, as he merely wanted to keep it a surprise for her. We then take a peek into Cynthia's thoughts as she examines Arthur closely. She notes how he doesn't appear worried or scared. She can't quite figure out if it's confidence or arrogance that keeps him so composed. As for Arthur, he's not even concerned about the current situation. His thoughts are entirely consumed by one thing, the goddamn dinner. He's desperately craving grilled fish today, and that's all he can focus on. Meanwhile, Vincent looks quite smug as he confidently claims that Cynthia will definitely be shocked when Arthur shows her his fire and lightning magic. He's also relieved that Reynolds won't be able to burn down the courtyard again like last time. Before Arthur begins, Cynthia questions whether he doesn't plan to arm himself with a weapon at the very least. In response, Arthur casually remarks that he can tell she has no intention of using the wand at her waistband, so he'll go barehanded as well. This causes Cynthia to pause for a moment, realizing he's right, and her unexpected response makes her crack a smile. With that, they decide to begin the match. During his training with Virion, the explosive power of fire and the adaptive nature of water were the first key arts from Arthur's world to manifest as actual elements here. After that, the earth and wind-style martial arts techniques from his previous life also culminated, allowing him to control the mixture of internal and ambient mana to shape it into the desired effect. Unlike counters, these are the fundamental steps augmenters take to manifest an elemental attack. Of course, he faced some limitations due to his past knowledge. After mixing fire and earth spells together, Arthur kicks the ground beneath him, shattering it like it's nobody's business. Although Vincent expected Arthur to surprise everyone, he is still absolutely rocked to his core by the display. Among all the stunned onlookers, the proud sister and Sylvie are the only ones genuinely thrilled to see Arthur rocking the stage. With the next kick, he sends all that shattered debris at the lady. The lady smiles as she sees that this boy is indeed some good shit. She quickly blocks all of the debris. Arthur then braces himself, generating a massive blast from the ground that propels him forward. He breaks through the barrier of air surrounding her and attempts to strike her over the face, but she counters effortlessly, throwing him back with a burst of her power. Arthur quickly reacts, using earth and wind spells to conjure a floating stone that supports his body, preventing him from careening aimlessly. He grits his teeth, frustrated by how difficult it still is to use earth and wind spells simultaneously. Even after all his training with Virion, it feels far more challenging compared to his fire and water techniques. He launches himself at her once again, but she effortlessly uses her wind magic to push him back, not even allowing him to get close, let alone cause any real damage. Amidst the swirling winds around her, she chants an unusual spell, summoning 3 or 4 tornadoes. Arthur, however, has a clear plan to counter this. He conjures wind around his hand, spinning in the opposite direction of the tornadoes. As soon as his winds clash with them, the tornadoes are dispersed completely. Though his reckless move left him with some nasty cuts and bruises, Arthur successfully accomplishes what he set out to do. He eventually earns a compliment from the old hag for his efforts alone. She is genuinely impressed by his skills and precision, but she also believes he's a bit overconfident in his ability to face opponents head-on. All in all, his display of magical and combat prowess is exceptional. For his final test, an extra challenge of sorts, she quickly enchants him with a spell and informs him that his only task is to stay conscious. Whatever she did feels like his brain is being split apart. It's actually sound magic she's using, a clear indication that she's a deviant. Despite the excruciating pain, Arthur braves through the test. When it's over, the woman happily announces that he's passed with flying colors. Given the aptitude Arthur has shown in wind magic, she admits she's tempted to teach him personally. The father, on the other hand, is still confused. Since when did Arthur learn to use earth and wind magic as well? The mention of as well catches the lady off guard. What she understands, Arthur might even be able to use more elements. Shocked, Vincent quickly responds, explaining that Arthur used fire magic just yesterday and lightning magic as well. He brought him to the paved courtyard because the boy had burned down part of the lawn. The old hag finds herself utterly boggled when she learns that this little boy can control not only 2, but at least 3 elements, none of which are at a deviance level. Arthur, however, quickly corrects them, clarifying that he can actually use 4 elements. He makes sure to demonstrate by conjuring some water. The woman literally recoils in utter bewilderment, and Reynolds makes sure to support her. Seeing how strongly Cynthia has reacted, the little girl asks if her brother is strong. While her mother doesn't respond, Cynthia laughs softly and agrees that he is indeed very strong, and will be even stronger in the future. After everyone settles down, Arthur apologizes to his family for keeping his powers a secret from them. His chest tightens as he sees his mother so worried about him. Realizing that her son had been hiding something, she hopes that, from this point onward, there will be no more secrets. As much as Arthur wishes to promise her that, he knows he cannot. Once the apologies are done, Cynthia decides to have a private conversation with our boy. She encloses them both in a bubble that appears soundproof, ensuring no sound can get in or out. Now that they can't be overheard, the old lady assures him that he can speak freely. With no other choice, Arthur begins to explain. He reveals that he only showed her his abilities because there are 2 things she possesses that he needs, which are power and influence. He wants her to keep his family safe until he becomes strong enough to protect them himself. Not only will he attend her academy, but he will also consider her his benefactor. Cynthia Goodsky is quite moved, though not in the usual way. To see this brat have the audacity to demand something like this from her is almost laughable. Not even the king and queen of Sapan would dare propose such a one-sided deal. And yet, Arthur seems to think she'll bend to establish a relationship with a mere child. But my guy just smiles in response, fully aware of how much potential and value he holds compared to the rulers of Sapin. Although his part of the deal will have to wait until he actually attends her academy, he's confident in his position. You see, Arthur has made a promise to someone important, to live his life to the fullest, and he believes attending Zyra's academy at a more normal age will help him honor that promise. Cynthia is once again a little rattled to hear this. To think that she will have to wait for 3 years until he joins unsettles her. She presses him to explain what he plans to do during this gap. Well, Arthur doesn't hesitate. He speaks his mind and reveals his plan to become an adventurer. Later, Arthur's parents take him aside for a private conversation, as they are absolutely against his idea. His mother is distraught the most and begins to berate him. After everything they've endured, after thinking he was dead for years, he now says he wants to put himself in danger again. It's a thought she simply cannot bear. The little girl also starts tearing up, unable to handle her mother's outburst. Reynolds steps up in order to calm her down and suggests that they at least hear Arthur out and listen to his reasoning. But his mother does not relent. She continues lashing out, questioning how he could even consider such a thing after everything they've been through to get to this point. Eventually, her emotions overwhelm her. Her thoughts spiral, clouded by worry and pain, until she can no longer discern what is right or wrong. It's then that Arthur speaks up. His voice is calm but resolute as he explains that he isn't planning on leaving anytime soon. In fact, he's looking forward to spending several months at home with everyone. He admits that while he's only just returned, spending over 3 years in the Elven Kingdom has left him feeling disconnected from Sapin and the rest of Dicathan. He wants to experience the same thrill and excitement his parents had when they were adventurers. It's not just about seeking danger, it's about truly living, understanding his world, and growing stronger in ways he can't within the safety of their home. His father acknowledges Arthur's point, understanding exactly what his son is talking about. He even admits that, as an awakened teenager, he himself had been eager to experience the adventurous life. However, he also recognizes that Alice's concerns are entirely valid. No matter how strong or prepared Arthur thinks he is, the life of an adventurer is both dangerous and unpredictable. Arthur then suggests having some sort of guard or supervisor accompany him on his journeys, but Alice remains unconvinced. That's when Reynolds startles his wife by approving Arthur's plan. She immediately turns on her husband, practically strangling him in frustration. She can't believe he would even consider such a thing, let alone agree to it. There's no way she's letting her son leave again, not after just getting him back. Things begin to settle down when Arthur clarifies that he isn't planning to be away for 3 full years. He explains that he intends to come back every few months, or even more frequently between missions. Even so, Alice remains skeptical and is not sure how to proceed with this. At that moment, Ellie approaches her brother, with her eyes filled with tears. The thought of him leaving already is too much for her. Seeing his little sister crying causes Arthur to panic. He quickly clarifies to her that he'll be seeing her a lot and won't be gone for long stretches of time. Alice, however, is still unwilling to give her consent. She demands an answer. Why does he want to become an adventurer now? What drives him to take this path so soon after returning home? As far as she is concerned, it makes far more sense for her son to go to school before setting out as an adventurer. Arthur, however, reminds them that if he were to attend school now, he'd be quite a bit younger than the other students. He explains that he actually wants to fit in and make friends, but a significant age gap might make that harder. His worried mother quickly counters, suggesting that he doesn't have to go to school right away. Instead, she proposes helping him train herself, along with Reynolds. Well, Arthur is open to the idea, but he doesn't just want to train, he wants to fight and test the skills he's learned since coming to this world in real-world scenarios. He wants to experience an open environment where he can truly challenge himself is what he's looking for, though he does not say all this to their parents. The next morning arrives, and the entire family gathers at the dining table, joined by the Hellstay family. As they eat, the room is filled with lively banter and conversation. At one point, Arthur asks what plans everyone has for the day. Mrs. Hellstay responds that she and Alice need to run some errands around town to prepare for an upcoming event at the Hellstay auction house. She adds that they're taking Ellie and Lilia along, and Arthur is welcome to join them if he wants. Arthur, however, decides to stay behind today. Vincent then grabs everyone's attention and inquires if they've decided what to do about Arthur's plan. Alice then reveals that she has agreed to let him become an adventurer under certain conditions. The father outlines them as follows. First, Arthur will wait until after his birthday in 3 months. Second, he must have a guard with him at all times during his missions. And third, he will need to visit home at least once every 2 months. Beyond that, his father is confident that Arthur is smart enough to manage the rest on his own. Vincent acknowledges the rationality behind the decision, but raises an important question. Who will be Arthur's guard? From what he's seen so far, it seems highly unlikely that there's anyone capable of guarding Arthur effectively. Meanwhile, the little girl is having her own fun. She pretends to be a Sylvie, balancing 2 forks over her head to mimic the creature's horns. Her childish antics give Reynolds a sudden idea. With a wide grin, he announces that the twin horns will be returning from a dungeon expedition soon. He recently received a letter from the Adventurers Guild confirming that they'll be back in 2 months, and they could arrange for one of them to accompany Arthur as his guard. The idea is so solid that even Alice agrees right away. The mention of the twin horns immediately excites Arthur, as he's been eagerly waiting to reunite with them. After all, the twin horns were the group that had helped escort him back to his family years ago. It means he'll get to see all his old friends, Jasmine, Durden, Angela, Helen, and Adam, together again. He can hardly wait. Later, Arthur visits Vincent's office to discuss a certain matter. Meanwhile, the ladies are out on a shopping spree. During their outing, Ellie and Alina get into an argument. Since Alina is older than Ellie, Mrs. Hellstay doesn't appreciate her daughter teasing the younger girl like this, so she gives her a bonk on her head. But Alina snaps and angrily responds that all Ellie ever does is think about her brother. She finally lets out her frustration that has been bubbling over the past few days. She admits that she doesn't like how everyone is giving so much attention to Arthur. She's jealous that Arthur is already a mage stronger than most adults, while she herself hasn't even awakened yet. Deep down, she desperately wants to become a mage. Seeing the girl's distress, Alice steps forward to console her. She gently reminds Alina that comparison is the thief of joy and encourages her not to compare herself to Arthur. Everyone grows at their own pace, and her time will come. But Alina, still upset, asks how Arthur became so strong in the first place. Well, even Alice does not know the answer for this question, and honestly admits that she doesn't really know either. She explains that aside from a little sword training Reynolds gave him, they didn't do much to shape his abilities. This revelation startles Mrs. Hellstay. While she acknowledges that Arthur is undoubtedly a gifted child, the idea that he reached such an extraordinary level of skill without formal training sounds almost unbelievable. She is convinced there's more to this story and presses Alice for answers. Alice then further admits that Arthur is indeed hiding something from them. She confesses that even they, his parents, don't fully understand what it is. Mrs. Hellstay advises her to just ask Arthur directly as his mother, like how he became so strong while he was away, and how, even before the bandit attack, he was already so skilled with the sword. She is sure that both Reynolds and Alice must be dying to know the truth. Of course, as a doting mother, Alice does want to know everything her son is hiding and why he hasn't shared it with them yet. But she explains that giving him the space and support to open up when he's ready is what being a good parent means to her. With that, they set their worries aside and resume their errands. As the group walks through the bustling streets, a shady figure observes them from a distance, carefully taking note of their movements. In the back alleys, this shady man meets another shady guy cloaked in mystery. He informs his companion to relay to Lord Sebastian that the mana beast wasn't with the group today. Furthermore, a mage from Zyra's academy was guarding them, which made trailing them extensively impossible. However, he adds that the boy, who is most likely the master of the mana beast, is expected to attend the 10th anniversary event at the Helstea auction house. The second shady guy replies that they will make sure to inform Lord Sebastian right away and that the auction event will be their best opportunity to act. Meanwhile, Vincent finds himself sitting before Arthur, who is seated calmly yet exudes an air of authority. The way Arthur carries himself, his posture and presence, feels as if Vincent is sitting in the presence of a king. In fact, Vincent is more nervous now than he's ever been before the King of Sapan. He also notes how starkly different Arthur's demeanor is compared to when he's with his family. The relaxed and carefree boy he had observed earlier seems like a completely different person. The commanding aura Arthur displays now feels like his true nature. Adjusting his glasses to compose himself, Vincent greets Arthur politely, saying it's his pleasure to speak with him. Arthur initiates the conversation, explaining the reason for his sudden intrusion. He requests Vincent's help in procuring a few items. Specifically, he asks for a protective cloak, preferably one with a hood, a decent sword suited to his size, and a mask capable of altering his voice. Vincent assures him that a cloak shouldn't be a problem to acquire. However, crafting a voice-altering mask would require an artificer with expertise in sound magic, likely a divination mage. Vincent suddenly pauses, questioning himself internally. With the anniversary event already burying him in work, why is he going out of his way to accommodate this child? Yet, even as the thought crosses his mind, he knows he can't bring himself to refuse Arthur's request. Something about the boy demands compliance. Arthur, on the other hand, is truly grateful for Vincent's help. Although he doesn't have any money to offer as compensation, he thinks of another way to repay Vincent for his kindness. However, Vincent quickly refuses any form of compensation. He explains that Arthur's father has been an immense help ever since they began working together. Thanks to Reynolds and the training he's provided for their guards, thefts and fights in the auction house have reached their lowest point ever. But our boy still insists that he still wants to offer something in return. Apparently, he has recently discovered a method that might aid his sister hasten her awakening, and while he is going to help his sister, he can also help Lilia in awakening. This revelation startles Vincent, as neither he nor his wife is a mage. However, Arthur confidently assures him that he can help their daughter awaken as a mage and eventually attend Zyra's academy. Later, Arthur is seen practicing his beast will. Despite his efforts, he can only wield it for a few seconds before it dissipates. Frustration begins to creep in as he feels his efforts are insufficient. Whether it's his past life or this one, he knows he needs strength to protect the people he loves. His mind drifts to memories from his past life, where he lost someone dear to him and was powerless to stop it. This time, he vows to gain strength, not for revenge, but to ensure the safety of those he holds dear. As Arthur heads back downstairs, he encounters his mother, who has just returned from her errands. She seems angry because she thinks he is making fake promises of helping Lilia in her magic awakening. Mrs. Helstea is equally frustrated, visibly annoyed at the idea that Arthur might be playing pranks on them. Arthur makes it clear that he would never joke about something as serious as this. He reminds them that he made a deal with Mr. Helstea. Later, as they all settle down, Arthur sits between his two sisters, ready to demonstrate something no one expected. He begins explaining that mana is best sensed during slow and deep breaths that follow a precise rhythmic pattern. He strives to keep the explanation simple and clear as he prepares to demonstrate the technique. Arthur first instructs them on the first step, to breathe in a special way. He even closes his eyes to demonstrate the proper technique. As soon as both ladies try to follow, there are many hurdles to overcome to get their breathing right. But once he sets the stage, Arthur decides to check if his theory is working. He warns them that their bodies might feel a little hot, but they should continue breathing the way he instructed. As they persist in their rhythmic breathing, they begin to see small artifacts with their own eyes. Arthur then tells them to focus on gathering the white sparks together, because these little lights are their friends, and need to be united in order to be happy. After the training session, the three of them are exhausted. Vincent has a lot of questions, particularly about how this method will help his daughter become a mage. Arthur explains that it will take a few years, but if he can help them with the first few months of training, Lila should have no trouble awakening as a mage. Before he can finish his sentence, Mrs. Helstea suddenly hugs him tightly. Overcome with emotion, she begins to cry, thinking of how Arthur has just opened up endless opportunities in front of their daughter, opportunities that her non-mage parents are unable to offer. Vincent, too, is overwhelmed, and the moment is heavy with emotion. From that point on, Arthur's life falls into a comfortable rhythm. Every morning he trains, then helps his sister and Lila get closer to awakening. Even with his impatience to grow stronger, he makes sure to spend time with everyone, knowing that there wouldn't be many more opportunities like this in the future. 2 months later, it's finally time for the twin horns to arrive. Arthur stands anxiously in front of the door, eagerly awaiting their arrival. When the door is knocked, he rushes to open it, and instantly Angela bursts through, wrapping him in a tight hug. Durden is there as well, looking even bigger than the last time Arthur saw him. Despite his imposing size, Durden's heart is just as soft, and the sight of Arthur brings back memories that make him emotional. Adam, meanwhile, is as cheerful and energetic as ever, exuding the same lively presence. Helen, on the other hand, almost chokes Adam for his antics. She's also smitten to see how handsome Arthur has become since they last met. Jasmine, the quiet one, steps forward as well and gives Arthur a tight hug. Her tears flow as she continues to apologize to him for not protecting him back then. Later, everyone gathers, ready for the day ahead. The gentlemen come down after getting prepared, and soon, once everyone is assembled at the exit door, they prepare to leave for the Hellstay auction house. They leave the mansion and climb into the carriages. The vehicles zoom through the bustling streets of the city. As they sit together, Arthur begins to reveal the entire backstory of how he ended up back with them, sharing the details of his journey and everything that led him to this moment. Adam expresses his apologies for all the trouble Arthur had to endure after he fell from the cliff, though they are glad that at least Arthur was able to form a bond, which is something even seasoned adventurers and nobles rarely achieve. Suddenly, the carriage screeches to a halt, and 2 servants step forward to welcome and escort our party. Arthur is awestruck when he actually sees the Hellstay auction house for the first time. The 10th anniversary of the Hellstay auction house is an event that nobles and adventurers alike have been eagerly anticipating. It won't just be a celebration, but also a chance to see, and perhaps buy, priceless artifacts that have been kept locked away and guarded for this particular event. As soon as Arthur lays his eyes on the magnificence of this place, he's struck with awe. The exterior of the building is amazing, but the inside holds up just as well. Vincent then addresses everyone, reminding them that since today is a big day, they should get their heads together and make sure no mistakes are made. Reynolds also takes charge, instructing and assigning soldiers to their respective posts. Arthur, Mrs. Hellstay, and Alice make their way into the grand auditorium before everyone else. The place is so massive that it could easily house more than 10,000 people. Arthur, who had been a king and lived among the royal family of the Elenoir kingdom, finds what he's currently seeing jaw-dropping, even for him. Mrs. Hellstay inquires about Arthur's opinion on the auction house, to which he responds that calling it a house would be an understatement. Lilia then assures Arthur to wait until he sees the private viewing rooms at the top, as he's going to be even more awestruck. And as expected, the private viewing room is nothing short of magnificent. It even has its own bar, with a bartender ready to serve them delicious drinks. Lilia and Island then peek through the windows and notice that people have already started to arrive, and the place is already bustling with life. Suddenly, a servant arrives and informs Mrs. Hellstay that the VIP guests have arrived and will be here soon. Our family members stand respectfully as the knights ensure the esteemed guests are escorted inside. The guests are none other than the king's family: King Blaine Glider, Queen Priscilla Glider, Prince Curtis Glider, and Princess Kathleen Glider. Seeing the other guests, the king inquires of Vincent why he must share the space with them. Vincent quickly reminds His Majesty that this is his family. He brought them here because he remembers that His Majesty had explicitly wished to see his family. Vincent introduces his wife, Tabitha, and his daughter, Lilia. He then introduces Alice Lewin, his close friend's wife, along with their children, Arthur and Eleanor Lewin. The king seems to be a very laid-back person, and happily tells Alice and her children to stand up because Vincent's friends are his friends as well. After all, they are all here to congratulate the Hellstays on the 10th anniversary of this wonderful place, and to enjoy the event. Queen Glider suddenly notices the little mana beast Arthur has acquired. Arthur quickly responds to the queen that she just hatched several months ago and introduces her as Sylvie. This also catches the attention of the king himself, who quickly asks if perhaps this mana beast is his bond. Arthur doesn't shy away from claiming that it is. The king seems so fond of this little creature that he even tickles her. He can tell Arthur is fortunate to have her, as even infant beasts are not easy to tame, yet she seems very obedient. Arthur quickly states that he can communicate mentally with the beast, so it's more like a mutual agreement rather than simple obedience. That's when a shady old man grabs everyone's attention by questioning if Arthur is implying that he's under an equal contract with the mana beast. Arthur hesitates briefly before affirming, claiming that Sylvie was the one who initiated the contract. The old man then quickly puts his hand over Arthur's to check what kind of bond he has. But before this shady old man can succeed in his intention, the king stops him, reminding him that this is neither the time nor the place to study someone's pet. The man stumbles over his feet and apologizes heartily. To diffuse the tension, Mrs. Hellstay quickly chimes in and requests the king that the event is about to start, and requests that he take a seat. It seems like this old man might be behind those hooded bastards who had been trailing Arthur and his family for quite some time. Lo and behold, the Helstia auction event is underway. The host welcomes the esteemed audience for their most anticipated event, their chance to obtain the rarest items in their collection. Excited more than ever, the guests roar in celebration and excitement, and a round of applause follows afterwards. The host instructs the audience to turn south before they can officially start. Special mention is given to the most important figures of the land of Sapan, the royal family. The audience respectfully pays them the deserving respect, and with that, the honors have concluded. The host finally addresses the man who made the entirety of the event possible. Vincent Hellstay makes his presence known as Arthur, and the others clap for him. The scene is nostalgic of his previous life as a king, but he tries to shake those memories off instead of reliving the past. After, the kid hasn't even hit his growth spurt, and he's already thinking about being king again. Arthur manages to sneak in some alcohol while no one was paying attention while Lilia is busy with Ellie. Just up ahead, he sees his mother talking to the queen. Observing her wand, he instantly concludes that she's a conjurer magician. There's also the fact that he's yet to sense her presence, which means the woman must be actively using a concealment artifact to hide it, or she's so powerful that he merely can't even sense it. She gives him a good look, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. Arthur thinks it's rather strange that he doesn't really fancy any of the older women as his romantic interests, even though they're about the same age he died. He thinks it's possible due to his mother being in the same age group, but at the same time, Arthur doesn't find himself attracted to those younger than him either. He's in a weird situation and thinks his dating life is temporarily ruined for good. His train of thought is disrupted by the man himself, who knows about Arthur's ambitions to purchase a good sword. Vincent drops him the offer of a lifetime to place a bid on the sword, and he's even ready to cover the costs for the kid. The short sword coming up for display is made by a legendary mastersmith, and it's got notable qualities. For example, just reinforcing the sword with a slight hint of mana will produce electricity around the edges of the blade. This adds to the cutting power and even releases a paralysis effect on the victim. Arthur's interest has peaked and the bidding quickly kicks in. For such a weapon, many of the guests are competitive and keep raising prices upwards of 50 gold coins. Let's compare how the currency works in comparison to a modern house. 1 gold coin is enough to purchase it, and even an average family can easily live on a few copper coins without any trouble. That means, just the opening bid for this expensive blade could easily sustain a family for a quarter of a millennia. Vincent is out here acting like Elon Musk's fictional son and simply asks the kid if he likes the weapon or not. Arthur confirms that he does like the blade, but he isn't looking for something so bold and unique. That's just the way Vincent expected the boy to react, however. He thinks it's okay for the boy to choose something else. As for the rest of the items he requested, they've already been arranged. Arthur is excited because he's expecting the voice-altering mask to be one of the items on the list. Vincent acts like a hotshot who could fetch any artifact from any corner of the world. He acted urgently and got what the kid wanted. Arthur is the happiest he's ever been. But like a responsible adult, Vincent advises the kid to use the item wisely, or he'll be the one to catch trouble from his family. In the end, Vincent was proven correctly. The sword was nothing compared to the rarer items that followed. There were a few weapons and beast cores that even the king found himself interested in. He placed extremely high bids and won himself an A-class beast core. But of course, he has yet to manifest the powers of the core to find out if it has a beast will or not. Arthur finds himself stretching to ward off the laziness, and finds himself confused when he sees Sylvie missing. He asks Lilia, who also doesn't know, so he starts inspecting the furniture to see where she went. Suddenly he hears the cute little beast hiss in fear, as if it was being threatened by someone. The ugly bastard Sebastian is trying to get his dirty hands on her, making Sylvie weep in fear. Arthur sees this, and just like any pet owner getting their best friend harassed, he wants to slap the shit out of this frickface. But he tolerates himself, knowing that this asshole is a royal mage. He simply calls Sylvie to his side and prepares to leave. Instead of facing humility, Sebastian tells him that a commoner like him shouldn't be in possession of a creature so special. Arthur questions to confirm if he didn't mishear just now. With a sinister smile, the evil mage confirms that the beast will soon be under her control. This makes the boy's blood boil with anger as he shoots him a murderous look, challenging the mage to utter those words again. Let's revisit what happened before this went down. Vincent was slightly disappointed that he couldn't get the boy anything he liked. Arthur was searching for a good sword as his only requirement, which makes the auction house owner wonder if they can find something in the storage. His thought is disrupted by the king, who is glad to have acquired the A-class beast core from their collection. As long as the beast's will is intact, he's in good hands. Vincent is glad that he was able to please the king with his measly little event. Their conversation takes a sudden dark turn as Vincent detects a bloodlust so powerful that it brings him to his knees. This causes the royal knights to spring into action, alerted by the presence of a threat. With an urgency to act, the king brings out his sword and demands the attacker to reveal themselves at once. We then catch the royal mage Sebastian collapsed on the floor, afraid of Arthur's wrath. Vincent still doesn't understand what happened, and the entire auction house is in chaos. The knights haven't found anything suspicious after searching the rooms. Arthur's father wants them to search upstairs, and after a while, both the royal family and Arthur's family are sat in silence. Telepathically communicating with his familiar, he checks on Sylvie's condition. The knights express that they've just captured an intruder just now. The king's normal reaction sends Arthur into shivers. He's glad that an intruder did fuck up the whole scene, proving to be the perfect distraction from Arthur's personal fiasco. As for Sebastian, they make a mockery of the royal mage for getting his panties in a twist after seeing a level 1 intruder. Bro has to make an excuse saying that he slipped, and he gives our boy a good look before turning away. The auction house resumes its function, and the final item of the night is finally about to be presented. The veil is lifted, revealing an infant world lion, striking the guests in amazement. This mana beast is special for its nurtured treatment, allowing it the potential of becoming an A-class beast in the future. Arthur's a little pissed that the mage doesn't give a damn about any other mana beasts except Sylvie. The host starts the enormous opening bid at 500 gold coins. People raise 550, 600, all the way up to even 800. Until finally the king steps up with 1,000 gold coins to offer, double the price of the opening bid. Of course, the guests surrender their bids knowing they can't compete with the wealth of the king. Vincent congratulates him and asks about his plans regarding the new pet. After all, it does require a legendary beast tamer to be brought up properly. Instead of raising the pet himself, the king wants Curtis to take care of the special beast. Curtis rises to the occasion, hoping to do the very best for his father. Her mother teases the kid, which invites a generous thought from Arthur, who thinks that even the royal family behaves like any normal family would. Vincent claims the end of the auction and wonders how the king would like his items. The king isn't planning to wait and intends to grab his prized possessions with the man. Vincent wants to lead him the way, when suddenly the royal mage makes a sudden request, whispering in his master's ear. After that, he shoots a sharp glare at our boy, which means the dipshit is planning something again. Vincent escorts them to the room where the king's items are kept. He also uses this opportunity to allow Arthur a chance to grab a good sword. Intrigued by the boy's interest in a sword, the king wonders if he's planning to take sword lessons. Since Curtis is also interested, he wants the two of them to have a sparring session someday. However, Sebastian is against the idea and mocks the kid for being nothing more than a commoner. Arthur pays respect to the king's generous offer, and acts humble in front of the family. The boy's father comes into the picture, startled to find the king there as well. The king learns that he's the one who captured the intruder and commends Captain Lewin for his work. The king also learns that Arthur is Reynolds' son. He presents Sebastian as a royal guard who has done the king's family many favors throughout the years. And this time, he's seeking a reward, particularly in the boy's familiar. This announcement shakes Arthur to the core, knowing where this conversation is headed. The king declares that giving up Arthur's beast would be a service done for the welfare of the kingdom. This is bad news, and Reynolds can immediately see it on his son's face. He tries to intervene on the boy's behalf. The king is prepared to compensate them thoroughly and is even prepared to hire a personal mage to sever the contract between the two. Reynolds apologizes in his resignation. He claims that his son has his own decisions to make, and he doesn't intervene on the boy's behalf. Father of the Year award goes to Reynolds Lewin. Anyway, the king now turns to the boy, who has eyes filled with frustration. Sebastian tries to start a fire, but his master stops him. He greets the child and presents the same offer to the kid. Maintaining his calm, Arthur does his best to respond adequately to the King of Sapin. While thanking the king, he refuses in kind, claiming that he could never give up his familiar for even the most brilliant sword. Pet Owner of the Year award goes to this kid. The mage tries to butt in and is immediately slammed shut by the king. He even pitches the rare world lion cub in exchange for Sylvie, which prompts an annoyed reaction by Curtis. Once more, Arthur refuses, apologizing for being unclear just now. He's adamant about his decision to keep Sylvie, no matter what. Hearing this, the king is now peeved. He has been kind in his approach in requesting a favor, and yet the boy is yet to budge. The king asks once again, this time warning Arthur of his thin patience. Controlling his anger, Arthur asks a counter-question to the King of Sapin. Boldly and shockingly, he asks for a price on the king's children. Then, he follows up by reasoning that even though he's declined 3 times, the king's pride refuses to budge. That's why he's asking such an important question. He wants to know how much money would be worth to exchange even one of his children. The atmosphere turns tense and silent. Sebastian gestures to the knight to act immediately. The royal knight furiously advances to cut down the boy who insulted the royal family. Sensing mana concentrated inside the blade, Arthur realizes the knight is going for a kill. Remaining calm with his own mana, he evades both strikes and throws the knight off balance. Then he grabs the knight's fist and releases every single ounce of his momentum into an uppercut. This knocks the knight out instantly, gaining shock from even the royal mage who ordered to kill him. Sebastian is done playing around and decides to act on his own, ready to accept any punishment. He knows that Sylvie's potential with Arthur actually triumphs that of an A-class beast, which is why he's so greedy and stubborn about the bond. Sebastian prepares a beam strike to vaporize Arthur as his family swoops in. All of a sudden, something happens as time stops, freezing the spectators around them. Confused, the mage finds himself perplexed where his charged attack went. One boy's voice echoes and gains his attention. He deems Sebastian's efforts meaningless. After all, each spell that requires ambient mana won't work against him. He shoots Sebastian a resolute glare and instantly appears next to his body. The royal mage's overconfidence has been used against him. One move is enough to break Sebastian's leg, causing him to wail in agony. He begs for someone to come and help him, failing to understand why everyone has frozen still. Arthur's voice and embrace is the only loudness he feels and hears. The boy offers a bone-chilling announcement, reminding him that no one will come to help him. Traumatized to the bone, the pathetic mage begs to be spared as the royal conjurer. Arthur simply gets up and confirms his statement. He only says 3 words, reminding the mage to know his place like the dog he is. Let's go back to the uppercut from a moment ago. As you can expect, even the king was shocked to find a commoner child overwhelming a trained royal guard. So much so that he wonders if his own guard made a mistake. Seconds after, Arthur's body is seen collapsed in a different location on the ground, causing Lilia to panic. What's even more brutal is when she and the others come to notice Sebastian's twisted leg. The man's face is bawling with tears and sweat, with a frightened cry for help. Even the king is terrified to see him in this state, while the queen orders the guards to check Sebastian's vitals at once. A while later, Reynolds checks on his son's unconscious body. The boy's mother is worried sick. She does her best to use her healing magic, but eventually gives up, realizing that nothing can be done. Vincent's family weeps alongside him, seeing the boy's loss. Arthur's fading consciousness is brought back into reality a while later. He finds himself on a bed with a ringing headache, wondering how he got back here. He remembers painfully torturing Sebastian using static void, but it messed with his brain. It's only thanks to Sylvia that he was able to use the ability. Thanks to that, he could momentarily disconnect himself from the string of time. It's a godly ability that only he has possession of due to being a legacy tamer. At the same time, it comes at a cost. He's done years of training until now, and still can't use the ability for more than a few seconds without enduring the painful backlash. He went over the time limit and suffered great consequences. This was also his first experience using it on another person, adding to his list of troubles. He rests on the bed, grateful that the worst was just him falling unconscious. The door opens with Sylvie curious as heck to see her master. The boy's mother is shocked to find him awake at last. She endearingly hugs him and found herself at calm after hearing the doctor's verdict. It's been 8 hours and he woke up much later than expected. The boy is disappointed, making his mother cry again. He experiences a sharp ache, startling his mother. Instead of addressing it, Arthur asks what followed after he passed out. It turns out that the king's family left early. They sent a representative of the king to discuss matters with the boy's father. Arthur is curious and wants to go see what's up. He tells his mother that he's doing splendidly okay and that he wants her to get some rest instead. He also orders Sylvie to stay with her. Arthur is managing his way downstairs, hearing Reynolds' speech about how his son was nearly killed. The boy interrupts their talk, causing his father to come rushing to his aid. He reveals that the representative of the king is here to spend a few gold coins on them for the small incident they caused. You can tell Reynolds gives very little fucks about royalty and places his family first. The king's representative greets the boy as Jasper Cogwright. He shows him a pouch of gold coins. In this situation, Arthur thinks it's best to act like a victim who was wronged. He greets the man with respect and learns from Jasper that both guards who tried attacking the boy were suspended at once. Reynolds is still frustrated that the king thinks this will undo the unjustified treatment. Jasper and Reynolds are in a strong conflict with one another, so Arthur decides to be the one to resolve things. He admits that he acted out of line and claims that he's not hurt, so there's no need to escalate things anymore. Acting guilty, the boy inquires about the royal mage who had his knee twisted to the bone. It turns out that even Sebastian didn't escape the king's wrath and was suspended from his rank. Arthur curiously asks if they were able to figure out what happened to his leg. To that, the representative mentions that they learned from the mage that the boy inflicted him such an injury. Reynolds finds himself in utter disbelief and lashes out. Jasper expresses that they didn't believe in him and simply suspected the knight who concentrated mana and interfered with the mage's spell. It sounds confusing, but it's the ideal situation Arthur was looking for. With the conclusion of the meeting, Jasper leaves the family with the pouch of gold. Reynolds doesn't want anything to do with it and lets his son handle the coins. After all, it's his life that was put on the line earlier. Arthur appreciates his father's generosity and goes to sleep. Before leaving, he praises the boy for his splendid uppercut. How can this man win 2 Father of the Year awards in one story? Amazing. Arthur places the coin bag in a drawer and finds himself relieved that the situation died down before any commotion. It reminded him of his great limitations as a child just observing the world. However, he's looking forward to great things once he becomes an adventurer. Arthur inspects the voice-altering mask that he acquired and thinks that he can attain some liberty now. Sharing a table with his friends at a bar, Reynolds asks for an opinion on his offer. Crazy hair redhead doesn't really like the fact that he's got to babysit Arthur, and with his shitty personality, he's certain that Arthur might just kill him. Everyone agrees with his own opinion, causing Arthur to smile. Reynolds expresses that he was originally expecting Durden or Helen to help take care of his son. As humble parents, they are ready to reward them for the trouble. Durden assures his friend that they're all family and would be willing to help out with Arthur's development. Even Helen agrees with the idea, and they're not looking for any money in return, especially since they acquired enough from their last raid. One more person raises their hand to volunteer, catching everyone by surprise. This person happens to be Jasmine, who usually despises escort missions. It's really surprising that she's okay with joining, reasoning that it's Arthur. Helen argues that Jasmine is the most fitting person to take care of the boy. Durden's area of expertise is AoE-focused spells with larger groups, so he won't be much help. As for herself, she isn't the best at defense or protection. The boy's mother questions if Jasmine is truly okay with the idea, and she responds with a thumbs up like it's no big deal. The redhead agrees that they should allow Jasmine to shine as she's the only augmenter among them possessing an elemental affinity. She's the best candidate to protect a guy like him. Durden agrees, even though he wanted to personally accompany the boy, but reasons that it doesn't fit for him to go. Reynolds comforts him and tells him to look forward to next time, while Arthur feels safe journeying with Jasmine. Fast-forwarding to the boy's family visiting Vincent's place. Lilia is seen practicing meditation according to Arthur's teachings, instead of relying on him completely. Arthur believes that even Ellie should be capable of awakening at age 7 or more if she can meditate. But he's also hoping that she doesn't awaken too soon, or else there will be too much attention. Excited, the boy requests his father to visit the auction house, since he's been meaning to pick out a sword. Arthur's mother decides to cook dinner while they're away. At the auction house, Vincent and his wife were already busy with work when they found the duo entering inside. It was Arthur's first encounter with them after the incident, so obviously they had a list of questions to ask him. The boy played it calmly, assuring them that he was in top-tier condition. However, they seemed very upset about the king's way of handling things. Vincent is hoping for the worst to happen to the guards who jumped in and caused trouble. Even Reynolds shares the same sentiment. Arthur decides to change topics and focuses on getting a new sword before his application test. Vincent is delighted to show him the way, and he invites the boy to look around plentifully to see what he likes. Arthur scouts the storage room, filled with hundreds of spaces with artifacts all around. It's kind of like an adventurer's heaven dreamland. The boy can't contain his excitement at first, but only seconds later, his excitement is reduced to sheer disappointment. He's tried so many different types of swords, but nothing comes natural to him. He tosses away another sword and observes that it's probably due to the rise of augmenters in this world. There's so many dual-handed swords or larger weapons that just don't fit the boy's size. All his efforts to search for a capable weapon were in vain. The boy fiddled around and found Batman's batarangs. What a cameo. He also tried channeling his inner Bruce Lee with those nunchucks, only to feel stupider by the end. Strangely, Sylvia is interested in something as she's searching around. She manages to drag out a scabbard, excited for him to try this blade. Arthur is pleasantly surprised because he wasn't really expecting a stick to be his weapon. He places his hand on the so-called stick, only to become shocked at how heavy it is. Then it hits him. The weapon he's holding isn't a stick, but rather a sword. Arthur tries unsheathing it, but it doesn't work, which makes him wonder if it requires mana to realize its effects. He tries pulling that off, but that doesn't work either. Testing his theory even more, he tried to cast electricity, wondering if it reacted to an elemental affinity. In the end, a mere stick sword got the best of him as he couldn't learn how to use it. Arthur has hit a wall for answers until he suddenly spots the band on his arm. He decides to entrust his new theory and picks up the blade again. Activating his powers, the boy manages to unlock the weapon at last. The sword appears a mystical teal, catching the boy's undivided attention and gaze. He could find himself swinging the weapon beautifully all around, to the point he couldn't even consider the blade a tool of war. However, even he understands that the weapon is too heavy for him to use fully in his current state. Apologizing to Vincent, the boy takes a shot by cutting a barrel clean. This proves that the sword has both the cutting power and the right size for him to use. Arthur takes a closer look at the blade, and finds a bunch of letters inscribed on it. The words read Dawn's Ballad, which is as confusing as it sounds. Suddenly, the boy experiences a jolt of electricity, wounding his hand. He assures his little pet that he's all good, but strangely can't find an explanation for why the sword reacted this way. The bloodstains on the sword vanished moments after. He picks up the blade again, only to find himself astonished how light it feels. It turns out the weapon adjusted its weight and balance according to the needs of the user. This time Arthur tests it out, only to perform his swings flawlessly without any trouble. Even the length and handle have shortened to accommodate for the boy's stature. It's the perfect kind of weapon. In his past life, he's had many invaluable swords, but none could compare to the synchronicity he feels with this one. Arthur decides to take another swing at the barrel, this time cutting it clean with a precise slash. The barrel is sliced in two instead of getting smashed from the sheer weight the previous time. It's a rare case for master artificers to create wands having the ability to bond with their user. The weapon in that example would adjust to the needs of the user, allowing for better mana manipulation. However, the boy never anticipated for a sword to have a similar property of binding to its user. This makes him question the sword's previous owner. Right then, his father and Vincent come along searching for the boy. They want to leave since it's getting late. Arthur rushes to their sword while picking up another sword. He's happy that Sylvie picked out the best weapon for him. Even his father is impressed that he was able to scavenge something to his liking. Arthur claims that he finds this weapon to be perfect. Vincent isn't really impressed since the boy chose a common sword that would never sell at any stall. Unsheathing the blade, Reynolds tests out the weapon to get a good feel of it. Vincent asks for his opinion. Reynolds points out the flaws of the weapon rooted in its weight distribution. At the same time, he thinks it's the perfect weapon for the boy. He returns the blade to his son and questions the stick he's got attached to his belt. As much as Arthur wanted to play it cool, things have just messed up. Maintaining composure, he tells them that he liked the stick to be a good practice tool. Vincent is surprised because he's never found this thing laying around. Inspecting the cane for himself, he asks his assistant if they've got any records around. James explains that one of the merchants sold them with a story about a crazy old man. They tried using multiple inspectors to check the weapon, but it only turns out to be a mere cane. They wonder if they should fetch a master artificer to check it for them. Arthur apologizes if he's overstepping his boundaries. Dude gives him the most puppy-eyed look imaginable with his pet dragon. Vincent obviously can't keep the cane after that and returns it easily. The mission is a glaring success for our protagonist, who now has a special blade no one knows about. It's that time of the year. Arthur's birthday is celebrated with a roar, and he thanks the group for always supporting him. They can't believe that he's reached the age of 9 so quickly. Vincent has brought out premium treatment for the boy with special waiters and food serving them all around. They share a table to celebrate the joyous occasion. I know you guys are salivating seeing the food, but I advise you against eating pixels on the screen. Anyway, they got a lot of great memories that day, securing them in memorable frames for everyone to remember. The redhead freak is out here drunk as a mess, snitching Durden's horrific story of his pants getting caught on fire. Embarrassed as hell, Durden covers his face. Next up is Jasmine, who takes a dig at Adam and reminds him of the time he got scared so bad he pissed himself in the dungeon. Yeah, that's a story not even Batman could beat the shit out of me for. Jasmine's story got the whole party laughing in uproar, including Arthur and our favorite little reptilian. After wrapping up the dinner party, it was finally time to get to the presents. Coming up first, Reynolds and Alice prepared a special gift for a boy. Arthur invited his cute little sister to come open the gift with him. He lifted the top and found a special glove. These gloves were specially prepared by hunting monsters and imbuing magical gems on top of them. The 3 gems could provide a one-time healing effect when needed. It's the perfect gift for Arthur who wants to gear up for missions. He embraces his parents with endearment and love. Next up is Vincent's gift, who presents the boy with a mystical pair of rings. His wife slaps the shit out of him for unnecessarily teasing the kid. Vincent is out here getting on his knees for a 9-year-old, so I can get why she's worried. Anyway, one of the rings is for Arthur, while the other is for his mother. The ring's purpose is to inform Alice of Arthur's mana levels dropping down to a dangerous level. It's the right kind of artifact for someone like Alice who worries too much for her son. She hugs her dear friend for presenting them with such a wonderful gift. As for our boy, he sees the ring in both a positive and negative light. It may help his family to stop worrying about him, but at the same time, they would be in constant tension whenever the ring would fire off. Next up is Adam and Jasmine's pair, who are ready to one-up both their presents. They wanted to follow Vincent's train of thought and already knew about the boy's monstrous strength. That's why they got something for the entire family to enjoy. It's a sound transmission scroll, and they cost quite a damn bit. Jasmine kicks the idiot for ruining the mood. Getting back to his speech, the redhead explains the usage of the scroll. It allows for a one-way communication path which would go along well with the rings. Infusing mana into the scroll and then recording a message is the only requirement. Then, as soon as Alice gets the message, she can reply one time. After the message reaches Arthur, the scrolls will unfortunately vanish into thin air. Have you ever thought about our phones being a blessing to our world? Arthur has to go through so much for just one message. Arthur's application test is just one day ahead. His father is excited while his mother only wants her son to be safe, no matter his rank or status. She kisses him with tear-filled eyes. His parents have so much love for him that he can't help but promise them of his return. The party ends with the group leaving. Jasmine in particular catches Arthur's attention as she waves him goodbye. That night, he found himself wide awake, despite trying his best to sleep. He had come to the realization that he possessed an invaluable family, people who treasured him and supported him through thick and thin. The boy wanted to treasure this family and fight his every breath for their betterment. That's what fuels him to become stronger, even stronger than he was as king. The following day, Arthur is out here having a really tough time handling Sylvie, who doesn't want to take a bath. The little dragon is just like my cat, causing a temper tantrum every time. Arthur is frustrated that she's using mana to repel him, which is relatable. Dude goes full power by using his own mana and drags her sorry little ass into the tub. We can just see Sylvie's tear-filled eyes and a feeling of betrayal as she drops into the tub. Arthur makes sure to see her plop down. After the bath, he gets all ready to go. But look at Sylvie's eyes. The little girl is pissed as hell. His parents feel so proud of their son for dressing up as if he were a high-ranking adventurer. Reynolds trusts in his son's powers and reminds him not to get overconfident. And when things get tough, Jasmine can always help him out. Arthur promises to do that. Among them, Ellie is the most distraught because she doesn't want her brother to leave. She's got a crying face, sobbing for her brother and begging him to stay. Alice can't even bear to see the sight and turns her face away. Alice does her best to comfort Ellie, telling her that they'll be back soon. But the girl is stubborn as a knot and refuses to let up. The boy gets on his knee, leaving a very important job for Ellie to do in his absence. He wants her to protect his parents while he's away. In response, she meets him with a tender hug, crying her eyes out. She tells him about the fruits of her practice, and how she can see the little lights he was talking about. Ellie is prepared to protect their parents for him. Reflecting on the moment, Arthur expresses that he had been absent in a large part of his sister's life. While it kills him to leave, he wants to become stronger for the greater benefit of his family. Alice hugs him with a worried look as well, promising him that they'll all be okay so he doesn't have anything to worry about. The sentimental moment draws to an end with Alice reminding her son to keep the ring on at all times. As Arthur grips the door handle, his parents see him off, sharing their undying support for their son. The moment the door closes, Alice is seen breaking into tears. Outside, Jasmine was waiting for the boy. She asks if he's good to go at last. Arthur puts on his voice-altering mask, donning his iconic look, and the real adventures begin. They arrive at the Adventurers Guild, where a whole bunch of people are scouting for conjurers and augmenters. Sylvie is already exhausted, and the journey hasn't even begun. Jasmine observes the beast and claims that she looks different from last time. The boy expresses that Sylvie is actually capable of altering her appearance to a certain extent. Currently, she's modeling a black lizard instead of a dragon. They come across the receptionist's desk, where the lady welcomes them to the guild hall. Arthur wants to speak, but Jasmine merely slaps a note on the desk, expressing her request to sponsor the boy for his rank examination. The receptionist lady is seen pressing a button before exiting her quarters. She leads the way, sharing how they've got a bunch of examinations taking place today. As for sponsors, they're ready to bump them at the front of the queue to cut out the waiting time. They follow her into another room. Arthur is seen catching a bunch of people staring at him. Jasmine tells him to just keep up for now. They enter a second hall where Jasmine's request as an A-rank adventurer is expressed for a rank examination. The gentleman knows enough about Jasmine and is ready to accommodate them. He asks about her father, but apparently, Jasmine doesn't seem to take a liking to the guy. Caspian introduces himself as the manager of the branch. He tells them about the application process that is usually accompanied with an inspection and then a practical test. However, with Jasmine's special request as an A-rank adventurer, he's ready to skip those steps to make it easier for the boy. Arthur observes her reaction and wonders if the Flamesworth family really carries that much weight. With the extra steps gone, the only test remaining for Arthur is to face off in a mock duel against one of the examiners. Caspian judges the boy to be a fighter or augmenter type. While he's usually uninterested in knowing about people's names, he's interested in learning Arthur's identity because of the boy's connection to Jasmine. The boy remembers observing the mark on his mask, which reminded him of a half note on a music sheet. So now he introduces himself as Note and shakes Caspian's hand. Their first contact is a mutual reaction for both of them, judging the other as a strong fighter. With that settled, the branchmaster tells Mary to handle things from here and take the boy to the exam hall. He shoots Caspian a glance before going away. As they're walking along, the boy has come to an understanding. He now knows about the weight of the Flamesworth household, which also makes him wonder if that was the reason Jasmine volunteered to come with him. At the same time, he could tell her to be annoyed at the mention of her father. There's no telling about her goal for now. Mary introduces both of them to the route that leads them to the level where the testing will occur. The boy blocks a strong shimmer of light as he enters the testing hall. Here, one examiner is adequately dodging a warrior's repeated strikes. Arthur observes Egghead's fight over here. The dude thinks he's in a comic and announces his attack right before using them. Even the kid thinks he's a little lame for that. Conjurers are supposed to use incantations, so in this case, Arthur thinks that augmenters also chant the names of their attacks. Still, it's stupid to do that for simple moves. Egghead finds his spear tossed and loses the fight, much to his surprise. The examiner is really annoyed and tells him that even grannies could swing his weapon better than him. Yeah, this examiner just verbally murdered this man. He critiques his strength to mana reinforcement ratio and his open attacks that anyone could dodge. The dude ends up whining like a child despite being in his mid-30s. He's a Saitama copy who thought 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats would be enough. The examiner is just done with this guy and recommends placing him in E-class. At the same time, he does acknowledge One Punch Man's fire affinity in this comic. Slapping the note on his face, we learn that he's placed in D-class instead of the bottom rung. Egghead walks away disappointed, while the next candidate is announced to step into the stage. Forget about beating monsters. Diane can't even beat a flight of stairs. She crashes down, face planting on the floor and earning everyone's laughter. One particular brat thinks she deserves E-class for her inability to walk. Arthur observes this kid from afar, immediately classifying him as one of the stronger people here. Diane regains her confidence and introduces herself loud and clear. She's a conjurer specializing in water. But this introduction turns awkward, as the examiners remind her that they already know about her. She is directed to choose her weapon and assured that she'll be fine in case she gets hurt. Sitting on the side, Arthur reflects that conjurers reach specialty after crossing the orange stage. Instead of the stupid approach of mastering all 4 elements like the Avatar or something, they focus on mastering one element to the highest level. The boy has also heard how some conjurers are capable of commanding dual specialization, which makes it really difficult and demands a stricter test to judge their true abilities. The professional conjurer awaits Diane's powers and urges her to give her best shot. Waving her wand, she commands a water spell and surrounds herself with a body of water. Jasmine teaches Arthur about the limitations of conjurers, who aren't proficient with mana reinforcement like augmenters are. That's why their first setup is to claim a defensive approach in a fight. In response, the examiner responds with a mud spell of her own, blocking Diane's vision from the confines of her water sphere. Since it's like a turn-based battle, Diane is up next. She casts release of the mud spell and then counters with a second water spell. It's a spiral beam, precisely aimed at the conjurer who dodges it with little to no effort. But the second stage of her attack is more interesting than the direct approach. She causes the spiral to explode, engulfing the stage into a thick fog. This gives Diane the opportunity to calibrate a stronger attack. She descends multiple shots of water against her opponent, but when the fog settles, there's no one to be found. The expert conjurer had already appeared behind and whacked Diane with her staff. Despite losing the fight, she's impressed with the girl's excellent control over her element. Her only flaw was failing to plot a second defensive maneuver to protect herself. The rest was great. This performance earns Diane into C-class for her age, something that Arthur thinks is very commendable. Coming up next is Elijah Knight, but for some reason, there's an issue with their name. The Elite Augmenter Examiner deems this candidate a B-class rank without even testing them out. It's shocking enough to Arthur. He finally gets to see a boy wearing glasses. The same kid they're talking about. Moving forward, Lucas Wykes is called. This is the same brat who happens to be overconfident and requests being placed in A rank immediately. Frustrated by the boy's attitude, she chooses to ignore and reads that he specializes in fire magic. Reaching light orange at the age of 11 is unheard of, so Arthur's looking forward to this matchup. The conjurer finds him arrogant, but Lucas is nonchalant and doesn't really care. She thinks it's about time they begin. The conjurer begins the test, only for Lucas to cast a ring of fire with his staff at once. He smashes the staff into the ground, raising a monstrous fire guardian to help him in this battle. Even the Augmenter Examiner is impressed by the boy's talent as expected of his family. The Flame Guardian moves over the Conjurer Examiner, while Lucas ushers an incantation. The Examiner is impressed to find a good match out of the boy. At the same time, she's more than happy to teach him some level of humility for the future. She raises earth spears to fan out the flames. It's the perfect response from the Examiner, as the Flame Guardian won't be able to sustain itself for long after its oxygen supply is cut off. However, Lucas thinks the battle is already over. He's never heard of a case where an Examiner received a potent injury in the testing grounds, so he's happy to have her be the first example to be made. Ticked by the boy's words, the Examiner counters each of his fire strikes. Lucas releases an expulsion spell, which causes a cluster of explosive fire attacks to overwhelm her. She barely manages to escape his fury and tries to grab him with her earth hand from behind. Lucas tries to dodge, but he's grabbed by a second hand from his blind spot. Lucas does his best to release the spell and braces himself for impact. His arrogant display comes to an end as the Examiner impressively blocks every single one of his attacks with a rock shield. The test ends with Lucas's body crashing to the ground. The Examiner offers her thoughts, claiming that he possessed an incredible pool of mana for his talent. Just when you thought Lucas would learn some humility, this brat decided to attack her, refusing to let this be the end of the test. The conjurer is engulfed in flames and unable to respond. This causes the augmenter to swoop in and swipe the attack clean. Lucas is enraged that another examiner intervened with his test. The augmenter outlines his violation of the rules, since he casted a surprise spell after the end of the exam. In his outrage, the boy disrespects the conjurer who blocked his fire beams and interrupted the test. Lucas thinks he's been wronged since the final attack was part of his plan. The augmenter is done with the boy's bullshit and asks Emily to announce the result. She goes back to her review of his exceptional control. His only weakness is a lack of experience, and yet, that's more than enough to earn him a spot in the B-class category. Lucas returns to the stands, frustrated by the outcome. Egghead tries to congratulate the boy for his exceptional result. However, Lucas feels insecure and thinks they're mocking him. He sits in annoyance, hoping for his father to swoop in to his rescue when the time comes. Next up is Arthur's turn, who is announced as Note in the candidates list. Jasmine bids him the best of luck, while the boy descends down the stands, questioning how he should handle an augmenter with years of training and experience. At the same time, the boy could judge the man's weaknesses in the openings he created. The augmenter learns that Arthur is also taking the test under special conditions, as no background information regarding his past is provided. He readies his blade to test the kid's capabilities, when all of a sudden, the augmenter is overwhelmed by peerless pressure emanating from the one approaching him. It's enough to make his very body shiver. Before the match could even begin, Caspian commands the battle to be done with. He doesn't want George to test the skills of this one, and instead volunteers to personally test him. George is shocked that the branch head has taken an interest in testing the candidate. It doesn't make sense for a powerful mage like him to test an examinee. George even apologizes for his initial hesitance. The branch head tells him to be at ease, as he isn't here to question the augmenter's abilities. He's just obligated to take the test as the sponsor. He's curious about Arthur's opinion of the change. The guildmaster points his blade before the boy. He's one of the most reputable masters in Sapin, as well as a AA class adventurer. This guy possessed no openings and his bloodlust was obvious as day. It was as if Caspian never intended for this to be an ordinary test. In response, Arthur finds himself more excited than ever. The branchmaster hopes that the boy doesn't take this test to a discouraging level. The boy simply nods and receives Caspian's thunderous lunge. His insane speed has already caught Arthur in a twist. The boy deflects the sword and uses the ground to his advantage. Caspian tries to swipe him with the swing of his blade, only for Arthur to roll and duck his attacks. Each time Arthur turns to take a swing at him, Caspian vanishes and blitzes from behind. Arthur manages to surprise his opponent by ducking the strike and following a counterattack that even shocks the branch head for a moment. He takes his distance before assessing the kid's remarkable talent. Caspian swoops in again as both warriors clash their swords against the other. Arthur swipes and Caspian dodges. The guildmaster grazes the boy's face, before bolting from behind and attacking Arthur with the hilt of his blade. As the battle raged on, Arthur was starting to understand his disadvantages. Since he had a lower physical strength and stature than his opponent, he is constantly on edge than when he was at his prime. Caspian relentlessly attacks him, while Arthur is busy thinking about his body's weaknesses against an advanced fighter who had exceptional control over his mana. Gaining an opening to stroke, Arthur lunges with a swing of his blade. Both swords deflect the other as they gain distance again. He finds his current body trembling due to inexperience, despite his skill. Caspian decides that it's best to take things up a notch and imbues his body with mana. It was at that precise moment that every fiber of his being demanded Arthur to move. Faced against this version of the guildmaster, his body could only activate the flight response of running away, so that's what he did as his only option. Caspian is repeatedly impressed by Arthur's ability to dodge his attack. The wind bullets are so fast that it's impossible for him to dodge them. It's only thanks to their predictable trajectories that he's managing in this fight. The only fighting chance he has is to narrow the distance between him and his opponent. Arthur skillfully rolls, lunges, leaps, and dashes away from Caspian's wind bullets. Finally, he's in range to commence a blazing strike of his own. The examiners are left stunned by the boy's command over the flames. He cuts past Caspian's wind bullets and reveals to the world his fire abilities. Their swords clash against the other, both elements colliding on equal footing. The outcome of this match should have been clear according to Caspian, as he's a AA ranked adventurer with spells that any augmenter would die to achieve. But even in this moment, as he's facing a mere examinee, he finds himself actively worried in the face of defeat. In complete denial, Caspian expresses a furious side to himself and overwhelms the boy with his wind waves. The powerful attack even alarms Jasmine to worry for him. The branch head seems to have lost his sense of reason as he's attacking Arthur without even giving him the chance to land. The boy escapes his wrath and returns to the fight with a descending swing of his blade. He was so close to dealing a finishing blow but unfortunately couldn't manage to deal it. Caspian's incredible casting speed overwhelms the boy as a wind bullet is aimed right towards his head. It's only thanks to Arthur slipping on his feet that he dodged the lethal attack. Right when he's down, the branchmaster descends with his blade. Arthur dodges and gains his distance, realizing that he's being pushed into a corner to reveal the extent of his abilities. He's done playing around and decides to go all in. He'd already shown the branchmaster the use of piston stamp, but this next spell is something of a masterpiece that goes in tandem with the previous attack. Arthur uses piston stamp's explosiveness and gets right up in the man's face, ready to deal the finishing blow against his opponent. It was at this moment that Caspian knew he fucked up. Had it been a normal situation, Arthur would have beat his ass right here. But this snob's temper tantrum and denial of defeat caused him to release gushing wind pressure that could be felt by even the audience in the stands. The masked warrior reclaims his footing and sees his opponent's feet lifted in the air. This man was now engulfed by the winds themselves. Jasmine tries to jump in for his rescue. Arthur doesn't really give a fuck about holding back anymore. He internalizes a thought regarding the external and internal lightning magic. The book suggests that internal lightning is too difficult for typical mages to learn, but this is where he strongly disagrees. Arthur charges his entire body with a flow of lightning magic and thinks that with his inhuman reflexes, he can dodge anything in his path. Preparing to finish this fight with his enhanced state, Arthur suddenly hears a release from his opponent, causing him to become perplexed at what happened. Caspian sheets his blade, apologizing for going overboard with the testing. Bro avoided the smoke is what happened. The branchmaster fully understands the boy's interest to remain at a lower rank. After all, he chose to mask his abilities until the very end of the fight. It's the right assessment as Arthur is looking for that too. Even at the lowest, Caspian places him at the B rank, leaving the rest of the candidates absolutely stumped at the boy's monstrous abilities. Lucas is pissed as hell while Elijah is impressed. The branchmaster wonders if he's okay with this outcome. The boy responds with a nod, which means it's all good with him. The A-rank Jasmine quickly hurries to check on the boy. George the Augmenter commences the end of the examination and tells everyone to receive their cards at the desk. Arthur sees Caspian heading off, and later, we see the branchmaster busy in thought in his office. He had seen the peerless determination in the boy's eyes, to the point it makes him nervous. Both examiners want to have an immediate meeting with their leader to see what's going on. Caspian tells them to close the doors shut. Both Emily and George can't comprehend how there were 3 monstrous B-ranked candidates today. Their roaring is stopped by Caspian, who reminds them of what happened 6 months ago in Zyra City. It was the time when the first tournament between the 3 races took place. Caspian confirms this, and explains that he was recently told about the revoked banning policy on elves and dwarves from joining the guild. He has a databook on the representative examinees for today. George is inquisitive enough to ask if all 3 candidates belong to different races. It turns out that Lucas is indeed a half-elf, and based on Caspian's personal guess, he thinks the boy must have been an elf slave. The same goes for his family, who boasts a terrible reputation of nurturing the mages of their household. Still, the boy is far from normal, as he's equipped with a control over fire magic despite his elf lineage. The boy awakened at the age of 8 and followed the path of an adventurer to enhance his abilities in practical fights. The Wykes family ended up hitting a wall despite enhancing the boy's growth with beast cores and elixirs. Then it leaves Elijah Knight, who is a greater mystery than even Lucas. The boy's origins are unknown, but it's confirmed that he lived among the dwarves from a young age. Written in his file, it is confirmed that he was sent as a representative from the kingdom of Darv to join the humans. Still, Emily can't help but ask why he was granted permission to enter B class without a test. Turns out that Elijah's awakening was recent, and despite this, his powers have been personally spoken highly by a person of high trust. Despite that, Caspian is curious to learn about the boy's powers. Finally, for the masked augmenter, they have 0 data on him, apart from the boy's connection to the Flamesworth family. It's certain that he isn't representing the elves or the dwarves. Caspian's excitement was pleased after seeing Jasmine bring up a worthy talent to sponsor. Emily is stumped to hear the name of the Flamesworth family, the same house which was famous for bringing up some of the most powerful fire attribute mages around. George thinks that it provides a reasonable explanation over his fire magic. The branchmaster also intends to make this information public knowledge very soon, but for now, he warns them strongly from discussing it before the announcement is made. Both examiners take their leave, but Caspian is still busy in thought regarding his fight with the masked augmenter. He knows for a fact that George is wrong in his assessment. It's not the magic, but rather the boy's sword talent that makes him a force to be reckoned with. It was as if the boy felt unease in his own body, but as he grows older, without a doubt he'll be a disaster to deal with. Caspian is happy that apart from dwarves and elves, a human student also has a chance at becoming strong. This makes him thrilled to witness the coming era. Over to a different scene, we see an elven girl busy in thought remembering Arthur. She catches a glimpse of the boy and his pet Bond. She's more than happy that he has reunited with his family and has since been treated well. At the same time, this chick is jealous as heck of Lilia's existence and thinks that he's being overly nice with the girl. Competition is fierce because she wants to be Arthur's exclusive friend. She collapses on her bed, regretting that she didn't show him a good time when he was around. Then again, she hates the fact that he constantly treats her like a kid. Her longing is disrupted by an elder. She hits the old geezer with the pillow. Her grandpa interrupted her without knocking first, but this man out here is ready to accept a marriage proposal from Arthur. He tries to soothe the little child by entertaining the possibility of helping her attend the same school as Arthur's. This fills her with joy and excitement. The sheer possibility of sharing the same school is way too much for Tessia to handle. Tessia's mother confirms that her grandfather shares a close connection to the director of the guild, who was already looking for an elemental augmenter skilled in 4 types of magic. However, the process of sending Tessia to school is kind of complicated. They highlight the Continental Tournament and are in current negotiations for their kind to train with humans at the academy. The director also mentioned Arthur's enrollment for 3 years, which means by the time he starts attending school, she'll have already become his senior. Tessia's parents urged her to train well as she's going to become a part of the next generation. Back to Arthur's side of things, Jasmine wants to know if he's doing okay. The boy found himself reliving the memories of the fight. He enjoyed it greatly, and wonders if the captain of the guild shares a connection to Jasmine. The black-haired girl isn't exactly proud to admit that her father shares a deep connection to this guild. Caspian just so happens to be one of her father's acquaintances. Suddenly, the receptionist lady calls for note. As Arthur is moving along, the rest of the candidates are left wondering if the kid is really a child or not. The report of his duel is finally here, and the boy is presented with a congratulatory adventurer's card. He picks up the card and discovers his newfound fans rooting for him. Even Sylvie thinks these fools should stop clowning around and go train. Jasmine shows him her own card and emphasizes that he's one of the adventurers now. Even the boy is proud of himself, as after adopting Note as his alias, he was free from the typical life of a commoner. At the same time, today's fight against the branch head informed him of many things. He invested a lot of time learning about the world's magic system. Coursing through his body is Sylvia's will. Then he honed his elemental control over various affinities. He's become so invested in his powers ever since arriving here that he neglected training the one thing he was the best at. In his previous life, the only thing he fixated on was his fundamental techniques. But limitations don't exist in this world, which puts him in a dilemma of whether he should hone his magic or sword skill. The boy's thoughts are disrupted as he bumps into Elijah Knight, the same kid who acquired rank B without proving himself in a fight. Elijah acts dismissive and thinks it's all right. Lucas joins the party of 2 and wonders if there's something he's missing out on as a B ranker. Arthur provokes him with his question regarding his temperament. Lucas reminds the boy not to get arrogant that they share the same class, as even among the ranks, there are levels. He grossly underestimates Arthur's abilities and places him at the bottom of the levels. Before leaving, Lucas even bumps into him to add to the injury. Arthur considers this dude a cliché side character with seriously nothing new to add. As for Elijah, the kid is Batman with how fast he disappeared. Arthur asks Jasmine if they should go and pick up his first quest from the board. Assessing his capabilities, even Jasmine thinks it's an absolute waste of time doing that. So she's got something else planned. She takes him to a portal leading to Beast Glades. It requires a permit which both adventurers showcase to the guards. Arthur's got everything planned in terms of luggage, so they just step inside the portal without any worries. Now inside, they're met with a scenic view of nature. Beast Glades is way too peaceful for his expectations, but that's only because they're in the explored area at the base of the mountains. Jasmine shares that lower-class adventurers are known to use this area for simple training and gathering quests. The lower-level monsters release liquids which could be used in brewing potions and elixirs, so there are countless quests for them. Poor guy got annihilated by a skunk. As they're moving past, Sylvie notices a fox-like beast and leaps from his body. Sylvie wants to eat the creature and starts chasing the beast. Jasmine considers it normal and explains that mana levels are denser in this area, which means their connection is easier than before. She urges them to hurry as the first stop will take them a full day, and they also need to manage through the night. Jasmine enhances her body and hopes for the boy to keep up. Arthur experiences a unique emotion, wondering if this is the same feeling that parents experience after seeing their child leave for school. He's had so many lovable memories with this little baby that it's hard to say goodbye for a while. Arthur hopes for Sylvie to be safe while they're busy. Takes a while, but Arthur collapses in exhaustion. He never would have been able to match Jasmine's endurance if not for Sylvia's mana rotation technique. She's quite impressed by the boys' physical abilities, as she expected them to stop and take lots of rest in between. She adjusts the sticks and uses the kid's fire attribute to light them on fire. By the night, Jasmine wonders if Sylvia is alright. Turns out that Arthur is keeping in touch with his bond, and nothing serious has happened yet. Jasmine thinks it's reasonable that his bond felt suffocated inside their chambers. That's why she's having so much fun now. A while passes until Arthur decides to ask an important question. He wants to know what made Jasmine turn to the path of an adventurer. Observing her reaction in silence, the boy wonders if he accidentally said too much. In response, she reveals that it was her desire to escape her family. This makes sense, and adds to the weight of Arthur's assumption. Jasmine's sharp enough to know that he's already observed her reaction. The Flamesworth house is a major contributor in the massive war led against the elves. Their house is responsible for raising incredible mages of both types, and possesses command over the flames unlike any other. Fire is often boasted as the most powerful of all the elements. So when Jasmine awakened her powers sooner than the rest, she was hailed with high expectations from all fronts. That is until the tests revealed her lacking any control over the fire attribute. That's when her family began regarding her as beneath them. She plays with wind magic while wearing a disappointed look. The boy roars in anger at their narrow perspective. He thinks it's pure insanity for mages to create a hierarchy centered around the elements alone. After all, no element is considered the absolute best in all cases. Each has its different use. His uproarious reaction just now causes Jasmine to break into laughter. It makes him embarrassed, but Jasmine can't believe that he reacted in such a way, despite remaining composed nearly all of the time. Arthur takes note of this and thinks it's because of his past life. The one disadvantage he shared back then was his Kai pool, similar to the world's mana core, being much weaker than even the average person. He had to persevere and manage in the previous world. But this world is different. They possess elemental affinities. The fact that Jasmine was at a dark yellow core for her age, she was unwanted by her own family. She could never experience the same happiness and lovable treatment he received. Jasmine shakes her head, claiming that people always look for ways of appearing superior from one another. She has accepted that fact as a human. In this moment, the boy looked at her smiling face and realized how the usually cold Jasmine now appeared vulnerable and human. The chick's stick caught on fire, so she grabbed Arthur's hand to use some of his water magic. After putting out the flame, they decided to lie down. This time, Jasmine sparks the conversation. She feels guilty for becoming her guardian, as she's different from the rest. She's unlike the people who are approachable and knowledgeable. She thinks it's wrong of her to assume responsibility without considering his feelings. Arthur is rather stunned to find this sensitive side from her. Jasmine releases a wind spell to remind him not to tease her. The boy goes against her opinion, believing that she made the best choice to volunteer. He's happy that she's not scared of correcting, which is exactly what he needs most right now. Hearing that, her face lights up with another smile. The boy recommends they head to sleep. Jasmine seems to be up for a while and shares a weird feeling. It's almost as if she isn't talking to a child when speaking to the boy. The boy doesn't respond, so she assumes that he's already slept. But then we catch Arthur's perspective, who did hear her words, but couldn't respond with the truth. Morning comes around with Arthur experiencing a nightmare of his life. He sees Sylvie looking like a damn alien and shoves her away. Turns out this creature wasn't Sylvie, but an ugly-ass beast. Jasmine woke up sooner than him and greeted the boy good morning. Arthur's peeved she didn't wake him sooner to help with the chores. Turns out Jasmine did her part, but he was out cold. Anyway, she thinks it's best for them to eat now. Arthur decides that it's a good idea to ask Sylvie to eat together. What's really funny is that she hunted the same ugly beast from earlier and secured food for herself. Since she's fine on her own, they share breakfast and get ready to go. Jasmine explains that she brought him to this place to fight against him. Arthur hadn't considered that. She wants to fight him to help mitigate the stance issues with his fighting style, almost as if his body isn't listening properly. She could see that in his fight against Caspian. Arthur knows she's right, and asks what they're going to be focusing on. Jasmine draws her blade and explains that she wants to test his physical prowess before jumping into missions. That's why she wants him to focus his mana only on his weapon. Arthur reaches for the sword, only for Jasmine to shockingly instruct him to use his real sword. The boy is stunned that she knew, but Jasmine found out judging by his personality and use of practical equipment. He grabs the stick and follows Jasmine's lead. Arriving at last, the boy unsheathes his blade, surprising her greatly. He gets into stance to take her on, so she responds the same. Both fighters are ready to fight, and it's been quite some time since Arthur fought without reinforcing mana. The fight begins with him being aggressive. Jasmine blocks his attack with her twin blades and responds critically to each attack. Arthur goes for a forward thrust, which is also conveniently dodged by her. This fight experience has confirmed his fears from his previous fight. He could barely keep up with Jasmine with her overwhelming flurry of attacks. Arthur gains his distance, only to find her advancing with her blade again. He realized his mistake with being obsessed with magic only. Arthur quickly found himself on the extreme defensive as a swordsman, and Jasmine was exploiting this side of him to an extreme extent. He faced much difficulty without relying on magic, to the point he was nearing exhaustion. It was as if the magic he had been using became a crutch to rely on. By the end, his exhausted state couldn't continue. Arthur conceded the match, leading to Jasmine's verdict. She values his techniques but finds his movements jarring and unnatural. She also praises his intuitive talent. At the same time, Arthur could tell she was holding back to an extreme extent, once again confirming her assessment of his skills. Jasmine believes that he's only become stronger with experience in his teen years. However, Arthur doesn't want to wait that long. His new training is to focus on his sword-fighting skill without focusing on mana. Jasmine thinks he's going crazy if he thinks he'll survive dungeons without activating mana. The boy confidently declares that he only needs 2 years to overcome the gap. A time skip of 2 years follows after the boy's declaration. In one of the guild gatherings, talks of a famous masked swordsman are circling about. One guy confirms that the rumor is true as his friend managed to team up with him once. The swordsman travels with Jasmine. The only thing his acquaintance mentioned about the boy was him not being a mage. But no one is ready to believe those words. After all, many are under the impression that the masked swordsman is supposed to be an augmenter. Everyone has heard stories about the guy solo clearing dungeons all on his own. It's something even the B-class augmenters greatly struggle with. That's why no one is ready to believe that the kid is an ordinary swordsman without mana. Also, the fact that Jasmine is with him adds to the possibility that he was assisted greatly. They all undermine the masked swordsman's skill and believe that the rumors must be linked to Jasmine instead. The brute drunk musclehead is ready to take on the masked swordsman any day of the week. Still, it appears that Arthur's identity as Note has become a really big deal. Some stories talk about him being Jasmine's personal apprentice, but that possibility seems out of the question too. They recall the boy being placed in B-class out of the bat and even moved up to A-class recently. Heavy on the drinks, the dudes think he must be A-class after honing his skills. This NPC is regretting that he's nothing more than a C-class adventurer who couldn't promote himself for 3 years straight. He understands Turman the Musclehead's frustration, as he's also a B-class augmenter himself. The masked swordsman's very existence is a hard thing for many people to accept because of their own weaknesses. Interestingly, the door opens as one warrior steps forth. The same guy they were just talking about. It's the masked swordsman in the flesh, and he's come right on time. Turman tosses his drink and prepares his blade. He's happy to test out the midget who everyone has been obsessing over. Turman's outlash receives concerns from his friends, but he's too busy talking Arthur down. The boy merely ignores him and walks past as if he were nothing. This provokes the brute into taking a swing. Turman tries to go for a kill shot from his blind spot. The attack wraps up in his disappointment. He missed the boy. Either that or the masked swordsman dodged. He stares at Turman with a dark glare, pissing him off even more. The brute rages on after infusing his blade with wind magic. He thinks the outcome this time will be different, but Arthur simply dodges all of his swings like nothing. In one precise moment, Arthur gets so pissed that he slashes the man's fingers clean off of his hand. Turman wails in agony and fear, crying his eyeballs out. Then he sees a haunting face, an atmospheric pressure unlike any other. The overwhelming swordsman is done with this man's temper tantrum and takes his seat. The rest of them are intimidated by his mere presence. Arthur wants the waitress to fetch him a sack of rations. He takes what he came here for and goes back to Jasmine, who wonders what took him so long. Choosing not to divulge into the truth, he blames it on the waitress, but Jasmine can tell something went down with blood on his mask. Arthur lifts his mask and confirms that he didn't cause irreversible damage to his victim. The same day, Arthur decides to write a heartfelt letter to his parents, mentioning his forthcoming experience in the dungeon. He apologizes for his lack of visits and glosses over the past 2 years. His excitement over Lilia is uncontainable, and hopes for Vincent to have an easy hand on his daughter. He wants Lilia to train on her own for a while before heading to the academy. The boy finds it strange to think that she'll be his senior. He talks about becoming even stronger than last time, when he challenged his pops in an arm wrestling match. And recently, the boy broke through the light orange stage. Jasmine, on the other hand, is helping him lots with training and expertise on wind magic. At the same time, he is coaching her on techniques, so they're learning from each other. As promised, this is going to be his last trip before he starts his school life. He closes the letter with an endearing confession of love. After writing, Arthur expresses that the letter will be mailed soon. Jasmine thinks there's nothing to worry about now, because a letter is better than his family waiting outside a dangerous dungeon. Jasmine asks if the little bond will be accompanying them today, but Arthur tells her that Sylvie has only been communicating telepathically. She's also grown smarter and talks in detail now. She doesn't want to engage with him until she's fully ready. Arthur doesn't get what she's implying by that either. The black-haired girl suspects that she wants to become stronger before they start school together. With that settled, she places emphasis on their current mission. They both hurry ahead and find themselves stuck with Lucas's annoying group. Yeah, that bratty kid who got on our boy's nerves last time. The beefy guy with a mustache seems to be the leader of the group and wants to introduce them to his party. He's also glad to meet the masked swordsman in all his glory. This guy is Reginald Bastion, an A-class warrior. He mentions Lucas's specialties, but they don't need an introduction on that since they're already aware. There's also Creole, a water specialist augmenter acting as their line of defense. Then there's another in their group, Elijah, who is currently recruited as an A-class warrior with a specialization in Earth. Oliver the Conjurer also makes his presence known as an A-class mage. He specializes in healing magic, but judging from his words, he sounds arrogant. Then there's Samantha Tempest, a pretty girl who is also an A-class conjurer specializing in water. Like the others, she's heard plenty of rumors regarding the masked swordsman and hopes to be in his care. Brauld Landon is the Prince Charming of the group, who has recently transcended to the double A class. He's the guy who's going to lead them in the dungeon raid today. Brauld offers both Jasmine and her friend to introduce themselves. She mentions her rank as a double A class augmenter specializing in wind magic. Now they've got 2 reliable warriors among them. Lastly, there's our boy Note, an A-ranker specializing in fire attributes. Hearing this, Samantha is astonished to learn that he's capable of using an elemental affinity. The boy reveals that he's been holding back on using his magic for a while for a personal reason. Brauld seems intrigued by him and wonders if the 2 of them don't have dimensional rings to take care of the luggage. Both of them shake in disapproval, so Brauld turns to Lucas for help, who rejects immediately. Oliver is already full in his inventory carrying Samantha's stuff. But Elijah's storage seems free, so he's happy to assist. Using his dimensional ring, he absorbs their luggage. Arthur is rather surprised to see Elijah in possession of this ring. It's a kind of ancient technology built by the same mages who made the floating city of Cyrus. As expected, they cost a lot of money, and I'm talking thousands to get even one. Arthur expresses his gratitude with a smile, which causes Glass's boy to get flushed. With their preparations finally ready, the group collectively heads inside the dungeon's entrance. The party's inside the drenched dungeon. Their leader, Brauld, instructs the group to remain cautious since they've finally reached the first level. Lucas is surprised that they've yet to discover a monster in a supposedly monstrous dungeon. They've yet to find anything in this silent cavern. That is until one tiny rock catches the group's attention. Brauld's attention draws towards the ceiling as he is horrified to see the terrifying creatures eyeing them from above. These are the vicious bat runners, and these creepy bastards are not one to leave you alone until you're dead. Jasmine quickly saves Oliver's life while their tank sets up his shield to block off the creepy crawlies. In the face of this sudden and unexpected attack, their leader enforces a team formation to counter the monsters. The healer among them casts his healing spell to make sure no one gets injured for long. The Batrunners are unsuccessful in their attempts to take them all down, as even Elijah displays his talents with earth spears. Brauld is cutting the sons of bitches down when he realizes there's no point wasting their energy here. On the other hand, Lucas, being defiant as always, casts an enormous fire cyclone that incinerates these uglies in one single attack. But the leader is extremely displeased with his personal decision on the matter, especially since they are needed to conserve their mana for now. He wonders if the kid even knows the kind of dungeon he stepped into. Lucas is narrow-minded and reasons that he wanted to prevent everyone else from wasting their mana. The leader leaves him alone and recommends they hurry up ahead unless they want Batman's cousins here to get back up again. Arthur notes that this dungeon is infamously known for mysterious undead and immortal creatures. This made it impossible to recover mana cores by other adventurers. It was just an endless amount of fighting to no avail. There's a solid reason why the first raiders of the dungeon decided to call this hellhole the Dire Tombs. Traversing up ahead in the dark dungeon, Brauld recalls the location he marked last time he came here. This assures Arthur of the reason they stepped into the dungeon in the first place. The leader wants Elijah to cast some handholds for them to use as a climbing mechanism. The rest of the group decides to assist each other with the use of the handholds, and eventually all of them are up at the top. The leader recalls how he made it to the second floor before deciding to opt out. This means whatever is up ahead is unknown territory to all of them. At the same time, Brauld is optimistic that the artifact responsible for casting the infinite reanimation of the Batrunners is also hiding somewhere around here. The tank of their group is willingly to do whatever it takes for his share of the prize money. Brauld is happy to compensate Creole well as long as they finish things up. Turning his attention back to the floor, Brauld thinks it's about time they step inside. The group traverses their way inside until eventually, Arthur dashes in to save Samantha from a projectile only he could see. The girl doesn't even get what happened, and some of them are frustrated that their leader didn't highlight the mention of traps around here. This is actually a shocking occurrence since not even Brauld remembers facing traps the last time he was here. The healer checks on Samantha's condition, but she thinks she's okay, and turns her attention to the masked swordsman, who is inspecting the projectile shot at them. Arthur sharply judges that this wasn't a trap, but rather the work of a mana beast. This shocks the rest of the group and alarms them for what's to come. Brauld insists that all of them stay sharp from here on out, since things will only get even more unpredictable. The group explores the deeper dungeon until at last, they've arrived near a red smoky domain. Once more, things are not as they seem as Brauld recalls something different this time. It's not the steam emanating from the cave, but rather something else. Even Arthur picks up on the same sensation. It's not the heat they're feeling, it's the powerful pressure cruising past them. Entering the volcanic room, they come across a bunch of geysers layered all over and across. In suddenness, the entire group experiences sudden collapse and questions what's happening. Even Brauld is perplexed as to why the ground is shaking. All their questions are answered when a giant fucking sandworm straight out of Dune emerges from the ground. The mother of all creepies scares the healer shitless, and Brauld immediately calls for their tank to come forth. This dude Creel may be a fat ass, but he can jump pretty high and raise a wave of water sphere to shield the group. Now the sandworm is blocked out momentarily, allowing them enough time to form a counterattack. Brauld doesn't recall encountering a giant mana beast like this, while Creole is dumbfounded how a new kind of monster species suddenly spawned inside this dungeon. Their discussion matters very little to the creature who's about to launch its first wrathful attack. But astonishing everyone's expectations, it chooses not to attack and traverses underground instead. This makes it seem like the creature has stopped targeting them. The healer arrogantly recommends they check on the artifact instead of worrying about the worm. He stupidly goes up ahead while defying the leader's orders. Even Samantha thinks he's being an idiot, but this guy has balls of titanium for a healer and walks away from the team anyway. Brauld calls out his name repeatedly, but this guy just doesn't listen. Meanwhile, Arthur senses something from underground and finds himself terrified to realize what's happening. He alerts Lucas to cast an instant heatwave barrier and reaches for Brauld next, grabbing his coat. Lucas snaps and has no choice but to cast the barrier in confusion. The attack is directed near Oliver, and right when Arthur is about to suggest him to cast a barrier for himself, this guy is incinerated in a dam explosion, wiping him out. In response to the tense situation, Samantha casts her own water barrier. When the scene settles, Brauld's face turns to horror. The rest of the group can't even bear to look at what they see before them. Their healer's body has been roasted to the bone, leaving pieces of his flesh scattered on the ground. May he roast in peace. Arthur decides to retrieve the mana crystal from his remains and tosses it to Samantha, requesting her to replace the gem with the one in her wand. She follows his instructions as Arthur emphasizes the requirement of an immediate exit. Even the leader can't turn down the boy's suggestion, as they've got no way to survive another eruption from one of these geysers. The group moves fast on its feet, racing towards the exit. But that's right where their friendly mother of all uglies pops out from. Brauld once more directs their tank to cast a water barrier, but this time, the worm is extremely aggressive and on the offensive. Next up is Elijah and Samantha's turn to shine as they cast a stun attack to delay the creature as much as they possibly can. Elijah casts his stone serpent's grasp to restrain the monster, but it can only do so much. Even the leader is surprised that both their spells were ineffective. Then he directs both Jasmine and Reginald to cast a combined attack with him. Brauld's body is enforced by the flames, and he directs Jasmine to distract the creature, allowing their final assailant to deal the actual blow between the monster's eyes. If this plan of attack fails, then Lucas and Arthur will jump in to ramp up the offense. Brauld is the first to strike the creature with his fiery slashes. Then up next is Jasmine's windcutter slashes, both of them injuring the worm a bit. The final and main attacker is Reginald, who hammers down on his target, busting the monster's head. The scene leaves Lucas out of the picture, who is frozen solid in place and refuses to act in fear. That's because none of the fire spells are proving effective against this monster so far. Arthur thinks that he has to ramp up the intensity of his flames to an extreme amount to challenge the worm's durability. He coats his weapon in an orange hue and leaps away to land the first critical hit on the monster, severing some of its teeth. He alerts Jasmine to follow through with her side of the attack, and she does the same by rupturing the other side of the monster's face. The worm is now wailing in agony as blood pours out of its crevices. The leader alerts Lucas to act immediately, but before he's able to jump in for the attack, the worm finds itself retreating. They're safe for the time being, and their leader is grateful of the group's performance. Jasmine emphasizes them to hurry, while Lucas is already acting boastful that the worm was scared away easily. Bro is easily humbled as the ground shakes uncontrollably, this time even worse than last time. Arthur realizes that the worm's goal was never to kill them directly, but to wait for another eruption that would wipe them all out. The entire team sets up its defensive barriers to avoid the same fate that happened to Oliver. Jasmine could have saved Arthur, but then Lucas would be undefended. Our boy risks his life just to save his ass and casts an incredible wall of flame, becoming his savior. The eruption ends, but Lucas's temper tantrum doesn't. He swipes Arthur away, which really makes me want to root for Arthur chucking his ass in a volcano. I mean, come on. Arthur turns his attention to their injured leader, who did his best to protect their teammate, but lost his limb in the process. Samantha can't even bear to look at the horrific sight. The man wails in unrelenting agony, screaming his lungs out as his companions hold him together to seal off the wound. Arthur's doing his best with his sword, while Brauld is experiencing so much pain that he's crying his eyeballs out. After Arthur was done, Samantha took over to heal the man. This was a tedious job for the masked swordsman. Creole, being a hardy fellow, decided to share some of his sandwiches with the boy in an effort to cheer him up. He sat next to the kid talking about his emergency sandwiches whenever he felt sad. The boy is grateful for his consideration. Using his instructions, Arthur roasts the inside of the sandwich, making it smell steamy and delicious, so much so that even Creole wants some of it. They both enjoy the delicious sandwiches that Creole's fiancée made. The boy thinks he's one hell of a lucky man to have scored such a chef of a wife. He wants Creole to send his regards, but from his hesitant reaction, we can assume the worst for his wife. Aside from these guys, the group is in shambles because Lucas is fucking around pointing fingers at their leader. He's pissed that their leader is effectively useless now, and their main healer is also no more. A seriously annoyed Brauld roars at the arrogant child who got saved by Arthur at the last second. The leader wanted to save a teammate, that being Samantha, which is why he sacrificed his limb for the job. Brauld roars at Lucas for failing to set up a proper defense barrier in time. But the masked swordsman has had enough of their crap and confronts Lucas as the main issue. Arthur shuts his bullshit down by stating that he doesn't give a flying fuck if he's the best augmenter or conjurer there is. All he thinks of him right now is that the spoiled brat is nothing more than a liability to the team. Hearing this, Lucas frustratingly leaves while Reginald recommends their team leader to get some rest in the meantime. With Lucas gone, the boy confronts their leader, requesting him to make an immediate decision before they advance deeper into the dungeon. Reginald has suffered burns because of the eruption, but his injuries aren't deep. The rest of the team is okay, but the only person in jeopardy is the team leader himself. Arthur wants him to decide here and now if he's going to continue onwards or not. Grinding his teeth, the team leader shows eyes of determination, claiming that he's ready to take on the final dungeon raid of his life all the way. Samantha offers her concerns, knowing that he'll have trouble fighting with one arm. Regardless, Brauld is a powerful augmenter in their team. He confirms that he won't be a liability. However, his only condition is that the leadership be switched to Arthur instead. After all, he's the most practical person of the group, despite facing so much uncertainty. The rest of the team members agree with this decision without any trouble. Realizing that they're all okay with this decision, Arthur is okay with the decision. His first command is to rest for 1 hour before advancing forward. Having rested, the team goes up ahead, but Brauld is continually confused at new revelations. The tunnel wasn't blocked before. Reginald does his best to swing his weapon, but there's only a dent. So this time, he uses his elemental affinity, coating his weapon with a rocky barrage and casting Impact Blast. Even that only leaves a spiral that isn't enough to break through. Tapping the guy's shoulder, Jasmine prepares her wind cutters and recommends that he use the same move again. The both of them lunge forth to use a dual attack. This time, it obliterates the tunnel's shield and creates an opening for them. Penetrating light blocks their vision, before the group is shocked to find a forest out of nowhere. The team enters the forest, and the first thought that comes to the boy's mind is how there aren't any pillars, which begs the question why it hasn't collapsed yet. Around them are pretty flowers and a space to rest as Creole claims he's getting sleepy. It's a surprising suggestion, especially since they've rested a while ago. Arthur insists that they keep the move on, and he thinks something about their current environment is an issue. Creole is unsure of his opinion, but the masked swordsman's senses are going off the charts. He just can't tell what's wrong with this weird place. Just up ahead, Jasmine spots a shrouded figure, and soon after, she seems hypnotized for a second. That is until a loud thud breaks her from the illusion. Creole has just dropped his weapon, and he sees his late wife Clara just up ahead. He tries to reach out for her, prematurely rushing to get to her. The rest of the group knows that he made a hasty decision, but their words can't reach him. Arthur knows this is getting dangerous and tries to stop him, but it's of no use. Jasmine grabs him and claims that the mist is affecting all of them with its illusions. This is exactly why Arthur's senses were on high alert earlier. He bands the group together and explains how the mist is fooling them all. Samantha is instructed to cast an immediate water barrier, which she does. She's also curious about this Clara person. Reginald is sad to express the truth, that Clara is already long gone, as she was killed in a dungeon. Even Brauld was there to witness the horrific scene. They buried her ashes with their own hands, so it's impossible. Reginald believes they should go and search for their teammate, but Lucas is seriously getting fed up with their bullshit. He can't figure out how they're still going against the devised plan of sticking together, despite being the senior adventurers of the bunch. Meanwhile, Arthur is focused on Jasmine, who seems to be consistently dazed and worried. The boy asks if she also saw someone. It turns out that she witnessed her father's illusion, who called out to her as if to accept her. He brought back some bad memories for her. Seeing her distraught makes Arthur angry, and he comforts her by saying she's going to be alright. She smiles in front of him, signaling she's okay now. Arthur now wants her to use a wind spell to get rid of the mist. Unfortunately, her spells aren't capable of destroying the mist completely, but she can clear a path for them to find Creole. She casts 2 wind orbs and goes rushing with her spell. Arthur tells Samantha to put down her barrier, allowing Jasmine to use a move called the Banshee's Howl, casting a strong, concentrated gust of wind that forges a path ahead. With the mist cleared, the group is horrified to see what lies ahead. Extremely large vines weren't even accounted for a moment ago, and they were unaffected by Jasmine's wind spell just now too. Their first line of attack is Lucas, who's already ready to rumble and cast his crescent ember flames to incinerate the vines in his path. However, these burnt vines are strangely unaffected moments after, shocking the fire conjurer. The masked swordsman directs Reginald to prioritize protecting the conjurers until they can cast stronger spells to deal a significant blow. Arthur empowers his blade with mana and instructs both Brauld and Jasmine to lead an attack with him. The 3 of them unleash their attacks, each cutting down the vines with their blades. Arthur finds himself momentarily trapped, so he unleashes a vortex slash, cutting them all down. However, none of the vines are catching on fire, which makes him wonder if the moisture is keeping them alive. So he charges his sword and unleashes a second strike. This time the vines can't regenerate, which proves his strategy. So he calls Brauld and recommends he use a searing spell on his weapon. But he's shocked when he sees this one-armed swordsman going crazy reckless on the vines. He has lost his sanity and Arthur knows it. He turns to see how Jasmine is faring, and she's doing just well on her own. Deciding to pursue Brauld's side, Arthur dashes in. The reckless blonde finds himself completely restrained by the vines with nowhere to run. Thankfully, Arthur is there to save him by cutting them all down. He then turns to ask the former team leader if he really plans to die in this dungeon with how reckless he's being. Arthur requests that he fight smarter with his Brian instead of going crazy, since they still need him for the completion. Lucas drinks a mana potion and decides to go crazy with his flame spell. This attack is weaker in potency but has further range and is more flammable. Our boy is impressed with the spoiled brat's performance so far. Reginald warns Elijah as a vine is headed right towards him. Thankfully, Brauld has regained his senses and protects him when it's the right moment. This allows Elijah to prepare his own earth spell, breaking the ground and causing the vines to sink. 2 of their spells are keeping the plant monster in check, and with Samantha's spell, they should be able to find their missing teammate. She releases her spell using her new gemstone. Aqua Siphon is a unique skill that is normally used to gather water from surrounding areas, and in this case, it's being used to suck the moisture from the vines, leaving them withered and useless. However, Samantha collapses after using the ability, only for Arthur to catch her. He's impressed that she efficiently used a utility spell as an offensive one. Samantha earns his praise and they turn around to see the mist drawing towards the vines. Once more, these damning vines end up completely regenerated, proving their former efforts useless. Even Lucas is concerned now, while Arthur realizes that the vines are forced to absorb the mist due to their heavy attacks. Unfortunately, before he's able to instruct them to do anything, he finds his team paralyzed under the plant monster's command. When Arthur turns around, he too feels a heavy shudder run down his spine. Those vines have transformed into a giant eldritch monster straight out of a nightmare. Arthur's sword drops as he sees the nightmarish Goliath towering before him. This thing is a sleep paralysis demon on steroids. Samantha's so overwhelmed with fear that she surrenders at once, realizing that the legend of the Elderwood Guardian isn't just a legend at all. Brauld, who is supposed to be one of the strongest, also accepts that they simply cannot survive this dungeon. Arthur realizes that this blonde idiot has lost his sanity again. Reginald is staring at the thing with his fucking eyeballs popping out. There's just no way they're dealing with an S-class mana beast in a dungeon like this. What's more, they see Creole's body being used up like a vessel. His very life is being sucked out of him, and he's still a whining mess pleading for his wife to come back. The entire team is too stunned to lift even a finger. The Elderwood Guardian lifts its gigantic leg and crushes Creole, leaving Reginald to wail for his lost friend's name. In response, the monster releases its own tantalizing roar, with terrifying layered mouths and horrific teeth. Reginald is out here turning Super Saiyan like he's just lost Krillin or something. Arthur knows this guy is getting annihilated if he challenges a Colossus monster like that. He wants them to stop fighting, but Reginald is pissed and uses his hammer to send Arthur flying. Reginald is done playing around and he's lost his mind. He covers his body full of rocks, adopting a powerful transformation. The fight begins as the horrific Colossus releases its vortex of vines blitzing at the man. Arthur begs Elijah to cast an immediate shield to protect Reginald at once, but the shield immediately shatters upon impact. Meanwhile, Jasmine grabs our boy's hand, insisting that they leave at once since they've got no shot of defeating this Goliath. Arthur, on the other hand, is worried about his team. Elijah's barrier is slowly being penetrated by the creature, and he's expiring his own life force just to sustain it. Arthur reminds Jasmine of his promise to the team, but in response, Jasmine is teary-eyed in reminding him that she promised his family that they'll make it back. The attack annihilates Elijah's barrier while Jasmine insists on her promise to protect Arthur for his family's sake. Reginald is a madman because this dude actually survives the attack and comes out cussing the giant vegetable of a monster. Arthur knows they should be leaving, but he isn't willing to leave his team in a lurch. Not like this. Despite her feelings, Jasmine decides to accept his decision. Back to the fight between the mother of all uglies and Rocky Hulk over here. Reginald's got his golem armor on and he's in the mood to obliterate this walking salad. His first attack pierces the creature's vines, causing it to scream in pain. The rest of the vines are directed towards the other team, who can barely manage to deflect them. Reginald's attention turns to the vines coming at him from behind. He manages to clear them with the swipe of his weapon, but the relentless Elderwood Guardian still ends up restraining him anyway. Supporting Samantha's body, Arthur directs Elijah to cover Jasmine while she can escape with Brauld. Their only goal now is to focus on escaping. That's until Arthur sees the Elderwood Guardian roaring in its dominating presence. They're scared shitless to find Reginald fully entrapped. Arthur tries to instruct Lucas to burn the vines and save their teammate, but the fire mage is done playing around and points his fire staff towards Samantha. But that was only a misdirection to catch the masked swordsman off guard, as his spell pierces Arthur's body. We get a recap of what happened when the vines struck down Lucas earlier. He quickly got up and realized how outclassed he found himself. He could see the exit within reach, and saw his teammates fighting for each other's lives. But his damn pride in the Wykes family got the better of him. So he grabbed his staff and reclaimed his stance. Lucas couldn't allow this to go on. In an unexpected plot twist, he pointed his weapon towards Arthur, ensuring his own survival. Then he blasted Arthur at point-blank range, sending him flying from the impact. His body is tossed aside with grievous injuries in his abdomen. The very sight leaves Jasmine in terror as she mindlessly jumps in to protect him. Lucas warns her to stop and releases a fire beam while she's distracted. The attack hits her too, giving her similar injuries like Arthur as her body flops to the ground. Brauld is in a pinch too now, while Lucas points his staff towards Elijah, happy to send him to hell if he moves an inch. Elijah questions what's gotten into him, but this stupid half-elf is succumbed by his pride and isn't ready to risk his life to let the rest of them escape. He thinks they should be honored to have died as heroes, giving him the time to escape. Lucas blasts the crystal and hopes to inform everyone about their courageous sacrifices. Elijah wants to kick his ass, but he's unfortunately knocked down by the Elderwood Guardian, leaving very little hope for our heroes. They're all in critical condition as toothy plant monster gnaws at them. Elijah refuses to let this be the end of his story, stringing together every last bit of his strength to do what he can. Coming to his rescue is the AA class hero Brauld, who wraps his flames around the vines, protecting the boy at the last moment. This time, the former leader is finally acting like a man and refuses to let the young adventurers bite the dust. The monster issues a menacing roar at him, but the flaming hero of justice is defiant as he marches on with his flame sword in hand. The hero leaps with a blazing sword strike, descending his full wrath upon the Goliath. Meanwhile, Elijah sees both Arthur and Jasmine in seriously bad condition. The Elderwood Guardian's body is totally severed in half with Brauld's final stand. But as the vines find themselves regenerating, the hero's flames fan out and his face turns to despair. The horrifying monstrosity staring him down is so fucking scary that even Brauld is scared to the bone. He simply accepts his fate as the creature of vines encroaches him with its tendrils. It's safe to say that Brauld is fucked. As for Arthur, he's in a shitty condition coughing out blood. His mask has dropped and he can barely maintain consciousness before Elijah. The boy turns to look at Jasmine, who is also down for good. Then he sees the crystals and realizes that there's genuinely no way out except his last resort. Still, after using the move, he thinks he may not even survive. Arthur casts use of his powers and taps into Phase 2 of the Dragon's Awakening. Previously, his training in the land of elves led to significant discoveries. The first of which was unlocking Phase 1, called Acquire. By using Sylvia's innate skills, he could temporarily disconnect himself from time and space. This came with many limitations because it inflicted his mana core and sapped him of energy. The second breakthrough in the land of elves was something beyond his personal expectations. The same transformation that took Virion decades to achieve only took the boy no more than 3 years to achieve. This phase is called the integration phase. Arthur's body experiences a change as his hair shifts in color. Finally, we get to see the missing Sylvie, who is now a mature winged dragon. She senses Arthur in danger and rushes to help him out. He communicates with her mentally, ushering her to stay away for the time being. And if something happens to him, he wants her to return to Vincent's place. Sylvie, being the defiant child, chooses to ignore his warnings. Arthur can barely walk and he begs to stay out of this for once. She listens to his words, entrusting that he's going to return home. We get a menacing shot of our boy walking towards the eldritch monstrosity. His brain scrambled in emotion as he leapt on top of a rock. Arthur then casts an ice spell and concentrates his undivided attention on the S-class beast. He's the first to launch his attack, reflecting how Virion felt necessary to knock him out immediately after the boy entered the integrate phase. He's hoping to get this done quickly so he can reduce the backlash of the ability afterwards. Arthur's ice affinity freezes the vines in place. However, despite his control of ambient mana, he still has trouble dealing with the spell. With the vines frozen in his path, he lunges forth to freeze everything ahead, clashing nearer and nearer to the monster's face. Arthur's trouble increases when he sees the vines breaking free and moving despite being frozen. He freezes them again right before they reach his face. In fact, the ability he used just now is called Absolute Zero, and it has completely neutralized the monster. With all the time in the world, Arthur concentrates 3 elemental affinities in the palm of his hand, his body eroded in purple, crackling lightning. This attack obliterates the creature's face and obliterates what was left of its vines. With the boss monster defeated, blood floods out of his body from every opening. Our boy has saved the day at the cost of his own life. He faints to the ground with nothing more to offer. Cutting back to the city of Zyra, his family is having a moment of their own, with Ellie exhausting herself due to training. They put her to bed as Reynolds hovers over her. All of a sudden, a noise followed by the glowing gem puts both of them at unease. Arthur's mother is in utter disbelief and hopes that the ring is malfunctioning. The boy's consciousness is weary, and his entire body is filled with pain. He coughs blood as Elijah sees him finally waking up. He begs Elijah to break the healing crystal in his glove. Following his instructions, Elijah quickly gets to work. He shatters the gem, which releases a pool of healing magic that frees Arthur's fingers from his unrestrained ice magic. He experiences a small sense of relief, but just can't seem to forget the bastard who ditched them. His mind is fixated on the thought of revenge for a second, until he remembers Jasmine and asks to see how she's doing. Elijah points to his side as she's also knocked unconscious. Unfortunately, in her case, she suffered an even more brutal attack as her body wasn't enhanced with mana at the time. Elijah could treat the burn the best he could, but he's certain that she suffered internal damage on top of that. Arthur senses urgency and instructs him to use the second gem on her. Elijah follows through sensibly, healing Jasmine's injuries by a lot. He's certain that she'll be fine in a few hours to come. The boy is thankful of his birthday present being the gemstones made by her mother. He recalls his current level of suffering to be familiar from when he was 4 years old. Switching to Sylvie's side, she senses that her father's awake now and lunges to approach the dungeon. Meanwhile, the bastard Lucas is seen hurrying out of the place barely in one piece. Arthur tells the winged dragon to simply focus on her training for now, since they're clear of danger. He reminds her that there's nothing to worry about, so she should simply focus on her training for now. Their conversation cuts off there with Elijah checking on our boy's health. Arthur jokes that he's in tip-top condition to run a marathon. Bro is out here competing with David Goggins. He's sure as hell persistent. Busy in thought, Elijah decides to shift the topic, finding himself surprised to see the masked swordsman being just as young as him. This makes our boy remember that he's lost his ultra-cool mask. Not even Elijah could find it in the ruins of the battlefield. That's fine, but Arthur is more troubled about his sword and asks if he found a stick. Thankfully, Elijah recovered the weapon by chance, which relieves Arthur quite a bit as he falls down again. He's infinitely grateful to this guy saving their lives and protecting his weapon, when in reality, he could have prioritized himself and left the dungeon. It's a noble deed, a truly noble one. Elijah argues that if he did that, he would be no different from Lucas. The boy laughs, disagreeing with that statement, because that spoiled brat is far worse. Glass's boy wants to know why Arthur chose to stick around and fight for others when he could have left at the right moment. To this, Arthur responded that he promised someone very dear to him to become a person who could cherish others around him. This kind of confession makes the usually stoic Elijah laugh because he thinks Arthur is speaking no differently from an old man. He wonders the kind of life someone his age must have led up until now to believe in such things. Arthur changes the topic and asks how long he was knocked unconscious for. Elijah isn't sure for certain but claims it's more than 1 day's time at the least. Arthur regrets that they'll be stuck here until Jasmine is up and running, so he thinks this is a good opportunity to become familiar with one another. He extends his hand to Elijah, this time introducing himself by name and even his nickname Art, with a smile. Thus begins the start of a new friendship. Elijah introduces himself as one from the Dwarven lands. Tapping the metal, Arthur asks if he's the one responsible for creating the metal shelter. It turns out it was Elijah's only way to ensure the cavern didn't collapse on them. This means the Elderwood Guardian's body was the reason it maintained stability for a long while. Arthur knows for a fact that ordinary people can't create metal out of thin air. That is, until said person is a dwarf, of course. Elijah realizes that his final secret is out the gutter now, while Arthur is willing to hear his side of the story. Glasses Boy thinks it's only a fair trade if Arthur also reveals what he did to turn his hair white and become a god for a moment. Elijah could even remember Arthur's eyes turning a glowing purple, so there's a lot to explain there. Our main character is fine with the explanations as long as they're trading equal information. Elijah starts off by confirming his suspicions regarding his origin. He comes from the Dwarven Kingdom, where Elder Radius took care of him and never talked much about the boy's parents. The only memories he has as a child are filled with incomplete flashes. Anyway, he lived quite a normal life there before penetrating past the dark orange stage. That's when he felt a surge of energy and went unconscious. When he woke up, the boy was surrounded by spikes of metal all around him. That's when Radius decided that it was best for the boy to explore the rest of the continent without really attaching a core reason to it. Much of his own powers are shrouded in mystery, and he always gets this uneasy feeling about something out of his control, about his origin. Just when it's Arthur time to explain, Jasmine releases a loud snore in her dream. She's out cold talking to Arthur in her dreams, causing both of them to release a hearty laughter. Elijah apologizes for his emotional story, but Arthur thinks it's fine. He wants to know about the masked swordsman's real origins now. Arthur straight up tells him that he's proficient in quadra-elemental casting, and he's an augmenter with the deviance of ice and lightning. It's so much to take in at once that Elijah carelessly bumps his own head in shock. He thought he earned the top spot for being a weirdo, but Arthur's composition just knocked him out of the water. Arthur explains the reason behind the markings, as he's a beast tamer who released his beast back there. Elijah is getting continually stunned by his words, especially when he discovers that Arthur's only 11. Elijah is older than him by a year, but he thinks it isn't a proud admission. Hearing that, Arthur's the one trying his best to contain his laugh. Both misfits laugh at each other in good memories. Still, Arthur hasn't fully recovered and feels pain from his injuries. He uses the final gem on himself, and that's when Jasmine wakes up seeing the boy's condition. She quickly grabs his body, apologizing for failing him. Jasmine sheds tears, overwhelmed by the guilt of being unable to protect him. Arthur softens his expression seeing her in this state, and tells her that it's all right. He embraces her with love as she finds herself overlapped with her actions. Arthur soothes her, stating that it was his choice to stay behind and fight, and she got hurt for it. While this is happening, Arthur muses a thought. It's the first time he feels that Jasmine is smaller than him. He releases a slight ache, which makes her worried about his injuries. She wants Elijah to use the storage ring to release their bags. Thankfully, she packed an emergency kit for them to use. After a while, she gives our boy a bandage treatment. He looks like a mummy with how much he's covered. Arthur takes his stand, supported by his friends. It's time for them to head home now. The trio makes it out alive as Elijah releases his metal barrier. Outside, the entire place is frozen in ice. Arthur questions if anyone from their team survived. It turns out that Brauld and Reginald didn't make it, so it's likely no one else made it either. Arthur's overcome by guilt, while Jasmine is curious to what happened to Samantha. Elijah explains that he created the metal shelter around her around the girl before they separated, but he's unsure if she made it out alive. Then again, Arthur's asking the same question. There's no telling how they're going to escape from this cage. He searches for the monster's beast core that was lost in the barrage of ice. Elijah wasn't able to locate it before, but he thinks he could try and find her now. Elijah concentrates his energy towards the earth, ordering it to search for the one missing. This spell is called the Earth's Pulse, and it sends a signal all around to detect life forms. Thankfully, he located Samantha in good shape, so he went up ahead to save her. His ability just now left Arthur stunned, because the spell usually only searches the surface instead of underground. Both of them decide to follow in his footsteps until Elijah comes to a stop. There, he sees the metal encasing he wrapped around Samantha. He grabs the metallic wall and carves it open, asking for her. Samantha is in seriously bad shape, burned and bruised all over her body. Elijah tries to reach for her, but Arthur thinks it's unsafe, as the vine is responsible for making her injuries worse. Thankfully, her breathing is good, but her fever's concerning. Arthur is glad that she's unconscious at the very least, or else she wouldn't have survived. But Elijah wonders if that's really a good thing at all. Being the strongest of the group right now, Jasmine carries her flailing body and suggests they return. Arthur looks around, worried that he won't be able to track the creature's beast core. A priceless core of an S-class mana beast will be lost for good. As the group is walking along, they feel a sudden tremor underneath. Elijah is worried and prepares his spell, but Arthur stops him because he knows what's coming. The dungeon breaks from the top, and what appears before their eyes surprises all of them. A matured Sylvie in her mighty form is here at last. Arthur is stunned to say the least, as she was tiny just a couple years ago. And now she's tall and strong. Sylvie licks his face, ruining our boy's hair. Elijah shudders as he can't comprehend how a wyvern is capable of growing 4 limbs. Then it hits him. It's a dragon. A real dragon. Arthur confirms it, shocking him even more. He adjusts his hair and adores his bond, introducing her as Sylvie. Elijah can't figure how dragons, who were thought to be extinct for centuries, have reappeared again. Arthur emphasizes that he needs to keep her very existence a secret. Jasmine isn't a threat since she already knows. Sylvie gives her the same licking treatment, ruining her hair also. Elijah is probably having the same reaction as us, because he's trying to figure out how an 11-year-old boy can be so overpowered on top of having a dragon on his side. Anyway, they decide to use her as a lift. Arthur instructs Elijah to hop on as it's time for them to leave this hellhole. They land outside the boss's lair, and the rest of the journey is traversed by foot, where the group takes on the Batrunners. The monsters end up getting scared the heck away after seeing a giant dragon nearby. Elijah is really confused why they didn't bring Toothless over here from the beginning of the raid. As for Samantha, she's slowly regaining consciousness. They put her on the ground for some rest. She opens her eyes and finds our boy even prettier without the mask on. Arthur just wants her to conserve her energy. Samantha reveals that she's holding on to something Dara and critical. She not only acquired the Beast Core but also protected Arthur's shattered mask. Both things make him smile and he praises her for it. Arthur thinks it's a good idea to split the Beast Core's profits after selling it. However, Jasmine doesn't want it and thinks Arthur is the most deserving of the group. The same goes for Elijah, who seriously doesn't want anything to do with the monster's remains. Arthur tries to remind these fools how much the mana core is worth. Samantha leaves it in his care, emphasizing that she's only breathing right now because of Arthur's final stand. She thinks he's rightfully deserving of the reward. The boy takes it as the rest of his allies are content leaving the core in his hands. He thanks them for entrusting him and turns to Samantha. He checks her pulse and recommends both Jasmine and Elijah to get some help as soon as possible. The both of them get up, but right before leaving, Elijah leaves his emergency bag with our boy to make sure he's up to date with supplies in case he needs them. It's here where Arthur sees the mana scroll and senses the urge to write back to his parents to make them not worry anymore. The message is sent, and he's glad they won't be worried when he returns to them. Next up, he's curious to learn how Sylvie grew so much by devouring cores. Sylvie hunts a lot of creatures to get this big and strong, which makes him wonder if she's capable of using her transformation ability. She demonstrates it by molding her form back to the tiny little lizard we all know and love. The little girl draws near as Arthur pets her well. His own injuries are getting rough on him, and it's going to take at least a few hours before help arrives. He thinks he should be okay with the newly acquired Beast Core. Taking a deep breath, Arthur remembers the name of Lucas Wykes well. The same boy who belongs to a family filled with a notorious reputation. One man's actions caused the death of Brauld and inflicted dangerous injuries upon the rest of the group. While he's filled with vengeance, Arthur wants to be careful with how he settles things. Only one thing is for certain this time. He doesn't care how long it will take. This man will make sure to settle the score with Lucas no matter what. The rescue team eventually arrived and took care of the situation. Samantha is rushed to the hospital while Brauld meets his end. Arthur is doing alright in one piece while his friends are handling the report with the branch master. The traumatizing retelling of the story comes to an end. Arthur is fed up that they're going this far just to pursue the truth of the story. Each of them shared what they could. Caspian lets them rest up for the meantime when suddenly, Lucas Wykes the bitch comes thriving with his guards. Jasmine and Elijah draw weapons to demolish this fucker at once, but Arthur recommends they don't do anything for now. Lucas acts like he's the innocent one of the group, only increasing Caspian's headache. The spoiled brat wonders how the group managed to escape from a clinch, and even accuses them for sacrificing a life in order to save their own. Caspian roars, standing to shut him up, but Lucas keeps on going, claiming that Samantha must have become the sacrifice of the group. Next, he turns to accuse Brauld of being the sacrificial pawn. His words are tossed shut when Arthur slaps a blade right next to his face, slicing his ear clean without even his notice. Lucas acts like he's the one getting attacked, but Arthur has had enough as he gets up with his overwhelming rage. Each of the men experience a strange shift in pressure. Lucas can't believe that they're standing around without even trying to protect him. The guards are ordered to attack at once. In response, Arthur merely makes a fool out of all of them in his injured state. He doesn't even have to kill them and casually dodges their attacks. Caspian warns the boy to be careful as his premature actions could lead to issues. However, Arthur has already chucked his fist for a strike. Turns out, he just wanted to retrieve his weapon, but his attack just now scared Lucas shitless. That's for sure. This guy is literally shaking in his boots while Arthur acts like he just wanted to reclaim his blade. He then turns to Caspian, who orders his assistant to escort Lucas to the medical ward immediately. Arthur wants both of his friends gone for a one-on-one conversation with the branch master. Caspian was scared for a moment and recommended Arthur to not fall to provocations. However, Arthur ruthlessly marches with a case of his own. He has the full power to squash the bug and protect his identity using his mask. He also really doesn't like Caspian's tone, as if to suggest that he's the one threatening the boy. Arthur releases a bone-chilling question, asking if Caspian is capable enough to protect Lucas from his wrath. This time, his eyes are different. These are the eyes of a merciless killer. The branchmaster maintains his calm and explains that he isn't threatening him, but rather saying for the best of his interests. Even if he manages to squash the bug, the Wykes family won't stay silent. They'll start with Jasmine and then target the rest of the group. Their connections too. He thinks it's unwise to earn the Wykes family's attention until Arthur fosters the capacity to protect his loved ones. Even with his strength, it's impossible for him to deal with someone like Lucas's half-brother. This is actually an enlightening realization for Arthur, who thanks Caspian for his words. He comes forward for the real subject of interest. He sits on the branchmaster's chair and claims that the guild would only do its best to benefit a talent like him. Caspian feels an air of confidence coming from him and offers whatever assistance he can. Arthur lays out a list of his demands and promptly exits the room. There, he finds his friends waiting for him, who are worried he might kill Lucas for sure. He changes topics because he's seriously hungry after all that. Arthur walks away, leaving both of his allies concerned over his state. Let's see how the hearing goes out. Both Arthur and Lucas are presented on each side for their case in front of the jury. They've come to conclude that among the reports, Lucas is the rat who betrayed his party, and thus his ranking is stripped at once. Also, he can never be enlisted as an adventurer again. They want him to return his card, which is what follows. Arthur is unimpressed that he was freed with such a minor punishment when his crime could have ended with him in prison. The panel turns to Arthur for his crimes against Lucas Wykes and potentially the rest of the Wykes family. The Adventurers Guild has come to a conclusion to ban Note completely from the city until Lucas Wykes' term at the academy ends. This is the exact outcome the boy wished for. He's smiling under his mask and decides to object against the decision on purpose to make it seem like he's worried. The panel emphasizes their order, claiming that they refuse to take away his guild license because of his righteous acts. He will be allowed to continue his adventures as an adventurer, so long as Lucas Wykes isn't around. The spoiled brat's smile quickly fades as he brings in the obvious concern regarding Note's identity. After all, he could easily unmask himself and decide to target the Wykes family under a different identity. The panel has judged for the boy's identity to be recorded right after the sentencing is cleared. They will not inform Lucas's family of his identity either, but only a few conjurers of the guild will keep an eye on the boy's whereabouts. Lucas's temper tantrum doesn't do him well, and he's left disappointed on the side. He leaves Arthur with a warning to stay as far away as possible from him. In response, the masked swordsman responds calmly, claiming that he's nothing more than a pretty boy. Lucas turns away as Arthur is requested to be escorted. However, the panel's head decides it's best to grant the boy his own protection and leads him the way. They go through a secret passage room, and as the door closes, it's revealed that everything was a setup from the ground up. Arthur is glad they compiled. The court is hoping that he doesn't cause any more trouble as they won't be able to contain the truth from the Wykes family for long. Arthur emphasizes that underneath the mask, he's cautious. A secret passageway opens. The panel is hoping that Arthur remembers this favor that was granted to him because they really might need his help someday. The masked swordsman is glad that they chose to support the correct person. He turns to remind him that he'll never forget. And then he walks away. The final impression of this Note character, according to the Elder, is that Caspian was right to call him truly frightening. Arthur reaches for the door handle and opens it to find Sylvie tackling her papa. Both his friends are also there, and it's finally all over. It's time to return home. As they walk together, Elijah asks if it would be right to visit Samantha before leaving. Arthur thinks it's a bad idea for him, but recommends Jasmine to check on her eventually. They reach the gate where Elijah realizes they're supposed to part soon. Arthur remembers that he isn't from the Sappan Kingdom and offers Elijah to come hang out with them before he heads off to school. This man tries to explain what a school is, causing Elijah to get frustrated. He originally never had any ambitions to go to a school, which is why he's surprised for Arthur. The masked swordsman thinks that it would be a wise investment to climb the ranks by receiving an education from the academy. However, Elijah has his objections. He doesn't know how he'll be able to step foot inside the best magic academy there is. After all, there are qualifications, money, and network that come first. Arthur wraps his arm around him and assures his friend that he can take care of the rest. All he has to do is drag himself to the academy, and the rest is nothing to worry about. Arthur tells Jasmine to take their new friend home because he's got something else to deal with for the meantime. There's the issue that Lucas is also going to attend the academy, which is one reason that Elijah decides to go. He is grateful for Arthur's help, having earned a really good friend. With them gone, he tells Caspian to emerge from his hiding spot. Arthur is thankful he got the judge to act the way he wanted. Lucas is blinded for the time being, and the issue has been resolved. However, Arthur is quick to remind the branchmaster that this shithole still resulted in the murders of valuable heroes. Caspian emphasizes that he doesn't want to start a fight. He tosses him a bag, a parting gift for the boy. It's full of gold, the kind of money that could really help him in Caspian's eyes. Arthur thinks he'll only face trouble if he wills it. The only concern is if Lucas has spotted Sylvie before. But in response to that, the creature simply changes into another form. This surprises him as he wasn't expecting her to wield so many transformations. It's just a benefit of having a familiar dragon. Fast forwarding ahead, Arthur adjusts his hairstyle and decides to enter an inventory shop to buy a dimension ring. The boy acts clueless and lost, so the shopkeeper reminds him about the hefty price of the ring. Arthur decides to showcase a bag full of gold and ends up leaving the man speechless. He foolishly spends most of his gold on a dimension ring that could barely fit his sword and a beast core. Still, with this, his preparations are now fully complete. He books a carriage to the Hellstay Manor. Busy in thought, the boy remembers how 2 years have passed since he adopted his new identity of Note. He gazes at the view and wonders how his school life will go. By night, Arthur has returned home. Ellie angrily stares him down, before tackling her brother mid-sentence. She can't believe that he returned, but she did say it with angry, tear-filled eyes. Arthur's happy and returns her a smile. She relieves him at last and goes inside. Arthur is glad to find her growing up quickly, but a shocking realization hits him. There's going to come a time where she'll date some bozo, and that's just every brother's nightmare. His parents are quick to welcome him in loving arms. Reynolds mocks his son's hair for the only growing factor in his physique. They tease each other lots as Arthur's mother hugs him dearly in open arms. She's just happy that he returned in one piece. The boy apologizes for always worrying her. Vincent and the others are also here to welcome him in. The whole family and friend group shares a circle while Arthur freshens up taking a shower. He realizes that Jasmine left a letter before going on a mission again. He's sad to see her go. Her letter is very to the point and has scribbled out any affectionate words from it, reflecting her personality. He's sad he couldn't see her off. At least he knows about her coordinates. As for Vincent, the man's beaming like an angel to announce that Lilia is currently a part of Zyra's Academy and has been attending for almost a year now. Arthur's glad to hear that. Vincent's family will forever be in his debt for helping their lineage become mages. They never expected it from the Hellstay house. In return, Arthur looks towards Elijah and claims that he's got a request to make for someone. Before that, though, Reynolds is all up and excited to hear about the boys dungeon diving. It's a long story, and he has trouble starting it. Anyway, they get to the really scary bits, and that's how the story concludes. Vincent is left shuddering by the end. They can't believe an Elderwood guardian faced them off, and Arthur single-handedly defeated the monster. The boy is curious to ask about his father's stage. He learns that Reynolds hasn't advanced from the Dark Orange stage no matter how much he tries to purify his mana, so he tosses a beast core to Reynolds, recommending to use it. He did use some of its energy to heal, but the rest of it is intact and powerful enough to break through the level. Reynolds hesitates to take this gift as this is something Arthur risked his very life for. None of them could imagine him gifting an S-class beast core, as it would reap a lot of profit. However, the boy has his priorities straight and wants his father to catch up to him using the beast core. Reynolds has a striking realization that his son has surpassed him by achieving the light orange stage at last. This gives him the strength to grasp the beast's core, promising to beat his son the next time they duel. The father-son rivalry just never ends. The same day, Elijah's having a relaxing shower when Arthur foolishly barges in to deliver his pajamas. He doesn't seem embarrassed even a bit and leaves quickly while Elijah slams the door shut. The boy observes his mask and reflects how so much has happened in 2 years. Sylvia agrees even though she grew taller than her papa. Elijah comes out from his shower and asks what took him a while. Arthur explains that he was talking to Vincent and helping him get sponsored for the academy. Elijah is excited as Arthur closes the door while confirming that everything is in the green. That night, the dwarven boy is full of excitement that he'll get to be a student of the academy. He wonders if they'll have enough opportunity to learn. Arthur expresses that they're super powerful for their age group, so it might be a boring experience if anything. Even so, Elijah can't wait to encounter powerful rivals and awakening greater powers. Arthur thinks the best benefit for him would be information regarding his 2 deviance affinities. Lightning especially exhausts his mana, while ice is hard to control despite his beast will. Worried, Elijah asks how they'll handle Lucas. For the time being, the spoiled brat doesn't know about Arthur's identity, which is good since he only wants to challenge his entire family when he's ready. Glasses boy is surprised that he can hold himself that much. On the other hand, Arthur can't figure out why Elijah is so shy that he built a pillow wall between them. He teases the kid and receives a body pillow smacked in his face. Curious about relationships, Elijah asks if he'll be able to score a girlfriend at the academy, which comes as surprising to Arthur. He thinks the nerd will end up finding a nerd girlfriend, and then they'll have Jimmy Neutron for a baby. It will be a nerd family, basically. On the other hand, Elijah is easily confident that our boy will be the Riz Master 69 at the academy with his lethal face card. Arthur assures him that girls their age aren't his type, so there's nothing to worry about. Both of them head to sleep after that. Arthur wakes up and runs into Vincent, who came in contact with an inventor called Gideon, known for being one of the most accomplished in his trade. The inventor will return to the city in 3 days, allowing them the chance to make a detour before meeting everyone in the city. Arthur's okay with that idea and wonders if something is happening in the downtown area. Vincent tells him that the royal families of all 3 kingdoms will make an important announcement which will be broadcasted in the downtown square. The boy is glad that Uncle Vincent over here is giving him so much of his time. Arthur's interested in a meeting with Gideon, and he's ready to use the knowledge of his past life in action. Vincent's confused until they run into Reynolds, who reminds the dude that he's got an important meeting to catch. The auction house owner bolts off, leaving the father-son duo together. The old man has officially broken into the solid orange stage. Interestingly, the beast core refused to crumble even after he absorbed everything from it. He leaves it in his son's care before thanking the boy for his help. Later that day, Arthur finds himself perplexed. He can't place how the jewel didn't crumble. It's only when he meditates and sees the haunting image of the towering beast that he realizes that the beast still exists inside the core. Let's explore how beast wills work. These things are powerhouses that seriously ramp up the intensity of the user. They're only obtainable via a powerful mana beast passing on their will. This makes Arthur excited as to what would happen if he integrates 2 beasts. He tests that theory out by meditating and interacting with the horrific Elderwood Guardian. His body is enveloped in a coat of purple as Sylvia's will manifests and terrifies the giant. Arthur breaks free of the experience and has confirmed one thing. The 2 beast wills are at odds with each other. He wonders why his father couldn't absorb the whole of the crystal. The kid suddenly remembers that a large factor is dependent on one's compatibility. So now, he's absolutely certain of the person he should grant this beast core to. He wonders how Tessia is holding up. The next few days flew by like nothing. He continued training and enjoyed a fun time with his family like any ordinary kid. One day, Ellie came to inform her brother to eat breakfast, but she could hear him knocking him cold talking in his sleep. It's the day of the announcement, so their mother wants them to get ready. Ellie is getting pissed and she decides it's a good idea to slam her brother full force, knocking the daylights out of him. Arthur teases her for learning weird habits for a lady, while Ellie reminds him to catch breakfast while she's gone. She hums away while our boy is left wondering why his sister has to be so damn violent all the time. Skipping ahead, we see both Elijah and Arthur deciding to check out a few stores. While our boy may be hard stuck with his savings, Elijah has been keeping his savings intact. The boy suggests his bond to follow Elijah while he chats with the inventor. Later, he and Vincent go and greet the inventor, whose butler scares them both. Himes leads the way, when suddenly Arthur catches a musty smell that stops him dead in his tracks. The old butler thinks he's asking the wrong question and should instead focus on what isn't a smell. The inventory pops out his clothes, looking like a zombie who hasn't showered in 2 centuries. He's furious at first, but quickly realizes that it's Vincent who's come here to meet him. The inventor Gideon expresses his annoyance with meeting people nowadays as he's got over 12 messengers from the royal family coming to him. They've all tried their best to coerce him to travel the ocean for his abilities. Arthur questions why they would ever try to do that, which only makes the inventor more pissed. Anyway, Gideon wants to know about the pipsqueak that Vincent has brought along. The boy introduces himself in good manners as one of the Lewin family and admirer of Gideon's work. The inventor seriously doesn't like the fact that Vincent brought him here regardless, as he doesn't like taking disciples under his name. The auction house owner expresses that it's rather the boy who wanted to come here on his own. Arthur uses this opportunity to express that he's got an offer, and is willing to take care of the fact that this musty, smelly bastard has to travel safe distances over the ocean. The inventor is listening, so Arthur grabs a chart and starts drawing away. Gideon belittles the boy for drawing a bunch of doodles until he finally sees what's on the canvas, causing him a great deal of shock. Gideon's expression worsens every second as he reads the concept of an engine powered by steam and generated by external materials, an idea that not even the great inventor himself could come up with. However, even with this idea, he feels as if something is missing from the equation. Arthur expresses that he intentionally left out important details, which he would be interested in sharing as long as their negotiations are finished. The inventory quickly realizes that this smiling boy isn't just any ordinary kid. He swipes off the feeling and requests his butler Himes to show the boy something worthy of his knowledge. The chest opens to reveal a brilliant ironized diamond in all its beauty. But Arthur isn't impressed. The inventor explains that this gem is one of the most valuable on the planet, and can store 5 times its size through mana. However, Arthur is disinterested as the object has little to no use for him. Gideon thinks it's time to bring out the big guns and shows the boy a whole bunch of valuable items. Among the pile, he takes out one mirror that is so special he hasn't shown to anyone. The boy coldly turns down each one of his suggestions, causing the inventor to drop the mirror in utter disbelief. If Alfred the butler wasn't here to catch it, they would have lost it permanently. Vincent sees how Arthur consistently turns down the great inventor himself. It gets to the point that Gideon is throwing shit at our boy to just take something for once. Vincent can't even comprehend what's going on anymore. Forced into a corner, the inventor thinks the pendants are the only options left. The butler reminds his master of their original worth, but he's snapped now. Himes quickly rushes to fetch the pendants and comes back a moment afterwards with 2 boxes. Both are snapped open, revealing the best pendants made possible for the likeliness of the royal family. Arthur inspects the object in his hand, realizing that it was made from a phoenix worm, his impressive knowledge astonishing Gideon. Not even Vincent knows about them. Gideon explains that phoenix worms are a race of S-class mana beasts typically considered just as rare as the existence of dragons. They're known for their ability to preserve their existences, which is how they were able to store the same ability inside the pendant. It's a cool concept as a phoenix worm is capable of protecting itself in the face of danger. It causes a protective shell conjured around the person it is supposed to protect. The best part comes after the shield breaking, as the mana stored inside the pendant will be consumed by the wearer, and transporting them to the safest location in their mind. It's just the perfect defensive artifact. Arthur questions how many times he could abuse the ability to his advantage. The inventor can't tell, but he's wasted 5 precious Phoenix Beast cores, which are typically considered the most valuable of the S ranks. He points out his fingers and thinks the artifact should be good enough to use twice. The boy is thinking of both his mother and sister considering the effects of the object. Also, he quickly remembers that these were crafted for the royal family. The inventor confirms that they were responsible for donating the cores after all, but he doesn't care much about that. All he cares about is Arthur's special little idea and what the boy is aiming for. Arthur acts like he just wants to give his sister a good birthday gift, but even Gideon can tell he's lying under his skin. The boy adds one condition to his knowledge, stating that he won't reveal any information unless he knows the intentions of the inventor. Gideon thinks it's pointless since he'll find out soon in the announcement to come. Arthur points out the shortcomings of the speeches reserved for the masses. He wants to hear the cold, hard truth from the inventor himself. The inventor wonders if he'll drop the deal for the pendants if he just tells his goals. But Arthur is relentless in his negotiations and isn't planning to back down either. Gideon is out here begging for him to just take 1 instead of 2. In response, Arthur wears a happy little smile and lights a torch in his hand, threatening to burn the drawing he just made. The inventor realizes he's dealing with a highly capable brat. Vincent pounces in vouching for the boy's promises. At last, Gideon is done and decides to leave the pendants in the boy's care. He talks about how only last year, they came to shockingly entertain the idea of there being a second continent beyond Dickathon. This information stuns Arthur, while Vincent can't believe the rumors are true. He was informed by an employee of the royal family who told him not to pass information on. Gideon's confirmation just now has added another layer of truth. The boy goes deep in contemplation and asks for proof of certainty. The inventor is nearly offended that he thinks they didn't compile evidence for the fact. He sits down on his chair to explain everything in detail. It turns out that they discovered a unique artifact attached to a mana beast a few years ago, an artifact never seen before on their continent. It had the unique ability to camouflage completely, blending in with the world. Vincent is shocked and wonders how they were able to catch it. Lady Luck favored them that day as one adventurer aimed to strike down a squirrel and eventually struck the bird instead. They found an artifact attached to it that was so complex not even the great inventor could figure out its intricacies. The purpose of the artifact is not revealed to anyone unless they're from the royal family, so Arthur threatens him by threatening the blueprint again. Now pissed, Gideon reveals that the artifact efficiently records moving and still images with ease. The boy is curious if that's everything. Vincent thinks it's the best kind of proof, but Arthur doesn't get how that could work as it could be made by any inventor in the Dickathon continent. The auction house owner explains that he's already introduced him to one of the best artificers known to the world. It just so happens that Gideon is at the top of the list for being the greatest artificer the continent has ever seen. But our boy out here is seriously doubting this guy's reputation, causing Gideon to lash out, claiming that he's living proof of the fact that there can't be a secret artificer like Arthur is suggesting. The boy outlines how foolish of an idea it is for the royal families to conclude that there's another continent based on Gideon's inability to comprehend the artifact. The inventor agrees and adds that the same artifact had recorded images of all the 3 kingdoms, complicating the matter. Arthur's calm reaction sends this dude's temper flying as he highlights the dangers of stronger and better mages and inventors on the opposing continent. Our boy confirms that he's already well aware of the dangers, but he doesn't want to imagine hypotheticals. Instead, he's ready to showcase how the steam engine could prove the existence of a new continent or not. Later that day, Vincent remarks how Gideon's the happiest he has ever been, ever since receiving the blueprint. At the same time, not even the auction house owner can envision a steam engine powerful enough to move a large ship across the ocean. Arthur thinks it's only natural for the people of this world to have completely become dependent on mana and forget about the capabilities of technology. Vincent goes ranting about his own crap, while Arthur zones out recalling how he could easily manipulate the use of a harmless technology in exchange for a good weapon for his family. Still, the fact that there's a second continent outside their own makes him excited. Sylvie communicates with him, telling Arthur she's coming to see him and Big Glasses Boy, which is Vincent. Elijah's done shopping around and reunites with the group. He simply cannot wait for the announcement to come regarding the unification. Arthur knows for a fact that the unification is definitely because of the discovery of the continent. Vincent acts like he already knows about the contents of the announcement. All of a sudden, Elijah sees a violent scene taking place in front of them. A boy is shoved by a brutal kick as he collapses to the ground, begging for his life. The bully is a scumbag brat who hates dwarves and mocks the child for using mana to protect himself. He urges the kid to release his mana at once, and when he doesn't comply, the punk uses his pipe to beat him up. But Elijah quickly tackles this fool and goes to check on the boy. This bully's forehead rivals the height of Mount Everest as he gets up and bitch slaps Elijah across his face, shoving his glasses away. The bully is offended that they ruined his fun, while Vincent acts like an adult and urges to call the guards before something serious goes down. However, Arthur grabs his hand and stops him, because he's pissed as hell. Elijah is one of their victims now, but he can't use magic to save his life as it will put all of them in trouble. He maintains his calm when one of the bullies recognizes the symbol from the Darv Kingdom on his uniform. They're surprised to find this discovery as the bully grabs his hair and asks if he jumped in to save one of his own. Elijah's in a pinch and can't win the physical fight, when suddenly, Arthur comes up from behind with a pipe of his own. They can't believe they've run into another annoyance. But the way Arthur is walking towards them, I have a feeling they're going to be rushed to the ER. In the royal carriage, Curtis is disappointed that they have to travel with so much discretion without their parents. Their guard expresses that the event is tightly guarded, so there will be nothing to worry about as he's their greatest protection. This is to respect Princess Cathleen's desire not to catch any attention. She wasn't planning on coming here in the first place but came because of her brother's interest. Curtis thinks it's a miracle that a girl like her could survive the clutches of the royal family for so long. He teases her, thinking that she'd be locked in a library all day if not for him. She bites back, reminding him that he considered her a last option after his friend cancelled. Moving on, Curtis regrets leaving his bond, which, if you guys recall, was a rare lion mana beast. Unfortunately, the beast is just as big as the carriage and not yet trained for the job. Curtis tries to seek Cathleen's approval for Grotter, but she's busy eyeing down someone. This someone just so happens to be our boy. Back to the scene at hand, Vincent is out here afraid for the children's lives. He thinks this is surely the day Arthur becomes a murderer. So he pounces in front and tries to control the situation in his hands. In response, the bullies call him an old fart. This makes him pissed because he's doing his best to protect them, and here they are calling him old. Arthur calls for Vincent's name and with an innocent yet brooding smile, requests that he move aside. A chill runs down his spine as he clears the path for the boy, already accepting that these lousy kids are dead now. Green Hair wants to act like a hero, so he's up first. He approaches with a pipe in hand, only to get smashed in his face with an attack so powerful that it leaves the rest of them stunned. Blonde wants to get a piece of our boy next, so he approaches Arthur with his trained sword skills, acting overconfident. It's technique passed down in his family, but Arthur can easily navigate his eyes and keep track of the boy's movements. The kid attempts to use a feint before releasing an ultra-fast lunge strike. Yes, it's really called that stupidly obvious name. Arthur stands there and dodges it point blank as if he wasn't ever afraid. He stares his opponent down and merely slaps his back, breaking the pipe as well after reinforcing it with mana. Arthur is feeling confident in his ability to finish this fight by throwing some hands. The leader of the group calls him cocky, but this dude doesn't know what's coming from him. Jamiel is a person who possesses a trident's fist, a punch far more extraordinary than normal. He's hoping to remind Arthur his place in the world. But when the boy coldly approaches him, terror sets in with those paralyzing eyes of blue. He can't fathom how a mere kid can possess a more damning pressure than that of his adult father. Regardless, he swoops in to attack, only for Arthur to chuck a fist in his face and beat the ever-living shit out of him. This dude's face receives plastic surgery as he crashes to the ground. He gets back up, reinforcing magic in his attack and releasing it at once. In response, an icy shield manifests to protect them. A girl with luscious black hair has stepped up to save them. It's Princess Kathleen. Before we proceed further, here's a little inner monologue of Kathleen Glider. Arthur was just another boy in her eyes, like her childish brother and all his friends. At least, that's what she thought in the short time she was with him. But her gaze seemed to always go back to him. Maybe that's how she realized he wasn't like the immature boys she had grown to dislike. Arthur was different. As she steps forward and freezes everything, her brother, Curtis Glider, also steps forward, demanding to know the meaning behind all this fuss. The guys who were trying to bully Elijah begin to cower in fear, and it doesn't take them long to drop to their knees and bow their heads to the ground, begging for mercy. In their defense, these bastards claim they were just enjoying their time chatting with each other when that barbaric peasant started beating them up for no reason. Of course, these baseless allegations annoy the hell out of Elijah, and before he can speak in his own defense, this loud bastard interjects, claiming that he and his friends are the ones being bullied here. Meanwhile, Elijah helps the dwarf kid stand up. Seeing the banged-up kid, even Kathleen Glider can tell these bastards aren't telling the full truth. What they've said so far doesn't explain how the dwarf got injured. On the other hand, it seems her brother isn't as sharp as she is, and he quickly believes these bastards' words. He begins interrogating our boy, asking if what they're saying is true. But Arthur isn't here to entertain questions from a clown who doesn't have enough brains to see through the obvious lies. The bullies on the ground find a spark of hope when they see how nonchalant and arrogant Arthur is being toward the Prince of Sapin. They're sure Arthur is screwed for sure. The escort knight quickly steps in, stopping Arthur from just walking away after insulting the Prince of Sapin like that. But my guy? He grabs that filthy hand of the knight's and apologizes in a cold, sharp tone. He makes it clear that his speech just tends to turn crass when he hears bullshit. The grip Arthur has is so strong that the escort knight is left questioning his life choices. But before shit escalates into a full-blown mess, Vincent steps up and tries to apologize on Arthur's behalf. He explains that what Arthur meant to say was that the boys on the ground are the ones lying. The prince is quite startled to see Vincent Helstia here. Vincent quickly explains that they were on their way to the announcement at the plaza when they came across this group of hooligans bullying the poor dwarf boy. As if to seal the deal, the beaten-up dwarf boy even coughs up blood, making it painfully clear he's seriously injured. The prince finally channels all his annoyance toward the bullies and demands to know their identities. The first guy introduces himself as Jamiel, the firstborn son of House Trident. As soon as the prince hears the mention of such an influential and renowned house, he finds himself at a loss. While it's obvious Jamiel has been bullying the dwarf boy, the prince can't help but remember that the Trident House is a major donor to both his family and Zyra Academy. Since he does not want to stir up any bad blood or animosity, the prince is left unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, it looks like Princess Kathleen already knows exactly what should be done with these bastards. But before she can hand down her judgment, her brother cuts her off. Contrary to what his sister wanted to suggest, he tells everyone to just reconcile and move on, especially since, according to him, there are no serious injuries or major damage. This bastard Jamiel had already expected the outcome to swing in his favor. After all, his father pours copious amounts of gold into the kingdom, which makes Jamiel practically untouchable. But we all know Arthur isn't about to let this incident slide. He quickly turns to Uncle Vincent and asks if he still has the communication scroll. As soon as Arthur gets his hands on it, he wastes no time and calls out Cynthia Goodsky. Hearing this, Jamiel thinks Arthur is a complete clown for foolishly involving the director of Zyra Academy. At first, Cynthia seems annoyed, assuming it's Vincent calling her. But her tone shifts dramatically when she realizes it's Arthur on the other side of the scroll. She immediately goes from irritated to chummy, even a little smitten, which leaves everyone standing behind Arthur completely bewildered. Arthur doesn't waste a second. He tells his old friend that he wants her to expel Jamiel Trident and his group of friends from the academy for racial bullying and using lethal magic within the city. At first, all the criminals responsible start flinching and trembling, dreading what might come next. But then Cynthia casually asks what's wrong and what Jamiel Trident did. For a moment, Jamiel feels a glimmer of hope. Even if that peasant Arthur is a bit close to the director, there's no way she would side with him. Not when his family pours so much money into her school. But my guy doesn't hesitate before issuing his own subtle threat. He might reconsider joining her academy. Well, that's all it takes for the old lady to fall in line. Without a second thought, she complies with Arthur's wishes and rolls out an order on the spot. Jamiel and his group are officially expelled. Later, the prince personally visits Arthur to apologize for his earlier behavior, admitting it was unbecoming of a prince to be swayed so easily. Arthur also apologizes for letting his emotions get the better of him earlier. Surprisingly, the prince doesn't mind at all. In fact, he respects Arthur for standing his ground. House Trident or not, the prince is just glad those students won't be attending Zyra Academy anymore. After that, the prince joins his sister back in the carriage. As he takes his seat, he mumbles about how Arthur is quite a strange fellow. While there's no doubt Arthur is a good kid, something about him doesn't feel right. But his sister doesn't seem to be paying him any attention. She suddenly stands up, and out of the blue she invites Arthur for a tea time together once they meet each other in school. Well, my guy has no reason to reject the offer, so he simply says yes. Meanwhile, Elijah standing behind him can't help but feel a bit jealous that the princess herself invited him. Even her brother is absolutely dumbfounded, seeing his usually heartless sister showing interest in someone. By now, a huge crowd has gathered to hear the big announcement that's about to happen. All these people are just moments away from discovering that there's another continent out there. Arthur can't help but look forward to seeing how everyone will react. But there's one thing bothering him. The fact that this other continent has been spying on Dickathon using camouflaging mana beasts and recording artifacts. They wouldn't be doing that unless they were either scared of Dickathon or had some seriously malicious intentions. By now, Arthur isn't sure if he made the right decision in expediting Dickathon's ability to reach this new continent. Perhaps it's for the best. If these people from the other continent really are hostile, then Dickathon might be able to launch a preemptive attack. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by his mother, who notices his sulking mood and looks worried. But he quickly assures her that he's fine. To this, she warmly responds that, while she'll always worry about him, she'll never stop him from doing what he wants. As much as Arthur wanted to promise her that she'd never have to worry about him, he knew he couldn't lie to her like that. So, instead, he simply flashes a smile and thanks her for her concern. A few mages step forward and use their magic to create a giant holographic screen, ensuring everyone in the crowd has a clear view of the king as he delivers his speech. The king begins his address, introducing the other big shots that are beside him. Then, finally, he reveals the main reason everyone has gathered to listen. He assumes that many in the audience are aware of the animosity that has existed between humans and elves, while even the dwarves have long been considered just business partners. However, that's not the way they want things to continue. He explains that he, along with other leaders of their respective races, has met countless times over the past few years in an effort to unite their races. 2 years ago, they took the first step by allowing members of all three races to become adventurers. It brings a smile to his face to see parties of humans, elves, and dwarves forming and working together toward a common goal. Last year marked another milestone. Zyra Academy welcomed students from the Kingdom of Elenoir and the Kingdom of Darv. Now, a new generation of mages can form friendships and memories without the outdated barriers that once separated them. As a leader, he acknowledges that he and his fellow leaders understand how difficult it may be for some to adjust, especially after years of constant enmity. However, he emphasizes that it's time for everyone to let go of the past and any lingering discrimination. Thinking beyond narrow perspectives has become a necessity, not just for individual growth, but for the future of this continent and its children. All the people gathered seem to support the king's idea. Next, it's the turn of the king of the elves, Alduin, to deliver his speech. He begins by expressing how honored he feels to speak on behalf of those gathered here on this unforgettable day. He firmly agrees with the message King Glader has so eloquently delivered regarding the future of their continent. However, while they share a clear vision for the future, Alduin admits that this continent is still filled with many unknowns. Here in their homeland of Dickathon, there are places so dangerous that no one dares to explore them. But what if there's a possibility of even greater mysteries and dangers lurking beyond their borders? With that said, the Elven King formally announces that they have found evidence of another continent. The mention of a new continent sends the crowd into a frenzy, and clamor erupts everywhere. Arthur had expected the common folks to react this way, but the King of the Elves quickly steps in and calms everyone down. He explains that even they don't know much yet and have many questions that remain unanswered. What they do know, however, is that out there lies another continent, full of mystery, adventure, and possibly danger. He adds that there's even evidence suggesting the other continent has tried to reach Dickathon as well, but the current technology on both sides doesn't allow them to travel such a great distance. That's when the Dwarven King rises to address the crowd, calling for silence. As Alduin said, they don't know much yet. However, he emphasizes to the masses that, in these times of uncertainty, one thing is clear. Standing together, as one people, is what's best for their continent and its future. Fighting amongst themselves is pointless. Their appearances may be different, and their cultures may sometimes clash, but everyone must remember that they were all born on the continent of Dickathon, and he for one is really proud of that. He hopes future generations will feel the same way. He asks the crowd if they share the same sentiment. For a moment the crowd falls silent, deep in thought. Then, they erupt into a round of applause, clearly confirming their support for the idea. The process of bringing the three races and kingdoms together is a long-term endeavor. To ensure the process runs smoothly, 6 individuals will be appointed for this important task. These individuals, chosen by the royal families, are believed to be the most courageous, tactful, intelligent, and powerful representatives of their respective nations. They will represent each of the 3 races on a continental scale. The primary goal of these 6 individuals will be to defend and safeguard the well-being of Dickathon. They will work alongside the rulers of this continent to ensure their home remains protected as they enter this exciting new era. These individuals will henceforth be known as the 6 Lances. Each lance symbolizes the unity they share, not only with their own kingdoms, but with the entire continent. To represent this, each of them is given a special ring that signifies their title and will be recognized throughout Dickathon. The first representative is Alea Triskin, followed by Virai Orai. Then comes the third, Ulfrid Warrand. The fourth, Aya Greffin. The fifth, Mika Earthborn. And finally, Baron Wykes. The mention of this familiar name completely catches Elijah off guard. Even Arthur doesn't look quite pleased to hear that name, and a thick tension surrounds him after spotting one of the Wykes family members on stage. The day of the announcement serves as a harsh reality check for Arthur. Lucas Wykes, whose insubordination and betrayal led to the deaths of most of their party, had used his family's power and connections to walk free from his atrocities. Arthur had been warned that seeking revenge against Lucas would be suicide. Standing behind Lucas was his older brother, a powerful mage who now holds the title of a lance. While this complicates his plans, Arthur decides to push all of it aside for now, as he has more pressing matters to attend to, such as his sister's birthday. He's ready for the event, looking like an absolute gentleman. When Sylvie tries to come with him, he quickly tells her to stay in the room for the night. There might be some guests at Ellie's birthday party who are watching him as a pretense, so he doesn't want to take any chances. He reassures his little buddy that he'll make sure someone brings back lots of food for her. That promise is enough to perk the little one's spirits, and with that, they happily wave goodbyes to each other. The night is lively, and the mansion is getting busy with the arrival of all the guests. Arthur can be seen standing at the door, welcoming everyone inside. Meanwhile, Elijah is in the corner, talking to some hot chick. He doesn't waste the opportunity and invites her to grab some lunch together later. But his clumsy attitude causes him to spill his drink all over his clothes, and it doesn't take long for the girl to put some distance between him and her. Arthur quickly twirls around to avoid eye contact with his friend, knowing it would only embarrass the poor guy further. Finally, the spotlight of the day arrives, with her mother playfully covering her eyes. As soon as they reach the living room, the mother quickly uncovers Eleanor's eyes. There Arthur stands, along with all the family members and everyone dear to her, gathered to celebrate her important day. Her brother takes this opportunity to request his sister for a dance. Of course, Eleanor is startled to see her brother inviting her like this for something she never expected to happen. The father, on the other hand, quickly orders the musicians to let the rhythm fill the room. As soon as the music begins, so does the dance between brother and sister. Their performance is a sight to behold, leaving all the guests in awe and amazement. We also see another unexpected guest gracing the party, and it's Gideon. It seems even here this nerdy guy wants to discuss some serious business with Arthur. The scene then transitions to outside, where a carriage that screams royalty pulls up. And honestly, it wouldn't be surprising if the guest inside is Tessia. Though she doesn't leave the carriage, she's just here to drop off a gift. After all, today is Arthur's sister's moment to shine, and Tessia doesn't want to steal that spotlight. Instead, she simply tells her servant to deliver the gift. Now back to this nutjob Gideon. Once they step aside for a private chat, Arthur is hoping Gideon didn't crash the party just to talk business. But Gideon quickly denies it, adding that he even brought Eleanor a gift as well. Whatever the case, Arthur quickly asks Gideon what pleasure he owes to a visit from the #1 artificer of Dickathon. Gideon, with his usual annoyed expression, explains that he just wanted to deliver the news that the council has approved the design he refined from his blueprint, and it's already undergoing construction. The council, by the way, is what the kings and queens of Dickathon now prefer to call themselves after abandoning the monarchy they once held over the 3 kingdoms. Arthur congratulates him, sure that Gideon's efforts are deserving of a reward befitting his achievements. But for Gideon, money and fame are just means to an end. What he actually wants is something even the council can't provide. Suddenly, Gideon's fans start surrounding him, completely occupying his attention and leaving Arthur to his thoughts. As Arthur stands there, he notices Lilia calling out to him. She's out of breath after sprinting all the way here and apologizes for being late. Arthur assures her it's fine, mentioning that her parents had already told him how busy she's been these days as a secretary of the student council. Putting that aside, Arthur greets her properly, as it's been forever since they last saw each other. As they stand face to face, Lilia suddenly notices how tall he's gotten. They spend some quality time catching up, and Arthur finds himself glad to see how much she's grown. The little girl who used to hide from her parents and eat meals with the maids and butlers has now become so accomplished. Lilia looks charmingly annoyed, thinking he's teasing her just because she once showed him her secret hiding spot. Still, Arthur can't help but point out how far she's come. The girl who used to stress about her future is now thriving at the most prestigious academy in Dickathon. Judging by the number of boys who've been sneaking her soulful stares during their conversation, Arthur assumes she's become quite popular as well. Well, there goes her Freudian slip. Lilia unintentionally lets it slip that she doesn't even have a boyfriend. But our boy doesn't catch on to what she's trying to imply. Instead, he cheerfully tells her that he'd be happy to critique and approve any boy she might bring home, though he makes it clear that he won't be any easier to please than her father. Of course, this devastates Lilia. To think that Arthur doesn't even consider her in that way is just heartbreaking for her. That's when Gideon joins their conversation. Lilia quickly bows in respect to his senior and then excuses herself, walking away to give Arthur and Gideon some time alone. Gideon can't help but notice that he always seems to be surrounded by girls. Lilia, in particular, seems quite interested in Arthur, so he asks if Arthur doesn't plan on doing anything about it. Our boy simply states that Lilia is someone whose life has been changed by him, and her feelings towards him aren't exactly love, but more akin to gratitude. As far as Arthur is concerned, what she's feeling now is more like the infatuation a damsel might have toward a hero. But in the future, he's sure she'll be able to distinguish those feelings. Gideon finds it frustratingly repulsive how deeply and thoroughly Arthur seems to analyze these situations. In any case, Arthur is certain that Gideon isn't here to give him advice on love, so he asks what he really wants to discuss. Gideon then claims that he wants to use the money, fame, and power that the council has bestowed upon him to get something he can't obtain elsewhere, which is Arthur's knowledge. Arthur had already started having second thoughts after giving Gideon the blueprints for the steam engine because he didn't want to change how this world works any more than he already has. This continent is doing just fine without his interventions. Hearing this, Gideon becomes more certain that Arthur has even more inventions in mind that could change the world, but he just doesn't want to talk about them. Arthur finds it concerning how easily Gideon picks up only the parts of his thoughts he wants to hear. So Arthur coldly addresses Gideon and makes it clear that he's not here to indulge his selfish curiosities. In response, Gideon decides to offer a trade. He promises not to ask about any world-changing inventions, but he wants to borrow Arthur's mind from time to time. In return, he offers to become Arthur's personal benefactor for whatever sort of artifacts or goods he might need. The deal is lucrative, and Arthur sees no reason to deny it, so he shakes Gideon's hand to seal the agreement. Meanwhile, we see Ellie unwrapping all the gifts she's received, and among the sea of presents, Arthur notices an oddly shaped one that stands out the most. Ellie quickly unwraps it, and besides the gift, there's also a letter. As Arthur reads the letter, Ellie finds a bow and arrows inside, and the design looks very elven. While Arthur has no clue who might have sent this gift, we already know that it's from Tessia. That's when Ellie extends her hand and demands her brother hand over her gift. Arthur doesn't waste a moment and produces 2 small jewelry boxes, one for his sister and one for his mother. Once Ellie opens it, we see that it's the same phoenix feather necklace Arthur got from Gideon. These necklaces are meant to protect them in case he or his father isn't around. While Mrs. Helstea is in awe of such a lavish item, her husband claims that these 2 pendants are the only ones in existence. After putting one of the pendants around his sister's neck, Arthur greets her with a heartfelt happy birthday. Later, we find ourselves at the manufacturing facility, where Arthur walks alongside Gideon. This place is restricted to council members only, yet Arthur is being given the privilege of walking around. As they talk back and forth, Gideon remembers that Arthur's birthday passed not long ago. It's actually been 4 months since Ellie's birthday, and the days have blurred by. But still, even though it's late, Gideon presents his gift to Arthur. When Arthur opens the box, he finds exactly what he's been hoping for a long time. For that reason, Arthur thanks his maniac friend. But Gideon states that, compared to the help Arthur provided with the steam engine, this little present is nothing. Though Gideon is curious why Arthur wanted to hide not just 1, but 2 elemental attributes. As a joke, Gideon even wonders aloud if Arthur is a quadra-elemental mage or something like that. Well, this joke hits a little too close to home for Gideon because, to his surprise, Arthur actually is a quadra-elemental mage. Gideon chokes when he hears this, and it finally clicks for him. The reason Arthur wanted that bracelet is to hide half of his elemental attributes, but he isn't sure why Arthur is revealing this now, of all times. My guy doesn't shy away from explaining that the more Gideon knows about how special Arthur is, the more likely he'll be inclined to give him free stuff. However, Gideon still believes the secret Arthur just shared is literally world-defying, and he actually wants some proof to truly believe it. Arthur is more than willing to prove himself. In any case, Arthur is really impressed by how fast the ship is getting built. Gideon feels glad about this and states that, by the time Arthur is prancing merrily to his first day of school in a few days, the Decatheus will set sail. As Arthur walks alone, he truly acknowledges how fast this old geezer really works. To think he could organize and have an entire steam engine ship built in a matter of months is mind-blowing. If this new continent really is as hostile as they say, Arthur just can't afford to train half-heartedly. With the artifact Gideon gave him, he should work on getting his wind and earth magic closer to his fire and water magic. Lost in thought, Arthur accidentally stumbles into a big guy who's also carrying 2 chicks alongside him. Seeing this guy as just a low-life extra, Arthur decides to walk past. But this guy doesn't quit with his teasing, and even goes as far as grabbing Arthur by the head. Arthur is willing to ignore the guy's yapping, but he can't tolerate having his head grabbed. Finally, Arthur's deadly glare causes the guy to recoil in apprehension. He's seriously annoyed that this guy dared speak to a professor of Zyron's academy like that. The mention that this bastard is a professor makes Arthur halt. While the guy continues to mock Arthur and flaunt his title as professor, Arthur throws down the pendant he had stolen from the guy, leaving the bastard utterly bewildered. As far as this bastard can tell, he did not see this brat move, so how come he even stole that pendant? As soon as Arthur gets back home, his sister and the little furball jump at him, but he quickly saves himself by gently making them both float using his wind magic. He questions his sister where their parents are, to which Ellie responds that they're in the living room with Elijah because there's a package they received from Zyra Academy. One is for Elijah, and one is for Arthur. It turns out it's a uniform they've received, and seeing the box that officially welcomes him to Zyra Academy, the moment feels special to Arthur. From an orphan to a king, to a baby, then an adventurer, it looks like he will finally be a student. He can't even begin to imagine how much more this world is going to teach him. Well, there you go guys, the end of the 3rd season. The next season opens with Arthur getting ready for school while Elijah is already prepared and waiting. As Arthur dons his uniform, Elijah can't help but question why Arthur chose to attend Zyra Academy as a scholar mage. To that, Arthur simply responds that he wanted to learn more about magic theory. But Elijah points out that Arthur could have done that by taking electives instead of centering his entire academic life around it. Well, fighting kids his age doesn't really interest Arthur much. Besides, he'll still be taking some battle mage classes on the side. Elijah knows all this, but he's heard that scholar mages tend to be looked down upon by battle mage students. He's worried about how many students Arthur will end up sending to the medical ward for looking down on him. Anyhow, as Arthur finishes getting ready, he assures his friend that he'll try to behave. Later, they arrive in the dining area and sit down for breakfast. Ellie is sulking because she wanted to go to Zyra Academy as well. Seeing her brother in that prestigious uniform doesn't make things any easier for her. After breakfast, Arthur and Elijah are finally ready to depart for their academy. Before boarding the carriage, Arthur makes sure to give his parents a sweet hug. He also makes sure to show some love to his sister, ruffling her hair playfully. Arthur reminds them to keep the pendants he gave them on at all times. Both his mother and sister proudly show the pendants they're already wearing. His father, not wanting to be left out, asks if his son has any final words for him. To this, Arthur simply smirks and advises his old man to just don't burn the house down while he is training. After their short journey, Arthur finally arrives at the academy. The scene is bustling with all kinds of students arriving, some riding fantastical animals as their means of transportation. As the students gather, one of the seniors steps forward and informs everyone to form a single file line in front of the grand white central building up ahead. Attendance at the entrance ceremony is mandatory. One by one, the students approach the receptionist's desk to register and verify their identities. When it's finally Arthur's turn, the receptionist is visibly shocked upon learning that Arthur has affinities for both earth and wind magic. After a brief moment of surprise, she regains her composure and directs him to proceed further. The auditorium is already packed with students, and there isn't a single seat left unoccupied. Arthur and Elijah navigate their way through the crowded seating area, finally managing to secure seats after quite a bit of effort. Soon after, the chairman of the academy, Good Sky, makes her appearance. Her sharp eyes immediately catch sight of Arthur, and she acknowledges him with a subtle wink. With just a single snap of her fingers, the noisy students, who had been chattering amongst themselves, fall into complete silence. Arthur is thoroughly impressed by her display of power. While he never doubted her abilities, seeing her exert enough control to encompass the entire building is truly awe-inspiring. The old hag finally begins her speech. She starts by apologizing to all the students for silencing them so abruptly, but explains that at her age, she can only speak so loudly. After introducing herself, instead of the usual generic speech she gives every year, she decides to get a little creative since this year is special. She takes a lot of pride while revealing that ever since the founding of the institution, this academy has never had as many elves and dwarves in attendance as it does today. With that in mind, who better to welcome everyone than the very students who will help lead and give voices to all? She then calls for a round of applause to welcome the members of the Zyra Academy Student Council. The first 3 members of the council make their way onto the stage, but they don't draw much attention. However, the one who walks in last commands an undeniable presence, instantly stealing the spotlight and drawing every pair of eyes in the room. The figure is so familiar that even Sylvie perks up in excitement. Arthur can't help but crack a smile as well, his heart warming as he finally sees Tessia after such a long time. All the students had heard rumors that Tessia had been on campus since last year as a direct disciple under Director Goodsky. What makes this so shocking is that the director is infamous for never taking on a disciple. That fact alone speaks volumes about just how talented this lady is. As the student council takes their places on the podium, Tessia takes the initiative to introduce herself as the student council president. First and foremost, She congratulates everyone for gaining admission to the finest institute of mages this continent has to offer. While she's a first year like the rest of them, she shares that she had the privilege of observing the academy for an entire year beforehand. During that time, she not only gained insight into the lessons and bonds formed within these grounds, but also witnessed the discrimination that scholar mages, in particular, have faced. She points out that if something as small as differences in uniforms can divide people, she worries about what differences in race might lead to. Standing before them as students of a new generation, Tessia implores them to cast aside the mindset of the older generation, a mindset that bred hostility among the different races. Just as the royal families have come together to form the council, everyone should do the same for the future of this continent. Everyone erupts into a round of applause at her energetic speech. Sylvia is also really happy to hear the speech and feels very proud of her mama. This, of course, catches Arthur off guard, wondering why Sylvia is calling her mama. Meanwhile, it looks like Elijah has been struck by love at first sight. Well, my guy isn't surprised to see Elijah in love because, to be fair, she does look too damn cute. After that long speech, all the students walk outside to catch their breaths. Suddenly, they notice some guys trying to bully a short dwarf about his height, and Elijah decides to step in. Seeing this, Arthur can't help but make a mental note about how Tessia is going to have a hard time cleaning out all the filth. The human Nicholas Dryle keeps mocking the dwarf. In response, the dwarf, Bronzen Boar, issues a duel to defend his pride and honor. Nicholas quickly accepts the duel, flashing the artifact on his uniform in order to confirm the duel. Seeing this, Arthur realizes that these school-issued artifacts can conjure barriers around their users for sanctioned duels. Well, that's a pretty interesting concept. As both contestants ready themselves, Elijah can be seen cheering for the dwarf, Bronzen Boar. Meanwhile, Arthur scans the two contestants and notices Nicholas is a dark red core, while Bronzen Boar is a black core augmenter. Bronzen Boar takes the lead, charging at his opponent, but Nicholas quickly uses earth magic to conjure dual blades of earth. This was quite awe-inducing for Elijah, as well as for Arthur. To be able to conjure earth like that as an augmenter, especially as a red core mage, shows not only natural talent, but also extensive training. Meanwhile, Bronzen Boar counters by using his giant axe to fend off the earth blades. At the same time, Nicholas tries to sneak behind his opponent for a surprise attack. But the dwarf reacts quickly, staying light on his feet and repels Nicholas right away. Nicholas lands back on his feet, and the smirk spreading across his face clearly says he's not done yet. Using a cheap tactic, Nicholas shoves debris into Bronzen Boar's eyes. While the poor guy is blinded by this sudden attack, Nicholas wastes no time and lands a decisive blow on his helpless opponent. And just like that, the duel of pride is over, with Nicholas winning in the most unprideful way possible. The duel is over since the barrier has vanished, but Nicholas doesn't seem to have any plans of stopping. The bastard proceeds to break the poor guy's arm, who's lying helpless on the ground. But Elijah isn't ready to let this happen and seizes the opportunity to play the hero. However, his dream of becoming a hero is quickly dashed when Arthur simply shouts for the student council president. Nicholas is caught off guard and starts looking around, trying to figure out where the president is. Meanwhile, Elijah is complaining about how Arthur just ruined his perfect moment to be the hero, when suddenly, Arthur is yanked by that bastard Nicholas, who's annoyed by Arthur's antics. Arthur tries to keep cool and reminds the bully that discrimination isn't a good thing. Besides, the duel was over long before that. Eventually, Nicholas shoves Arthur away and walks off, muttering insults under his breath. Arthur doesn't mind the insults and starts walking off when, out of the blue, Sylvie does something completely unexpected. She literally spits on the guy's neck as he walks away. Well, that does it. This is enough to make Nicholas, who is basically a ticking time bomb, finally erupt. But once again, Arthur stays cool and points to his little buddy, claiming that it's this little furball who did it. Before the bastard can start his bullying again, the student council walks into the scene. Yes, guys, it's the student council, the most powerful faction, more formidable than anything in the anime world, whether it's the government or the mafia. While the vice president of the student council is outlining all the regulations regarding discipline and discrimination, Tessia's mind is elsewhere, thinking about Arthur. She hadn't been able to spot him in the sea of students during the speech, which makes her wonder if he might have skipped it altogether. But she clearly remembers that Director Goodsky mentioned he was already at the school. Now her mind is spinning with scenarios about how to act when she finally sees him for the first time. Should she play it cool or be more friendly? And what if he's the one who finds her first? All these thoughts weigh her down, and just as she gets lost in her own musings, the vice president snaps her out of it, asking if she's feeling unwell, and offers to cancel the remaining meetings for the day. But Tessia quickly brushes it off, saying she's totally fine. That's when her eyes catch something unexpected. It's Arthur. Noticing the direction of her gaze, the vice president also looks over and starts explaining. That's Nicholas from House Dryle. He's one of the more promising students who joined last year. The red-haired boy next to Nicholas seems to be a first year. The vice president adds that he doesn't recognize him from any of the noble family's prospective student parties, so he must be a commoner. Lilia, another member of the council, also spots Arthur. When both Tessia and Lilia see how rowdy Nicholas is getting, their first thought is the same: this student might actually die if he ends up pissing Arthur off. To prevent things from escalating, Tessia steps in and questions Nicholas directly, asking if he really dares to draw his abilities. The guy quickly switches to defense mode, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. He insists that he simply accepted a duel from Bronze Boar when this first year rudely interrupted. Arthur also notices Tessia and casually waves at her, but before he can say anything, Lilia interrupts and questions him about what actually happened. Seeing this, Tessia turns to Lilia and asks if she knows him. Lilia doesn't hesitate to reveal that Arthur's father has worked for her family for several years, so they've been friends for a long time. Arthur further clarifies to Tessia that he and Lilia have been living together for a while now. While Arthur is just trying to clarify things, Tessia finds herself getting even more confused. She just can't wrap her head around the idea of them living together. And now, a flood of questions and doubts starts clouding her mind. The vice president turns to Nicholas, asking about the meaning behind his antics. He reminds Nicholas that even if he was interrupted, that doesn't give him an excuse to pull a weapon on any student. Nicholas quickly tries to defend himself, claiming he just wanted to scare the other student off and never intended to actually harm him. Although the vice president is annoyed by such a lousy excuse, he decides to let it slide. However, the president herself doesn't agree that Nicholas's actions should go unaddressed. As far as she's concerned, pointing a weapon at someone outside of a sanctioned duel is a clear violation of school rules. She firmly reminds him of the rules, stating that even threatening someone with a weapon is enough to warrant suspension. And if he ever laid a hand on someone, expulsion would be the least of his worries. With a commanding tone, she questions him again, demanding to know if he dared to act recklessly. Seeing no way out of the mess, Nicholas finally owns up to his mistake and quickly offers an apology for acting rashly out of anger towards Arthur. Arthur acts nonchalantly, not bothering to respond to Nicholas's apology. Tessia steps in and reminds Nicholas that his actions will be reported, but for now, he's allowed to leave. The rest of the cowards with ill intentions start retreating, not wanting to get caught up in more trouble. Tessia then turns to Arthur, questioning why he's starting fights on the very first day of school. As far as she recalls, her grandfather had told her Arthur was trying to keep a low profile, but beating up a senior is hardly something that could go unnoticed. Arthur is visibly disappointed to see how she is taking this matter so lightly. He reminds her that she's judging him based on just 5 seconds of what she saw, and insists that he never intended to fight in the first place. Tessia doesn't back down, making it clear that it doesn't matter who started the issue. He should have kept the consequences in mind that could have followed if the situation had escalated further. Arthur stands his ground and clarifies that Nicholas was about to seriously injure that poor student. If Arthur hadn't intervened to distract Nicholas, that student would have been dealing with far worse than just a few injuries. Seeing how Arthur is getting so serious about the situation, Elijah tries to snap him out of it. He tells his friend to let it go since the president isn't entirely wrong either. With all the frustration caused by the people around him, Arthur has had enough and starts walking away from the scene. Seeing how rudely Arthur is acting, the vice president quickly stops him and throws an insult, questioning if he was raised in a barn. My guy, however, just lets out a heavy sigh, clearly fed up with people always putting their filthy hands over his shoulder. This naturally pisses Clive off even more. But before the poor guy can react, Arthur releases a heavy pressure that makes everyone around him cower. Before anyone can make sense of what's happening, Clive is sent flying into the air, only to come crashing down butt first onto the solid ground. Lilia quickly rushes over to Clive, who's sprawled on the ground, and checks if he's okay. Arthur is seriously sick of everyone around him and simply walks off. Even Tessia doesn't have the courage to stop him. Later that day, as dusk settles, Tessia is inside her dorm room building, banging her head against the wall in frustration after messing up so badly. She's both frustrated and embarrassed with herself. All she had been trying to do was help Arthur avoid trouble. If he got into trouble, he'd lose access to the library and training facility privileges, something she thought he'd value. But she realizes she shouldn't have been so biased in her judgment. After all, Arthur wasn't the one holding a weapon in the first place. Though, let's be real, Arthur himself is basically a weapon. But currently, this fiasco is the least of her concerns right now. Most importantly, why the hell did Arthur end up living with Lilia? Her irritation only grows as she blames it all on Director Goodsky. If not for Goodsky making her the student council president, she wouldn't have had to deal with all this fairness nonsense. She could have just reunited with Arthur like an old friend, without all the formalities and pressure. But now, everything's ruined. Suddenly, a knock on the door pulls her out of her thoughts. It's Clive on the other side of the door. He just wanted to check on her since she seemed a bit drained after their earlier encounter with that first-year student. The lady doesn't bother opening the door and simply tells Clive that she's fine. As Clive walks away from her door, her mind remains stuck on Arthur. What makes her situation worse is that damn guy has somehow gotten even more good-looking, making him even harder for her to resist. Now that she thinks about it, she becomes convinced that countless girls in the academy must be hitting on him by now. This realization only fuels her panic, and she ends up letting out a scream so loud it grabs Clive's attention as he quietly walks away. Meanwhile, we catch up with our boys, who have just arrived back at their dorm room. Elijah can't help but ask Arthur why he got so worked up earlier, pointing out that it's pretty rare for him to get that irritated. Now that Arthur thinks about it, he realizes that what Tessia said wasn't entirely wrong. Whatever the case, he decides to shove all the gloomy thoughts aside. What's done is done, and there's no point dwelling on it. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. When Arthur opens it, it's none other than Director Goodsky herself. Elijah is completely shocked, unable to believe that Director Goodsky is standing right there in person to meet Arthur. The poor guy starts bowing frantically, overwhelmed by the honor of meeting the director so up close. Goodsky acknowledges Elijah, even sharing that he's been on her radar and that she's heard great things about him already. While Elijah is practically glowing from the praise, Arthur casually invites the director inside. Once they're alone, Goodsky reminds Arthur that she had already told him to call her Cynthia, but Arthur, in his usual style, blatantly refuses. Cynthia then notices the seal Arthur is wearing and senses only wind and earth attribute mana. She is quite intrigued to see that he is trying to hide his other two elements. Though she also can't help but feel a bit disappointed, she was secretly hoping to flaunt him as her little quadruple elemental protégé. Shifting the topic to school life, Arthur remembers that there's something else he needs her help with. Apparently, he wants to take higher-level mana theory classes, especially ones focused on deviance. Cynthia nods and remarks that it wouldn't be too difficult to arrange, but she's curious. She thought one of Arthur's main reasons for enrolling at the academy so late was to blend in with his peers. Arthur quickly clarifies that he plans to take these advanced classes on top of the normal ones with students his age. He's just feeling a bit impatient to learn more about deviant mana manipulation since he's hit a ceiling in that area recently. Anyhow, Cynthia promises Arthur that she'll make it happen. She even mentions that she can arrange for him to observe mock battles between the top upper-class mages if he's interested. As Arthur is about to ask her more about it, Elijah suddenly shows up with tea in hand. Cynthia takes the moment to question both of them about their awareness of the student council's implications. You see, if the student council is what you'd call the shield of this school, then this year, she has decided to create the swords. She wastes no time getting to the point. She wants Arthur to join the disciplinary committee. Naturally, this catches Arthur off guard, but Cynthia clearly has her reasons for suggesting this. She points to the incident he witnessed earlier that day, explaining that the disciplinary committee will be responsible for maintaining peace and enforcing the rules within the academy grounds. Arthur isn't so sure about this idea. He wonders if it's even appropriate for a first-year student to be part of such a committee. Besides, he isn't even a battle mage. But Cynthia shuts down any further objections by reminding him that it's her school, and so, her rules apply. Arthur can only sigh in response. For now, he decides he'll just stick to teaching himself from the books in the library. But Cynthia quickly reminds Arthur that those books aren't accessible to underclassmen. Even for upperclassmen, you'd need to prove that you're a deviant to get your hands on them, something Arthur can't exactly do right now. As Arthur fumes, the woman just laughs in that sly, snake-like way of hers. Poor Elijah, meanwhile, is left wondering why the hell the director is acting like an old friend with Arthur. Cynthia then proceeds to clarify that the disciplinary committee members were chosen specifically for their strength. Joining would give Arthur access to peers he could spar with regularly and learn from. To sweeten the deal, she'll even throw in access to a private training facility. Cynthia even reveals that while selecting strong candidates for the disciplinary committee, she specifically declined Lucas, despite House Wykes explicitly requesting it. It's all clear to Arthur up until this point, but he lets her know one thing: that the training facility better be one of those mana-rich ones. Cynthia promptly uses her wind magic and tosses a gift box at him. Before leaving, she casually mentions that she's already taken the liberty of getting his disciplinary committee uniform tailored for him. As Arthur stares at the uniform, he feels quite annoyed at how she had already predicted he would accept the job. Before stepping out, Cynthia pauses to bring up another important matter. She advises Arthur to make up with the student council president Tessia. It's not good to stay mad at a childhood friend after all. And that does it. That little revelation is more than enough to leave Elijah completely petrified, cracking under the weight of his jealousy. Later that day, Arthur apologizes to his friend for keeping his relationship with Tessia a secret. Elijah, on the other hand, remembers that he too has a childhood friend. Her name is Helgarth, but she's not someone he'd ever want to date. She's far from a lovely girl. What really annoys Elijah, though, is how Arthur seems to be connected with every notable girl around. First Lilia, then Princess Cathelne, and now even Princess Tessia. The way things are going, Elijah jokes that it won't be long before Arthur's next target will be the gods themselves. Arthur, of course, responds by reminding his jealous virgin friend that he's never flirted with anyone. This only makes Elijah more jealous, because it means Arthur must be some sort of chick magnet, attracting all the hotties with his irresistible pheromones. Arthur suddenly notices something odd. Students at one particular table seem to be glaring at them with not-so-friendly intentions. And it's not just the students at that table, everyone around them seems to be eyeing Arthur with interest, some even ogling him. It looks like the rumor about Arthur being a disciplinary committee member has already spread. But all these contemptuous glares don't bother Arthur. He's just basking in the glory of how famous he's gotten. Anyway, they kick back and have some lunch. But suddenly a group of students approaches Elijah. The one leading the charge is Charles Ravenpour, the second heir of the famous Ravenpour house. He's sure that everyone has heard of his family name. Apparently this guy's here to recruit Elijah into his group, thinking Elijah shouldn't be hanging around with lowlifes like Arthur. Elijah, however, pretends to mishear the family name as Ravenpoop, and snickers along with his friend, remarking that he's never heard of a noble family named after bird feces. Naturally, Charles is pissed to see them trashing his family name, and he throws Elijah's plate of food to the side. He's furious that someone's trying to look down on a noble, but Elijah stands his ground, making it clear that he won't tolerate anyone tarnishing or looking down on his friend. As the two continue to exchange words, Charles decides to throw a punch at Arthur to show just how pathetic he thinks Arthur's existence is. Little does this bastard know he's putting his hand in the lion's jaw. And as expected, Arthur doesn't even put in real effort. He simply flings Charles's hand away like it's nothing. The pussy bastard didn't even see what hit him. He thinks it must have been some instinctive attack from Arthur. So, the arrogant idiot balls up his fist, and before that bastard can even throw a punch, he's suddenly tied down by roots that pop up out of nowhere. Of course, the one using this earth magic is none other than Tessia, but this time she doesn't intervene. She lets Arthur handle the situation. Arthur decides it's time to teach this spoiled brat, who is flaunting his family riches, and title a lesson. With a simple gesture of his hand, he literally pulls the bastard's pants down, turning him into a laughingstock for everyone in the cafeteria. With that, my guy walks away. Outside, he finds Tessia sitting on a bench beneath the vast, starry sky. Arthur thanks Tessia for the help back there, but Tessia knows he didn't actually need her help. Arthur insists that she saved him and Elijah from getting into trouble for the second time today. After this little exchange, silence falls between them, and Arthur has no idea what to do in the situation. Eventually, he turns to apologize, but Tessia turns to him at the same time, too fast. After tending to her aching head, she apologizes to him regarding that recent event, but our boy apologizes in return. He knew she was just looking out for him, so he shouldn't have acted ungrateful by lashing out like he did. The girl admits she's in the wrong too. She shouldn't have called him out in front of all those people. While they're getting all chummy, Elijah suddenly walks up, but what he sees in front of him is totally unexpected. Arthur is literally resting Princess Tessia's head on his chest, which leaves Elijah with a sour expression. He quickly decides to leave, giving Arthur much-needed time with Tessia. Meanwhile, Tessia and Sylvie finally get to see each other. Arthur then stands up and invites Tessia for a little walk. As they walk, he explains everything that led him to this point. Tessia is quite intrigued by his stories. It's amazing to think that he's also been an adventurer. Arthur mentions that he had no idea Director Goodsky was so close with Elder Virion. Now it all makes sense how she knew so much about him. Tessia admits that's one of the reasons she was able to become Goodsky's disciple. She then notices how much he's changed since the last time she saw him. Even the way he moves feels so purposeful, and his face has changed too. Having heard all of his stories, she is feeling jealous of Jasmine from all his adventure stories. Suddenly, Arthur notices her grumpy face and questions her, to which she starts laughing and says it's nothing. As they walk, they finally make their way to the dorm rooms. While they're at it, Arthur shows her the beast's will and gives it to her as a little present for becoming a dual elemental mage. The girl is in awe when she sees it, since she's heard about it from Master Goodsky. While she hesitates to take it, Arthur hands it over anyway, because he can't think of a better gift for her than this. With that, he waves her goodbye and tells her to get some sleep, as they have a big day ahead tomorrow. The girl feels totally warmed up to see him giving her such a precious gift so casually, which definitely makes her feel more important. When Arthur comes into the dorm room, he notices his friend under the blankets, who still hasn't gotten over the fact that Arthur has scored yet another girl on his already long and extensive list. His rather unusual behavior even unsettles Arthur. As they both get into bed, Elijah can't believe that Tessia, the lunar goddess, was leaning her head on Arthur's chest. Arthur questions him about this weird name, So Elijah explains that it's a name the students of this school have bestowed upon their student council president. She looks like the moon. The moon seems so close that you could grab it, but no matter how hard one tries, no one can touch it. But the fact that Arthur touched that moon is really pissing the hell out of this idiot. Arthur shuts this loudmouth up by throwing his pillow over his face and proceeds to go to sleep. The night quickly transitions to the day at the academy, and in the corridor, all the eyes are glued to Arthur, who is rocking his new disciplinary committee uniform, making him stand out more than ever. As he proceeds to enter the committee room, he looks forward to seeing the so-called strongest students of Zyra Academy. As soon as the door is opened, a lion roars right in Arthur's face, and all the spit coming out of the lion's mouth glistens on Arthur's face. Then steps forward this guy, who had ordered his lion to intimidate our boy. But I guess his plan flopped miserably, as my guy didn't even flinch, let alone cower. He can now understand that Director Goodsky has indeed picked someone interesting. Regardless, the guy smiles and introduces himself as Kai Cressless, from the 4th year, and he'd rather be called Kai. Arthur reciprocates with the gesture and shakes his hand. Arthur also doesn't forget to introduce his bond, Sylvia. While Sylvia is short in height, her presence has already humbled that giant lion that was trying to scare everyone off just now. Even Kai finds it really awe-inducing to think about what kind of beast could render such a powerful lion so submissive. Finally, another member of the council arrives, and this one is so colorful that I don't want to assume their gender, not wanting to offend anyone. But seeing them quickly jogs a memory for Arthur, who remembers them as same Helgarth, who is head over heels for Elijah. But it looks like our boy has mistaken this person for someone else, because this colorful individual quickly corrects Arthur, saying their name is Doradrea Origuard, from the 1st year. Arthur awkwardly smiles and greets his new fellow, and as a gesture of goodwill, he extends his hand for a shake. But Doradrea quickly slaps Arthur's hand away in a rather playful manner. Kai then mentions that the rest of the DC officers are waiting in the other room. As they make their way through this grand place, Kai mentions that Director Goodsky didn't even tell Arthur's name, let alone give any details, so everyone was pretty curious. Doradrea quickly grabs Arthur's hand and starts running into the committee room to get him acquainted with everyone. But what Arthur sees inside catches his attention. Well, it's Curtis, the prince himself, who had been waiting for him inside. They both shake hands like good buddies. Meanwhile, Doradrea is looking bewildered to see how chummy they both are acting with each other, which makes them believe that perhaps they know each other already. It's not just the prince who's going to be in the committee. There's also Princess Catheln, who will be playing her role in the committee. Then there's another guy who seems to know Arthur pretty well, but I think our boy does not seem to recall this guy's name. But after all these years, Arthur's memory has been a bit hazy, and he asks this dude who he even is. Of course, Faerith gets annoyed and once again introduces himself as Ivysaur. Now that Faerith gives out his full name, Arthur quickly remembers that he's the same guy who had escorted Arthur from Elenoir to the human city of Zyrus. Arthur even recalls this guy's embarrassing nickname, Feifei, which is enough to make everyone standing behind crack up in laughter. Feifei then boasts that even though he's in the 1st year, he's still 1 year older than Arthur, so he should be respected. Well, my guy is ready to give this guy the respect he deserves, but he can't seem to forget the time when he literally knocked him out with one punch, and that memory still feels like it was yesterday. Now this duo enters. The girl with red hair introduces herself as Claire Bladeheart, a 6th year battle mage student and also the leader of this little ragtag group. The mention of Bladeheart jogs a memory for Arthur, and he questions her if she's somehow related to Casparian Bladeheart. The girl quickly asks if he knows her uncle, to which Arthur quickly feigns ignorance. He simply twists the story, saying he's heard many great things about Casparian Bladeheart's strength from his father. She then points out that her uncle started training her almost as soon as she awakened, so a lot of her techniques are similar to his. Let's not forget about this big guy, who doesn't seem too thrilled to see Arthur, whom he considers a twerp. Anyhow, he extends his hand to shake, and as soon as their handshake takes place, Arthur feels this gravity magic pinning him down. He now knows that this big guy is just trying to test him, but, well, Arthur breezes through this test like it's nothing, and it's all thanks to his body's assimilation with Sylvie's beast will. All the guys watching are in awe to see that Arthur made it through the big guy's test, and the big guy officially recognizes him. By the way, this big guy is Theo. Kai takes a moment for a round of applause for Arthur, because Feifei over there fell face first into the ground when Theo did that to him. Feifei is annoyed to hear this insult and tries to excuse himself by stating that he's a conjurer while Arthur is an augmenter, so there's no comparison between a brute and a conjurer. Claire tells Feifei to take a chill pill because they barely have any time for the club rush announcement. You see, this will be the very first time the disciplinary committee officers will show their faces to the student body. It looks like Arthur wasn't informed about this development beforehand, so he hasn't prepared anything for his speech. The prince quickly assures him that there's nothing to prepare since the student council will be taking their turn to speak on behalf of the disciplinary committee. and all the disciplinary committee has to do is walk in and look tough. Later, we see the student council president formally introducing the disciplinary committee, a group handpicked by the director to resolve and prevent disputes among students, as well as enforce punishments for troublemakers, all for the sake of upholding peace and safety for everyone. The group finally appears right in front of the entire student body, and Tessia proudly introduces them as the disciplinary committee. A while later, when the regular classes begin, we see all the students in the classroom clamoring about Arthur, now known as a disciplinary committee officer. It seems all the attention his title is attracting has already started to wear him down. Finally, the professor arrives. This guy is a conjurer, and his control over his core is so refined that Arthur can't even sense his level. As soon as the professor hits the podium with a thick book, silence spreads through the room. With everyone's attention now captured, he takes the opportunity to welcome everyone to Fundamentals of Mana Theory. He introduces himself as Professor Avius, their instructor for this course. Although this is technically a basic class, he emphasizes that understanding the topics covered this semester is imperative. There will be plenty of fun projects and assignments along the way. In light of the new changes starting this year, Professor Avius thinks it's appropriate to address what actually started the whole "conjurers are better than augmenters" stigma. Back in the old days, when achieving even an orange core was considered extremely difficult, conjurers had a massive advantage over augmenters. Physiologically, conjurers have much more developed mana veins, which are responsible for absorbing ambient mana and transporting it to the mana core. Meanwhile, augmenters naturally have more developed mana channels, which are responsible for distributing mana from the mage's core to the rest of their body. Because of how much more efficiently conjurers can absorb mana from their surroundings, it's much easier for them to ascend to higher core levels. However, as both types of mages ascend to higher core levels, this distinction becomes less pronounced. Conjurers will eventually be able to distribute their mana through their body more easily, while augmenters will have better control over manipulating mana remotely. So, Professor Avius asks the class, if, in the end, 2 mages, 1 a conjurer, and 1 an augmenter, both reach the silver core stage, who would have the advantage? It's obvious, he explains, that the mage who trains not only their core, but also their body, would have the bigger advantage. The rest of the class went on with some of the conjurer students arguing against Professor Avius's claims. And while the debate could only use hypotheticals and previously recorded duels between high-ranking mages, the discussion seemed to leave the students with a more open mind. Anyway, the class finally came to an end, and Elijah and Arthur had to part ways since they were about to attend different classes. As Arthur proceeds to his next class, he's sure this one will be more interesting. As he takes his seat, he notices Princess Kathleen joining him. She sits next to Arthur and notices Sylvie, getting a little flustered as she calls the little furball a cute animal. Another familiar face shows up. It's Feifei, of course. Without even bothering to ask, he plops himself right next to Arthur. Soon enough, the professor arrives, and just from hearing his voice from a distance, Arthur notices it's the same drunken teacher he had met a while ago. It turns out this guy is here to teach practical mana manipulation, which means this class will be all about hands-on experience. According to him, the best way to learn is through real-world examples. As this guy delivers his lecture, he takes the liberty of eyeing all the hotties in the crowd of students. And then, in the midst of the crowd, he spots Arthur, the same brat who had humiliated him before. Seeing Arthur in his class makes this shitty teacher downright happy, because now he can easily make Arthur's life a living hell. So, he indirectly calls Arthur out by sarcastically claiming how it's an honor to be teaching their very own disciplinary committee officer. He adds that he's really curious to see what kind of abilities the members of this newly formed DC have to offer. Arthur can see right through the bait this drunkard bastard is throwing out, so he doesn't take it because he's no idiot. However, while Arthur stays smart, Feifei once again proves himself to be an idiot. He introduces himself and confidently expresses his desire to demonstrate his abilities. The bastard teacher, on the other hand, feels smug knowing his bait worked perfectly. As Feyrith stands in front of the shitty professor, the teacher smirks and announces the start of their little demonstration. He conjures up a sword and states that even though he's an augmenter, he'll only use long-range attacks during this demonstration as a handicap. Of course, this is just so he'll have an excuse if he ends up losing to a DC officer. Once the barrier is activated, it's finally time for them to throw down. Feifei pulls out his little wand and conjures up a lot of water around his feet, calling it the Flood Domain. Arthur seems pretty impressed by this. The guy is actually using a higher tier spell that adjusts the territory to give the caster an advantage. Arthur had no idea Feyrith even knew a domain spell. With all that water, Feifei takes it a step further and creates a water serpent. But then, the horny teacher, Geist, steps in with an attack of his own. He throws a blue fireball that evaporates all the water in front of him, and even lands a hit on poor Feifei's knee, leaving him with a nasty burn. Once Feifei is down for the count, the teacher smugly asks if he surrenders. Not surprisingly, the poor guy concedes. In the crowd, Arthur looks pretty annoyed, watching this bastard of a teacher beat up a student just to stroke his own ego. When poor Feifei comes back, Arthur tries to lift his spirits, telling him he did a great job. The teacher, of course, starts boasting about himself again. He tells everyone that this should be a lesson for them all. One should not be too confident about themselves. While this bastard is completely successful in his plan to humiliate Feifei, the princess isn't about to let this slide so easily. She volunteers to participate. Feifei is bewildered to see this. Even the teacher is thrown off, clearly not expecting or wanting a girl to volunteer. After all, he's a horny sucker, so he can't bring himself to injure a hottie. Arthur remembers that Kathleen has an affinity for ice magic, and she's just witnessed Geist's fire attribute in action. Feifei tries to stop her from going, but she eventually steps down into the arena. The horny teacher feels quite honored to have the princess herself as his opponent, and humbly asks her not to hold it against him if he goes a bit rough. Of course, Kathleen doesn't give much of a response. She quickly conjures her wand and gets ready. The teacher, on the other hand, summons his fire powers again and decides to proceed. Kathleen raises her hand and, with a command, launches needles made of ice. But those are quickly blocked by the teacher's fiery powers. Undeterred, the girl conjures up even bigger needles and throws them down at her opponent. But once again, the bastard's firepower breaks through all the ice coming at him. But this time, the princess switches up her strategy. She quickly splits her big chunk of ice into smaller needles, turning them into a barrage of missiles. The teacher, confident that no petty tricks can work on him, retaliates. But the princess counters his attack with an ice tornado. However, as she tries to control the massive tornado, the fire bullets the teacher launched earlier are heading straight for her. She's completely vulnerable in this critical moment, and both Feifei and Arthur are losing their minds, thinking she's about to get hit. Even the teacher starts to regret throwing those fireballs, realizing too late that the princess has no way to defend herself. Just as the fireballs are mere inches away, an explosion rocks the arena, leaving the entire crowd of students in suspense, wondering what just happened. As the dust begins to settle, the horny teacher frantically searches for the princess in the haze but can't spot her. He glances in both directions and finally sees her on the ground with Arthur, who had intervened at the last possible moment. Arthur isn't messing around. He's completely pissed at this teacher. That horny gorilla can feel the hostility Arthur is exuding. Though he doesn't directly voice his resentment, he plasters a fake smile on his face. While he appreciates Arthur's concern for the princess, he claims it was unnecessary. As far as the teacher believes, he had everything under control. He questions Arthur, asking if a professor from such an esteemed academy would actually put one of his students in harm's way, insisting that he was about to cancel the spell on the spot. Well, that's what you call absolute bullshit, and Arthur knows it all too well. Once a spell attack is fully manifested, it's impossible to cancel it mid-flight. But since Kathleen thankfully didn't get hurt, Arthur has no proof to call out the teacher's lies. In that case, Arthur decides to take a darker step. He resolves to confront this bastard and force him to screw up in front of everyone. So, Arthur requests to join the power demonstration on behalf of his colleague. And of course, this horny bastard is more than happy to oblige. As the princess leaves the arena, Arthur asks her if she's okay, to which she responds that his assistance was unnecessary, but she still thanks him for saving her. After giving her a reassuring smile, my guy summons his weapon of choice. And let me tell you, the weapon Arthur picks is so eye-catching that even this bastard can't help but take note of it. Since Arthur is an augmenter, the teacher decides it's only fair to let Arthur choose the method of combat. But Arthur, being the Sigma he is, casually declares that he doesn't give a damn. This response makes the teacher flinch, and veins start popping out of his forehead in frustration. Yet somehow, he manages to crack a fake smile. Arthur, still cool as ever, gives the teacher the opportunity to use whatever method he's most confident in. Now that Arthur's given him this opening, the teacher decides to make the most of it. Infusing his sword with a serious amount of fire, the bastard smugly claims that he'll try to go easy on Arthur. Now that both contestants are equipped, they finally clash their swords. You can tell that this bastard is putting every ounce of power he can muster into his swings, while still claiming he's going easy on Arthur. But as strong as those swings might be, Arthur is dodging them left and right. After playing this tag game for a few minutes, the horny bastard starts to get annoyed. What's really pissing him off is the fact that Arthur isn't using any spells. He's just strengthening his body and sword with mana. So, in a failed attempt at provocation, the teacher directly calls Arthur a rat for constantly dodging. But Arthur's got sass for days. He fires back, asking this bastard if there's really a point in attacking back when his esteemed professor can't even land a single blow on a first-year student. Of course, the teacher takes the bait and gets provoked as expected, and with all the strength he can muster, he launches an attack that causes a massive eruption of fire. But that still isn't enough to take Arthur down. He continues dodging them left and right. As this game of tag continues, with the teacher giving his all to take Arthur down, the students begin to suspect that this is spiraling out of control. This fight doesn't look like a demonstration anymore. At some point, Arthur decides it's time to finally retaliate. And once he does, my guy easily pushes Professor Geist back. Seeing this, Fei and the princess are left in awe. Arthur looks like he's on a completely different level. He charges at the teacher and launches a barrage of air blades. No matter how much the professor tries to block these attacks, nothing is able to withstand the mighty wind blades Arthur throws at him. Geist finally falls to the ground, which was his rightful place all along. Once the battle is over, the students break into a round of applause directed to Arthur. After the class wraps up, Arthur tries to catch up with the princess, who's walking ahead. But before he can reach her, Fei interrupts him, clearly thrilled and eager to express how impressive Arthur was back there. But in return, our boy gives Fei some props for his own solid performance as well. As the two chat amongst themselves, the princess also joins in. She turns to Arthur and asks his opinion regarding her performance. Well, if Arthur had to be brutally honest in his critique, he'd say that ignoring her defense in order to finish that last spell was her biggest mistake. An awkward silence follows, which only gets more uncomfortable until the princess herself turns around and walks away. As Arthur walks his own path to the next class, Sylvie notices his off-putting expression and asks why he looks so sad. At first, Arthur brushes it off, saying it's nothing and that he's fine. But it's clear that there's something weighing on his mind. You see, not being able to finish off Geist quickly with just his wind attribute made him realize that he has to work a lot harder to get where he wants to be. It's almost noon, and Arthur is looking forward to his next class, Basics of Artificing. The class is all about manipulating and coding mana into objects for specific uses, something Arthur didn't have in his old world. As Arthur takes his seat, another student approaches and asks if she can sit beside him. Arthur gives her permission, and the girl promptly takes her seat. She looks quite shy and reserved. When she tries to introduce herself, all Arthur can hear is mumbling. So Arthur leans a little closer and gently asks if there's something she was saying. The girl gets a little scared and quickly introduces herself as Emily Watskin. In the same breath, she tells Arthur she wants him to become her friend. After this little confession, she feels exhausted and starts dreading how Arthur might react. But to her surprise, Arthur simply extends his hand as a gesture of goodwill and introduces himself. He's more than willing to be her friend, but he wants to start off as acquaintances. The girl gets so embarrassed that her cheeks turn bright red. With a happy smile, she quickly shakes his hand. While Arthur is shaking her hand, he feels the roughness of her palm and the calluses on her hands. She suddenly retracts her hand, thinking he must be grossed out by her dirty hands. But Arthur, being Arthur, doesn't mind at all. He shows her that he has calluses too. The girl perks up with happiness at the realization that he must practice a lot as well. She admires him even more now, especially since he's on the disciplinary committee. For Emily, she really loves artificing, so she spends a lot of time fiddling around with gadgets. But unfortunately, it makes her hands pretty rough. Hearing this, Arthur feels a little jealous. She has such a passion for artificing, something creative and constructive. With fighting, the only thing he can get better at is destroying and killing. But with artificing, the better she gets, the more things she can create. Emily blinks in surprise. She's never thought of it that way, but that's quite something coming from a 12-year-old. It's been a while since anyone said anything like that to her, not since she created the projection display artifact. The mention of the projection display artifact catches Arthur's attention, because he had seen this projection display during the announcement of an unknown continent. Now that he thinks about it, he wonders just how young she was when she invented that. By now he feels truly honored to be in the presence of a genius like her. Well, she finds it hilarious that someone as talented as Arthur is trying to flatter her with those words. After all, this genius even has a weird mana beast. This is a magic academy, so it's no surprise she knows so much about him. News travels fast, and gossip travels even faster. Finally, the professor arrives in the classroom. And of course, it has to be Professor Gideon, the nutjob himself. When Gideon notices Arthur in his class, he can hardly contain the overwhelming excitement bubbling inside him. He acts like he had no idea Arthur would be in his class. Of course, that's a blatant lie. He totally knew about it beforehand. Once the class finally begins, Gideon wastes no time boasting about all the inventions he's created so far. He's bragging so much that the lesson feels like it's just an excuse for him to show off. Suddenly, a mana beast sneaks up behind Arthur. Sylvie immediately notifies him that the creature is dangerous. That's when Gideon chimes in, casually mentioning that it's Director Goodsky calling for Arthur. With that, Arthur leaves the classroom. As he walks through the corridor, he notices the princess stepping out of Good Sky's office with a rather moody expression. Seeing this, Arthur is sure that something serious is about to go down. So, he cautiously peeks into the office and politely asks the director if she called for him. There's no doubt she looks pissed, but she invites Arthur in and tells him to take a seat. As Arthur sits down, he nervously begins venting about how much of a shithead Professor Geist is. But the lady quickly assures him that she didn't call him here about his affairs with Professor Geist. After a few moments of silence, she finally asks Arthur how he would feel about acting as an intern professor for the practical mana manipulation class. Arthur immediately goes on high alert and wonders what exactly Princess Kathleen told her that led to this sudden decision. The cheeky old woman jokes that Arthur better not be stealing the hearts of both princesses, because the last thing she wants is for him to start a civil war between elves and humans. Arthur sighs and gets back to the main topic at hand, reminding her that he's just a student who hasn't even completed his first day of school yet. How could he possibly be both a student and a professor at the same time? The old hag tries to reassure him that it's not as complicated as he might think. Being the director of the academy, everything is allowed as long as she says so. There have been cases in the past where highly qualified upperclassmen were given the opportunity to teach basic courses, so Arthur becoming a teacher isn't anything out of the ordinary. Arthur then asks about Geist, to which the woman explains that Professor Geist has been dismissed from the academy. She quickly assures him that this isn't because of him. Apparently, she had launched an investigation as soon as she heard what happened, and with Princess Kathleen's help, Geist had no room to defend himself. That being said, she admits she's never seen the princess as worked up as she was today. Even so, Arthur still doesn't understand why she wants him to join as professor. To this, the old hag casually states that a spot opened up, and she wants him to take it. She insists that she has no ulterior motives this time, so he should cast aside any lingering suspicions. But she believes this would be a good opportunity for him to build his reputation without having to conquer her professors. He might get backlash from students hating him, but the old hag would be well placed to defend him if necessary. All in all, it's now his choice. But she suggests that it would be better for him to make use of his time, rather than sitting through a class he's clearly overqualified for. Eventually, Arthur agrees to what the old hag is suggesting, especially since his plan to keep a low profile has already flopped. Good Sky finally smiles, seeing him take the opportunity. She's sure he's going to perform exceptionally well. As he walks away, the old hag watches him through the window. There's something about Arthur. Something that always keeps her on her toes. Negotiating with him is more nerve-wracking than dealing with royal families. She asks her beast, Avier, for his take on the boy. The Vice Owl simply replies that Arthur is not ordinary. He warns her not to make the mistake of viewing Arthur Lewin as just a child. Whether it is mental acuity or emotional maturity, there is far more to Arthur than meets the eye. Cynthia questions Avier, asking what makes him so sure about this. To this, Avier explains that it's his bond. Sylvia is not a fox as she appears to be, but a dragon. Avier suspects that when Sylvie fully develops, her strength could easily overshadow his own by an immense margin. Avier further warns Cynthia not to make an enemy out of Arthur. If treated with trust and respect, he could become her greatest ally. But if betrayed, he might very well be the cause of this continent's downfall. In the cafeteria, Elijah spots Arthur and calls out to him. As the two sit together, Elijah introduces the girl seated across from him, Charlotte. While Sylvie drools at the sight of the delicious chicken steak on Arthur's plate, Charlotte tries to pet the little furball. But of course, Sylvie gets defensive and lets out a sharp hiss, causing Charlotte to retract her hand quickly. Meanwhile, Elijah explains that Charlotte is in his chain casting class and that she's exceptionally skilled. Elijah then remembers rumors circulating in the academy about Arthur defeating a professor. My guy reveals to his friend that not only did he defeat the professor, but he also ended up taking his place as professor. This revelation leaves Elijah utterly dumbfounded. So much so that he chokes on the water he's drinking and accidentally spits it all over Arthur. Our boy wipes his face in mild irritation. As the conversation continues, Elijah mentions that he and Charlotte are planning to head downtown for some shopping later. He extends an invitation to Arthur, asking if he'd like to join them. Arthur politely declines, explaining that he still has 3 classes left to attend and doesn't want to miss the upper division lessons. With that, Elijah decides to go alone with Charlotte. However, Charlotte immediately turns Elijah down. It becomes clear that her interest was less in shopping with Elijah and more in hanging out with Arthur. After giving a warm goodbye solely to Arthur, she starts leaving the cafeteria, with her intentions totally apparent. Poor Elijah watches her go, visibly deflated. He turns back to his friend with hope, asking if Arthur thinks he has any chance with Charlotte. Arthur smirks knowingly, and reassures Elijah that he deserves someone far better and believes his friend can do even better. Later, after class, as our boy walks freely through the academy grounds, he can't help but attract the attention of the people surrounding him. Soon enough, He hears the familiar voice of Claire calling out to him, and alongside her stands none other than Prince Curtis. As the friends catch up, they notice members of the student council mingling in the crowd as well. It doesn't take Tessia long to notice Arthur's presence, and her face lights up with happiness at the sight of him. Meanwhile, Claire is practically suffocating Arthur under her shoulder wrap, but Tessia doesn't look too thrilled to see him clinging to another woman. She can't help but pout. So disappointed, Tessia literally just walks right past him. Claire also notices Tessia's bad mood, but little does she realize, it's all her fault. Once Arthur finally escapes Claire's grasp and catches his breath, he senses a familiar yet utterly disgusting presence walking past him. That presence is none other than Lucas Wykes. All the horrible memories come flooding back, making Arthur clench his fists in frustration. Then out of nowhere, a giant hawk lands in the courtyard. Riding on its back is none other than Professor Glory, the instructor for team fighting mechanics. The massive bird, a flare hawk named Torch, is actually her bond. Arthur quickly decides to scan Professor Glory from head to toe, trying to gauge how powerful she is. However, before he can even sense her power level, she glares at him so fiercely that it makes his head throb. Well, it's not surprising that she's hiding her level and elemental attribute, especially around a bunch of students. Though Arthur isn't quite sure why, it seems like she has noticed him, and she starts walking toward him. She appears genuinely glad to see her new colleague, and looks forward to working alongside him. A murmur breaks out among the students as they begin making wild guesses. Could Arthur actually be their new student professor? Their curiosity gets the better of them, and they directly ask Professor Glory if Arthur is really their teacher. Glory doesn't waste time addressing their questions. She clarifies everything, revealing that not only is Arthur a freshman disciplinary committee officer, but he's also been appointed as the interim professor for the practical mana manipulation class. Though it's only a temporary position, Glory still considers it pretty damn impressive. The students are absolutely stunned, struggling to believe what they've just heard. As far as they know, even some of the best upperclassmen don't get to teach. And now this scrawny first-year kid is going to be their instructor is completely unfathomable. Glory quickly steps in to calm the crowd, reminding them that it's imperative to respect and trust the director's decisions. She reminds them that Arthur has proven himself to some extent by defeating the professor who previously taught the class. So it's not surprising that the director chose him. Even after all this, one particular student doesn't seem impressed by Arthur's accomplishment. To him, defeating a professor doesn't mean much. He's confident most of them could do the same, especially if the professor was just some former thug adventurer. Glory, on the other hand, looks genuinely pleased to see that these young students have some fire in them. Seizing the moment, she extends an open invitation to all the students present to test their strength against the new professor of practical mana manipulation. As soon as the announcement is made, all the students turn their death glares toward Arthur, looking ready to take him down. Arthur thanks Glory for the offer, but reminds her that Director Goodsky explicitly told him to take it easy with the upper division classes until he's fully adjusted, especially since this is literally his first day. But Glory considers him a party pooper. She points out that since he's a first year in an upper division class, there's no special treatment here. He has to prove his qualifications through demonstrations. She then turns to the eager students and asks if they agree with her, and unsurprisingly, the students enthusiastically support her idea. Glory then reveals that she wants to kick off the semester with a fun casual game. She suggests War and Conquest, but the students don't seem particularly thrilled by the idea. Prince Curtis chimes in with his own suggestion, a team mock battle with the 3 disciplinary committee officers on one team. According to him, it would be a great opportunity for them to work on their teamwork. Glory quickly approves of the idea, as that it's not half bad. Vice President Clive volunteers himself and Princess Tessia to act as opponents on the other team. Naturally, Tessia isn't sure how she feels about going up against Arthur, but Glory seems really excited about this idea. In fact, she's now even more interested in seeing the disciplinary committee go up against the student council. However, she admits that having 2 people against 3 wouldn't be fair. That's when Lucas Wykes steps forward and volunteers to join the student council team to balance the playing field. Since Wykes is another genius freshman, Glory has no objections to him teaming up with the student council. In fact, it'll be a great opportunity to see what he's capable of. Glory quickly instructs the 6 contestants to get ready. As they walk to take their positions, Arthur and Lucas share a little heated exchange. Lucas is clearly pissed that Arthur took the disciplinary committee position he thought was rightfully his. But Arthur doesn't see it that way. He believes that position never belonged to Lucas in the first place. Before the match starts, all the students gear up in their practice uniforms. While Arthur is struggling to put on his protective gear, Tessia takes the initiative to help him. Arthur tries to tease her, asking if someone like Princess Tessia should really be helping him with something like this. However, his little attempt at banter only earns him a sharp pinch, and she tells him to keep his voice down as people around him might overhear. As she finishes helping him, she confesses that she actually hates how they have to act like they don't know each other in public. Arthur, in his usual blunt way, tells her there's no need to act like strangers, especially since it doesn't really matter. Tessia is shocked to hear this. As far as she remembers, Director Goodsky explicitly told her that Arthur wanted to keep a low profile, so she'd been careful not to show they knew each other. Arthur shrugs it off, admitting that he hasn't been doing a great job of keeping a low profile anyway, so at this point, it mostly doesn't matter. As long as the secret about his true powers remains a secret, everything is fine. As the two of them stand uncomfortably close to each other, Professor Glory suddenly startles them. Tessia, acting on instinct, shoves Arthur back as if he's some kind of creep trying to grope her. Finally, the opposing teams face off against each other. Before the match begins, Glory steps in to lay down the rules to keep things fair. The match will have a 30-minute time limit, after which they'll have a short discussion and analysis of how everything played out. The disciplinary committee team will start with a handicap since Curtis and Claire have had more classical training compared to the student council team, which includes 2 first years. Arthur Lewin will play the role of the king in this match. If he's knocked out, the entire team will be disqualified. The gear they're using is specially designed by artificers to measure the amount of damage dealt. If the damage surpasses the threshold encrypted into the gear, it will release a shrill noise. Anyone who chooses to ignore this warning and continues to fight or cast spells will be immediately banned from the class, and the situation could escalate to expulsion. That said, this equipment isn't meant to protect anyone, so the students should be skilled enough to protect themselves with their mana. They shouldn't forget that they could still get injured if they charge recklessly. With that, Professor Glory signals the start of the battle. Prince Curtis immediately goes after Tessia, and without waiting for the outcome, Arthur feels confident that Curtis probably won't be able to beat Tessia, but he should be able to hold her off long enough. Then Lucas, wand in hand, marches toward Arthur. It doesn't take Arthur long to conjure up a weapon of his own. You see, my guy had been hoping that this bastard might have gotten a bit more humble since coming to Zyra, but it seems like he's still the same piece of work. As they stand face to face, Arthur waits for his opponent to make the first move. But instead of striking, Lucas decides to take his time throwing verbal jabs. Well, it looks like Arthur has no choice now. He begins to exude an immense pressure that causes Lucas to flinch. Meanwhile, Professor Glory, observing from above, seems to be having the time of her life, almost as if she wanted Arthur to go to such extremes. Even the other contestants can't help but take notice of Arthur's overwhelming presence. Tessia, however, doesn't seem too surprised. She knew something like this was inevitable. Arthur dashes toward his opponent with unwavering confidence. Seeing him charge so fearlessly causes Lucas to freeze for a moment, but he quickly gathers himself and summons his fire element, conjuring flames to execute a technique known as Inferno's Cage. Arthur quickly deflects the fiery attack using his wind magic and lands gracefully back on his feet. It seems Lucas is already prepared for his next onslaught. This time, he conjures glowing fireballs, and he is prepared to unleash them. The fiery orbs light up and begin to surround Arthur, trapping him in their blaze. Some of the fireballs even travel towards our boy, but my guy begins dashing left and right. One of Arthur's steps accidentally triggers one of Lucas's traps, causing an explosion. Thankfully, he is safe, but Lucas is having the time of his life watching Arthur struggle and dance around his attacks. He continues to bombard our boy with those relentless fireballs. Sylvie gets concerned to see her papa struggling. Arthur reassures her that he's fine and quickly inquires about how the rest of the team is doing. Sylvie happily reports that Mama is winning against Curtis, and Claire is holding her own against Grumpy Guy. Satisfied with the update, Arthur shifts his focus back to his opponent. He observes that Lucas's mana pool has grown significantly since his adventurer days, larger than Arthur expected. Regardless, he decides to close the gap between them, so he charges straight at the smug bastard. But Lucas counters with yet another fire attack, forcing his opponent to step back again. Without fire or water elemental mana, Arthur struggles against the intense heat. He starts to worry that if this drags on, his mana pool might eventually be drained. Another explosion erupts, sending Arthur flying backward. Lucas, on the other hand, revels in his dominance. He's glad he didn't join the disciplinary committee. If he had to work alongside someone as incompetent as Arthur, he says he might have quit school out of sheer embarrassment. It looks like Arthur is struggling more than he anticipated. He wants to conjure a wind spell strong enough to counter the scorching fire, but he's not getting any space to make it happen. He focuses himself, recalling that wind magic is essentially about pushing, pulling, and manipulating air to achieve desired effects. But what if he manipulates the air particles themselves? He could get rid of the very thing fire needs to keep burning, which is oxygen in this case. Arthur isn't sure if he can manipulate the oxygen fast enough to extinguish the flames before they reach him, and even if he does, would he still be able to breathe? With all these daunting questions swirling in his mind, he cracks a smile. After all, The reason he came to this school in the first place was to face the unpredictable and learn from it. All the while, Professor Glory is genuinely surprised to see that Lucas is better than she's heard. Inferno's Cage is one of the tougher flame attribute domain spells, yet Lucas is able to use it so proficiently at such a young age. On top of that, his mana reserves seem almost on par with that of a silver core mage. This also causes her to sulk a little. Given how fast the younger generation is growing, the old-timers like her will eventually be left behind. Still, she's glad to see kids like Arthur Lewin. He lacks the variety in his spells that would be typical for a dual elemental mage, but he makes up for it with fluid movements and tight control. She was only mildly curious about the kid who managed to best a veteran adventurer, even one as careless as Geist. But after sensing that pressure he exuded, she has no doubts how he was able to conquer his senior. It makes her wonder what kind of life he's lived to be capable of something like that at his age. Suddenly she notices something unusual. From what she can see, Arthur seems to be holding his breath. After holding it, he stands still and lets the fireballs hit him. At first she's unimpressed, thinking his uniform is about to burn off if he keeps this up. But then something unexpected happens. The fire simply disperses the moment it gets closer to him. This piques her curiosity instantly. She orders her beast to lower in altitude because she wants to see this little monster up close. From what she can see, unlike wind magic, trying to manipulate the air itself involves much more insight and a higher level of concentration and channeling in order to cast properly. That's why there aren't many mages capable of just sucking the air out of their opponent's lungs. It would take hours of concentration to manipulate the air directly around a moving living target. That's why mages typically use their own body as the source or a pre-designated unmovable location. Arthur, however, is keeping his area of effect as close to his body as possible. Even then, to be able to do this in the middle of a fight is just awe-inspiring. Now let's switch to our boy's perspective. Arthur is manipulating a thin layer of air around his body to form a vacuum and disperse the fire before it hits him. It sure sounded a lot easier in his head, but at this rate, his uniform is going to hit its threshold before he can get the hang of it. Still, if he can just break through the barrier that bastard has surrounded himself with, Lucas is as good as defeated. Meanwhile, the bastard is starting to lose his cool, seeing how Arthur is able to block his spells like that. He doesn't see any wind magic being used, so he is dying to know how Arthur is defending himself. But regardless, Lucas decides to end this battle once and for all. He quickly uses another technique and conjures up a flame guardian. The fire golem charges at Arthur, but our boy isn't fazed in the slightest. In fact, he's kind of glad to see that this bastard is finally pushed to his limits and has to use his trump card. As Arthur prepares himself for the attack, he suddenly feels an overwhelming surge of mana. Sylvie quickly warns him that the mana he's feeling is a danger. Before Arthur can figure out who is exuding this copious amount of mana, the Fire Guardian sneaks up on him and hits him hard, sending him skidding across the ground. Thankfully, he manages to save himself from getting hit directly. Just as the beast charges at him, Arthur quickly uses one of his signature moves, where time seems to stop for him. But the hits he's taken already are weighing him down, and he knows he has to get out of there fast. He needs to reach Tessia because he senses she's in trouble. He realizes that the mana spike he felt earlier is coming from Curtis releasing his beast will, and the target of this is none other than Tessia. What's really bothering Arthur is that Tessia doesn't have any sort of protective barrier around her. Barely holding on, Arthur gathers himself, and before the mana beast can hit her, he jumps into the scene like a hero. He holds Tessia in his arms, ready to take the full brunt of the attack because he doesn't have enough mana left to block it. It's going to hurt, but he knows it's a sacrifice worth making. But before we see the climax, let's rewind a little and see how Tessia ended up in this tough spot. While she's going up against the prince, her mind is momentarily distracted, thinking about Arthur. Suddenly, Prince Curtis charges at her. She manages to block the direct hit, but Curtis is clearly annoyed that she wasn't even paying attention to him. The way she dodges his attacks with such fluid movements makes it look like a piece of cake. With some slick moves, she proceeds to deliver her finishing blow, but suddenly her mana core starts to throb. Though she manages to throw the prince away, her chest hurts like hell. She's not sure what's wrong with her, and she doesn't have time to figure it out. Curtis is ready with his beast greater, and it's at that moment the prince decides to unleash his beast will. Tessia quickly catches on that danger is ahead, given the amount of ambient mana they're both gathering. Tessia also uses her earth magic, summoning strong roots to fight against her opponent. But Prince Curtis just hops over those roots effortlessly, making it look like a piece of cake. Tessia, on the other hand, is still unsure of what's going on with her mana core. She's struggling to properly assimilate the energy from the Elderwood Guardian's core. She even considers forfeiting the match, but then her pride gets the better of her. As the student council president, she just can't bring herself to concede defeat. She can't let anyone think she's weak, much less a coward, so she gives it her all. Prince Curtis, meanwhile, readies himself for his final attack. With all the mana he's managed to gather, he releases a massive blast of fire with a lion's roar, sending it flying toward her. All the while, with Tessia's mana core overwhelming her, she begins to lose consciousness, and the last thing she notices is the blazing fire heading straight toward her before her eyes shut. The powerful attack from Prince Curtis causes a devastating blast that rocks the entire arena. Professor Glory is devastated when she realizes that she wasn't able to make it there faster in time to prevent the destruction. She quickly lands as soon as she approaches the explosion zone. The smoke is thick, but as it starts to dissipate, she sees nothing but burning roots. When she looks into the other side, she spots Arthur on top of Tessia, his back burned to a crisp from the blast. The other students quickly rush to the scene, and Glory immediately commands them to get the rest of the team on standby, and further instructs one of the students to start the damage assessment. A while later, Arthur finds himself in the infirmary, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Sitting on top of him is an angry Sylvia, who presses her little paw against his head to express her frustration. She's in tears, overwhelmed by the thought that he had been on the verge of death. She doesn't know what she would have done if he hadn't made it through. Arthur is startled at first but soon softens as he apologizes for worrying her. He admits that it was reckless of him, but he promises he won't ever leave her. Right then, Director Goodsky enters to check on Arthur and inquires about his well-being, but Arthur is more interested in hearing how Tessia is doing. The director claims that she is doing well, and the good news is that Tessia is in a much better state than he is. Arthur clearly understands the cause of her condition. He is sure that it is due to the beast's will that her body was not able to handle it. The old hag is startled to hear this and quickly asks how he knows. Arthur admits that he is the one who gave her the beast will. He believes he should be the one to help her with the assimilation, but he doubts if he can in his current state. Goodsky reassures him that he has already done more than enough. It is actually her fault for not paying much attention to her. Tessia is at the most vulnerable stage of the assimilation process, and the director believes that if that girl had been taught about it earlier, this might have been avoided. Though she thanks him for sacrificing himself to save her disciple, the director has already contacted both the royal family and Arthur's, so they should arrive soon. She advises him to get some rest until then. With that, the director leaves Arthur alone for some much-needed rest. Outside, Tessia stands hesitantly, unsure whether to enter. After a moment, she decides to let Arthur rest. As she stands there, the old hag startles her by inviting her for some dessert. With no choice, Tessia decides to join the director, unable to summon the courage needed to face Arthur just yet. Hospitalized, Arthur finds himself waking up to the blurry sight of his family, reminiscent of the time he was first reborn into this strange world. His mother asks if he's okay, and Arthur apologizes for making them feel unnecessarily worried. Ellie is out here with the sibling jokes, shitting on her brother despite his hospitalized state. Even Arthur calls her a damn brat for that. But their Giga-Chad father knows what's up, and exposes how Ellie was even more worried for her brother than Alice. It's the first day of school and he's already like this. Arthur tells them to go and check on the other dude's condition who he scrapped with. Bro really said, "Call an ambulance but not for me." While the rest of them are laughing, Alice is horrified because, well, typical mom energy. She's worried he might have killed someone's child. Alice is out here assuming they're gonna live in a cave and hide from the rest of the world now. Tessia's family comes around to explain that Arthur's just kidding around. Both Reynolds and Alice are stumped to find the great elves in their presence. Their leader returns the compliment, stating that they should be thankful for Arthur's valiant rescue to Tessia. They're introduced to Tessia's grandfather, the former king of Elenoir, and finally the girl herself, who is really embarrassed to meet them. Both Reynolds and Alice stare at each other for a second before looking right back at Arthur. These monsters instantly know what's up and come up with a devious plan. Even Arthur is kind of worried as Alice embraces Tessia's hands in kind. She glows up hearing that Arthur mentioned her quite a lot. For a teasing little remark, Alice whispers something in Tessia's ear, causing her to get worked up like crazy. Her grandfather comes to ask about Arthur's condition, who is currently more sick, wondering what his parents are cooking up just now. Tessia's grandfather rats out their little scheme about him eventually becoming his grandson-in-law. Tessia apologizes on everyone's behalf and explains that she wanted to come alone, but remembered that she was the reason he ended up in the hospital in the first place. Our boy plays a chill guy and says he likes the audience. Meanwhile, Ellie is eyeing down the chick who her brother risked his life for to save. Clearly, she's jealous. They both come to know about each other, with Arthur adding that Tessia gave her the bow on her birthday. The elven girl is delighted that Lilia appreciated her gift. In a teaching moment, Lilia decides to question Arthur, who is the prettier of the two. In typical Sigma male fashion, this guy calls both of them ugly, making them both frustrated. More importantly, he wants to know about Tessia's mana core. Her grandfather explains that her beast core is integrating well compared to his. More importantly, he's dying to know how the kid got his hands on the Elderwood Guardian's core in the first place. Arthur nonchalantly expresses that he killed the creature, which is how he got it. Their meeting is interrupted when Tessia's assimilation is brought up for additional monitoring. Also, the kids got an army of visitors wanting to know how he's doing. The Vincent family, Elijah, and more. It's explained that Arthur received plenty of visitors throughout the day after his family left. There were a few annoying ones who wanted to know what happened, while others were seriously concerned if he was doing okay. Then there was the bastard inventor Gideon with a poisonous potion in hand, probably trying to kill the kid. He left, recommending Arthur to drop by the training room, as Director Goodsky tasked Gideon to build training artifacts for him. The sleazy inventor dashes away, happy that he now has the boy indebted to him. Arthur finally collapses to rest when the door opens again. This time it's the pretty-haired elf on her own. Arthur happily asks if her assimilation is wrapped up already. She's told to rest for a while, so Arthur wants to know if she experienced a pang of pain again from her previous experiences. Strangely, Tessia laughs. It's the fact that he narrowly escaped death, and yet he's here asking about her condition. Arthur chuckles in response. She remarks that it's no different from the time he saved her life from the bandits when they were young. The boy tries to move his body and experiences pain. Tessia grabs his shoulder and helps him assist. Arthur tells her that he's going to be all right, so she shouldn't be so worried. The elf understands that but insists on another apology. Arthur explains that there's still nothing she has to apologize for. Our boy misunderstood as Tessia's real intention was to lean in for a kiss, surprising him. In the following scene, we see the elf barely taking her stand outside his room. She's seriously flared up all red, realizing that she actually kissed him just now. It was her first kiss ever, and she's puzzled with so many thoughts. The weird little elf looks at her reflection in the mirror, trying to mimic the kiss. Her head plummets in exhaustion as she falls to her knees, realizing that she might have overdone it. She took it a step further, and it's going to make things seem weird. She even contemplated returning to his room and acting like it was a prank. Tessia gathers her resolve and sorts herself out. She justifies her decision and understands that nothing would have come through if she let Arthur take the reins of their relationship. She also plays it like a boss girl, acting like it's going to be his loss if he rejects her. This girl lists out all of the brilliant things about her, such as her popularity, intellect, and talent as a mage. She's convincing herself that it's going to be his loss if anything. Saying those words with a hint of flailing belief, she turns to leave. Meanwhile, Arthur is out here fucking stunned. Bro is in a daze, still unable to comprehend what happened. Dude's battling the pedophilia allegations with his own sense of morality. He thinks he's gonna go to jail for kissing a 13-year-old. Arthur reclaims his senses, claiming that he's a preteen himself right now, so it doesn't matter. There's the fact that many children in this world get married at this age, not to mention that she was the one who initiated the kiss. Dude remembers a second of the kiss and slaps the shit out of his own face. Arthur seriously tries to calm himself down in his young little body of raging hormones. He plops to the bed in defeat, questioning what his life has come to. Let's shift away from that and see how the school's holding up. Classes will resume in one day, and there's rumors of a new professor, and get this, they're a first-year student themselves. This mysterious student obtained the spot by defeating their own professor. On the other side, Arthur is being prepared to have his first day teaching at the academy. He doesn't have materials or anything special prepared, but he's planning to wing it anyway. More importantly, he's worried about Tessia's assimilation issue. He's been avoiding her like a blind man ever since the time she kissed him. Arthur learns that her assimilation is proceeding smoothly, but Virion has to return to Elenoir soon. Gideon breaks their conversation and wants them to focus on the main thing. The old lady is rather surprised he's beaming with joy to get the show on the road. She requested for a bunch of artifacts to help with Arthur's training, but knowing our mad genius smelly psychopath of an inventor, he's busted his balls for a hell of a lot more. The guy opens up the room, showcasing a paradise land and a metal robot. Arthur is more impressed by the room than by his artifact. They can sense mana fluctuations radiating about, which gives Gideon the chance to explain the thing he just built. His newest creation is called the Training Operator and Blast Inductor, a machine that can brutally withstand the brunt of spells from capable mages. He dubs this new creation as Toby for short, and its spec levels are set to 5, representing the strength of a dark orange core mana beast. Arthur's already getting intrigued to try out the artificat's durability, while Gideon explains that Toby has an incredible iron body that not even his spells can penetrate through. The inventor is shocked when Arthur unleashes his flaming fist and puts a hole in the thing with a single punch. Toby is dusted in a single attack, so Arthur recommends the inventor get to work in raising the artifact's level. As you can tell, Gideon's left speechless. Over to a different side, we see a bunch of adventurers raiding a dungeon with strange wraith skull monsters. Their color and size makes them concerningly strange. The leader, Lance Baron, questions if they're sure on the report that no other raiders have stepped foot inside the dungeon. Apparently the entrance in this place was shut off a long time ago. Baron stares at the cloth in his hand, recognizing the situation to be of an even greater importance now. Later that day, Arthur casts a whole different set of elemental affinities and spells against the prepared training artifacts. He uses melee combat to attack them as well, and counters them with his sword. The artifact is quite agile, but it's nothing he can't handle at this point. He beats both of them, snapping their tiny arms and wrecking them to shit. Even Elijah is feeling pity for the artifact. The inventor is really bothered to know if Arthur is even injured at this point, since he's a bit too strong. Arthur expresses that he's slow and sluggish with his movements in his fight. Gideon wants to hear about his feedback from this time around. Arthur recommends that he strengthen the joints of the artifacts. Also, he finds it problematic that they don't have any offensive capabilities when it comes to magic. Gideon mentions creating the artifacts for a regular augmenter, but he's found the kid to be the definition of the devil, so it can't be argued. Arthur suggests working on Toby's mana reinforcement mechanism. This comes as a surprise to both Gideon and Goodsky. He reasons that the artifact is issuing a layer of protective mana to defend itself. Despite a barrier being the fastest method for a mage's protection, it makes them vulnerable to same-sided attacks. Penetrating the shield makes it extremely vulnerable. Arthur thinks that instead of one shield of mana, it would be better for Toby to have a web of smaller plates of mana to protect itself. This way, the barrier will regenerate faster after breaking. This will in turn reduce the mana wastage from the artifact too. This explanation catches all three of them in a loop. Goodsky is seriously dying to know if Arthur has the ability to cast a mana barrier like the one he just mentioned. The boy nods in approval, which catches her attention. She thinks it's a better defensive maneuver than the one mages typically use. She dashes away to convey this idea to the Mages Guild for their input. The inventor Gideon draws a little too close to the boy and eyes his body down. He thinks he's found himself a golden nugget of information around. Elijah teases Arthur, reminding him that he's going to be late for his first class. Inside, Arthur walks around barely able to compose himself. The fact that he fought against two Tobys at level 7 in his current state is damning enough. Arthur's clumsy little cane slips and he goes on to grab Kathleen's shoulder in surprise. She helps him out by giving him assistance. Arthur sees her stoic expression and smiles. Class is in session and the students are all muttering about. They can't believe a first year will be the one to teach them. Some of them really want to see how a first-year student is going to teach and fumble as if he knows anything at all, while others are annoyed that they spent so much money for this academy only to get taught by a damn first-year student as their teacher. Arthur's trusty old self-proclaimed rival is hoping for the best for him, knowing he's in for a rough time. The professor enters the class, assisted by the beautiful Kathleen, sending all of the students in shock and amazement. They all think this is planned coming from their teacher, who's making a power play by using the assistance of the princess of the kingdom. But it's not like our boy was smart enough to plan for this. He thanks her and expresses that he's all right now. Kathleen goes away to take her seat, while Arthur finally takes his first stance before his class, introducing himself as a disciplinary committee member, the son of two mages, a loving brother, and finally their newest professor. As you can guess, the class erupts in anger and vitriol, discriminating against the first year who thinks he's too good to be their professor. They're provoked enough to file a complaint against the academy for wasting their time. Arthur stares at Sylvie, realizing that he's got to fix their attitudes. Everything would have proceeded smoothly if the headmaster came here to make an introduction on his behalf. One of the students jumps up to the big stage to arrogantly challenge their newest professor. Arthur questions what joke he's trying to pull. The class clown expresses that he's willing to take the position for himself by beating the instructor into the ground. The class roars for Lester in support, vouching him to beat his ass. In one simple and serious tone, Arthur demands Lester to sit back down. His mere command causes Lester to fall. Arthur makes it very clear to this class that he'll be taking over as the professor, even if they don't like it. He's happy for any of them to leave, and even prepared to help them to transfer to another class of their own choice. But for those who are curious how a seemingly crippled kid is currently the professor of the most prestigious academy, Arthur invites such souls to learn under his tutelage. With that settled, he tells Lester to either ditch the class or return to his seat. Dude bolts back, calling him sir and giving him the respect he deserves. The rest of the students are in a state of shock. Arthur's happy that none of them are leaving and resumes his first class. He mentions that this will be their first practical mana manipulation class, so he's interested in testing their knowledge. He quizzes them about the best way to utilize mana from the surrounding atmosphere. One girl raises her hand and answers that it's best utilized by naturally forming into the mana core, where techniques can further be formed. Arthur likes this answer and praises the student, before explaining the key difference between augmenters and conjurers. It's the usage of their mana channels. Conjurers utilize the mana from the surrounding atmosphere, channeling into their veins. This begs the question, why do both mages share the capacity to absorb mana when only augmenters can absorb it into their core? It spins the gears of the students as they all ponder and come up with a theory. Ponytail is given the chance to speak again. An excellent answer, explaining how conjurers never feel the need to aim for physical attacks. Arthur seconds the explanation. Conjurers are supposed to use their own mana and manipulate the changes in their surroundings. At the same time, if such conjurers used less mana than augmenters, then there's the question if a mage's mana core is truly a representation of their level. The students are all busy in thought because of this sharp critique. Arthur smiles and calls forth 6 volunteers with elemental affinities for a demonstration. He wants the conjurers standing to his left while augmenters to his right. The students line up as instructed. For the exercise, Arthur instructs the volunteers to cast the most basic spell they know. For conjurers, he doesn't want them to utilize a wand. Kathleen and the others quickly form the spell. Augmenters do the same. With all 6 mages having prepared their spells, Arthur instructs the augmenters to attack with their spell, while guiding the conjurers to absorb their own spells into their hands. It's a ridiculous idea from all 6 students, but their happy-go-lucky professor simply smiles in glee. As per his instructions, the augmenters try their best to release their fire spell, but it just doesn't work. As for the conjurers, they try to absorb the spell and make it a part of their body, but that doesn't work either. One side can't release while the other can't absorb. Even Kathleen is supremely struggling to do the job, but she's the closest of them all to get it right. The students are annoyed that he's teaching them a reckless lesson with nothing to learn. After all, only high-level augmenters are capable of casting long-distance spells. Arthur shuts them quiet by preparing a basic wind spell in his hand, before releasing it as a long-range projectile. The students criticize him for being a hotshot when this is pretty basic for an orange core user. Their professor confirms and decides to whip up the intensity by casting a vortex of wind that leaves a crater in the wall. Arthur questions if he's confident students have seen a display of power like that from an orange core too. He's unable to demonstrate his point properly, but it still proves what he's trying to teach them. He takes a seat and tells the volunteers to sit down if they want to learn how to do that. After the class wraps up, the students are all dazed and questioning his skill level. They think he cheated or something, but Arthur doesn't care and frees himself early. It's the only benefit to being a professor. Sylvie cutely tries catching a small butterfly and crashes to the ground in a hilarious fashion. Kathleen surprises the boy with her sudden entrance. Arthur tries to joke around saying he's busy with his invisible friend over here. The princess sits next to him, while he wonders what's up with her this time around. She praises him for teaching well on his first lesson. But after that comes an awkward moment of silence. Nothing more. Kathleen quickly jumps in his face before confessing that she's got something important to tell him. Arthur's praying to God that this chick doesn't end up traversing the same route as the elf Tessia. This might cause a serious war between the 2 kingdoms, merely because of his existence. Instead, Kathleen lowers her head and offers the most respectful apology on the behalf of the royal family. She remembers what happened at the auction house and how her father behaved. She wants to apologize for the wrongs they've all committed. Arthur acts surprised that she's still mindful of the events that elapsed 4 years into the past. She tells him that her faith in her father plummeted that day. Arthur thinks that her apology is unnecessary, but Kathleen admits that it's necessary because of their friendship. Arthur, being the cheeky fellow, wonders if that's what they're like. The princess claims that casually embracing someone indicates a sign of friendliness, so she's right. Kathleen internalizes how she grew up being judged for everything she was until now. Yet this guy, who is arguably one of the greatest talents all around, yet always judged, is a goofy clown. She lets out a laugh which is unlike her. Arthur leans in to tease the ice princess. She turns her head away and talks about the merits of his lesson. The fact that 2 wind bullet spells could turn out to be so different. Arthur scoots away, realizing that she came here to pry for information. Kathleen attempts to clear her name in panic, but Arthur understands and gets up. He looks back at her and expresses that it would be unfair if he gave his best student a severe advantage. Saying those words, he walks away while she looks at him with a smile. Sylvie, the little brat, has caught her in the act and laughs in Kathleen's face. Skipping up ahead, we see Arthur chatting with a friend in Gideon's class. Gideon gets pissed and angrily whacks his chalk up in Watskin's hair, prompting a confusing look from everyone else. He wants Watskin to briefly explain information regarding the light-producing artifact. Girl here ends up giving him an essay of a speech because she's a nerd, and he only regretted that decision. After that meeting, Arthur's a little ticked that Gideon is on their asses with a project already. Interestingly, Watskin's got a bunch of LPAs or light-producing artifacts ready, and she's happy to provide for him. Arthur gets rizzed by her approach and treats her as a lifesaver, when in reality even Sylvia is trying to remind this fool to be more responsible. Elijah comes running towards them regarding a matter with the director. Arthur points to the glasses girl and introduces her as Emily. They both greet each other in kind. You guys remember when Arthur said this guy's girlfriend will also be a nerd? Yeah, it's happening. Elijah suddenly remembers what he came here for and instructs Arthur to get to the training room. He goes along quickly and finds Tessia meditating in peace. Sylvie happily embraces her while Tessia greets Arthur. The boy is confused since he doesn't spot the director around. Turns out Good Sky already left despite calling him here. Arthur now knows that this is a prank from the headmaster herself. Tessia turns her face in embarrassment and asks if they should get on their way with the assimilation process. The process can't be done alone, as it requires a lot of effort. Some mages of the same elemental affinity are required to tackle the beast's elemental affinity. Since Arthur's case was different, mastering 4 elements, he was able to easily help Tessia assimilate with her beast will. He acted as a mana battery and made sure she could fight against the Elderwood Guardian's core. The couple was exhausted by the end of the session, and I definitely don't mean what you perverted bastards are thinking. They want to call it a day when Tessia questions if he's still upset that she made a move on him. The boy's a little taken aback by her question, and assures her that he didn't experience anger. The worried elf then asks why he's been avoiding her ever since the incident. Biting his lip in embarrassment, Arthur tries to play it cool and indirectly tries to disqualify himself from being her partner. But even Tessia understands that he's just making shitty excuses, as they have no need to get married in the first place. She understands that it was wrong of her to take advantage of his feelings, but she wanted things to progress in some way. Arthur teases her by claiming that they've progressed quite a bit already, as she's no longer the whiny princess he remembers her. Infuriated by his responses, Tessia gets up completely frustrated. The matter was important and delicate to her, but he kept treating it as a joke. She turns away disappointed while Arthur tries to call for her. Before leaving, Tessia issues a complaint. She knows he's good at everything he does, which is why he's so confident. But the only things he isn't confident about are his weaknesses. Tessia has seen through his facades and understands that he fakes his emotions. She's disappointed in the way he reacted just now, and argues that he's the one who is being immature, the same way he rejected Lilia. The conversation has taken a shift, and Arthur is out here experiencing it in real time. Dude realizes that he fumbled the baddie big time, but he's more concerned that Tessia was able to overhear their conversation. He wonders what kind of response she wants to hear, and he's forced into a position where he can't reveal his previous life. In the following training session with the magic artifact, Tessia's words reverberate and plague the boy's mind. The special shield has been implemented, but that's not the thing bothering Arthur. He's confidently taking on the artifact without any trouble, but her words race through his mind as he issues a flame-infused kick across the training dummy's head. He also loses control for a moment and goes for a finishing move, but before he's able to end the fight, the artifact shuts down after expiring its mana reserves. Arthur takes a break, while Sylvie worriedly tells him not to overtrain as he's yet to fully recover. The boy pets her and claims that he's okay. Hearing a knock, Arthur opens up and finds the purple-haired teacher. She wants to know if things are going smoothly between the elf and the human since they both skipped classes today. She also takes a peek in the training room and wonders what the heck happened. Arthur shuts the door claiming he was just training and that Tessia isn't around with him. Her guess ended up being wrong, but she still wants him to join her class. Arthur decides to let loose and decides to join in. What's really shocking to hear is that a training room is made accessible to a single student. She wonders the kind of training this boy is doing for his age to require such a space. The more she learns about him, the more mysterious he seems. During class, Arthur finds himself dozing off. They're all talking and teasing him, but he doesn't give a flying fuck. Bro just wants to pet his little girl, and he does that. Sylvia isn't asleep but training, which is quite the hack. Arthur zones back in as the teacher calls for his name. He's happy to greet the boy who returned to classes after his injury. Arthur apologizes for missing a ton of his classes and starting late. The professor is okay with that, and he wants to give him a chance to share what he knows about spell formations. Arthur gets to work and elaborates how spell formations require manipulation of the more fundamental spells. In simple terms, same starting point, but different outcome or effect. A perfect answer according to Professor Maynor. He uses his answer as a starting point for their lecture. Maynor hypothesizes a world where everyone could read each other's mind. It would be quite the troublesome world, if anything. But in this hypothetical world, the smallest thought could make an enemy out of a person. The kindest person could seem terrifying. Interestingly, Maynor believes that kind of world would produce monstrous mages. Since Sylvie and Arthur can read each other's mind, this little furball thinks they're the ideal mages the professor is talking about. Maynor poses a question to his class, wanting to know why certain conjurers and augmenters use incantations while others don't. One kid argues that if you've mastered a spell, incantations are unnecessary. However, mastering something is unclear on its own. The professor reasons that chanting is done because those very words influence their consciousness. It allows the mage to use the correct idea or suggestion, which later refines the mana into the perfect spell. Maynor touches on another humorous example. He wonders what would happen if one confessed their love to a partner who hated them. There would obviously be a strong reaction from this person. Arthur's out here daydreaming about Tessia's reaction, funnily enough. Anyway, Maynor explains that the incantation of love is actually the trigger for the effect. The spell from the other person, which would result in a reaction of either hatred or disgust, or even physically lashing out. This makes the class roar in laughter, which is a nice quality to have for a teacher according to Arthur. Manhwa explains that no different from their thoughts, incantations allow for the manipulation of spells when the mage has visualized it clearly. That is the very reason, in a world where everyone could reach each other's mind, that world would boast the strongest magicians known to mankind. The answer lies in absolute control over one's thoughts. With his brilliant speech finished, Manhwa continues on, and the scene ends there. With the class coming to an end, Arthur finds himself distraught. He couldn't focus much because of what happened with the elf. He doesn't comprehend why her words are stinging him so much. Sylvie takes a side with Tessia and explains that she was spitting facts. Arthur argues that enough people hated him while he was an adventurer, but it never bothered him then. The cheeky little pet teases him by stating that he secretly likes Tessia, which is why he's hurting inside. Arthur is a little annoyed that this damn furball is hitting truth bombs. The guy comes to a stop. Why? Because a bunch of clowns were creeping up on him from behind, thinking he wouldn't notice. It's Lucas the fucker and his lackeys. Even Sylvie's pissed off seeing their ugly faces. The lackeys try their best to intimidate Arthur, but Arthur's just ahead of the curve and roasts the heck out of them. Lucas shoves his goon to the ground and confronts Arthur for running off from their match like a coward. He wants to know how he was able to escape. Arthur tells him about the tiny hole which was his exit. This infuriates Bitch Boy over here because he was really asking about how Arthur escaped the Inferno cage spell unscathed and helped Tessia on top of that. Like a Chad, Arthur swipes his hand away, claiming that it's rude to ask a question like that. Then he gets up in his face to egg him on even more, stating that he's got no reason to say shit to a bitch. Lucas convinces himself that Arthur must have used an artifact of some sort, since it's obviously the only explanation, right? The egotistical dumbass thinks that either Arthur's pet or the elf princess must have helped him acquire one. In return, he simply listens, understanding that Lakuas will never change. The refrigerator delinquent with the bad haircut accuses him of using tricks to seduce Kathleen too. This ugly fuckface is jealous and reminds Arthur about their rank differences. His friend tries to calm the clown down, reminding him that he's using mana in school grounds. But this stuttering son of a bitch is ticked off for real and has no plans of backing down. Lucas doesn't want to deal with a problem child and ditches the lackey. The fat fridge is out here losing his brain that Arthur was able to seduce Kathleen when it should have been him. Our lovable orange-haired MC reminds this clown that he isn't attempting to seduce anyone here. The fatty gets even more pissed, delusionally convincing himself that Kathleen is in love with him when it's really not the case. She'd rather date an actual fridge before coming to this guy. Lucas understands that the fat clown has gone psycho too. This dude is losing his marbles, and even Sylvia understands that something is not right. Arthur has sensed that he's leaking an abnormal amount of mana. It's so bad that his eyeballs are popping out red and his body is tensed up like crazy. The psychopathic freak show lunges to kill Arthur. He sharply turns to his pet, realizing that Sylvia is about to make a really bad move if he doesn't act. Arthur reinforces his magic defense in an effort to block the attack. He manages to deflect at the last second and dodges the blow, causing the fatty to annihilate the ground. This guy was seriously about to kill a student on school grounds. Arthur reminds the idiot that he's attacking a literal teacher under school premises. Even Lucas's lackey thinks they should stop him. But this guy has other plans. After all, he's not involved and is there to simply spectate. Arthur questions their motives and refuses to believe him. Lucas happily claims that he isn't making use of anything, so he can't be blamed. Marcos is consistently losing his sanity, but Lucas is such an imbecile that he doesn't give a damn what happens to him. To him, either Marquois will get hurt, or Arthur will have him expelled. Lucas leaves with a warning to Arthur, reminding him to be fully recovered for their next duel. Before he's got any chance to respond, Arthur is met with earth spikes, which he swipes away with his wind magic. Then he sees this guy looking like a werewolf just lunging at him full speed. Arthur blocks the powerful attack with his shield, but can't fathom how an orange core of this level has become so strong. This guy is pouring out more mana than Lucas, all for the sake of offense. As the shield shatters, Arthur realizes that he might have to activate his seal in order to fully capture the guy without killing him. But as he's about to do that, a fully pissed Sylvie is looming over them, and with a single attack, knocks Marquois completely unconscious. Arthur looks to his little pet who lost her temper seeing him fail to act. Another member of the disciplinary committee comes rushing to ask what happened. Arthur explains the situation, while the girl checks the kid's body. This spine has marks imprinted on it, which means he has become a second victim to the curse. After the incident, Marquois receives recovery. Arthur is curious if there were other cases like this guy. She tells him that another student acted the same while Arthur was recovering in the ward. Too much is unexplained, and he wants to know what the markings mean. She doesn't have anything to say to him for now, and intends to update her team for the meantime. Before entering, she instructs Arthur to tell the director everything he saw. When they do enter, Arthur is surprised to see two legendary faces. Even more excited is the red-haired girl. Lance Baron and Lance Alea are here after all. Good Sky points to both members of the committee as one of their top mage talents for the year. The girl excitedly explains her dream to one day become a lance. This dude Baron literally ignores her and turns to the director to finish up his talk. After the conversation, Lance Baron walks right past Arthur, while Alea offers her full support to the one who shares their dream. This makes the chick's heart flutter. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Arthur have both sensed one thing. The two figures that just left are without a doubt the strongest people they have ever shared a room with. With both gone, Good Sky wants to know about the matter that took place. Arthur is happy to explain, but he's wondering what business led to the Empire's strongest mages to come in for a talk. The director expresses that it's nothing serious, as Baron used to be a member of the Academy, and he was here to mention his brother joining as well. Good Sky was hoping to hear more from them for some reason. Ceasing the meaningless chatter, she learns everything about the matter involving Lucas and Arthur. The boy focused on Marquois' situation in particular, highlighting the abnormalities found in his magic. With the explanations finished, the director talks about the symbols appearing on the student's spine. She goes in deep thought, her reaction pretty much confirming that she knows something. Good Sky tells Arthur that Claire is correct. This kid isn't the first case of the bunch, and there's only more to come. Arthur pries further for information, but it seems like there isn't any logical information available to explain what's happening. Even the Mage Guild researchers have been tasked to find out what's wrong, and it's only a matter of time until they discover something. Arthur goes all quiet, while the director orders Claire to have more officers patrolling the classes. She emphasizes security during the night as well. As for Arthur, she's really glad that he's recovering well because the officers need his aid critically. The meeting ends with Good Sky returning to her room, wondering if it was a reckless decision to involve her own students into this mess. She fears the worst of the worst happening. And yet, the director fully understands that sacrifices are necessary. Still, Good Sky is pensive on why everything is proceeding faster than she anticipated. After that, Claire and Arthur bid each other farewell. The boy ends up encountering Baron scolding his baby brother. He's shocked that Lucas's arrogance means nothing in front of his brother. This makes him recall Caspian's warning from long ago, who reminded Arthur not to challenge Lucas until he's fully prepared to beat his older brother as well. It's the reality that Arthur seriously can't do anything with Baron around, for the meantime at least. In a sudden flash, before Arthur's even able to equip his sword, Alea has him pinned with her blade. She wonders why he's fueling with bloodlust towards a lance, also pointing out Arthur's shortcoming for storing his weapon in the dimensional ring. The boy stores his blade again and clarifies that his anger isn't directed at Lance as they've only just met. Alea argues that she could tell his intentions despite his repressed state. However, even his powers would be meaningless against Baron, which makes the boy wonder just how strong the lance truly is. Alea confirms that he's seriously just that guy. Their chit-chat continues with Arthur asking how strong Alea is comparatively. She jokes around and gestures with her hands. Alea is disappointed that he didn't laugh at her joke. She's surprisingly the weakest of the lances, and there's a big gap between the group. Our boy comforts the poor girl for being weak. Surprisingly, Baron isn't dubbed the strongest, but only one of the strongest. Still, her perception ability is way sharper than his, which is how she was able to catch Arthur easily. Alea had a fun time talking to Arthur, who pays her full respect. Seeing the boy, she is reminded of her brother, and how he could have been the same age if he was around. Alea pats his head and thanks him before leaving. The following day, talks of the incident ran wild among the student body. People are shocked that the class went so far. Hearing them gossip, Sylvie questions why humans love to gossip around. Arthur validates her question and turns to the disciplinary council, where everyone is sitting in frustration. Claire shares the terrifying news of Marquard's death, which happened only last night. Arthur asks what happened and learns that the medics were unable to stop his mana leakage, something that happened despite his unconscious state. It was related to the symbols on his back. Kathleen explains that there were no significant findings, and the things they did find, they didn't bother revealing. The parents didn't consent to disclosing any information either. Slamming his fist, one of the committee members becomes frustrated that they're not being shared reliable information. Claire switches topics and focuses on Arthur's return, emphasizing that they strengthen security even more. After the meeting, they wonder if anything will change with the patrolling. Arthur's alright with working alongside Theodore because of his schedule, despite their schedule. Faerith shows them his fancy new daggers, which are actually capable of communication. Arthur inspects them, just as shocked. Kathleen is more surprised that Kai volunteered to patrol on his own for a huge part of the campus. Arthur teases by pointing out the irony of her blank expression compared to her words. Curtis also mentioned that Kai is rather the avoidant type when it comes to work, so it's strange that he's taking up such a huge responsibility. Arthur wonders if it has anything to do with Theodore, and asks why Curtis specifically backed out from patrolling. All it took for Kathleen to piss her brother off is because she revealed that she and Arthur shared skin. which, as you guys can expect, can be taken in so many different contexts that this dumb girl doesn't understand. It's time for our boy to take his class again. He wants to know if any of the students worked around his important question regarding the color of a mana being accurate to a mage's level. Fairith jumps up to reason that the cores are an excellent way to assess power, but that basic answer just now gets shit on by the young teacher. Arthur argues that using a mana core is actually an unjust measure of a mage's strength. It doesn't factor in a person's tactics, reaction speed, or battle IQ for that matter. It would be no different from judging someone's strength from their muscles. While it's true that muscles definitely make them strong, that doesn't imply they're a better fighter than someone with a less muscular body. One student counters, asking what method would be better than the mana color. Arthur gives an extremely detailed and complex answer with the words, "Just don't." He thinks it's foolish to assume that you're fighting an inferior opponent. After all, even if they could accurately judge a person's strength, there's the question of what would happen if they fought someone with a lower mana core. It wouldn't make sense to go easier against a weaker opponent or to bully them. In such a situation, where the only option is to fight, one should never take an opponent lightly and prioritize careful maneuvers. With the talking all finished, Arthur is hoping his students are prepared to repeat the exercise from the other day. After class, our boy ended up falling asleep from exhaustion. He was only woken up with Gideon's letter, who had prepared a new version of Toby for him to beat. Arthur apologizes for being late to Professor Glory's class and explains that he'll get ready soon. Surprisingly, she shoves him away, arguing that it's less important for him to be here when he's still recovering. She tells him to spectate for now. Arthur's glad that he doesn't have to meaninglessly fight Lucas now. In the stands, Sylvie bounces away to find the beautiful Tessia. The elf is startled and excited to greet the little one, while shooting Arthur a sharp glare. The boy sits next to her, and after a moment of silence tries to talk. Tessia stops him immediately, arguing that there's no point for him to clear up as she also got ahead of herself. Feeling guilty, she apologizes, but Arthur believes that she said truthful things in the end. He messed up one way or another, always knowing that she felt this way. Even for a talent such as Arthur, emotions are complicated and can't be trained. The elf seconds his words, and points out how she lost control too, saying things she shouldn't have. Arthur thinks she's better of the two, while he was just avoiding her all along. Being mature, he turns to face his actions and apologizes, before rejecting Tessia to her face. You can just see her heart breaking as she hears those words. Turning away, Tessia feels disappointed, before Arthur leaves her with a semblance of hope. He doesn't want a relationship, but that's only the case for now. He's willing to entertain the idea once they're older, but his heart gets shattered when Tessia claims that she won't be waiting for him. Arthur clarifies things, understanding her popularity, but still feeling unready for the time being. Hearing that, she laughs in his face, glad that he's aware of her options. Waiting a bit, she pokes his face with her finger, asking if she can trust him. She doesn't want him to just go around dating other girls while confessing this stuff to her face. Arthur guarantees that it's never going to happen, so she's okay with their current relationship status. Getting up, he admits that he doesn't want her to wait. But to make up for some of the time lost, our boy gives her a peck on the head. "Don't be smiling like that, little bro. This ain't gonna be you." Well, after that, our boy entered a phase of blankness everywhere he went. Bro turned into a statue with one fucking kiss. He's so embarrassed even after one kiss. More than that, Arthur is curious why the current lectures are redundantly covering older classes. One student points out his confusion, arguing how gravity, lightning, and other deviant elements all exist in nature. So it begs the question why mana isn't naturally produced unlike the basic elements. It's a really good question, and the teacher is happy to address that. It's something that has bothered mages for decades, but with no plausible explanation. Some believe that certain conditions must be met before deviant elements spring forth into existence. Mana means nothing to them. One of the exceptions is fire, which can't occur naturally without a previous cause. That's also the reason why mages consider fire to be the highest form of basic magic, specifically because it follows deviant magic closely. Arthur finally comprehends why this class is falling behind in lectures. But even more, he wonders how Tess is holding up after what happened. Speaking of the elf, the girl is fuming with happiness and embarrassment that he made a move on her. Despite being the forehead, it was still something. She's so happy that she's out here checking herself out. Not only that, this bitch is already wondering how their kids are going to turn out. And of course, to have kids, they must undergo the sacred ritual of the birds and the bees, which only makes her even more embarrassed. On a different note, a bunch of clowns are spraying graffiti to inspire hate against elves and dwarves. Arthur catches them and scares them shitless. One of them naively attacks him, only to get swept with a single kick. She faceplants to the ground, while insulting him for hitting a girl. And get this, my man goes, "I believe in gender equality." That's fucking gold. He demonstrates the point by charging up a strong wind spell, and politely asks if she's willing to fuck around and find out. The other kid is caught by another patrol member. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any symbols on either of their backs. He leaves Arthur on his own and takes the two to the admin office. Their patrol duty is making poor Sylvie hungry, tired, and sleepy. Arthur tells her that they're almost finished. He goes near Kai's route, wondering if now would be a good time to head back. Suddenly, Sylvie senses mana while Arthur quickly grabs her and hides behind a pillar. This guy definitely has the symbols on his back, as Arthur can see from afar. He's leaking mana, and the water under his feet is evidence of that. Arthur stops following him and simply observes from afar. He wants to use this guy as a lead to get to their hideout. As he's secretly observing, one idiot calls out for Arthur's name, completely blowing his chances of tracking the guy. They're nowhere to be found while our boy lashes out at the stupid fool who ruined everything. Kai makes a big deal and is more concerned about his territory than anything. He looks around for Theo, who also isn't around. Arthur explains that he's taking some students to the office right now, which also means there's no one left in Theo and Arthur's area to patrol. Suddenly their blades glow a beam of yellow, symbolizing that Theo triggered the dagger. Kai instructs Arthur to go see what's up with Theo, while he'll track down the guy who escaped. While leaving, our boy tells him about the guy's appearance. And then we catch a sinister look from Kai, implying that this guy is definitely suspicious and probably ruined Arthur's hunt on purpose. The two of them bolt right towards Theo and the others. Arthur learns that someone bashed his damn head with a bat, but he could feel that the attack was way too strong. He was ambushed right when he took the kids to the admin building. It won't be tough to find the kids since they're students. Arthur wonders if there was a third among them who tried helping, but it doesn't make any reasonable sense for Theodore to get knocked out with a single attack. Then Arthur lays out the possibility that someone like Marquois could have attacked. Unfortunately, Theodore was unable to catch a visual of this person before fainting. Arthur recalls Kai sharing an injury on his arm. More importantly, Theo is dying to know where Arthur went. He doesn't have any clear evidence for the guy he was tailing, so Arthur decides to keep it down. The rest of the committee looked confused. They think he's just compensating for Kai's part, who's stronger and more dependable than he looks. The following day, Arthur reflects that they were unsuccessful in finding any leads from both fronts. He's still bothered by his intrusive greeting. Dude is overthinking and making a mess out of his project. Gideon startles him and feels underwhelmed that Arthur couldn't come up with another revolutionary idea. His friend notices that Arthur is spacing out and worried about something. He tells her that it's regarding the committee and all. He was so focused the entire morning that he spaced out in both his first classes. Bumping his shoulder, the nerd girl reveals the light-producing artifacts she got for him. Bro's face is beaming with joy while Sylvie realizes that this man is just cheating. In Professor Glory's class, the students are hard at work battling each other. Arthur observes all of this going down from the sides, and still can't fathom how Lucas received nothing more than a suspension from the previous incident. Sylvie is bored that Tessia isn't around, but they're going to meet her soon in the training room tonight. Sylvie is glad they won't have to do patrolling again since she despises it with her life. Drawing near the boy, Professor Glory sits down in exhaustion. She explains how the council has decided to ban excursions in the safe dungeons she likes to venture with her students. Arthur's curious about the trip, but Glory thinks they'll explore an even lower-level dungeon than usual. It's going to be way too easy for people like Arthur. Later that day, Arthur and Tessia finished off their assimilation practice for the day. Now exhausted, the boy recommended they enjoy the pool for a bit. Both sit together seeing the defeated Toby artifacts. Arthur checks on the elf's health and if she's been rejected by the beast will so far. Thankfully, nothing of the sort has happened lately, which is great for them. Arthur instructs her to inform the director, or even him if something goes wrong since her grandpa is away for a while. Tessia stretches her body and claims that she'll be alright. In the best-case scenario, Arthur thinks her assimilation should complete within a few weeks' time. In the luckiest case, they could get her core to a high level. That is until the dude gets his face splashed with water, this cheeky elf. In response, Arthur does the same by splashing her face, apologizing for helping her cool off and all. They both play with each other until they're cooled off. At this delicate moment, their hands are nearing an embrace, which makes Tessia shy. The moment is interrupted by Director Goodsky, who appears completely battle-worn and fatigued. Tessia runs towards the director to check on her health, but Goodsky is standing on business and claims that she's all right and simply had a sparring session at the guild. Arthur is worried because he recalls that she was going to group up at the council. Goodsky claims that she was interested in making a small detour. Even Tessia is worried that the old woman is pushing herself beyond her limits at her tender age. Goodsky understands that they're both worried and agrees to be more careful next time. She wants to use Arthur's training room for their class lesson for the night. The boy doesn't mind since he's already finished the assimilation exercise for the day. He leaves with Goodsky under Tessia's care and internalizes that the director is definitely keeping something from them. At the same time, he thinks it's none of his business to spy on her. The next day, Arthur finds himself extremely fatigued during classes. Elijah is worried what the hell this guy was up to for the night. He returned to the dorm late too because of his social club activity. Elijah is proud to announce that he's interested in going to the chain casting research club. Why, you might ask? For the bitches. Arthur is turned off and wonders if this guy experienced a hell of a rejection in his previous life to be so thirsty and horny in this one. Glasses Boy rants about how this is the optimal age of discovery and relationships. His stupid little announcement is cut short with the professor insulting him for being more focused on love than his class. The scene is seriously funny as even our boy is laughing with the rest of the class. Poor Elijah sits down in embarrassment. The professor brings up the incident regarding the tragic classmate who passed away a few days ago, highlighting that he wants to teach the dangers of wielding the power of magic that many people take for granted. The best mages and medics are already figuring out what went wrong with Manhwa and what concerns his passing, but one thing is for certain. He was using a type of magic way beyond the limitations of his body. The dangers of overexerting one's mana core are severe. It's like any other muscle in a human's body, causing extreme strain will end up with permanent injuries, and in rare cases prove to be fatal. One girl counters and argues how Manhwa was still alive after experiencing the severe backlash. She can't figure out how he wasn't able to survive using mana elixirs. The professors agree that while her point stands, there are exceptions to the rule. He simply wants to warn his dear students of the dangers to be wary of. After all, external supports that could increase mana reserves are notorious for coming with side effects. Mana leakage is just one of the many effects. Arthur is listening attentively but internalizes that Manhwa's deranged behavior is yet to be explained. Same goes for the curse markings on his back. Fast forwarding to Arthur's own class, he greets them and decides to show them hints of the solution behind the exercise he tasked them with. The first person he calls is Lester, the ugly, arrogant brute who he humbled the first day. Lester is fearing for his life for being picked, while Arthur instructs his class to imagine a situation where he's facing a strong opponent. The augmenter in this case wouldn't risk getting close to Lester, and instead focus on striking with a long-ranged spell. Using the molded piece of paper, Arthur expresses that he's prepared a spell. He then blows the paper off his hand, but it doesn't even reach Lester before dropping off. Next, Arthur wants to demonstrate the spell he showed as a solution last time. He wraps it up in a paper ball and uses a pipe to blow it, striking Lester's big-ass forehead. The class roars in laughter, but Arthur has demonstrated his hint pretty smoothly. Next up, he brings up the hint for conjurers, but that isn't revealed to us as the scene forwards to Lance Baron and Lance Alea. Alea was initially under the impression that their next mission was in Elenoir with Lance Aya, but apparently they were called early by Lance Veray for some reason. Baron explains that they have a pressing matter regarding the dungeon on the outskirts of the Beast Glades, a discovery that he personally made. Without delaying any further, the third Lance is finally introduced to us in the story. She takes her seat, boasting white hair and deciding to skip the formalities. She first talks about the reason the council decided on a detour from the mission with Lance Aya. It's because of a new discovery in the deepest levels of certain dungeons. What they've found are real traces from mages that aren't from the Dicathan continent. Alea stands up in shock, recalling how the existence of a second continent was nothing more than a rumor at first. But Baron preaches the worst part is that this foreign continent knows enough about them, while they know nothing about these mysterious invaders. He turns to ask Veray if the material has been confirmed. She actually confirms that the piece of cloth they discovered boasts a mana that doesn't exist in Dicathan. Baron could even sense the mana imbued in the fabric, so he's interested in knowing whatever spell was casted. Veray explains that the spell was disabled as the cloth no longer functions. Veray focuses on a separate matter that solely concerns Alea. She reveals a scroll, highlighting the sightings of giant bloodworms in different parts of Beast Glades. Alea doesn't understand why it's such an issue since these bloodworms aren't considered rare to begin with. Veray then talks about the strangeness concerning the bloodworms. These monsters have started to deviate from their typical tunneling patterns. It may seem ridiculous at first, but it's possible that their strange behavior indicates that the foreign mages are resting in the deepest levels of the dungeons. Baron recalls leading an investigation, but it didn't work out. Since Alea excels in sensory magic, she thinks she would be up to the job with her skills. Veray wants her to work solo on this mission so no one can delay her, while Baron intends to investigate the deeper areas for more clarity. Lance Veray suggests Alea to take Lance Mika if she desires, but Alea rejects the suggestion at once. She knows that countless lives are being threatened the more they fail to act. That's why it's important for her to start the investigation at once. Back to our boy again, who can't stop yawning until he sees a disciplinary committee member getting tossed into next Tuesday. Kathleen was trying to save her brother, but stopping him with ice is just as bad as hitting him against the wall. Next up is Theo, who leaps up to attack this guy. Curtis is hammered with a secondary spell which impairs his gravity, something not even Arthur has figured out how to use yet. His weapon is stolen from him when he chants explode and throws up a column of flame, separating the two fighters. It's a tactic even Theo is impressed with. The 5th round of training begins when Kai uses his threads to stop them from fighting on Claire's orders. This is the first time Arthur has seen this kind of unique magic. He wonders how Kai is able to manipulate the strings. The fight was progressing smoothly, but Claire wants them to attend classes safe and sound. The group gathers in a meeting as Claire highlights how Arthur, Curtis, and herself will be off campus for a trip in the Beast Glades region. They've already routined a bunch of patrol routes to make up for their loss while they're absent. Kai is willing to volunteer for more hours in patrolling work, which sounds like a careful approach. Another student quickly follows the volunteering process. Lastly, Kai manipulates Doradrea's arm with his strings to make her volunteer. He's looking forward to enjoying his time with her, as it's been a while. Doradera accepts as long as she's well fed. The meeting concludes with Arthur being stopped by his so-called rival. He warns the guy to be careful in the wild, not knowing that our boy is already classed as an A-rank adventurer before he even came to school. Arthur escapes them and goes up to ask Claire about the kind of magic Kai specializes in. Interestingly, he hasn't told anyone apart from the fact that his metal wires are special. Arthur wonders if the wires are capable of hiding the mana attribute of the spell. The creepy guy draws near Arthur wondering what they're talking about. Arthur harmlessly asks about the intricacies of his metal wires, only to receive a creepy and suspicious warning from the guy. Claire breaks their confrontation, reminding them about their upcoming class. In the training room, Elijah is busy focusing on sharpening his earth attacks against level 7 Toby. The attacks are easily dodged until he finally manages to pin the artifact down. Elijah's about to deal the finishing blow when suddenly, Toby initiates a fire spell that releases a cannon so powerful only Arthur is there to save him. Elijah is dying to know how recent the artifact managed to learn how to control flames. Evna Arthur was unaware until now, and believes it must be a tricky tactic from the lousy inventor to beat him somehow. Elijah is really interested in how he works on the uniqueness of the artifact. He's always had an interest in artificing, but was unable to take his interest anywhere because he's trash at magic. Arthur teases him for only learning magic to impress the chicks. The nerd doesn't even deny it. So now, his friend hands him a wooden sword, claiming that he should at least learn the basics of melee combat. Bro finishes up his point by saying that it's also for the girls. This provokes Elijah into attacking him, only for Arthur to dodge back to back. He's actually rather impressed with Elijah's form and wonders if he's received training before. This guy swings with very little wasted movement, and his footwork is steady and balanced. It's impressive to the point Arthur thinks he boasts a talent for becoming a swordsman. If he could manage that with his metal magic, he'd be tough to beat. Arthur dodges his attack and swipes him dead. Elijah's anger created a careless opening for him. When he sees Arthur extending his hand, the boy is reminded of an image of an important figure. Suddenly, his brain is clogged with a plethora of emotions and conflicting feelings, making Arthur worried. Even Elijah doesn't get what's happening or why he's experiencing such a surge of emotions. While Arthur insists that they take him to the medical ward, Glasses Boy says he's okay and he just experienced a headache. He doesn't explain anything and intends to wash up now. He bids him farewell for the meantime. Arthur waves him goodbye all the same. The following few weeks were as peaceful as they could get. Our boy was sleeping through his classes because of exhaustion. They were nearing the mid-cycle exams and Arthur found it difficult to keep in touch with each of his classes. He taught the same in his own class. Despite his growing skills with the help of teachers and artifacts, Arthur never forgot about the reason he attended school in the first place. He found himself at peace just enjoying the small, everyday moments of life with the people he loved most. That's the only thing that he looked forward to every day. Arthur and Elijah are sharing a walk when suddenly, Glasses Boy freezes and spaces out. It's been like that for a few days, but Elijah doesn't want to talk about it and deflects that it's because of his exams. Their trip to Beast Glades is also right around the corner. Elijah hopes for Arthur to be careful in his training with Tessia to remain healthy. Interestingly, Sylvie has picked up on his strange anger towards Arthur, who has also felt the same. Later in his assimilation training with Tessia, Arthur is glad to announce that her mana core is stabilizing rapidly. She has high hopes for the future, only for them to get dashed with a flick of our boy's finger. He doesn't want her to get overly arrogant as she's barely at her full strength due to the assimilation process. Then there's Arthur, who literally can't use his most powerful elements right now in his upcoming trip. But his case is different as he can always remove his limiters while Tessia is bound. She is frustrated that he always treats her like a child, despite being a year older. Bro doubles down instead of apologizing and reminds her of the time she was scared shitless as a child because of the beasts. Poor Tessia grows so embarrassed that she pounces on top of him, ready to scratch him like hell. Arthur is thankfully saved by a surprise visit from Tessia's grandpa, who is astonished that these lovebirds are so close already. The elf takes a moment to realize that she's actually sitting on his body. She leaps away in embarrassment. Arthur gets up and inquires what Virion is doing here since he should be flooded in meetings by now. Virion continues to tease Tessia with his provocative remarks, causing the little elf to teach him a lesson. Virion is worried about the dungeon excursion event as Arthur won't be around. He wants the boy to assist Tessia until tomorrow at least. Our boy rejects the request because he's got to meet his family tonight before he goes away. Grandpa over here thinks it's a brilliant idea for him to take Tessia along, but Arthur is out here standing with a giant cross, denying anything like that. He knows his parents will go crazy if that happens. Yeah, well, all that ranting ended up useless as Arthur ended up bringing her home. The family opens the door excited to find the two of them here. Arthur wonders how they already know about Tessia's visit. Turns out this family is one step ahead and already prepared presents for them too. Alice welcomes them inside, while Ellie is dying to show Tessia her improvement in archery skills. From afar, Arthur gazes at the view of the people he loves with all his heart. It makes him smile as he enters inside. With the sweet moment aside, let's explore a darker twist. Lancelea is on her own exploring the splitting trail in the dungeon. This means Varai's suspicion regarding the bloodworms was right, as they couldn't have possibly shifted their paths on their own. Just based on the pattern made in these tunnels, she can conclude their convergence leading towards the Grand Mountains. Alia understands her objective and bolts ahead, taking the right path. She comes to a sudden stop at the edge of a cliff. A falling stone provokes the two-headed giant monster. It's a Hades serpent but strangely with unique coloring and horns. It's also strangely guarding the tunnel, despite its usual behavior of being independent and ruthless. Alia submits her report to Varai regarding the serpent and unusual quantities of mana from a tunnel. She thinks it must be the source linked to the deviant mana beasts as well. Alia requests backup before proceeding ahead. Varai intends to send 50 battle mages near her location and instructs her to remain on standby. The dinner table is prepared with Vincent Hellstay being a drunk fool who is always the same coming home. Lilia teases him, but their mother explains how dearly Vincent misses his daughter ever since he sent her to the academy. Lilia finds herself extremely embarrassed that he made her a laughingstock instead of the council president. She's more curious about where Tessia went all of a sudden. Arthur explains that HSE went away to catch some air and his mother followed her. With Ellie completely asleep, Arthur asks if his father will take her upstairs. But he merely passes her body to her brother and insists that Arthur be the one to do it since she missed him a lot. Outside, Alice and Tessia are enjoying a meeting together. The elf had a lot of fun seeing Vincent and Reynold giving them good company. Alice argues that they were embarrassing more than anything. She laughs at her suggestion and quietly drinks tea. An inquisitive Tessia asks if Alice is worried about Arthur's dungeon raid tomorrow. Like a loving mother, she can't help but be worried about her son, despite his incredible strength. Alice is the kind of mother who thinks she'll never stop worrying even if Arthur's strength eclipses the lances. After all, that is the unpredictable nature of a dungeon and the fear that comes with it. She apologizes for killing the mood, but Tessia wipes her feelings. She wants Alice to know that she's ready to do whatever it takes to protect him, just like he's done for her. Interestingly, Alice doesn't want her to do that, as she's a loving daughter to her own parents, who would be worried sick if something happened to her. She prioritizes Tessia's self-preservation before anything, and entrusts Arthur's capabilities to take care of his own well-being. Now that it's getting chilly, she recommends they head inside. Tessia wants to stay for a while longer outside and thanks her. Alice leaves her shortly. In the next scene, as Arthur is putting his sister to bed, Ellie's eyes open. She learns that it's still nighttime, and her first question is regarding her brother's departure. Arthur expresses that he'll be gone by morning, despite his sister's wishes. He can't do anything to prolong his stay, but will return for a week's worth of stay after the field trip. Ellie wants to hear a nighttime story from him, but Arthur apologizes, stating that he's got to wake up early too. His sister isn't letting up and requests that he share one. Arthur gives up and sits next to her to continue the story of him becoming a professor. Remembering where he left off, Arthur explains how he saved Kathleen while she was most vulnerable. Even Ellie remembers her as the daughter of the king and feels jealous that her brother keeps saving princesses for a living. Bro continues his story on how he challenged the professor to duel him instead, only for Ellie to tease that he did it for showing off. Arthur summarizes how he bested Professor Geist, and the Academy's director extended him an invitation to become a teacher. He didn't accept so easily, and kept rejecting until he realized he could access some privileges if he took her up on the offer. There was also a private training room, helping him more time to train and refine his skills. Ellie wanted to know if he is a good teacher, and if he uses the training room with his friends. Arthur had to explain everything, but only more questions popped up afterwards. It was daytime already, but Arthur's nowhere to be found, not even in his room. Reynolds suspects that he got up early to make breakfast. They decide to check on Ellie and smile at the sight of both their children completely asleep. Poor Arthur couldn't stop answering questions all night. It's time for the field trip to finally get underway. Miss Glory calls everyone to get into teams. Arthur recommends little Sylvie to get some hunting done while they're busy. It won't be an issue as it's only a low-level dungeon, so he'll be fine. Sylvie hops away and wants her master to inform her if anything goes south. Well, Arthur for one can't believe that he was groped with fucking Lucas of all people. The arrogant mage acts so tough and powerful with his A-rank adventurer background. Arthur decides to egg him on by mentioning how this same guy got his license revoked. Having destroyed this guy with a single line, he goes about his day when suddenly Lucas grabs his shoulder and questions if he's jealous of him. Arthur maintains his cool and claims that he only mentioned the truth. Lucas powers up to fight, but their confrontation is broken off from another student who highlights the importance of the team leader. Bitchface out here thinks he's going to be the leader, but everyone somehow unanimously agrees for Tessia to become the team leader. After all, she's the student council president and a mid-range conjurer to keep the students in check. Lucas is pissed, while Professor Glory gives her students the signal to get the move on and remember the tactics they learned. The group approaches the entrance of the dungeon. Inside, Glory recommends that they stick to their team formations and enforce protection with mana. The dungeon's temperature is unusually cold for some, so it's required to augment and protect yourself using mana. However, Arthur feels strange that his body doesn't feel affected thanks to his assimilation with Sylvia. Tessia for one remarks just how beautiful this dungeon looks with its glowing crystals. Glory uses this opportunity to introduce themselves to the dungeon called the Widow's Crypt. It's a low-ranking dungeon, and they'll only be exploring the first 2 floors, so the mana beasts are not more powerful than snarlers. Some of the students are scared like crap because snarlers are difficult to kill. Also, they're ugly as shit. Curtis expresses his confusion as snarlers are supposed to appear by now. But strangely, there's nothing so far. Claire also thinks it's weird because the guild specifically restricted access to this dungeon for the students. So it's not like other adventurers already raided or anything. Traversing deeper, Glory is starting to get ticked at the same issue. She tells her students to stay sharp as the monsters could just be hiding. Lucas is getting pissed that they've yet to move in a location where there are more monsters. One student asks if they'll be venturing in the deeper levels of the dungeon if they don't encounter monsters here. To this, Glory strongly refuses and rejects the idea. If they don't spot anything here, they'll just report their findings to the guild, and that will be the end of it. Curtis is in the middle of his statement when he suddenly bumps into Professor Glory. She has seen something so terrifying that she froze. Glory immediately orders her students to retreat, as a giant pack of snarlers has come out without warning. Arthur and the others follow the professor's command and aim for a solid retreat. Glory reinforces herself with mana before lashing out on the creatures, cutting them into pieces. While these creatures aren't much stronger from the typical monster, the fact that they're attacking in hordes is certainly strange. Glory returns to her students to explain her findings. She is worried about the erratic behavior of the monsters, and believes this much is enough for their excursion. The second she's about to lead the group away, Lucas shoots a fire arrow next to her neck as a warning shot. This arrogant fuck doesn't want to leave right when things got interesting. The other students are also interested in exploring the dungeon and don't find the snarlers so threatening. Curtis and Claire recommend training here for a while, but Arthur observes why Glory is hesitant of all people. There's also the case of the lances investigating the strangeness in the dungeons. The professor internalizes that it may be a good learning opportunity for the students to gain experience, and then there's the fact that snarlers are at most E-class beasts. She thinks it shouldn't pose a problem as long as she's here to protect them. Plunging her sword, Glory instructs them to split into teams and enjoy different parts of the dungeon. Glory grabs Lucas's shoulder before reminding the arrogant kid that she won't tolerate misbehavior like that again. With that aside, Tessia leads Arthur's group, design Arthur to be their vanguard with his expertise in melee range. She wants Clive and Roland to handle the rear for maximum cover. Finally, Lucas will stay in the middle to uphold their diamond formation. But he takes her for granted and thinks of the trip as nothing more than child's play. Arthur doesn't want any of them to get worked up over him and points to the snarlers heading their way. He notices Rosfield, who is extremely unserious until he sees Arthur cut down a creature like butter. The team assumes formation with Arthur dicing the creatures and the rest handling cover. Lucas is going all mayhem and erupting a bunch of fire spells. He spots Tessia, who covers for him by trapping a snarler and beheading with her sword. Glory knows that her students can handle this level of threat pretty well thanks to their training. However, not even her students are used to prolonged battles, and the snarlers only keep spawning more. Glory instructs each team to follow their leaders as they'll be heading back up now. Each of them retreats until Arthur spots Rosfield slipping up. He goes back to rescue him getting mauled by the creatures. Arthur realizes that he has to hurry and channel his power in a single attack to cut through the layers of monsters. He decides to whip out a new move that he couldn't use on Toby. Unleashing a wind-type strike, he chants Burst Blade and annihilates the wave of creatures in a clean strike. However, this move just now comes at a cost, compromising Arthur's right arm. At least his friend is safe, but that's exactly when things go dark. Even more snarlers appear out of the blue, this time boasting the ability to fly. The uglies just got uglier as they can now roar like hell. Turns out these are queen snarlers, and they're not even supposed to pop up at this floor level. These guys are straight from the bottom floor and shouldn't be here. Feeling the compulsion to get serious, Glory whips out both her fire blades and blocks an attack from 2 queen snarlers at the same time. She then repels the both of them and lunges forth to slice them down with a single attack. Glory wants to handle the queens on her own and recommends the rest to handle the exit. Arthur's injured, but he's trying to get everyone together to break the blockade. From afar, he spots Delphine and requests that she come with him. Tessia and the others intend to cover Arthur and whoever is making way for the exit. Having reached the location, Arthur orders the student to patch the hole while he covers her. Unfortunately, they get attacked from a blind spot. Delphine braces to get attacked, but our boy is faster in cutting the monster down. He just wants her to focus on her task. This time Delphine is determined and initiates her spell. While she's fixing that, Arthur and the rest of the team are covering the front lines. Tessia blasts some of the monsters with her wind vortex. Finally, Delphine's all finished with her side. Now they're required to clear some of the debris. Arthur fixes his arm and prepares a powerful punch. This dude goes all one-punch man and destroys the boulder, allowing Delphine to catch its fragments. Still, it's not enough to clear an exit for them. Arthur realizes that they've got to figure this out in a single attack. Suddenly he notices a foul stench coming from nearby. It's actually smoke, and it is building up for no reason. Stupid Lucas is exhausting much of his fire magic and burning the creatures. This means their only airway is getting blocked. Arthur immediately requests everyone to stop using fire spells as they'll soon suffer from a lack of oxygen. He thinks it's useless for them to try anything if they can't even breathe properly. At this rate, Sylvie senses that something is wrong. Arthur explains what's going on and instructs her to head to the entrance and describe what it looks like from the outside. This gives Arthur another idea with Curtis. He wants him to use the World Howl spell to clear the blockade. Unfortunately, Curtis doesn't have enough mana without his beast to cast such a spell. That's where he comes in. Arthur tells him to turn around and focus on entering his first phase. Then he instructs Delphine to return to the others and hold back the monsters. With both gone, Arthur takes a deep breath before activating mana transference. This is a concept that has been studied for many years before being considered ineffective. But since Arthur is a special mage with quadra-elemental affinity available to him, he can mimic the types of mana and control the ratio of each element to his liking. While he's far from achieving mastery, Arthur can still activate it. He bestows his mana upon Curtis, internalizing just how careless he has been the entire time. He was far too confident in the dungeon and didn't think anything would go wrong. After all, he's gotten powerful, and that left him arrogant in some regard. Curtis has enough mana to activate his first phase now, as Arthur refuses to remain arrogant. Beyond entering the first phase, Curtis's beast will reject him. At last, he's able to cast the World Howl attack, incinerating the blockade clean. This gives everyone the exit to leave. Professor Glory is slashing monsters left and right. Despite her 2 deviant glass shards, Glory is struggling against the queen snarlers. Everything seems okay until Arthur spots Tessia completely exhausted in her state. Unfortunately, her core is acting up in the worst possible place. He assists her and wonders how 2 queen snarlers popped up to begin with. While they're no more than B-class monsters, it's the fact that Glory should easily be handling them. Instead, she's facing trouble despite being an A-class adventurer. Suddenly, the ground shakes as Arthur spots Professor Glory full of despair. One monster emerges with a venomous and dark aura. This beast is something you'd only encounter in the worst possible nightmare. An exhausted Glory instructs her students to run away, but she's literally bitch-slapped by this giant monstrosity. Glory barely holds on with her blades before getting attacked a second time. The monster is drawn to her by her glass shards as she doesn't want to risk her students getting injured. But even Arthur knows this is the worst possible outcome for their professor. Claire insists that they leave at once, but our boy isn't a quitter, and he hands them Tessia. In this insane situation, Arthur chooses to fight, even when Curtis is trying to stop him. Arthur is done playing around as he casts blue flames, insisting that they go. They can't believe that he casted blue flames as they've yet to see the full extent of his powers. Glory is faced against ruthless odds as she battles this terrifying creature. She couldn't ever have possibly heard of a creature evolving like this. All of a sudden, she hears Arthur's voice commanding her to get down. The boy single-handedly swoops into battle with his flames, shocking even the professor with his new elemental affinity. Glory is pissed that he came back despite her strict orders for her students to leave. But Arthur cleverly responds that he isn't just a student, but also a professor. The monster pummels the ground, launching both of them away in a shockwave. Arthur expresses his observation on how not a single one of Glory's attacks were penetrating through. That's why he jumped right into the fight to see how it went for him instead. Professor Glory is okay with his involvement, but still curious if the rest of them made it out safely. Arthur glances at the back and sees Lucas being a pissed little monkey staring at him. He confirms that everyone has left as Lucas too walks away. Professor Glory activates her flames and explains that the creature couldn't possibly tail them outside the dungeon, so they should prioritize weakening it until they can mark their own escape. The ugly creature stares at them in terror. Arthur wants the professor to keep the monster busy for at least 10 seconds because he's working out a plan. Glory handles the creature on her own, struggling to make her stand. However, she couldn't possibly have expected Arthur to be a tri-elemental mage instead of the dual elemental mage she thought he was. The boy charges a bunch of his elemental affinities in unison, before instructing Glory to move out of his way. In a single strike, Arthur chants, "Burst Blade Storm," and hammers the beast with a powerful swing. His attack makes the creature growl in pain and agony, but just like last time, his body suffers a major backlash, experiencing yet another dislocated bone. Arthur is about to get swiped by the monster when Glory grabs him and insists on running away. Unfortunately, his blade is still plunged inside the creature's body, and he couldn't retrieve it. Having made their escape, both of them are utterly horrified when they see this monster emerging from the dungeon's entrance. It stabs Arthur's calf with a painful claw, making him wail in pain. Professor Glory attempts to prepare her sword, but then we get to see a close-up. A close-up of this unfathomable creature with beaming yellow and purple eyes. Arthur senses that something's about to happen and tells Glory to back off. But by that time, the creature explodes along with the ground, making Arthur crash inside the dungeon on his own. In his final ditch effort, he tries to activate a wind element, but unfortunately, a boulder comes crashing down and hits his head, knocking him out before he's able to cast the spell. Arthur's consciousness fades as he descends into the deep, dark gallows of the dungeon on his own. Right before impact, he regains consciousness and struggles to keep himself alive with an earth enhancement. Unfortunately, his powers are waning, and by this point, his tenacity is the only reason he's holding on. But even that fails with Arthur plummeting again. This time, he goes for a wind-based magic approach to soften the fall. The thing is, he doesn't have enough mana, and that's a problem. Pouring the last bits of his strength, he does his best to lighten the fall by using a wind-based current attack. The brief tornado slows down his descent until the boy eventually makes full contact with the ground at last. Arthur's body slowly regains some of its energy as he manages to get back up while holding his head. Thankfully, he sees his weapon in the distance. Sylvia's beast will is the reason he's functioning right now, supplying him with regeneration and sharp senses. The boy pulls out his blade from the creature's body and understands the situation he's in. It's going to take a while for him to climb back up a hole so high. He scouts around for an opening, and interestingly finds a path that leads to running water. In his injured state, he follows the path and reaches the waterfall. There, he navigates through the waterfall only to find himself horrified by what he sees. A graveyard of adventurers, all killed ruthlessly without fail. Hearing a cough nearby, Arthur is made alert and quickly follows the voice asking for help. He looks around hopelessly but can't find anything, so he asks the person to speak one more time. The boy is utterly horrified to see their body. This person is none other than the beautiful Lance Alea, her legs severed and her body impaled brutally. He is instantly reminded of the memories they shared, and can't believe the fact that a competent lance was reduced to such a position. A white core mage being one of the strongest there is, and now they're nothing more than a pool of blood. Arthur attempts to heal her with what's left of his powers. She can't even recognize him anymore because she's also lost her sight. The boy reminds her that he's the kid she met at the academy, the same one who reminded her of her brother. Alia suddenly remembers but wonders how he even got here. Her condition is critical as she coughs blood. Arthur insists she doesn't talk and attempts to heal her. She helplessly grabs his hand and requests to stop. After all, even he knows that saving her is impossible. Arthur apologizes for his shortcoming, even though she's in a much better state now than before. He wonders if there's anything in his powers he could do to help her, but Alea simply shakes her head. Arthur finds himself in frustration and can't fathom what the hell went down in this place. What could possibly make such a mess out of a white core mage? In her dying state, Alea explains that the only reason she's even alive is because someone forced her to suffer through revenge for even laying a single hand on him. She casts a small stone and shares it with Arthur, then requests the boy to draw near. Despite her shattered core, Alea thinks she's capable of showing him what happened a while ago. Arthur experiences a clump of her memories all the way back when the battle mages arrived to take down the serpent. They successfully beat this monster without trouble, but something bothered them. The group of battle mages arrived in front of a warrior in black, staring them down. In a flash of a second, he impaled their bodies in a massacre. Before long, the place was filled with suspended bodies, and yet the man didn't move an inch from his position. A close-up of this fucker is revealed and he looks terrifying. He decides to give Alea two options for her life. The first was to fight him and suffer the same fate. The second one was for her to kill each of her team members to prioritize her own survival. It was a brutal dilemma with no easy way out. Being the lance that she is, Alea decided to place her bets in a fight. But nothing mattered, as each of her men were impaled no differently from her. This gloomy and mysterious man thinks their efforts are in vain as the war is soon to come. Interestingly, Alea was capable of smacking his head with her vines, which resulted in a chipped piece of his horns. Now infuriated, the monster decided to make her suffer the most out of all. Severing her arm from her body, he impaled not only her but the rest of her men. Then this bastard came up to her and grabbed both her legs before ripping them off clean. Finally, he wanted to make her suffer in the most agonizing manner. So he took both her eyes out too. The poor mage experienced ruthless horror and the worst fate imaginable. And then she went through the fate of hearing all of her men die while she couldn't even see them. Having witnessed such a traumatic memory, Arthur vomits at the thought. Alea apologizes and understands that not a single person deserves seeing something so horrific, but it was necessary. The boy argues that he's the only one who is capable of passing information ahead. He's content that he was able to know the pain and suffering she went through. Arthur thanks Lance Alea for fighting for the kingdom. The poor girl, in absolute pain and agony, breaks her facade and reveals her tear-filled state, begging for another chance at life. Nobody wants to die, and that's just the reality. Arthur finds himself helpless before her and hugs Alea, right when she's the most vulnerable she can be, right when she's the most scared in her life. He tells her that he's here and won't leave her no matter what. Finally, Alea's life comes to an abrupt end as she reminisces about her final memory. Poor girl. The boy persuaded himself, believing that somehow Alea's death wasn't in vain. He buried the warriors and learned that there was more than just one demon. While he was unaware how many, it was clear as day that they had a goal of their own. It's no different from the time he met one at Sylvia's cave. This demon either wanted Sylvie or the whole of the Dicathan continent. And despite his quadra-elemental powers, Arthur at his current level is so weak that he doesn't see him beating one of them. He grabs Alea's blood-filled body and understands that from now on, he can no longer risk being complacent in a war that's about to break loose. He wipes her face clean and understands the pure necessity of becoming even stronger than before. The boy coats her body with his ice magic, before leaving a flower, decorating her remains. Arthur emphasizes that he'll send others to retrieve her once he gets out. Not just her, but also the rest of these guys. We see a shot of them. All of them he has buried with his own 2 hands. He turns to see Sylvie just around the corner and expresses that he's okay, even though Arthur has experienced a lot for one day. He thinks it's time for them to just get the hell out of the place, as there's not much more for them to do. And that's what happens, as Sylvie takes off to the skies, leaving behind the so-called low-level dungeon that was going to be used for training. Walking his way to the entrance, Arthur is stopped by the guards until they spot that he's Arthur Lewin from the Zyra Academy. The guard realizes that he's returning from the brutal incident that the other students reported on. He immediately instructs another guard to inform the academy and the guild at once. It turns out that they were already planning to put together a rescue team for the boy. The guard wants to fetch a healer for the boy, but Arthur stops him, expressing that he just wants to go home right now. He doesn't want to report anything to the academy until tomorrow. The guard understands and lets him off. In the next scene, the boy arrives back at home, standing before his house, realizing that everyone inside is probably worried sick for him. At the same time, if he goes in, he'll have to talk through everything. Right now, Arthur is so fragile that he thinks he can't handle going inside. He recovers Alea's lance badge and recalls her dying words. The poor girl suffered so much horror and loneliness stuck in that place, and she didn't want to die. He thought that somehow, in some way, she could get a second chance at life, just like he did. Since he didn't go in, Reynolds decides to show up without pressuring his son. He comments on the beautiful Aurora and how close it is because of the city. Understanding that his son must have gone through some real terror, Reynolds offers him a space to just relax. He also reminds Arthur that her mother can't heal major wounds, and no differently from him, she too has scars that she hasn't grown out of. That's why he doesn't want Arthur to take the burden of forcing himself, as every person has a personal battle they need to fight. He shows his promise, care, and support for his son, claiming that he'll be here for Arthur no matter what, not until he comes out as a winner. Reynolds leaves words of wisdom that I'm sure all of you could also follow. He says that life isn't just one long battle, but rather a bunch of small battles, and it's alright to get beat up and worn out sometimes. Hearing those words, Arthur begins to tear up in defeat. His father's voice is the only thing offering him comfort, telling him that he should stand back on his feet and persevere until he wins the war. That's how the night ends. The next day, Arthur's observing Academy when Good Sky makes her appearance. He called her here and left Sylvie at home too. The director is glad that he's maximizing his rest, which is why Arthur intends to go shopping with his family later. Drawing nearer, Good Sky worriedly asks what happened. She already knows about some of the situation from Glory's perspective. Arthur turns to her and merely shows her Alea's battle tag, causing the woman to experience a jolt of horror and despair. She couldn't possibly accept it, but Arthur confirms that Alea's dead. The rest of the team is left in the bottom floor too. Good Sky realizes the danger that comes with the situation. With a lance killed, it's no mistake that their enemies are already here. Good Sky wants to urgently know if Arthur was able to see what caused the incident. Instead of saying yes, he goes with a denial. The director understands the seriousness of the situation and plans to inform the council. She thinks the matter has just gone way beyond Arthur's capabilities, and the rest can only be handled with the lances. The boy is seriously hoping that she's right, hoping that they'll take care of it. It's shopping time. Arthur and his family are exploring a bunch of different venues and having fun. They're getting dragged by Tabitha to visit all kinds of stores. The boy curiously asks if there's a place that sells training materials. She thinks he means elixirs and tells him to visit the shop around the corner. Alice wants to come along, but Ellie is obsessed with the current shop. Arthur thinks it's alright and leaves them to have fun for a while, including Sylvie, who feels trapped while our boy deems her a sacrifice for the cause. He's walking among the crowd until he spots a tiny grave and a broken flower. The scene floods his brain with the memories of what happened. He walks past anyway. Arthur reaches the store that is supposedly going to sell him important elixirs, but he's extremely underwhelmed and thinks the place probably sells poisons instead. Inside, the boy finds himself in shock when he fails to sense an old man just next to him. The old man teases him and begs for a couple of changes. Arthur wonders what led to this guy ending up like this. Still, like a good gentleman, he helps him out. Unfortunately, our boy overextended and accidentally handed the fool a silver coin. But before he's able to whip out a copper coin, the old fart is already long gone. Arthur experiences dread at the loss of his money. Interestingly, he finds a ring imbued with magic and wonders if it's some kind of test from the store owner. Arthur grabs the handle and opens it up, shocked to find the same bastard inside the store. He hollers at him for stealing the coin and putting up a fake persona. The smart old geezer is willing to hand him any item of his choosing for free in return for the coin. Arthur monitors his surroundings and fails to accept that even a single one is worth the silver coin he just lost. Bro is on the brink of losing his patience and constantly reminding himself that he's got to respect the elderly. He inspects the shop and realizes that it's quite old and dusty to no end. The geezer doesn't even bother cleaning it because he thinks it's just fine. Arthur investigates around until he spots a cat-like creature that runs away upon seeing him. He checks a ring box and wonders if this crappy object is worth anything. Suddenly, Arthur dodges a water beam that came out of the ring. He puts it down, slowly getting more ticked off that he has to investigate a good item for his money. At last, Sylvie comes crashing down on his head. Arthur's glad she survived, while the little one is pissed he left her. The old geezer sees his pet and freezes at the sight of it. Arthur has to wave his hand around to snap him back into his senses. The boy didn't find anything worth his time, so he just wants his coin back now. The shop owner thinks he's got a terrible eye for things. He tosses Arthur something valuable and scoots him out of the place without an explanation. The door closes shut, and the boy once again sees the cat from before. He returns to his family, without having found anything worth his time. Tabitha expresses that the place is always overcrowded, so it's impossible for him not to find anything worthwhile. But her description doesn't match the experience he just went through. When they decide to revisit the same damn place, it's no longer a rundown shack, but a damn mansion. The scene cuts off to our least favorite mage, Lucas. He's come to meet someone. The leader of the group is glad that Lucas came to join them here. However, the arrogant mage quickly corrects them, stating that he's got no interest in joining a group of clowns. He came here on behalf of Charles and doesn't find anything impressive so far. The subordinates of the group call him a mutt, angering Lucas. But before he's even capable of responding, their leader incinerates the man in a brutal column of flames. While Lucas intended to do the same, he's shocked that the spell lacks a presence of mana. He wants to inquire more information about the cult, specifically on why it is requesting his aid. Turns out these bastards are the ones that are drugging the students too. The leader emphasizes that his plans reach beyond the scope of the academy. However, a bunch of conditions are stopping him from fulfilling his goal. He needs more capable mages on his side, and Lucas just so happens to be one of them. When the rest of them are trash human nobles in their group, Lucas shows promise. He wonders if the boy also feels disgusted by the Academy's motto and mission. Lucas Wykes seriously hates the fact that he has to share classes with weaklings whom he could defeat at any point. The same goes for the trashy nobles behind him, who are not worth his time. Lucas shares no interest in taking orders either, so he hastens to leave. From this interaction, the masked leader thinks that it's true that Lucas Wykes is indeed a prideful mage with a superiority complex. And then he spews words that froze him solid, mentioning Arthur's name and angering Lucas to the core. The leader goes on claiming that while Lucas was a prodigy at first, he too was pampered by elixirs. And yet, it resulted in vain when it came to fighting against Arthur. Infuriated now, Lucas takes to violent means, but the masked leader magnifies his sad reality even more. The fact that Arthur had been holding back this entire time, a reality that Lucas knew too well. He was pissed when he saw the boy matching Professor Glory's strength and beating the monster with his powers. Lucas finally questions the identity of this masked mastermind. The man humbly introduces himself as nothing more than a benefactor who wants to help the city. He promises Lucas a clear-cut benefit from this deal. But Lucas is really annoyed and wants to know just for how long he's been spying on them. The man expresses that he will soon launch a personal attack, and that attack will simply shatter the alliance of the three races. He currently has the council and the director of the academy in a pinch, so it's only a matter of time until he executes his move. The only thing left is for Lucas to help him out with some of the loose ends. And one of those loose ends happens to be the existence of Arthur himself. The fire mage confirms that he can't beat someone like Arthur, who's barely used any of his strength recently. He's also in no mood to take the damn drug that Manhwa took. The masked leader confirms that the drug will bear different effects on Lucas, who is actually stronger than the fatty who died. The powers he's going to grant him are going to be on a whole different level too. Lucas is hoping that he's going to get Arthur to use the full extent of his strength. The masked warrior expresses that it's only natural for a human to place importance on their family and loved ones. The person that comes to mind for this situation is Tessia Aerolith, the princess herself. She's the council president, an elf leading the humans. His followers don't like that. He paints a picture for Lucas, instructing him to harm Tessia to the point that Arthur has no choice but to invoke his full powers. A plan that excites this bastard to his core. The scene ends there, and we get to see Elijah Knight after a long break. His eyes are sore and stressed. Arthur opens the door only for Elijah to hug him dearly. The guy pats his friend, expressing that he isn't an easy person to kill. Funnily comparing him to a persistent cockroach, Elijah and Arthur share a conversation. The director had already personally told him not to worry about Arthur's condition after the incident. But he couldn't stop. Arthur learns that everyone is fine, but Tessia is apparently in the training room with her grandfather. Elijah recommends him to go and check on everyone else. Arthur knows he should, but like last time, he just doesn't want to answer any questions in his fragile state. He wants Elijah to convey a message in his place, confirming that he's in top shape. After all, Arthur entrusts Elijah and his friends to do the same. They share a fist bump as a symbol of their friendship, and just like that, Arthur goes away. The poor friend flops to the bed, overwhelmed with stress. Arthur's making his way out, knowing that the director is busy and so is Virion. In sudden shock, Sylvie places urgency on Tessia's state, as she senses her in danger. Arthur bolts through and opens the training room, only to become occupied with smoke. Virion wants the boy to help, but something's going on with his ring. It's making his finger burn just a bit. Arthur sees Tessia completely overwhelmed by her beast will, while her grandfather is doing his best to save her. It turns out that Tessia has been the same ever since she returned from the dungeon. Her beast will is causing really bad problems with the assimilation process, rebelling her body. From this, Virion has gathered that something was different with the Elderwood Guardian they faced. Even after the assimilation process, it's not safe. It has mutated quite a bit, causing problems. Arthur is now worried that his actions might have risked Tessia's life. His ring glows and reacts when suddenly, a vine attacks Arthur with a sharp slash. The attack was aimed to kill him, but luckily he dodged with a slight graze. The vines go out of control as Arthur dodges each of their attacks the best he can. They become monstrous and erect from the ground, entrapping Virion away from Arthur. The old man wonders if the boy's holding up all right. Arthur's okay, but he's starting to feel like Tessia is seriously pissed at him. The vines concentrate into thick, spiky drills, this time attempting to crush Arthur. He dodges each of them, while he signals Sylvie to protect Virion in the meantime. Their goal is to ensure Tessia's safety no matter what happens. At this moment, he wonders if cutting down the vines won't be an issue. In complete surprise, the sphere he got from the elixir shop reacts on its own, and reaches inside the vine cage. It glows a beam of yellow before freeing Tessia from their grasp. Her body suspends as the sphere is absorbed into her belly. Her hair blossoms a light green, signaling the completion of the assimilation process. Arthur grabs her body and rests her on the ground. While Virion is unsure what happened, he knows that the kid saved her. Tessia wakes up, wondering why she's on the ground. Her vision returns to normal as she spots both of her loved ones. She goes rushing to embrace Arthur. The poor old man gets dusted because he was expecting a hug. Tessia is happy that her lover is still alive, and Arthur's happy to smile at her all the same. Meanwhile, Virion is getting third-wheeled the hell out on his own. Later, she's put in the infirmary room to recover. The orb's mystery still bothers Arthur, but still, it helped her calm down for the meantime. The healers report on Tessia's health, sharing that everything's going back to normal now. However, there's one thing that seriously troubles them. It's about her core stage. For some reason, they were unable to measure her core. Virion takes it to himself and decides to check. What he finds is shocking, forcing him at a loss for words. Tessia has evolved so much that her core is nearing the silver stage. Both of them exit her room while contemplating how she was able to break through 3 stages all at once. They want her to rest for the meantime. On a separate note, Arthur has been interested in lances lately and wants to learn more about them. Questions such as their strength for being a white core mage. To visualize the strength of a silver core mage, it takes at least 20 yellow core mages to manage one silver core mage. And then, there's an exponential power difference between silver and white core mages. Virion to himself is at the mid-silver level, but it would require at least 10 silver mages like him to handle one white core mage in place. Arthur teases the old man for being weak, but it's not that he's weak. It's just that white mages are just that godly. Then Arthur wonders, just how come white mages end up to that monstrous strength in the first place, despite their youthful ages? After all, it doesn't make sense how these guys haven't conquered the kingdom. Virion expresses that lances are only capable of reaching that strength after being knighted. This is rather perplexing to Arthur. He learns that their strength derives from the royal families. The information he's about to tell the boy is extremely confidential, so he urges him not to speak to anyone about it. He then asks the boy if he believes in gods. In the Beast era, the three races were nomadic and traveled with their kind all over the world. They only met each other for trade and shared fundamental differences in their culture. Still, they had an amicable relationship with each other. These three races lived in peace, until the mana beasts burst through and started annihilating them as prey. The three races eventually shrinked in numbers, until one day, one deity descended from the sky. This deity gifted all three races the necessary tools to defeat the mana beasts and exit the terrifying era. The deity appeared before three people who became the founding fathers of the royal families. The Glader, Greysunder, and Aerolith royal families were bestowed with 6 artifacts to be shared among the three once they became kings. The three kings weren't supposed to use such artifacts on their own. Instead, they bestowed them upon their most powerful subjects via a knighting ceremony. The artifacts that were granted to them gave them valuable information to master and manipulate mana. Then the three kings ordered the first 6 artifact users to spread their knowledge across by teaching others and making them more capable. That's how the first mages were born. The elves, humans, and dwarves eventually drove back the mana beasts in an all-out war to a territory that is now termed the Beast Glades. An era of peace returned upon the land, and the three races marked their own paths in their own way. They found homes befitting their culture. The human king led the west and fostered wealth and prosperity. The elven king led the north, living in harmony with the magical forest and its beasts. The dwarven king led the south, aiming to explore the riches of ores, metals, and gems. The three kings and their lances eventually governed the people. True peace was established at last. Arthur shortly summarizes the story and rudely interrupts the old man. The boy thinks that something must have happened to cause the war between the three races. Virion pulls his ear for ruining the tale as he's getting to that part. He doesn't want to explain the details of the war since the boy already knows enough. The most important detail is regarding the peace that lasted only a couple of generations. That is when the three races began to forget their once shared alliance. Greed took over them. As far as the lances are concerned, they didn't vanish into thin air. They've always existed and were closely nurtured by the royal families to wield an artifact. The only reason the lances were even made public to begin with is because of the discovery of the second continent. Arthur now understands the reason why this is considered top-secret information, as the lances are supposed to be nurtured for the kings. If the public knew about the existence of special artifacts capable of manufacturing lances, then the continent would fall apart in internal warfare. The boy is honored for being entrusted with such special information. Virion thinks the kid has finally grown in body to match his mature brain. Even Arthur can't deny his words. Tessia's grandfather emphasizes that the very reason he expressed such information is because the kid plays an important role in everything that was mentioned. Arthur is extremely confused until Virion explains that Sylvie isn't just a simple mana beast. That very bond of his, that little dragon, is a deity. And that deity is currently knocked the heck out and asleep. Even Arthur can't fathom how a sweet little lazy furball like her could ever become a god. Virion explains that deities aren't really the kind of creatures that are regarded in books as gods. Instead, they are creatures that can ascend from their mortal bodies and achieve total harmony with mana. The body wonders if it has anything to do with the fact that she's a dragon. After all, Sylvie is indeed intelligent and strong. The elder elf continues that the mere sight of dragons is often considered a sign of a blessing, which is also why Arthur intends to keep her true form a secret. Virion understands why the boy chooses to do that, as he would do the same in his case. He wants Arthur to know that they didn't just become familiar with each other by chance. The world is on the brink of another change, and while Arthur's role is uncertain, Virion wants the kid to be ready for when he has to play his part. After that serious conversation, the boy takes a walk, contemplating the existence of the deities. Sylvie wonders where they're headed now, because apparently the boy is interested in checking something. He arrives in the same wretched place where he met the owner of the shop. There, he spots the same sphere in a narrow line. The boy picks it up along with the note and throws it away. The following day, Arthur's having family time with his loved ones. However, he's usually busy in thought, so Alice wonders if he's alright. The boy puts on a smile and compliments his mother's delicious food that he missed in a long while. However, his clever mother knows he's making excuses as he's eating slowly. When he turns down to look, the culprit is Sylvie, who is munching on his food. Alice tells her son that it's understandable if something is keeping his mind on edge. The boy wards off such worries and claims that he wants to go to visit the Aurora constellate. However, even Reynolds knows that his son is bothered with something and recommends that he doesn't go. Both parents just want him to be safe and happy, no matter what happens. Ellie, being the cute sister, asks her brother to bring back presents because she hates her father's gifts. Poor Reynolds. Arthur lets out a smile, grateful that his family is so understanding of his situation. He bids them farewell at last, ready to head to his next destination with a note in hand. The message is revealed to us at last. The sender wants to tell Arthur the full story and requests that he pay a visit at the teleportation gate. From here, we transition into one of King Grey's memories. One of his subjects talked of how important it was for them to kill a woman, to show the devotion and determination of the king for his people. They all wanted him to kill the woman so that no one could ever mess with their country again. That was all he heard, to kill and kill and kill. The boy snaps right to his senses with Sylvie calling his name. He pets her and expresses that it was nothing more than a bad dream. Arthur wonders why that specific memory popped up all of a sudden. He pulls out the note again and recalls his few interactions over the past few days. He's almost certain that this note is from the shop owner. He definitely overheard their talk and probably wants to tell Arthur an important detail that the elf elder missed. At the same time, Arthur thinks that Virion wouldn't just leave out something so critical like that. He wonders how a person could know more about this pertinent matter than Virion himself. The carriage transports him to the gate where he finds a guard requesting for verification. The elf explains that the portal leads to the kingdom of Elenoir, so the kid needs verification to pass through. This is a surprising turn of events because Arthur doesn't yet understand why he's headed to Elenoir of all places. He reveals the royal seal of the family of Elenoir, making even the guard shudder. He lets Arthur through and he strides inside before experiencing a beam of yellow. Even Sylvie is worried as both their bodies are clung to threads of mana. Eventually, they're pulled inside a place of black. Arthur and Sylvie look around to see what's going on. What's really terrifying is that Sylvie is scared, and she's never been scared in her life. The boy ignites a flame to see what's going on. He doesn't know what's up. Suddenly, both their bodies experience a jolt of power so overwhelming that they're barely surviving the pressure. Poor Sylvie closes her eyes while Arthur questions who it is they're seeing. A pair of eyes, sharp as a serpent, stare them down. The boy and his bond are struck with fear. The voice emanates and sucks the pitch black into a space of white. Sylvie is shaking so hard that Arthur is now frustrated. He sees the cat, the same cat from the store he met earlier. The cat stares at him before transforming into a humanoid figure, calling himself Winsome. To sway his confusion, Winsome introduces himself as one of the deities. The scene cuts off there and we get to see Director Goodsky on her own. In the council room, she heard how every single one of them were distraught at the death of the Lances. One was pissed and wanted to interrogate the student who witnessed the scene. But the rest of the council decided it wouldn't make sense as the interrogation would be useless. They're concerned with the next course of action. Dispatching the best mages possible, they want to see what was left of the dungeon. Cynthia rejected the request in front of the council. They could agree that the headmaster did enough for the council and needed to take care of the academy instead. Goodsky is reflecting on those memories. She wonders if she took the right course of action by keeping the boy's name a secret. Even her familiar thinks the kid is a mystery, and it's only going to make things worse if the council suspects his involvement of some kind. Goodsky is happy that he's safe, until she herself is suddenly attacked by multiple conjurers and struck by one. She casts a barrier and eventually blasts the shit out of the 4 casters that jumped her. She leaves the rest to her bond to finish the fight. The creature transforms and devours them while she interrogates one of the assailants. Goodsky crushes this guy without remorse, but the guy refuses to reveal any bit of information. He thinks she's made a critical error by assuming that the continent is going to last a few decades. In reality, spies exist in every corner of the continent, and it's only a matter of years before Dickathen erupts in war. Before this bastard can reveal the name of the group he belongs to, Goodsky intentionally kills him, probably because she already knows. Javier also had his part of fun by devouring the human meat. Her wound is alright, but Goodsky can't rest, knowing how easy this battle was. She wants to target the coast next, hoping that her suspicions aren't wrong. And my god, the mother of all plot twists. We see a curse marking engraved on her back, which means this woman has been with the bad guys before. Going back to the deity experience with Arthur, he experiences a flush of memories before the winsome deity. It changed into a human's appearance to better fit their conversation. Deities are those that are even stronger than the likes of white core mages. Arthur can barely fathom its existence in his presence, and tries to stand firm. Before the start of their talk, he wants to confirm why they're headed to the Elf Kingdom, and if there's something concerning Tessia. Winsome claims that he just wanted to make him transition through the gate. With a lift of his palm, he shows both Virion and Tessia being fine as always. The princess is in better shape thanks to the elixir pearl that he gave her before her core exploded. The second pearl is for the boy to keep. Arthur is stumped to hear that Tessia's core could have shattered, but that's also why Winsome brought the kid here. He starts off regarding the child as a citizen of Dickathon, but it's now known that a second continent exists in the world. Apart from Dickathon, Alakria has also been governed by the deities who reside in the land of Epheotus. The inferior beings call them deities, when they themselves call themselves Asuras. They're actually the same deities that were responsible for handing the three races magical artifacts to fight the magic beasts. Winsome explains that he knows about the artifacts thanks to Virion, but the reality of Asuras is far beyond the understanding of any person in Dickathon. The Asuras have also been governed by a noblesse of some kind. They weren't supposed to interfere with the three races or the continent, and they only do so when the balance of peace is threatened. That rule eventually broke when the land of Epheotus was divided into three factions, composed of different clans of races. The ruling clan of every faction had their own priorities in mind, but they stood strong and never raised their powers against the inferior races. That is until Agrona became the leader of the Vritra clan. That deity broke the doctrine in order to further advance his own people. Arthur is slowly digesting the new information. Turns out that he's already encountered a bunch of people from that clan. But the Vritra clan is notorious even among the Asuras. They're kind of like scientists and researchers who are constantly working on the advancements of mana. When the leader Agrona surged into power, the clan's strength shot up by miles. The deities later realized that the members of this clan had been experimenting on the lesser races in different ways to enhance their own strength. Hearing that, Arthur is disgusted. But now, he's confused and questions the role he plays. Winsome claims that it has nothing special to do with the child, but he should be aware of the facts because of his connection to the deities. He then forces Sylvie's transformation via his powers, making her reveal her true form. The deities had been searching for Sylvia for many years, and right when they discovered her, they saw a boy holding a small deity in his arms. Winsome explains that Arthur is bonded with his master's daughter. Sylvia is single-handedly the most powerful creature in all three continents of the world. She's just that strong, to the point both Sylvie and Arthur are stumped. The elder elf's words were true, that dragons are indeed deities, and that both Sylvia and Sylvie are among the most powerful creatures to ever exist. Deities mostly alter into three forms, but when it comes to Sylvie, she prefers to keep her tiny little form to preserve her energy. Interestingly, Asuras prefer keeping their humanoid states for the preservation of mana, but Arthur is really surprised to hear this. The only reason Sylvie has yet to transform into such a state is because she's unable to do it at her level. Sylvie's core is underdeveloped compared to others, and with how things are shaping up, Winsome bears the bad news about Agrona's spies already residing inside the continent. War is imminent soon, and while the deities of Epheotus would hate to admit it, it's true that Arthur's role will shift the very tides of this war. If he agrees to become an ally to the deities, then they won't separate him from his bond. But that only means one thing: he's being threatened right now. They'll take away his bond if he says no. Arthur answers that the war is going to pose a threat to his loved ones, so he has no choice but to act in that case, regardless of what he likes. However, he immediately recognizes that the gods are trying to make him his pawn. Winsome is glad that the kid is mature for his age. Turns out the deities want to take both Sylvie and Arthur into the continent of Epheotus for training, a fact that shocks him. The truth is, Sylvia's power is one that even the deities would do anything to obtain, and it is dormant inside Arthur's body. The land of Epheotus is the only place where he will eventually be able to control those powers and become even stronger alongside his bond. If he does that, he'll boast a chance of defeating the mages of Alakria and saving the continent. Let's skip ahead to the disciplinary committee. Kathleen notes how it's been only a couple of days since Claire and Curtis's returns from the field trip, and yet, they've been dealing with so much regarding what's going on campus. Students are going wild with bullying others. Curtis, on the other hand, is traumatized ever since he saw what happened in the dungeon. They're both in deep guilt of leaving Arthur on his own. Speaking of him, one student raises a question on how the search mission has been going. Kai explains that he hasn't found anything substantial from his end, and he's got no proof on the suspected students. Theodore is pissed that the disciplinary committee is unable to do anything about the cases committed at the academy. Claire takes a breath and understands that only the director can resolve this. The school's progress is taking a dive, and it's all being blamed on a particular student's involvement. The room goes silent when Kathleen roars in anger, defending Arthur's prowess as a professor and his capabilities as a student. They all understand this, and yet the blame is pointed in his direction regardless. Claire is helpless while Kathleen is infuriated because if Arthur were in her place, He'd know exactly how to handle this situation. Her brother Curtis speaks up that no matter what, they really can't speak of him when he's not around. Kathleen strongly believes that he'll return. Theodore is about to say something to her when Elijah makes a surprise appearance as Arthur's friend. He wants to inform them about Arthur's situation, when suddenly an earthquake shakes the whole building down. The disciplinary committee quickly rush to get to the outside. Kathleen reflects how equality has been an important virtue that her mother always prioritized. She always advised her to treat others equally, even if they came from a humble background. After all, one's status did not matter. Each person was special in their own way. Her mother was a shining example of a good person who cared for others. She was the one who fought the hardest to use the academy as a monument of alliance for the three races. Its hall was supposed to represent a symbol of peace and unity, and now it was engulfed in flames before their eyes. The entire place is burning down as Elja and the other mages do their best to cast barriers and quench the flames. Professor Glory uses her bond to get the injured students to the nearest hospital. The water mages are targeting the flames on each end, until finally, the flames are fanned out and broken remains are left behind. Kathleen roars Charles before Theodore comes up to catch the bastard from behind. He uses gravity magic to pin him down before involving him in an immediate investigation. Interestingly, Charles is playing the innocent who has been wrongly convicted. One teacher comes rushing to his aid, arguing that it's not the right time to harass other students. Glory notices something about this guy. Charles acts like he's a victim who did nothing wrong and almost survived an explosion. Theodore furiously pins him down for ever deeming himself an innocent, as he's been spotted numerous times in a radical group, always perpetrating the scene of the crime. The teacher defends Charles and strongly opposes the decisions of the disciplinary committee. Glory comes out as the mediator and stops both. She knows Theodore is feeling frustrated, but there's no way they could accuse a student without pure evidence. The actions of the disciplinary committee are put on the forefront, and the rest of the students are gossiping about how the committee was about to abuse its power. Curtis grabs Kathleen and stops Theodore as well. Their current objective is to save the students inside the building instead of targeting a scumbag. Theodore angrily releases his spell from Charles, before grabbing his shirt and shoving him away. As they're going away, Kathleen notices a sinister smile on the bastard's face, meaning he's definitely the one behind the scene. On the flip side, Elijah is busy training hard in the training room. He finds himself completely exhausted trying to exercise his precision and control over his elemental affinity. Even after he reached the light orange stage, he thinks a lot of progress has to be made for him to grow. His gift isn't doing him any favors here either, and now he regrets keeping his weaknesses a secret from Arthur, who could have helped him. If he was here with them, he could have stopped the entire incident on his own without the need of the committee. After the fire went out, Elijah told everyone about Arthur's survival, relieving them greatly. They wanted to clear up this mess before his arrival, so he wouldn't have to worry about doing so much. Then again, these guys don't even know half of his true abilities. Only Elijah does. Still, he thinks they genuinely care about him. Despite not revealing his powers, he's respected by the committee members and even the princess. Elijah loses himself in comparison and wonders if he could have lived a similar life with the humans. They're both weird in their own way, and yet fate only favors Arthur more than ever. Those emotions start to whirl up inside Elijah's head as he becomes overwhelmed with all the sweet moments they shared, the tough battles they faced. He snaps himself back into his senses and understands how Arthur has been there to support him. Yet he's facing even bigger battles than anyone else. If Elijah wants to compare himself to him, then he's got to become even stronger. At the teleportation site, a bunch of travelers are annoyed that they have to do so much work. One of them spots Arthur and stops him, immediately claiming that this guy isn't even an elf. He scolds the boy for having lost his track, and right when the lady is talking over his importance in the kingdom, the man angrily swats her arm away. Roger is pissed that they had to become licensed while this pipsqueak is cutting down the line without trouble. The boy expresses that the very reason he's skipping the line is because it's important enough for him to do so. This time, Roger becomes violent with his methods and uses his magic to grab a hold of the kid. He doesn't want to kill Arthur, but intimidate him. But this dude forgot that he was messing with the wrong human, as Arthur releases his own blue flames, despairing the man before him. With that, he walks away with his escort. Let's go over what happened in his meeting with Winsome. Arthur was curious how the deity was unable to track them down for so long. It turns out that whenever he was hiding his bond's insignia with Sylvia's feathers, he concealed its presence for a long time. But now they've finally found him, and he's got no choice but to prepare himself to leave for the land of Epheotis. As he's walking by, Arthur thinks of his next destination. He greets a bunch of elven guards and quickly shows them the official pendant of the royal family, which has already received verification. The boy's a little annoyed that people are so suspicious of the badge despite it being real. He's shown the way forward, but right then, a strong earthquake shakes them all from where they stand. The guards jump ahead to protect Arthur, which is a good thing because he's glad to find that they've got some value. Still, the boy prepares a windcutter spell, and from within, Virion emerges. He's been having a tough time dealing with an opponent. This mysterious opponent turns out to be Tessia herself, who has become so unbelievably strong that she can't find herself controlling her powers. Arthur's shocked to learn that Tessia is fully integrated with an S-class beast already. He suspects that the strange marble had something to do with it. Despite her conscious state, she's unable to control the vines so far. They keep multiplying without end. Virion wants Arthur to step into the fight and rejects the royal guards for becoming obstacles in the way. The royal guards are puzzled when Virion sends them away, but keeps Arthur in the fight. This is done so that only a handful of people know about the extent of Tessia's powers at her current state. Sylvia is ready to act, but Arthur wants her to constrain her powers. Arthur leaps ahead and actually gets slashed by one of the vines. He understands the risk involved with using a fire-based spell in such a setting. The boy decides to exercise the powers of his beast will, activating the thunderclap impulse. His hair turns blonde and his body is covered in purple as he makes his way past the vines. Arthur is near Tessia and instructs her to maintain her vines. She does her best to hold out for a while, until Arthur's able to reach her. He embraces her body and then activates his ice deviant magic to finish off the rest of the vines. The boy has safely secured her and asks if Tessia is feeling alright. She may be safe, but she's frustrated with how much dependent she is on his help. Arthur attempts consoling her, but she lightly jabs him before mentioning how he became her cause to grow and become even stronger. The boy smiles hearing those words as they match fists. Winsome sees this interaction from afar and understands how one day, Arthur's going to have to do everything he can to learn as much as possible about Sylvie and the truth behind her family. As they're both smiling at each other, Virion comes around interrupting the sweet encounter. He wants to remind these two lovebirds that the cleanup crew is here to take care of the mess that was made. Arthur and Tessia make a brief period of contact with each other before drawing away in embarrassment. The boy asks where they're headed, and Virion is okay with anything as long as it isn't ruined like the place they're standing in. Later in the carriage, Tessia is asleep while Virion is sharing much of the deeper guilt of what's happening with her. He thought she could control the first phase and thought he was enough for the job. Arthur, on the other hand, thinks that her integration process was faster than usual, and she skipped the training phase of it, which is why she's out of control now. He can seriously sense how different Tessia's beast will is compared to the one he has. This thing is still trying to fight her back despite total integration. Arthur requests the old geezer for her to be more careful. After all, she could jeopardize the safety of everyone around her if it happens again. Hearing this, Grandpa gets loud as hell and justifies that he just wanted his granddaughter to become powerful. Virion understands the need for a mana seal for Tessia until she is fully acquainted with her powers. At the same time, it's risky because she'd be defenseless, so maybe a protective artifact could prove to be beneficial instead. Arthur agrees with that approach and agrees to stay by Tessia's side until she's all safe and sound. Speaking of which, Virion is actually serious now and properly asks Arthur for his opinion on Tessia. He wants to know if the boy shares any intentions of seriously marrying her someday. To this, the boy doesn't make any jokes but thinks deeply for a moment. Right when he's about to issue a response, Virion talks down on Tessia's sour and spoiled personality. Arthur's a little overwhelmed because he thought elves were known to marry much later in their lives. The old geezer is ready to break this simple traditional rule for the sake of greater progress. To make his words really clear, Virion straight up asks if the boy takes a liking to Tessia. Arthur starts off with a clear yes, but then goes into ambiguity, claiming how he has yet to experience what the words like or love truly mean. He wants to give it some time before coming to an answer. Until that time arrives, he wants to improve his abilities to the best possible realm before he can ask for her hand in marriage. Virion is impressed that the kid is approaching his life in the right direction. Teasing her like always, Sylvie jumps the gun and confirms that she was right about Papa being in love with Mama. Arthur's a little worried, but Virion assures him that Tessia is out cold. Now the really funny thing is that she's actually awake, but she's slowly losing it in her mind hearing Arthur actually confess the truth of the matter. Her face is sweating bullets and her heart is beating like hell. Even Arthur and Virion wonder if the girls experience a nightmare in her sleep. In Arthur's internal monologue, he confirms that he likes Tessia in a different way than anyone else. But his current priority is to protect her, and an artifact is good for that job. He's still glad that both his sister and mother have the pendants on them. Still, it's not enough protection, and his sister is yet to awaken even then. The boy is fretting over the incoming war that Winsome warned him about. A sudden idea clicks in his mind. He should get Ellie a bond that is powerful enough to protect his sister in the place of harm. Bro is out here having fatal thoughts about her pet killing any potential boys that could potentially form an interest in her. This protective bastard. They've arrived at their destination, and Tessia is the first to step out of the carriage and into her mother's arms. She's so happy to see them, while Arthur confusingly looks around to see where they are. Tessia's parents are so happy that he's there to protect their daughter whenever there's trouble. Also, they're dying to know what happened to the royal manor, but Virion has severe trouble explaining that it just got blasted to pieces thanks to Tessia. The poor girl confesses that it did happen, shocking both the parents. Virion plays it cool on how he was just training with his granddaughter and ended up accidentally destroying the place. Arthur's a little confused with how he's framing this story, since it was Tessia who destroyed the manor instead. He ends up agreeing to the cover story while Gramps over here plays it cool and chill, having annihilated their beautiful manor. He's also been meaning to visit Rinia for a long time. Rinia is Tessia's grandmother and she's been busy, a lot busy. She's been curiously invested in Arthur's future, but the boy fails to understand why. He also doesn't recall this place the last time he came here. Tessia's mom expresses that it's been a while since any of them paid a visit to Rinia. It turns out that she's chosen to isolate herself for a strange reason. One time Virion nearly died from one of her traps. That's how severe her case became. He wants them to understand that she's probably hiding from dangerous people for a reason, something that bothers Arthur as he wonders who those people could be. As they're moving along, Sylvia is out here grilling other creatures in the forest with ease. Tessia's father is amazed by his bond every time he sees her. He also wants to thank both of them for always keeping Tessia in check and taking care of her. He learned how she managed to escape dangerous situations only thanks to his help. The boy acts like it's nothing special as he's also received help from Tessia. Intrigued, her father asks how. The boy looks up and states that she helped maintain his sanity, a response that is so unusual of a 13-year-old boy. Even he admits that Arthur seems like an adult if anything. The boy takes it as a compliment. But the leader of the elves stops in his tracks and claims that it's not just a compliment. Rather, he claims how parents don't want their children to grow up too soon to face the burdens of the adults. To this, Arthur internalizes how it's been nearly 3 decades since he reached the end of his youthful life. Surprisingly, the whole reason Tay Council was even formed is solely because of the boy. Tessia's father seriously despised humans and became very disappointed with them after the war. He lost his mother due to that war, and never had it in his heart to forgive the humans for their actions. Then, he nearly lost his daughter too, until one boy came along. A human boy who rescued his daughter and brought her back. He freed her from the slave traders and even spoke up against the Elven king. It was that time when the young boy helped the king reclaim his senses. Even this guy admits that he's okay with Arthur being brought into their family. His wife Morale also exposes how the king has been meaning to see the boy for a while now. Also, their conversation just now was heard by everyone, so it wasn't really private. After a while, Virion signals everyone to quiet down. They wait to hear a bunch of noise while Sylvie gets progressively more aggressive. The boy prepares his sword as each one of them prepares to meet the threat. An old woman emerges from the bushes, but our boy foolishly launches a preemptive strike on the defenseless old woman. If Virion hadn't caught him just now, she would have been sliced in half. The woman roars at him for trying to hurt an elderly woman. Tessia jumps to embrace Rinia, who adores her in kind. Continuing along, Virion was expecting to meet her at the entrance, but it turns out that she came searching for them after they were late. She pinches Arthur's cheek in typical granny style, even teasing how she would easily fall for him if she was young. Bro is out here having an opposite reaction because he nearly suffered a heart attack seeing her pop out of that bush. Granny thinks he's calling her ugly and turns to Virion for a description of her youthful beauty, but even Virion is like she was average at most. Rinia ends up saying something out of line about Virion's dead wife, which results in a disappointing look from everyone. Virion apologizes instead, saying that he understands how everyone feels. Rinia switches topics and says that they'll be there soon. Before Arthur's about to ask where, Morale stops him for whatever reason. They keep walking along until she reveals the beautiful waterfall just up ahead. The scenery has them all standing in awe and amazement. She welcomes them inside the cave, recommending that they don't cast any light magic. As they're moving along the dark, they finally reach Rinia's home, a place where she's got a lot to discuss. Inside her cozy place, they drink tea and enjoy the scene. However, Arthur is stumped by the kind of deviant magic Rinia used to make the inside of the space appear much larger than the outside. Granny's got tricks up her sleeve, but before long, the tea takes them all out and makes them unconscious. The boy continues to sip his tea, inviting Rinia to point out how he's unsurprised to drink the tea despite seeing people fall unconscious. The boy remarks that he's been through a lot, so nothing surprises him anymore. Turns out Rinia is aware of the facts. The boy puts down the tea and understands that whatever she's about to say is top secret information that only he's going to know. Before that, Rinia introduces herself as a diviner and mentions that she should explain her powers in more detail. Even after learning much about magic at the academy, Arthur was unable to find anything related to divine magic. He can't believe he's about to learn crucial knowledge from a diviner herself. Seeing him intrigued, Rinia begins her talk. She mentions how certain deviants have to harness a different source of power than from the 4 basic elements. They're different from the regular mages who are known to absorb the particles of their surroundings. A good case is the boy's mother, who is an emitter with recovery spells. Rinia has encountered a whole bunch of different deviants across her life, but they all had one similarity: their personal pool of mana that could be used anytime they wanted to reinforce their magic. This was different from an elemental deviant such as the boy himself, however. For diviners, their powers developed differently and could awaken at any point in life. They could see hints of the future to come, but those hints are so vague and ambiguous that they're difficult to understand. These hints don't require any usage of their mana either. From the talks of it, Rinia claims that it seems like a terrible power to have if one can't control it. The boy asks her about the spell she casted when he was younger. It helped him locate his parents and speak to them directly. That spell involved using her powers for image projection. Actual and true divination is critically reading the future and knowing what's about to happen. The boy fails to understand where she's going with this. He doesn't get how she's able to power her magic if her mana core isn't playing a role. The harsh truth is revealed that diviners shorten their own lifespans for the sake of glaring into the future. That's the actual power of a diviner, and everything else is considered nothing more than a bunch of gimmicks. Recalling the time she mentioned Virion's wife a while ago, she speaks about Lania, who was also a diviner and so much more powerful than even her. Lania's prophetic divinations were even more detailed than Rinia's. She was beautiful and unparalleled, receiving envy from every elf in their kingdom. She was the pride and joy of the kingdom, and shortly after she fell in love with Virion, they had a beautiful wedding. Everything seemed to be favoring the two of them, but then fate took a harsh turn to change both their lives. War between the elves and the humans was approaching its end, and talks of a treaty were in the air. The elves assumed that the conflict would continue, and that the humans would continue to exercise their powers. That's exactly what came to be, as the king of Sapin of the time executed a final act against the heir to the 11th throne. The target was none other than Virion himself. Eventually, Lania received gruesome visions of her husband's impending death. Her prophecies couldn't highlight how his death would come to be. Despite her abilities being a diviner, she couldn't attempt to change anything in those prophecies, as they would only reach a different cause of death. The same outcome, but with a different cause. Even Virion understood that his wife's powers were taking a toll on her, and he did his best to make her stop. But she exhausted her powers without stopping. Rinia relates her personal experience of seeing the future and how much it affects her lifespan. And for Lania, that woman did it every single day, just for the sake of love. She endured so much hardship, allowing Virion to escape death for long enough for the current king to come into power and revolt against the throne. He took down his own father and ended the war. While Lania succeeded, she extinguished too much of her lifespan. Only a few weeks later, she tragically passed. For that, she despised Virion for a long time, and despised her own sister for leaving her alone. Arthur is shocked to learn that both Lania and Rinia were sisters, and that the poor old geezer Virion has endured a lot in his life, despite always being cheerful around them. Sylvie wakes up and notices her papa in a slump. Rinia reveals the reason she told Arthur everything just now. She used the same prophetic powers to peer into the boy's future. Hearing that, Arthur comes to a pause, questioning why she did that. Poor Sylvie hops on his lap, as if she senses danger and distraught from Arthur. He pets the little girl and tells her that he's okay. Rinia expresses that she's been getting glimpses of the boy before ever encountering him. It's something that has never happened to a diviner before. Regardless, the continent of Dicathan is entering a new stage. Many things are changing, and everything will revolve around the boy. Arthur wants to know why, but this is something not even Rinia understands properly. She fears telling him too much will change the future to come. At the same time, shying away from the truth will fail to make him act. Arthur emphasizes that she's going as far as to give up her own life for the visions, so he wants to help her as well. Then it strikes him that not even Virion knows about her powers. She's kept a long secret from him and claims that she's lived enough. The thing is, by staring into the boy's future, she attracted a ton of enemies to herself, which is why she now secludes herself. It was a personal decision. At last, Rinia reveals the outcome of the boy's future. His future is plagued with difficult decisions and hardships no matter the future. He's going to face many enemies and obstacles, but his saving grace will be an end goal. This end goal is a mystery to Arthur too. It turns out that everything is resting on the goal Arthur will choose for his life to come. She departs the boy with two important pieces of advice. First, she wants him to understand how many people do terrible things for the sake of good. And secondly, she wants him to be wary of enemies that are subtle and more abandoned, lonely, and with nothing to lose, instead of focusing on a higher power. Apart from that, Rinia can't lock down on specific details. The boy fears what would happen if he fails to make the correct choice when the time comes to it. Rinia comforts him, stating that the right choice doesn't have to be the best choice of all. For now, she recommends that he get some rest before returning tomorrow. Let's go back and visit the evil Lucas. He's been handed a vial of green, the same thing that Manhwa took and exploded on himself. Charles has yet to try it, and Lucas understands that he was deemed unworthy to even use the vial. Lucas stares at the green fluid and internalizes how each of their cores are weaker than his own. This simple drug could easily kill them upon coming into contact with their bodies. Charles throws a tantrum and urges that they act now, especially with the disciplinary committee taking stronger actions. In turn, Lucas unleashes his flames and knocks him down. He perfectly reminds the little scumbag that he's nothing more than a messenger who has nothing more to do. Lucas pops open the tube and consumes it. But the moment he does, his body grows tense and he succumbs to the ground. Seeing him in this state, Charles is happy. The rest of the clowns are making fun of Lucas for being unable to contain the drug just like Manhwa. Even Charles grows high and mighty, calling Lucas nothing more than a mutt. He's really testing his luck here and decides to place his foot on top of his head. Lucas grabs him, causing Charles to experience a sharp sting of electricity as he's sent flying. His foot is severed while Lucas's body is overflowing with surges of uncontrollable power. He is reminded of his conversation against his brother, who scolded him for being pathetically weak and relying on their family's background to save himself each time. He wanted Lucas to act out on his own, and now, filled with this devilish power, Lucas laughs with uncontrollable happiness, resembling that of a monster. The red-haired punk tries running away, but a single zap from Lucas instantly takes him down. Their only healer refuses to heal Charles and runs towards Juno in an effort to save his life. But unfortunately, by the time she gets there, the dude is already incinerated to ashes. She turns to the monster who killed him and attacks Lucas with her water bullets. But this guy is spiraling out of control and thinks nothing of what he did. He bursts forth and pins her to the tree, choking her out to the point blood is pouring out of her eyes. She begs for her life, but it's all useless as Lucas snaps her dead. With both dead, he turns to Charles, who is crying like a bitch in pain. Lucas dares the guy to call him a mutt, like he so bravely did a while ago. Charles pleads for his life as he too is brought to a dreadful end. The following morning, they're all awake and on the table to eat food. Sylvie isn't having the time of her life because the food isn't to her liking. Rinia is open about the effects of the calming herb she put in her tea. She plays it off, acting like it wasn't meant to happen. Virion isn't pleased because he had work to do, and her tea just knocked him out cold. Rinia happily exposes him and Tessia and what became of the royal manor. In response, he quiets her down. The princess is given a small artifact to help control her beast will. Tessia opens it to find a beautiful bracelet inside. Arthur can't fathom how she was able to make something so quickly. Then he realizes that he's among the great elves and shouldn't be surprised. The Elven king is happy that Rinia made something so crucial for their daughter. They decide to wrap up food, and Rinia soon takes both Arthur and Tessia to the portal that directs them to Zyra City. The boy can't believe that she's got a teleportation gate of her own without any trouble. Rinia just smiles at him in response. Both of Tessia's parents embrace their daughter, wishing her the best. Meanwhile, Virion wants her to stop by the director's office to see how she's holding up. Tessia is really happy to have met her grandmother and embraces her with so much love. Arthur sees them sharing a delicate moment, but he's sad knowing what'll happen. Anye. They both bid farewell to the royal family and eventually cross the teleportation portal. This gate's exit doesn't even have guards around it. He wonders if they're short-staffed or busy handling business elsewhere. Arthur and Tessia take a walk underneath the beautiful Aurora constellate. Tessia remarks that it's always a beautiful sight no matter how many times she sees it. Meanwhile, the cute little furball thinks the sky is broken. They come home with Sylvie excitedly scratching the door. There, they unexpectedly run into Jasmine after a long time. Durden is out here rocking his new hair in a bun like Arthur. Even the blonde freak runs into Arthur, pushing him against her pillows. Tessia is a steaming ball of embarrassment upon seeing that, but she too isn't spared from the same treatment. The boy's family welcomes him home as they all decide to go inside. But Tessia tries to take her leave as she only came to say hello. She has things to take care of, and even Arthur's worried. But Tessia simply has things to attend to, and thinks it's unfair for her to enjoy it when the other students are probably troubled in school. Remembering how Arthur promised Virion to stay with the princess for her protection, Arthur feels guilty that he has to leave her on her own. Tessia thinks it's going to be fine since it's only one day. Alice comes around and wraps her scarf around the little elf princess to keep her warm. She bids them farewell with Arthur seeing her go by. Inside, they're all partying despite the princess leaving early. Arthur shares a ton of laughs before succumbing to despair. Everyone is drunk, including Jasmine, who was worried sick for the boy's health. She's been repeatedly mentioning that, this drunk fool. Vincent is an animal, so Arthur thinks it's good to catch some air outside. He hears all kinds of crazy stories and shares how he consistently makes his mother worry. The black-haired elf acknowledges the boy's speciality and role. He's destined for great things to come as long as he remains grounded. Her words remind him of what Rinia also said. His end goal will craft the future. Arthur thinks Helen is also a bit drunk, and she agrees. She's been worrying ever since the discovery of the new continent. Helen thinks it's best for her to see how her teammates are holding up. Arthur thanks her for her company, and she recommends he also get some rest. When she leaves, the kid is left wondering what or why he was brought into this world. He doesn't want to accept the grim possibility that he was sent here for a strict reason. After all, he's learned to cherish the smiles of the people he loves most. The boy doesn't care about deities or whatever monsters come his way. He's going to make sure to protect the people he cares about. That's the future he wants to create. Meanwhile, the main leader of the cult has finally wrapped up his preparations and summons a plethora of deviant beasts for the final attack. Glancing over to the disciplinary committee, Kai is busy preparing an artifact. He doesn't want the rest of them to contribute, despite them knowing that the cultists will soon launch a brutal attack on the academy. Kai emphasizes that any more training beyond this will only harm them in the long run. The musclehead girl comes running with resistance bands for training, before tripping over and falling down. Curtis grabs the bands and questions the purpose of the bands, as they'll only drain their mana, which could prove troublesome in an event of an attack. Claire is confident about Doradrea's intentions, and with Theodore also here, he instructs Kai to cast the barrier. For some strange reason, the barrier that is casted is red. Curtis immediately tells him to shut it down, while Claire wonders if their sound is also blocked from the inside. Theodore takes the forceful approach, but not even his punch can phase through. Kathleen thinks it's foolish to waste mana, and they should instead look for the emergency kill switch. But when Claire searches and locates the kill switch, the thing is in shambles. Now the entire committee is struck with horror. The barrier isn't even fully closed as an entrance appears, and they're attacked by the cultists. Both Theodore and Kathleen attempt to block it as their enemies rush inside. Claire understands that this isn't just training, but an actual fight, and leads her members to battle. The brawlers take down the close encounters while the ice mages prioritize long-ranged attacks. Theodore is crushing them with his fists, while Claire activates her beautiful fire magic to bring their enemies down. She wants them to advance forward using the same opening and rush outside to help Kai. But instead of Kai, the bastard Lucas steps inside, happy to tell them what's really going on. The committee members are shocked to find him inside the barrier, and he's delighted to reveal that Kai is the culprit who trapped them here. The committee members refuse to believe his lies at first, but Lucas thinks he's got no benefit to gain from lying when he can easily prove his point in battle. This guy is so fast that he jumps between them with insane speed and attacks all of them at once. Claire attempts to bring him down, but he casts a fire fiend that nearly strikes her down. Thankfully, she's safe, and she's also located an opening from one of the resistance bands that fell around the circumference of the barrier. She instructs Doradrea to carve an opening large enough for them to escape. But it's not an easy task, especially with the current version of Lucas before them. This guy's strength is even beyond the professor's right now. Theodore uses his gravity magic to get the jump on him, but the maniacal mage grabs his throat and calls him an insect for even trying. Lucas drops him and checks his transmitter. His real target is nearby, so he exits the barrier without caring about the disciplinary committee members. Lucas has a personal mission to attend to. The rest of the cultists appear, while Claire signals both Theodore and Kathleen to cast a defensive spell for an opening. With the spells casted, Kathleen and Faye launch an ice barrier of their own. This gives Dorada enough time to carve an opening. However, she chooses to sacrifice herself by buying time for her friends. She kicks Theodore away and suffers an attack. Thankfully, Faye is there to help her out. Both of them make a final stand to fight the cultists. Outside, Claire and the others have already escaped. She wants them to search for the professors when the window shatters, drawing her attention in terror. When Theodore comes out to see what happened, the disciplinary committee members stand in horror. The monsters are slaughtering the students left and right without end. The worst part is that Tessia is on her way to the academy. She's worried about her mana core's complete exhaustion and hopes for the director to help her out. Right then, she hears a loud monster screech. When the princess exits the carriage, she sees a giant barrier of red. Understanding the grave danger of the situation, Tessia wants to return, but she's struck by Lucas's deadly attack, burning down her carriage. He can't believe that she came here on her own. Tessia sees a crazier version of the psychopath standing before her. He's lost his mind, and his haunting face looks uglier than ever. Poor Tessia is doing her best to prioritize saving the life of the coachman. But there's no use as Lucas makes sure the guy is dead, just so she could focus on him fully. Lucas thinks she's got her priorities messed up for failing to defend herself. Suddenly, the elf princess casts an attack to stop him. Even though she's hurt, Tessia wants to stop this madness on her own. Lucas chuckles at the very thought of her putting up a fight. He mocks her for barely being able to stand on her 2 feet. It's true, the bracelet is actually preventing her from using the extent of her powers. She can't even use her magic here. The maniac grabs her and recommends that she stay in one place, mocking her by making fun of Arthur too. Then it clicks in her head. Tessia understands that the reason he's yet to kill her is because she isn't even the main target. He's going to such extreme measures just to beat Arthur. Provoked after hearing the truth, he mercilessly slams her into the ground. Tessia continues to mock him for his inferiority complex. Lucas gets pissed and slaps her across the face, reminding her that he could always tear apart her body as that would be enough for his mission. To this, she smiles, what a badass. Tessia grabs his arm and understands that she's gonna have to sacrifice herself for this fight. Her vines grab a hold of Lucas, restraining him and slicing off his limbs. Tessia is doing her best to hold on, refusing to become a tool for him to manipulate Arthur. Lucas is not having it and unleashes an attack that sends her flying. Her bracelet comes off, but even Lucas doesn't want to risk her dying in an all-out attack, so he puts it back on her wrist. Then he grabs her hair, dragging her body all the way to the inside of the barrier. Poor Tessia's lost all sensation in her body. Her final thoughts are to escape, as her vision becomes hazy before the students getting trampled underneath the monster's feet. In this dire situation, Elijah is doing whatever he can to protect the students, but he is far too overwhelmed and gets ganged up by the snarlers. Refusing to surrender, he casts earth spikes to kill them all. Then he makes his immediate escape to find someone. Elijah sees a cultist and quickly hides. The cultist is currently instructing the students to become a part of their alliance, as that would be the only way for the beasts to exclude them from the attack. The dwarves and the elves will suffer a worse fate, as their mana cores will be destroyed for good. Elijah questions what led to such a horrific outcome. He fails to understand how the director allowed things to unfold to such a state. The boy hears a female student calling for help. It's the same damn professor from last time who is also a cultist. Elijah uses his attack, but the professor blocks by casting a water barrier. This scumbag is attacked by Curtis's bond, breaking his barrier. Grotter is here to protect them, while Elijah approaches the shitty teacher. The professor makes his immediate escape. Curtis wants the students to reach the training facility as it is safe. Elijah learns that the rest of the disciplinary committee members are in a pinch. Unfortunately, Doradrea and Faye stayed behind to combat the cultists so they could escape. As for Arthur and Tessia, they're nowhere to be found. Curtis thinks it's a good thing they haven't come to the school, which relieves Elijah to some extent. Curtis doesn't get what they should be doing. They can barely do anything in this situation beyond staying alive. Suddenly, a loud screech attracts the attention of the students. The leader behind the attack wants the students to know that his monsters won't be attacking anymore. He just wants them to reach the clock tower as the final showdown's about to begin. The concerned parents of the students have also arrived just outside the barrier, but they're being stopped from entering inside. The rest of the mages are doing their best to create an opening to get inside. Not even the Artificers Guild has seen such a strange barrier. When the question is asked whether they can break the barrier, unfortunately they don't have enough powerful artifacts to create an opening. They want to use a larger beam drill for the job, but it has yet to arrive. They wonder if they should try contacting the Lances, but it's already done and tried. The Lances are busy with the rest of the incident all across. Blonde suspects that this must be a part of a coordinated attack, but he's stopped shut as his words could create some serious trouble. The guild is doing its best to identify weak points of the barrier, and hopefully they'll be able to form an opening soon. They're just hoping they aren't too late, because there's too much going on inside. As for the students, they've all collected themselves in the training facility. Curtis wants to find the rest of the committee members and instructs Elijah to look after the students. The situation here is really grim as countless students have been injured and others are traumatized for life. There's still no understanding of what caused this. The students just want to leave and question the cultists who are subjecting them to this fate. The leader happily makes his debut in front of them, with a bloody bag in hand. The students attempt to unleash their attacks, but the barrier's too strong. The situation invites a maniacal laughter from the man who orchestrated this event. He's seriously surprised that these idiots have yet to understand the gravity of the situation. Reaching for the bag, he tosses someone's head in the open. Doradria's mortifying and pitiful state receives utter horror from the students. Elijah vomits in trauma and disgust, refusing to believe that this is real. Theodore is enraged as he does his best to break the barrier, but it's all in vain. Doradrea is dead and they can't do anything about it. Filled with so much emotion, he invites the leader to fight him in a one-on-one fight. The leader laughs as he removes his mask, introducing himself as the mighty Dronzer. Theo wants to fight him, so this psychopath catches his hand and draws him inside the barrier. Theo reclaims his foot using his gravity magic and goes batshit crazy to kill this guy. Dronzer is just waiting for him to strike. Theo's first attack sends ripples in the ground, inviting optimism from the students who believe in his strength. But in the end, he's the one who got brutally injured. Dronzer sets his foot on his head, questioning if Theo is all talk in the end. Dronzer casts incineration magic and literally grills Theodore's body until he's all black. He turns to the students in glee and assures them that Theodore's still alive and kicking. Dronzer invites them all to become the next victim of this event. The rest of the captives are shown, including an injured Fae. Elijah horrifically lays his eyes on the dragged body of the council president Tessia, who is knocked fully unconscious. The academy is going up in flames and there's death all around. Theodore's body has been scorched, while Claire attempts to hold back Curtis with all her strength. She understands how frustrating the situation is, but stops him from going inside. Curtis is enraged, but Claire doesn't want to risk losing him too. However, Curtis simply can't sit around and watch his friends die. To take control of the situation, Kathleen raises her hand against her brother, reminding him that they've got to find a solution and protect the students here. But if he loses himself in his feelings, they'll all die. Curtis finally understands, and Claire is there to comfort him. Professor Glory and the others bear witness to Faerith being held captive while Lucas drags Tessia's body. Elijah doesn't understand how she's here, as it's the worst possible outcome. With everyone's attention under control, Dronzer decides to officially introduce himself a second time. He presents himself as a messiah who has come to save them from a land far away, a place that is torturous to those that are weak. The ones standing in opposition to him are considered the elites of the continent, but from the place he comes from, these guys are nothing more than total garbage, and he drills that point into them. That's why he's only preparing a few of them, so that eventually, when his master becomes the ruler of the continent, they'll also share a place in the kingdom. Dronzer thinks they should all be parading with excitement about the strength they could obtain. He calls forth Lucas as one of his own, who reminds everyone that he's now beyond the strength of the elf princess and even the committee members. Seeing this fucker's face, Elijah is beaming with anger. He's betrayed them once more. Lucas sees his face and decides to take it a step ahead. He draws his ugly face near Tessia's body, which overwhelms Elijah's body to incredible levels. He's burning with a single emotion, the desire to kill someone. The boy doesn't get what's happening to him as he casts metal spikes and surrounds himself in a cloak of purple. Even though Elijah is brimming with fear, his body reacts on his own, cutting past the barrier and annihilating the monsters on metal spikes. This version of him is sinister and dark, merciless and cruel. It makes him question his own identity. The Cutlists try to stop him, but Dronzer understands the gravity of the situation. Elijah's body collapses on its own. He's destroying his physical body in a final-ditch effort to kill Lucas. The metal spike manages to pierce Lucas's shoulder, but that's where he burns out completely, losing consciousness. The really surprising part is that Dronzer is out here comforting his body, while Elijah's final thought is for Arthur to come and save them. Humility, loyalty, resoluteness, and courage. The four tenets of the great family in which Claire was brought into. Those qualities are what made her become a skilled swordsman. She believed in those qualities and trusted them, until now. Until she realized how ignorant she had been. While she fails to comprehend the magic that was used to break the barrier, Claire senses that this is their only chance to strike. And yet, her body is riddled with fear and she can't move an inch. The professors are here and want to take on the fight instead. But Claire knows that they will fall short against Draenev's powers. It's as if they are prepared to accept their own deaths. Claire's own committee is awaiting orders from her side, questioning if they should support the professors. But she's here losing her sanity, inquiring why she has to be the one to lay such a heavy order. They're prepared to follow her command, but inside, Claire simply wants the professors to fight instead. She doesn't want their lives to be thrown away. She sees Drive retrieving Elijah's body, while Theodore is burned to crisp and Doradria gets the Aaron treatment. Professor Glory turns around smiling at the girl, which reminds her of her values. Channeling those qualities, Claire overcomes her fear and issues an order to fight for Zyra City. Dronzer comes to Lucas and explains that he's going back because of a change in their plans. He's going, and he expects Lucas to follow suit. Right after finishing the professors and disposing of Tessia's body, Lucas attempts to stop Dronzer because he's curious what's so special about Elijah. Suddenly, his body is overpowered with so much pressure that he falls. Dronzer isn't in the mood to answer any questions. He merely steps into the portal, expecting great things from his servant. The professors do their best to stop this guy from escaping, but Lucas interrupts their attacks and unleashes his scorching flames against them. The professor summons a giant fiend of his own, devouring each of Lucas's summons. Then there's Professor Glory, who engages Lucas in a close combat fight with her twin blades. Unfortunately, she wasn't expecting a monster to attack her from her blind spot. Luckily, Glory kills the monster and rages on to catch Lucas. The cultists are doing their best to support Lucas, which is troublesome for Glory. The disciplinary committee helps her out by assisting in their own way. Glory questions what they're doing in a dangerous battlefield like this. Claire crushes the monsters and states that it's everyone's battle. They're only doing what they've been taught. Glory turns around to focus on her goal, while Claire coincidentally spots the traitor Kai, who is walking away as if nothing happened. The redhead erupts in anger and targets him. She runs past the mess and directly attacks Kai. However, Kai's metal strings have her trapped from every direction. She tries to inquire his reason for betrayal, but he's just prioritizing his escape. Claire doesn't want that. She doesn't understand why her friends are coming towards her when they should be targeting Kai. And then, a heartbreaking sequence follows as we see Claire's body impaled by a spike while she was fully unaware. It seems like things are going bad for our heroes until one iconic dragon's roar seizes the attention of the battlefield. Lucas is shocked while Claire and the others are happy. Stepping into this fight is none other than bloodlusted Arthur and his dragon in her true form. The people see the horned creature with eyes of fierceness unlike any other thing. But more than the dragon of incredible might, the child just underneath it was the real carnage of terror. Each step taken displayed a confidence out of this world. His body erupts in growing rage each moment. Claire regrets being unable to spot the look of defeat on Lucas's face by the time the fight ended. The teachers are all injured as Lucas enters his monologue. He's got an infinite pool of mana to work with and a body unlike any other. Dreneve's drug helped him cross the realm of mortals, making the elites feel like bugs in comparison. But then, all of a sudden, he feels a kind of discomfort that is unexplained. The maniacal mage wonders if Arthur's pet can help him achieve victory in this fight. A fight where not even the professors could beat him. Arthur merely walks past him, in a flash of a second, coldly ignoring his existence as he moves along to pick up Tessia's body. The rest of the cultists are so shocked that they can't even move in the presence of a real dragon. Lucas can't fathom how he was ignored like that. Arthur checks on Tessia's condition, and realizes that she's been drugged to remain unconscious. He's glad that she's unharmed for the time being. To provoke him, Lucas calls out how Tessia was crying for his help. Their leader didn't want Lucas to lay a single finger on her, but he couldn't stop himself. After all, he wants to torture Arthur after beating him and the princess to death. Hearing his foul words, Sylvie roars in her rage. But even after his provocative words, the boy continues to ignore him. This time, Lucas is done playing around and casts his flames, saying words he should not, until it happens. His body feels a weight unlike any other. The weight of a mad demon that is trying to claw at him from the inside. Lucas fails to comprehend why his body is reacting in such a way, and why this presence is more intimidating than even the professors of the most esteemed academy. Even more, his brother. One word escapes Arthur's mouth. He calls Lucas and states how he declared him an insect a long time ago that was unworthy of attention. But Arthur was always prepared to squash this insect if it ever even attempted to attack him. His warning terrifies Lucas in place as he spots a bunch of shadowy arms looming over his body, entrapping him in place. Lucas refuses to accept the current reality. His powers should have exceeded Arthur's, and yet he's the one fearing him. He can't comprehend the number of lives that Arthur took to possess a bloodlust so powerful. In a final-ditch effort, Lucas casts Hell's Rain, one of the most powerful attacks in his arsenal. He aims it right towards Arthur, and even Sylvia is concerned. But our boy, he's done playing around. He instantly activates his beast will and transforms his powers to another level. With just a single hand, the boy stops the attack as if nothing even happened. He approaches Lucas, his path filled with ice. This is the first time this clown has seen Arthur use ice magic on top of fire magic. Still, Lucas launches a spear at him in the hopes of doing some damage. Arthur easily evades the spear, catching it with his left hand, while preparing a focused bolt of crackling lightning in his right. He releases the electrical bullet that makes its way to Lucas and strikes him down, severing his arm. Lucas remains helpless on the ground while Arthur approaches him. He wails in pain and agony, shocked that Arthur is capable of casting lightning magic on top of everything else. The boy simply grabs his remaining arm, freezing it in ice. Arthur glares at Lucas, confirming that he's exactly what he says he is. Then he exerts his full strength on Lucas's arm, shattering it from his body. The desecrated remains of the boy flop to the ground. He can't even speak a proper sentence without bawling his eyes out. Lucas reminds Arthur of his connection to the Wykes family, but that means very little right now. Arthur holds his leg in place before activating downforce gravity magic, crushing it in a pool of blood. Lucas screams in pain as Arthur questions if Dronzer is the individual responsible for the mess at the academy. Lucas chooses to remain arrogant even in his last moment, confirming Dronzer's involvement and his role in taking away Elijah. Arthur swiftly crushes Lucas's final leg, reducing him nothing more than a nugget on the ground. The boy has accepted that the world is changing, and he can do very little about that fact. But he's going to make sure that a lousy scumbag like Lucas doesn't make it past today. Arthur rests his foot on Lucas's crotch. He wails in pain and agony, begging Arthur to stop. But it's pointless as Arthur curses the mage for his next life as well. Activating downforce, he annihilates Lucas's in the most disgusting way imaginable. The defeated mage is dead, and he didn't even die honorably. Those who were watching this massacre only became overwhelmed with fear. Some were amazed, but in the end, Arthur was reminded of his loneliness. He'd exerted too much of his power just now, and it takes a toll on him. Here's the worst part. That piece of shit's brother arrived with 2 more lances by his side. Baron is infuriated at the lifeless remains of his brother. He becomes so mad that he unleashes an attack that blows Arthur away. Even Sylvie is barely able to dodge the attack while Arthur is slammed into the wall. Sylvie tries to attack the lances despite Arthur's warning. Unfortunately, she too is frozen in place by Lance Verray's devastating might. Ulfred casts his lava golems to help the students and take care of the mess. Arthur has suffered a brutal injury from the previous attack and does his best to re-enter the second phase. Unfortunately, Baron has lost his mind and can't believe that a boy reduced his brother to such torturous lengths. His attack is stopped by Ulfred, who tries to take control of the situation. Baron has lost total control and doesn't understand the fact that Lucas is the one who threatened everyone here. Ulfred explains that Arthur is the savior, not the threat. Even after hearing that, he fails to stop and plans to repay Arthur in kind for mercilessly killing his little brother. Ulfred chooses to act by using his golems and stopping him in his tracks. But Baron totally loses it and unleashes his full strength even against a fellow lance. Arthur awaits his fate as Baron attempts to use his finishing move against Arthur. Curtis and Kathleen are unable to stop this from happening, until Lance Verray intervenes with her ice magic and even gets Baron on his knees. She emphasizes that it's her decision, and the council's to decide the fate of the boy along with his dragon. Baron reclaims his senses and follows orders. The situation is tamed at last, as the students are rescued and the academy is cleared. Many lost their lives during the incident. Arthur is patched up by the healers as Verray comes up to ask if he's alright. He just lost his mana for the most part. Verray hands him handcuffs for the time being. She knows that these cuffs won't be enough to stop him, so she takes a step ahead and smashes an artifact next to his chest. Arthur wants to follow their instructions, but hopes that they can do the same for his bond. Verray is surprised to find that the boy has an entire dragon to himself as a bond. She releases the spell, while Arthur orders her to return to her fox state. Sylvia is pissed for what they did, but right now, even Arthur understands that they're outmatched by the lances. Sylvia accepts and transforms right back to her fox state. She runs to Arthur and worries what might happen to them. Arthur doesn't know either, but he thinks they'll be okay. The boy and his bond are both chained together and following the lead of the lances. They're going to be taken to the Mage Guild camp until they receive further orders. Here, many people are gossiping about the death of a noble from the Wykes family. They don't know the truth of the situation, but Arthur's brutal killing methods are being called to question. He's being judged for his class too. Even his family arrives at the scene in worry. He asks Verray if he can have a moment with his family. She grants him permission, a decision that pisses off Baron the most. The older brother has listened to many testimonies of what went down, and he still has his emotions overwhelming him. Arthur smiles before his family, separated by a barrier. He tells them that it's just a misunderstanding, and that he'll be okay no matter what. He just wants them to take care of the rest while he's away. Arthur emphasizes that he's going to be okay as their son. Now Verray's ring glows a beam of yellow, which means the council has already arrived at a decision. The lance recommends Arthur to continue moving alongside them, and he has to unfortunately obey their orders without question. Verray reads a scroll announcing the official decision made by the council. The official decision is ruled against his favor, deeming his mana core to be restrained and his title as a mage to be stir-piped from him. He's also going to be completely incarcerated, a decision that is effective at once. The boy stands at the center of the academy, with his family breaking into tears on the ruling decision made against their son. Some students are gossiping in his favor, while others against. Kathleen single-handedly exercises her right. She can't fathom how they're punishing the one person responsible for saving them all. After all, if he wasn't here, the lances wouldn't have been able to save anyone. She wants to use her parents to rescind the decision, but then it is shockingly revealed that both the human and dwarven families voted in favor of this judgment. The only ones who didn't were the Elven king and queen. Kathleen can't accept this betrayal by her family, but Curtis thinks it's inevitable, and they can't do anything now. Arthur realizes that there's nothing stopping the lances if the decision is made by the higher-ups. What's worse is that he's being treated like he led the attack in the first place. The boy requests Verray's attention and asks permission to speak to his family a final time before leaving. She allows him to do as much, and the boy approaches his worried parents. He smiles like always, masking his fear and emotions. Arthur confirms that he'll help clear the misunderstanding sooner or later. His mother is a crying mess and understands that in reality, not even Arthur knows what's going to happen. Ellie is crying too, and Arthur now regrets being unable to spend enough time with her. He assures her that he'll be back and goes away stating it as a promise. His father is the last to speak. Reynolds wants to remind the boy that no matter what happens, his family will always continue to support him. My respect for this guy is seriously not enough. He assures Arthur that they'll always care for him. Such words actually reduce the boy to a fragile state as he goes away. The three Lance are there speaking to one another. Baron is the first to leave, and he gives our boy a murderous glare before taking his brother's body and leaving. Ulfred creates a lava golem to manage flight and assures the boy that he's not going to experience any burns. Even if he does, he doesn't have a choice. They take off with Verray using flight. Even the little Sylvia is caged in a water spell. Arthur gives the academy a final look, and that's the end of the scene. From the other side, Baron's roaring thunder descends straight to the Wykes family manor. He carries the deceased body of his brother, ignoring the butlers around him. He kicks the door open, taking the maids by surprise. Baron requests an immediate meeting with his father, adding to the seriousness of the situation. Soon after, we see his father infuriated to find what became of Lucas and his representation to the Wykes family. Even after investing so much on him, it was all wasted in the end. He also channels his hatred towards Baron forever, even retrieving the scoundrel back, without being able to exact revenge. Baron catches his father's hand before he's able to hit him. He wants his father to know that he's still a lance despite all this mess. The patriarch wants to remind Baron that he only got this position because of his link to the family. He wants to know what happened in detail. Baron expresses how Lucas became responsible for leading an attack against an academy, alongside a man named Dronzer. The kid who killed Lucas, on the other hand, tortured him in a brutal way before ending his life. Hearing this, the patriarch thinks there might be a way for them to turn the situation in their favor. He calls Adeline, one of his reliable secretaries. He wants the council to receive a message regarding the recent attack. He also wants to paint the picture that his poor son Lucas was manipulated and brainwashed by Dronzer. He was the victim and was recklessly murdered at the hands of a commoner who ignored his pain. In return, they seek nothing but death to the killer of the one who disgraced the Wykes family name. They will prepare a funeral for Lucas in the meantime, hoping for the council to make their decision. Baron agrees with such an account and supports it fully. The secretary leaves to submit the message, while the patriarch continues minding his business. As for the funeral, he doesn't even give a flying fuck for Lucas, and simply wants Adeline to handle the rest. This man really doesn't care. We're back to Arthur in the next scene, who wants to inquire just how far they'll have to go. He also doesn't think the handcuffs are needed, as he obviously can't fight two lances in a mid-air battle. But it's not that they're worried about him. They're worried about mana beasts going out of control and attacking them out of nowhere. That would stir up trouble. Arthur is disappointed that the lances are incapable of handling a bunch of mana beasts. To that, it is stated that while lances are incredibly powerful, they're still human. The beast glades holds an immense amount of mysteries, so anything could go on and take them by surprise. Ulfred remembers that he's speaking to a kid, but Arthur reminds him that he's also a prisoner. He's a chill guy who just wants to talk. Unfortunately, he's stuck with Virai and Baron, both of whom are cold at conversations. Ulfred is dying to know how the boy managed to become such a powerful mage at his fragile age. It's surprising to Arthur because it's not like he fought in front of the lances. Ulfred apparently learned a lot from Baron and the other students. Arthur is curious what kind of words he heard from the others. After all, he's being sent to prison regardless. They've finally arrived at their destination. Virai opens a path for them. Their destination is the official floating castle of the council. Having arrived, Ulfred reclaims his golems and talks about how the dwarves are known to carry a little bit of dirt wherever they go. He has to collect it since he can't do anything to harm the castle walls. Virai expresses how the usage of magic is not allowed in the entrance of the castle. They take the manual route of climbing the stairs until they reach a beaming hall that blinds the boy. Inside the castle, Ulfred recommends Arthur not to speak to any of the lances for now. This castle feels reminiscent of the one that Arthur shared in his previous life. While incredibly beautiful, it is empty and filled with loneliness. The gates open, and the boy is presented before the council members where the royal members of each family are awaiting. Virai confirms that she's brought Arthur Lewin to the council as they asked. The boy offers his respect, but the Dwarven King is too prideful and thinks the boy is disgracing them by refusing to take a knee. Arthur doesn't want to cause a scene, so he apologizes to them before claiming his uneducated self. The Glader family is easier on him in comparison, and requests Virai to uncuff Arthur for the procedure to begin. She does as much. Both the Elven King and Queen want to thank the boy for his services in saving their daughter. However, the Greysunders are incredibly mad as leaders of the continent. They want to exclusively highlight Arthur's crimes for mutilating a schoolmate before dealing the killing blow. Further descriptions of Lucas's brutal death are provided. Dowsett is taking it very far as the Dwarven King, and even the Elf King and Queen are done with his words. They still want to remind him that he became responsible for saving the Zyra Academy. But Dowsett thinks it's nothing more than a convenient excuse, as it doesn't justify the treatment Lucas received. He thinks Arthur plotted this scheme to get one up over his rival whom he hated. The Elven King points emphasis to the fact that Arthur saved the Academy, and the children of every race. That's why the Dwarven Queen merely seeks for the boy to receive permanent stoppage as a mage. They deem him a threat that can't be tamed. They fear the future where he and his bond become enemies of the races. The Elven Queen thinks they're being severely judgmental over this reaction. She wants Priscilla's thoughts on the situation. She and her husband both agree on how Arthur became the sole reason for protecting their children. But when thinking of the subject as rulers and leaders of the continent, they can't ignore the view of the Greysunders, who are thinking objectively. But this triggers the Elven King, who can't accept the fact that they have to go to such lengths of crippling the boy and then killing his bond. Dronzer roars against the Elven king, who fights back, stating that they can't throw baseless accusations here. Dronzer takes a step further by saying words he shouldn't. He points out the weakness of the Elven family for losing their most trusted and powerful assets, the lances. Arthur wants to speak, but Dronzer hammers down on him, reminding the boy of his place. One side is acting extremely irrationally, and Arthur sees that. He speaks his voice, claiming that his presence here is pointless if he isn't allowed to say a word. He wants to offer his side of the story or what followed the event. The obnoxious dwarven queen doesn't want to listen to his words at all, and orders Ulfrid to lock him up beyond further orders. The same goes for Sylvia as his pet. The Elven king raises his voice, strongly defending Arthur and even making sure his only lance gets in on the scene. Aya is called out, but Dronzer is arrogant and reminds the Elven king that he's got nothing more than one lance at his disposal. The tension settles as he sits down and stops Aya from acting. Ulfrid uses his golems and very soon escorts them out of the room. Back in the hall, Arthur has confirmed for himself how both the dwarf king and queen are strongly against him. The Gladers are extremely neutral on the other hand. He's taken to his cell, and glad that Sylvia is exhausted and won't think much of the chaotic mess. The boy wonders if he doesn't really have any choice but to rely on Alduin and Marial here. Ulfrid, being the kind-hearted soul he is, states that he'll come back to visit him often. Arthur seems to have found his peace and solitude, until he hears a familiar voice. The voice of Director Goodsky. In this giant cell, Goodsky had been imprisoned all the same for the past few days. The news of the attack was kept a secret from her, so Arthur did his part in explaining everything that went down. He still couldn't comprehend why she was locked up by the council shortly after her meeting. Goodsky is happy to hear everything from the boy, but sad that he got into so much trouble. She really wants to know more about what happened to Lucas. Arthur shares how he was also using the drug. But something was different. He retained his sanity, some of it at least. He was fully intentional. Apart from that, the boy was unable to see the face of the leader who launched the attack. Goodsky wanted to know about this person's appearance to confirm a few things. She knew this attack would come through, but she didn't expect it soon. Their enemies are moving faster than anticipated. Hearing her words, Arthur is intrigued and wants to know more about this enemy. After hearing a long silence, Arthur claims that he's starting to get a hint of the truth. Goodsky expresses that she's not even a director anymore after becoming a scapegoat for the council. It's the very reason she's trapped here. The council will likely blame the entirety of the incident on her shoulders. Unfortunately, Goodsky can't even speak of the truth because the more she tries, the more the curse affects her personally. Arthur is annoyed by her convenient excuse and slams the cell before sitting down. He thanks her regardless while Goodsky apologizes. After that council meeting, the Dwarf King rages against the Human King for going past their agreement. Blaine reminds Dronzer that he's following the agreement, and the vote will be in their favor regardless. At the same time, he can't just say senseless and baseless things at the boy who became responsible for saving the academy. Dronzer argues that there won't be a generation to exist if the humans and dwarves don't side with each other. He slams the table and confirms that the only hope for this continent is if they give up Arthur and Sylvie. Blaine understands the stakes and wants to remind Dronzer that they'll be betraying the population with their actions. Dronzer thinks it's justifiable since the continent will soon be headed for destruction anyway. They have to save what they can for now. Blaine thinks his words are nothing more than a sorry excuse, as they're still abandoning the people to save themselves. The Dwarf King is apparently happy to surrender to gain new benefits from the other continent. As for their people, neither Blaine nor Dronzer know what will become of their kingdoms. Dronzer blames the elves for always trying to be right instead of acting like a true leader. He wants them to envision the kind of technology that will take a rise in Dicathan once they accept. They'll be rich and powerful with so much wealth to flaunt. Blaine is done with this bastard stammering about how rich he'd like to be. His reason to follow this mysterious enemy is solely motivated by his family. Dronzer is doing it for the riches, without even caring about the consequences that will occur. Blaine is a victim of his emotions, valuing the safety of his children over the safety of their kingdom, and he wants to make sure to prevail for the sacrifices he made for the throne. Blaine is hoping for his ancestors to forgive him for his crimes. Dronzer leaves him be, while the Human King thinks nothing of the riches they were promised in the deal. His only goal in life was to become the strongest mage and to make his ancestors proud, and yet, his talent bore no fruit, and despite receiving elixirs, he was unable to break through the red stage. His wife and children were so much more talented in comparison. The boy could understand how his father was drunk on power, and that's why he made it his goal to keep his priorities in check and protect his family. But now, despite having two lances by his side, he feels insecure and powerless. Blaine questions if he's seriously making this decision for his family, or if he's also drunk on power. The Human King collapses, drunk on his wine. He lays there flat, recalling the time he encountered the boy for the first time. He laughs at the hilarity of the situation. and how Arthur's unparalleled strength is only rivaled by his incredibly bad luck. He feels really sorry for the child, believing that his sacrifice is necessary for the greater good of the continent. That's what Blaine keeps telling himself, believing that he's right. The boy observes his surroundings and questions where he is or what the crows are feeding on. He does his best to climb up the castle, with his hands all bruised and bloodied. He questions what's going on, and then we see a horrific view of all of his loved ones hung on spears. Their heads turn and they scream in agony, as that's the family Arthur once cherished and loved. From that moment onwards, he falls to his death. The boy wakes up from that nightmare, his body still shivering from the cold experience. He then suddenly spots Aya, the lance, who scares him with her presence. She telepathically orders him not to speak and hands him a letter to read. Arthur closely follows instructions and reads the letter. The boy learns that the council actually intends to declare him and the director as the perpetrators behind the acts of terrorism. The Elven King heard a conversation between Glader and Dawsid and learned that their plans are to surrender both Arthur and Goodsky to a certain someone. Virion has already been instructed to take the boy's family to a secure location so they may not be threatened. The king understands how much the boy has struggled to keep their daughter safe, and apologizes for this is the best he could do for the boy in return. The letter vanishes in thin air after he's done reading. This time, the visitor is Baron, who has come to collect the boy for the council. They're standing next to the door in the next scene. Baron is enthusiastic about this trial and hopes to return the favor to the boy's family for massacring his brother. Arthur funnily mocks him for trying to fight a mere 13-year-old boy. Baron grabs his shirt, reminding the kid that he's out of his depth and doesn't understand the scale of the situation that's about to happen. Arthur continues to mock Baron for threatening innocent families for exacting revenge against a murderous psychopath who killed students. He also reminds this brain-dead fool that Elkuis willingly joined the bad guys and chose to kill the students, even going as far as to join the dark side. Hearing all of this, Baron has no choice but to shove him onto the floor. The door opens with a bone-chilling sentence for Director Goodsky, who is sentenced for public execution. The boy overhears this and sees Goodsky being escorted by the royal guards. They exchange a look at each other and Arthur's sad seeing her pitiful state. Next, the boy is brought before the council. They start off the sentence declaring the mercy of the council, and how Arthur's actions could have led straight to execution, but they've inevitably decided that the boy's actions were for the greater good. That's why his harsh sentence will include that his title be stripped, and HSI benefits be revoked. Finally, he will be imprisoned until further notice. That last part catches Arthur's attention as he requests them to clarify. Blaine expresses that the victims of the families are being closely monitored right now, and as soon as the tragedy has escaped the public mind, the boy will be freed from his prison. So it's kind of like temporary detention instead of an actual imprisonment sentence. But make no mistake, Arthur understands that these bastards aren't doing this out of kindness. Rather, their goal is to deliver him alive to someone. That's why they're planting the future thought of freeing him. The boy agrees to the fairness and questions what will become of his bond. Queen Graysunder becomes extremely infuriated that he has the audacity to think about his bond in times like these. The Elven King explains that losing one's right to being a mage also implies losing in touch with their bond. As painful as that sounds, Arthur understands the situation. Dawsid acts arrogant, claiming that his pet will be in good hands and taken care of. Blaine orders his lance to return the boy to his cell and keep him chained. From this meeting, Arthur has confirmed for himself that the Graysunders are only in it for themselves by allying with the Vritra clan. Anyway, Baron takes the kid back to his cell, where he's shoved inside and slammed shut. Come to think of it, Arthur thinks this place is quite peaceful if you just ignore the imprisonment factor. At least it's better than the previous cell he was in, the room full of white. Turns out that Winsome is already here, and Arthur had been anticipating his arrival for a while. Meanwhile, the bastards of the Dwarf Kingdom are celebrating the changes that will come upon them. They can now lead the continent into a new era alongside their mysterious ally. Glaudera learns that this mysterious ally is actually more terrifying than any mana beast the Dwarf King has ever faced in his life. It's a singular experience that he felt more fear than ever in his entire life. When the mysterious force made himself appear for the first time, it felt no differently than facing a true god, and that god chose them, despite not needing any of them to achieve their goals. These fools think they're happy for being the chosen ones. For the human and elf kings on the other hand, Dawsid flaunts how he was once more powerful than both of them. It's only because of one incident that cripped him, but he has yet to tell Glaudera about it. This dude acts like he's some hotshot when he's merely an orange core at his level. They keep getting drunk on wine, while Dawsid internalizes how his mana core became permanently damaged, all because a single peasant landed a proper strike for cheating on his wife. I mean, I think this fat ass doesn't know what he's talking about. Dawsid questions why the peasant got so upset when there were plenty of women to choose from. Not even torture or execution was enough for what happened to him. Glaudera reminds her husband that their people admire him, but he's of the opinion that they only obey him. It's only because of the lances that he's been able to maintain his throne, or else he'd be kicked out. Glaudera, being equally as much of a psycho as her husband, thinks that it's right to kill anyone who dares threaten their position on the throne. After all, he does have the power and has control over 2 lances. And now, they'll even have more power from their newest ally. These royal refrigerators are getting horny when a loud bang interrupts them. From the corner, a royal guard has been brutally killed. A powerful old man wearing all black has come to make his introduction. Dawsid tries to get mean and angry against this guy, but he's just pure malice. He deems the dwarf king and queen an infestation that needs to be squashed. And so, that's exactly what was about to happen, before Ulfrid stepped in and saved them with his golems. This intruder has come with a mission to retrieve the heads of the Greysunders, but Ulfrid isn't ready to hand them up so easily. He is forced to use the castle structure to erect his magma knights. Dawsid grows all cocky, believing that these knights will be more than enough. The 5 knights jump the intruder, but all he has to do is lift his hand to annihilate each of them in a single swing. Ulfrid understands the seriousness of the situation and coats himself with hell armor, a badass reinforcement ability that makes him godlike. Dawsid is rooting for the intruder's death as Ulfrid puts everything into a single punch, hoping for him to deal some serious damage. But his attack doesn't even reach the intruder as it is blocked by his shield. The man doesn't move an inch from his place before sending Ulfrid flying into the nearest wall. That fancy hell armor is ripped to shreds with a single attack. The intruder admires Ulfrid's powers for being of the lesser race, and that his strength may be useful for the future of Dickathon. But for now, they're unnecessary as he appears right in front of him. A finger pointed to his head as Ulfrid is sent flying with so much pressure that he falls right out of the castle walls. Dawsid and his wife are shocked to see what the hell's going on. The man calmly turns his face, apologizing for making them wait. But right then, the second lance of the dwarves jumps to attack him with a powerful mace. The attack is merely dodged as the man calmly maneuvers around, as if nothing's bothering him. Mika introduces herself as the second lance and apologizes for arriving late. She promises to take care of the intruder with her powers. Mika's interest lunges forth with a powerful swing. She's got an amazing control over gravity manipulation, but it's pitiful compared to the deity in front of her. Mika can't fathom how this guy is easy moving despite his body being manipulated into weighing more than 4 tons. Mika refuses to stop at any limit and creates an even bigger mace to strike him down. In response, the man merely points his finger and once again annihilates her with a single attack. Despite her intense power, Dawsid could comprehend that she was nothing in comparison to the monstrous strength of her opponent. The Greysunders end up exposing themselves and their connection to Agrona and the Vritra clan, but Dawsid smashes her head down to kneel as they've got no chance here. The intruder affirms to them that there's no such thing as a deity in this world, only Asuras. Dawsid switches up like a peasant who doesn't have anywhere to run. But this guy is not to be messed with. He thinks Agrona made a mistake in choosing weaklings like Dawsid and his kingdom. The Dwarf King claims that he hasn't even encountered Agrona, and only surrendered under his great threat. He seeks forgiveness from this intruder. The intruder orders them to release their lances from their oaths. It's an insulting condition, but the old man is serious. Dawsid was taught never to break the oath, but he's willing to violate that sacred condition for the sake of his own life. He quickly releases both and begs for forgiveness. But this is the best part. The intruder never even mentioned the concept of sparing their lives. He merely ordered them and they followed suit. The Dwarf King meets his shitty end as his body is pierced with a sharp beam. The same goes for Glaudera. Both insects meet their end. And now, the game of chess has officially begun. Now let's go back and see what happened with Winsome, who brought little Sylvia alongside him. Arthur was happy to find that she's still asleep. He thanks him for all of his help. The deity wasn't expecting them to get caught so soon and suddenly at that. He admires the boy's actions to save his academy, but his priorities must have Sylvie's protection on top of the list. Arthur only took that step because he cares about the lives of other people more than his own. Especially Tessia, but not just her, the disciplinary committee, and even Elijah. Winsome confirms that they can't do anything to change the past, but he's really confused on why Elijah was taken captive by the bad guys. Arthur fails to understand their scheme too, but he's just happy that Winsome is here to help them so that he can eventually rescue Elijah. However, the deity strictly and shockingly reveals to Arthur that they've already taken Elijah to the second continent, Alakria. There's just no saving him anymore, not so easily. Winsome emphasizes how the boy is far too powerless to escape his current shackles, and yet he's already thinking about saving a friend. It's going to be a useless effort in the end. Arthur is seriously hoping that his best friend is still alive, but even he knows that he's no match for the bad guys and will easily get one-shotted the moment he steps foot in Alakria. Now that he's got nowhere to go, he questions what he should do. Winsome is just happy that Drive left right before the boy's arrival. After all, the Vritra clan seeks to capture Arthur in one piece. And if they also find out that he's related to Sylvia and Sylvie, then not even the best of deities could protect the boy in one piece. The path is clear, and it means Elijah won't be rescued. Arthur can't accept that, especially knowing that the majority of those on the council are already working for the Vritra clan in secret. He can't hide his family for long, and the lances are soon going to act anyway. He can't hide in the Beastglades territory because of the mana beasts. So in this shitty situation, Arthur is dying to know what his options are. The deity understands the boy's frustration, and knows that Arthur thought a lot in silence. The Grey Sunders share a close connection to the clan, and the Gladers are only reluctantly on their side. Winsome is actually impressed with the boy's sharp observation. Right as he was about to establish their next plan of action, Baron cracked the door open to question Winsome's identity. He wants to know if he and the other intruder share a connection. Winsome confirms, and that's all Baron needed to act as a lance. He activates his powerful flash ray, which is easily blocked as if it were nothing. Winsome deems the human nothing more than a child, giving him a pure demonstration on how outmatched the lance is compared to a deity. Baron's ego gets the better of him as he activates another barrage of attacks. But Winsome plays around, merely tapping the electrical discs as if they were nothing. He uses his heal ability to knock Baron down with an absurd amount of pressure. The lance is powerless in this situation, so Virai takes it personally to step up and orders Baron to stop trying. He doesn't get what she's saying. Vare sharply notes that they're dealing with a deity, which also means they can't joke around with them. She gives Winsome proper respect before requesting a humble meeting with the human king. Here, all of the council members and Winsome's partner are there. Arthur sees the other guy, who introduces himself as Aldir. He wants to make things very clear. Both Winsome and Aldir were sent here to give the three races a shot at survival for the war to come. Thankfully, even Director Goodsky is in one piece. The Elven King and the others are now certain that war is imminent no matter what. Aldir made sure to eradicate the Grey Sudners and took their lances under his control. He also politely alludes to the alliance that were made with the humans. Blaine speaks up, humbly accepting how the deities are more powerful than the three races. He wants to know why the Asuras aren't acting to defeat the Vritra clan on their own. It's a good question, but Aldir expresses that things are more complicated than just that. The Vritra clan operates with three others under them. The evil Asuras have broken their law, and if they were to fight, the entire world would be flattened. The Asuras have formed a direct treaty not to cast a direct attack or interfere with the affairs of the lesser beings. But Arthur is immediately quick to point out the contradiction, on how their current acts to eliminate the Grey Sunders violated the same treaty. Winsome explains that the Dicathan continent is soon going to face a population to fight the Vritra clan. But Arthur is pissed, and mentions the Blackhorn demons that were responsible for invading their nation for many years and causing havoc. He is fueled with anger, remembering how they brutally killed a lance. The Elven King stands up in confusion, questioning how the boy knows such information. Director Goodsky reveals a fragment in the palm of her hands, revealing what he's talking about. Aldir now sees why Arthur is deemed a complicated creature. But as it turns out, the spies sent to Dicathan aren't Asuras, but rather, these monsters were also lesser beings in the past. They've just undergone countless experiments. Mariel is worried that these monsters are so powerful that they're capable of easily annihilating one of the strongest mages in Dicathan all around. So there's just very little chance for them to win. Aldir explains that the demons are Agrona's trump card. They're not too many in number. They're only going to be dispatched right after learning their involvement. Aldir is going to play the part of a general in the war to come. But even the Asuras are hoping to protect and defend Dicathan as part of their plans. After the meeting, Arthur questions where they're headed, as they should be involved with the talks of the war. Winsome explains that Aldir will take care of the discussions. For now, he's going to be taking the boy to his family, and there he will bid them farewell for the time being. The boy is confused and asks for clarification. Winsome turns around and emphasizes that Arthur will be taken to their homeland, the land of Ephiadus, where he and Sylvie will continue their training. Arthur walks with Winsome, annoyed as always that he's got to take a long walk in the forest. He was expecting the deity to grant him the privilege of teleportation to Rinia's place. He could have done that, but it would lead to a barrier disruption that is guarding his family. Arthur understands now. They mention the topic of the 8 races of Asuras in the land of Ephiodus. Each race is supposed to be composed of numerous clans, but only one clan is a part of the High 8. The Vritra clan is part of the Basilisk race, but the boy still can't accept how the other clans tried to assassinate Agrona on their own. After all, the treaty was their priority, so he was expecting them to cater to the lines of peace. This means Agrona's a really gruesome threat for even Asuras, so much so that they're ignoring the treaty for now. They don't understand his intentions or future plans for now, so the clans ultimately decided to get rid of Agrona in the way they deem fit. Despite all of this, Arthur struggles to fit his bond Sylvie in the picture, or why her mother Sylvia ended up in the Dicathan continent. Winsome stops to reveal a precious secret that only a few members of the Indrath clan know about. It is revealed that way back then, Sylvia personally traveled with the elite division to take down Agrona by herself. It was a suicide mission from the start, and while Lord Indrath refused to let her go, Sylvia snuck out anyway. She revealed her powers too late, and it was already difficult for her to return by then. There's also no information on her capture or why she chose to remain hidden. The boy reminisces the memory of the dragon, and questions what became of the Asuras that followed her. Winsome is filled with frustration as he mentions how they weren't expecting Agrona to also be prepared for their ambush. He was ready with an incredibly large army of the Basilisk race and also the lesser races. The Vritra clan was secretly interbreeding with some of the lesser races in the continent of Alakria. Arthur's mouth is left open when he learns about the experimentation and the sheer difference in size when it comes to their armies. Just about everyone from the land of Afudis was brutally killed or enslaved. Agrona then appeared to confront Indrath and personally delivered the news of Sylvia's death. Hearing this, Lord Indrath was prepared to wage war, but the rest of the clans attempted to aim for a treaty. This treaty forbade the Asuras from acting directly and preventing the collapse of the planet. The 7 Asura races of Ephiatis waging war would become the end for all, so they sought accountability from the Basilisks instead. But then they realized that it would be wrong of them to punish the whole race for the wrongdoings of their leaders. Arthur considers their methods terrifying and beyond description. He reflects on how the rest of the clans could have followed the same approach as the Vritra clan and helped create soldiers of war via experimentation. But they retained their goodwill and morals, refusing to stoop to Agrona's level. If Agrona truly spent those years in the Alakria continent, then it's understandable to assume that his army must have grown to an incredible magnitude. Apart from the mere power difference between the two continents, now they have an enormous army to worry about. Then Arthur realizes something. The 6 ancient artifacts that were handed to the people of Dicathan, those were exclusively given so that the 3 races could help and even the battlefield. And this is the part where Arthur himself comes around, as an important pawn playing on the side of the Asura clans in the giant war. Winsome expresses that it would be easier for him to think of his family and friends when considering his motivation to fight. On that topic, Winsome questions what the boy is planning to say to them for his departure. Arthur nods. Despite his saddened look, he's already made up his mind. Switching over to his family's perspective, Rinia is keeping them well and warm. Arthur shocks everyone with his presence as they come running towards him. They embrace their beloved son in kind, the family reuniting one final time. Ellie is more concerned about Sylvie than anything. After all, her brother is one hell of a persistent fighter who always comes back in one piece. Suddenly, all 3 of them feel an immense pressure that terrifies them. Arthur wants Winsome to chill with his spiritual presence and introduces the man to them as his teacher. The deity stares them down and thanks him for saving their son. Alice is dying to know what kind of teacher he is, but before Arthur's about to answer, she stops caring about that and prefers that he have a nice meal before talking about things. They change and have some fun for a while, until Winsome signals Arthur that it's time. The boy nods and requests Rinia to leave because he wants to speak to his family in private. They follow his lead while Reynolds gives Ellie one good look before entering inside. Reynolds asks if the boy's teacher is also going to join, but Arthur denies by shaking his head. His quiet demeanor is making them worried. But Arthur is preparing himself to speak about a topic that is really difficult for him to express. He opens up by mentioning how he came into this world. But then Arthur pauses, while his mother questions if he means when he was born into this world. The boy hints that he wasn't really born to begin with. Alice doesn't get what he's talking about. But Arthur expresses the memory of his first time being born, and that time, he was transported and reborn instead of experiencing his first birth. This guy literally breaks the isekai trope, and basically confirms that his old world was taken from him. Alice is stumped while Reynolds fails to follow the boy's words. His mother gets up in his face, questioning if the boy is all right in his head. She doesn't get what he's talking about, or if his teacher put something in his mind. But Arthur denies any such thing. He claims that only his parents know about this truth, the truth that he's sharing now. He doesn't understand how it happened either. But the best way for him to describe such a situation is by referencing a reincarnation. Alice once again questions if something happened to the boy while he was away. But Reynolds is firm with his tone and wants his son to keep talking. So then, Arthur fully described his understanding of the previous world and his life. What kind of man he was and the relationships he had with other people during that lifetime. He wanted to paint it with immense detail so that they could understand he wasn't just making up the facts. Throughout his story, his parents despaired and turned silent, not a single word escaping their mouth. Reynolds then asked questions to humor the conversation, but his face was mostly masking his emotions. Alice, on the other hand, was more shaken than ever. She couldn't control her body the more the story went on. The conversation wasn't long, but it felt like several hours had passed. That is, until Reynolds finally understood where the boy's talent in magic and fighting came from. He was used to the Kai system in the previous world and adopted its principles to mana in this world. Hearing this, his mother sobs and laughs in the face of the unbelievable situation. She thinks this is a sick joke and constantly tries to reassure herself that she's being messed around with. Alice wants him to just confirm that he's kidding around. She looks at him with her face all flushed, denying the fact that a former king's consciousness stole her child's body. To that, Arthur turns his face away and feels crushed to admit that none of it is a joke. Reynolds pulls her back, and all those precious memories of the times they shared come rushing back to her. Alice grips her hair and refuses to accept that this is truly happening. She experiences so much panic at this cruel reality. Reynolds attempts to comfort his wife to the best of his ability, and even Arthur visibly feels tensed up after his words. He gets up, understanding that he's said enough, and leaves the room. Then the boy comes outside to play with Sylvie, until Reynolds comes outside to tell his daughter to go and comfort her mother for a while. Arthur grabs Sylvie and Ellie just goes away before coming right back and bolting her brother with a hug. Both brother and sister experience a lovable moment. Ellie just wants her brother to come back, no matter how many times he has to leave them. Reynolds takes the boy on a walk, expressing how his mother is asleep after experiencing the shocking story. Even Arthur's speechless, but he now knows that his parents believe his words. Reynolds doesn't doubt his son as he sees no reason for him to do so. Also, the pieces all fit well into the frame. Everything makes sense now. Arthur is really disappointed to ask if his father is all right after hearing that. Burt Reynolds, who is usually stoic, bursts in his anger. He doesn't know what to make of his family or his son anymore. The memories they shared were nothing more than an act. He blames Arthur for attempting to act like the son they could have had. Reynolds has no idea how he should act around the kid, as King Gray's actual age even supersedes his own, and yet the boy is 13 in his body. Reynolds is even more pressed that Alice had to mother a grown man believing that it was her own child. It makes him so mad that he smashes the wall right next to them, even injuring his fist. Reynolds is dying to know if Arthur's truly their child, or if the reincarnation robbed their actual son's consciousness. Hearing all of that, the boy remains silent on his feet. Reynolds understands that he said way too much in his anger, and expresses that he's just perplexed with this revelation. Arthur habitually stops himself from calling Reynolds his dad, before referring to the man by name. It weighs heavy on his heart, but not even he knows about the truth of the situation. He fails to understand if he was the one to replace their son. The process is unknown to him in reality. He just didn't want to keep on the act for long. But now, he's left questioning if his difficult choice was truly the right one in the end. He had wanted to reveal this secret to his family for a long time, but didn't know how to. Arthur finally invokes the purpose of his revelation. He will leave, and he thinks it's best for him to leave for the time being. Reynolds then learns that his son will be away for at least a few years, a reality that saddens him. I don't know about you guys, but I still think Reynolds is the best dad, and his reaction is totally justified. Arthur walks right past him and talks about how he doesn't have a single memory of the family he shared in his past life. He persevered in an environment where there wasn't any love to nurture him. It made him unstoppable as a fighter, but a terrible person. After arriving into this world, he met his parents and shared a lovable bond with his sister. He could never experience such emotions otherwise, and while he isn't the strongest in this world, he's a person with much better character in this life than in his life. Arthur apologizes for the pain and suffering he made them suffer, and he thanks Reynolds truly for helping him become a capable man, and for loving him as his son. Both men shed tears, hearing those difficult words. The boy comes out to Winsome, who understands they're done talking, so it's time to leave for good. Rinia is shocked that the boy isn't planning to bid farewell to any of his family. Arthur thinks what he said is enough and merely leaves them in her care. Rinia stops the boy, noting his painstaking expression, a face that is so different from the kind-hearted soul he usually is. She's hoping that after persevering long and hard, he doesn't return to his previous ways. Because if he sinks to that level, it will be harder for him to get back out. Saying those words, Rinia promises to take care of things for the boy here while he's away. Winsome makes his preparations by setting a disc and using his blood as activation. The disc opens a portal. Arthur wants to know if there's anything unsettling about his current expression. The deity notes that his expression is just like the pantheon Asuras. They are warriors who turn off their emotions in order to fight with incredible force. He wants the boy to be fully focused on what's ahead after he's done with things here. Arthur, with a determined look on his face, declares himself ready. Let's see Reynolds' reaction from what followed after the scene. He despised himself for being unable to tell Arthur that they still considered him as a part of the family. But what he despised even more was wishing that he had never confronted them with the cold, hard truth. Reynolds, now a defeated father, comes out understanding that he always acknowledged his son to be unique and different from others. It was hard for him to accept because of his pride, because he let himself believe that he was the one who raised a genius. Everything pointed in the right direction. The boy was strange from a young age and incredibly talented as a swordsman. Then he had talents as a mage too. Rinia breaks the news of the boy's departure. Shockingly, Rinia also knows about the boy's past life. She was always afraid of the day where he would confess the truth. She sacrificed a lot to figure Arthur out. But Reynolds thinks that he isn't a kid anymore with the revelation. Rinia thinks of him as one because at her age, you'd consider just about anyone a child. She always thought how funny it was for people to talk highly of one's wisdom with age. The same goes for their intelligence, believing that intelligent people should be cold and logical. Those two traits combined, an intelligent older person should then be remarkably cold-hearted. Rinia teases Reynolds and asks if he views her as a cold-hearted machine. The father doesn't get what this has anything to do with his son. Rinia explains that he's just afraid of the boy confessing the truth, wishing that he didn't. He's now wondering why the boy decided to tell them the truth in the first place. Rinia shares her opinion that men are blinded by their brains sometimes. The emotion of the heart is different, and clashes with the feeling of logic. It is the reason that gets them hurt or even killed sometimes, but humans can't help but follow it. It might make them seem inferior as an individual, but strengthens their bonds as a group. Reynolds inquisitively asks if his son was operating on emotion when he said such things. Rinia wonders what that boy was thinking, but she is aware of the simple reality that she's known Arthur ever since he was a toddler. He's come a long way, and this step was necessary for him to take so that he could break his limits. Rinia gives Reynolds something wrapped in a white cloth. Apparently Winsome gave it to her as a gift to Arthur's family. When he opens it up, a cute bear emerges from inside. Ellie is immediately drawn to the bond and requests to keep it. Reynolds found himself startled by his daughter's sudden appearance. The bear finds an attraction to Ellie. Poor Reynolds was hoping to keep it for himself, but he's at least happy that his daughter gets to be the one to inherit it. She decides to call this little murder machine Boo, because the bear's eyes make it seem like it's always mad. Also, Ellie informs her father that Alice is also awake now. In the next scene, Reynolds goes to visit her and see how she's holding up. She had been asleep for a few hours on end. Alice is devastated to learn that Arthur's left them. She feels incredibly sad for treating him like that. But Reynolds believes that she handled it in the best way possible. Still, the mother regrets calling her own son a sick individual. She didn't want to accept reality. Yet here she is sobbing in her husband's arms. Even Reynolds understands that her reaction was warranted for the craziness of the story. Then Alice questions if she's a terrible person for doubting the boy as their own son. While Reynolds knows that her words are wrong, he just can't have the heart to say the same thing when deep down, he struggles to find an answer. Alice, being the mother of the child, endured a lot just to bring the little one into this world. She was the one who took care of him and taught him the ways of the world. But now, she just learned that the story had been a lie. Reynolds wants to be the stronger individual in this situation, and wants his wife to rely on him. Alice apologizes once more, so he embraces her lovingly and emphasizes that they just need time to digest what has happened. Their son knew of this fact before he told them this. Alice also learns that they won't be seeing him for a few years at least. Alice stabs even deeper, questioning the kind of son they could have brought up if Arthur didn't just steal his body. Reynolds experiences a shock hearing those words and suggests her not to wallow in that kind of thought or believe in such words. But Alice is lifeless, and she's full of thoughts on how their real child could have been like. Reynolds sheds tears, unable to control himself despite forcing himself to be strong. He wants her to accept Arthur for being who he is, but Alice merely can't accept that. She wants to remind her husband that they haven't called him their son ever since the conversation began. Which means, deep down, they've already accepted the cold reality that he isn't their own. Reynolds calms her down, assuring her that they're both struggling with that pain, but they'll learn to live with it. There's also the truth that they've lived with Arthur for 13 whole years, fighting together and celebrating many joyous occasions together. That is the meaning behind their relationship. It wasn't just the blood or their past lives, but the memories they endured and made together. Reynolds wants Alice to remember when Arthur put his own life on the line from his way back to the city. If he didn't care about them, he wouldn't have done something like that. He wants his wife to understand that neither of them is a horrible person or a terrible parent, but it will take them some time to accept the fragility of the situation. Poor Alice wipes her tears, thinking that she looks despicable crying her eyes out. But Reynolds simply grabs her and gives her a peck on the head, reminding her that she's just as beautiful as always. Honestly, this is such good chemistry between the two. They're made for each other, don't you think? Ellie comes right up asking her mom to take a look at her new pet. Alice doesn't even know about Boo, but both of them manage to make light out of the situation, and they once again embrace each other in joy. Now let's see how Arthur's holding up on his side. He's just arrived in the land of Epheotus, the continent of the Asuras. It's a beautiful place through and through. Winsome welcomes the boy to the Indrath clan's castle, a structure unlike any other. The boy walks in the ethereal pond, filled with beauty through and about. He notices how there aren't any guards for security, but Winsome claims that they've already been keeping watch ever since they crossed over. It's important that they meet up with Lord Indrath. Inside, a giant hall decorated with gold all over strikingly catches the boy's attention. Arthur realizes that this is Sylvia's real home. He asks Winsome for any tips before meeting the almighty Indrath himself. But in this case, even he doesn't know what to expect because of the uniqueness of the situation. They're brought to a room where two human-like people are keeping watch. They refer to Winsome as an elder, glad that they've retrieved the human boy. They're then escorted to Lord Indrath's room. The door opens as Arthur awaits in anticipation. They enter inside, where the almighty ruler is sitting comfortably on his throne. Winsome kneels before his lord, and Arthur quickly bows as a show of respect. The first thing he notices about Lord Indrath is that he doesn't even have a detectable aura. Suddenly, the boy experiences a sharp pressure in his body. It burns from the inside out as his marks appear bright as ever. Then he is compelled to kneel on the ground. Indrath takes a breath as Arthur suddenly notices how Sylvie is missing from his arm. He can't even fathom Indrath's incredible speed, who was able to take the little one from his grasp in moments. Indrath just wants a happy reunion with his granddaughter. He's a little disappointed that Arthur didn't train her at all, hence her mana levels are barely manageable. While she's in her hibernating state, Indrath understands that the boy has only held her back. Winsome apologizes for being unable to train Sylvie during his time in Dickathon. Indrath wants to assume personal responsibility over Sylvie for now, which infuriates the boy greatly, as she is her bond. The man taps her head, making her jolt up and awake. Sylvie's eyes lock in with Indrath as she questions where she's at. Arthur doesn't know what to tell her, and simply asks if she's feeling all right. The little one wants to return to sleep, and Arthur grants her permission to do whatever. Then he turns to Lord Indrath and expresses how Winsome has explained what is required of him. Yet he still doesn't know what should be done during his time here. After all, if training was the only thing that was necessary, a dungeon in Dickathon could have worked. There's no reason to bring him to the land of Epheodus. Indrath claims that he's declared Arthur to be one of the necessary pieces on the board against his war with Agrona. He assumes that Arthur is already aware of the stakes and mutual benefits for both sides. Indrath wants the help of numerous specialists to assist with the boy's training. It's a very special privilege for a lesser race human like him to receive training by the gods. Arthur wants to know his thoughts regarding the war and when it will begin. Indrath chooses to be private about that matter and asserts Arthur to focus only on his training. When the boy is ready, he will personally tell Winsome to return him to Dickathon. As for Sylvie, she's also going to be staying with Indrath until her training is fully over. Arthur is personal about Sylvie more than he is about himself. He really wants to know when he'll be able to see her, or if at all. But Winsome recommends that he get the move on instead of asking too many questions. After the meeting, Arthur is furious about the purpose of the meeting. He was ready to receive Indrath's scolding, but not ready for Sylvie to be stolen from him. The thing is, Asuras aren't exactly fond of the boy either. That's why the meeting was held privately, if anything. There's the issue that the gods have to rely on one lesser being as their tool. It hurts their pride greatly, but Winsome wants him to understand that neither of them will receive any kind of ill treatment. They're both important after all, but Arthur knows that his importance is only related to his utility in the war and nothing more. Winsome grabs the boy's arm and recommends that he hold on tightly. Arthur isn't impressed, to say the least. It's just a tree. Turns out Winsome shoves his damn body right into the tree, which sucks him in and pulls him right into a kind of dungeon or cave. Winsome greets Cordry, who appears to be a bald figure with markings engraved over his body. He understands that Arthur Lewin is brought to him for training purposes. Winsome explains that this guy is his personal friend from the Thyestes clan, just like Aldir. The boy greets him in kind, while Cordry is curious on how Winsome was able to get his hands on the ether orb. Turns out that it's Indrath's gift to invest into Arthur and bring out the best of his abilities. The boy looks confused and inquires about the real purpose of the orb. Essentially, it will boost his training progress by a lot. They're using the dragon race's power to influence ether, an element that dictates the flow of the universe. And that orb will separate Arthur's body and soul, allowing him greater control over manipulation of time. Arthur didn't follow a thing that was said and wants a recap. Winsome explains that along with the orb, Indrath has also signaled the use of exclusive training grounds. This training ground is filled with ether, which will further boost Arthur's training progress and even heal his wounds immediately. The pawn surrounds the boy as he asks in confusion. Winsome assures him to just wait and watch. Let's revisit King Gray's previous life. At the institution, he shared 8 hours of non-stop brutal combat training. After this training, they had to endure 10 hours of meditation for the nurturing of their Kai. This kind of training was brutal and shared its flaws. The most important information he gained there was learning about the vital spots of the human body. The techniques, on the other hand, were merely trained to inflict the most amount of damage against a person. Yet, he followed his instructors strictly and attended every single lesson that he possibly could. That's how he honed his skills. And before his key center even reached cultivation, King Gray spent countless hours fighting and losing against his peers. And now, he thinks the same is happening as he's placed in a similar training situation. This guy Cordry is beating the crap out of him. Arthur is defeated again and collapses on the ground, but Cordry doesn't stop as he whips out a brutal punch against the boy's shoulder. Arthur experiences so much agony from his swollen and broken shoulder that he's brought to tears from the pain. And yet, he stands right back on his feet, showing his perseverance. Cordry mercilessly restarts his attacks, but suddenly the fight is drawn to a stop. Arthur wakes up after the traumatizing training session, immediately vomiting after the experience. He's never endured such harsh training before. The boy pants and gets back up, claiming that he wants to go again. Cordry is impressed by the kid's willpower, as they've been training for an hour inside the spatial dimension, yet only 5 minutes passed outside. Winsome expresses that the more he's forced out of the realm, the more time he will waste from his training cycle. Despite slowing down the time greatly, he won't be prepared for the upcoming war if he's knocked out every few minutes. But it's not like the kid is at fault either. It's seriously just Cordry killing Arthur in a matter of minutes without end. The four-eyed freak explains that he's holding back immensely, and it's an issue because young Asuras can hold their own for a lot longer than Arthur does. Cordry is impressed that the boy is at least coping with his death well. Arthur thinks it's one hell of a compliment in this situation. The training session continues as they both transfer to the dimension again. Here, 1 week has passed since their brutal training. Arthur has been eating brutal attacks left and right. Right when they began, Arthur learned that he'd be fighting Cordry in his soul state. It's only thanks to the wonders of the ether orb that he has reduced the pain of death. But in reality, it only made him shiver to grasp the kind of horrific pain he'd have to deal with in his actual body. Cordry smashes his ribs as Arthur is once more defeated on the ground. It was at this point, he had spent far too many months in the same grassland, training consistently against Cordry, who kept his patience with the boy. When he came here for the first time, Arthur's neck was broken from a single punch before he was even able to react. Cordry didn't shift his training pattern, and despite weeks of training, the boy was barely capable of evading any of his attacks. He finds himself defeated once more, and advised to believe in his body as it will never betray him. Arthur wakes up from his terrified state. The only way he could think about their power levels was in embarrassment. He was an ant facing against a mountain. Back to his training, Arthur's dodging continued seeing progress. He was getting grazed but not totally injured. Even Cordry couldn't help but compliment his endurance and longevity in the training. He wants the boy to forget about the pain as his body will take care of it on its own. Desperation is one other thing that Arthur needs to master. Still, after much dodging, the boy gets kicked in the face and gets knocked down. Cordry is impressed that he saved himself from dying. In response, Arthur launches a nuclear middle finger at him because that's just the kind of situation he's dealing with. Cordry wants the kid to rest for now. He recommends taking a break from combat training. But it's not because of Arthur's shortcomings. Actually, even Cordry is impressed by the level of his adaptation and fast growth. It's because of the boy's stubbornness that he recommends another form of training. Arthur doesn't understand, though, because he was told the ether orb would take care of all injuries and maintain his essence despite death. But Cordry isn't exactly referring to the boy's body. He points to his head, claiming that he'll get damaged here if anything. The boy is experiencing so much death that it doesn't seem like an endpoint. It nears a kind of pain that even the Asuras fear with their lives. A kind of trauma that will build up and get in the way of their training. Taking on so much pain, it will hinder the body, and the body will eventually do its best to save itself, even if Arthur doesn't want it to. Cordry recommends enduring just the right balance of pain, so that it becomes a weapon of war. Arthur's stubbornness strikes again as he calls himself ready. But Cordry is very much insistent on his point, and releases a kind of pressure that is unlike anything he's ever seen before. With all of his strength, he punches straight through Arthur's soul state, killing him in a single blow with such terrifying might. He then rests the boy's body to the ground, claiming that Arthur has endured a kind of life that is different from most others. But because of that, he's picked up on bad habits that will require some unlearning. Cordry wants to create the ultimate fighter out of him, someone who could challenge even the Asuras. He pulls his punch out of the boy's chest. Arthur reflects on this gruesome experience. His body is trembling and he doesn't know why. He wonders if it's because of the wound, the excitement of his training, or from the prospect of war to come. The boy rests on the grass field, blood pouring out of his body, as he thinks to himself that it must be all three of those feelings. More on the experience he just had. Arthur describes Cordry as an actual predator. The fight begins again and Arthur lunges full speed with his sword. The man merely blocked it, and just like that, a month passed outside, and a year inside the training field. Arthur was honing his sword skills, enough for Cordry to commend the sharpness in his movements. But even so, just one hit exhausts him completely. Arthur tries to run towards Cordry in an effort to fight, but his body fails him as he falls to the ground. He's at his limit, and Cordry continues to be impressed with his limits. Arthur accepts defeat and questions how long he lasted using the king's force. Clearly not enough. Cordry wants him to retry, but this time, without the use of weapons. While the boy's usual style is proficient in sword fighting, but being a mage, hand-to-hand combat is equally as necessary and perhaps even more useful in a fight. Cordry wants to prepare Arthur's body from his bones to his muscles to his mind, breaking each of them into greater heights, so that he could become the knight that is capable of protecting his continent. While Arthur's powers are commendable in close combat, it's a style limited in dueling against one opponent. When it comes to the war, Asuras won't be participating on their own, which means their mixed blood descendants will become the greatest threats imaginable. Cordry wants the boy to envision a situation where he's facing an Asura-level opponent in the war. Physical combat with proper mana usage will probably become the boy's greatest weapon in this upcoming fight. Arthur understands the situation at hand. Cordry has already gone over how to survive and dodge at high speeds. This next lesson is all about fighting under extreme pressure and learning from it. Cordry's King Force ability is called Killing Intent in human terms. Arthur's begun to tolerate it immensely in the past few months, but he's still too narrow in his focus and blindsided easily. The boy spins quickly to counter Cordry with his barrage of punches. Even the teacher is impressed that he reacted quickly. Arthur continues with his offensive maneuvers, but Cordry teases him that the strength behind his punches won't matter if he can't endure at least a few days fighting like that. The boy needs to attribute his mana evenly for longer battles. It's a tool for him to utilize at its maximum potential. Cordry grabs the boy's arm and tackles him in the back, advising the boy to use mana to defend himself in this training. Shortly after, Arthur is incinerated with a single attack and killed yet again. He comes out of the pool, but Cordry spots his subordinate, who has finally arrived. He spots a human boy in the pond and swiftly turns back to Cordry. Arthur is full of questions and wants to know the identity of whoever this person is. Cordry introduces Tachi as the boy's new training partner. Turns out both of them weren't expecting this. Even Tatsi is shocked that he was called just to train with a lesser being. But Cordry is quick to remind the kid that Arthur was trained under him. And he's also been given the honor of training with the Ether Orb, a privilege not everyone gets to have. But Tassi thinks it's foolish to waste time on a human when more competent students from the clan are awaiting his mentorship. Cordry explains to Arthur how Tassi has been training in special arts of the Thyestes clan. Perceiving an opponent's weight and momentum, one can match their attack to take an advantage over their strength. With this, one can conserve their own energy while launching a counterattack. Arthur's already seen a glimpse of how this works, but now, Cordry wants to show him a visual demonstration of it by fighting Tatsi. Tassi, on the other hand, is recommended to use his full strength against Arthur as there's no trouble of injuries here. Arthur is strictly instructed not to use any of his mana and simply defend. He can throw if he likes, but Tatsi is out here getting offended that his master is placing restrictions on a lesser being instead of one of his students. Cordry is getting really tired of the kids complaining and enters the training chambers. The fight begins with Arthur dodging a swift kick before dodging more of Tachi's attacks. It turns out that Tachi is the one struggling here, despite being only 7 years old and boasting an immense amount of talent in his training. And yet Arthur's holding his own after all the restrictions on his body were placed. He's slowly managing in his movements and responding accurately against each strike. Everything about him is improving at an alarming rate, as if his body is discarding any unnecessary movements. It's something beyond an explanation. Not even Cordry comprehends the sheer number of people that Arthur must have faced to become so sharp in his perception. The boy blocks Tassi's attack, while Cordry's thoughts on the boy continue. He's brought up a whole number of pupils from the great clan, but training Arthur has been a different experience entirely. It has helped him reach a new kind of feeling for himself, an excitement to see where this boy will end up, and how he will progress as a fighter, emotions that Cordry didn't even feel about himself. The only thing he cares about is Arthur's inevitable growth, and the emotion he describes for it is nothing short of excitement. If only the boy had been born in Asura, he would have quickly risen to the highest members of the gods. Remembering that he can utilize throws in this fight, Arthur slams Tassi's body on the ground. Despite Arthur's immense talent, Cordry pities him to be a pawn of the gods, only to be disposed of when he's no longer needed. What a dark turnaround. Tassi dashes forward with an emotional swing. Arthur capitalizes on his weakness and ducks before approaching the second fighter. He sees her kick too high, which will throw her off balance soon. Arthur takes advantage of her balance and flips her over. Then he advances towards the third fighter, who prepared his punch too early. Arthur calculated the evasion and dodged it before dashing away. This time, all three are pouncing on him, aiming for different parts of his body. Their coordinated strikes mean nothing to Arthur, who is quickly dodging and exchanging them throughout the fight. When confronted from two angles, the boy intentionally evades the attack from behind and leans in to block the one targeted at his ribs. He maintains his distance by hopping away as the four fighters continue to jump on him. Cordry calls for time, which means Arthur succeeded in this trial. His students complain even in a 4-against-1 situation. Cordry is glad and wants Arthur's thoughts, who feels like new. Next, he fights his teacher. 4 months had passed in the outside world, and 4 years inside the training realm. Arthur's brutal training continued with his body barely aging on the outside. Yet, it allowed him to gain years of muscle memory and experience that he would never have acquired otherwise. The boy's 14th birthday recently passed, but just like any other day, he couldn't stop but focus on his training. The teacher had helped refine the boy's mana in combat, but never really taught him anything about new concepts of training. This made the boy unsure, making him wonder if it was due to the limitations of humans against the deities. Another theory came to his mind. Maybe Cordry didn't want the boy to learn the special arts of the clan on a lesser being. Still, Arthur kept entrusting Cordry on his word and absorbed knowledge like a sponge. The day came where Winsome had come for a review. Arthur thanked the 4 students who helped him train, but they looked sour and angry for being unable to beat him, especially Tachi, who was pissed more than ever. The boy then turned to Cordry, thanking the master for training him for all these years. It was a mutual exchange of satisfaction between the student and the master. Arthur wants to have his next portion of training, but for some reason, both Asuras are standing there quietly. Winsome confirms that the next phase of training will soon begin. Unfortunately, they're both a little upset seeing the boy remain the same as always. This confuses Arthur greatly. He talks about how his mana core has jumped up several levels, almost reaching the mature stage of Yahello. However, Winsome expresses that while the ether orb helps train a body, it is still forbidden to be used on children for extremely long periods of time. This could actually cause a real displacement between the body and the soul, especially if a person has yet to mature properly. Lord Indrath was hesitant on using the orb on the boy at first, but the imminent war made it impossible to consider other options. The really shocking part to Winsome is that they've yet to see any changes in the boy's mannerisms or speech patterns ever since the training began. While his mind did develop mentally, Arthur didn't exhibit any kind of physical changes that a normal child should have received. To this, the boy expresses that he's always been considered wise for his age and treated as such for his entire life, so it's kind of a habit for him to present as much. Then there was the fact that he became professor at Zyra Academy, creating a divide between him and the other students. Hearing this, Winsome is relieved that it won't hinder his training a lot. As for Cordry, he's thanked once more for his help, as the rest of the Asuras pale in comparison to this guy's experience and maturity in close combat battles. The master thinks nothing much of the training as he too wants Arthur to become a killing machine to slaughter monsters bigger than him. He grabs the boy's shoulder and reminds him how the mages in the Alakria continent have also received training from the Asuras. This then means that mana arts on that continent are actually way more advanced than on Dicathan. It's a really upsetting situation that they've been snared in such a risky situation, but breaking the treaty would only cause the entire world to become destroyed. That's why it's necessary that he and the rest of his allies do their very best to persevere and fight at their strongest. Arthur agrees with those words and receives a second scroll from Winsome. The boy opens it, only to become startled by what he reads. They take a walk, Arthur sulking to find out that the Forsyths are their new enemies according to Director Goodsky. They've also confirmed their association with a retainer, a personal aide, and a direct subordinate who could very much defeat a lance on their own. Then there are 4 more even more capable than those guys. They concluded this information from the horn fragment that Alea obtained before her brutal death. The director also confirmed that the fragment belongs to a prime blood who is as strong as a retainer. This actually shocks Arthur for a bit, because he learned from Goodsky herself on how she was cursed and couldn't reveal important information. The deity refuses to answer the boy's question, which makes Arthur reflect that the person who was responsible for killing Alea must have been a retainer-class mage and not a scythe. It helps him gauge the scale of the war to come, as both continents will send millions of soldiers from each side. Thankfully his family is safe, but it's only a matter of time before Vritra's army breaks hell loose. Arthur sways such distracting thoughts and focuses on his new goal, which is to eliminate a bunch of new targets. He's already got his eyes set on his enemies, while Winsome brings the boy to his next destination for training. It's a crappy location like last time. The deity reminds the boy of the restrictions for this new training. Arthur can't use anything except for the items inside of his bag, and he's also restricted from using external mana arts. Now Winsome tells the boy what his win conditions for completing the missions are. First, he needs to obtain the pelt of a raptor squirrel, then the beast core of a silver panther, and finally the claws of a titan bear. These items will be living proof of the boy's readiness, and will indicate his level of preparation for the next phase of training. There's one final condition that Winsome adds by showing him a bell. The boy will wear this bell at all times to gather attention, and when he's collected the items, he'll break the bell to summon Winsome. Lastly, the deity wants all the items collected in a specific order. That's a lot of conditions for Arthur, and he's starting to get pissed. Anyway, he gets ready to let loose by jumping right under the cliff. Our boy lands among the bushes where he's doing his best to catch the squirrels. The bell makes it all the more harder for him since it makes a ton of noise, scaring the animals away. Arthur disappointedly hides again, wasting a bunch of days observing the squirrels and learning that the bell wasn't the only hindrance in his way. The boy was able to gather that these squirrels were highly sensitive to mana, so they could know he was coming from a mile away. While these squirrels are at the bottom of the food chain, they have incredible senses to make up for their lack of size and strength. It wasn't easy for Arthur to merely hide his presence, so he had to concoct a second solution to his rescue. The process of knowing how to catch them was a part of his training. Arthur found himself at a loss until he started meditating and withdrew the mana that circulated his body. While this endangered his body to the creatures that could strike him at any time, it was still a necessary risk he had to take. But his mana wasn't the only thing he had to restrict. The boy quickly realized that it was also necessary to clear his mind and intentions when hunting prey animals. So he did that, and eventually the squirrels gathered nearby. Unfortunately, the kid got cocky and scared them away again. It was another loss for Arthur, a task more difficult than he anticipated. More days passed, and he kept testing the limitations of the squirrels to gather more information. The first information he acquired was that a slight leakage of his mana alarmed them greatly. This meant that he had to be extremely precise. Then, the second realization he took on was that internalizing his mana was another solution to the problem. However, too much concentration inevitably signaled the squirrels and notified them of his intent, causing them to scatter. The final thing he discovered, and the most useful of them all, was that his external mana flow didn't become a hindrance. And that's how Arthur decides to set his bait, completely calm and channeling his mana as an augmenter throughout the rest of his body. For his usual technique, he had to balance the output of purified mana from his core through the mana channels, which allowed the input of the atmosphere mana through his veins. Many years had passed since he picked up this technique called mana rotation for the first time, and now he's capable of using the rotation like second nature. Achieving the right balance, the boy was able to exercise mana without anything noticing his presence. He peeked his eyes open, and the squirrels were dancing right in front of him. With a smile across his face, he shouted in excitement, having found the correct solution at last. One night, Arthur reminisced on how his recent exercise had been taking a toll on his body. Even after following the process for days, he could barely maintain the technique with motion. Then that lousy bell made things even worse for him. He wonders what Sylvia's up to and how she's holding up. Even the thoughts of his family and friends pop up. He can't help but think about them. But then his thoughts rush back to his training and how important it is for him to complete it as soon as he can. The following day, Arthur decides to utilize his mana in bursts of energy to capitalize on the squirrels before the bell could be heard. So now, he's training by speeding his way to the tree before the bell even makes a sound. This additionally requires him balancing his internal and external mana so that the squirrels don't catch him. On his first try, he failed. The same went for other tries, as he couldn't possibly move at a consistent speed without the bell making a sound. The process was very frustrating. It reminded Arthur of Cordry's words, who insisted on controlling the flow of mana and power while manipulating one's presence, erasing one's presence using the atmospheric mana, and then utilizing godlike speed of internal mana to reach an opponent. This is the kind of skill set that Winsome is trying to test from Arthur. The evening comes around and Arthur exhausts himself trying over and over again. The deity observes his training from afar, questioning what the kid is doing, wasting his time for 2 weeks. Winsome overestimated his capabilities and thought that Arthur would be more than capable of catching a squirrel. He internalizes how raptor squirrels are simple-minded creatures, so the only requirement is erasing one's presence and staying motionless with bait fixed in his hands. Still, he's glad that Arthur was able to learn the fundamental skill of erasing his presence at least. Winsome is actually stunned to find Arthur execute his high-speed move as he swiftly grabbed the squirrel just milliseconds before the bell went off. Winsome is thrilled to see this kid achieve the first step of Mirage Walk. It is stunning to him how a human boy was able to grasp the fundamentals of a special technique like that. It is something that separates the Thyestes clan from the rest of the Asuras in their physical prowess. If he's able to get this far from just observing Cordry, it makes Winsome wonder for the boy's future progress in the upcoming 5 years. Now for his next target, Arthur locates the silver wolf who is currently hunting down a defenseless little squirrel. The boy erases his presence and executes the same exact technique to land a powerful punch. But he misses the wolf as it swiftly dodges with its immense speed, bouncing away. Arthur uses his speed to match the wolf's trajectory but finds himself lost and at a dead end. He smashes the tree next to him in frustration as his new trial begins. Turns out that Winsome decided to approach the boy right after his first accomplishment of hunting the raptor squirrel. He told the boy what he had done, and how he executed the initial step of the Mirage Walk technique. Then, after 3 weeks of scouting the forest, the boy was able to discover Claude, the silver wolf he deemed his target. He had become skilled in using burst step by now, but still, his skill was lacking when it came to catching the silver wolf. Arthur stared at his reflection in the running water, expressing his tired state. After refreshing himself, he turns to observe a squirrel having a meal. The boy's hungry and dying to eat something. It is there he observes a hawk viciously snatching the squirrel before taking it away as its lunch for the evening. This hunting maneuver taught the boy one thing. He learned how the hawk calculated the precise movements of the squirrel and formed a counter-maneuver accordingly. Now Arthur knew a piece of the puzzle. Another squirrel caught the bird's attention. It swiftly flew over to the second squirrel and grabbed it before Arthur could. The boy failed despite activating his burst step. So for his next phase of training, he made observing birds his new mission. These guys were extremely stealthy with their movements and blasted speeds far more agile than a damn squirrel. They would always be aware of the squirrel's intuitive trajectory, so they manipulated their prey's movements. Arthur was able to witness each scene unfold in immaculate detail, and knew of the bird's motives before it made a move. But that didn't apply to his personal hunt. The silver wolf he was hunting, Claude, was smarter than any squirrel he had seen, so smart that it always avoided a direct flight with the human boy. And despite using his Mirage Walk sequence, Arthur struggled to move the required muscles for a proper attack. While it's quick enough for squirrels, it's not nearly as fast for the silver wolf, who dashed away in mere instants before Arthur could reach it. Another failure in his face. The boy began to wonder if he could somehow eliminate the motion required for the burst step in the first place. That would make it seem as if he's teleporting from one space to another. That's one way to manipulate the wolf's movement. From his previous life, he learned about the body's intricate muscular system and how it worked in pairings to another. The flexion of the biceps happened when the arm curled, while triceps activated when the arm straightened in one motion. Similarly, ABS contract with a forward motion of the body, but the calf muscles were just as crucial. Despite their small size, the propulsion of the forward movement of the body relied on them. The mechanisms of the body were more complex than anything when put in motion, that went for all kinds of physical activities. The knowledge he obtained from his previous life was starting to prove its use. Arthur decided to mask his presence and concentrated on specific manipulation of mana into particular muscles at one time. Basically, in this training, he was aiming for precision and accurate timing. He wanted to achieve a kind of movement that would require the body to move without appearing to move at all. If he can master this kind of skill, then he would surpass even Cordry in one realm. Arthur mustered all his strength to use a mirage to walk in a standing position, but it was proving more difficult than ever. The following day, he found the forest awfully quiet. He had yet to see a single squirrel in sight, until Arthur found that a fight between two silver wolves was on the loose. They were going at it against each other in a brutal fashion. Arthur caught the exact movement when one of them injured another's eye. But then something happened. Claude, who was supposed to win the fight, ran away from the battlefield. It made Arthur wonder if the current moment was his one and only opportunity of winning. He used everything in his burst step movement and excelled with so much speed that he appeared right in front of the other silver wolf. A fight broke out between the two, with Arthur struggling at first, but eventually capturing the creature in a chokehold. Regardless, he too got his body clawed from behind, until the animal did everything in its power to make both of them fall down a cliff. In this situation, Arthur just had to utilize his mana, or else he would suffer a brutal fall. So he made for a safe landing with wind magic, and the silver wolf rested unconscious. It was at this exact moment that the boy felt the presence of something even bigger. This towering monster viciously stared at him from above, a monstrous bear without any rival. It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up. Arthur faces a titan bear and finds himself extremely baffled when he sees that the bear is actually shorter than him. All that build-up only for the bear to end up tiny. The boy wonders if it's a cub he's dealing with. Really surprisingly, the bear is capable of speaking and drags the body of the silver wolf away. The bear is provoked with Arthur's tampering and obliterates him with a single beam. It sends the boy flying as he questions what he's defending against. The titan bear throws energy waves that destroy and slice everything in their path. Arthur's evasion could only help him so much, and he finds his ankle slashed. The titan bear is pleasantly surprised that the human is capable of putting up so much of a fight. Arthur evades more of its slashes and eats its powerful beams until he's reduced to vomiting blood on the ground. This makes him realize the consequence of what would happen if he lost here. This isn't the ether orb where his body will survive, and yet the tiny midget bear he deemed a harmless creature is now approaching to finish him up. As his only defense, Arthur makes a smokescreen and evades again. He has noticed the bear's consistent use of the slashing attack. The titan bear reveals its menacing face and expresses his disappointment with Arthur constantly running away. So he plays into the creature's hands and surrenders to eat a full blow. The bear throws a beam right into his face. Arthur barely dodges the blast and understands that he's dealing with a blunt force attack each time the bear launches a punch. The boy's legs are nearing their limits with the constant blood loss. This means he needs to wrap this fight quickly, or else he'll really become the bear's meal. Arthur uses his immense speed to get behind the bear, but his bell alerts the creature, causing the bear to react with a powerful slash. Arthur's not there, however. He only used the bell as a distraction for an opening. He swiftly pops up from behind, pouring his everything into this double-decker Omega-level Texas smash. Arthur hits this motherfucker with a godly punch and takes out the bear in a single punch. But the fight takes him out too, having lost too much blood and fainting as a consequence. Winsome comes here looking for the boy, confused why Arthur came here. Then he sees the outcome of the bear against his fight with Arthur. The deity quickly heals the boy's broken bones and wounds on his body. The surprising part for Winsome is that not even a full-grown Titan bear could be capable of causing such brutal amounts of damage in a fight. That's when the bear reacts in a strange manner. A demon leech pops right out of its chest like a damn alien movie. Winsome wasn't expecting this rare and intelligent creature to become a variable. It's a creature known for possessing a host and then strengthening the host's core, so much so that it would cause trouble for even an Asura to deal with. As part of Agrona's experimentations, he created the strengthening serum which was then given to the cultist students in the attack. He quickly rips out the demon leech and kills it instantly, wondering if it was a part of the boy's bad luck. From inside the leech's body comes an important marble. Winsome is impressed that Arthur defeated the strengthened cub. He shoves the marble in the boy's mouth, glad that the boy's efforts are finally bearing fruit. Arthur's body glows, and the next thing he knows, he's busy recovering full of bandages. He still can't feel his legs. An elderly woman assures him that his legs are doing well for now. The boy curiously asks if he's still stuck in the land of Ephoitus. The woman introduces herself as Meyer, and confirms that it's the only place in the world where he could have healed his legs. While the typical methods of mana healing would have worked, they wouldn't have successfully fixed his bones. 2 full days have passed, and Arthur's more shocked than ever. Meyer requests the boy to rest another night as it took her many hours to just put his legs back together. He needs more rest, and that's the best thing he can do for himself right now. Arthur thanks her greatly for all her efforts. Meyer is happy doing his service, and while she's selective about those who receive her healing, she really wanted to meet the human boy who would one day save the world. After she leaves, Arthur receives a jolt of pain in his body, deciding that meditation would prove to be effective in this situation. Here's the best part. Our boy is stumped to find that he's reached the silver stage with his core. Suddenly, his body activates his beast transformation as bright colors pop out in the room. Arthur stares in disbelief. He's never been able to see the purple particles before. He tries to exert some effort, but it exhausts him out of the state. Micah is glad to learn that he's inheriting Realm Heart finally. The boy is clueless, so she explains that the physical manifestation he endures after activating Sylvia's powers, this is called the Realm Heart Physique, unique to the Indrath bloodline only. She then asks if the boy was successfully able to see the 5 colors of the physical realm. Arthur confirms and learns that the Realm Heart Physique earned its name after the ancestors of the clan. During this state, one's physical prowess is deemed unmatched. It allows the user to gain unique insight that no one else could ever achieve. It goes back to the old adage that knowledge is true power. Arthur expresses how upon activating the second phase, he was only able to perceive 4 colors, but now he can see purple too. He wonders if this is another secret he's yet to know. Meyer laughs and confirms that the clan is known for being secretive and prideful about its ways. She's no different. But then again, she's had a long life to not care about such things. Meyer offers the boy some insight on a walk. She takes him on a wheelchair and shows him the beautiful sanctuary. The creatures thriving here on raw mana exist throughout the land of the Asuras. She knows the boy can feel it as well. It's actually unnatural for the lesser beings as well as the Asuras to manipulate raw mana. The same goes for the rest of the living creatures, including mana beasts. Images with certain elemental affinities easily absorb the atmospheric mana relating to that element. The firebug sitting on the boy's finger is one example. It's exposed to the mana of the world, but naturally only takes in the particles of mana that are most suited for its body. The same is for the mages. For someone with the Realm Heart Physique, a fire affinity mage would seem to absorb only the red particles. But after the refinement process is complete, the mana would take the appearance of white. The mage's affinity is comparable to the water. During the refinement process of raw mana, the water absorbed is often larger in proportionate size than the other elements. Yet, the mage refines the water to suit his body's needs. The raw mana alters his body to become more fixated on that element. If the same mage were to execute a fireball attack, the water mage would require the manipulation of various variables such as shape and density to launch an attack. But then, the same mage will have little difficulty with separating water. Meyer wonders if Arthur knows the reason behind it. The boy answers that it's because of the mage's influence that is absorbing most of the water element during the refinement process. He hits a bullseye with his answer, and Meyer further expresses that a mage ends up gaining continued insight after being exposed to one particular element. She takes him to a tea table and decides to quiz the boy's knowledge on ether. Arthur expresses that he knows very little, but he knows for a fact that it can manipulate time. Turns out that ether is entirely different from mana itself. While both of them compose the world they reside in, ether operates in a different playing field than mana. Some have theorized that ether is actually the fundamental building blocks of this world, while mana is the fluid that fills it with sustenance and life. This means, in simple terms, ether is the container or the cup, and water is the mana or the fluid that gives it life. One can easily manipulate the water without even using mana, but it's actually a greater task to mold the shape of the cup without breaking reality. Even among the Indrath clan, there's no proper theory on how ether actually works. The only answers they do have is their ability to detect ether after tapping into the realm heart physique. Meyer explains that the physical beings cannot even sense ether. There are fundamental laws in the world stopping them from doing so. And now, for the purple particles that the boy saw in his second phase. They're actually ether particles themselves. It's only after the use of the realm heart physique that he can detect the glass cup or the boundaries that govern the world. As for mana, the more he strengthens his core, the more fluid or mana he can manipulate. But ether is on a whole different level, as achieving control over it could make one unstoppable. Now for the components that make ether as a whole, there are three, the first of which is avum, or the control of time. The second is its authority over space, or spatium. The third is the influence it has on living beings, or vivum. Of these three, they're so intricate and detailed that no mage can ever be capable of learning about more than one at a time. And yet, they discovered a way for certain Asuras to test their true limits. Arthur inquisitively questions how, waiting for an answer. The lady smiles before transforming into the beautiful realm heart physique of her own. The answer lies in the runes of the body when using the special state. The boy is flabbergasted. Meyer continues that each rune symbol is different for every user of the realm heart physique. Her markings represent that she has influence over living beings, hence she has immense healing capabilities, and did the impossible. So now, she urges the boy to activate his state. Arthur does that on his wheelchair, causing his body to glow all over. She was only able to catch one glimpse of his state before, but now she's even more impressed by what she sees. The boy plays around with each element one by one, before he's able to see the ether particles again. He's never been able to notice them before. Meyer believes that it's only natural for a human to not understand the true purpose of the form, which lies in studying the imperceivable matter. Ether is virtually different from mana, and the boy won't see any success if he tries to manipulate it in the same way he does with mana. She tries to paint a picture of a cup filled with water. With this cup, one can drink and spit water out so long as they know the methods, but it would be stupid to do the same thing with the cup itself. Ether is like that. It's quite different and binds the limits of reality. Vivum, or the influence on all living beings, allows nurturing of the impossible. The boy is shocked to see her playing with the ether particles while he's clueless of it. He has so many burning questions. Meyer slowly answers him, explaining how she studied Vivum in intricate detail for centuries, and yet she still is limited in her answers. The boy expresses his desire to learn, which is reason enough for her to talk. She explains the key difference between mana and ether. Absorption can be done with one but not the other. Arthur wonders if it doesn't depend on one's core, as the core merely connects their body to the physical realm, but the core is crucial in this case as well. Meyer explains that he'll soon materialize his path over time, but right now she wants to focus on the basics of his cultivation. After reaching a certain point, cultivation doesn't require refinement of mana, but rather the knowledge of the things that can never be passed down. It's not exactly the work of fate, but there's actually one main reason hindering a person to utilize ether. She quizzes the boy's knowledge on getting the right answer. Arthur explains that he always thought it was due to his beast will. While it's half the answer, it's not the main reason as to why he can't manipulate ether. The boy reaches a sudden enlightenment, realizing that it's because he can manipulate all four basic elements. You see, having insight on all four elements allows them to look ahead of the fluid of mana and reach for the glass cup or the container. She also sees Arthur struggling to maintain his realm heart state for long, and advises him to release its powers. The boy follows her instructions and taps out of the state. But he's curious if Meyer has an answer for the kind of ether he's best suited for. Before answering, she gives him a warning. She wants the boy to acknowledge that it's uncertain if he can manipulate ether in the same manner the Asuras can. The boy has all four elements on him, and even a dragon's will, including the realm heart's physique. Despite all of those talents, he's limited by his human body. This is an answer that frustrates the boy. Meyer makes up for his mood by offering a benefit. While she's unsure as to why he's unable to manipulate time at his current evil, She theorizes that the boy's path is different from controlling Evum or the flow of time. Instead, she believes he was unable to fully grasp full control of ether manipulation despite the dragon's powers. That's precisely why, no differently from Sylvia, the boy controlled the spatial boundaries. Meyer's theory leads to one answer, that instead of controlling time, the boy has the ability to control space. But even after learning this fact, it doesn't change the fact that he's yet to control this ability. Arthur is in a pinch and really wants a solution to his worries. After all, he's been unable to make good of the superior abilities he possesses. It's because of the limitations of the human body that he'll be unable to handle the burden of ether. His frustrations are valued and acknowledged by Meyer, who pities the child for having unbearable potential for greatness, and yet he is only held back by his body. She wasted her time telling him all of these things to make him realize that he's still got an ability with him. And with eventual knowledge, the boy may discover a boundary beyond the knowledge of even the Asuras. Finally, the lady expresses how she's basically broken many of her clan's rules by sharing so much knowledge with him. The knowledge can be used against the race of dragons if it comes down to the wrong hands. That's why she wants him to be cautious about everything. Even if he can't materialize the full extent of the Realm Heart physique, it will still prove to be an incredible advantage to him in the upcoming battle. He can manipulate all 4 elements and exercise many tools in his arsenal using it. However, Meyer wants to seriously warn the boy about the burst step movement technique that he made. She orders the boy to never use the technique ever again because its determinants outweigh the benefits. It seriously makes Arthur slump in a bad mood. He wasted weeks of training and every hour of his day to piece together a powerful technique, and yet it proved fruitless. Meyer wanted to know about the concept of Mirage Walk and how it worked. She was stunned to find out that it was Arthur's personal creation. The boy desperately hoped that some of his explanation would persuade her mind, but even after learning about the technique in intricate detail, she became only more convinced of the dangers involved. The boy rests in his bed. At least he's happy breaking into the Silver Core. Just his combat with Cordry alone could classify him into the double AA class as an adventurer, without even using his mana. As he was right now, he had little improvement in terms of actual mana refinement. The only technique he made after exhausting efforts was taken away from him. The knowledge of Asuras residing in Alakria also troubled him. After all, they boasted mana manipulation far greater than the boy's imagination. Winsome also reported that just a single retainer is capable of wiping out entire teams led by a lance. The boy sulks in desperation, staring at the empty cup, remembering Meyer's words that knowledge is power. But he's convinced that even knowledge won't be enough in his battle against the Alakria continent. More healed up and ready the next day, the boy manages himself some movement. She can already see that he had a difficult night. Arthur still feels bad just moving his legs, but he's at least capable of moving now. Meyer thinks it's a good thing, because she has personally requested Winsome some time to train him. For how long? That depends on the boy's achievements in the duration given. She wants to impart some of her knowledge with the boy to help him guide in the correct direction. After all, he's a human who has much to learn about mana. Meyer wants to start off with spells, so she tells Arthur to bring up every single magical spell he knows of and attack her. The boy is about to prepare one, when she's already able to guess that he's preparing a water sphere and a gust of wind in each hand. Arthur is stunned to see her assume so perfectly. She reminds him to maintain his focus and concentrate on attacking her. Arthur, now frustrated that he was read like a book, gets into position. But with a single movement, she's able to sense that he intends to manipulate the ground underneath her. Arthur keeps getting shocked by her divine guesses. But Meyer explains that it's just knowledge that she has with her ability, and it's going to help guide in the right direction. And that's how many weeks passed as he advanced in his training with the Elder. Arthur's a little bummed that she keeps beating him so badly that he requires constant healing from her after battle. He's also seriously wondering why she didn't just cut off his legs and regenerate new ones in place with her special powers. To that, Meyer explains that the manipulation of ether requires sacrifices to be made. While it's possible to heal major injuries, she'd be extracting the ether from some other life form to help Arthur. The boy is fed up and wants her to stop beating him up non-stop. Meyer laughs at his youthful little remark and recommends that he start avoiding her strikes. She wants him to remember that it is the imagination that mainly affects the focus of the spell. The boy's going to encounter many enemies that will either use incantations in an effort to trick him. But Arthur's annoyed that she's drilling this exact concept so many times in his head for weeks. Meyer argues that it's only because he's getting overconfident in his replies and countering the spell before it's even manifesting. It took her many decades to perfect it, which is already pretty fast for people like her. Arthur gets up, once again ready to give it a shot. He enters the Realm Heart state and sees her manipulation of ether particles with wind. The boy understands what's coming and protects himself against the wind bullet strike. An excellent response to her attack. Then he evades an earth spike from underneath his foot. Then a blast flares from nearby, which he deflects. He's getting hit with one other earth spike from behind, but Winsome makes a surprise appearance and catches the piece for him. He's come to collect the boy and apologizes for his intrusion. Arthur's seriously shocked to see even Winsome pay his respects to Meyer. It makes him wonder the kind of influence she holds in the clan. Winsome apologizes for his appearance, but it seems that Indrath is requesting Arthur for a new instructor's training session. Meyer understands the situation at hand, and she's happy to announce the boy's progress in the Realm Heart state. She really wants to govern the progress of his training ahead, and tells Winsome that she'll be around to see how he develops. Reminding the boy to focus on the knowledge she gave him, she hopes that he uses Realm Heart physique more often. Arthur promises to master what she taught him by their next encounter, and that's how they bid farewell. After taking a walk among the trees, Winsome consistently glares at Arthur. Even the Asura is shocked to notice how Meyer went the extra mile with training the boy. Now curious, Arthur questions Meyer's status. Unfortunately, not even Winsome can say anything that she hasn't told him already. The boy talks about how he thought highly of Winsome at first, but he's starting to see otherwise. It's a kind of tease that not even Wisdom tolerates, as he warns Arthur that despite his lower-ranked status among the Asuras, he's still stronger than any lesser being out there. As for the boy's next instructor, they head right into the portal to see what he's up to. Coming out of the portal, Arthur's intrigued to find nothing but rocks around. From his training with both Meyer and Winsome, the boy learned many skills for war. Now he's going to use those skills in one style that will further utilize his elemental magic as well as his melee combat. One voice roars from the cliff above, noting the human that is to become his student. The voice talks in an arrogant tone, almost as if he's disappointed to find Arthur as the savior of the Dicathan continent. This instructor goes the extra mile in being flashy as he descends down a cliff, causing an explosion. Then a giant arm grabs Arthur's tiny little body before he stares at the towering golem before him. The creature sets the boy down before dematerializing into a humanoid state. Aizawa's cousin from My Hero Academia over here wanted to scare his student, but he failed miserably. This is Ren, his newest instructor. Arthur introduces his name, but Ren wastes no time with the bullshit. He's already judging the boy for being late and wonders if he should slice Arthur's fingers as punishment. The kid's really scared now, and thinks it's outrageous to punish him so strongly for something like that. Winsome explains to Ren that there aren't any severe consequences in human society for being late. This disappoints Ren greatly, because he would have imagined the race to be at least consistent with time with anything. He considers Arthur's race underdeveloped and, for the lack of a better word, fucking retarded. Bro is so cool he smacks his cape in Arthur's face and explains the purpose of their meeting on a damn mountain. And then, without stuttering even once, this dude orders Arthur to get buck-ass naked. Before long, the kid takes off his top and bottoms, revealing a muscular and athletic body. He even teases Ren and asks if he should go the extra mile in revealing his T-Rex and family jewels. Ren notes how the future savior of mankind is seriously sassy in his remarks. He also glances at Sylvia's feather around the boy's arm, before snatching it in a flash. Ren thinks that it's offensive that Arthur's using it as an arm warmer. The feathers of dragon wings are made of unique properties of both mana and ether. Interestingly, dragons never shed their wing feathers from the moment of their existence. So for one dragon to actually offer someone their feather indicates a devoted and loving consideration. Arthur softens inside, knowing how precious Sylvia thought of him. Ren breaks his happy time by pulling his arm and observing every muscle of his body. Bro is seriously the Diddy inspector or something, because what the fuck is the purpose of that? Ren concludes his findings and orders Arthur to cast a spell using his right hand. First, he'll conjure a stone pillar with an accurate height and specific radius. Both things fly over his head, but Arthur follows the command and executes it anyway. He then showcases a bunch of different elemental spells, of every single element under his command, including ice and lightning. The basic measurements and calculations aside, now Ren wants the kid to exercise his mana arts in actual combat. So this guy uses one of his fucking golems and orders Arthur to quickly launch a spell at it. The boy casts an electrical spell, but this bitch is not stopping at all. It swipes Arthur from under his feet, his attack failing to hit the golem. Arthur realizes that he's dealing with a damn trickster, and at this point, he just can't with the ambiguous training. The boy expresses that he's most confident with fire and water, but he can only do so many water spells here. Ren knows that, and learns that the boy is 15 years of age. He thinks it's time for long-range manipulation analysis. Arthur is pissed and gives Winsome a good side-eye before following the training. A bunch of different golems. No, correction. A fucking army of golems descend down the mountain range, which shocks Arthur on Ren's ability to conjure so many of these uglies in one time. Ren wants Arthur to have fun dealing with them all. The boy immediate enters his Realm Heart physique and lunges forth to fuck them all up. It's the definition of a one-man army fighting against the planet of the apes or something. Arthur's out here punching the shit out of them, until nothing remains of the golems apart from their broken bodies. Cocky as always, he returns to Ren, asking for the next challenge. The arrogant instructor is glad that the kid is having fun in his own way. Next up, he wants the boy to use some of his physical capabilities. Winsome did say that he's good with handling a sword, but he's also learned Cordry's melee training too. Arthur's fine with all that, but the part he's really pissed about is him staying shirtless. Ren gives his 12-page essay on how his naked self is necessary for accurate analysis. He also reminds the kid that he's not gay, so there's nothing to worry about. That's hilarious if you ask me. Ren requests to see the boy's primary combat of choice, flicking him in the nose like a grumpy uncle. Arthur casts his unique blade, and the second Ren sees it, he's in shambles. Dude breaks out into fucking laughter a second later, egging the kid on. Arthur thinks he's just making fun of him, so he asks for the sword back. But Ren turns to Winsome and wonders if he knew all along. For the exciting reveal, you guys remember how only Arthur was capable of unsheathing the blade? Yeah, Ren shocks him as he effortlessly unsheathes the weapon. Arthur questions if it's because of his state as an Asura, but that isn't the right answer either. For the right answer, Ren shockingly reveals that he's the very creator of this fancy weapon of his. Yes, the very blade that Arthur unsheathed for the very first time. It had the author's name imprinted on it. Arthur is having too much trouble comprehending the situation at hand. He's dying to know how the weapon found its way in Dickathon. It turns out that this blade was one of Ren's experimental weapons, that he personally classified as a failure. He had no use for it and tossed it away in the Beastglades, thinking that no lesser being would be able to see it more than a cane. He can't fathom how the weapon ended up in the boy's hands of all things. The freak starts hyper-analyzing the odds for real. This nerd, Arthur questions why the sword is deemed a failure, as this weapon is the best thing he's ever seen in his life. Ren is offended at the thought of Arthur comparing his special blade to primitive weapons of the human race. His purpose with this sword was to make it usable for any wielder, but he can't see it as a good idea anymore. It's nothing more than a sharp tool, really. It still makes everything all the more interesting. Winsome is curious if Ren will now fulfill the request for the child. Arthur is confused, but that's nothing new, and even I'm tired of repeating that. Winsome tells the kid that he was brought to his latest instructor for two main reasons. The first goal is to analyze his practical combat, and the second goal is for Ren to produce a weapon, a sword even more capable than the one he has. Arthur becomes excited that he'll get a new sword. Ren corrects him that he creates swords instead of just forging them. He agreed to the training procedure for a favor he owed to Indrath, but that favor didn't have any conditions of creating a new weapon for an inferior being like him. For now, he'll be taking Arthur's sword for a while. Ren has no intentions of stealing it from him, as the weapon decided to choose Arthur regardless of its creator. Channeling his powers, Ren erects a sword from the ground beneath, handing the boy his new weapon for the purpose of training. Its main usage is to measure the movements of the user and analyze each impact from their swings. Arthur is surprised by how he summoned the sword. Meanwhile, Ren thinks the kid has seen nothing of his powers so far. He also orders the boy to hand over the feather for the time being. Arthur is defensive over the feather, which pisses off Ren as he's got to explain everything around the kid. Arthur surrenders the feather and gets told to rest and rejuvenate. Poor boy learns that he's going to be sleeping out in the cold and emptiness of the mountain. Ren and Winsome are chilling as they've got worries of their own to deal with. They think it's a suitable treatment for Arthur as he's going to get used to the harsh environments of war anyway. Both Asuras bid their best wishes for the boy, filled with sarcasm. They vanish in a blip, leaving the kid to fend for himself. That night, Arthur slept in a shitty tent that he made for himself. His clothes became his pillow until he startled himself into awaking and hitting his head. The boy gets rid of the earth tent before suddenly getting attacked by one of the golems. He wasn't ready to get jumped like that. Arthur deflects each attack and hears Ren's annoying fucking voice as he lectures him about the unsafe environments of war. That's why he's training Arthur to get used to fighting in the rawest conditions possible and at the most unexpected time. He also demands the kid to get rid of his clothes. Arthur removes his clothes promptly and goes right into Realmheart physique. His goal is to target the golem generals with crowns over their head. The boy doesn't waste any time as he's slashing away the monsters with no mercy. He casts an electrical wave on one of the golems, annihilating them completely. Surprisingly, Arthur sees a bunch of white golems that are fighting for him. This is to represent his allies in the actual war. Thanks to this, he'll always have the decision to either take the offensive route and annihilate through his enemies, or prioritize keeping his team alive. The boy wraps up the difficult quest, slaying each golem in his suboptimal state. He collapses from exhaustion, as Ren notes that he suffered 271 casualties, nearly half of his enemies. It wasn't exactly the safest victory achievable, especially with the weaker golems around. His only mistake was letting his allies die. Arthur talks shit but freezes before the sight of delicious food and water. He munches on it while the instructor gathers his report. The boy has trouble seeing the rock golems as his own allies, which is why he isn't incentivized in saving them as much. Ren finds that helpful and prefers the kid to return to sleep, as his battles will only get tougher from here on. So tired and exhausted, the boy shuts his eyes, and for what feels like a second, he awakens the next morning at the sight of a murderous demon strangling Tessia. Bro, this crazy instructor went from 0 to 100 after that tip. The elf calls for help. Arthur instantly goes into a static void and risks everything in his body to save her life. He prepares a wide swing and slashes the bastard's arm, freeing the beautiful elf before launching a second attack. The demon dodges it and gains distance before unleashing a barrage of its own strikes. Arthur swings right into Realmheart Physique mode, and counters every single attack with his elemental output. One spear targets Tessia, so the boy risks activating Static Voice a second time, injuring his own hands just to protect Tessia from the dangerous attack. That one deflection proves useless as the demon stands before Arthur, tall and terrifying. The kid is done playing around and roars at Ren for messing with his head. Soon after, the illusion fades from both puppets. The instructor is surprised to see the boy react so quickly. He was planning to play out the fight to see more of Arthur's reactions. But the boy's hardly surprised after knowing the kind of instructor this bastard is. Ren explains that he adopted this harsh method for the boy's benefit, as in his current state, he used too much of his powers to prioritize saving one elf. It could cost him his actual life on the battlefield. Arthur understands that while it wasn't the best option on the table, he only did it because he prioritizes certain people's lives over his own. Ren criticizes his reckless decision-making even if the boy did it for a partner. The word mate makes the kid embarrassed as he explains that Tessia isn't anything like that. It surprises Ren, who was thinking that she and the boy had already done the deed by now. Arthur becomes a beaming ball of embarrassment, denying anything like that. He switches the topic and realizes that Ren has immense control over the earth and can form anything from it. The chair is one example. The only limitation that comes to his mind is that he can't mimic properties of water using the earth. Also, he's really curious about wanting to know how Arthur was able to detect the demon being a fake. The boy explains that he could see fluctuation of yellow particles around both puppets, and the rest he pieced together by deduction. Arthur wants to know if lesser beings will ever be able to reach this level of mana manipulation that only Asuras are capable of. Ren argues that it's extremely unlikely for that to happen, but the boy shouldn't be worried as the kid himself is the definition of impossibilities. He's got the ability to perceive 4 main elements and some deviations. Then he's got the power to perceive ether, which only Sylvia managed to grant him. Every single thing about the boy is peculiar, unique, or different. Not even the best of deities have that kind of broken luck or talent. Arthur finds himself very happy to hear those words, and asks for the next mission. Ren takes the boy's hand and explains what an achlorate mineral is. While it's a rare mineral, it's also kind of useless on its own. But with the correct synthesis, it can create something extraordinary. He calls back to his words regarding how he can create swords instead of forging them. It's actually using this tiny gem. It's kind of like growing a tree but not at the same time. Under normal circumstances, Ren would have preferred watching Arthur train for many years and then come back with proper feedback. But right now, he's gonna have to take a gamble considering their specific circumstances. Just as Arthur's about to question his ridiculous words, this dude presses the sharp mineral in the palm of his hand, making it bleed. Ren explains that he's synthesized the mineral with Sylvia's feather, making it a part of Arthur now. Each thought, action, and change in his body will matter when it comes to the manifestation of his new weapon. At its current level, even Ren has no idea of what will become of it. The boy grips his head, questioning why they must take the uncertain route. He's also surprised that Ren is actually following through with the weapon creation process. The instructor reasons that it's clear he's gonna need a better stick to fight against literal incarnations of gods. Also, they're low on time. Arthur reaches a horrific realization when he learns that the war will be coming within 2 years. Winsome has just learned stuff from Aldir on what's going on with Dickathon. Unfortunately, the achlorate mineral is unpredictable and takes sometimes 5 years before manifesting into a weapon. Still, the boy needs to strengthen himself for the war to come. Ren seems more troubled than usual, and Arthur can sense that. It's because, and here's the plot twist, the war has already begun. Arthur's body quivers at the thought of what he's just heard. To his knowledge, 2 more years were left. But as it turns out, it's here already. Arthur immediately senses the need to return to his continent. After all, he's required to fight for Dickathon. But suddenly both his legs are restrained by a golem's hands. Ren explains that the only conclusion his fight will lead is death. Arthur argues that he's done a lot of training to face the monsters. It's the sole reason he came here in the first place. But Ren knows, and even the boy knows that his training is incomplete. He's no challenge for even a retainer. Ren requests 1 year from the boy. In this 1 year, he'll train him to become strong enough for the continent to stand a fighting chance. Gritting his teeth, Arthur accepts the condition, hoping for this 1 year to pass. It's been a long time since we visited Dickathon. Tessia is sitting on the council and she wants to fight for the war to come. but Virion rejects her strongly, and Aldir is in support of that. Putting Tessia on the front lines is way too risky and unnecessary for now. The princess argues that her inaction could result in multiple lives taken. Despite her evolved strength, she's not powerful enough. The fact frustrates her, and Tessia angrily leaves. Virion is having a headache and wonders if this is their best shot. Aldir has to remind the old man that Tessia is critical to Arthur's performance. If they send her out on the battlefield, the boy's performance will hinder even after his training. In the hall, Tessia walks right up to the gate guards, requesting them to open the doors. However, they strongly oppose her, as only Aldir could authorize such a command. Tessia gets insistent with her word, so Lance Viray decides to back the girl with her authority. The guards imbue their powers as Viray and Tessia are asked of their destination. The princess offers Ediston City as her coordinates. The teleportation gate is ready, but they're both reminded to authorize properly outside. Tessia asks if Viray's presence is really necessary, but it turns out that she's fine with it after wrapping Kathleen's training. Now, Ediston was once the capital of the humans in the country of Sapin. In school, they learned that it was built out of reach of both Dwarven and Elven countries as well as the Beastglades territory. However, with all the fighting right now, it's the safest and most secure city from war. The best location for defense. The war was announced 1 year ago, and King Glader had the city reworked from the ground up. It was rebuilt to last a war against the other continent. We get a glimpse of the cadets getting ready for war. Viray instructs the girl to keep her sword prepared. But Tessia doesn't understand why, as she's protected by a lance and in the safest city too. Viray, being an expert in combat, understands that war is unpredictable, so they must be ready at all times. They pass by a shop where Tessia stops to ask Viray how the Glader siblings are holding up with their training. It turns out that Curtis is extremely diligent, but his progress is fainting. He's average to the likes of Kathleen, who is progressing sharply as she's the more gifted of the two. Even the lance admits to her talent. Tessia corrects Viray, alluding to Arthur's enormous talent. But the lance argues that he's not even in the league of the children, as he's in a different category of his own. She's wondering how monstrous he'll become after his training with the Asuras. Tessia wonders if their enemies will ever be able to step foot on this side. After all, Alakria is on the west of Dikathen, which should mean that Ediston is actually pretty close to their enemies. While that is true, it's also noted how their enemies don't exactly have a method of transport over the sea. That's why Viray suspects them to take a more subtle and devious method, such as the teleportation gates that are hidden across the territories. The Vritra clan could seriously bring a huge army for them to deal with. Even Tessia is frustrated that they're very limited on their knowledge of their enemies. We finally learn that Aldir was able to break the curse that bounded her from talking about her homeland, and still she fell into a comatose state. Tessia's relationship with her grandpa has also grown tense, but it's understandable with the pressure he's having to deal with. Both the Dwarven king and queen are dead. The council did its best to gain their allegiance and recommended each city to prepare for war. While she's busy in thought, Tessia bumps into Emily, whom she assumes is an enemy, and immediately points a sword at. Nerd Girl is happy to see a classmate and hugs Tessia, also greeting Viray. Tessia collects her papers and apologizes for attacking so suddenly. Emily realizes that she's actually in a hurry and gets back to her stuff. She's supposed to send these papers to Gideon, who is in search of Alance's help. Viray and Tessia figured that it's a nice way to join them. Tessia spots Emily's worn-down reaction and asks what Emily has been up to these days. The poor girl refuses to call her professor a professor because of how insane this guy actually is. She's already lost her mind many times taking care of his mess. Emily teases the elf with her princess name and learns that it's been suffocating for her hiding inside the castle. Emily teases her for being a rich, spoiled brat. It turns out that both of them are hating their damn lives with their own struggles. Emily wants her to take it easy on Virion, because she remembers what happened after the Zyra City massacre. They're worrying about Tessia for a good reason. The past year has been unforgiving for all of them, and the only way to assure progress is training. Tessia has been having it rough, but with the latest attacks of the enemy, she wants to go out and help in the battlefield. Emily inquires about Arthur, and learns that Aldir has been parroting the same 2 lines about him for the past 2 years. He keeps telling them that the boy is training and nothing more. Finally, on the subject of Elijah, Tessia fidgets because she's genuinely got no clue on how he's holding up right now. They don't understand why he was taken away to begin with. She remembers his attempt to save her, and that's all. The touchy subject comes to a close with the group arriving at their destination. Emily fidgets with the door and cranks it open. Inside, there's foul stench of minerals and materials being refined. The workers are having a field day yelling at each other, right until Emily hears her beloved master's voice. Their assistant had been anticipating Emily, as Gideon is one of his sour moods again and he's pissed. Before they're able to shit-talk about him, the inventor comes on his own and grabs the notebook. He's all quiet before closing the notebook and cursing the situation. He'd previously submitted a formal request to the council for a lance, and he's happy to get the best of them for help. Vare questions where they're headed. And boy oh boy, it's the dangerous border of the Beast Glades. The group departs while they're left wondering why the inventor is acting in so much haste. Arriving at their destination, Gideon recommends they stay sharp. From above, they spot the Decathius ship. Remember when Arthur came up with a plan to travel across the sea using a steam engine-powered machine? Well, that led to the invention of the ship in its fullest. It now rests in the ocean, or so they thought. Tessia is shocked that this isn't just Decathius, but an even worse abomination. The shitty inventor is difficult and refuses to be direct. They see the condition of the ship and spot a bunch of bite marks. There's nothing human on the ship. It's completely empty. It worries Tessia because she's curious what this ship is, if not for their own. After all, besides the great inventor himself, who else could craft a ship so giant or leave it out in the sea? She spots the Vare who claims that everything inside has been destroyed, which also means that someone intentionally wiped it clean. Which means the person who used the ship probably didn't want anyone to find out about its existence. Emily wonders if one of Gideon's competitors managed to get a hand on his blueprint for the ship and built it in secret. But even that's impossible, as this ship was fully submerged in the ocean just a while ago. The only reason Gideon came to know of it is at the hands of random adventurers. As for the crew members, Gideon explains that there aren't any remains of anything. The crew who boarded the ship definitely came with a plan and emptied its contents completely. All roads lead to one possibility, a possibility that Varai wants to confirm. After reading the report, Gideon was hoping to God that his guess was wrong, but it wasn't. He was hoping for the lost crew of the original ship to return in one piece, but after examining it properly, he knows for a fact that this ship isn't the original. That means this very fact will change the entire dynamic of the war. It means that Alakria has now found itself the capability to create ships carrying entire battalions across the ocean. Virion sits at his table, tired to accept the fact that the war is upon them much sooner than they anticipated. The human king and queen are both frustrated to find out the inventor's discovery. He's just confirmed about the ship belonging to the Alacrians, and has no doubt in his mind that it wasn't produced in the Decathan continent. To give his credibility, he talks about how the Decathius ship was their one and only prideful piece of invention. That's why he placed markers all over the ship. However, those markings were not found on the ship they just stumbled across. Even the frame was constructed differently, and the materials used were different. Blaine gets up in frustration, but it's not like much can be done right now. The human king can't maintain his calm after hearing how their enemies have a fleet of battleships prepared. Now the war will be even more damning, as they can easily send thousands of soldiers across the ocean to wage an attack. It's terrible for them already that some of the Alacrian spies have shown up in the Beast Glades territory too. Aldir sits among them as the general and asks Lance Foray for her thoughts on the matter. Lance explains her agreement with the genius inventor and concludes the same result. Aldir amuses the possibility of the Alacrians attempting to divide the Decathan forces by making them believe the ocean is where they will launch an attack. Then again, this theory doesn't carry much weight because of the strong ocean currents which could have destroyed the ship. The only question to consider is for them to gauge the risk. Aldir talks about Goodsky's understanding of the situation. She thought the Alacrians wanted to gather their forces in the Beast Glades territory and handle things from there, but he also knows that Agrona is smart and probably planned multiple moves ahead. That's why they're going to have to deal with a double-sided attack on both parts. The problem is, the dwarves don't even have any leaders to go around and their forces are limited. Blaine requests to join both the Elven king and queen upon their next visit to the land of dwarves to resolve the situation. Virion agrees with this idea, as they're going to need as much help necessary to deal with the threat ahead. He's seriously worried about the discovery of the Alacrian ship as well as Tessia's well-being. Hearing a knock, he grants Tessia permission to enter. Apparently she was summoned by her grandfather for a talk. He wanted to show her something important. Virion showcases one hint of the brutal fight that took place just a couple of days ago. 400 men were sent into the dungeon, and only a few of them came back from the fight. Virion instructed the forces to go down, and it's because of him they all got slaughtered. The Elder Elf understands that he's made some important choices in the war that are unforgivable. But that's exactly the kind of thing that requires him to keep his beloved granddaughter safe, despite her value on the front lines. Virion wants Tessia to understand that while she's a talented mage, she'd be a powerful asset on the battlefield. And yet at the same time, her shortcoming is that she is just one person. One small mistake is all that's going to decide her fate. That's why he thought to prevent her from the war. But now he's changed his mind. Virion tests her resolve and questions if she's prepared to face the fight after seeing the brutal battlefield. To this, the brave elf nods with confidence. Virion challenges her to a fight to see if her words carry any weight. The rules of the fight are understood by both forces. Virion jumps right into his transformed state and attacks her head first. She dodges and uses her vines to entrap him and get him from his blind spot. He dodges a few of the vines, maneuvering the best he can. But all that dodging made him forget about Tessia's attack from behind. He's able to block it in time, before grabbing her arm and shoving her into the ground. Thankfully, Tessia's vines protect her, getting her the momentum needed to push right back at him. Virion is impressed to find that her control over her beast will improve. They both fight each other in equal attacks. Tessia kicks the battle into overdrive as her vines start to devour her. Remembering what happened last time, Virion gets worried for his granddaughter. But this time, the results are different. She's entered a special state of her own, kind of like Arthur when he activates his phase transformations. Engravings appear over her face and she's armed with dual blades. Now, stronger than ever, Tessia overwhelms Virion with her speedy attacks. But even then, the skilled elder is keeping up just fine. They trade blow for blow, matching each other with scratches against their bodies. The fight reaches its climax as Tessia can't maintain her form for long. She's knocked the heck out by a kick in the face. The old geezer beat her fair and square. Tessia rises in shame, failing to land even a single hit on him. But seeing her like this, Virion wants her to remember that he'll be her commander on the battlefield. This basically confirms that she's passed the test in his expectations. She's happier than ever and thanks him. But the old geezer's got his own conditions for that. First, he wants her to get consent from both parents. Then, he wants her to do her best not to become a liability to her team. Finally, she will be removed from the team if she can't take proper care of herself. Tessia blindly accepts everything in excitement. Virion taps her head and warns her to stay away from her second phase because she's yet to master her form fully. Aldir's already told her that the Elderwood Guardian she's assimilated with is different from others, but it's yet to be mentioned why. Still, Tessia intends to avoid using her second phase until she really needs it. Virion calls her and reminds her that he's stopped being her grandfather. He's going to treat her like a soldier, and because of that, she must understand here and now that she'll have to follow every order, no matter how difficult it seems. It's his final warning to the girl to back out from the war. But Tessia rushes in to hug him instead, confirming to her commander that she'll be a reliable asset who supports the continent. With their salutations wrapped up, Virion is still afraid for her safety, but he doesn't tell her that. In the next scene, the old elf makes his way to the lower levels of the castle. Here he meets Anna, who is treating the director in her comatose state. Anna gives a general review of her condition. While Good Sky is doing well in her unconscious state, they still don't know if there's a way to bring her back. So Virion decides to do his thing, the same as always. He greets her and talks about the recent update of the Alacrian army, how they've discovered a battleship. He's confident that Good Sky wasn't aware of the ship either. But apart from that, he's come here to tell her about something special. He just gave Tessia permission to enter the war, a decision that is very much unlike him. Virion laughs at the kind of reckless things he said, but this poor old man is really afraid. He understands the stubbornness of his granddaughter. That's why he wanted to take part in the war under strict supervision. But poor old Virion collapses in his emotions. He stepped down as the Elven king, and now he's been placed with an even bigger responsibility than before. On the daily, he trains with a proper Asura to become stronger and remain in shape. After all, this war is going to require his very best for Dickathan to survive. But at the same time, Virion doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to be tangled in this mess. All he cares about is to enjoy his final days and see Tessia grow up and become strong. He couldn't have imagined a day where he would be sending his own granddaughter to war. The Royal Council members are doing their best to play their part. But even after that, they're all dependent on Virion for orders, as Aldir deemed him the most fit to lead the three races. Virion shivers under the incredible pressure, the weight of becoming a leader, having lost and outlived his precious wife. He deeply grieved, and now he fears that a day will come where he will have to outlive his children and even Tessia. That's the future he wants to prevent. Embracing her gentle hand, he apologizes to Good Sky for not knowing sooner. He could always tell that something was wrong. The curse placed on her wasn't fully removed by Aldir. She risked her life to leak the information regarding the Alacrian continent and the Vritra clan. He failed to stop her and became responsible for reducing her to such a state. Virion crumbles because he deeply, deeply regrets having done that to her. He's reminded of all the good times they shared together as friends. While many despise her for being a spy, he never thought of her that way. He thinks she's the strongest person in her heart. The war will begin soon, and he knows that this may be his very last visit. But Virion wants to promise her that after the war, he'll exhaust every living breath to make sure she wakes up. With the emotional roller coaster coming to an end, let's see Tessia's performance on the battlefield. Her team is doing its best, and they want her to remain in one piece so that her grandfather doesn't berate them. But this girl is a powerhouse and carries her own weight with little to no trouble. Tessia's really curious if they've located the boss monster yet, because there's just no end to these guerrillas. The sharpshooter Stannard is doing his best, while one of the team members recommends they fall back for a retreat. Tessia knows that she's right and orders her team to fall back for the meantime. But make no mistake, they're not in the mood to leave these bastards roaming. Tessia instructs Stannard to go all out while she pins the creatures down. Using her vines, she catches all of them in one spot. An ability called Ivy Prison. Next up, Stannard loads his propulsion blast and fires an incredible laser that annihilates the entire field. The monsters are all cooked and Tessia's team has just become the victors. Stannard is coming up with new spell combinations, but the recoil is painful for his body. Caria teases him for not training enough, but it's all in tough love. They laugh with each other as Tessia orders them to focus on the next initiative. Unfortunately, these guys are hungry as hell, and they've set their sights on Tessia's lunchbox. Darvis gets slapped by Caria for harassing their leader, but this guy's way too chill and calls her a shorty. The teasing is strong with this one as he even calls out Stannard for his short height. While they're flaming each other for height, Tessia wants to remind them that none of them are exactly looking like a supermodel in a dungeon like this. At the same time, she'd kill for a shower. The team advances ahead. A gate opens as they return to the safety camps. Tessia tells everyone to freshen up. She does the same and comes back to group up with her buddies. Tessia is really glad to see them progress in their relationship and getting comfortable with each other after 3 months. Suddenly, she's called by Helen. Both hug each other in good memories as Tessia introduces the rest of her buddies, including Jasmine's team. Darvis, being a fucking playboy, goes right up to the beautiful blonde and shoots his damn shot, enamored by her 2 very big personalities. Tessia's out here watching his spoiled character come to life, despite his talent as a mage. Then there's Caria, who belongs to the Reedy family, known for their gauntlet techniques and amazing mana control. Darvis and Caria both had their fair share of tragic pasts with their messed up families, but this allowed both of them to relate to each other well. At the same time, Darvis over here is a Chad who only likes flirting with women and secondarily protecting Caria. Caria is notably optimistic despite her terrible past. According to the elf princess, Caria is the glue that keeps the team blended together. Seeing them mingle around reminds Jasmine of both Arthur and Tessia, which of course makes her flustered the most of all, and the others roar in laughter. Spannard's special-looking crossbow is an object of interest. Turns out the kid got it made for the use of his deviant powers. Stannard can actually store spells into beast cores, which is insanely cool and expensive all at the same time. Stannard's assessment was unique among all. He was introduced by the inventor Gideon, known as a dark yellow stage conjurer with dual affinities. The kid had a deficiency in his own mana core which set him back. Yet he loved his uniqueness and worth with his deviant powers. Tessia admires that her team is among the youngest soldiers all around, and they're fighting for the country's safety at such a young age. Their entire division had been doing okay for the most part, but it really made her wonder what Helen's team was up to all this time. Turns out that she's disappointed to mention how they just returned from the borders. It was a tough battle there, so they were sent here for the purpose of scouting, and that's exactly why she wants to warn them of the danger that is to come. Stannard curiously asks what they witnessed at the wall, but it was so tragic and discouraging that the entire group fell silent. Tessia is horrified to ask if they went ahead in a fight against the Alacrian mages. It turns out that they did, as they've been fighting for a few months there, and the wall is the base of their operations. The mages aren't exactly the main issue there, it's the monsters keeping them trouble. The higher-ups wanted this team to be dispatched to take care of a mutated S-class mana beast. It turns out that this mana beast is under the Alacrian army's control, and for some reason they're able to manipulate thousands of mana beasts under their command. It's required to quickly defeat this monster and kill it before the Alacrian army can tear through the wall. The mutants who were controlled and corrupted by the Alacrians were actually rulers of their own dungeons, which is how by using these corrupted beasts, several hundreds can be used underneath their command. With the existence of these mutant creatures, other mana beasts would continuously become hard to deal with. Dozens of squads were dispatched deep inside the dungeons in order to locate the mutants and kill them. This started happening even before the Alacrian army started their attack. The dungeon she and her team were dispatched just so happened to encounter the S-class mutant beast. It was necessary for them to win that fight. Tessia grows interested and wants to know more about the fights happening at the wall. To that, Adam is annoyed to remind her that what they witnessed wasn't just a simple tale. It was war, and it was gruesome for both sides. Tessia glares at Adam in anger, confirming that she understands the consequences of war. The only reason she's interested is because she wants to be prepared for the fights ahead with her own team. Adam's confrontation is broken apart with the hot blonde, who recommends they all set up camp for now. Helen advises Tessia not to take the guy's words to heart because they've been having a rough day out there. While Tessia's team is getting good at fighting the mana beasts, the Alacrian soldiers are much more menacing than any beverage beast. The creatures here fight for their own survival, but those monsters out there are tasked to kill and kill alone. Stannard inquires what that means. Jasmine expresses that information is possibly the most important thing in any war. Either side is trying their best to scavenge information out of one another, and that also means suffering through imprisonment and torture to get what they want. The battles here are easy to fight, because you understand the singular objective to kill monsters, and that's all. But fighting against other humans who can actually feel the same pain they do, it becomes more complicated than ever. It's hard to distinguish which side is right in a war, and that feeling takes them all in a loop. Tessia is about to ask something when someone returns injured, begging for a medic. Helen asks if they're failed in these types of situations, but apparently Tessia denies such a thing. Later in the treatment camp, Drogo greets Tessia and wonders if she's injured by any chance. He also spots Helen and greets her properly. Seeing her appear here, Drogo is curious if something happened. Elder Albreda already knows that the princess has come here for information, a fact that Tessia confirms. Helen understands and apologizes for her rude interruption. She just wants to send updates back to her own seniors at the wall. Helen thought the fastest possible way would be to come and talk to the slumbering prince, but as it stands, he's out unconscious, and it may take a while for him to wake up before they get their answers. Stannard wants to know what happened to this guy. The medic tells him how the kid suffered from a dehydration problem and didn't have anything to nourish his health for days. His feet are a mess, indicating that he's been running for his life non-stop. But the curious question on the table is, from what was he running? Suddenly, this guy wakes up grim. He questions how long he was knocked out for. But it had only been 10 minutes, so it's not a biggie. Albreda gives him some water to get replenished. Drogo knows that this is tough, but they've got to know about his side of the situation, about what happened to his team. Sayer grips the sheet in anger. In pain, he grieves the loss of his teammates. The only person who survived was himself. The guy had a short disagreement with his teammates and ended up staying behind. But then, feeling guilty for leaving them, he decided to catch up right after they left. However, the moment he got there, what he saw was horrifying. The team had walked into an ambush of gnolls, monsters that were even deadlier than anything he'd seen up there. Some of them were even equipped with man-made weapons. Poor guy saw his team utterly ripped to shreds. He had nowhere to run and tried his best to mask his presence. Luck was the only thing that saved his life. He tried to hide for many days before, eventually, he took a chance and set up a teleportation gate to exit the location. However, the risk was too heavy because the gnolls could have destroyed it, so he ran for his life. Drogo wants more clarity regarding the teleportation gate he set up. Sayer is terrified to reveal that there was a giant door behind the monsters, as if they were trying to protect something strongly. He's horrified to express the news of his finding, that they've finally located the S-class mutant's den at last. Moments after that, Drogo's voice roared across the cavern, alerting them the message of the location. Everyone there, hundreds of soldiers prepared themselves for the battle to come. The kid, Stannard, had done his fair share for the time he was here, but now this fight was the real deal. The actual target, a real mutant for them to fight. He could tell that all of his team members were clearly nervous. But their team leader, Tessia, looked composed and confident despite being the youngest of the group. The princess adjusted her here, making him gaze at her for an unusual period of time. Lil Bro knows that she's out of his league and already in love with Arthur, so he tries to shake his feelings off. Stannard focuses on the fact that the beast they've fought is seriously nothing compared to the monsters out there. He goes out all geek mode when Caria comes out and startles him. She suggests to him that it would be nice if he started stretching. Stannard understands that she's just caring for his safety and accepts. The Vanguard teams are all lined up for their orders. Drogo, as the leader, warns them to get ready for the arrival of the true battle. They have no understanding of the dangerous monsters that are on the other side of the gate. Tessia takes charge and emphasizes to her team that they'll have a delicious meal after they clear this dungeon. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that just seems like a death flag to me. Anyway, the Vanguard teams are put into position before they rush ahead into battle. Right upon entering the gate, it's a massacre. Stannard is horrified as he witnessed the brutal slaughter of many soldiers. Darvis is doing his best to keep up while Korea is sickened to find that they've lost another ally. The fight is hard, but they're holding on. Stannard catches himself blindsided, so Korea alerts him for the monster nearby. He's busy reloading, so Korea swoops in to protect him in the meantime. Stannard also shoots down 3 monsters on his own. Darvis impressively teases the kid for not being useful enough. Caria is in deep trouble and requests backup. Darvis goes ahead to save her while Stannard is busy with his side of the monsters. Korea manages to go on the offensive with her gauntlets and pummels her way through. As for Tessia, she's using her ivy prison to cage the monsters all down. Tessia bursts ahead as an unstoppable force, slashing past all of the monsters like butter. Then, she instructs Darvis to corner the creatures in one spot. On her command, Darvis casts a crossfire spell, separating the monsters from the soldiers. The rest of the adventurers do their best to erect earth spikes. Then a combined wind and fire spell destroys the monsters underneath. Tessia is holding on with her vines, Caria with her gauntlets, and Darvis with his flames. Drogo sees this and allows the long-range shooters to finish the job. Stannard is one of them as he prepares a cannon while the rest of the mages shoot their projectiles from range. He orders his men to step aside for Stannard to take his shot. The boy prepares a gigantic orange blast and releases that son of a bitch like a Kamehameha beam. The red blast erupts into an explosion upon impact against the monsters, destroying everything in its path. Drogo observes the aftermath of the attack, which has left a crater in the ground. Next, he orders the healers to get into position and raise their flags. He wants the rest of his men to collect the injured soldiers to the medics. Darvsu is really proud of Stannard's progress. The leader celebrates the amazing victory, despite enduring an attack from an entire army of mana beasts. They've decided to continue forward, but about Drogo's words, Stannard doesn't exactly think it was an overwhelming victory at all. He can't see anything as a victory when many of their soldiers lost their lives. It's no longer just a number, as 10 of them have already lost their lives when they haven't even reached the end of the S-class beast. The question is, how many more lives will be lost by the end of this raid? Tessia sees the injured being healed, but something about the situation makes her upset, and Stannard can see that. He directly asks her what's wrong. The elf remarks that it's good that they won, but still, losing soldiers makes her feel hurt. Darvis comes up and teases her for acting compassionate towards the commoners and whatnot. Korea grabs her hand and emphasizes that they did their absolute best to secure that victory. Stannard backs this statement and confirms that it's always a risk when going into battle. They can't save each soldier, and that is the reality. But he didn't word that right, and Tessia only gets more upset hearing the remark. Stannard tries to make up, but the princess is worried that she'll never be able to catch up to Arthur's level. Even Caria knows that she's talking about the special guy who she can't stop talking about for some reason. Darvis is pissed because he doesn't even know who Arthur is, aside from the fact that he's powerful and charismatic without any weaknesses. It's clear in her description that she's being biased, but Caria thinks the green-haired Casanova is only jealous because Arthur's the guy he wants to be. He was even popular in school but never accepted that on his own. The teasing continues when Tessia expresses how she felt scared of him upon their first encounter. Caria vividly remembers her saying how they escaped some slave traders. Tessia at the time felt like she wasn't saved because Arthur wanted that to be kind. Rather, it was probably intended as a pragmatic move on his part. Hearing that, Caria deems him a bad boy who does whatever the fuck he wants. Darvis, being the jealous cunt, thinks little of Arthur's accomplishments. He recalls how Tessia got kidnapped at the academy, and Arthur wasn't there to check up on her after the fact. To this, she angrily responds how he already checked on her health with Virion, but left in a state of hurry for his own matters. Darvis, being jealous, continues to paint Arthur in a bad picture. Stannard and Caria both try to stop him for yapping shit that he doesn't know anything about. He even calls Arthur a coward who ran away from the far. Tessia, filled with frustration, denies all of that rubbish. She believes that Arthur is a lot of things, but being scared is not one of them. He values his loved ones too greatly to disappear without purpose. Darvis goes away still making fun of her crush. Even Stannard is doubtful of Arthur's powers, but Tessia confirms that this guy is seriously strong. Caria is dying to meet this guy in person, and Tessia is all the more happy to introduce them to him soon. I don't know about you guys, but I just know this is one of those ugly foreshadowing moments. Okay, the mages are all up and exploring the deeper parts of the den. The place is awfully quiet, so Drogo relies on his gestures to give them a signal. He expresses that they're going to reach the point where Sayer's team was annihilated by the mana beasts. From the report, it's understandable that they'll be running into hundreds of orcs and monsters about. That's why he wants the team to be ready for what's coming, praying that all of them are safe by the end of this battle. Drogo charges with his men until he comes to a stop. He looks around, monitoring the situation. The dude is shocked that all of the monsters are dead. This invokes fear and uncertainty in the heart of the soldiers, who don't know if they should be celebrating or be afraid. Deciding to move ahead, Drogo signals them to advance towards the door. They approach the gigantic door, and Tessia instructs her teammates to remain in formation. This door comes with another scary revelation. It's not closed, which means something or someone has already gone inside. Dorog orders his men to open the thing as Stannard prepares his weapon. Inside, hundreds of monster corpses remain slaughtered, their oozing blood leaking out the gate. The adventurers freeze to make up for the situation. Tessia moves ahead to observe what's going on. Taking a closer look, she sees the sight of one man above the army of slaughtered creatures. Arthur Lewin, the unstoppable Goliath, the Chad of all Chads, is sitting there looking cold as hell. The princess can't fathom seeing him here. The adventurers are prepared to confront anything that comes their way, but it's our little Sylvie who jumps to reach the princess. Drogo thought that Sylvie is an enemy until Tessia explains that they've got nothing to fear. He roars at the man sitting at the top of the monster corpses, demanding his name. Arthur pulls his blade out before making his descent. His mere presence provokes Tessia's team to remain on guard. Even Drogo is suspicious of him, until Arthur declares himself an ally of the humans. Seeing the boy, Helen and her team are happy to greet him. Stannard sees the man of the hour, the one that Tessia never stops talking about. However, she's the one in shock the most. For some reason, she hasn't greeted him at all. Drogo becomes a party pooper and explains that they've got a mission to execute. He wants to know what happened as he wasn't told beforehand of Arthur's contribution. The warrior confirms that he only informed 1 hour ago and wasn't really expecting to land amongst a swarm of mana beasts himself. Drogo is utterly shocked to discover that Arthur single-handedly annihilated the mana beasts, including the S-class mutant on his own. One boy matched the strength of what an entire battalion had been preparing itself for weeks. The adventurers all come to question the strength of this child. Stannard wants to know what became of the beast cores. Arthur explains that his bond took her time devouring them. The little furball they see before them somehow devoured hundreds of beast cores like it was nothing. Drogo and his men are having a field trip when one monster attempts to strike Arthur from behind. Tessia tries to alarm him, but in mere seconds the fight is over without Arthur even moving from his spot. He apologizes for leaving one out, and explains that he's fine with talking as long as he gets to eat something worthwhile. Tessia and the Twin Horns group all know this guy, so they want Drogo to feel assured. Helen agrees. Arthur smiles, seeing them in good shape, and catches up with the rest on their way back. While this guy was her childhood friend, Tessia couldn't help but feel off about him. For some reason, she was expecting a different kind of reunion than from the one she got. After all, they met each other after years. Back to their base, Arthur maintained his own secrets and explained what was necessary to talk about. Drogo was unsatisfied among them all, but the information was valuable enough for the battalion to plan its next course of action. Jasmine left both Arthur and Tessia on their own. She saw him, now alone in person. Her heart was racing like crazy. Words come out of his mess as he looks at her with an innocent smile. The boy missed her, and it weakened Tessia before his eyes. She embraced him in love, confirming that she missed him just as much. Arthur grabs her gentle face, calling her a crybaby as he wipes away her tears. Tessia acts like she's all grown up now. Arthur dedicates this moment to hear everything that went down with her. Outside, Stannard is having a moment with Darvis. The team's a little unsatisfied that their major battle was hijacked, but Korea's out here seriously happy that none of them were injured in the brutal fight. It's like a miracle for one person to take down a fleet of high-ranking monsters, along with an S-class beast. Darvis doubts him greatly, and gets even more jealous than he was before. Stannard grills them both, describing the difference between envy and jealousy. Darvis gets all fired up, wanting to challenge the new hotshot to a duel. It's a stupid idea, and both his teammates can agree. Korea fails to understand why he's so angry. After all, it's not like Arthur can solo the war on his own. But this green-haired chump thinks that something isn't making sense about Arthur's accomplishments, calling him nothing more than a snobby jerk. At the same time, Stannard defends Arthur for his stance, as the people didn't treat him any better either. He thinks it's really childish of Darvis to conclude Arthur's personality without knowing what he's even like. After all, Tessia always speaks positively of the boy, so it's not like he's a villain or anything. Deciding to pull the trigger, Darvis teases Stannard and thinks the kid finally has a shot with the princess, since Arthur's treating her like a bitch. Both get up against each other's necks, flared up and mouthing insults to hurt each other. Darvis stops the fight, realizing that he's no different from his prideful father if he continues. As for Tessia and Arthur, they both come out after catching up too. Darvis sees an opportunity and steps right up to Arthur Lewin, challenging him to a duel right off the bat. With little to no time wasted, people gather around for entertainment, supporting Darvis greatly. Tessia's team, on the other hand, is watching with worry. He readies his axe, confronting Arthur, who wants to inquire the purpose behind the duel. The green-haired chump calls it a matter of his pride, while Drogo the referee reminds them of the rules of the fight before they start off. Both fighters are restricted to use mana to bodily augmentations. The first person to surrender or unable to fight will lose. Now Drogo understands just how powerful Darvis really is, so he thinks Arthur out here is going to have a tough time. Even he's curious about Arthur's true strength. The fight begins with Darvis bursting with so much speed that he gets right up in Arthur's face. The first attack was a feint before he went behind to strike from his blind spot. But our boy isn't just an amateur. He sees this guy coming up and easily eyes him down. Sensing the threat of Arthur's attack, Darvis leaps away as if he felt afraid. This wimpy advance is met with confusion by the crowd. They berate him while Korea and Stannard look at each other in confusion. They've always seen Darvis easily cutting down mana beasts like butter. He's even seen him defeat adventurers among his own rank with satisfaction. But in this situation, it's almost unreal to see Darvis feeling fear for the first time in battle. Still, the green-haired freak show goes on ahead to strike while Arthur gently sways his body, evading each swing. Darvis tries to go faster with an aerial attack, but Arthur merely blocks his axe before releasing just a single punch against his abs. Darvis is sent on a retreat, unable to believe that he's facing such monstrous reaction speed. He tosses a giant piece of earth, but Arthur merely crushes it with a tap of his punch. That attack was yet again a tactic for Darvis to catch Arthur from his blind spot, but he easily dodges without any trouble. Arthur is merely toying with Darvis, tapping his body from the front and back, before unleashing his furious jabs all over his body. The strikes only connect right when Arthur's walking away as the victor. With his arms rendered unable to be used, Darvis releases his axes before collapsing on the ground. None of the spectators even saw what happened. Caria is the only one who could see Arthur activate mana flow rupturing, blocking the channels of mana with his bare hands. It's an impressive feat, especially since augmenters strengthen their channels after reinforcing their bodies. But what Arthur did here, it was precise and fast as if he were a veteran. Stannard admits that they've just witnessed something amazing before their eyes. Poor Darvis can't even get up because his body's all fucked up. Out of the blue, General Virion himself arrives to meet Arthur, and he's brought Aldir alongside him. In the camp, Virion, being his grandpa's self, chokes our boy for not informing them of his return. Arthur sees Aldir too, who is glad to see that much has changed for both Sylvia and Arthur. Turns out they received a message from Winsome about Arthur's departure. Though Aldir wasn't expecting the kid to pop up at Tessia's battle station right away, it turns out that Ren is the one who wanted things to happen that way. That cheeky bastard. Tessia remarks that she felt great seeing Arthur instead of an S-class monster beast behind the gate. Arthur confirms that they didn't even have a second to spare as he was getting jumped by so many monsters right after arrival. Tessia is amazed to hear that Arthur's story was the reality. He really did take down those monsters by himself. She's got a ton of questions to ask, but Virion stops her, explaining that he's got matters of his own to discuss with the boy before anything else. Tessia is told to stay here for now, but Arthur will be going away with them. She's annoyed that he's being taken away from her right after coming back. It's important for Arthur to tell them what's going on. Her grandfather emphasizes that after the clearance of this dungeon, they'll have their own battles to take care of. And that means her team is going to get even busier. He wants her to remember what they agreed upon. She's now a soldier and he's her general. Hearing that, Tessia is happy to follow his command. She remembers his advice to level up from her fights slowly and build her strength. Aldir wants them to head out at once. Before leaving, he senses that Tessia's strength has increased from the past few months, which means her recent battles have helped her a lot. Hearing Tessia call Aldir her master makes Arthur astonished. He wasn't expecting a student-teacher relationship to form between the two of them. Anyway, Arthur comes out of the tent and sees Stannard with a smile, who only salutes the guy as if he's too important to ignore. The three of them move their way up to the teleportation gate. Sylvia intentionally didn't speak to Tessia because she's all grown up and keeping her little secrets too. She wants to surprise her on their next encounter. The three step inside the gate, only to meet a giant fucking bear greeting them outside. From behind the bear's head pops up little Ellie. Even Arthur is freaking shocked to find his sister mounted on top of the damn thing. She runs into her brother at first glance. Arthur takes his sweet time adoring his little sister for a moment. He's teasing her before Ellie spots both their parents. Arthur, remembering what happened last time, tries to get away, but finds himself completely off guard as they embrace him with loving and open arms. The boy can't believe that he's receiving such treatment after what happened. But Alice, as a loving mother, reminds him that he's still the person she raised for more than a decade. The same goes for Reynolds, who's now keeping a beard. He knows his son has been through the worst of his training. Also, Alice really can't stay mad at him for long after loving Arthur so much. The kid is happy to confess that they both indeed have given him more than he's grateful for. Ellie pulls his shoulder because she wants him to ask about Boo. Arthur sees that titanic monster and jokes around how a giant dog is called Boo of all things. Provoked from his remark, Boo out here tries to exert its full force on Arthur's shoulder. The ground is in shambles, but to the monster's shock, nothing happened to Arthur. He thinks the pet has quite the temper. Turns out Ellie instructed her little pet to test out Arthur's powers right after his return. Arthur's seriously amazed to find that Ellie has properly bonded with the beast. He wonders when it happened. Apparently Winsome has been keeping tabs from Arthur. He's the one who left the mana beast with the boy's family before leaving. Turns out it wasn't Arthur's doing at all. He just gave this monster as a gift. Arthur thinks it was a ridiculous idea to give a giant bear like that to his sister. Reynolds explains that the bear was a tiny thing when they got it. Boo has aged quickly in just 2 years. Aldir insists that they get the move on and keep their reunion for later as more pressing matters are at stake. He promises the boy that he'll see his family often, so he's got nothing to worry about. Arthur bids farewell to his loved ones before leaving again, this time more relieved than ever that a bear is being protected and no longer lonely. Even Sylvia is happy with this development. In the next scene, the boy is surprised that there aren't any royal family members accompanying them. The least he was expecting was Director Goodsky's presence. Realizing that he's not caught up to speed, Virion explains to the boy how Goodsky fell to a state of slumber. It occurred right after she attempted to reveal important information on the Alacrians. Hearing that, Arthur groans in pain, feeling sorry for what happened to her. He wants to know everything that went down. Hours passed as the two leaders talked about the things that happened in the past 2 years. Arthur had to catch up with the information that wasn't provided through Ren or Winsome. From Virion's information, the Human King was currently focused on refining a relationship with the Dwarven Kingdom, hoping to get them on their side. As for Curtis and Kathleen, they both took Tessia's path and formed their own teams to gain personal experience on the front lines. The boy's own family stayed at the castle for protection. As for the Hellstay family, they went elsewhere. Vincent did his best to assist with the war. Arthur asks Virion if his parents showed any interest in fighting too. Turns out that Reynolds was ready to go, but the elf recommended that he stay out of the fight until Arthur's return at the least. The boy is very much grateful that Virion handled the situation well, as he would have suffered much pain if his father died before his arrival. Next, it's finally time to address the main point of the meeting. After all, Arthur understands that he wasn't just brought here to catch up to speed. He knows that something serious is going on, so serious in fact that Tessia's involvement was considered unnecessary. Virion shakes his head, as if to deny that, but Arthur cuts the old man off, claiming that he knows that he cares about his granddaughter. Arthur knows that the war is a threat to everyone after all. Their defensive maneuvers won't matter if the hidden teleportation gates have all been set up by the Alacrian spies. Something about this is too suspicious. Arthur mentions how the Beast Glades territory is the perfect place for the Alacrian army to gather. After all, they've already acquired the S-class mana beasts. But that strategy would be too obvious. That means the only reason they haven't made a move yet probably indicates that either Dicathan is actually stronger than Alacria, or the other side is intentionally stalling for some other reason. And judging by Virion's grimacing face, the boy can tell that it's the second thing of the two. Virion confirms that they've just discovered something like that. Aldir starts off by saying that it's okay for Arthur to doubt them after he reveals this information. Then, he spreads a blueprint of a battleship. A ship that isn't Decathius, but a ship built by the Alacrians inspired by Arthur's design. The boy is furious and crumbles the paper. Right as they're about to talk about the next subject, a soldier barges inside to inform critical information. They've just sighted the Alacrian armies, who are approaching through the western coast. The man shivers in fear as he declares the arrival of the Alacrian ships. Horror sets in the room and Arthur's expression is proof of it. Without a second wasted, Arthur blitzes past the guard with incredible speed. Sylvie tails him, worried about what's about to happen. The boy is so fast that not even the guards can keep up with him. Arthur is so impatient that he wants to open the door without the guard's permission. The guard reminds him that they can't do anything without either of the general's permission. And since they have yet to hear a word from either, they can't allow him to go. Arthur expresses that he's just had a meeting with both of them and he's received permission to head out. But these guards are on a whole different level of arrogant. They don't want him to cross no matter what he believes. They also want to remind him of the dangers of the situation outside. Arthur's done playing around and exerts a pressure so menacing that their senses snap shut. Arthur warns them not to take him lightly at a time like this. Aldir comes up to catch up with the situation and authorizes Arthur to leave at any time. Still, he warns the kid against doing something reckless, as it would only waste Winsome's precious training. The boy agrees and bolts towards the teleportation gate, setting the location coordinates to Ediston City. Now let's observe what's going on with the director. She's unconscious, having bad nightmares of the people who wanted her knowledge. They goaded her, telling her that her knowledge will be critical in turning the tide of war. They didn't even want to care about her well-being after the fact. But this trembling nightmare is the reason she finally regains consciousness. All this time, Good Sky believed that she was free of the curse. It reminds her of the conversation she had with Virion, the last time they were a part of the Great War. For many years, both of them were enemies, but he stayed conscious of one thing. She teased him that he probably loved her. Virion denied the cheating accusations since he was a loyal man. Anyway, he kept thinking about Good Sky's greater effect on the youth. He could always envision her as a mentor figure of a big academy that guided the youth to the greater future. It was something that came out of nowhere to him, but Virion was bent on one thing. He really urged her to become a teacher because it would fit her role. It was that time when Good Sky entertained the thought of opening an academy in Zyra City. It was an interesting idea, so she wanted to share the opening of the school with Virion, who laughed at the idea and denied his contribution. He did amuse the thought of sending his grandkids when they reached the right age. Good Sky took it as a challenge and was ambitious enough to make it the greatest academy in the world. Virion shared the loving moment as they both hoped to celebrate the opening of the academy one day. And from then on, Good Sky's memory is corrupted. She finds herself bleeding in pain. In the current scene, Virion wakes up from his rest and comes outside after hearing a loud scream. The guards were all alert and went right to the bottom floor. A terrifying realization set in as Virion sensed that Anna was in danger. As for Arthur, he's blitzing past full speed. He's annoyed enough that people are stopping him and requests the guards to open the doors. This annoying grunt thinks that a kid like Arthur shouldn't be joining an important battle. He's acting high and mighty when suddenly, the mere presence of a gigantic dragon makes them tremble in fear. Arthur's more than happy to break his way in if they're going to become an obstacle. He lifts off with a mature Sylvie, now a beautiful horned dragon. Too much is flooding inside the boy's mind. He remembers the time the blueprint was made for the ship. Sylvia sets in a snowy setting. From here on, Arthur walks in the heavy snow, recalling Virion's words to keep moving on forward instead of correcting the past. As for Virion himself, he's forcing his way to get to Goodsky's room, until he spots Cynthia's Goodsky's body in shambles. The Alacrians got to her, and she's nothing more than a pool of blood on her bed. Poor Virion roars in agony at the traumatic sight of losing another loved one. The brave boy, Arthur remarks that he now has another reason to fight. From the snowy top, he gazes at the fleet of battleships coming their way. The boy now fights for another reason, to correct his wrongdoing. The true war now begins. We get a cliffhanger cutoff after that, and right now we're in the heart of a beaming blue city witnessing a burglary scene. Two kids are trying to make a fortune, lockpicking the door while one is guarding. The lock's finished, and like a typical young boy, Nico is prideful of his powers. He goes around searching for some valuables. The boys reason to themselves that what they were doing was actually necessary, that it was justifiable to steal from someone when his own orphanage was at stake. It was precious money that they didn't need for themselves, but for the sake of the orphanage. This kid is Arthur's past self, King Grey, who had just finished the job. Grey was curious if they should really be trusting a man who was willing to buy from a bunch of kids. But Nico was confident, really confident for some reason. Knocking on the guy's door and waiting out in the cold, they both grew agitated like hell. The man slowly opened the door, before receiving the two annoying kids. Nico told him that he's here with his friend to sell the merchandise. The man has them enter inside, but immediately they're taken aback by this strange yet strong smell. Nico tells Grey to look around while he's done talking. Grey does exactly that and makes his way around the warehouse. He checks on a book while the man is inspecting the quality of a gemstone. This was the first time the boy found an ancient instruction manual on controlling Kai. Nico startled him by creeping up from behind, but Grey reasoned it was just nothing. The man offered the book to the boy as a gift. After all, none of them could read or learn from it. Nico was chill with the whole fling. The boys left that night, and now Grey was sinking in the rain, questioning why he was even tasked to come here. After all, Nico pretty much handled everything by himself. Nico remarked that at least Grey got to keep a book if nothing else. That is when Grey alarmed him of the two creepy men at the shop. They were tailing the boys from behind. He signaled Nico to turn right and then make a run for it as fast as he could. So they did exactly that, both boys bolting with the best speed they knew. They climbed over a wall and Nico crashed, so Grey had to help him out. They both hid behind a garbage can where Nico stupidly tried sneaking on the men. One of the bastards had located them at last. He tried to snatch Nico, but his friend pulled him down. He told Nico to make a run for it as he fought off the man with his bag. But poor Nico had just tripped, complicating their situation even more. Grey grabbed the bag, calling both of the men as he knew they came after the money. He made himself a decoy and began running, until the boy located something from afar. He stopped, turning in their direction, and then he kicked a can so hard that it made the first guy slip carelessly. Using that first guy's body, he leaped up and over. From the puddle, Grey could see the second guy coming up to attack, but even his punch was quickly dodged by the sharp boy, who then countered with a savage fist of his own. This punch, which was charged with his full strength, broke the man's nose. It made him a bleeding mess, allowing Grey the chance to escape with his friend. Having made their escape, Nico excitedly told Grey the reason he was brought along. He's a fighting genius who could hold his own against people much stronger than him. But even Grey claims that he didn't know what happened. For him, time just slowed down. But Nico vividly remembers the boy catching dishes with his immensely fast reaction time. Anyway, Nico was certain of it from a young age, that his friend was a fighting genius for some reason. Both boys hurried back up, hoping to make it to their rooms before anyone caught them. Even the faintest sound terrified Nico. But right as they're moving along incredibly slowly, one voice calls them both out, wanting them to come over here quickly. They tell the Grandmaster to wait for a second while Grey wonders if she's already caught on. Nico doesn't think so at first, but then again, the headmaster is a sorceress, so there's no telling with her. They slowly go up to her room before the two boys are introduced to Cecilia, a beautiful girl who is the same age as them. The headmaster hoped for the three to become the best of friends. That reverie of his, Arthur's, comes to an end as he wakes up in his room. The sun kisses his face as he pets the little furball. It had been a while since he remembered a dream of his previous life. He sees outside, the winter season descending upon them. Hearing a knock, the boy tells his assistant to come inside. The man reports that they've finalized the location of the meeting, and Virion wants him to prepare at once. For a moment, Arthur is confused before he's met with three of his maids. Even Sylvie notices that these maids are actually deeply in love with our boy. She grills Arthur for only chasing after princesses. A little annoyed by her remark, He reminds her that he's unafraid of beating her up here. Anyway, both of them make their way up to the two generals. Arthur, our boy who we have seen all grown up now, looks majestic in his new attire. Virion even teases him for taking some pictures of him for Tessia's sake, while Arthur expresses his annoyance with the complicated outfit design. Aldir recommends they get the move on. The three important figures walk right next to each other. Virion has been in better health ever since Goodsky's tragic death. Even Arthur understands that in this situation, the man has no choice but to remain strong on his feet. He trails them, busy in thoughts of how the Vritra clan actually got to Goodsky in the first place. He understands that it must be eating away at Virion from the inside out. Virion questions if the boy is finally prepared to meet the representatives of the Vritra clan. But more than him, Arthur thinks it's the old man who should be ready. After all, he's dying to know about the culprit who killed Goodsky. Virion switches topics and cuts him off, stating that it's best for Arthur to stay alive, or else Tessia will slaughter both of them. Aldir finalizes their preparations and then both of them jump off. Arthur quickly follows as he descends with the cute Sylvia. Aldir has cast an orb for travel while the majestic Arthur Lewin mounts his beautiful dragon for the travel. Both sides travel at identical speeds, Arthur looking more serious than ever. Sylvia is worried if he's all right. He confirms that he's fine, but he's kind of surprised that she's calling him by his name these days. It turns out that Indrath taught her a lot about the dignity of dragons and how they should keep their heads high. Arthur is reminded of the time he had his final training session in the land of Ephiotis. He was summoned by Indrath himself. First, the boy had thought that there was nothing left to surprise him anymore. That is until he saw Meyer standing right next to the guy. Indrath was more than happy to introduce him to his wife. After all, the boy wouldn't have made it this far without her help. What really shook him was Meyer's appearance, as she looked younger than ever. But it was actually Indrath's second message that made his training look like a joke for a moment. Around them were cast mana orbs. Indrath stopped the flow of time using his powers, before departing the human child with one important piece of advice. That advice is yet to be revealed. Virion explains that they're almost there, so he should keep his guard up. He feels troubled about engaging in this meetup without any guards. But Aldir expresses that he'll easily intervene if the messenger's words are proven wrong. But after knowing Vritra's dangerous method of experimentation and betrayal, there's no telling as to what they will do next. Virion only wonders what Agrona is hoping to achieve next, as the war is nothing more than a game to their main villain. Aldir expresses that Agrona himself can't participate in the war, so it's natural that he's just acting as the general to move the pieces for his side. Then comes Virion's question: who wants to know who is going to decide the fate of the lesser beings? To that, Aldir has to remind him of his position as mankind's leader in this far. But it's only a fearful position that Virion has to keep convincing himself of every night. Poor guy is just being forced into it. Anyway, Aldir looks up at Arthur and recommends that both of them travel with them for now. Arthur likes the idea, and Yahello agrees. She's going to try and stay hidden in order to conceal her presence, but will always defend Arthur whenever necessary. So she transforms into her miniature state, and Arthur joins the generals. From up above, they spot the battleships. Arthur now convinced that what they received wasn't just a regular messenger. They descend on one of the ships, the creepy messengers welcoming them. Sirit, the more human-looking fellow, introduces himself. Standing right next to him is Uto, and both of these guys are retainers instead of mere messengers. They've heard quite a lot about the famous Asuras of the land of Ephiotis. They want this meeting to be a guarantee of the Asuras staying out of the fight. Aldir confirms that he won't intervene as long as their side complies. Uto is rather intrigued by the boy wonder that everyone deems special, Arthur Lewin himself. Arthur returns the remark, questioning why they've been introduced to the retainers already. But Uto is confident in his words, claiming that they're just playing as messengers who didn't really want to give them an opportunity to capture a weaker Alacrian. After all, it's a role Uto himself enjoys doing the most. So he's wary of others. Anyway, Silrit warns Uto not to get overboard. But he's severely overconfident since Asuras can't intervene in this fight. The Asura wants to hear the message at once. Silrit explains that their leader has requested to deliver one message alone. It is his order that the Dicathan continent surrender their ruling families, and if they abide by this treaty, the rest of them will be spared. Continual resistance will only invite permanent destruction from their side. Hearing this message, Virion's temper boils as he mocks the ridiculous terms. It's nothing more than an ultimatum. But Uto argues that it's actually a saving grace for them, since they've got no chance otherwise. This smiling freak show assures them that he'll be merciful in killing them with the first option. Silrit has to remind his maniacal retainer friend that they weren't sent here for a fight. But this guy doesn't give a fuck and merely says that he's warning them. To make it even more provocative, he talks about Virion's granddaughter, and how he's going to enjoy slaughtering her while she watches. But this remark actually gets on the serious nerves of Arthur Lewin himself, who manifests his blade. But before that even happens, Virion has already struck this bastard with a bitch slap. But that's exactly what Uto wanted. He thought nothing of the attack and revealed his fragmented horn. He's the motherfucker who downed Lance Aaliyah and reduced her to a horrific state. The memories all come flying back to Arthur. He's now furious, and charges ahead to ask if he's the one who killed Lance Aaliyah, the one who was sent into the dungeon and had her limbs severed before death. Arthur's got a bloodlusted, murderous look on his face as he asks this question. Uto casually thinks about it for a moment, but he can't remember which one. He's slaughtered many of the Dicathan people the same way. Then, he's suddenly reminded of the beautiful elf he cut up. Uto provokes Arthur with a mischievous smile, as if challenging him to make the first move. He laughs in the boy's face, and all Arthur can do is nothing but restrain himself greatly. Virion grabs the boy's shoulder, while Sylvia is there to restrain him too. Cute little furball, always there for her papa. Instead of giving into his feelings, he questions if there's anything else important for discussion, or if the Alacrians only wanted to convey an obvious threat. Apart from that, Sylrit offers them 2 full days to come to a decision. If the royal families aren't surrendered in that duration, the Alacrian army will take it as an answer. Both sides withdraw from the confrontation after that. But Uto, this little bastard, is just egging Arthur on even more. He describes Alea's pitiful scream that made it difficult for him to deal the killing blow. That's why she was kept alive for as long as possible in agony. Now completely having lost his senses, Arthur releases a crackling ray that grazes past both retainers. Uto calls the move impressive and cute until it hits the ocean and explodes with a loud boom. Arthur's got a serious look on his face that basically says, "You're gonna get fucked if we fight for real." He turns back, hoping to settle their score on the battlefield. Coming off to Tessia's location, we see the remains of the monsters after Arthur's slaughter being collected by the whole team. They're being precise with the collection procedure, careful enough to properly extract the horns and fangs. They need valuable materials to forge better weapons after all. Among them, the green-haired punk is as overconfident as ever. He's pissed that they're still busy in the extraction procedure from the junk of these monsters. Unfortunately for these guys, Arthur's little pet ended up devouring all the cores, which puts Stannard in a pretty tough position since he can't conjure any more ammunition for his weapon. They can't believe that a tiny little bond was able to devour so many cores at once. The green-haired shithead even thinks that Arthur might have stolen some cores. What's more, he can't fathom how an entire tower of monster corpses became stacked on top of each other. They wonder if it was Arthur's little stunt to appear cool and amazing, which is probably the author's real intention if you think about it. But this theory is disproved by Stannard, who explains that these beasts are different from normal monsters and appear more psychotic than usual. That's why they were probably trying to gang up on Arthur to collectively reach their prey, which of course, did not end up going their way. Stannard, being the brains of the operation, shines through. That is until a sudden tremor even shakes him to his senses. The idiot behind him thinks very little of the situation, but it's clear that something is brewing from behind the scenes. Anyway, we go back to Tessia, who's almost done with the extraction process. The adventures are slower than usual because there aren't any rewards to collect in the first place. Adam is just glad that they didn't have to participate in the shitty part of the process. Tessia curiously asks what these two are looking forward to after this raid. Turns out they'll return to the Zyra City to gather supplies and then eventually return to their next dungeon. As for the elf princess, she's not very excited to note that they'll just return to the flying castle until further orders are given to them for their next mission. Adam laughs and argues that she should use all the time she needs to get some rest from this opportunity. While Tessia is speaking to them, Jasmine and Caria are staring at something strange up ahead. Durden is inspecting the composition of the glowing wall and seems to find it rather odd. Right when they least expected, cracks started appearing and fast. The wall was about to collapse, and Durden's only instruction to his friends was to run. They all ran for their lives as a bunch of orcs popped out from behind. None of them expected this, but they all got into battle position to face off the threat. Tessia and the rest of Helen's team realize the gravity of the situation. These monsters are too much for their group to handle, and they're literally taking each adventurer apart like butter. Among them, even the arrogant shithead gets smacked with a seriously powerful swing. Darvis hits the ground while Tessia steps up with her vines. She cages the creatures using her typical strategy, allowing Helen's powerful archery to spear throw them with ease. But what they weren't expecting was a flank attack from one of the orcs. This behemoth aimed right for them, but luckily both of these competent warriors evaded without suffering a brutal injury. From this fight alone, Tessia is coming to wonder one question only. How in the hell did Arthur Lewin, the one-man army, take down nearly thousands of these creatures all by himself? Even Darvis can't hold off more than one orc at one time, and he's dearly struggling to manage over here. Caria, stepping up with her powerful gauntlets, saves his ass. She comes to knock some fucking sense into this fool. Unfortunately, Darvis is currently handicapped because of the technique Arthur used on him. His mana channels are all messed up. Tessia, as their team leader, orders both of them to run to the door with as many soldiers as they possibly can. They do exactly that with a bunch of monsters chasing right after them. But this is when the graceful Jasmine comes around to cover for them. She leaps away, and by herself easily slashes a group of orcs without much trouble. As for Darvis and the other adventurers, they're being safely escorted out while Stannard and Helen's team are keeping them cover. Even Adam is shining his best with his spear strikes, though he's also finding himself panting from the fight. Suddenly, a giant explosion is heard from behind. He recognizes that it was Durden's doing to save his ass just now. Durden recommends that he focus on the bigger threats ahead instead of worrying about repaying favors. But they're both surprised when a barrier of vines erupts to cover for them. It's Tessia and Helen's doing. The girly pop duo just saved the clown duo. But it's not like the barrier is worth it or anything. The orc easily rips it apart, allowing for other monsters to enter inside. Adam whips out his damn spear and stabs the shit out of one of the orcs, before Helen swoops in with her burst shot, knocking down 3 monsters all at once. Adam's really impressed by Helen's kill count, and I have to agree that this girl is seriously popping off in this fight. But while they're having their peaceful chat, my man Durden is getting stepped on by Gorlock the Destroyer over here. Both Adam and Helen quickly jump in to save their friend. The spear cuts through the monster, allowing them to rescue the wounded Durden, while Helen defeats the final hit on the monster. Durden then sees Helen in serious trouble, fighting off all on her own in a really risky position. Adam tries to warn her because yet another orc is coming to flank her while she's pinned. It looks like the worst possible case does end up happening as the monster's claw reaches for her face, before Tessia screams in worry. From here, we get a cliffhanger moment, jumping back to the flying castle. From the teleportation gate, emerge both Arthur and Virion after their encounter against the retainers. The boy is seriously hoping that the old man isn't considering their offer right now. However, Virion is struggling with the weight of the decision at hand, because he thinks that the prevention of war and an immediate surrender could really save innocent casualties in the long run. Still, Arthur thinks that's a huge miscalculation and a giant sacrifice that even his family may have to offer. Aldir interestingly expresses agreement with the boy. He believes that the land of Epheotis will also be threatened in this case, as the rest of the generations will eventually strike against the other Asuras. Virion is aware of the gravity of the situation, but he's really worried for the public's reaction that will come of this. Arthur realizes that Virion's goal is to announce the offer publicly, and you guys know how that's going to play out. The people are going to shit on the royal family and devour them alive. Virion offers a proverb, which basically implies the fragility of trust, how it is gained with much difficulty and dedication, and yet, destroyed and lost with ease. He's a leader who wants to be trusted by his own people, but in this extremely difficult choice, he's going to lose all of his trust after they hear that he's choosing to head into war with their lives racked against them. Arthur feels immense guilt and expresses that Virion will only give the people a voice if he reveals the offer publicly. They could very much protest and revolt against their leaders in that case. But the old elf argues that they've already gone past the age of the kings. This war will involve every single person, no matter the status. So he thinks it is only right for them to make a choice of their own. In the next scene, we see an exhausted Arthur trying to relax on his own. Sylvie points to Ellie in the garden, but the little girl looks terrified for some reason. It's only when Arthur and Sylvie take a closer inspection when they realize that she's talking to this weird-ass clown who is acting like he's giving a TED Talk or something. Luckily, the girl's very protective bear is there to make amends. This thing picks him up and you can just see the dude's soul being sucked out of him. Boo tosses his shit onto the next planet in fury. Ellie has to warn her Bond not to chuck away people into outer space all of the time. She catches the sight of Arthur and immediately hugs him dearly after his return. The boy is rather confused that he's the center of attention right now. Turns out that he's become seriously popular as his name is recognized by every noble on the Dicathen right now. As for the angry bear that loves throwing people, he and Arthur have a little stare down before eventually coming to terms like they're long-lost best friends. Even Ellie is shocked that they're so close already, because she clearly remembers this motherfucker trying to crush Arthur the first time they met each other. Arthur, speaking like a Chad, tells her that men with the same objectives bond fast, and I have to say, he's so damn right. His sister's really glad that he's here for her, as he's the only person who can stop them. But Arthur is really confused. He wants to know who is them in this situation. The little girl is saddened to reveal that this matter is about her parents. Both of them have decided to sign up for the war. Right in the next scene, Arthur's approaching his parents' room. The voice of his sister saying those words still runs through his mind. He feels guilty trying to stop his parents from joining the war in the first place. After all, they're both really powerful and could become assets on their side. Arthur's hand shivers as he reaches for the door, thinking about the fact that they would be risking their lives on the front lines. The boy does not want to see that happen, and it's his only selfish wish. He knocks and promptly enters inside, where Reynolds and Alice are going about their business. They're surprised to see him pop up so suddenly, and so soon. Arthur picks up their gear, realizing that they were intending to leave without sharing a word with him. It hurts him, but Alice clears this misunderstanding by saying that they were just preparing until he returned. Arthur shares that he really wasn't expecting them to take on such a risky mission before Ellie matured properly. To that, Reynolds explains that even Virion told them the same thing, but he also gave them the option to fight in case Arthur returned. The boy's face turns to worry, as he realizes that his parents are now suddenly joining the fight all because he has returned. It turns out that they received a transmission call from Helen. There was a final attack inside the dungeon right when they were leaving. Hearing this, Arthur's face turns to horror, only anticipating what's going to come out of their mouths next. He can't fathom how something like that happened from out of nowhere. After all, he had just been there yesterday and cleared every single monster, including the boss monster, on his own. That is until Arthur learns about the hidden entrance in the walls, allowing even more beasts to pop out of nowhere. Reynolds painfully reveals how the Twin Horns group stayed behind to buy time for the adventurers, but it led to something tragic. Finally, we get to see what happened with Helen. Right before the orc was about to land the final hit on her, Adam decided to sacrifice himself by becoming her shield, enduring the full wrath of the orc's slash. Unfortunately, that was a lethal wound that Adam couldn't fight against. And now, Arthur experiences yet another feeling of loss. He stutters, unable to complete his words. He can't believe that this happened even after he cleared the dungeon completely. Reynolds understands that it was something out of the boy's control, as the other side was actually blocked off at first. The walls ended up being a barrier to sensing the creatures from the other side, and then there was the fact that no one was ready for a fight that day. They were just working for extraction. The Twin Horns did their best to hold the monsters off, but it still led to an unimaginable number of deaths. The moment he hears this, the first thought that comes to the boy's mind is Tessia's safety. He is terrified to ask who else suffered the same fate, but unfortunately not even his parents know about anyone specific. It was only an emergency transmission, and Helen could at most talk about the core situation. Arthur grieves for Adam's sake, but he seriously can't accept his parents joining the war because of his passing. Reynolds shares that he's misunderstanding something important. They are not participating in the war out of guilt, but of their own volition. Arthur uses a forceful tone against his parents, arguing that it is selfish for him to try and stop them from participating, but it's also selfish of them to risk their lives when it isn't necessarily required. He really doesn't want any of it to impact Ellie's mental state, as either of their deaths could lead her to a terrible state. Alice respawns, agreeing with Arthur's words completely. They are choosing to make a selfish decision here, knowing the consequences. However, it's actually her who wants to participate in the war more than anything to help the Twin Horns. It's not even primarily Reynolds' choice. Arthur is stunned, and he asks his mother again if she's really certain of her choice. But Alice confidently declares that she's sure. Arthur finds himself struggling to reason with his mother, arguing that she stopped using magic in the past because of the trauma she endured. So it doesn't make sense to head right into battle now. Alice and Reynolds exchange a nod before deciding to tell the boy another tale. His mother requests the boy to sit down so he can learn more. Arthur already knows about the history they shared with the Twin Horns, but the part that they missed out was that they had one other member before the boy's birth. This person was called Lenza, a purple-haired cheery girl who was the opposite of the sensitive and careful Alice. Their chemistry matched, and they got along super well. Now, for Lenza, she was extraordinary in swordsmanship, cutting apart monsters like butter. She was a known augmenter, talented as ever before joining the Twin Horns group. They were all surprised when she was the one who requested to join them. At the time, Lenza became the image of the team as a whole. She was constantly peeving Reynolds and making him embarrassed with Alice. Poor Reynolds had to struggle with her teasing. She could even make Jasmine smile with her forward personality. But unfortunately, Lenza didn't end up staying with the team for very long. Just 2 years, until the Twin Horns experienced a tragic accident. They were ambushed by a pack of stingers, and it resulted in gruesome wounds among the entire team. Alice did her absolute best to heal her team, and for people like Reynolds, recovery became faster. Their wounds were easier to heal, but one person's case was different. Alice realized that Lenza was squirming in absolute pain. The stinger venom that she suffered was close to her mana core, allowing for a painful spread. After being hospitalized, Lenza's state made Alice despair. They learned that she had permanently damaged her mana core and could never practice mana manipulation. Despite her best efforts to close her team's wounds, Alice's efforts to close Lenza's scars made the venom advance to her system. She felt extremely guilty for accelerating the spread of the venom and robbing her friend's one and only joy. As for Lenza, she strongly vouched for a sacrificial death. She wanted to be out there and vanquish in a blaze of glory, but when she couldn't use mana anymore, it was different. She left her bed one day and decided to venture into a dungeon alone. After that, Lenza was never seen again. To this day, Alice is brought to tears, blaming herself for being the one responsible. Lenza could have survived if she didn't heal her wound and closed off chances of venom extraction. She wants Arthur to remember that his life is solely unique and dramatic. But for the rest of them, they endured many hardships, painful ones beyond imagination. Alice and her team loved Lenza, but ever since that incident, she's been afraid to use her magic to its fullest capacity beyond the basic injuries. She understands that Adam's death is different from what happened in the past, but Alice recognizes her team's contribution as a sign to be there and support them. Another reason is the fact that they're afraid of Arthur being out there, risking his life every day while his parents are staying home expecting him to come alive. They don't want that to happen. While this is understandable, Arthur argues the case for Ellie, who will be damaged beyond repair if they don't return from this battle. Reynolds shares a moment with his son, wisely explaining that death is rarely caused by one's personal weakness. After all, death always creeps up when a person's guard is down, no matter how omnipotent they may seem. The same is for their son, Arthur, and that's why Reynolds promises to protect Alice with his life. He has already established this goal for this war, which is to come back in one piece for the boy and his sister, but they also want him to promise them the same. Despite the reveal of him being who he is with his past life, they still want him to remember that Ellie sees Arthur as her brother. That's why they don't want him to just sign up for a risky sacrifice in the name of the greater good. After all, even if they lose this war in the long run, they can always revolt and fight back later. The only real loss happens upon one's death, because after that the game is over and no one comes back. Arthur funnily plays the nerd here and argues that he reincarnated despite that. Both his parents are a little shocked that he's casually joking about something like that. Their family moment is interrupted with Virion coming to say hello. He heard about Adam's passing and came to comfort both of them. Unfortunately, they have very little time to grieve Adam's loss because they've just received new information about the soldiers returning from the dungeon raid. All four of them gather to confirm the situation themselves. Arriving at the teleportation gate, all they can see is blood splattered on the floor and many soldiers injured from the battle. Virion thanks the respectable warriors for their proud efforts. Arthur sees people grieving all around him. Finally, Helen comes out of the gate, the boy's parents rushing to her side. Alice wants to know if the rest are okay. Thankfully, none of the other members were killed, and they were just rushed to the medical ward for now. It was only Adam's loss that reduces her to tears as the boy's parents comfort their friend. Arthur stands there in guilt, when suddenly Helen comes around to hug him in love. He's surprised and happy to find that she's doing okay. Helen speaks her mind. She knows what's racing through the boy's mind right now. He's taking Adam's death personally, and she can read him well. That's why Helen wants the kid to understand the consequences involved in war, and how the best thing in this situation is to merely advance ahead and make sure the Alacrian soldiers regret it. Arthur understands and sees them off. Sylvia explains what's about to happen. The boy's parents are going to talk to her about their participation in the war, which will put her at ease to some extent. With Adam's loss, the team is going to need some support to stand on. The rest of the adventurers are slowly popping out of the gate. Arthur finally sees one of Tessia's squad members, Stannard, who is just shocked to be grabbed by Arthur immediately after arrival. Arthur really wants to know if something happened to the princess. He's so worried for her that he subconsciously grips Stannard way too tightly. He apologizes to Stannard shortly afterwards, glad to see him in top shape. As for the rest of his squad, not even he knows what became of them. The Twin Horns were responsible for their escort, but they all got mixed up as a consequence. At last, Arthur sees Darvis being carried by Caria, who is a real friend if you ask me. What a girl. Arthur helps her assist him and puts him on the ground. Darvis receives healing when suddenly Arthur gets up to give Caria some water. He wants to know what happened with Tessia. Caria thinks for a moment before pointing to the gate. She just came out. Arthur sees her exhausted expression and attempts to reach out for her. And now we get a callback to the moment he shared with Indrath on the last day of his training with the Asuras. Time was entirely stopped, as Indrath offered one final piece of advice for the boy. He requested Arthur to close his heart to the elf princess. Just seeing her, Arthur instantly hugs her, relieved to see that she's safe and sound. She's surprised as he's there to escort her to her grandfather. In the next scene, Virion greets his granddaughter, and they share their little reunion. Unfortunately, she was unable to speak to Arthur in length as she was immediately requested to heal the injured in the medical ward. She was okay herself, apart from the exhaustion. The injured were being treated, while Stannard and the rest of his friends slept like babies. Tessia arrived before them, happy to find her team safe and sound. Stannard's smile was proof that they had come out victorious. Later in her room, Tessia drops to her bed, finally feeling relieved to return to her bed. She looked to her right, cherishing the frame of her time with the lovable Cynthia Goodsky. That night, Tessia found it difficult to fall asleep, despite her tired state. She wondered if Virion was up and awake at this hour. So she decided to explore the hall, searching for her grandfather. But that is when she heard the voice of both Arthur and Virion sharing a private chat regarding Tessia's future. Arthur urged the elf to mention the facts directly to Tessia. He wanted Virion to tell her now because the reveal later will only make her suffer even more. Their conversation really intrigued her as she peeped attentively. Arthur consistently urged Virion to tell Tessia everything, because if she finds out from someone else, she'll be devastated. But Virion stayed stubborn in his stance. So Arthur became annoyed and questioned what would happen if she decided to go anyways. Arthur argued that Tessia is more than capable of achieving something if she puts her mind to it. But what Virion said afterwards really shook Tessia to her core. He revealed the report of Cynthia's death and how it would negatively impact the princess the same way. Tessia's brain flooded with the memories of her dear master, unable to comprehend the reality that they were just talking about. The conversation ends there, with Arthur leaving for his room, waiting for Virion's call to tell Tessia. But what neither of them expected was to encounter her right in front of them. They're seriously shocked as Tessia stands dazed, requesting to be taken to her master at once. The trio take a walk downstairs, heading for Good Sky's room. Tessia can't fathom why she's being treated in such a terrible place, when these rooms were specifically made for traitors and murdered. Unfortunately, it was the safest place imaginable for now. Virion wants them to offer Good Sky a proper goodbye when the time is right. He arrives before the cell, requesting it to be opened. When the door opens, they see a casket. Tessia immediately collapses before it, learning that only a few people are aware of her death. Even though a woman as brilliant as her should have deserved a ceremony with all of her students and her peers. She did so much for the continent, and yet she died a disrespectful death, only to be placed in a cell. Virion attempts to console her, but Tessia bursts in her anger, roaring at her grandfather for keeping something so precious from her. She questions when she would have been able to learn about Good Sky had she not heard them talk about her. Tessia loses trust and starts questioning everything he's said to her. She did so much to demonstrate her growth, and yet he still treated her like a child. Tessia's feelings come to a stop when she sees Arthur Lewin intervene, directly calling her a child in spite of the situation. She can't believe that he's just said those words, when he should be comforting her in her most fragile moments. Arthur gives her some serious tough love, stating that it was reckless of her to just head right into the front lines, thinking that it will earn her maturity. It's only going to jeopardize her life. Arthur forgets the stops and literally calls her a tantrum-inducing child. Even Virion is fucking shook because he's out here wondering if the kid has lost it. Arthur follows up by reasoning how clueless she is for not understanding her grandfather's intention of keeping Cynthia's death a secret. He's seriously dying to know what the public response would be if they came to learn that someone important to them was killed right in the safest location of the entire continent. His words continue to anger her. Arthur brings up her age, calling her just a 17-year-old. But in response, she's pissed that a boy younger than her is saying all these things. And yet, neither Virion nor Good Sky ever thought of a boy as a child. To this, Arthur counters that it wasn't because he was trying to prove himself as an adult. It's just the impression that was formed of him. Virion attempts to stop Arthur from saying something foolish, but for some reason, he's in the mood to argue and insists on it. Tessia is in shambles, crying her eyes out, questioning if anything is even fair about the situation. Arthur is free as a bird while she can't do anything on her own, always becoming the person that requires rescuing. The boy attempts to counter her, but she interrupts him, stating that it is unfair of him to expect that she'll react like Ellie in a situation like this. Those words make even Arthur shut down, as Virion swoops in to break their heated confrontation. From this, Arthur looks up to Virion in anger, realizing that he was the one who was wrong all along. He shouldn't have taken her side against her grandfather earlier. Saying that, Arthur leaves while Virion tells his granddaughter that it's important to understand how Cynthia would have preferred a few loved ones instead of millions of people thinking about her death. Tessia crumbles before the casket as she and her grandfather offer a prayer in silence, the delicate moment coming to an end. Meanwhile, Arthur Lewin is walking away in frustration when our favorite little furball comes around to bite his damn foot. He shakes her off for being so rude all of a sudden. Arthur grabs the little fucker and questions what she did that for. It turns out that Sylvie read him like a book and wants to know why he specifically escalated the situation. Arthur explains that he said the things that were necessary. After all, the princess is letting her emotions cloud her judgment for what is truly necessary for the continent. He thinks all of it is a calculated and necessary form of action. But our little furball knows that something is up. She understands that Tessia spoke too far when she mentioned Ellie. But at the same time, Arthur's the one who became reckless and projected his personal frustrations upon her. Arthur strongly denies this at first, but quickly realizes that it might have been the case. During this moment, the boy asks his Bond what she really trained for in the land of Ephiotis. Sylvie, being the world's strongest cutie pie, only became stronger than she did before, and she also learned something new that would allow her to tease him more often. Arthur slips away, staring at the horizon, reminiscing the joys of a much simpler life. We are then brought right back into one of the memories of his previous life. Gray was sitting against the headmaster who couldn't see herself as a person who could help him with his kai pool. After all, his kai pool was supremely unremarkable compared to other kids. She wanted the boy to understand an important lesson. That if he ever caught himself lacking in resources, it would be wise to save his strength for the most opportune moment. Gray took those words to heart and thanked her. The headmaster is also really curious to know how they suddenly, and out of nowhere, received an immense amount of donations. Gray becomes nervous and tries to act surprised, but the headmaster decides to play with his head by stating that they will no longer be accepting any donations from anyone. This prompts an immediate reaction from the boy, who questions if she's going to close the orphanage. The old lady remarks that her intention isn't to close the orphanage as the government has decided to fund their operations, so they will no longer have any troubles regarding money. This makes the kid worry because of what he and Nico did. He's at least glad to hear the good news. The boy turns to leave when the sorceress asks him how Cecilia is getting along with the two of them. The boy enters a contemplative state, sharing that they have made some bit of progress probing her. Turns out that she has yet to speak to either of the boys even once. The sorceress wanted both Gray and Nico to be the catalysts to help her escape her shell, but Gray doesn't understand why it's required for them to do so much to become friends with a girl like that. To this, she smiles and states that he's going to know the real reason when Cecilia shares her story on her own. Gray expresses how Cecilia looks normal, but for some strange reason, the other kids are intimidated by her due to her accidents. Gray and Nico are the exceptions, so they're not afraid. The issue is, some kids have been sent straight to the infirmary because of her accidents. That's why he's here asking for more information to see if there's anything to learn. The sorceress pats the boy, arguing that no amount of knowledge about that girl will ever be useful. After all, she decides things for herself. She wants Gray to understand that his role is to become a friend, instead of actively figuring out solutions for her. When Cecilia requires help, she will ask. Gray takes this advice to heart and excitedly calls the headmaster his mother in an endearing way. To that, she teases the boy that he's forgetting her status as headmaster. At the orphanage, the kids chased after Gray in order to get him to play tag with them. They tried doing their best to catch this guy, but Gray meticulously slid his way past all of the kids like it was child's play for him. Gray advises them to try harder when one of the kids suddenly tries to jump on him, but he's got to show these lil bros who's their boss and easily catches them. Gray teases them for being 5 years too young to challenge the might of Gray. They call him too fast, but he tells them to stop making excuses. But low-key, I do have to agree with the kids here. Bro is picking on them at this point. He tells them to go away, as he's got some stuff to take care of. The kids leave after successfully sharing a game with him. Interestingly, Gray notices a wooden plank dislodged from its position. He observes how the house has been experiencing hits lately, and the headmaster hasn't been able to get around to taking care of it. The considerate boy thought that he should help her clean up the mess sometime. He slams the door open to Nico after singing praises of his might. Nico out here is actually knitting something. These are a bunch of special gloves. To show what they can do, Bro grabs Gray and shocks the ever-living shit out of him like he's Pikachu or something. Nico is impressed with his latest creation, and explains that he had to take countermeasures after their experience with the thugs. This is one of the ways he's prepared himself for defense. After compiling some notes on Kai conducting materials, this beauty was born. The operation is powered by a conducting stone inside of the stones that is capable of harnessing his Kai. The microfiber material lengthens in reaction to catching an opponent's muscle. Gray is amazed to see Nico's brilliance shine through his invention, and it makes him wonder why he hasn't been adopted by a family so far. Nico doesn't mind that, claiming that parents aren't really the best thing in the world. Gray recalls why he doesn't share a single memory of his own parents. He does understand Nico's personal hatred for his parents. It was bad enough that he didn't want to be reminded of it. Gray returned to the previous topic and questioned why Nico didn't just learn fighting skills like him. This question was met with a nod of disapproval, stating that Gray's talents don't come from learning how to fight. Also, he requires the use of equipment because he's not as skilled as a dude who is channeling fucking Ultra Instinct at his young age. He compares his own reflexes to be comparable to sloths and turtles. Because of that, Gray believes that even the gloves won't prove to be of much assistance in a situation like that. Nico confirms this and adds that microfibers are expensive on top of that. He did end up spending some of the money they collected from selling the stolen jewelry. Gray curiously asks how Nico managed to deliver the rest of the amount to the headmaster. Nico's glorious plan was to use a guy of his own to deliver the amount as a generous donation, in exchange for a percentage. Gray is baffled to hear this, because now he's left wondering how much money actually went for the development of the orphanage. Nico struggles to form a response, claiming that he didn't have much of a choice. After all, the headmaster wouldn't just take the amount directly from them without attacking them with a mountain of questions. Gray pinches Nico to remind him to respect her name. Also, he wants to share the good news that he learned from the headmaster. The orphanage is now backed by the government, which makes Nico delighted with the thought of spending all his money on his inventions now. It invites a glaring look from Gray which basically says, "No, the fuck you won't." Nico hands him some of the books he purchased for Gray as a gift with some of the money. It's enough to spare his life for the time being. Suddenly both of them feel rumbling. It's the work of Cecilia, and it's lasting for longer than it usually does. Nico recommends they check what's going down, which is a crazy idea to Gray, who emphasizes how dangerous it is to do that. The last person who tried couldn't even come near her, and that guy was an adult too. At the same time, Nico really feels bad about seeing her in pain and just waiting for her to pass out on her own. Gray instantly calls out the dude for having feelings for Cecilia, reducing him to a flustered mess. Nico denies the accusations like he's dodging a case, but also confesses that she's pretty. Anyway, the two of them try to make their way through the orphanage, stumbling in their steps. Upon arriving at her room, they see Randall standing there. But for some reason, the adults aren't intervening to help her. Gray quickly grabs Nico's gloves and dashes away to act on his own. He wears the gloves, understanding that Randall simply won't be able to get past Cecilia with this level of an intense outburst. So he unveils the place on his own, where he sees the girl emanating a pool of ki unlike anything else. She was an irregular among the Kai users. Even the best practitioners of Kai couldn't produce more than a gust of energy. But this girl was a monster with her disruptive waves of Kai. The only issue was that she couldn't control her powers. According to the headmaster, Kai outbursts only happened with emotional provocation. Some Kai users described this power as a gift, but Cecilia was a child, and it felt like a curse to her being. The boy did his best to call her out, but Cecilia was in so much pain that she couldn't stop crying. She begged him to stay away from her, as even the slightest gust was able to cut Gray's skin. Despite the dangers, he pummeled his way past the torrents, even though she warned him of the dangers. Gray extended his hand, requesting her to grab it. Cecilia reached out for his hand until they finally made contact, activating the special glove. The crackling lightning canceled out Cecilia's episodic outburst as she fell to her bed, knocked unconscious. But even Gray couldn't manage to maintain his consciousness, as this tiny little glove robbed him of all his Kai. The boy fell right next to her, with Nico rushing inside to see them. Let's go back to Arthur's present day. He's out cold with cute little Sylvie while his maids are requesting him to come out as he's gonna be late for Virion's speech. Lance Baron decides to act with his powers and decides to wake up our boy with a nuclear fucking alarm. Bro literally destroys the damn door and reaches for Arthur, who quickly grabs the bolt of lightning to protect himself. Arthur's not exactly pleased to run into this dude again. The Lance is impressed that Arthur's also improved in his own way. The youngster accuses him of being treacherous and dishonorable to strike him while he is vulnerable. Baron only came here to tell him that he's gonna be late for their speech, as the rest of the Lances are already sitting at the teleportation gate and waiting for him. Arthur reflects that it's inevitable for the two of them to share their differences because of what happened to Lucas. At the same time, Arthur understood something important when Baron told him that they were at war. It meant that both him and Baron were of utmost importance. Their roles were critical to decide the tide of the war, and their differences mattered very little in front of that. The rest of the maids apologize for their inconvenience, but they really want him to understand that he's getting late. The maids even assist and offer to wash him up if he's not in the mood. Our boy thinks that won't be necessary and chooses to decline the offer. They bring over the finest uniform that Alder especially made for Arthur for the speech. Aside from Arthur, the Human King is also getting dressed up and ready for the speech. Blaine is seriously afraid of the consequences that would come with Virion's announcement regarding their continent's decision. After all, the Alacrian terrorists are almost near the shores, which could promise them danger. Even Queen Priscilla doesn't understand the commander's intentions, especially since they left their own castle for the purpose of safety. The Elven royal family is also here, adding his thoughts that Virion believed it would be better to raise the morale of the crowd, showing them that the royal families are also here to share the risk in this upcoming war. Not to mention, they've got their lances ready to fight for them. Virion is hoping for a specific reaction from the crowd. Blaine hopes that it is the case, and then the royal families look toward the last person who finally came right in. Virion looks at the boy with a smile. Arthur stands before the royal families, looking like a majestic king in his own right. He greets each member of the royal family with proper respect. The royal families are proud of Arthur's growth and how far he's come. Blaine is hoping that the kid's strength exceeds even further, beyond his height, as he's going to be one of the best soldiers in this upcoming war. Arthur counters, wanting to make it clear that he isn't just a soldier to humankind, but to the entire continent of Dicathan at his current level. From the side of the dwarves, they have sent Radius as their representative and the new delegate. He's heard a lot about Arthur's greatness from Elijah's writings. Arthur quickly learns that Radius is the man who became Elijah's guardian from a young age. Arthur frowns, still upset that he failed to protect or help Elijah when he needed it most. He apologizes, but Radius grabs his understanding, comforting the child that he did his best. Arthur deems Elijah his best friend and recalls the precious memories they made. He promises to bring him back no matter what happens in the war to come. Radius thanks him for the promise, and Virion calls forth the attention of the lances. He instructs them to wait for the gatekeeper's signal until they're ready to walk through. Arthur speaks to Sylvie and thinks that it would be great to spend some time with Radius and learn more about Elijah. He's really curious to know how the kid ended up being raised in the kingdom of dwarves in the first place. Seeing this, the remaining lance, Aya, decides to make herself known to Arthur, stating that they've met once before. Now the funny thing is, she extends her hand, I'm assuming for him to pay respect. But Arthur kind of stutters and ends up shaking her hand instead of giving proper respect to Lance. It's really funny because Aya sees him shaking in confusion. Aya thinks great of Arthur and hopes to get along well with him. On the outside, she seems really nice to Sylvie, but Arthur can sense just how powerful Aya truly is based off of her incredible mana. Finally, Varai comes around to greet the boy. She dons a shorter hairstyle resembling a boyish wolf cut. Varai sharply observes that Arthur has transcended into the mid-silver stage after his training. But Arthur thinks he's still not powerful enough to reach the white stage. To that, Varai believes that his growth may be closer than he thinks, which astonishes Arthur for a good minute. The lances are told to enter the teleportation gate at last. Sylvie found their interactions quite fun, but Arthur thinks her definition of fun is corrupted. The four lances collectively make their way through, seeing the enormous crowd gathered at Atiston. The royal families all greet them in kind, even Prince Curtis and Princess Kathleen are there. From Virion's side, there's the Elven Princess Tessia herself. The people cheer in extreme celebration while Arthur feels reminiscent of what he felt in his previous life. The maid Rosa refers to the lances as generals and signals them to prepare for Virion's call. Virion's speech begins as the crowd goes silent. He wants the people to understand that all leaders are fighting in unison in this war, the same leaders who were responsible for protecting the continent for many decades. At the same time, he wants to pay special mention to their finest and most extraordinary generals in the upcoming war. The Lance of the Continent of Dicathen. The three of them appear before the crowd, who cheer their name and give them proper respect. Virion chooses to halt their cheer for a moment. He makes it clear that they're at a very fragile state of incoming war. Some of the lances are clearly absent, but that's not a mistake. They're currently busy risking their lives on the battlefield. The continent promised its people that hate lance titles won't be limited to one's birth or status. It can only be earned through immense hard work. And that is why a new hero is being announced to join the lances among their ranks. The newest Lance of Dicathen, Arthur Lewin. Just hearing his name, the crowd goes crazy, with Kathleen and Curtis both cheering in respect. Tessia's face doesn't show a smile, but she still gives Arthur the respect he deserves. Arthur's a little annoyed that this old geezer pulled the announcement out of his ass. Virion wanted to surprise him. Normally, he would have been really pissed if someone else made the announcement, but he's fine with Virion's decision. The commander wants him to wave properly because the people can see him on the projector. Virion teases his dumbass even more because he wants Arthur to give a speech regarding the upcoming war. Arthur has already experienced his first shock being announced as a lance, and then he has to give a speech on top of it while being unprepared. Virion wanted things to happen this way, and points to the people of Dicathen, signaling them to be Arthur's own people, the same ones he grew up with, and that is why they'll listen to them more attentively, with more love than they gave to any noble. Arthur is handed a microphone, and told that he is entrusted dearly among them. That's why Virion wants him to be a free spirit in heart and soul when speaking to them. The boy's family is also here to excitedly cheer for him. Arthur gazes at the beauty of Dicathen's people, Virion's words streaming his thoughts. Finally, Arthur uses the device to speak to the people of the continent, thanking them all for appearing here today. He wants them to understand that he's well versed on the history of the continent and its economy. Of the books he read, none ever explained what it meant to become a loyal citizen. Many speculate that citizens are bound by the love of their homeland. And one author he read argued that there's an effect that starts with the leaders and goes all the way down to the families feeding their loved ones. That flow of security, according to this author, is responsible for the natural loyalty of the country. But Arthur wanted to make these words clear exactly because he disagrees with the author's claims. After all, according to him, loyalty isn't a correctly calculated decision made by the citizens of the people. It cannot be enforced by the nation's rulers or be decided or judged by birth. Loyalty is born straight out of one's choice. It is chosen and nourished by the support of friends and other relationships alike. It is guarded by the promise to protect each loved one and to evolve together. Arthur believes that it's arrogant to even define loyalty, or to box it into a definition. After all, the people of the continent show loyalty in their own hearts and different ways. But among those differences, one thing is certain. It is that loyalty is easy to manage when life is easy. It's easy to support the king you serve and the families people lead when the land is as prosperous as ever. It's truly easy to celebrate an army's victory, to show them support when times are easy. But this war, Arthur notes, will not be easy. It will be brutal, and he wants the people to know that their loyalty to the continent of Dicathan will be tested from here on. They're going to face the choice of death, facing it together with the people, or the choice of living amongst enemies. Arthur wants everyone to know that he stands up here because he's already made up his choice. And it isn't dictated by his title as a lance. His loyalty wasn't bought or provided to him. His loyalty extends to this continent and the people living in it. His loyalty was molded by the childhood he shared with the people, and then his life as an adventurer, a student, and then even a teacher. Finally, he'll have to prove his loyalty as a lance. He understands that the continent and its leaders all share flaws in their ways, but without a doubt, they've tried their best, and they're doing their best uniting the three kingdoms to form a council unheard of before. The leaders of the three races have come together, putting aside their personal differences and to share resources with each other to better the lives of the people. Arthur points out to the curtain of discrimination which still surrounds them, but he makes it clear that the continent is their own. A dangerous army is waiting for them beyond this city, and over 100 ships are creeping up to their shores. They've all been given the option to flee or to surrender the lives of the royal families that have served the continent. It is between that or continuing the war, causing the destruction at an even greater scale. Now, I want you guys to remember that Virion was supposed to make this part clear to the people, but I guess Arthur decided to take up his burden for him. What a guy. Arthur continues, declaring Commander Virion as the man who was ready to sacrifice his own life to protect the continent. But his hope was different. He wanted to fight, and to risk death for the kind of life he had treasured in Dicathan, instead of relying on the promise of their enemies which they may toss aside. However, Arthur refuses to make that choice for the rest of the continent. He just wants every single one of the citizens to understand that the people up here, the royal families and the lances, will fight until their dying moments, in order to protect the continent from the invasion of their enemies. Arthur's speech is met with a bunch of reactions, but the most prominent one is the roar of the Dicathan continent. Instead of lashing out against their leaders, they want to show their support to them. At this moment, Sylvie decides to manifest herself as the beautiful black dragon, roaring alongside the people. Arthur is glad to see her, while the people continue to cheer for the Dicathan continent as he walks away. Sylvie wants to know how she performed, which is really funny because all this furball did was roar at the end, leaving the difficult parts to Arthur. Curtis and Kathleen come to meet him, remarking how brilliant his speech was. They'd already heard that Sylvie was a dragon at school, but they're even more happy to see him back. Kathleen wonders if he will be staying at the reception made for nobles. But Arthur doesn't have any plans for that, as he's got a personal event of his own to deal with. That event he's talking about is to share the grief of Adam's death. In the next scene, those closest to Adam all gather around to pay him a final show of respect, remembering him as the warrior who fought along and yet never changing, a big mouth who was fiercely loyal to his teammates. Reynolds reminisces the good times they all shared, understanding that it's wrong to cling to the past. He wants them to remember Adam as a fighter, a protector, and a friend to them all. Adam, being ambitious as always, wouldn't want to sit still. He'd always want to pursue strength, which is why Reynolds wants the same to become of them, to channel his motivation, to become stronger and lead the world to a better place. And that's how Adam's funeral marks its end, as his loved ones weep in remembrance. Arthur takes it pretty hard too, while Helen exclusively thanks him for coming. Durden and the others are sorry they couldn't make it to his speech. They all want him to understand how proud they are of his progress, even though he's haunted by the loss of a good friend. Surprisingly, even Virion skipped the noble reception at the city and came here. Arthur emphasizes that holding the funeral at the Flying Castle was more than enough from the commander's end. But Virion willingly made the decision, remarking that the kings and queens are there at the reception, which is enough. Apparently, Virion wants to talk to Arthur about yet another urgent matter. He hands Arthur Aaliyah's artifact, the same one that all lances possess. Virion confirms, stating that if he bonds it with his blood, it will trigger the boy's growth, pushing his body right into the white stage. While it's true that Arthur isn't an elf, Virion seriously wants him to serve under the Elven kingdom. Arthur wants him to know that he would still fight for his sake and the rest of Dicathan even if he didn't receive such a special artifact. Additionally, he declines this offer, stating that he does not want any help penetrating into the white stage. After all, Arthur intends to do that on his own. Aldir interrupts their conversation and agrees with the decision. Arthur realizes that this dude was hiding in the shadows. The Asura argues that the artifact will indeed grant the boy immense strength, but it severely limits the person's ability to grow stronger. He thinks it's a good choice for a lesser being to use it in times of absolute need. But for the critical warrior Arthur Lewin, things are different. Inside, he has Sylvie's dragon blood as well as his brimming talent coursing through him, not to mention the incredibly powerful will of Sylvia herself, which may seem like a disadvantage at present, but it will prove to become a massive strength in the future if his survival is guaranteed. The boy hopes that such a future comes true soon. Virion asks Arthur if he's truly prepared for the war. To that, surprisingly, Arthur says no despite all of his training. And yet despite all of that, he is fully prepared to fight for his loved ones against the Vritra clan. Reynolds and his wife Alice are ready to head to the war. Ellie is most devastated by this, while Arthur feels disappointed. There's a saying that death only makes itself appear when it has taken away someone we truly love. And in this case, Arthur is really worried about his family, to the point he doesn't want them to go. Alice grabs his hand and comforts him one last time before entering the dangerous battlefield. Arthur's hand shivers in fear. He completes his thoughts, believing that death should always serve as a reminder for people so that they can protect those closest to them. Back in his room, that very night, he feels the most hurt. Sylvie comes to talk some sense into him. After all, he did just argue with his family right before they left. But Arthur, he's dejected and thinks that each time he makes some progress, something happens and pulls him back. He seriously doesn't get why his family isn't willing to take his advice, especially when he only said things that were true. Sylvie points out that Arthur advised them to hide for the most part, which is the truth. Arthur is extremely concerned about the safety of his family in the war, but he's just happy to note that Ellie doesn't have a part to play in this. At the same time, he despises the fact that they're recklessly putting their lives on the line. Sylvie becomes his vessel of thoughts and understands what he's saying. Arthur is really worried that his parents aren't taking his words because they no longer think of him as their son. Sylvie reminds him that they're trying to do their best regardless of the situation at hand. Also, surprisingly, Sylvie also possesses the knowledge of Arthur's previous life, so he has to ask how she knew. Turns out that she's always been privy to his thoughts ever since the day she came into existence. This is a massive secret that makes Arthur flustered. This little thing has been stalking his mind for ages and never told him. Personally, she's discovered a way to keep her own thoughts hidden, but the same doesn't go for Arthur. The boy realizes what this means, and his little bond confirms that she's also been listening to his emotional wreckage regarding Tessia as of late. Sylvie wants him to understand that they'll be heading to war soon. She learned from Indrath that she's still too weak to reach the heights of an Asura, yet she's strong because of the bloodline. She promises to fight alongside Arthur, but that doesn't mean she'll be unstoppable or undefeatable. She thinks the only way out of this war is to rely on each other's strengths. The only reason she has revealed this information is because she too has found out some dark truths recently. Sylvie frowns, claiming that he's the only person she can trust with her life. Arthur pets the tiny marshmallow and understands how she feels, since he's also raised her from day one. He's more than happy to let her confide in him. Arthur internalizes how this is the first instance ever where Sylvie expressed fear over her life, but he's really curious how she got intelligent all of a sudden. She's improved exponentially ever since their training cycle. It's because of her fast learning and adaptability that helped her grow quickly in a short time. Sylvie latches onto Arthur in a way that makes me want to eat her because she's so cute. She's concerned about Arthur, and he knows that. He fears that winsome words regarding the enemy ships are filled with mages who have Asura blood coursing through their veins, and that naturally means trouble for the rest. Their conversation is interrupted by Aldir, who came here out of the blue. Our boy is starting to get annoyed with this dude popping out of nowhere lately. Aldir explains that he is in search of something and requires Arthur's help. He received intel from Indrath to rely on Arthur's judgment throughout the war, and right after listening to the boy's speech, he could finally understand why. Aldir believes that Arthur is more than just a soldier on the field. That's why he wants him to be at his side, as a guide in the council. To put things into perspective on how ridiculous this offer sounds, Arthur questions if the deity is really looking to a 16-year-old's life advice with the council. To counter this, Adler argued that Arthur's mental capacity is beyond a regular teenager. That is why he will be required to attend certain meetings when the time is right. But he also wants to make it clear that he's got certain plans for the boy. Arthur seems frustrated and questions why someone as wise and capable as Aldir isn't chosen for the role of making decisions. Aldir tells him that this fight will be unlike any other, and his time to contribute will also shine. If the Dicathan continent wins and uses Asuras to fight alongside them, then Agrona and the rest of his clan are destined to fail. The world will have access to a new continent in the end. Arthur points out a sharp assumption, questioning if Aldir has lost someone he loved by Agrona's hands. To that, Aldir confirms that enough people have lost their cherished ones. The boy shares that he's got no intentions of slowing down with the state of the war, but if he's going to help, then he requires Aldir to trust in his advice. Also, he wants to make it clear that the Lessers are fighting the battles for Asuras, so he'd prefer if he addressed them with proper names. Aldir immediately applies this request into action by calling out the boy's name, and shockingly agrees to comply with his conditions. Instead of using Lessers to describe the three races, he uses people in his speech. a small touch that makes the boy smile. He tells Alder to wait because of one other thing. Arthur knows that he's soon going to initiate his new duties as a lance, but there's something else he wants to do before that. The scene ends there, leaving his request ambiguous for the time being. Let's cut to the shore, where Jonah is facing an elven warrior in a duel to sharpen their skills. Many adventurers have placed camps here, and Arthur's mysteriously hiding among them, perhaps to see how they're doing. He sees the people managing food until a woman donning black hair recognizes a familiar stature. Arthur's glad that none have recognized him so far out on his own. He sees the fight between Jonah and Cedri, with one of them being on the clear advantage. Cedri did improve and sent Jonah flying with a punch. The boy is quietly observing this match and remarks that Cedri is actually another half-elf, which is rare enough for their continent. Sylvie thinks it's better to use the moment and introduce themselves to the current captain. Even Arthur states that melee combat is way more exciting than long-ranged in comparison. Jay comes to see the captain at their tent before a guard stops him from approaching. The man emphasizes that Arthur can't enter without a clear purpose. So he goes right ahead and flexes his lance badge, making this dude freeze up in shock. Arthur tells him not to shout his damn name because it will ruin the disguise. He enters the tent, and the face of the person is finally revealed. It's the beautiful Professor Glory and her bond. She's stunned and immediately goes in to hug the boy, remarking him as General Lewin and paying him the respect he deserves. Arthur insists that she call him Arthur, so she asks to be called Venezi in return for it. He's looking for a report on the current situation, so Venezi lays out a map, explaining that her division is working her way through on the smaller side. She's got about 20 skilled conjurers and 10 augmenters among her group. The rest of the soldiers are all capable mage and non-mage soldiers who have come together for the fight. Captain Otter and his division will soon pair up with them from Mayburn City. Arthur shares his thoughts, suspecting that the ships won't come this far out. Venezi already heard about Arthur's major plan against Alacrian soldiers at the coast, but she wonders if it's going to help. Arthur is hoping that it's going to at least get some of the ships out of the way. Venezi even offers him some alcohol, but the boy reminds her that he's a minor. Venezi argues that he's old enough to do anything if he's in a war like this. So this dude goes crazy and drinks way too much, to the point even Sylvie wonders if it's a good idea to be sloppy before the battle. Apparently Virion instructed Venezi to use Arthur as a beacon of motivation for the soldiers. But regarding that speech of his, Arthur doesn't want to make his identity known until Captain Otter's arrival. Sylvie is really worried that he's acting careless and smug in a situation where the very continent's fate rests on his shoulders. Drawing outside of her tent, Arthur has to remind the lousy guard to stay silent about him. He gets rid of his cloak and casually comes around to ask who won the fight between the two. It turns out that Cedri actually won. It was her first victory of the many matches they shared against each other. Jonah introduces himself and casually teases Cedri as the immature girl. They're wondering if Arthur's a new recruit, and he confirms their thoughts. The people here are enjoying fights for the rest of the night, with an audience cheering for Cedri especially. Her training paid off and she's really proud of it. Jonah points out her flustered face, which is a cute interaction between the two. Sylvie remarks how close the recruits have gotten in so little time. But something about these two makes Arthur believe that they're more than just close. One big mouth comes around calling Arthur a country bumpkin, and even goes on to cuss at him. Arthur questions if he really looks like a dude who came from the countryside. Cedri rises to his defense, snapping at Herrick for targeting new recruits. But Arthur's in the mood to fuck some shit up, so he happily takes Herrick on. The fool thinks he's using this time to give new recruits some tips. So Arthur plays along and shakes hands before the guy yanks Arthur in an effort to smack him in the face. Herrick's cheap shot first tip actually lands as Arthur faces the full brunt of his strike. He's really questioning the kind of alcohol Venezi drinks because it's way too strong. Meanwhile, Herrick's a little disappointed that he didn't just send the guy flying from his powerful punch. So he channels his mana and comes to strike Arthur down a second time. You won't believe it, but Arthur gives this asshole the cutest, "I will fuck you up" smile ever, and returns the punch, knocking Herrick out and sending his ass down on the ground. The crowd goes crazy for his attack. Meanwhile, Arthur is wondering how he still managed to toss him away so far despite constraining his mana to a tiny amount. One girl steps up to fight Arthur, sounding cocky as the last guy. She's used to using weapons and recommends Arthur to use one as well. But he doesn't have a sword to play with right now, so that can't be managed. Arthur gets tossed a normal-sized sword to use. Nifia asks if he's prepared and quickly attacks him without stopping. She knows that he's not just any fresh recruit, as he's dodging too swiftly for his size. Arthur remarks how she's got an excellent control over her mana and is clearly on a different league than the last guy. The only thing stopping her is plain experience. He's able to exploit her weak footing and kick her down. Nifia still recovers, but she wants to get really serious this time. She tells everyone to back away as she's going to cage the match. Arthur reminds her that this is just a friendly match that they don't have to get serious about. But Nifia strongly disagrees, claiming that it's her warm-up for the brutal war to come. Remembering that, She uses her earth magic to form a cage, reminding him that anything goes in a war. But Arthur funnily reflects that it's a stupid analogy since there aren't any cages in an actual war. In his previous life, the boy came to understand that people become careless when it comes to fighting with a strong ally above them. Certain soldiers still believe that they're going to win this fight as long as the lances are doing their battles for them. In reality, real wars are decided by the decisions that rest on a single person, that being the nation's leader. The nation, on the other hand, lived powerless as ever, unable to make significant change with their contribution. But that was only the case in his previous life. For this war, he's got hungry soldiers who will only feel even more motivated to fight with a lance among them. Arthur goes crazy on his attack against Nifia and still has time to think about his thoughts. He thinks that the very existence of mana is enough to rectify some of the mistakes made in a fight. But that also proves to make certain soldiers forget about improving their flaws. A mistake that Arthur Lewin made when he entered this world, and quickly got those mistakes annihilated by the Asuras in Epheotis. The fight between Nifia and Arthur comes to a close and dinner time is just around the corner. Nifia was fully expecting to eat a kick to the face, but instead she found him offering his hand. They shake hands in good sportsmanship, while his new friends urge him to try the delicious stew. Even the cute marshmallow comes out of her hiding to eat the food. By night, these soldiers are as joyous as ever, as if the thoughts of war weren't even on their mind. Arthur sees Cedri, who is popular and loves to get along with everyone. He learns from Jonah that she joined the war in order to fight for her family, and she's a serious stuck-up who really doesn't like receiving anybody's help. Arthur happily teases Jonah for also joining the war because he wanted to protect Cedri on the battlefield. The dude freezes up and tries to deny the accusations, but Arthur's really sharp and easily gets through him. Cedri, drunk as ever, comes up asking how these two are doing. Arthur tries to spill the tea about Jonah's obvious feelings for her, before he's stopped. Jonah tries to cover it up and acts like he's interested in one of the girls with longer hair. Something about their interaction attracts Arthur, who reminisces how enjoyable life truly is when a person is youthful. The black-haired lady from before comes around, startling the boy all of a sudden. She consistently noticed him entering Venizi's tent. Her comment just now attracts the attention of some of the soldiers. Arthur learns that this woman is Chef Astera, who is curious about him and wants to spar. But for some reason, seeing her ripped fucking arms, Bro is thinking that she's more than just a normal chef. They both get to the dueling site, where Astera recommends they should fight seriously and give these people a show. Shockingly, this woman flash steps so fast that it surprises even Arthur for a second. He blocks her strike with his blade, confirming Astera's thoughts that she's not dealing with the average teenage boy. Her blade nearly strikes him down again, with Arthur reminding Astera that he's just as much of an average boy as she is as an average cook. He means to imply that they're both hiding underneath their disguise. Turns out that Astera's got her own students from around here, so Arthur questions if he's dealing with a former teacher of the academy. But Astera is pissed that he even compared her to that school's standards. He tells her about his experience as a student, and both of them agree that the students there are annoying stuck-ups. Astera explains that she taught at the Lancellor Academy right after the war between the humans and the elves came to an end. That school is known for producing the finest soldiers. But after the war, those elite soldiers weren't needed anymore. Seeing their incredible fight, Jonah and Cedri are stunned. Arthur, now annoyed, questions why she's here as a chef, instead of nurturing students at Lancellor Academy. But Astera doesn't want to reveal that part of her life so soon. Also, she really wants him to stop holding back his true strength. Arthur tries to carve up an excuse, claiming that restricting himself to augmentation magic makes up for a fair duel. Astera thinks he's right to admit that, but she's interested in revealing her own full powers and showing the students a true spectacle. She powers up with an incredible aura wave, with even her students admitting that they'd have simply dropped out if she came at them with such a transformation. Arthur decides to adjust his powers to 40% of mana, and responds adequately by showing her what he's capable of. Just looking at him, she's curious why a brilliant and yet talented boy ended up here, or Zyra Academy for that matter when he was so skilled with his sword. She comes at him full speed while Arthur stands there, answering that he already knew about handling his blade before entering the academy. He blocks her strike and states that he desires to improve his magic. Both of them have roughly equal exchanges between each other, but Astera's skills are enough to make Arthur admit her caliber as a seasoned veteran. Jonah is stumped to see Astera fight so hard. Cedri remarks that their teacher is bringing up her best while her opponent looks calm and collected, as if he's not even threatened. Arthur notes that her movements are precise and calculated. He can see her lunging forward and dodges preemptively, but it was actually a feint that he didn't anticipate. Arthur manages to block her real strike from behind. Unfortunately, his sword shattered in the process, so he easily accepts his loss. Astera is in utter disbelief, refusing to accept that she had just won. After all, it was just the fact that he used an amateur sword. He returns the blade to the warrior and promises to buy him a new one. But the atmosphere around him has completely shifted. They're all looking at him in awe. Glory comes out with applause, appreciating the battle between the two. As captain of the division, she allows them to have as much time needed to enjoy the night. And that's what happens. The main subject of the night is Astera's incredible movement and skills that were never seen before. One douchebag ridicules her performance and eats shit for it. They even call out their teacher's name to make him fight her. Cedri is seriously drunk and wants to fight Arthur. Jonah stops the midget and has to remind her that she's really being ambitious right now. The man of the hour, Arthur, is sitting by himself underneath the night sky. Sylvie noticed that Arthur really enjoyed the duel, as it is rare enough to come across a good opponent. He's finding it happy to be a normal soldier for a couple of days to celebrate the small things in life. But Sylvie argues that he's not the type of person to live a normal life. They've both been through so much, so she thinks they should indeed work on celebrating the small victories in life. The first celebration being Arthur's fight against Astera. Funnily enough, you might think this marshmallow became a motivational speaker all of a sudden, but her true intentions were to steal Arthur's food just now. She was just giving him reasons to do it. Arthur gives it up because she behaved properly for the night. Sylvie happily munches on it. All of a sudden, Astera pops out of nowhere and questions if she's really seeing a freaking jacket eat a piece of meat. Arthur excuses that he's saving the food for later. Both share a celebratory beer, and Arthur's going crazy with that alcohol intake. Astera now regrets downplaying Zyra Academy's talents because of how well Arthur performed in their duel. Their sweet moment is fucking annihilated when Venezzi's stupid guard comes out calling Arthur a general. Dude is looking at him with the most annoyed glare ever. Turns out that Captain Otter has just arrived, but for some strange reason, the captain is missing. Arthur gets up, while Astera's questioning what she just heard. Arthur calmly points out that he's got a story of his own. One he's willing to share another time with some more alcohol. Come to think of it, didn't this guy just smurf his way throughout his duels? What a guy. Arthur travels with the guard, learning that she's nowhere to be found. Interestingly, he locates her instantly atop the cliff. She's all by herself, and he wants to handle this on his own. As for Captain Otter, Arthur doesn't feel the urgent need to deal with the captain in his current alcoholic state. He'd be happy to meet him tomorrow instead. The guard respects his orders and goes away to report them. Arthur's left to himself and thinks it's okay to disturb Vasni to see if she's holding up all right. He jumps away and immediately pops right next to her. Venezzi hands him another bottle to drink, but Arthur thinks it's careless of her to drink here. But he's not clean either for being flushed like a drunk idiot. Bro literally goes against his own advice and drinks to his heart's content. Then he sits right next to her, before Venezzi finally decides to speak. She asks him about their chances of victory regarding the war. Even as competent as he is right now, Arthur can't promise anything. But he's ready to do his very best for what he can do. Venezzi, despite being double his age, finds comfort in his words, as if she's actually believing in the ridiculous idea that the boy will pull a miracle. Arthur claims that he's disappointed a lot of people before and he doesn't want to do that. She realizes that he still blames himself for the incident at Zyra Academy. The place was going up in flames as he pummeled his way through with his dragon. He's curious what became of the academy after the incident. Even Tessia doesn't tell him much, neither of the heirs do. It's as if they're refusing to accept the academy's state. Venezzi expresses that they can't change the past as it would only make him sad. But Arthur's serious, and he's dying to know the truth at this moment. He was making excuses to avoid the touchy subject throughout this time. But Venezzi's fickle eyes tell you everything about her dreadful state. She remembers seeing many parents grieving the losses of their loved ones. Doradrea was the first among the disciplinary committee to suffer an agonizing death. While Theodore wasn't killed at the time of his fight against Drenive, he still didn't survive regardless of the healers. Arthur's face turns to utter shock and sadness. He wants to know what became of Fairith and Claire, almost hesitating to ask if either of them survived. First, Venezzi talks about Ferti, who did survive safely. She also learned that Claire is alive, but in what state, no one knows because of her secretive family. Arthur's glad to hear at least that. But Venezzi seems upset. Turns out that Kai was working under the cultists, which meant he served the Vritra clan. He totally disappeared along with Elijah. Now this news is the real deal. It really stuns Arthur. 5 traitors from the academy were captured while 30 escaped. The boy can't stomach what he just heard. Finally, this knowledge has offered him a second chance to reflect. He's forgotten about much of the memories of his past life, and it's true that his past self is slowly withering away. It is now helping him become a person of this world rather than his last. But it is true that in this very sensitive and fragile moment, Arthur is hoping to embody the values of his previous self. The man who was as cold and calculating, the one who suppressed his emotions, and did not show weakness of any kind. From the encounters he's had today and the people he has known throughout his life, the boy sorrowfully wonders how many of them will be lost in the upcoming battles. Venezzi tells him that he made a difference. even if he didn't save every life that was lost that day. While she taught at Zyra Academy for a bunch of years, she understands that the people of Zyra are strong and will continue to grow their resolve. But without Arthur being there wouldn't be anything for them to rebuild. He is the single reason that the school managed to reclaim its honor. He's the reason they can fortify themselves again. That is the importance of Arthur Lewin. Venezi takes heavy guilt and remembers failing Arthur time and time again. At the Widow's Crypt dungeon, she remembers losing him and was unable to help him even then. But the boy, being as outstanding and brilliant as ever, returned to them. Even with the attack at the academy, she couldn't have imagined the kind of strength that he embodied. Venezi wants to be strong for her soldiers, but she's the one feeling powerless and afraid. Hearing this, Arthur requests Sylvie to keep watch over them for the night. She understands his request and turns into her draconic state before flying away. Arthur then gets up, perplexing Venezi as he offers her his hand. Arthur wants her to be with the soldiers, to enjoy the mellow moments throughout the night. It's their duty to join them. The scene quickly cuts off right to the next morning, where this dumbass is sleeping like a cat because he partied all night. Venezi wakes him up and doesn't return his blanket even when he uses the authority of a general. She reminds this fool that he rushed their meeting to the next morning, so he'll be dealing with this mess. Bro is handed with so many documents to review and finish before the meeting. Sylvie startles the hell out of him by popping her head out from his tent. Arthur remembers being carried by her when he fell asleep like a drunk madman. Regarding her report regarding the enemy ships, Sylvie couldn't find anything noteworthy. She wanted to try and explore deeper, but it would have risked her presence. She also really despises the smell coming from this man as he reeks of alcohol. Arthur shortly prepares himself for the meeting. He spots both Cedre and Jonah being lunatics who freeze before his presence. Venezi is just mentioning his name when he arrives. Arthur is introduced to Captain Jarnus Otter, a serious-looking man who speaks very formally and shakes the boy's hand. Otter suggests both divisions get acquainted with one another. Even she thinks it's a good idea, and asks Arthur input regarding a way to divide their forces before the attack. To this, Otter disagrees. He believes it'd be better to form a collective attack from the coast, instead of dividing forces. Venezi speaks for Arthur, claiming that he's the one who has been entrusted in the final say. Otter acts arrogant and thinks the Lance shouldn't intervene with the decisions of the captains who know their divisions more than him. Sylvie is really pissed about this dude's slimeball attitude. Arthur thinks that he's got nothing more to say and tries to leave. When Venezi asks if he's got some opinion, Arthur calls out the idea as a foolish one for combining forces in one point. Otter roars at him, questioning what better form of attack would be recommended instead of attacking directly from the ocean. His damning attitude invites a serious tone from Arthur, who reminds him clearly that he's the one sent here to govern their decisions. He warns Otter not to disregard his opinion as if it means nothing. That alone shut this bastard for good. Arthur mentions that he doesn't have a major role to play in making the decisions of the captains. He's going to leave that part to them. Suddenly, Arthur and Sylvie hear something so concerning that they draw outside. The people of the camps are drawn to despair, and as they spot a sliced arm fall out of nowhere and splat onto the ground. Understanding that the war has begun, Arthur roars at his soldiers to advance forward for battle. He wants Otter's input regarding his division, which was supposed to keep watch on the cliff. He tries running away when Arthur stops him, stating that the captain will be foolish to go up against an army all alone. Otter can't stand seeing his soldiers die on their own, but Arthur believes that he should pay attention to the more important battle here, fighting alongside Venezi's side and assisting the best he can. Her troops are organized into a position to fight. Thankfully, this airhead takes Arthur's orders and joins Venezi. Even he knows that there's no point in playing the hero with the kind of situation they're in. Instead of forming one large group, Venezi intelligently split her group into different units. Each unit was composed of its own strategic formation. Augmenters walked along the flanks, guarding the line of conjurers and archers as their role. The foot soldiers were standing at the front lines, ready to make the most out of the attack. The head of each unit, or the leader, is positioned just under the foot soldiers, giving their orders and protecting the conjurers the best they can. It's clear to Arthur that this just can't be an attack from a mana beast. It's possible that some other group is operating, but Arthur senses that something is seriously wrong. He sees Astera and wonders if she'll be okay on her own at their base. Astera is one of the best augmenters, so Arthur leaves everything in her hands. Before his departure, she wants him to be careful, an advice that Arthur returns for her as well. He tells Sylvie to get ready and give a quick understanding of the situation as he needs information quickly. Sylvie does that and takes it to the skies. The soldiers view the dragon hovering above them, staring at the beautiful creature in joy. Sylvie reaches the top and wants to remind Arthur one last time that she's extremely limited in what she can do in the fight. Arthur understands what she means, and it relates to the Treaty of the Asuras not to intervene in the war. While that's one thing, there's another awakening process that Indrath made her endure. Unfortunately, until she can awaken her ether powers fully, she'll be limited in her strength and apologizes for not saying sooner. Arthur doesn't mind it and understands that Sylvie tried her best. As for what's happening at the cliff, Arthur is horrified to see soldiers getting their heads popped off. He could never have assumed that this would happen, and that was his critical error. Below him was a sea of blood as monsters annihilated Otter's division. Sylvie can't comprehend why the enemy forces were able to make it on top of the cliff without any of them noticing. After all, not even their ships were visible. Arthur commands her to soar higher and instructs her to follow the trail of the Alacrians to see the root cause. Arthur intends to join this fight, which can be hardly called a fight as humanity's forces are getting ripped to shreds. Sylvie is afraid that he'll get hurt and she won't be able to help him. But Arthur thinks he's got a terrible feeling about this battle, and understands that unless he contributes, they will lose here. Arthur believes this war is more than just a one-on-one battle. He wants Sylvie to hang tight and see where the Alacrians are coming from. He leaps away, but Sylvie is planning to come to his rescue the moment she senses danger. Arthur descends as both execute their mission. On Venezi's side, she's leading her men to join Otter's Divyasan and strike from the front lines. As for herself, she senses a figure leaping up from behind and immediately draws her blades. Thankfully, it's just Arthur, who scared the shit out of her after he flew off. He tells Venezi about his change of plans and that he will join them in this battle. Arthur continually felt worse about their situation, because for some reason, he anticipated their enemies to be no different from the Vritra clan, nothing more than monsters. But from up close, he can see that these soldiers are no different from the ones in their own army. The only thing unique about them was that they boasted quick spellcasting and wore a different outfit. Arthur takes his first battle and senses that he's dealing with a silver core augmenter. He goes quick on the offensive and slashes his opponent's abdomen, but for some reason his blade doesn't penetrate. It's because his body casted a shield that protected his armor. The man responsible for casting this shield is an Alacrian soldier from afar. Arthur is stunned to see someone manipulate a barrier like that. He finds the current mage troublesome to fight against, so he quickly switches targets to the one who is casting the barriers. His opponent follows up from behind with a prepared attack of their own, but Arthur easily catches him with an earth spell. He's rather surprised to find that the soldier didn't augment or enhance his body. While this guy fights like a seasoned augmenter, he doesn't really have any reinforcement to protect his body. Still, Arthur's peeved about the way the Alacrians are fighting this war in general. Something about it feels strange, as if they aren't even being spotted by the enemy soldiers. It's to the point where Arthur is beginning to wonder if an illusion is set in place. The Alacrian soldier tells his friend to cast more shields, which gives Arthur the opportunity to reflect on the difference between their fighting styles. He still doesn't get why the soldiers are choosing to manifest mana in a single-handed approach. Arthur has judged that knowledge of the enemy forces will be critical in him winning this war. The augmenter he's facing is extremely skilled, but doesn't hold a candle to his mentor Cordry. The part that's bothering Arthur is why this guy's only enforcing mana on his claws. The Alacrian man is impressed to learn that Arthur is just any average soldier. The boy impressively uses a feint to catch this guy off guard, and yet the shield mage was still able to cast a barrier to protect his friend. Arthur is perplexed because none of the Alacrian soldiers seem to be worried about the shield mage, as he's defenseless. Just as he's about to attack him, fireballs come targeting him out of nowhere. Arthur points his blade to the long-ranged enemy soldier from far away. He then throws his sword at full speed to take that guy down. Luckily, the sword is deflected by the shield mage casting yet another barrier. Then the guy with the claws comes up around, casting deceptive magic to trick Arthur. The dude literally creates fake shadow clones of himself. But this illusion of his just gives Arthur an easy crutch to invoke one of his strongest abilities, the Realm Heart Physique. This power allows him to distinguish between the fakes and the original. It turns out that the illusion being casted is actually made by the shield mage instead of the augmenter he's fighting. This guy is just the direct attacker, and he lunges to get Arthur from every direction. The long-ranged conjurer is supporting them with heavy blasts on the side. Their tactic seems interesting, and leads Arthur to wonder if this is how the Alacrian soldiers really operate in the state of war. He easily manages to blast one of the soldiers to ashes, and wonders if there's a shield for every warrior in each unit. Arthur's still trying to figure them out, but it's thanks to his Realm Heart transformation that he can think things clearly. The Alacrian trio fighting Arthur is fully taken down with ease after his transformation. The fight hasn't even crossed an hour, and yet the atmosphere was covered with the smell of blood and rotting flesh. Arthur faces his enemies, slowly culling their numbers with his blade. Unfortunately, the Alacrian divisions were much larger in size compared to their own. Arthur understood that the Alacrian forces clearly had much bigger surprises for them. But from the knowledge he acquired in this fight, he could easily navigate throughout the battlefield, striking down anyone who came in his way. He did not exchange a single word, and merely slaughtered beasts and Alacrian forces alike. The dreadful scene makes the boy wonder that if men fought with diplomacy instead of weapons, there would no more be any battles with blood, It's exactly when men have access to weapons that those words become useless. Cedre finds herself caught off guard as one of the Alacrian soldiers attempts to strike her down. Arthur remarks that the cycle of death only continues with such bloodshed. Thankfully, she ducked that strike and actually managed to beat the shit out of the soldier. From this distance, she can't hear Arthur, who's trying to yell at her. Cedri's heartfelt smile fades as her body is pierced by a vicious beam. Jonah drops his weapons and carelessly rushes to protect her. He grabs her flailing body as more men come to finish them off. Arthur comes right in, slashing those monsters down. Jonah is crying tears while Arthur is pissed that he's making himself vulnerable in an extremely dangerous situation. Jonah can't even listen to him and merely talks to Cedri, who has lost too much blood. Arthur is seriously annoyed because he's having to protect Jonah because of his stubbornness. In these thoughts, he confirms that Jonah is useless right now, and there's no way to make use of the guy in this situation. Then again, the pain and grief catches up to Arthur as well when he remembers the memories they shared. The softy knocks Jonah out and protects both of them, all the while blasting his way through the Alacrian soldiers with his wind magic. He even casts Static Void to stop time for the arrows aimed at his head. And you won't fucking believe this, but this man literally caught the arrow between his damn teeth. He's carrying 2 injured soldiers and he caught a fucking arrow like Saitama or some shit. Anyway, back at base, Astera's doing her part by nurturing the soldiers. She sees Arthur carrying both her students. He sets them down and requests her to take care of both of them. Before leaving, Jonah grabs Arthur's feet, despairing at the fact that he couldn't save Cedre the way he saved him. Arthur simply states that he can't save everyone in a war like this. But Jonah only hates him for it, and he thinks that a lance should be capable of saving everyone. He could even sense that Arthur stopped time because of the projectile that was aimed at him. The general has no words for this amateur and merely states that his priority isn't to save each soldier. Jonah haunts Arthur with his final words, stating that Cedre wouldn't ever have reduced Arthur into the category of a soldier on the battlefield. This gets our boy's blood boiling because the motherfucker is talking too much shit after being rescued. He grabs Jonah and roars at him for acting incredibly naive in the middle of a war where their enemies are unstoppable. He wants them to remember that some of them are so powerful that only Arthur can fend them off. He can't save everyone when he's prioritizing protecting them all of the time. To all of that, Jonah ends up responding with a promise he shared with Cedri, that he was going to eventually ask her to marry him. The poor guy sobs at the loss of his most trusted companion, while Astera promises to take care of him for Arthur. The lance returns to the battlefield as fast as he possibly could. He hears Venezi, who's in shit condition but holding her own. Sylvia is also on her way back. She warns Arthur that someone extremely dangerous is coming to fight them. Someone seriously strong. That warning alone reaps Arthur's soul, and Venezi can see it on his face. He immediately tells her to take the fight elsewhere, which basically means retreat. Venezi can't comprehend his message because they've basically taken down most of the Alacrian long-range conjurers. This means the Dicathan forces are at a clear advantage right now. To that, Arthur responds that an incredible force is heading their way, and they may be even more powerful than him. He wants them to just leave so no one gets hurt. This also means he's going to be fighting this opponent all on his own. Arthur doesn't want any more senseless deaths. Venezi is okay with him leaving so long as he promises to return to her in one piece, or else she'll drag his dead body out of hell again. It's really cute that she cares for him as a teacher, and I like that a lot. Venezi leads her forces for an immediate retreat from the fight, which is a surprising order for even Otter. With these guys retreating, Arthur reflects that the Alacrian forces aren't even the real issue to deal with. Both divisions CNA handle those guys and stand their ground. But for Arthur, he's bolting his way through the forest, leaping from every branch, afraid that Sylvie isn't responding to him anymore. Arthur wonders if she's willingly ignoring her. A voice creeps up on him, rendering him in a state of shock. This voice triggers fear in him, to the point he activates the Realm Heart physique right off the bat. His senses get sharper, as he can now manage to see this figure disappearing from many places. The voice is so fast and merely toys with Arthur, showing him the difference between their powers. Finally, the enemy's hand reaches out to grab Arthur, successfully restraining his arm. This cunning woman is someone you don't want to end up in your dreams. She's got Arthur in a pinch and gets the better of him until he's forced to use his ice magic to free himself. She plays with Arthur as if he were a prey, taunting him and asking his name. Arthur, being smooth as ever, tells her that he doesn't get along with strangers as strange as her. The woman remarks that they'll be growing close very soon, but right now she's got a mission to fulfill. She suggests that he voluntarily become her slave, but Arthur instantly declines, so she takes the forceful route of attacking him until he submits. Arthur tries to counter her and goes on to wonder if he's dealing with a retainer or a scythe-level enemy. Since she can block some of his attacks, he thinks it's time for him to use his absolute full power in this fight. It is the very reason he spent so much time training after all. Arthur slashes his way past the vines and uses absolute zero to render her completely defenseless. He thought that it would be enough for his win condition, but she pulled out an unexpected move and knocked him away with a toxic fume. It's so bad that Arthur's having to breathe. He's in deep trouble as even his runes are fading and his mana isn't maintained. Arthur uses wind magic to clear the smoke. It happened because of the desperate situation he was placed in. His mana worked perfectly, allowing him the chance to cast Static Void and unleashing one final slash against her. But to Arthur's shock, his extremely capable blade, the Dawn's Ballad, chipped in his recent attack. The woman's mask shattered from Arthur's strike as she appeared frail and worried to search for it. She tries to search for the scattered pieces of her mask and unleashes an outburst of anger when she's unable to find it. Arthur wants to use this opportunity to slash her, this time with the intention of freezing her. So he activates Static Void again and attempts to slash her abdomen. Unfortunately, he's extremely lacking in his mana to cast a full freeze. This puts him in a critical situation as this witch of a woman turns to him, telling him that she can no longer keep him as a pet after what he's done. Then she unleashes haunting fumes that nearly get to Arthur until he remembers the burst step technique that he created and was warned against by Lady Meyer. Arthur unleashes it in the time of need, appearing right behind her and grabbing her arm in order to freeze her. The smart enemy slashes her own arm clean to protect herself from fully freezing. What's worse is that Arthur's skin is burning from her acid. He does his best to seal his wounds using fire. His enemy is provoked to humiliate her to such levels, claiming that she is a powerful Vritra. She delivers haunting declarations of what he'll do to Arthur's body after he's beaten down and defeated. Arthur comments that she really must be a scythe to say something so bold. But hearing this, the woman becomes even more savage. She talks shit about the scythe of Alakria, who is worshipped by many. Arthur learns that his opponent is of the retainer rank, and yet she's so strong that he's been forced to a critical situation of mana. His runes are dimming too, and his attacks aren't working. If he wastes any more time, it will end terribly for him. Arthur powers up an attack and understands that he needs to cast Burst Step no matter what. So he does that and gets the better of her. It looked like he was aiming for her head, when he was really aiming for his blade. Just one connection with the blade allowed him to release thunderous bolts of black lightning coursing through her body. He's really hoping that this attack is enough to finish her off because she's fucking unkillable so far. After the attack wears off, she looks at him alive and well, before launching Arthur away with a counter. This time, as he's laying on the ground, Arthur understands the dangers of using Burst Step, but he's inclined to use it at least one more time. Thankfully, Sylvie manages to find him just in time. She wants him to throw their enemy in her direction, so Arthur releases a wind spell, causing her to whip into the air, where the mighty dragon grabs her, knocking her unconscious. Arthur casts ice magic one last time, erecting a wall of spikes for Sylvie to land. The mighty dragon goes all the way with a powerful swing, launching this woman full speed into the spikes, with so much devastation that it even launches Arthur to the nearest tree. He's there, barely alive, before seeing Sylvie rush towards him in a hurry and calling him Papa, a name that she said she would never bring up again. Arthur thinks of her words before fainting, while their enemy remains defeated at last. Otter and his men step foot in the forest where Arthur's fight just finished. They went to scout for the boy, and find this current mission boring and stupid. He thinks Arthur's a liability, a weak boy who got lost in the middle of the war. After what happened, Venezi instructed them to aim for a retreat. Otter later came to know that it was the Lance General who issued the order. While he was impressed by the persistence of humans during the time of the Elven War, he really found it disappointing that they were no longer the same ruthless savage bunch that he used to respect. Venezi got injured, and Otter couldn't comprehend why the Alacrians decided to fall back instead of marching ahead. It was strange because Venezi was the one who called for the retreat, and not them. Still, Otter can't come to terms with the fact that Arthur left his post and went off elsewhere. One of his men points to remnants of burning acid on the tree. They're all shocked once the tree burns open and completely crashes on the spot. Those same acidic traces are left up ahead. Recognizing one of his soldiers' screams, Otter issues the order to march ahead. But they can't fathom why a strange fog lingers in the forest. It makes it difficult for them to see, to the point that Otter would have fallen off the crater if not for one of his men rescuing him just now. They decide to clear the fog by using some of the wind magic. Then, inside the giant crater, remnants of the fight are made clear. A brutal witch rests defeated on top of an ice spike. They can't even comprehend the horrors taking place before their eyes. Ulrich, the soldier who went up ahead first, carelessly ventured inside and lost his limbs as a consequence. Otter sees the unconscious Arthur resting right next to his dragon. The captain is beginning to realize that the boy must have dealt with the nightmarish foe, and even wonders if Lance is dead. The selfish bastard is thinking about the rewards he'll receive for retrieving the monster's corpse. He issues an order to retrieve Arthur's body, so one of the soldiers quickly dashes in, safely maneuvering against the crater. Things seem to be looking great for a while, until that persistent fucking witch uses one of her acidic vines to slice off the guy's leg clean. His basketball career is ruined. Her vines drag the soldier, painfully sinking him deep into the acidic pool just underneath her. We see an agonizing bloodbath as the man's body is reduced to stinging burns of red. Ulrich advises them to stay clear of the monster's corpse, as even Arthur told him to stay away from it. Otter is perplexed and questions what the hell is happening because the monster is still alive. Arthur's voice reaches out and confirms that the monster is dead. Otter continues to pin the blame on the Lance General, only for Arthur to confirm that he's the one who defeated the retainer-class creature. Unfortunately, the witch has automatic defense spells activated after her death. That's why her body is still functioning without consciousness. Otter takes offense to the report and accuses the Lance for not warning them beforehand. Our sassy king replies that he couldn't exactly put up a warning board in his condition, especially since he's having trouble sitting still. Otter continues to suspect Arthur, going as far as to state that he'll bring him back to the council for a proper interrogation. But Arthur has different plans and intends to return when he feels like it. After his continued disobedience, Otter recklessly jumps inside the crater, once more taking offense to the general's lack of input regarding the situation. His weapon is restrained by the powerful vines, causing the captain to struggle until he slashes them all down. Otter bursts his way past the vines, taking forceful means to get information out of Arthur. But Sylvie, being protective of her papa, reminds this snob bastard that he'll be losing his head if he advances one step further. Every single one of the soldiers, including Otter, are shocked to learn that the dragon is capable of human speech. Arthur collects energy to stand before diving inside the crater, slowly approaching Otter and then walking right past him, as if the captain is unworthy of his respect. The moment the vines try to attack him, they get frozen solid. Arthur makes sure to take care of the mess by using his ice magic to shut down the defensive spells. Then he retrieves his blade from her body, ordering Otter to send Captain Glory to retrieve the retainer's corpse immediately. Otter, this time in no mood to fuck around, obeys the order of the general. Arthur flies off, still injured as ever, but unwilling to rest. The perspective shifts back to Gray, Arthur's previous life. The three orphans were shocked to one day learn the news that they were able to secure their spot. Gray was surprised, Nico was chilling while Cecilia was crying. The headmaster was really proud to learn that the kids made it. Both Gray and Nico fought over her embrace, while Cecilia was pulled in as the family embraced each other in joy. Gray still felt bad going to school and offered to take care of the headmaster's orphanage alongside her, but his caring and sensitive ass gets flicked in the head for being naive. The headmaster wanted him to attend the academy no matter what happened. She was frustrated that he even entertained the idea of staying at the orphanage. Gray pins the troublemaker accusations on Nico, while Cecilia, the usually sad and quiet girl, couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Her smile was as pure as ever, and there was actually some tension between Gray and Cecilia, signaling their feelings for one another. The headmaster wanted to celebrate the occasion, so naturally, she whipped up a nice cake for them. Gray was unsure about the situation overall. He feared the academy's expenses because the headmaster already had to deal with money problems sustaining a bunch of kids. That's actually why Gray decided to take a different route. The route of exploring a military institution to get better at key control. The benefit being there's no tuition costs. Nico thought his friend had lost his mind as he wouldn't exactly receive the best education. It was more like a scouting camp for brainless kings and whatnot. The students were always grinded to the bone and kicked out if they were unworthy. Nico understood that he was trying to repay the headmaster, but just couldn't grasp why Gray had to choose this path. Seeing him get all jumped up and worried like this, Gray smiled before letting out a laugh. It's as if Nico didn't want to be left alone by himself. Their banter continued for the day. Let's transition back to Arthur's world in the present. He's nearing the border, stretching his limbs to release some tension. Sylvie's shocked that his legs are in one piece, as this idiot had to rely on Sylvie's ether healing instead of Meyer. His burst step really could have done a number on him. But Arthur thinks she did just okay, because he just needs a bit of healing to correct his body from this point onwards. Sylvie questions if now would be the best time to execute a dangerous mission such as this, especially considering the state they're both in. Sylvie warns him that they don't even have any leads to pick up on. But Arthur's confident as he'd already gone through the map of Darv to discuss some mission plans with Virion. He knows a rough idea of what they're seeking. At the same time, the problematic part is where do they start looking from? Jumping ahead, we see Arthur getting lucky enough to find what he's looking for. It looks like an ordinary wall, but he knows there must be a secret lock here somewhere. Sylvie, being tactical with her size, locates the exact spot, which reminds Arthur that dwarves are supposed to be shorter than humans. After seeing the lock, he places his hand on the designated spot. It lights up, while Arthur wonders if earth magic was enough to pull this off. But it didn't do anything. So he decided to deploy a risky move by activating the Realm Heart state, believing that there's a specific pattern put in place. Unfortunately, in the state he's in, Arthur can barely sustain his physique and coughs out blood. Sylvia is really worried, but she knows he's a stubborn ass and won't listen. That's why she wants him to wrap things up so he can get some good rest. Arthur tries to break the pattern without using the realm heart physique. To his astonishment, the wall lights up a pattern, this time unlocking the door. The boy is really proud of his application of the realm heart physique. Anyway, he stumbles inside the tiny space, while Sylvie feels embarrassed calling this clumsy fool her papa sometimes. Arthur reminds her that she only came into existence because of him. This little sassy furball gets on his shoulder because Arthur intends to use a mirage walk from here on out to mask his footsteps. Venturing deep inside, he sees an endless amount of Alacrian soldiers teleporting from the gate. And now they know for a fact. They know for a fact that the dwarves are secretly betraying them by giving the Alacrian army access to their portals. One of the soldiers actually becomes suspicious enough to peep his way through the tiny gap. But Arthur hides just enough for him and Sylvie to remain unnoticed. The soldier is called, so luckily there's no deeper inspection. From their conversations, Arthur has learned new unfamiliar words, but he's surprised that they talk similarly to the Decathan continent, even when neither initiated any contact. Sylvie believes it's because of the intervention of Asuras, as the Vritra clan was once a part of the great 8 races of Asuras. So they secretly sent representatives to cultivate advancement in both continents. It's similar to the logic behind the artifacts. It happened even before that, but the artifacts were known to be a major change. They were single-handedly responsible for preventing the extinction of the 3 races. Arthur feels a chill go down his spine, acknowledging that it's only because of the deities that they even survived the wrath of mana beasts. They conclude the investigation and attempt to leave, when suddenly Arthur hears the Alacrian soldiers submit before the presence of a great woman. This horned beauty steps through the portal, donning white hair and contrasting with a black dress. She's one of the scythes, who are even stronger than retainers. Arthur was confident in his ability to take on a scythe, and he was even surely confident that they'll win the war despite the betrayal of the dwarves. The scythe is catching up on reports with her soldiers, when suddenly her eyes are drawn to the presence of the one hiding nearby. As for Arthur, he could tell by Sylvie's frozen reaction that this woman was a monster. A monster who wields unfathomable power beyond Arthur. It was as if a terrifying hurricane was about to engulf him in terror. She could see them, and with her one sight, Arthur Lewin felt despair. Utter panic sets in for both Sylvie and Arthur, while the scythe is merely gazing at them with intrigue. He tries to hide and mask his beating heart, but this beautiful woman knows they're hiding. Interestingly, she willingly ignores them and seems to walk away. Sylvie senses so much danger that she thinks flying them out of here would be the only way, but Arthur knows they'd be detected and attacked instantly. However, Sylvie doesn't get what he's thinking about since Scythe spotted them already. Arthur assumed the worst too, but he still had a mirage walk in place, so he thinks they lucked out, as there wouldn't be any reason for a Scythe to just bat an eye on discovering them. Regardless, he's done playing around for the day and walks out of the dungeon in his state. Sylvie knows he's in terrible condition and can't even walk properly, but Arthur is willing to risk walking without detection for as long as possible, even until he runs out of mana. Let's go and see what's up with Ellie at the flying castle. She learns from Otter that the soldiers have been taken care of, so she should wait in the teleportation room for the medics to do their work. But just as worried as ever, Ellie is waiting for her brother, and assures the captain she won't bother anyone. Otter learns from the child that Arthur Lewin of all people is her brother. Bro gets instant PTSD and senses the family resemblance. The captain thinks that it's more of a reason for her to wait for him inside. Bro gets a second shock of PTSD when he sees that even Arthur's sister has a scary bond. The captain has merely accepted the fact that the Arthurs don't care about respect. He walks away while Ellie cutely mimics his words in the exact tone. It's funny enough that she cracks into laughter, causing further injury to the man's dignity as he walks away. Also, Ellie wasn't expecting so many medics to be working overtime. But instead of worrying, she thinks her brother is fine because he's also incredibly powerful. He's known for returning home with a powerful victory. In that exact moment, the majestic dragon rises to the castle before crashing right down. She has brought Arthur Lewin, in his barely conscious state. The medics can't believe what became of the lance, but Sylvie is extremely worried because he ended up depleting his mana core just to protect them. He's been totally unconscious for 5 minutes now, so the situation is critical. He's lost his legs and incurred chemical burns on one half of his body. Just like last time, even to Ellie's shock, they all learn that the dragon is capable of speaking the human language. She orders the medics to prioritize replenishing Arthur's mana core and offering him blood transfusion on the go. Ellie backs up Sylvie's command with her authority. The medics prioritized working on saving the life of the lance at full speed. After a while, Arthur opens his eyes, with Sylvie happy as ever to find him awake. He wonders what happened and spots his sister and her bond asleep. The The medics explain how none of his loved ones left his side the entire time he was unconscious. When Arthur discovers that he was down for 2 days, he wakes up in worry because he's supposed to be at war. Unfortunately, his condition is still on an all-time low. Dr. Mendel, the head of the medics here, wants to see his consent for an operation. But Arthur doesn't give a crap about any operations beside his mission objectives. Mendel tells him that Virion's having a meeting with Captain Otter and Glory, as well as Lance Aya. Arthur suspects that they all return to the southern border, but he's seriously afraid that they'll run into a scythe and get decimated. He even bites at Sylvie for not warning Virion, but she was so worried about Arthur's well-being that she couldn't trust random people alone with him. The Lance inquires about Aldir and learns that Virion is the only person who knows where he is. Mendel wants him to focus on mending his injuries for the time being. Arthur surprisingly complies and requests a diagnosis of his situation. Mendel confirms that they've got one, but he wants him to understand that he's a deviant capable of using mana to distinguish multiple layers throughout the human body. He can separate the muscular layer from the nervous and even the skeletal layer. And right now, Arthur's legs are marked all over the place. He has endured the worst injuries imaginable, and it's only thanks to his mana core that he's returned to life. Arthur realizes that he was actually a goner if Sylvie didn't save his life, but she's afraid she'll have to do this a lot more often in the future. As for his treatment, Arthur's lower body has been imperfectly healed for the time being. He literally cannot walk without expending mana, which is why they're gonna have to break his bones, tearing his tissues and dividing them into small segments before guiding them for realignment. Yeah, that shit sounds scary as hell. It's a painful process and could even affect Arthur's career as a whole. That's why they seek confirmation from his side. Sylvie looks at him worried, but Arthur tells them to proceed with the operation. The only thing he demands is that his sister doesn't learn about the painful procedure. The operation begins as the surgeons get ready to work. Ellie's Bond notices Arthur, but he requests the bear to keep quiet about the situation. Mendel explains that Virion has sent only the most elite healing mages of the 3 races to help restore Arthur to full health. First up is Sylvia, who apologizes for what she's about to do. Sylvie promises to rest by Arthur's side, as he's sedated by Sylvia's magic. Finally, Mendel closes the window shut, but Sylvie interestingly catches a small glimpse of Tessia's hair, which means she was sneaking on them. Mendel initiates the operation as the elf princess walks away. With his painful operation going around, let's pull back and transition into Gray's memories again. They were on a shopping spree and purchased so many books for only 1 term. Their studying at the orphanage paid off, and Nico was excited about their future to come. Gray, on the other hand, couldn't exactly find the excitement in the life of constant homework. While Nico, being the genius engineer he is, found himself amongst infinite opportunity. Gray smacks a book against his head to stop him from acting weird. Nico teases Gray for being just as lonely as him. Cecilia is disappointed by both of them and claims that she's uninterested in sitting with either of them. They took the subway because trains existed in this world. Here, Gray reflected that the city of Arkestead never really appealed itself to him. But as he was sitting in the train, leaving for the station, he could find it a pleasant place. Nico was running down the checklist of what they should be purchasing next. By the time they arrive at their station, it's raining. They forgot about backpacks because they were focused on getting uniforms and textbooks. Things like backpacks and supplies seemed cheaper in comparison. It was raining, and Gray thought it'd be better for them to make haste. He was really focused on the surroundings, as if his senses were telling him something, as if something was wrong. He knew that Kai masters could sense the slightest presence of Kai from other people. And while Gray wasn't really a master, he could sense an emotion, a dangerous one, bloodlust. Suddenly, the assailant attempts to shoot Cecilia before Gray pushes away both of them, allowing the shot to only graze by her arm. Gray orders Nico to run away with Cecilia at once, and stays behind to deal with the threat. He managed to block a projectile with one of the books. It's some sort of injection with a liquid. Gray makes his escape, knowing that whoever made that shot also possessed a really powerful aura. The man signaled his subordinates to chase the kids down. They don't care about the boys and are here to hunt Cecilia. Gray catches up with his friends, informing them about the tranquilizers. Nico questions why they're being hunted as they didn't even steal anything. But that's when Gray drops the bombshell. It's not them those men are after, it's Cecilia. The kids make a run for it until Cecilia loses energy and tumbles down. The dart that grazed her weakened her body. Cecilia wanted both of them to run and leave her behind, as those men weren't allowed to kill her to begin with. Gray understood the situation and tried to run with Nico, who left her with something useful. Unfortunately, poor Cecilia was abandoned just like that, frightened and all alone. The men caught up to her, realizing that the boys must have escaped. They could see that the tranquilizer did its work. The green-haired punk tried to retrieve her body, when suddenly Cecilia turned around with the special glove, electrocuting the living crap out of him. It was their plan all along, as Gray jumped in and targeted their leader with Nico. But this guy was good. easily dodging their attacks and kicking away Nico. Gray still managed to get an elbow in, but it's not like he coil damaged much against a trained fighter who pinned him to the ground. He admitted that the boy possessed some potential, but his life was soon to end. Gray was being choked out when Gray pulled out the tranquilizer he unhooked from the book. Using that, he stabs the man's shoulder, and instantly the effects kick in. He stumbles and falls to the ground, unable to follow them any longer. The three kids try to make their escape, but the leader reminds them that if they don't kill them here, they'll just keep chasing them down. To top it off, this murderous bastard burned the damn orphanage down. Gray couldn't handle seeing it go up in flames and reached for the retrieved dead body. His hand trembled as he uncovered the sheet, seeing the headmaster's corpse resting before her eyes. The boy shed tears. He loved her the most out of everyone. He cried his heart out, cried until he was pulled away. Those haunting words, the reminder that he had nowhere to go, it followed him. What a perfect time to return to Arthur Lewin, who wakes up at the sound of Tessia's voice. She's crying as if she'd lost him, while the boy questions what made her so upset. But Tessia states that he's also crying, as he woke up from the dream with his tear-filled eyes. I don't know about you guys, but this scene is a really nice touch and I really like it. Tessia smiles before him. It had been a while since he faced her and even talked to her. He could see that Arthur suffered scars of her own, but she teases him, arguing that cooking is more brutal than fighting. Tessia is really worried about him and couldn't handle the news when she heard from the captain. Arthur is stunned because it basically means that Tessia was promoted to the head of the unit. But that's not the crazy part to her. The crazy part is that Arthur nearly had a dance with death. He's happy enough that she's doing all right. Tessia refuses to argue against him and simply sits next to him. She knows that he risked so much of his life to make sure everyone else survived. She could never have imagined that the war would turn out to be so tough on him. Seeing him in this fragile state, Tessia is reminded that he's only human, instead of the unstoppable mage that everyone else sees. She pairs it up by adding that he's also a toddler with his emotions. Virion is secretly eyeing on their conversation when suddenly their disguise is blown away as the door kicks open. Tessia's the most embarrassed. The Elven king and queen wanted to opt out and were only here to see how they were doing. Virion, on the other hand, the eavesdropping clown, states that he's come here for a report. But Ellie, she's been waiting for far longer than even him. Arthur tells his sister to come around and she goes on to hug him. She was worried sick and feared the thought of Arthur's death. Her brother teases the adorable potato face, reminding her that he'd still haunt her around after his death to scare away any boys trying to make a move on her. Arthur understands the situation with Virion and Alder around, so Ellie leaves to chat with him later. Alder makes it clear that it's a miracle for the boy to survive the operation as well as he did. Despite Sylvie's ether magic and the use of the most elite mages, it took an additional usage of an elixir pearl to heal him. They're only lucky that Arthur had the pearl on him when he collected from Winsome many years ago. Unfortunately, they can no longer offer the boy any more elixir pearls as they'd be breaking the treaty after the war. Also, Virion has something for the boy. They're the remains of his beautiful sword, recovered from the corpse of the retainer witch. Arthur is happy enough to have retrieved it. He's seriously hoping for the damn marble to pop out a new weapon for him, but it won't happen out of his own will. Also, Arthur has one serious question. He wants to know who is responsible for controlling Mika and Ulfred. Because from what he's noticed, Arthur is confused if it's Aldir or Radius. After the talk, Arthur uncovers the bandages around his body. The right side of his body is engulfed in burn scars. He looks like a mess all around, but Sylvie thinks he could be worse with how much he endured. Still, Arthur knows that his parents will worry too much if they see him like this. He decides to take some time off to chill with Ellie, who remarks that many people constantly remind her of her brother's greatness. They're all jealous of him, because he's a lance and talented at most things. He's got recognition from the leaders too. Ellie expresses a sensitive moment. There was once a time she despised her brother, blaming him for being the reason her life was a mess. She couldn't ever have a normal life with her friends. And then she hated him for letting their parents join the war. At the same time, the girl realized that she couldn't blame someone who had an even more difficult, more painful life than her own. She only remembers Arthur covered in injuries from her memories and his stories of fighting monsters back to back. Her brother wasn't around, and it made her wonder if he cared about his family. Ellie, now reduced to tears, finally comprehends how many sacrifices her brother made for her sake. He was a young boy, and wasn't guarded by their parents. She was the lucky one who could share time with them. He had to sacrifice his childhood just to get to the point he was at. Arthur tries to comfort her when Ellie rises up like a jolt of electricity, glad that she was able to relieve herself. Next, she has something to show to her brother, and before Arthur says anything, she understands the path he's chosen. Ellie picks up the bow and prepares a shot. She releases a perfect bullseye, impressing her brother. But that's not everything, as she chants something, before imbuing magic inside her arrow. Then she releases the projectile. Arthur's stunned by her performance. even though the projectile couldn't reach its target. Ellie is disappointed, but Arthur reminds his sister that she's only 12 and already made a bunch of progress beyond her peers. Joining the brother-sister duo are Helen and Emily, dressed up as if they were at some kind of wedding. It was actually Helen's idea to help Ellie realize her gift, but the boy still doesn't get what they're talking about. Interestingly, Ellie boasts the ability to mold mana into any shape she requires. It's a talented gift for sure, but Arthur's more fixated on their dressed-up attire. Turns out there's a celebration party tonight after the defeat of an apparent retainer. This makes Arthur realize that none of his friends know that he was the one who beat the retainer. He thinks Virion is a little too relaxed with his parties. He also realizes he should be getting a suit, but his maid squad is already ready with his clothes for that matter. Let's go over to Tessia's side. She's out here doing makeup and getting dressed up like a beautiful queen. Her mother is proud of her good looks. Tessia thanks her for helping out and getting ready. And like one queen to another, she wants Tessia to go up and show everyone who is boss. She arrives at the party, causing her team to become dazzled in her presence. Tessia is feeling alright but feels uncomfortable with the outfit. Stannard, on the other hand, thinks he looks ridiculous. Caria looks just fine but has no intentions of dating the pretentious nobles. Tessia thinks they should focus on Stannard getting a date and a girlfriend after the war is over. Bro is so happy that his team is playing the ultimate wingman for him. As for the green-haired Darvis, he won't be getting any of those privileges anytime soon. Tessia and the rest of the group make their way to the party. They were underestimating the scope of this thing, until their jaws dropped seeing great food and great musicians paired all around. Tessia thinks that Virion overdid it. She's looking for Arthur and gets teased plentifully by Korea for it. She thinks he must be resting in his injured state. Darvis acts all cocky after hearing the mighty Lance get injured. He loses his shit when he spots his stupid family and tags Korea along to do away with them quickly. This leaves Tessia and Stannard alone, until Emily comes around to meet them. She was the one who set up all the lighting artifacts, allowing for a beautiful scene. Emily had to do most of the work since Gideon was busy being crazy like usual. The inventor turns around to greet them, and makes excuses for why he couldn't help his assistant. Virion tasked him to see the one person who was smarter than even Gideon, which is surprising if anything. Tessia bats an eye and actually spots Claire, who looks stunning in her dress. They catch up greeting each other, while Curtis and Kathleen join up too. The disciplinary committee is all here. Kathleen in particular embraces Claire with a loving hug. They all missed their leader after she disappeared. Curtis mentions how they were worried sick for her, and how they're glad to see her doing fun. Claire tells Caspian that she's going away to talk to her friends. With Tessia, Curtis, and Kathleen around, she brings up how Curtis became a teacher at Lancellor Academy. He's having a fun time training the soldiers to release them into the battlefield. As for Kathleen, she's fully fixated on her training with a lance. Tessia's managing her own team out in the war. The elf princess confirms that she's finding some improvement each day. It's only thanks to the Bladeheart family's sword techniques that allowed her to improve faster. Claire feels jealous, with hints of despair, knowing that they all became much stronger. Kathleen brings up her injuries from the incident. Thankfully, they're all healed, but as for her contribution in the war, Claire denies that she won't be joining them. The only injuries that healed were physical. But Claire lost something very important. She lost her mana core. She can no longer exercise magic, a despairing shock to her friends. She has coped with it for the most part. She still wants to help out with her skills as a swordsman in order to train new soldiers for the war. Kathleen beautifully points out that Claire's resolve is even a more brilliant assessment of her abilities than the color of her mana core. Her touching words bring Claire to tears. She tries to slug and make fun in the situation, hating that her makeup was just ruined by her tears. Her friends are there to look out for her. She wipes her face, and wants everyone to know this fact except Arthur. The only thing she regrets the most is being unable to fight by his side and repay him for his actions. They promise not to tell him, but it's not like they've been seeing him lately. Tessia claims that he's just grown up. Curtis and her friends continue to tease her for knowing Arthur a little too well. Claire makes it all the worse by adding fuel to the fire and bringing up Kathleen's feelings for Arthur. This makes Curtis shocked because he's out here questioning his life's decisions. Tessia, on the other hand, wonders if Arthur's type is Kathleen instead. Suddenly, Claire feels a chill down her spine. Lance Veray appears in her rather unique outfit. I already know she's going to birth an army of simps from this one panel. Veray has come here to escort the three of them. She's fine with Claire coming alone, who feels shivers down her spine even after feeling Veray's suppressed mana. They enter the main hall where Virion gives his speech, being the center of the attention among the crowd. He wants to share some positive news in the time of great turmoil. The news of the first victory of the war. They've all come together to celebrate the man responsible for destroying one of the most powerful soldiers amongst their enemies. The Alacrian retainer's frozen remains are put on display. Tessia wonders if Veray was the one to bring this monster down, but her face seems just as shocked as everyone else. The man responsible for defeating the retainer is called forth. Lance Godspell, Arthur Lewin, and his first great win. Tessia freezes after coming to terms with reality. Arthur begins the speech by mentioning how it is disgraceful to show a corpse in front of the public. But he's here to talk about more important matters. The nobles of this party understand how each person among their territories is waiting for the current state of the war. They could only operate under a shade of assumption before. But now Arthur claims that he's brought exciting news. He brings up how he, as the newest and most weakest lance among the generals, was able to defeat a retainer on his own. These were supposed to be one of the strongest soldiers of the Alacrian forces, and yet Arthur actually lies to the public, stating that he incurred no injuries from the fight. This exciting news is a gift for everyone to share among their people. But Tessia is really stumped to see him in this state. The fact that he's recovered so quickly is ridiculous. Arthur allows the nobles to closely inspect the retainer and enjoy the evening. They draw near the corpse of the witch, but Tessia thinks the resemblance matches a human. She spots Arthur leaving with Virion in another room. The door closes with Arthur crumbling down. He had to put on a tough act out there as if he wasn't injured in every part of his body. The old geezer just won't stop handing him ridiculous speeches. Thankfully, they got what they needed from the event. Gideon recorded it whole. He plays it on the projector to see the reactions of the people. Rhadeas, for some reason, felt shocked and even troubled when he heard that Arthur sustained 0 injuries. Interestingly, Rhadeas is fixated on observing Virai's reaction. That's actually why Arthur intentionally froze the corpse, to make Rhadeas believe that only the strongest lance was capable of defeating the retainer. And only then did he drop the bombshell that it was him who defeated the retainer. Rhadeas' face is full of unhappy expressions, especially since the weakest lance managed to deal a brutal blow on a strong retainer. It's not enough to prove Rhadeas' loyalty, but they now understand what he's doing. Arthur surprisingly bumps into Tessia, who managed to hear just about everything. Meanwhile, Sylvia is having the time of her life devouring meals left and right. Arthur comes out to see the festive mood spring to action, but even the slightest of bumps causes him pain. He's having trouble standing as he can, so Tessia grabs him, stating that she's doing it so no one else invites her for a dance. At the same time, she doesn't want the chicks to get good with Arthur either. They walk around as Tessia introduces Arthur to a bunch of different people across the room. Their status made it impossible for the two of them to be ignored. Tessia had a solid understanding of the politics of this world, and knew what was more important than anything. She could create personalities and handle people well. The same happened to Arthur in his past life, but he was meant to appear strong and indestructible in comparison. He didn't care about getting on anyone's nerves as the mighty king. And yet, in this life, he's a general, so he has to be more careful. Tessia makes it all easy for him to handle. Arthur smiles at a bunch of elven beauties, immediately causing Tessia to get annoyed as she wraps him tightly. Ellie waves at them from a distance. Arthur sees a bunch of dudes approaching his sister and signals to his homie to do what's necessary. His stern expression causes Tessia worry, but it's a calculated move to gesture Ellie's bond. The bear has locked its target and scares the shit out of the two guys. The couple arrives at the same balcony as before. The happy occasion makes Tessia rethink about life. It really paints the picture that there isn't any war out there. She frequents this spot to see the beautiful clouds and the ocean. She thinks it's childish of her to imagine something like that. But Arthur believes it's only right to be childish sometimes. Now that she's the head of a unit, she's responsible for handling some lives under him. It's going to be tough for her to manage that, going forward. Tessia reminds him that while he may be a general, it's not like lances get to lead an army. Arthur confirms that lances mostly excel in one-on-one combat, taking down the strongest threats on the battlefield, which makes him want to discuss something important. Something he discussed with Gideon and her grandfather. The princess understands that he's not the sentimental type unless there is reason attached. This means that he's probably planning on another dangerous adventure. She describes Arthur's personality as an open chapter, with some obvious parts and then some ambiguous parts. Naturally, Arthur questions what she's talking about. Tessia grows closer and asks him about his big secret. She's dying to know how he's so good at everything he does. A generational talent. But that's not entirely the truth. Arthur simply has the experience of his past life at his side. He tells her that he read a lot of books, but Tessia is a little underwhelmed with his revelation. She finds it frustrating to accept the fact that they're just half a step away from each other in their mana cores. She's a beast tamer who has studied under the best teachers and even an Asura no differently than him. But the more she tries to reach out to his level of strength, the more she feels that he's drifting away. Tessia places her fingers on his neck, begging him to promise that he'll come home safely. She just wants him alive, no matter his injuries. After a pause, Arthur worriedly asks why she's so bent on catching up to him. To that, Tessia reveals that it's only then will she muster the full confidence to express the 3 magic words, "I love you." The following day, all lances as well as the royal families and important representatives share a meeting at the council. Arthur requests 2 divisions under him for the mission ahead. Radius explains that they're keeping their soldiers tight on the western coast. If they send 12,000 soldiers north, then they'll be rendered completely vulnerable. The Elven King agrees with Radius' input, highlighting the coastal battles. Even the lack of a single division could flip the balance and favor their enemies. Queen Priscilla confirms that they've yet to fully evacuate civilians from the important cities. Adding the withdrawal of coastal forces will reduce everything to shambles and cause harm to the cities. The Elven Queen offers to send 2 divisions of the Elven troops stationed near the border for the task instead. Commander requests the opinion of the generals. First of all, Baron harshly criticizes Arthur's intel and believes the sacrifice isn't justified. Micah agrees with Baron's view of the situation. She believes that moving troops like that will take a long time even with the teleportation gates. Ulfred agrees the same. Even Aya disagrees and apologizes to Arthur before mentioning her opinion. Finally, the most sensible and astute of the group, Lance Veray offers a different perspective. She believes that if Arthur's information is on the dot, then the correct choice would be sending more than 2 divisions up north. Arthur's surprised because he wasn't expecting her to speak up for him. Still, it may work against their plan if anything. The commander agrees with Veray's input, knowing that a retainer and scythe could lead the next invasion and cause disastrous levels of damage. Consequently, he believes sending 2 lances by Arthur's side should be the more reasonable approach for investigation. Blaine strongly contests this decision, emphasizing the importance of lances in the battles they're having. If lances leave for too long, or if a retainer shows up behind their backs, it could be devastating. Commander Virion counters that as leaders, they need to prioritize the most important task at hand. Most lances can't exactly contribute in large-scale battles because of their destructive output. It renders their own soldiers useless and makes the lances inflexible. That's why sending 2 lances to prevent a large-scale battle in the first place seems like the right idea. The council agrees. So Virion requests the 2 lances to volunteer. Radius raises his hand, offering his 2 lances in Aldir's absence. This is exactly what Virion was hoping to achieve. He confirms that Ulfred and Micah will both be sent up north with Arthur for investigation. Since this is a reconnaissance mission, their top priority is to stay clear of enemies. The council meeting is dismissed and so far, everything is proceeding smoothly. The rulers were stubborn, but it worked out. Mika is happy to join Arthur on a joint operation. He pays them proper respect as the senior lances. Ulfred is impressed to find that he's got some manners, despite his odd behavior. Arthur insists that he needs rest for the night. The 2 lances are left with a positive impression of him. Ulfred wonders if it truly comes from becoming a lance. And now for some exposition dumping regarding Radius and the starved boy he found among the caverns. The boy couldn't trust anyone and displayed fear at first. Ulfred learned how to read and write from his mentor, but he always suspected that he would be betrayed someday. But that never happened. They looked like family, and he thought of him as a father figure. Graduating as the top conjurer of the Earthborn Institute, he was selected as one of the royal guards. The Grey Sunders were brutal in their own race, but he served the king and queen with utmost loyalty. That is what Radius desired of him after all. When there were selection trials running for lances, he almost wanted to back out. Ulfred only swore his loyalty to Radius after all, who even respected his decision to withdraw. That was the case until Elijah was brought home. Radius, being his kind self, brought another child and cared for him, but he never knew why Elijah was never told about him. Radius then forced him to become a lance, to serve the family. After all, even if he was ready to disobey the king, Ulfred wouldn't dare disobey Radius. The man had reminded Ulfred that his service to the royalty will be temporary, as he was his true master. That's enough to tell you the kind of man this guy is. Let's revisit Arthur, who is a flustered mess after Tessia confessed those words before his face. He can't even compose himself, and Sylvia is enjoying him getting embarrassed. This almost makes him want to spend another day in the castle just to enjoy time with his loved ones. After all, he was brought to his knees and nearly got crippled from his most recent fight. Thoughts of having done enough for Dickathan cross his mind. Arthur has been loyal and ruthlessly fighting for his people in both his lives, and that promised his suffering in both. In reality, it's the fact that Arthur is truly afraid of what would happen once he allows Tessia close to his heart. He fears that his selfishness will overcome him, and he will no longer care about the whole of the continent, focusing only on saving the loved ones he cares about. It's time for him to leave, so he embraces his dear sister one last time, promising that he'll be back. Arthur gives her a peck and tells her to take care of her for him. Mika is really excited to go on a mission with the famous Arthur Lewin, who is often talked about by the other generals. Arthur notes how she's got a cute personality with how she refers to herself in third person. She thinks he's hitting on her and reminds him she's way older. Radius comes around to see them off. He understands that Arthur's tired from his previous fight and hopes that the boy's suspicions prove to be false. He just wants him to come back safe and sound so he can rest more. On the inside, even Arthur's hoping the same to happen. He's dearly, dearly hoping that Elijah's one and only father figure doesn't turn out to be a traitor. Arthur rides his dragon while the other lances fly using their own powers. They've been traveling for a while, so Mika recommends setting up camp, but Arthur suggests they still go ahead. Suddenly the beast roars so suddenly and alarmingly that it catches both of the lances' attention. Arthur becomes embarrassed because it's basically the dragon's way of telling him that she's tired and needs rest. Poor guy makes an excuse in front of the generals that he needs a break. So they set up camp for the night. Each lance is going about their own business. Ulfred is reading a book, Mika's being Mika, and our boy is meditating like a Chad. As for the furball, she's asleep. When Arthur opens his eyes, he's startled by Mika eyeing him down up in his face. She's impressed and regards the uniqueness of his refinement process. Even Ulfred claims that the refinement process isn't visible for an ordinary mage, but when Arthur does it, it's as if the other mages are drawn towards him. Arthur wonders if it's because of the fact that he's a quadra-elemental mage. Mika is stunned to hear that, while Ulfred now understands how the boy was capable of becoming a lance for his age. At first he thought the council was exaggerating his powers. Micah excitedly asks Arthur how it feels to wield all the basic elements, but Sylvie reminds this fool to keep sensitive information private. Arthur goes on to admit the difficulty of handling deviant elements like gravity. The most difficult part of being a quadra-elemental mage is that he doesn't know which spell to cast since he's got so many options. Ulfred argues that he must have a couple of comfortable elements, which Arthur confirms. Just a fun reminder for you guys who either skipped ahead or forgot. Arthur actually feels most comfortable using fire and water. Anyway, Mika is interested in teaching our boy gravity magic since he struggles with deploying it. Arthur admits that he lacks confidence doing it more than anything. Mika childishly explains how gravity magic works, but her explanation is too obvious and dumbed down. Ulfred believes that Arthur has more chances learning gravity magic from a rock than this buffoon. He does highlight Mika's genius, as she's the most talented even among the most famous dwarven conjurers. Mika learned magic via pure intuition. She doesn't have the fundamental knowledge of mana manipulation. Mika's very own ancestors founded the Earthborn Institute. Discovering this fact, Arthur is amazed because this institute is remembered as the pillar of the Dwarven Kingdom's influence. She had no idea that she emerged from a family line like the Earthborns. Mika takes the praise to heart and sings praises of her own beauty. Ulfred is there to tug her ego down, pointing out that she's been single and bitchless for the entirety of her life. Bro is cooking her so hard that she whips out a giant-ass mace to kill him. Ulfred blocks using his golem magic, but Mika's in a murderous mood to kill this guy. She wants to dearly remind him that dwarves aren't exactly her type. As the destruction's going on, Arthur and Sylvie are trying to hide for their own safety. They're like, nah, we don't want any of that smoke. Mika's tantrums continue, but Ulfred doesn't stop there either. Bro literally destroys her by pointing out her privileged background behind the only reason she still maintains her reputation. Dude straight up calls her a fossil with the maturity of a sperm. Mic drop right there. Their destructive battle is going on, while Arthur and Sylvie are like, nope, and escape the battleground. Micah calls him Old Fred, which is funny. I'll give her points for that. They both call each other childish and engage in an all-out war, until finally Arthur decides to intervene by splashing a weak water magic spell on both their faces. He reminds them that they're about to destroy the freaking mountain they're standing on. Arthur suggests calling the Vritra clan over to settle their affairs. Both lances turn away, still roasting each other behind their backs. Ulfred creates his camp for the night using earth magic. Mika is fucking hilarious because she does the same, except she's got a finger to flip him off with. Meanwhile, Arthur is out here realizing that the most powerful forces in the entirety of the continent are nothing more than a bunch of babies. He doesn't feel the need to set up anything and just sleeps with Sylvie. The following morning, they're all up and ready to rumble. Ulfred learns that Arthur's got somewhat of a plan to locate the retainer and scythe they're looking for. First, he takes off his outerwear and drops it on the ground, before stomping the living shit out of it. Both of the generals are confused as hell. Arthur proudly presents the tattered clothes to Mika, stating that they'll be wearing these dirty things. His plan involves playing the part of slaves. As for Ulfred, he's going to play the part of the slave master. Arthur holds out his broken note mask as he says this. How nostalgic of his journey. As they're flying ahead, Ulfred plays around Arthur's mask, fixing the broken bits with gold. Their plan is to cross the Valden territory and then travel by foot. After all, Arthur knows that scythes are more than capable of sensing mana fluctuations from afar. So they do just that, and step foot on the land. Arthur outlines that no one from Alakria would be out here scouting for lances, and only a handful of adventurers ever even wear masks. That's how they're going to acquire the information needed from the townsfolk. Sylvie is worried that something will go wrong, as the people could easily lead them to Alcrian forces. Arthur believes that it won't happen, and if it does, they'll prioritize escaping. Interestingly, Arthur points out that another lance was sent after them in secret. but he can't sense her at all and confirms that it's Aya he sent. Nicknamed the Phantasm, she's known for masking her presence extremely well before assassinating her targets. Anyway, they're almost near the main road, so it's about time they get into proper disguise. Arthur messes up his hair, Mika feels like shit while Ulfrid feels like a king. Arthur really wants to sell the axe, so he scrubs dirt against his face. Micah's having nightmares just thinking about it, but it's natural for them to play the part of getting dirty and go unnoticed. Arthur goes full-on machine gun mode and chucks dirt in her direction. Even after relentless dodging, Mika ends up getting splashed with the dirt, much to Ulfrid's amusement. She's annoyed that she couldn't be the master, but Arthur thinks it's obvious why they didn't do that. She looks like a child and no one would believe them. Anyway, they've made it and their disguises are ready. Now the plan is to follow the road and head into the nearest town. So they walk for a while before Ulfrid calls out a bunch of dudes riding by. He tells them that they're heading north after their carriage was attacked by bandits. As for his mask, Ulfrid perfects an excuse for that too, saying that he's hiding his identity to stay safe. The dwarves take pity on him, but still turn him away as their horses can't handle the extra weight. But you know how it goes, money talks louder than reason. So these chumps easily persuade themselves at the sight of silver coins. Mika's really happy at first, until the carriage owner expresses that both slaves will have to travel by foot. Poor girl is once again demolished and has to walk for at least an hour now. Mika is surprised that Arthur knows this part of the world. It's only natural he would know, as he grew up in this humble hometown. After an hour of walking, Arthur takes a moment to observe his hometown. He hasn't been here in a long time. Not even Sylvie knew about it. Unfortunately, Ashbur is now worn down more than ever. As they walk up ahead, Ulfrid identifies at least 40 men inside the tavern, but Mika recalls at least 43. Arthur reminds the lances not to use any magic because they will draw attention from scythes. But the thing is, these guys weren't even using mana. They're just good at sensing people. But this causes Arthur worry, because he knows that their plan will go up in flames if they manage to sense Aya following them. They enter the tavern, with Arthur warning them of what not to do right off the bat. They're seated at the table as the waitress comes to take their order. Ulfrid finishes up the order, and the hottie leaves. Mika is annoyed that she had to wear a promiscuous outfit and doesn't get the point. Even Ulfrid agrees, funnily stating his idea of a good-looking woman. The people of the tavern are enjoying themselves, but Arthur's drawn to a man in the corner. The waitress brings them their order, while Ulfrid tells her to bring 2 more bowls for the slaves. She gives them a disgusting stare before leaving in annoyance. Mika is out here devouring the ale because it tastes really good. Arthur senses danger as some folks are creeping up on them. They recommend the slave master not to spoil his slaves too much, but Ulfrid reminds them point blank that it's his business to deal with. The tavern owners emphasize that they're more than what they seem. They've got an entire stable of slaves for him to look around. Ulfrid declines to look, while both Arthur and Micah are infuriated just hearing that these bastards have enslaved women and even little girls. In fact, they've even got dwarves and elves among their collection. Ulfrid is about to crash out and reminds the 2 scumbags that interracial slavery is strictly prohibited. These lunatics laugh in his face, stating that it's exactly why their slaves sell so high. Sylvie wonders why there's a value difference among humans, dwarves, and elves. Arthur explains that noble families interbreed with their dwarven and elven slaves to allow their children to become powerful. That's exactly how Lucas Wykes came into existence. The forest around the Elven Kingdom and the Kingdom of Darv, both are hard to navigate. This makes elven and dwarven slaves extremely rare, so the fact that these bastards have numerous foreign slaves must mean they're the worst of the worst. Ulfrid decides to switch up and plays along with them to see what they've got. The tavern owners are interested in taking him to their boss. He requests keys to his room and orders Mika to prepare his room before his return. Arthur understands that it's because Mika's emotions were spiraling out and could have jeopardized the investigation. Also, this isn't their main mission, so she's supposed to stay behind. Arthur goes up to meet the man. This guy, this son of a bitch, is actually Sebastian, the once royal mage of Blaine. Arthur vividly remembers crippling him badly. He casts a barrier around them and acts all smug. He's also curious about Ulfrid's mask as he's never seen a noble wear one. Ulfrid plays along and points out that this well-dressed mage also seems to be out of place from where he should be. Now drunk as ever, Sebastian disgustingly asks the kind of girl he's looking for. Ulfrid tries to counter-argue, but Sebastian brings up the point that he came here looking for dwarven and elven slaves. Ulfrid goes out to perform an Oscar-winning performance, slamming the table and going on a tantrum about how noble women look down on him. He fabricates a story on how his face was ruined and how he's even shorter than his damn slave. Sylvie and Arthur both agree that this guy's acting is top-notch. He matches the energy of Sebastian, who recalls serving the royal family, and how women no longer give him the same respect because he's stripped of his title. Ulfrid acts surprised and questions why he retired from the job. Sebastian smashes his drink, infuriated to remember how a kid humiliated him. A dual attribute conjurer at the solid orange level receives no respect anymore. Ulfred matches his energy once more. Sebastian senses that he's found a best friend in Ulfred, and that's a testament to his acting skills. As for his slave, Sebastian roars at Arthur because he can't quite place why he's pissed off about him. Dude gets used as a walking stick and he complies. Arthur helps carry Sebastian to his chambers, who orders his men to open the room for their customer. When the door opens, Arthur's face is struck with horror. He sees Damon, a vile piece of filth, reporting that one of the pregnant women died giving birth. But that's no trouble to Sebastian. He's excited to hear that they got a baby girl as a slave out of the situation. Arthur wants Sylvie to shut her eyes, because only he can see how miserable these girls look in their condition. They're lifeless in their bodies. Sebastian wonders if Ulfred has found someone intriguing. As a response, Ulfred loses his temper and attempts to kill this guy at once. Even Arthur doesn't get what's going on. The guards rush to stop them, but Arthur quickly enters the Realm Heart physique to one-shot them. It's really funny to me that this dude just used his strongest form on level 1 thugs. Ulfred goes crazy and literally kills Sebastian in the worst way imaginable. The thing is, now Vritra will be certain that it's the work of a lance because he didn't kill this guy in a normal way. Speaking of which, the worst they feared does end up happening. Out in the distance stands the monster known as Uto, the same terrifying demon who ended Alea. He's so happy to see the boy wonder here of all places. Arthur is surprised too, as he was expecting to find a different retainer here. This impresses the demon, as he wasn't expecting Arthur to be so knowledgeable. Even Sylvie senses the extreme danger in this situation. Knowing that their fight could bring about casualties, Arthur suggests taking the fight outside. But Uto finds it hilarious that Arthur suggested they were on equal footing. He looks down on the lesser, while Arthur reminds him that he's the one who came here on his own. Here's the shocking plot twist. Arthur points out that if Uto wanted him dead or perhaps captured, he would have used Ulfred's help and a bunch of soldiers to deal with him. Laughing away at the boy, Uto finds it funny and accepts the boy's provocation. Basically, his pride is too heavy and he does not want any others to interrupt his fight. Ulfred tries to intervene, reminding the retainer that their deal was to kill Arthur Lewin in a subtle manner. But that's exactly when Uto impales his damn nose, reminding the lesser that he doesn't give a crap about Radius's instructions or what their plan was. Sylvie wonders if it's really alright to leave Ulfred on his own. Arthur decides to break the green sphere, which is a signal to Aya to handle the rest. Ulfred gets up and notices that he popped the bead, which means Aya's close by. Now the situation has changed entirely. It means their entire plan from the beginning was a setup. Ulfred descends to the hidden Alacrian soldiers and tells them to evacuate at once. The Alacrian soldiers still don't understand where he's coming from. Ulfred realizes that they're not going to trust a traitor Lance of Dicathan who betrayed his own continent. He could kill them all, but they're unfortunately necessary to their plans. At the same time, it's far too late for these men. They're about to experience a death even more painful than anything in their lives. The soldiers wince in agony while Ulfred commands Aya to come out of hiding. He's got his golems all readied up. Ulfred reminds her that a scythe of Vritra will soon be arriving. He can promise her survival if she chooses to flee. Ulfred understands that Aya's going to inform Aldir, and he would then kill Ulfred using the artifact. Normally, this would be enough for her. But the type of person she is, an assassin, Ulfred knows he's not going to take the easy way, even though he much rather prefers she does. The mystical elf creeps up on him, instilling the fear of death before warping away. She thanks the fool for trapping the Alacrian soldiers here, as her spells will only become stronger and take them all out. Ulfred is done with her tricks and calls her out for being a coward lance. Being the queen of sass, she reminds this traitorous scumbag that he's the one acting as a fool. She's just exploiting the situation the best way she can. Ulfred gets pissed and is now hell-bent on eliminating the lance. He understands that more and more Alacrian soldiers are going to die if this goes on. Normally, it would be best to take the battle on high grounds, but he doesn't want to risk harming the people of his race. Aya laughs in the face of his dwindling resolve, pointing out that he's lost his mental fortitude. Before long, Ulfred is attacked by a hydra and tries to catch Aya. She suffers a small burn, realizing that she can't let her guard down for even a second around another lance. She's known for torturing her victims, which is why she's disregarded among her people. In response to this, she beautifully reminds him of the statue he made out of Sebastian. That was torturous enough for his methods. Aya senses a golem monster swinging at her from behind, but she dodges it with amazing speed. She thinks her methods of torture are nothing compared to the brutal death Ulfred gave to Sebastian by entrapping him in a molten tomb. The man loses his patience and justifies that a monster like him only deserved a gruesome death. To this, Aya questions if that's also what led to him betraying his own continent. The dwarf acts all cocky and confident, as if the elves and the humans never went through hardships themselves. Ulfred expresses that dwarves were always thought of as inferior among the three races. They were always taken advantage of. He surrendered his loyalty to Rhodeus, who joined the Alacrian side. Aya taunts him, stating that not even the Vritra clan could care for Rhodeus, much less his people. They consistently refer to them as lessers because they're equal to dust, equal to nothing. It makes her sick to remind him that the Vritra clan will merely use the Dicathans as experimental subjects, nothing more than slaves. Ulfrid tries to use this moment to strike her down, but she deflects with ease. She wonders if he's done protecting the Alacrian soldiers, seeing as he's engulfed the entire place in lava. Ulfrid had created tunnels for their escape while she was ranting, and now he's more comfortable taking her on. Aya dashes away, sending wind strikes in his way. Ulfrid sends his army of golems after her, but she maintains her power and destroys all of them. She even releases an enormous wind cutter attack that catches Ulfrid on full blast. The only reason he survived is because of his golem armor. Aya considers it a stalemate among the two, arguing that if they fought for longer, Ulfrid would have the clear advantage. She sends more attacks his way, while he blocks with his magic and reinforces molten armor to strike her down. Aya brings out her wind trident and manages to slash Ulfrid's head, while his weapon nearly misses her by an inch. Unfortunately, this was part of his plan, as the lava trapped her in place, allowing Ulfrid to deal the brutal blow by piercing her abdomen, mocking her for having weak patience. He apologizes for having taken such ruthless methods. Aya stands there, defeated in his grasp. And now for the main meal of the day. Arthur versus Uto. They both come out in the open. Uto confidently stretching because he thinks this'll be easy. Arthur can easily sense the massive power gap between him and the retainer he fought earlier. Uto bickers that the greatest motivation for an enemy is revenge, so he's gonna enjoy this fight to the fullest. But Arthur is eager to ask him if he really thinks this is about revenge. Uto maliciously creeps up on him, reminding the boy of his reaction last time. He confirmed the ruthless killing of the elf. But Arthur argues that he only met the elf during her death, so it's not that he's here for revenge. He just deems Uto as a presence to be disposed of. This makes it unbelievably disappointing for Uto, who decides to give Arthur a reason to get angry by mercilessly piercing the innocents nearby. He came here fully prepared to test Arthur's resolve for vengeance. He even figured it would be better to kill someone from his family to give the boy a reason. Uto continue his massacre when Arthur enters the Realm Heart physique to put a stop to his methods. Uto applauds him for finally acting enraged, giving him a performance he was hoping for. The rest of the people are getting killed, but Uto wonders if he should take it up a notch and target the elf princess. You know, the one that the boy admires the most. To this, Arthur immediately strikes the retainer, amusing him to a certain extent. This confirms that the boy cares about Tessia more than anyone else. Uto is slammed by Sylvie and dragged out of the city to protect the people. Uto gets up as if he never even got injured in the first place. He is intrigued by the boy's dragon after sensing its unique mana. Regardless of that, Uto is confident that Arthur's gonna need more than just a dragon to survive this fight. But he's just so glad right now that not even a retainer can identify her on the spot. Arthur leaps into the field and slashes the spikes, carving an opening for himself. Uto dashes in, countering the boy with his claw. He's rather impressed by Arthur's performance so far. The boy manages to shove the retainer away, before launching a wave of wind magic attacks at him. But things have yet to be settled. Sylvie knows that the retainer is alive and well. As for their own injuries, Arthur doesn't want her to heal them yet. Uto comes flying full speed, clashing against Arthur's broken sword. In this moment, the boy decides to activate one of his strongest weapons, Black Lightning. It crackles the field, but Uto doesn't even flinch. Arthur pairs his lightning with his blade, but it's no matter to Uto, who calmly dodges each strike as if it were child's play. He stops his blade, stating that he expected a lot more than where that came from. Even Sylvie knows that the situation is the worst for them. Uto's attacks are only getting stronger and faster while they're going on the back foot. Arthur charges a surge of black lightning and unleashes it across the field. Thanks to his Realm Heart physique, he identifies that Uto's powers only manifest in shadows. It's also why his spells are becoming increasingly stronger the more darkness sets in. Uto swiftly dodges each of the boy's slashes, before slamming him with a powerful punch. The punch really hurts Arthur as he struggles to get up while Sylvie comes rushing to his help. Sylvie takes him away. Her plan involves moving out of the shadows. But Uto's chill and merely raises his spikes to the point they reach the cloudy horizon. It's only thanks to her incredible speed that they're high up for the spikes to disappear. But this dude is a literal monster. He catches up in the air, impressed that they were able to exploit his weakness just now. Arthur gestures to Sylvie to be ready and lunges forth using Thunderclap Impulse. His plan was to slash Uto a single time, but he clearly missed, allowing Uto to counter him. Luckily, he blocked the attack and managed to get on Sylvie because he can't fly. Then he jumps again, this time using Black Lightning to bring Uto down. But he's having no trouble dodging Arthur. Uto blocks his blade and sends him back. Uto is rather disappointed that even after his powers were weakened, Arthur couldn't even land a single hit that actually left an impression. He finds it really unamusing with how weak Arthur is. The boy apologizes, before charging his blade with black lightning and reminding the Alacrian retainer that he's not here to impress anyone. Arthur lunges forth, surging with electricity, and pierces Uto's body with his blade. He's happy to have landed the finishing blow, or that's what he thought, because he can't pull out his blade. The feeling of despair haunts him as Uto confidently declares that already knows how to counteract his own weaknesses. He looks at the boy with a demonic and sadistic smile, Arthur's blade still stuck inside his stomach. Let's revisit the clash between the two lances. It seems clear that the victor of this fight is Ulfrid, as Aya just received a gash she can't escape from. Well, that is what he thought at least. Aya's body, which he thought was the original one, proceeds to disappear into the wind. She lured him to create an opportunity from behind. Ulfrid is shocked that she fooled him like that, not being able to comprehend how she was able to best him like this. Aya is hoping that he was amazed by her performance, and she knows that he's curious about her tricks even now. Turns out that every mage of every race has a natural protection against foreign magic. That is the main reason why water mages are restricted from draining a person's bodily fluids, and also the reason why earth mages can't simply exploit iron in someone's blood. The same way wind mages can't suffocate someone by drawing air out of their lungs. That is until that person has formed a direct link to another person's mana. She first weakened his defenses, allowing him to believe that he had won. After that, she slowly exploited her armor. Right now in his current state, the only reason he's still alive is because Aya wants him to be. She could seriously kill him any second she wants to. Radius recalls the conversation he shared with Radius, expressing his own concerns. He tried to remind his master that he wasn't bound by the Asura Aldir. Regardless, Ulfrid now begs Aya to spare at least Mika as she shared no involvement. Aya reminds him that she's not up to deciding that. Ulfrid expresses his gratitude working side by side with Lance. Aya smiles and agrees before dealing the killing blow. Ulfrid's words to Radius are further revealed. He promised to carry out his master's commands only because he asked him to. He shared no love for his own people because of the treatment he received as a boy. And now, that same boy remains dead on the ground, executing the orders of a madman. Aya stands as the victor in her disheveled state. She's concerned for Arthur's condition, hoping that he's okay on his own in the fight against Uto. Now let's return to the climactic sequence between Arthur and Uto. The retainer materializes spikes out of his body, mocking Arthur for being so naive. He then unleashes his ferocious spikes in every direction, making it unbelievably hard for Arthur to dodge them. He struggles and bounces away, even dodging some of the ones aimed for his head. Arthur tries slashing as many of them as he can, but unfortunately gets his blade knocked off when one of them grazes his hand. Arthur is now defenseless in the air, and roars at Sylvie to make her move. Uto is unleashing a barrage of spikes to finish off the boy while he's defenseless. Sylvie is racing ahead to make it to him faster than Uto's attack. In a critical moment, Arthur pulls out ice magic, putting everything against Uto's attack, freezing it all down. The retainer is excited that Arthur's putting up a beautiful performance for him. He unleashes shards from his body, each of them casting a spike of their own. This time, Arthur seems doomed for good, because he's about to get nailed from every direction. In yet another desperate situation, he activates Static Void and stops the flow of time. This allows him to leap away from the cage of spikes, which later smashes against each other, and could have pierced his body like a sponge. Unfortunately, the usage of Static Void comes at a huge cost. Arthur falls, completely knocked out of his Realm Heart physique. Thankfully, Sylvie is there to catch him. Uto's pretty fucking impressed that he dodged an attack like that. He doesn't know that Arthur stopped time, but it won't be making much of a difference at this distance. Uto literally smacks Sylvie and Arthur down with a single attack. Falling from the skies, Arthur urges Sylvie to return to her fox state. She's afraid that he'll get killed if he doesn't cushion the fall. She wraps him around her body, hoping to block the injuries for Arthur. The definition of loyalty, Sylvie deserves every praise. Still, Uto's not quite done. He thinks it's even better to unleash an attack on top of the fall they'll have to endure. The end is tragic. Sylvie's body takes all the damage as she crashes down with a loud quake, leaving behind nothing but destruction. The beautiful Aya has just finished her side of the mission, only to be startled by a cataclysmic explosion nearby. The sheer impact of it terrifies her. Zooming in, we find the aftermath of Arthur's fall with Sylvie. Black spikes have scarred the very earth, while the black dragon is pierced by countless of them. Poor Sylvie is severely wounded and knocked out, while her master helplessly calls out her name. Arthur is struck by the memory of his losses as Grey, as he does his best to help Sylvie reclaim her life. Helplessly, he tries gathering ether particles, hoping to miraculously heal her. Despite his best efforts to heal her, Sylvie doesn't respond. His trauma as Grey resurfaces, recalling the memories of his brutal training. Deep in his heart, he prays for the dragon's survival, knowing he can't live through the loss of his child. Arthur pleads with her in silence, when suddenly a female voice calls out to him, assuring him that his beast will survive. Towering over from atop are two jagged horns. It's the scythe that instilled fear into him during their first encounter. Lady Cerys. Shockingly, she has Uto in her grasp. Just one look at her reminds Arthur of the sheer danger he's in. She's so powerful that her aura is completely undetectable, but the silver lining is that she doesn't want to kill him yet. Grabbing Uto's horns, Cerys snaps them right off, bewildering our boy with her actions yet again. With the horns snapped clean, Mommy Cerys throws them like a bone to a dog. Arthur is failing to process the meaning behind her actions as the horns stop just before him. Knowing that the horns are an important part of Avritra's body, he fails to understand why a scythe would traitorously betray her own ally. Then, Cerys concentrates a pointed dark beam in her fingertips. Finally, she stabs Uto right through his core, showing a complete face of indifference in the act. She releases him, his body withering streaks of black on the way down, before hitting the ground and falling right next to Arthur Lewin. At a loss for words, the young man interrogates her intentions. Cerys ignores him before chalking up a story. She wants Arthur to show everyone that he defeated Uto all by himself, intentionally keeping him alive and piercing his core to render him harmless for interrogation. From her words, Arthur gathers that this woman shares a personal agenda of her own, and he's fine with obeying her in his pitiful state right now. As she's about to leave, Arthur requests to know Scythe's name. Cerys Vritra declares herself to the human, who is thankful for her kindness. Smiling, Lady Cerys calls him an interesting boy and orders him to get stronger quickly for both their sakes. The horns she gave him are going to help him evolve even further beyond, as long as he can extract the mana stored inside of it. Arthur clutches the horns and Cerys is gone. Relieved, he stays next to Sylvie, realizing just how pathetically weak he is right now. It's the start of the war, and he would have been killed by a mere retainer, so his chances of taking on a scythe are even worse. As he fades into black, Tessia's voice wakes him up. She's joyously running towards him, inquiring where he'd been. Suddenly, her clothes change and she extends her hand out to him. Unfortunately, our boy's mana is so low that he's starting to succumb to hallucinations. At the same time, the thought of leading a peaceful life with his beloved excites him, until Tessia's expression turns to grim. She moves back, before haunting Arthur Lewin with bone-chilling words. She calls him undeserving of happiness, and reminds him of his sins. All those people died for his selfishness. In both of his lives, whether as Arthur Lewin or King Grey, his hands are soaked in blood, and he's destined to be alone. The traumatizing resurgence of memories snaps at him, as he helplessly tries to reach out to Tessia. Suddenly, our boy breaks free from the hallucination and wakes up to Aya's concerned voice. She's come to rescue him, and realizes that he's badly hurt. Arthur assures her that he's fine, while the Lance reports that she executed her mission flawlessly and helped the prisoners escort without trouble. She took care of the traitorous Lance and placed Micah in custody. On Arthur's side, he sticks to Cerys' story and briefly explains that he was able to defeat Uto on his own. The Lance is really happy to hear that, and declares their victory. The exhausted Arthur disagrees and declares that this is just the beginning. And yes, insert all the title jokes because this shit is real. In the next scene, we're in the council room to hold an official meeting of the incident. Multiple accounts testified to the events that transpired, including what Aya mentioned. However, the leaders want to focus on hearing Arthur's perspective the most out of all, knowing that he is responsible for taking down the retainer. Our boy agrees to report. Shortly after, he explained everything from top to bottom, excluding the part that the Lady Cerys became pivotal in defeating Uto. The council stopped to question him numerous times, requesting clarifications or additional details. Immediately, some of them began doubting the latter part of his story. The Human King directly wanted to know how Arthur managed to defeat two retainers so quickly, even when he had yet to reach the White Core. Compared to him, Alia was killed prior to the war who had much more experience. Coming to his rescue, Tessia's grandfather highlights that Arthur is a capable lance, so he's not to be taken lightly. Again, the Human King wants to know proper details of how our boy managed to snatch victory. After all, if they could use information from him, the rest of the lances could have a better chance facing retainers and scythes in the future. Put on the spot, Arthur resolves himself and even agrees with King Glader's objection. Briefly describing the first fight, he tells everyone that the witch retainer wasn't as powerful. Even against her, he narrowly clipped victory and severely found himself injured with a broken sword. Next, he decides to reveal the hidden cost of his victory, pulling up his sleeve and showing his burn scars. Aya and the other council members are baffled. Explaining the second fight, our boy reveals that Uto had every chance to kill both of them, but his weakness came with wanting an equal battle. In a crucial moment, his opponent dropped his guard, so Arthur took advantage and won. He had to synergize with Sylvie to get the upper hand, capable of destroying the horns in one go. Another objection arises. Just how did Arthur know about the weakness of the horns? Our boy shares that he didn't really have prior knowledge, not even the Asuras did. But during his final moments with Lance Alea, Arthur learned about Uto's furious reactions when she managed to crack his horn. Baron tries to counter-argue, but Varese stops him and urges Arthur to continue. Sharing more, he reveals how easy it became to defeat Uto after destroying his horns. Right after defeating him, he passed out and woke up in front of Aya. Even with all his advantages, he lost Sylvie, who is currently unconscious in the hospital. That grim explanation leaves the council room silent, until Tessia's grandpa requests for the next thing on their agenda. They still have to address their alliance with the dwarves, now that they've betrayed the continent. King Glader slams the table in frustration, annoyed that Lord Aldir, their one and only hope through the Asuras, is out of reach right now. Radias are kept in captivity as well, which means they have no way to control the dwarves anymore. From Arthur's investigation in the region of Darv, it's clear as day that there are numerous parties assisting the Alacrian army from within Dicathan. The Elf King suggests sending forces into Darv to try and control the dwarves. But King Glader argues that it's only going to intimidate them more, which means enforcing control is ultimately useless as an approach. Hearing their suggestions, Arthur decides to chip in, questioning if the news of Radius's capture was made public. Luckily it wasn't announced, so he comes up with a brilliant solution to use that information to their advantage. His idea impresses the kings, and Tessia's grandfather thinks that anyone going up against Arthur via strategy will be demolished. That's how smart this man is. The Elven King realizes that they simply have to exploit Radia's communication with the traitorous factions, and act as if he was the one issuing the orders in the first place. Though it's going to be difficult pulling away from the Alacrian army, it's still helping them secure information. With their strategy finalized, the old man ends on the note that he will conduct Mika's investigation while Aya will work with Uto. Before both of them, Radius will be questioned regarding their plans. With all else put aside, the leader of the continent addresses one last thing. Tessia's grandpa admits that it's hard to acknowledge every brave action committed in war. But when it comes to Arthur, this man is responsible for slaying 2 retainers, while Aya took down a lance-level threat. Virion wants to reward them, but Aya, being the humble soldier she is, doesn't request any reward in return. This leaves Arthur to think about what he could want. From his knowledge of his previous life, he knows that it's not the best move to ask for gifts in these situations. However, he surprises everyone by speaking up. Virion is eager to hear what he wants, while Aya is curious on what he is to say. Reflecting on his recent battles and defeats, Arthur shockingly requests pulling away from the battlefield. The scene cuts off to his little sister, who is brushing her hair in her room. The big guy is dozing off next to her. The sound of a certain man's footsteps awakens the beast. It's our boy standing outside the door. Messing with his sister, Bro literally tells her that he's a ghost who has returned from the war to haunt her. Fighting fire with fire, she tells Boo to beat his ass. The giant bear pushes the door and lands directly on top of Arthur, hugging him tight and licking his face. Like a dog owner reuniting with his best friend, Arthur enjoys the moment, while his sister reminds him that she's not a kid anymore to be fooled by his lame tricks. Her brother smiles and agrees that he deserved the slam. Quickly, she charges at him, squeezing him tight, welcoming Arthur back home. He hugs her, thrilled to be there with her. Sylvie continues to take rest in her room, while the Dicathan soldiers are marching about. The council room receives meetings as usual. Arthur continues to be impressed by his sister's excellent archery skills. He wonders if she's capable of maintaining the same accuracy while on Boo. Slouching, she sighs in defeat. She still has a long way to go to perfect her archery skills, and Boo runs so fast that it's really tough landing even a single shot. Just imagining it makes our boy laugh out loud at his sister's misery. Arthur asks about her practicing regimen. Ellie doesn't keep track but guesses that it must be close to 7 hours a day. Since she spends so much time practicing every day, Arthur questions how she manages time during studies or playing around. Fidgeting in response, the little sister explains that she can easily wrap up homework in one day. She also acts like she's the popular kid around school, so it's easy for her. But our boy is highly suspicious of that and eggs her on for the truth. Frustrated, Ellie confesses that she doesn't really take any interest in having conversations or gossip. Arthur laughs and reminds her that there are many students interested in learning magic. Ellie agrees that there were some of them, but right after their awakening, they were moved out of the castle to attend a magic school. Internalizing his thoughts, Arthur understands that his sister is in a privileged position to be personally tutored by a mage. Parents are cautious about their children, which is why they send them to a magic school. Ellie tells him that she wants to attend a magic academy as well, but knows that her family would worry for her sake. Despite her being a 12-year-old child, Arthur notices her incredible maturity, one that he hoped she wouldn't develop early on. He knows the reality of maturing too early in life, and selfishly hopes for a future where Ellie remains an innocent girl. To make her happy, Arthur tells his sister that he'll talk to their parents about sending her to a proper school. Ellie is beaming with happiness while our boy is out here yapping about her security, being the overprotective brother he is. Ellie latches onto him with love, a feeling that Arthur reciprocates dearly. She bounces off with a burst of motivation, hoping to practice even harder to beat the crap out of the lousy nobles at the academy. Her words make him smile, Following that interaction, our boy walks in the hall, enjoying spending time with his sister lately. Tessia and Sylvie are busy in their own ways, so he doesn't have much to do. Suddenly bro is startled by the crackhead inventor foaming about the economical costs. He sees Arthur and grabs his face, begging to steal his brains. Hilariously, Arthur pouts that he's not even an inventor nor an economist, so neither will help his cause. Walking ahead, Arthur learns about the increased frequency of the attacks carried on the Black Bend and the Wall. Mr. Great Inventor over here is placed in charge of the protection mission, but it's a difficult job because they barely have enough mages going around. Arthur asks an important question: why is Black Bend being attacked at all? He learns that the city is fully responsible for food and rationing supplies as well as weapon manufacturing. Dicathan's walls are the first line of defense against the enemy army and the monsters. This means it plays a critical role in protection. Thinking about it for a moment, Arthur senses how difficult it will be to carry supplies throughout the flatlands. Instead of chalking up protection on carriages, he recommends optimizing a better supply route instead. His shift in perspective is astounding to the inventor. Arthur asks for the current state of the combustium mines and learns that 5 sites are being currently worked on. They're currently being mined for the purpose of mining coal for the steam engine. In the process, they manage to get their hands on a supernatural mineral that's so powerful it can run an entire ship. With only 10 pounds of combustium, a ship can travel a dozen miles at full speed. This recent discovery lights up another idea in Arthur's brain. Instead of sharing his thoughts right away, he wants to reflect on it. Interrupting their conversation, a tall version of Frieren asks for Arthur. Alanis Ameria has been personally assigned to him as his new attendant. Her gorgeous looks even got this lousy inventor simping for her. The attendant pays her respect to Gideon, who casually reveals confidential information to her like it's no big deal. The mystical-eyed elf expresses that she's here to take our boy to the training grounds. That's right, another training arc is in sight. Remember Arthur's personal request? Turns out he wanted to opt out of the battlefield for 2 months. Since he's the youngest lance of all, he lacks the experience and has already encountered 2 life-threatening battles. Arthur doesn't want to leave the outcome of his next battle up to chance, and prefers to train even more while he still can. Lance Viray agrees while Virion is lost in thought. In the end, he agrees with the request, but reminds Arthur that he might still be needed if an emergency arises during that period. The Elven King brought up an interesting question. How is this man going to train in the castle? For that, our boy makes a secondary request. That leads us to the training grounds, where Alania brings him in front of 4 highly capable conjurers just to help with Arthur's training regimen. All 4 of these experienced mages share different elemental mastery, and Kathleen is one of them. It's time to visit Gray's original training period in his previous life. Back then, he was told to touch a Kai gauge with his dominant hand. Following instructions, he extended his hands as the orb turned blood red. Every single student here recorded their key levels before receiving rank confirmation. By the end of it, Gray found himself exhausted, but the instructor remained unimpressed. Joining up with the others, Gray overheard a bunch of the candidates talking about their final test. They'd have already been tested on numerous fronts, so only one thing remained. Gray knew his Kai didn't mean anything, but he was looking forward to his upcoming final test. He joined up with the rest of the candidates. Instructor Grej explained that the final test centered around practical combat. He wasn't going to reveal their Kai levels, but he knew everyone had a different level. The reality of combat is that one is faced with opponents with even greater key advantages than their own. That's why this process is random. The main criteria for this test is to judge based on adaptability and success. The instructor highlights the importance of the entrance exam, as it will determine their spot in the academy. Right away, spikes of black emerged behind them as Instructor Grej spoke of expulsion upon their poor performance. The fights began, and no one really cared about hiding Kai levels anymore. Gray knew that certain kids among them were proud military brats raised for the sole purpose of becoming king someday. The first battle concludes when a girl is moments away from killing her opponent. Instructor Grej stopped her and told the cadets to return back to their group. Finally, Gray's turn came as he stepped forward. His opponent was Cadet Vlaire of House Ambrose, an arrogant child with the same military crest on his uniform. The perspective returns to Arthur's current life. Virion has come to explain the situation. Princess Kathleen and Hester Flamesworth are 2 of the 4 mages. Arthur is stunned to find another Flamesworth, recalling Jasmine's story about her strict family. He shows more enthusiasm to Kathleen, wondering why she's come here. The humble and flustered girl explains her intention to train him. Arthur teases her for being Captain Obvious. He's impressed by her clear aura, making her a force to be reckoned with. Hester's intention is to guard the princess well and help train them both in the same arena. What's more is that Kathleen has reached the dark yellow stage of her core. The princess will frequently step out to train with Viray, but she's still very happy to assist the boy in his training. Enjoying the scene, an old bearded man breaks silence, shipping the princess and the knight as a couple. Bundamog Lanuid introduces himself and shakes Arthur's hand, who instantly notices just how rough this man's hands are. Virion reminds Bun to be careful with the young general, as he may look like a pretty boy but he packs quite the punch. This old dude is actually a pretty close friend of Virion, and though he looks like a homeless beggar, he's a genius with earth magic. The old dude snaps and roars at the commander, acting like he gets all the ladies back at his place. Virion continues to tease him, while Arthur can't help but think about the traitorous nature of the dwarves. Despite their actions, it's clear that Virion shared a positive intention by including Bund. However, it begs the question why a genius like this guy wasn't chosen to represent the dwarves instead of Radius. Thanks to his earlier encounters with the dwarves, Arthur doesn't know if he should trust them. Bro is having a racist dilemma in the middle of all of this. Finally, the elf master introduces himself. Camus Celeridon doesn't even care about introductions. He just wants to spar with the child. Arthur is shocked by this man's serious nature as he shut up Virion just to make his point. Camus is an unusual fellow for an elf, because he's messy, and doesn't even take care of his looks like the other elves. With all of them made familiar to another, the commander wishes the best for Arthur to enjoy his training period. Watskin and the attendant will be observing the regular training periods in Virion's stead. The green-haired nerd reveals a bunch of things they need to do before kickstarting Arthur's training. She's brought an exoskeleton for measuring purposes, covering our boy's entire body as if he were a robot. Done with the preparation, Watskin tells the attendant to do one last thing. Arthur is told to stand still while she scans him using her powers. After the scan is complete, she jots down notes. Arthur wants to know what's going on while Watskin destroys a bunch of rocks to gain his attention. The equipment in this room is specifically constructed for Arthur's training. She highlights his incredible control over mana manipulation, but then talks about his trash utilization of elemental magic, putting him way behind the other lances. Watskin thinks he shouldn't even be called a quadra-elemental mage, and should resign himself to a dual-elemental one instead. Bro is getting dissed in front of the entire crowd, while Kathleen is shocked that not even his training with the Asuras could fix his problems. Arthur explains that he learned close combat the most out of all, and that he defaults to ice and lightning magic to make up for his weaknesses. The goal of the training session is to help him overcome his elemental weaknesses. Bond realizes the sheer complexity that our boy has to deal with. Even being a dual elemental mage is a headache, and yet Arthur is juggling 4. Hester calls the old man low IQ, and they start to argue again. Watskin intervenes and points to a bunch of crystals. These crystals are used to charge the device. Camus unleashes a powerful magic attack for testing purposes. His attack connects with the absorption crystals, powering on the machine. Next up is Hester, who uses her flame magic to do the same. She raises a column of fire magic, but strangely Arthur can't even sense heat emanating from her attacks, showcasing impeccable control. Bond is the third to go. Watskin warns them that this isn't supposed to be a contest of dominance, but this competitive old fart goes overboard and literally shakes the very ground they're standing on. Finally, there's Princess Kathleen, who is instructed to give the final push. Just one look at her makes Arthur think that she won't back down either. This girl literally pulls out an ice serpent and wraps up the final surge. With the preparations completed, Watskin turns on the machine. None of them know what's going on. The attendant will explain the details later. For now, she urges the training session to begin. Arthur wonders how they should begin, but his helpers are already prepared to give him the answer. They're ready to beat his ass all at once. Smiling with confidence, our boy gears up to show them who's boss, exuding his confidence as Gray. The scene cuts to Tessia's side of things, who humbles her opponent by chucking away his axe. The training period ends, while the green-haired punk mouths off about one day defeating Tessia. His friends laugh at him. One person calls for Tessia, informing her of a new transmission scroll. With the scroll opened, Tessia realizes the message comes from her grandpa. Virion updates her about some exciting news. First off, he talks about Arthur's speedy recovery, and how he has rejoined the castle to train for 2 months away from the battlefield. It's a request he made on his behalf, so he's going to be continuing training with his new helpers, Hester, Camus, and Bund, and finally Kathleen. Here's the thing, the sheer mention of Kathleen puts this girl into jealousy mode as she shrieks in horror. Speaking of the Ice Princess, Kathleen manipulates her element, but Arthur casually counters with his application of fire magic. Right when he's finished dealing with her, Hester's incredible ball of flames is headed our boy's way. To deal with that, Arthur has already prepared a water elemental defense strike. Here's the problem. Bund messes with his feet by raising the ground and making our boy slip, leaving him wide open to be attacked. Arthur narrowly escapes and does his best to maintain his stance. He swings wide with his blue sword, clearing the arena's smoke. Our boy belittles Bund for using cheap tricks instead of the muscular physique he's built. Bund taunts him for getting fooled easily. While he's distracted, Camus releases a wind wave from behind, teaching the young lance his first lesson on fighting conjurers. Our boy is the goat, so he deflects the attack just in time. But Camus wanted this and introduced an air of unpredictability by unleashing a storm from the same spell. Arthur's starting to get overwhelmed, finding it impossible to get in range with even one of them. Leaping away, he tries to escape the storm, only to be overwhelmed by Kathleen's icy barrage of spikes. Maneuvering quickly, Arthur counters them with his flame magic, while Hester taps into the power of the blue flames to overwhelm him. This is the first time he's seen their application. Even Watskin is stunned to see the young Lance struggle so hard. It's actually an entertaining sight for her, hoping that he gets pushed to the very edge. Escaping the blue flames is a pain in the ass for our boy. He gets back to the ground, questioning how his opponent has such excellent team coordination in so little time. He can't even walk without his feet betraying him by the wind. Bun's earth element erects a trap, forcing him shut inside a pyramid. The four of them have successfully trapped the young Lance, while the earth specialist enjoys their victory. So far, Camus doesn't appear to be impressed by Arthur's skills, even as a lance. Inside, our boy whips out a flame torch. It seems that the pyramid is hollow from the inside, yet it's incredibly built that it's hard for him to pierce. Knowing that he's fighting experienced conjurers, the young Lance decides to adopt their approach and uses earth pulse magic to sense vibrations outside. Tracking their locations, Arthur starts dodging the spikes created by Bund, realizing that the earth specialist must have sensed his usage of the technique. Wielding command over flame and water, Arthur starts doing something. His actions start releasing an immense amount of steam from inside the pyramid. Hester instructs Kathleen to take full advantage of the moisture, so the princess gestures her hands ready to cast another spell. To her shock, the pyramid bursts open. In the smoke, Arthur has already escaped their grasp. Hester welcomes him back to the battlefield, while Arthur is blindsided by Camus popping up and thrashing him away. The wind magic knocks him from one side while the blue flames smash him from the other. Kathleen senses that he's caught, and the blue flames quickly engulf Arthur's body into a spherical shape. The princess genuinely feels worried for his state. But let's not make any mistakes, this is Arthur we're talking about. This man cuts open the blue flame sphere and escapes Hester's grasp, remarking on his narrow escape again. Hester and the others act smug, while Bund assures the young lady that there's nothing to worry about. Hester remarks that though the lance shows promise, he's still not taking the battle seriously and underestimates his opponents. After all, it's going to take a lot longer than 2 months if he's this weak. Camus admits that he's bored and unmotivated to fight, knowing Arthur is barely trying. Arthur reveals that he has a habit of holding back to test his opponents, which honestly reminds me of Goku from Dragon Ball. Deciding to go full blast on them, he powers up to his realm heart state. His being is covered with runes while his hair goes silver. The sheer aura he's emitting is enough to excite and shock his opponents. Arthur highlights that he won't be using this level of power during his training period, but because he wants them to treat him seriously, he's going to show them what he's really about. The way he looks right now, with purple hues coming out of his body, could be best described as radiant and enthralling presence. Kathleen is flabbergasted. She'd already seen this form back at the academy. It's even more magical to experience it here in person. Hester and the others spread out in different directions, finally enjoying the real battle. The princess highlights that their main advantage was in numbers, but Arthur Lewin has flipped those tables. All of them know that this very fight has become unfair to participate in. Kathleen does her best to maintain her resolve, forcing herself to fight her doubts. Arthur glares at her, before releasing mystical black lightning in his every movement. Camus is down in one blow while Bund saves him using his earth magic. The princess manipulates a water storm into a gigantic spear of ice, targeting Arthur and releasing it at his speedy lunge. Camus assists her spear to take even more charge as it catches up to Arthur. Knowing that he can't outrun the spear with its incredible speed, General Lewin turns one look at it and deactivates the spell instantly, leaving Kathleen to wonder what kind of miracle he just performed. Camus turns to blame her for her spell going off all of a sudden, but that's something not even the princess has any answers to. Bond goes on the offensive and taunts Arthur for simply flexing a new hair color. Those boulders make their way to him, but this man is on full speed mastered Ultra Instinct mode, evading each attack and releasing a surge of wind magic as a counter. Bund casts an earth shield to block the force of the attack and then uses more boulders to catch our boy off guard. Arthur is forced to lunge all the way back, escaping the very ground he's stepping on as it betrays his movements. His feathery movements are elegant to see. Kathleen is shocked that he didn't target her, and instead went for Hester. She watches him use a mirage in front of a fireball, while her brain races for an answer, questioning why he didn't attack her. Inside, Kathleen senses that maybe Arthur is actually afraid of hurting her. Using her special move, the princess casts an attack General Viret personally taught her to use. She doesn't want to be pitied by him. Seraph of Snow covers her body with shards, each step freezes the ground. While Arthur's busy fighting the three conjurers, she sneaks up to strike him down. But even when he is completely off guard, Arthur dodges the full extent of her slash. He still gets hurt on the shoulder, allowing Kathleen to go for another attack. Arthur deploys earth magic to block her ice, but ultimately gets knocked away by Kathleen's move. Camus has already cast a windstorm and traps him in the winds. The earth specialist adds his contribution in the form of a gigantic fist. Hester covers it in blue flames to amplify the damage. Bond leaps into the wind tornado where Arthur is trapped. Unfortunately, our boy is incapable of dodging the strike and gets slammed badly. Bro is nuked into the ground with a loud explosion. Bond remarks that he felt really good having dealt serious damage for once. It's all thanks to Kathleen's contribution that made their teamwork successful. Even now they can sense that Arthur was holding back from using full strength. Pitifully, our boy emerges from the crater, expressing that he couldn't maintain that form for long. He compliments Kathleen for going full ice ninja mode on his ass and playing a critical role. Arthur's biggest mistake on his own accord is underestimating the princess and suffering defeat for it. By the end of the first duel, Watson lets everyone gather as they've got a lot to discuss. She makes it clear that the #1 priority in the training session is to ensure safety. Watson is currently developing a proper device which will automatically signal a defense mechanism to prevent lethal attacks. Bond thinks that all of their soldiers could use such an artifact, but Watson and the attendant understand that it would be extremely expensive to produce. Chipping in, our boy questions why he had to wear this tacky armor. The little scientist assures him that everything in this room is going to be used for measurement. His armor as well as those measuring plates are to record data to understand him better. Watson laughs like an evil villain, revealing that the sensors measure the impact of each spell into a measurement called force per unit. The chains of red mana are used to measure FPU upon being struck. Arthur wonders how that would play out if an attack is blocked. Watson agrees that it's a clear shortcoming, something she knew was going to happen. Most of the spells used in real battles are dodged or blocked. That's why she covered the entire room top to bottom with a disc that tracks the trails of mana and senses usage of a spell immediately after formation. Arthur summarizes her long-ass explanation into one tidbit that all of it is just for measuring mana. He's impressed by Watson's technological progress, but the part bugging him the most is his armor. Watson reveals that it's going to measure his mana individually, and it's going to be complemented with Ameria's skills. Arthur questions Ameria for keeping her abilities a secret with a vague explanation. The attendant clarifies that he was interested in armor and not her abilities. Arthur requests an insight into her skills and learns that she is capable of utilizing nature affinity magic to observe one's flow of mana. Basically, she's a deviant in her own ways. Ameria has actually been using this ability with the other lances as well, while Hester is curious about the data on Arthur. The attendant reveals that by using Watson's measuring device, she could gather information on manipulation of his core. Arthur basically deploys augmentation magic in 0.46 seconds. His second weakest side is wind magic, where he takes 40% more time. His weakest side is earth magic, chalking over a 50% increase in casting. Since fire and water magic weren't used that much, they couldn't gather appropriate readings. Bond calls it a completely pointless tool, while Hester bullies him again for the midget old fart stupidity. Our boy is starting to wonder if these guys are friends or enemies for bantering like that. Even during the spar, they appeared far too coordinated. Camus adds that he wants to use such armor as well, to which Watson is eager to supply him after finishing up more of her prototypes. Kathleen appears spaced out, so our boy comes around to check on her. She just tells him that Watson is receiving demands to make more measuring armors. Intrigued about his performance during Realm Heart, Arthur asks for the changes in his performance. The attendant reveals that the young Lance's abilities spiked 5-fold throughout each and every element. Unfortunately, she was unable to measure his body augmentation speed. Though his general augmentation compares to most Lances, after his transformation, he's so damn fast that not even she could record his speed. After the training session, Arthur takes a walk around the garden with the Ice Princess and learns that Curtis, her brother, is currently a training instructor at an academy. He's reliable enough that King Glader gave him permission to exit the castle under supervision. Teasing Kathleen, Arthur wonders if she's the one who got duped. The princess argues that she wanted to become a powerful mage to seize her freedom, but so far King Glader still sees her as a weak daughter. Our boy emphasizes that she's quite reserved, leading others to have a certain impression of her. Kathleen states that she's been trying to participate more and become more outgoing. She even personally insisted to become his sparring partner. The moment Kathleen confesses that out loud, she realizes the weight of her words. Teasing her like always, our boy wonders just how insistent she was. The princess acts like she only did it for her personal benefit, but deep down, she's starting to feel things for Arthur. As she walks away, our boy reflects how different she has become in her growth. It's as if she carries herself with a certain confidence that wasn't there before. Turning back, Kathleen questions why he stopped. Arthur says that everything is fine, and to be fair, his movement is so precise nowadays that no one can even detect him walking. Arthur returns the same compliment to Kathleen. The princess explains that her mother, the human queen, has always been strict about their manners. She and her brother had to take classes to learn royal etiquette. Our boy suddenly remembers that Ellie was also sent to such classes. His idiot sister's naughtiness had to be controlled. Kathleen asks more about her, while our boy promises to make the two of them meet someday. Inside, Arthur wonders if Kathleen has made some new friends in the castle. The war has been difficult for everyone, so she hasn't been seeing anyone new. Arthur brings up Hester, asking if she's new. The princess explains that Hester didn't accompany her to school, but she's actually been there for most of her life. It's here that Arthur learns about the connection between all three elders. They were actually responsible for playing a critical role in the previous war. The Kingdom of Darv sent soldiers to Sapin to help shift the tide of the war. That's how the two of them met. With the war coming to an end, the 3 leaders from each side attended summits on different occasions together. Hester actually brought up their names numerous times, highlighting their training sessions together, which adds up to their coordination. A worried Arthur wonders if she's going to be okay on her own, to which Kathleen assures him that her dear papa gave her numerous backups. Then she's also got the special phoenix worm crest, the same one our boy gave to his family for their protection. The princess is stunned that Arthur knows what it is at a mere glance, bringing up how Gideon made these as one of his greatest inventions. She thanks Arthur for the escort, who also needs to go run an errand real quick. Thanking her for her contribution in his training, he bids farewell and hopes to get stronger with her. As he's leaving, Kathleen musters the courage to actually whisper his name in silence. It's time to visit the cold cells of the castle. Here Mika is imprisoned and bored out of her mind reading a book. A visitor comes and blinds her. It's none other than our fabulous Drip King Arthur, who apologizes for his late visit. Deep down, he genuinely feels sorry for being helpless in her case. The young Lance told her about his new training regimen, and she even coached him a few things on gravity magic. Before leaving, he assures Mika that they'll come free after Virion's investigation team clears her of any evidence. Micah pats him, showing her bravery and resolve in her innocence. She's angry about Redeus for putting a bad name on the dwarves. The good thing is that his cell is even worse than hers. Arthur leaves as Micah hopes that he frees her soon somehow. Back in his room, our boy reminisces on his own weaknesses. He has to overly rely on Realm Heart in most battles, and that form is unstable for a long fight. Turning to the little furball of white, Arthur wonders if Sylvie got the rest she needed. The cute thing stretches like a cat, showing nearly perfect recovery. She asks about the dark horns that are filled with mana. Right now, Sylvie shares her concerns about trusting a scythe. Arthur logically reasons that the Asuras can't help either side, which means Ceres could have and should have killed him if she wanted. Back then he was completely helpless, and if she hadn't popped up to save him, Uta would have killed them regardless. Sylvie thinks that it will be a huge boost if the horns somehow allow Arthur Lewin to tap into the white core. Though our boy takes one, he places the other in front of Sylvie, offering her to evolve. The little furball is hesitant, but Arthur reminds her of Lord Indrath's warning about her awakening process. So far, she's evolving at a slow rate, but Uto's horn can speed up the same process to an extent. Admitting her fears, Sylvie states that she doesn't want to awaken, afraid that she will be taken away if she becomes a full-fledged Asura. The more powerful she becomes as a dragon, the more difficult her strength will be to conceal. Patting her head, Arthur reminds her that she escaped a near-death experience in their final fight. He genuinely doesn't want the same to happen again, and requests her to trust the process like they both always do. After that, both of them clutched a horn on each side and began meditating in their stance. Arthur's objective is to navigate any extractable mana inside the horn, but so far his efforts are pointless. Interestingly, Sylvie appears to be making progress. Encouraged to see her, he focuses even deeper, and gains a reaction out of the dark horn. A while passes until the horn's mana jolts Arthur's hand. Panting breathlessly, he inspects his hand, realizing that the dark mana ended up being swallowed by his dormant weapon seed instead. Our boy faints in exhaustion, frustrated that the achlorite is stealing his progress every time. He's desperately hoping that this thing lives up to the hype for how annoying it has been. Back to Gray's fight with the military brat. The battle begins with both sword warriors in stance. Gray's opponent makes the first move. Vlairs' aura and control over his Kai stands out to him. Even though Vlair is someone with a privileged background, it's clear that he trained really hard. Gray evades casually, knowing that he only has a set amount of Kai to use in this battle. As he's dodging every swing, he understands full well that even one precise strike could lead to his defeat. Vlair roars at him and commits a mistake. Gray can easily highlight the weaknesses when it comes to his opponent's speed compared to his own. Countering with a kick, our boy retaliates with a sword strike that sends Vlair flying back from the impact. Having made contact with his body, the fight is concluded over. Vlair is pissed off, arguing that he can still fight. However, the instructor reminds the cadet that there is no victory in such matches. All he cares about is observing their talents. Vlair's ego can't take a loss and points to Gray landing a lucky blow if anything. To shut his yap, the instructor emphasizes that the same kid had been excellently maneuvering every single one of Vlair's attacks in the entire fight. He coldly tells him to step off the field unless he's interested in cutting more of his points. Vlair steps off in defeat while our boy's face remains steadfast. After the fight, Gray has a meal all by himself when suddenly someone decides to sit next to him unprovoked. They discuss the outcome of their tests. Cecilia managed to ace her test and impress her testers with the amulet. Gray is glad that his friend's persistence managed to help Cecilia in her struggle. Nico was the first person of the trio to rise up after Wilbeck's death. At the same time, our boy is feeling severe guilt over his friends coming to this kind of school with him. Nico throws his arm in the air, vouching to stick together. He reminds Gray that there are all kinds of engineering students here filled with cream of the crop talent. Cecilia agrees with his words, assuring Gray that they've got the potential to learn a lot at this academy. Gray is okay with that, but reminds his friends to be careful, emphasizing that they don't know the identity of Cecilia's attacker just yet. Nico has plans to deal with that in his own way. He recommends getting to the board and checking their results. On their way, Gray learns that the engineering cadets have their own divisions. The more talented cadets use Kai to create tools, so they're prioritized. However, the martial cadets have harsher grading systems. Nico is out here flexing his chances of scoring a high division, while Cecilia and Gray lament their chances, knowing that there are a whopping 5 divisions for them to compete with. Nico is hoping that both his friends land in the same division, because that way Gray can take care of his crush. Tons of students are already waiting in line to check their results. Nico casually chucks our boy as a sacrifice to make way. Gray navigates among the heavy crowd. The stakes are raised higher, and Nico's anxiety is getting the better of him. At last, they're ahead of the group. Gray and his friends inspect the leaderboard. Nico Sever earns Division 1 ranking in Class 1 just like he expected. Cecilia's face brightens as she is placed in Division 2. Meanwhile, our poor boy is helplessly trying to look for his name. The moment he discovers his name, Gray was met with a cold embrace of his harsh reality. His dreams to become stronger and excel were all trampled upon. Ultimately, he was placed in Division 4, second from last. Back to Arthur and the present moment, Sylvie wakes him up after he got knocked unconscious. Our boy springs back up, which worriedly makes her wonder if Arthur has been dreaming about his former life again. He assures the furball that things are fine, he just wants her to focus on herself while he's busy training. As he leaves, my poor baby has her ears sulking in sadness, showing how worried she feels for Arthur. It's day 2 of the training session. Arthur admits that his recent dreaming about his earlier life is a mystery even to him. Commander Virion catches him lost in thought and points him out, only for our boy to deflect the topic about the current training instead. Virion assures him that Alanis is competent in her work, which makes Arthur question his idea of hiring a personal attendant in the first place. The commander explains that she's already worked up close and personal with the Lances, so she's the best fit for his growth right now. Prior to that, she was working on the southern border. That's how they first encountered each other. He saw her excellence in nursing lances, with a strange kind of deviant magic. She also analyzed the lances well and identified their weakest points. Thanks to that, they managed to improve in their way. Virion wants to make sure that Arthur's little vacation from the battlefield doesn't end in vain, so he hires her foremost. She catches them mid-conversation and hands our boy his official training schedule for the upcoming weeks. Arthur glances at the document, assessing the scope. The focus is on increasing mana flow speed and focusing on his weaker elements. The first 2 weeks will involve one-on-one battles. Alanis assesses that his goal is to test himself in various combat scenarios. Arthur agrees with her train of thought and hears Alanis's critique of his intended goal. The problem with Arthur is that his fighting capabilities are pretty refined already. She points out an observation that every time Arthur felt he was losing the battle, he always went back to using his strongest elements instead of maintaining his weaker ones. That's why Alanis intends to slowly help his body achieve its goal of making the other elements stronger. Alongside that, the attendant introduces an element of unpredictability to his schedule. First, she tells him that he's going to fight the elders in one-on-one styles. Each sparring partner will randomly trade places, forcing Arthur to adjust accordingly. In every training session, our boy will only be allowed to use one element only. That too will switch in the heat of the moment. Arthur realizes that his initial approach of fighting numerous people all at the same time is a stupid approach, while Virion assures him that Alanis made similar adjustments for the other lances too. The commander leaves Arthur in her hands, hoping he doesn't just break apart. Our boy is ready to take on the world, but completely forgot about the element of unpredictability as an earth spike launches him to space. Bond is the first opponent, welcoming the dear boy with a closed fist. Right away, Arthur taps into the fire element as well as lightning, only to get restricted by Alanis's instructions. He realizes that this woman is going to be the end of him. Distracted, he loses his focus and gets trapped in the earth. The earth specialist throws powerful rocks in his direction, while our boy uses ice magic to defend himself and launch a counterattack. The ice spell catches Boond and all of a sudden, he's the one about with the disadvantage. The ice spikes are headed his way, while Hester and Camus are impressed by the young Lance's excellent adaptability. Don't count the old man out just yet, as he responds with numerous earth spikes to block Arthur's offense. Commending the boy for his efforts, Bund uses a rock slide to glide ahead and gain some ground. Arthur's being pushed to the edge as he leaps up using wind magic, admitting how beautiful Bund's natural control over the earth is. Even the wind spell he just threw got blocked instantly. At the same time, that's exactly the old man's weakness, as he likes to show off and leaves openings exposed. Miss Watskin is intrigued by Arthur's sudden rate of adaptation even with a new fighting system. His effort to strike down Bund is blocked again. The Earth Specialist surprises the young Lance by erecting another platform from the ground, diverting his attack. Unexpectedly, Arthur senses another attack coming from behind. They're the blue flames of Hester, forcing him to turn around with a water spell to block. Alanis announces Hester's arrival in the battlefield, which is obvious enough after she threw the first attack. The old man is annoyed he couldn't continue the battle as he began to enjoy the fight. The attendant bans water magic from this fight, forcing Arthur to deploy even more creative means to survive against Hester's flames. He can sense the sheer danger he's in. Leaping away from a powerful ball of blue flames, Arthur connects with the ground. He realizes that Hester never intended to hit him with that earlier attack, but rather forced his vision to be blocked. Using wind magic, he gets rid of all the annoying smoke. Hester uses blue flames to destroy the wind spell, awaiting his charge. Arthur lunges with a heavy dash with the aim to take her down using the wind. His enforced punch goes right through the flames, but that's exactly what astonishes him. He didn't manage to hit his target. Instead, Hester launches a column of blue flames from above, cornering Arthur at last-minute decision-making. Even Bund can see that she's going all out, while Camus has once become a victim of her tactics during training. The young Lance maneuvers against the blue flames, doing his absolute best to tame the direction of the flames. But so far, all of these attempts have been mere distractions. She's intentionally annoying him and wearing him down, and as much as he hates to admit, Arthur's falling for it. Adopting a different approach, he unleashes earth spikes, copying what Boone did in their fight earlier. This is exactly what Alanis wants him to train, to copy the skills of the specialists in real combat. The fireballs are diverted back, while Arthur grits his teeth in frustration of missing his target. Going on the offensive, Hester's concentrated fireballs start releasing ripples of fire, destroying Arthur's earth spikes. This is going really bad for him really fast, forcing him to cover his body with earth armor. Though using Realm Heart could easily help him detect her position, Arthur doesn't want to use a cop-out. Overwhelmed, he taps into Hester's perspective, uncovering the kind of strategy she would use to fight him. Going crazy, our boy starts firing wind spells in every direction to blast away the flames. Watson is starting to think that this fight may be a bit overwhelming for the Lance without his water element. Alanis argues that it's exactly what will force his mind to look for creative ways. Getting blasted left and right informs Arthur that Hester's mana pool is vast. The spheres of blue flames unleash spear-like projectiles to corner him and finish him off. Thinking that this is her final move, our boy refuses to move from his place, taking the damage head-on. Even now, he understands that the experienced elder won't let her guard down so easily. Having taken the attack head-on, he forces Hester to come out in the open to deal the final blow. Arthur internalizes the struggles of a multi-elemental mage, highlighting how important it is to use elements with the correct order. The talented young Lance slides his way into the ground to avoid Hester's ultimate attack, emerging behind her right when she thought she won. In this moment, he taps into the lightning element and Chidoris her ass. The contact of blue flames against lightning releases a shockwave and an explosion. By the end of their battle, Hester is down on the ground, glowing purple thanks to Watskin's technology. The artifact she made seems to be working just fine as it avoided a lethal blow. Ellie and the others pop out of nowhere to check on our boy's progress. The little sister is worried that Watskin is celebrating that her technology worked, because it easily could have gone the other way. Arthur assures his sister that he didn't need the artifact anyway, while an enraged Hester reminds him that he'll need it in their next battle. Ellie is warded off by the smell of Arthur's sweat, while Virion has personally come here with an update for the Lance. The rest of them exit the training room, while the commander urges both siblings to stay. Curious, Arthur asks what's up. The commander reveals the matter of the Black Bend and the Wall, how they put some of the best warriors to ensure safe delivery of supplies. The recent attack involves Arthur's parents and the Twin Horns group, terrifying both siblings. In the next scene, our boy is setting off to meet his parents at the Wall. Gideon is asleep while Sylvie can clearly detect Arthur's worry for his parents. He tells her that it's the very reason he never even wanted them to participate in the dangerous war, but in the end, it's a decision outside of his control. Petting her gently, he lays out his worries, expressing that it's only been a few weeks since they joined the battle, and yet they're already in danger. The scope of this war has been progressing much faster than our boy could have ever anticipated. His thoughts drift on the identity of the attackers, questioning if they're the rebels or the Alacrians this time. It's hard to imagine the enemy army sneaking their way past the wall, but given how the Darv kingdom betrayed Dicathan already, it's clear that their enemies have stepped foot in the land without detection. The thing about the road between the route is that it's clearly flat, allowing the enemy to easily attack the supply routes without any worries. In Arthur's mind, it's possible that the Alacrians are using this tactic by sending spies to infiltrate, rather than focusing on tearing down the wall. Hester breaks Arthur free from his thoughts. The young Lance is surprised that the two of them decided to tag along on this journey. Princess Kathleen shares that she's a member of the royal family, so it's her duty to help as much as she can in matters of negotiation. Personally, she also finds it annoying that their people are being attacked just to transport supplies. Her teacher Hester argues that the Alacrians couldn't have been possibly hiding here, as the guard would have detected some of them. Arthur objects that it's possible if the group had a horde of beasts by their side. The princess suggests relocating some soldiers to the route to act as protection for the supply routes. But that's exactly the problem. Gideon emphasizes that they're already running short on supplying soldiers. Commander Virion is currently working on a plan to solve this issue. The inventor personally hopes that Arthur's ideas will come to fruition, and wonders if the young Lance is willing to drop a few hints. The young Lance suggests that the terrain will actually be in their favor this time. Suddenly, the cart experiences a sudden bump, shaking them from their very seats. Hester asks the coachman, who explains that though they've arrived, the very sight of the battlefield is upsetting the beasts. Arthur takes a peek and looks at corpses openly killed about. They're all shocked. Inside one of the camps, Kathleen mourns the deaths of her soldiers, questioning how all of this could have happened over a mere supply cart. Sensing discomfort, our boy rushes to find his parents as well as the Twin Horns faction. He worriedly checks on them, questioning if they've been hurt. His mom calms him down, assuring that they're in great shape, and thankfully none of the others from their team received fatal injuries. Hester lets out a sigh of relief. Turns out that the Elycrians actually ambushed them right after Reynolds was separated from the group. It's only thanks to his return that they managed to survive. Arthur's dad pulled in with a clutch without sustaining a single injury. The boy's father questions why Arthur came all the way here, and if he has a greater purpose to his journey. Kathleen pitches in, stating that they're here to solve the issue of the supply route on priority. The inventor and Arthur are tasked to create a special device to protect resources. Reynolds admits that he often forgets his own son being placed in the council. Helen tells him to stop dilly-dallying around and chat with his son. Sylvia and Arthur's mother decide to stay inside the camp, while he goes out to discuss with his father. While he's leaving, the little furball reminds him of what happened last time, back when Arthur found himself arguing against his parents' decisions twice. In the end, he can't control their decisions, and he's learned that now. To kick things off, Reynolds proudly sheds light over Arthur's tremendous achievement of becoming the newest Lance. Reynolds assures his son that they're doing just fine, and the reason for their perfect state is that they're a tight-knit team that looks out for each other. Arthur admits that it's true, but on the inside, deep in his heart, he knows that war doesn't care. War takes away the lives of the strongest people, but it's something he can never make his father understand. Reynolds asks if Ellie knows about the state of the attack, and learns that she only knows about surface-level information. She went back to training after learning that there weren't any severe casualties. Arthur highlights just how powerful she's become with the bow, and her aspirations to attend a magic academy. His father understands just how lonely she must feel inside the castle. At the same time, our boy thinks she's trying to chase strength instead of focusing on a social life, to which Reynolds thinks is normal considering her older brother is an outstanding warrior. They hope for the best for Ellie to discover new friends. Changing the subject, Arthur asks his father about his plans to visit. Saddened, Reynolds rejects the idea, highlighting the ever-growing brutal conditions of the war. Right now, they're needed most on the battlefield. Hearing those words, Arthur tries to voice his objection, but ultimately resigns in defeat, knowing he can't do anything about it. Instead, he just shares the moment with his papa. After that sequence, he bids farewell to both his parents with a warm hug. Deep down, his longing and worry for his family continues to grow, and he desperately hopes that his strategy works out to ensure the safety of the route. Kathleen is seen observing his troubled expression. When they reach their next destination, she confronts him and asks if he's okay with a brief reunion like that. Arthur assures her that he's fine with them taking charge of the wall. Hilariously, the princess can't find herself sharing the same sentiment for Curtis, her brother who she doesn't even miss being gone. Gideon urges our boy to spill the beans of his plan already. Everyone's curious about his strategy by now. The boy emphasizes that it's more of a mode of transportation, rather than a proper device. Gideon is speechless until Arthur reminds him of the combustium methodology the inventor talked about for a ship overseas. Using that same logic, they'll build a ship over land, declaring its official name as a train. The inventor is baffled by the idea of a land ship, questioning how he got such a shitty name. Arthur teases him, and the inventor snatches the blueprints off his hands. His greedy ass can't even wait to step inside the building before peeking into the specifics of the document. Gideon is literally starstruck and grabs Arthur in excitement. With this, everything is going to change. Instead of using the rivers to connect different cities, they'll simply use a few earth and water mages to create a railway system. Arthur is fine with eventually popularizing the railway approach all over the continent, but for now he cares most about the current route to ensure safe travel. They could even develop new cities with this system. Currently, the teleportation gates are the only thing capable of acting as a secure mode of transfer. But with the railway system, they could go anywhere to develop anything. Hearing that makes Arthur smile, helping his confidence in changing the world. Gideon bops his head with the blueprint for saying something so obvious. At this point, this dude thinks he should change professions and just take up fishing as a new hobby. Arthur reminds him that he's in charge of the whole project, so he can't just retire here. Even though the idea isn't Gideon's, Arthur thinks it's going to be way easier to receive the council's support if they use his name and place him as the manager of the project. The inventor excitedly takes the blueprint and runs off to the teleportation gate. His constant enthusiasm makes Hester wonder if this guy is injecting adrenaline into his veins 24/7 instead of sleep. Kathleen butts in and recommends they stay the night, and instead of returning home right away. Her suggestion baffles all three of them in shock. The princess realizes what she just suggested and clarifies that she wants to rest so they can return to training properly again. She cutely suggests having dinner here, looking so adorable that both Arthur and Sylvie struggle to hold in their laugh. He never could have suspected the princess being the one to suggest such a laid-back approach. Arthur turns to Hester for permission, who is fine as long as the young Lance is planning to buy them drinks for the night. Observing the conversation between the princess and Arthur, Hester notes just how alive Kathleen looks here. This is a woman who has always kept watch over her. Hester is reminded of Jasmine from her childhood days in Kathleen's image. In the next scene, they're sitting at a tavern that the princess likes. Arthur asks where Kathleen went, and learns that she's currently drafting proposals to a bunch of nobles. It's either that, or she's still angry about his joke from earlier, which makes Arthur feel guilty about going overboard. Hester assures him that he should continue teasing the young princess to the very extreme, which is quite something coming from her bodyguard. The fire specialist finds it joyous to see Kathleen come alive around him, especially when the princess's personality makes it difficult for her to make new friends. The friends she made along the way couldn't really be called true friends at all. Hearing her story, Arthur is grateful of Hester always looking out for the princess, knowing that she must have played a great influence on her character, as well as Jasmine's. Giggling in response, the elder notes that both women would have turned out just fine without her influence too. Hester realizes now that Arthur is familiar with the Flamesworth family because of Jasmine's influence in the Twin Horns group. Arthur reveals that actually, she was her guardian and tutor during his time as an adventurer. Hester senses that he knows about the dark secrets of the Flamesworth family, while Arthur assures her that he's had the privilege to meet good people like Jasmine and her. Turns out that Jasmine is actually her niece, a child who never complained in her keep. Arthur and Sylvie didn't even have any idea that she had siblings. Hester reveals that Jasmine's father is a man known for his pride, and hopes that Jasmine becomes a dual elemental mage. Unfortunately, the moment he learned about her inability to wield fire mage, she was kicked out of the family. That's the story everyone knows, and Hester deeply regrets to this day being unable to help the little girl. Chugging down her drink to forget her sorrows, she slams the cup down, admitting how relieved she is to see Jasmine thriving with her new circle. Arthur doesn't really have any intentions of fighting Jasmine's father, knowing it's her personal battle to deal with. The prideful Hester doesn't want him going around destroying her family name, a remark that is so characteristic of the family itself. Trotius Flamesworth is currently serving as a captain of a division on the wall. While they're talking, a bunch of civilians come along singing praises of Hester Flamesworth and her contributions in war. These people join in, wanting to know everything about the Battle of Eddiston as a nighttime story. She tries to back out, but Arthur urges her to enjoy the moment, highlighting that the princess is doing fine. Sylvie calls our boy a sneaky bastard for warding away attention from himself as a lance. She warns Arthur that karma is soon going to catch up to him. Our boy doesn't even know what the teasing little furball means by that comment. Right then, a few kids arrive to ask if he's the newest lance. My guy's plan to stay low just got nuked. Suddenly, Kathleen joins the party with a beautiful dress, teasing Arthur for starting the drinking session without her. Both of the kids are already shipping Kathleen with Arthur as a couple, sensing that they're in love with each other. Kathleen is handed a drink and mentions how Hester has been appointed to her as a guard for most of her life, especially after the academy incident. Curtis doesn't have a personal guard, mainly because of Grotter, his royal beast. Sylvie brightens up hearing Grotter's name, having missed him. Kathleen talks about her protective brother. Curtis always kept watch over her, something he would have done even if they were common people. Curtis actually didn't want to accept his new role at the academy, fearing leaving Kathleen's side. It's only when she urged him to go that he decided to leave. In the end, he's singularly responsible for the success of many Lancellor students, so that decision paid off. Though she's proud of his achievements, Kathleen admits that she finds it lonely without him around, a fact she will never admit to his face. The dazzling princess, the one who was once quiet and reserved, now wants to show everyone just how much she has grown. Arthur is really happy that she got to be one of his training buddies. He's also hoping to reunite with his friends from the academy as it's been a while. Hesitating, he asks about an update on Claire's condition. The princess recalls Claire's final message to Curtis, Tessia, and her. She told him about her shattered core and regretted being useless to Arthur at the academy. Instead of talking about her, the princess goes batshit crazy and chugs down the drink. Then she straight up requests a dance with our boy. I can't lie, this man genuinely gets all the bitches without even trying. Effortless riz. Arthur is dragged into a dance, swaying his body around in odd motions. He teases the princess for expecting ballroom music instead. Kathleen fidgets and finds it annoying that it's not playing, causing our boy to laugh his guts out at her confusion. Playing the part of the charismatic expert, Arthur extends his hand, hoping to teach the princess in his ways. Their hands conjoin as they dance with each other, Sylvie dancing alongside them. While this is happening, Tessia suddenly gets a burst of anger and punches her teammate for no reason at all. The girl can sense our boy's betrayal from miles away, and something tells me Arthur is going to sleep on the couch soon. Let's go back to the castle and take off with the training schedule. Miss Watson is out here suffering sleepless nights just to create a new model for measuring Arthur's mana flow. She helps him equip the bands and tightens the grip when Arthur jokingly compares her to Gideon's pitiful expression. Commander Virion arrives with some interesting company this time, inviting the two attendants to bow in respect. Princess Kathleen meets Lance Foray, who is impressed by the little girl getting stronger than ever. Kathleen has found growth and training alongside Arthur's program, while Bund is frustrated that these lances are here to disrupt his session again. Alanis shares that the princess will be sparring one-on-one with Kathleen next, but Lance Foray has a different plan. Expressing piqued curiosity in Arthur Lewin's growth, she takes off her cape to enjoy a personal view. After all, Vare hasn't had the opportunity to face him as an opponent yet. Both lances are in the battlefield, with Emily fearing for the barrier's hold. Lance Foray emanates a pulsing blue aura, which is matched by Arthur's ferocious red spirit. The scene is tense. Everyone is watching with eyes peeled open, praying not to miss an intense moment. Kathleen understands everyone's excitement. Lance Foray, her master, boasts power that impresses elite specialists in magic. She goes for the offensive, manifesting a spear of ice and nearly nailing Arthur down. Luckily, our boy's swift reflexes allow him to escape the ice field, as the spear plunders the battlefield in ice. Kathleen understands full well that even a single spar against Lance Foray will be more educational for Arthur than anything he's trained. Our boy uses water magic to send streams of water. Foray casually deflects them with ease. Going for the offensive again, Foray starts letting loose and sends icicle shards in every direction. Each shard is meant to freeze its target upon contact, and Arthur carefully dodges all of them. Seeing this side of Arthur Lewin in a real battle, Bun shares that so far, the young Lance wasn't even going all out in their training sessions. Virion explains that it's a habit of the boy to go light against his opponents. But for Varai, he's allowed to use his fullest strength. Camus wonders why he's yet to tap into the Realm Heart form, to which Ellie expresses it's because he wants to enjoy the experience of the fight. It's the first time in a long while that she's seen a truly happy expression on Arthur's face. The exceptional Lance Foray creates a dragonic beast and charges its wrath towards our boy. In response, Arthur activates the will of the blue flames and shatters her attempts to mow him down. The battlefield is filled with blue ice interacting against blue flames. Vare rises to the sky, stunning Kathleen as not even she has seen this side of her master in battle. At this point, people are genuinely starting to place bets on both of them, while the princess is hoping to gain some insight from this fight. Arthur launches ripples of wind magic to take care of Vare's ice spheres. However, his attack couldn't even reach her, because of the difference in air pressure in her domain. Vare thinks that it's an intelligent confession from Arthur. Pointing her finger down, she rains icicle barrage, forcing our boy to counter each and every strike in successive fashion. Hester is impressed by the young Lance's smart combination of fire and wind. But the one thing that bothers Kathleen is why Arthur refuses to disperse the spell, knowing that it would drain his mana. Her eyes widen in shock when she witnesses his electrical magic pulsing from within. Arthur has just created a lightning spear. Supercharged, he launches it at full force towards Vare. The lance blocks it using her ice shield, but even then the spear annihilates the shield upon impact. Arthur's previous move dealt quite the blow, but it appears that his efforts are in vain. Kathleen and Baron look up to the majestic glory of Vare using her ultimate form. Clad in icicle armor, Vare is ready for the final battle. To respond to her glorious transformation, Arthur taps into the Realm Heart state with bright confidence to end the fight. Even though the princess has seen Arthur's transformation once more, she is always rendered speechless to see it in person. Virion quizzes Baron, slyly asking if the lance is capable of defeating Realm Heart Arthur in a fight. Despite being usually arrogant, Baron remains quiet. Both of these monsters are aura farming with different colors right now. Ellie doesn't get what's going on, while Alanis reveals that Arthur is using some kind of spell invisible to the eye. Baron reveals that Arthur is actually dispelling Vare's magic before it even forms, an ability he picked up from the Asuras. Virion and Hester are at a loss for words. This is miraculously impossible, but the sound of mana particles popping and colliding is evidence that he's controlling the battlefield. Pushing Vare to a corner, Arthur pops up behind with a charged aerial kick. Black lightning crackles out his attack after making contact with Vare's shield. Arthur maneuvers the fight in close combat, dealing with Vare up close and personal. The more experienced Lance creates an ice sword. Our boy responds with a sword of his own, and though his ice blade is weaker than Vare's, his close combat ability is much stronger. All of Arthur's attacks have a smooth transition across the other, and his mental state allows him to create new swords seconds after the previous ones are broken. Right now, despite going all out, it looks as if the two are dancing on the battlefield. Both Vare and Arthur are enjoying every clash. However, our boy's sword cracks at the most unexpected moment. It's exactly when Vare seizes the advantage and stops Arthur from manifesting another spell by trapping his arm in ice. The fight is over with Lance Vare holding a sword against his neck, concluding her victory. Arthur laughs while the experienced general praises him for his excellent combat ability. Naturally, there's a gap between the two that needs to be overcome. However, Virai thinks that he only lost because of his incomplete control over Realm Heart. Arthur thinks that his transformed state is a cheat code, which is why he doesn't like using it. Seeing her makes him want to perfect his ice magic more. Turning to the mentors, Arthur awaits their criticism. Hilariously, Virion, Camus, and Bund are sulking in defeat, having lost the bet because they thought our boy would win. Our boy is sitting around waiting like a student for his report card. Alanis is compiling a report, and begins by asking if any of the mentors have any advice for the young Lance. The three elders start yapping together, mixing opinions about Arthur's incompatible use of lightning with earth, fire spells being inefficient, and even highlighting that he returns to his strongest elements again and again. Alanis shuts them down with a mean glare, like a teacher scolding her class. Starting with Elder Camus, we get to hear his thoughts. He gives Arthur credit for nailing wind magic, however still thinks that the lance underused the element's capacity. For example, he shouldn't have pushed the lighting spear with his wind spell. Instead, integration would have worked better, strengthening the overall piercing power without expending mana. It's quite the interesting idea to Arthur, but this time Baron steps up, explaining how lightning is much more difficult to contain as an element than, for example, fire. His sudden addition shocks Arthur. Baron continues by highlighting how efficient the strategy could have been if Arthur used a fire spear and coated that with lightning instead. He even showcases the brilliance of his idea by releasing the fire arrow in a powerful manner. Our boy thanks him for his well-added suggestion. Deep down, their relationship is complicated. Arthur mercilessly killed Baron's little brother after all. Lance Viray chimes in with an insight of her own, adding that though Arthur is tremendously sharp with his control, he didn't use his magic as a true weapon, only as a distraction. Even Princess Kathleen observes that Arthur consistently used ice magic to distract Viray, when his real focus was on casting lightning spells instead. Bro is starting to feel like he's way too predictable in a fight if everyone's reading him so openly. Viray argues that his spell chaining technique is fast, but in a battle of attrition, it would inevitably serve as a disadvantage and lead to Arthur's defeat. The session ends with Miss Watson and Ellie feeling drained as hell. Being in the presence of two other lances as well as Commander Virion can be tough. Arthur teases his sister by reminding her that he's a lance too, but she doesn't really feel the difference as he's more a brother than a soldier. Ellie bids her big bro farewell, addressing him properly with his title as he waves goodbye. Alanis is stumped to comment on how differently Ellie behaves compared to him, which Arthur believes is because she shares the personality of their father Reynolds. Alanis assumes that must imply he takes after his mother, but Arthur likes to think he's a mix of both. She thinks it's natural to believe that way as they're his parents, but my personal guess is that he's sad, knowing that he came from another world. Anyway, Emily Watson is snoring like an overworked scientist. Arthur checks her awake and requests data on his recent training sessions. Camus is curious all the same about his personal records too. Emily reminds them that the numbers don't really matter much outside of proper context. First, she used assistance from different academics to test the prototype version of the artifact. This happened in Lancellor Academy, where students are collecting a large sum of data. Arthur realizes that the goal is to measure FPU compared to other mages. The more she compares with others, the more accurate her data will be as further data is collected and analyzed. All three of the elders are dying to know who's stronger between the three of them. Bund is already acting like he's a god among them, while our boy doesn't really care. He's just happy that he gets to train with exceptional mages of their caliber. He even bows to them, offering gratitude for their time spent. Bund is actually flustered from his remark. They all share a laugh to close off the day. Weeks passed by in the same manner. Training sessions continued, and each day, Arthur Lewin felt proud of his decision to exit the battlefield. Both he and Sylvie had personal challenges to overcome in order to get stronger. Each of his mentors pushed him, cornering him to become sharper, even more than his experience on the battlefield allowed him. We return to the council room, where the Elf Queen curiously asks for an update on Gideon's train project. The inventor slips up by calling it a landship, before remembering Arthur's stupid title of a train. Virai asks some heavy-duty questions regarding the dangers of the traveling route, even with the new transportation mode. Aya highlights that the Alakrians could easily destroy a part of the track. The inventor is thrilled to answer such concerning questions posed by the generals. He puts forward Arthur's solutions to both problems as he'd already observed those weaknesses. After an insistence from Virion to reveal the solutions, Gideon checks the blueprint and shares that they'll build the entire route underground. King Glader really doesn't fascinate the idea of spending a ton of money on such an expensive project, but Arthur picks up this critical error and the human king's inexperience on the matter. He offers him to think from a different perspective, arguing that the project will solve three critical problems at hand. First, solving the supply route issue, then eradicating the costs of mana beasts that are used for general transportation. Finally, the recent issue of the rise in poverty. Offended by his remark, Lance Baron roars at Arthur that their city is doing just fine because of the war. But the human queen insists our boy to finish his explanation. Arthur states that business going upwards doesn't say anything about the state of the lower-class citizens themselves. He directly asks the queen if the cities have started reporting riots for an increase of tax. The queen is startled about his excellent prediction, as they were going to discuss that subject in the next topic. Arthur emphasizes how the very existence of war has risen above the needs of the people. The main focus is for those participating in the war. For the common folk, the cost of living goes up and their wages are the same as ever. Many farmlands have been destroyed, and the recent attacks make it difficult for people to live prosperously. The Elven King takes interest in the project's scope, because Arthur is suggesting that it will create new jobs. Since the pathway underground is going to take a lot of manpower beyond Earth mages, people will be required for construction and maintenance. King Glader supports his points, but recommends using slaves instead to cut down costs. This suggestion is also shot down by Commander Virion, arguing that ordinary slaves won't be able to uphold such an important project to a reliable degree. Instead of treating this project as a one-way ticket, Virion intends to carve it as the beginning of a new era. It will help ordinary people find work without using magic for various purposes of construction. Such skills will be promoted so that the mages can work where they should really belong, out in the battlefield. Chiming in, the inventor assures everyone that the project has the capacity to achieve all of its goals and that he's ready to uplift that vision into reality. After everyone's suggestions, an anonymous vote was cast among the members of the council room. The train project was approved alongside the construction of the underground project, introducing new policies to govern the land. First, there was a total ban on slave labor, a revolutionary change. Arthur had hoped Gideon would ensure he could manage the workers, and ideally carve a path ahead. To even his own surprise, a new era unfolded in the medieval world that only existed in fictional books of his previous one. Thanks to the war against Alacria, the Industrial Revolution is springing with full force. Though Arthur could not prevent the war with his knowledge, he hoped to help the people living inside Dicathan. Back at the castle, Sylvia is meditating. Chefs are busy cooking. Normal life ensues. The training session continues, though everyone seems duller than usual. Bond face against the princess, giving her a heavy battle. Meanwhile, Arthur is stretching alongside Camus. Ellie brings him a towel and points out how he's getting his ass kicked lately. The sibling banter continues, while Elder Camus decides to teach our boy something new, insisting that he throw a punch. Arthur is flabbergasted and almost startled at first, suspicious of what's going on. But it seems this elf is ready to take his punch at his fullest. Our boy charges his fist and attempts to slam his palm, stopping right before the hit could land. Camus then easily grabs his fist, stunning the young lance. You see, Arthur's punch felt like it was moving extremely slowly. It's kind of like the concept for Gojo's Infinity. This old hairy fuck doesn't even offer an explanation as a mentor and tells our boy to figure it out on his own. Camus shares his observation when Arthur fought against Viray. It was only that battle that convinced him of something that boggles our boy. In an effort to try again, he throws another punch, and then another. It keeps happening again and again, but his attacks are stopped before contact. According to the theory of mana, when the same elements come in contact with each other, they can cancel each other out depending on output. Fixating on that logic, Arthur realizes that the air pressure is the main problem. This time he connects the punch, earning Camus's praise. The wind specialist had expertly created a vacuum and raised air pressure to slow down our boy's fist. Although Camus doesn't understand a single word he muttered, he's glad that the kid gets the concept. He calls out Arthur for not thinking of this strategy sooner. The elder assures him that they're here specifically for his growth, so that he can be more creative with his ideas. The main issue with Arthur's fighting style is that he loves going offensive. This man is a monster in his attacks, but drains way too much energy while playing defense. He's uncreative with wind techniques, using them as ripples or tornadoes only. He treats the earth element as a mere spike or a defense wall. True mastery over a single element is supposed to reveal secrets, small truths that allow a warrior to exploit them, even when the goal isn't to harm an opponent. For example, Camus points Arthur to the ground marks from Bune's battle against Kathleen. The easy answer is that they were caused by craters, but Arthur realizes that he doesn't know for certain at all. In reality, they were actually caused when the Earth specialist blocked ice shards, redirecting the damage into the ground to sustain the force instead. This excellent technique nullifies offense without consuming mana. Elder Camus understands that Arthur is a general and way higher in rank, but when it comes to the boy's experience with elements, there are weaknesses. He's in a constant mode of fighting in a one-on-one battle, likely tied to his previous experience in life. His spells are always crafted to hurt his opponent, or to aid himself in dodging. In reality, the fights that really exploit Arthur's weaknesses are in which he lacks creativity, as they're different from what he's used to. With only little time remaining, the wise elder insists that he make the best out of what he's got. After training, Arthur meets Sylvie, teasing her for being all by herself. He pets the furball, asking if she's okay so far extracting mana from the horn. The process is effective for her so far, but poor Arthur hasn't received the same progress. The same day, he decides to sit down and meditate. Finally, it's starting to feel like he's making a change. This feeling is unfamiliar to him. foreign to his own feelings. Arthur is overwhelmed but assures himself that he's safe in his room. But when he opens his eyes, there's a flash of a cathedral room. Then he witnesses memories of Uto. The demon receives a worshipper, a mere servant of Blood Veil, for his guidance. Uto looks down at his family's name and insists that he remove his robe. The man removes it immediately, revealing marks on his back. The first mark was earned upon his awakening, and there are 2 crests indicating some level of mastery over the first. Right now, Arthur can feel exactly what the monstrous Uto felt in that moment. He found himself impressed by Karnal's achievements, but even more annoyed that they were focused on defensive magic. Retainer Uto declares his proclamation, granting Karnal an entry into the Obsidian Vault. Honored, the man is moved to tears, shaking with emotion as he proudly roars for Alakria's glory. The same is for the rest of the worshippers who follow suit. The dream sequence ends and Arthur is fast awoken with heavy panting. Unfortunately, his stupid acolyte keeps draining any of the mana he extracts from the horn, making him question how he'll even manage breaking into the White Core stage. He's curious and worried what kind of weapon will manifest, especially when it has absorbed a ton of dark mana from Uto's horns. Ellie's busy flunking her shots while our boy is lost in his thoughts. Call that a bar. Anyway, he's lost thinking about the markings or the crest symbols on the Alacrian people. So many questions remain unanswered, as he doesn't get what made Karnal a special case among them. Since everyone cheered, it meant that the Obsidian Vault holds some prestige for their people. As for Vekker and Sesklar, there's not enough information to conclude if they're cities or countries. Ellie snaps him out of his daydream by calling his name, hounding him for dozing off instead of giving advice. The poor guy tells her that he just wants to spend time with his baby sister, but that's not enough of a reason for Ellie, who is hungry to improve her form. Preparing her next shot, she readies her bow. Her big bro comes over and highlights how hard she's been training lately. It bothers him and he's curious why. Ellie is speechless at first, but then she points out how fast the world has changed since the start of the war. Releasing her mana arrow, she shares her aspiration to become reliable on her own, even in the worst-case scenario. Intrigued, Arthur corners her by asking if she's doing it because their parents participated in the battle. The question bugs her, forcing her to shout at him for being ignorant of her feelings. Ellie insists that even if her parents were in the castle, it wouldn't have mattered. No place is safe anymore. She's sad and angry, and considers it a sheer necessity to become strong, to play her part, to contribute and support. Despite being just a 12-year-old girl, Ellie resolves herself to fight her hardest if all her loved ones are doing the same. This side of her saddens Arthur, who is typically the type to wield all the burden alone for his loved ones. Helping his sister, he critiques her bad elbow form in her final shot, just before she released the bowstring. Ellie flinches from his pinching, and he goes on to critique her form even more. Arthur noticed the same observation in her earlier shot as well. Helping her adjust her form, he stabilizes Ellie. The mellow sequence between the 2 siblings comes to an end with Ellie's gratitude for her big brother. Next, we're led to a scene following Commander Virion and the youngest Lance. Some green-haired elf greets them both. This is Albold Chaffer. His family name is a big deal, and they've served the Aerolith members for generations. Just by sensing his strength, Arthur can tell this dude can solo dozens of soldiers. Hilariously, Albold is most excited for our boy becoming the newest heir in the Elven family. Arthur jolts from shock as the dense soldier helps him understand slowly. Albold is a huge fan of our boy and has always wanted to meet him. In fact, he thinks the young Lance is even more terrifying in person, which is surprising since our boy masks his presence usually. This is another strong point of the Chaffer family, as their senses are sharp. Albold is an elite soldier who unfortunately ended up defying an order and suffered a demotion, so Virion decided to place him on guard duty instead. While he's offering gratitude to the commander, it really makes Arthur curious of the order he defied. Virion tells him to lock the door, and he does so right away. They head inside, as memories of King Glader and the rest of the council start racing through Arthur's mind. This is where he was imprisoned unjustly, the same cell. The commander realizes that Arthur is disturbed by what happened. Our boy considers it ironic that he gets to meet and serve King Glader, even though he was directly responsible for plotting a child's demise. Commander Virion hasn't forgotten one bit, and even would have locked the Gladers down, but Lord Alder came in and complicated everything. The Dwarven Greysunders were truthfully incompetent, but King and Queen Glader are respected by everyone. That's why it would have raised hell to punish them at the start of the war. Curious about Lord Aldir's disappearance, Arthur raises the question of what happened to him. Commander Virion explains that he has an artifact to communicate with the Asura, but recently there's been no response. Suddenly our boy's sharp nose catches a certain stench. A torturer is busy working his tools. Gentry greets the commander, while Arthur's eyes dash open in shock and horror. He despises Radius, but seeing him literally cut up and slashed on every part of his body makes him wonder if they've gone too far. Gentry is a specialist magician who can create hallucinations to ease up interrogation. However, Radius hasn't been broken just yet. Uto, on the other hand, is quite the exception. Thick skin paired with an unwavering mentality. Luckily, the restriction of movement is killing him. They're making a mark, and very close to breaking him. He cautions them to approach carefully, because even though the vault prohibits the use of magic, Uto is still incredibly powerful. The vault opens, as Uto's body is revealed to the people in the room. From one look alone, Arthur feels incredible disgust and hatred for this fucker, knowing he wasn't even close to being broken. He teases the retainer for looking pitiful, but Uto only cares about what happened to his horns. Our boy shows him the horns, causing him to flinch and insult him. Arthur assures the retainer that he isn't here for a petty exchange, while the monstrous, almost animalistic Uto assures the human that he'll slaughter him once he's out. However, our boy fully understands the root of his frustration. After all, Uto has absolutely no idea how he was defeated in that fight, and that is swallowing him alive. Again, Arthur's expert mind games damage this guy to pure anger. The young Lance orders shutting the retainer back into his vault. Even Gentry is stunned that Uto responded in such a panicking state, even though he's been tortured for many weeks without response. Arthur insists that they keep him locked shut for now. Gentry argues that this is the best time to interrogate the retainer when his mind is already fragmented and provoked. Arthur assures him that Uto won't have any clue of what happened if they drag this out, tensing him and veering him towards insanity. Even Commander Virion comments on the young Lance's merciless expression, as Arthur takes full responsibility and intends to interrogate Uto when the time is right. In the training session, Arthur finds himself in a state of pensiveness. Watskin checks if he's ready, while Alanis explains that they'll resume a 3-on-1 structure from here on out. Arthur's ice and water magic will be restricted for now. The young Lance powers wind through his feet and lunges with incredible speed to face his opponents. Right away, Hester can sense that he's aiming for a close combat-style battle. She's actually able to divert his attack, but Arthur is done playing around and grabs her by the shoulder, flipping the flame specialist off her feet and charging a punch right at her. He doesn't want to spend a ton of time focusing on one opponent. However, a shard of ice blocks him from defeating Hester, allowing her to get away while entrapping Arthur. This tells him that he also can't waste time dripping his guard. Using fire magic, he annihilates the ice off his body, and then concentrates the usage of the earth to trap Kathleen's feet. The Ice Princess fortifies her spell in order to escape the earth, but Arthur's approaching full speed while she's busy being covered. Knowing that the princess has an artifact as a safety precaution, Arthur pulls all the switches and chucks a heavy punch, knowing that he can't waste even a second going easy on his opponents in the war. Unfortunately for him, Camus saves the princess by pulling her away and distracting Arthur with the wind. It's a frustrating situation to be in, forcing Arthur to wonder if he should make a tunnel, but that approach would only slow him down. Recalling his miserable fight experience with Uto, Arthur understands how he had zero time to plot a strategy. Strategy doesn't matter to him right now, raw power does. His own doubts are starting to overwhelm him, knowing that he's so weak that he can't even touch a scythe at his current skill level. Arthur was trying to fight the winds when suddenly, Kathleen's magic overwhelmed him from behind. If that wasn't enough, Hester used her flames to try and suffocate him. Memories of Uto flash before his eyes. His own nemesis is still an opponent that he can't even overcome with his strength. In the end, our boy collapses. The next thing he remembers is waking up to his fellow friends, who look at him worried. He doesn't even process what happened mere moments ago. The princess ushers him to rest a bit more. Our boy apologizes to everyone, and though Kathleen doesn't really think of it much, the elders are pissed off. Bond straight up points out how the young Lance fought like a little child with no control over his powers. There was zero awareness in his thinking, even though the normal Arthur could have easily managed to find a way out. Our boy confesses that he just wanted to overpower the spell combination somehow, but Camus points out the root of the problem: pressure. Internalizing his thoughts, Arthur understands that he's a prodigy in the eyes of the elders. But in truth, he used to be a powerful king in his previous life. If he happens to agree with Camus's thoughts about feeling the pressure, it would imply just how weak he is despite his advantage. Arthur scoffs weakly, stating that he can't overpower or defeat the scythes at his current level if he's falling short of beating a simple combination spell. He's feeling the guilt of being unable to protect his continent. Camus understands that as a young Lance, Arthur must feel extreme pressure and responsibility, but even then he's not alone. Hester argues that our boy's ego is showing its full face, because he thinks that somehow he's going to be the sole savior for Dickathan. In reality, the people of the Dickathan continent rely on lances in the same way lances need to rely on the soldiers. Laughing at their remark, Arthur treats it like a consolation therapy, but Hester assures him that they're doing their best to make him feel better. Snapping right at them, he shares the horror of facing a scythe. He's the only person among them who has combated actual retainers, pointing out their uninformed optimism. Arthur pushes forward the idea that this war is far, far different from the previous wars between the races. Godlike beings like the Asuras are worried about Vritra, so he can't just sit around entrusting soldiers to do the duty when a warrior of his caliber narrowly escapes death. Arthur stuns even his little sister as he roars his frustration and guilt, questioning how his people are going to survive the onslaught of what is to come. Coldly, he even ignores Ellie and moves past her, rushing his way out of the training room and slamming the door shut. Kathleen realizes now just how bad the situation is. During the announcement, Arthur called his battle with the first retainer an easy victory, but now that's not the case. Hester thinks she's at fault, but Bund actually backs her up this time. His little sister speaks up about Arthur's true feelings, understanding how heavy the burden feels for him. Even when he arrived back at the castle after the first fight, he was covered in wounds much more than it seemed. Watskin and Alanis realize that it's the very reason Arthur keeps pushing himself more. Surprisingly, Elder Camus takes the responsibility in his hands and urges to go check on Arthur on his own. After all, he's their student, and even if the young Lance may feel like he's alone, Camus wants to help him understand otherwise. Honestly, this guy is a Chad. I wish there were more teachers like him. Outside, Arthur's all by himself on the balcony. Camus gently greets him. Clearly our boy is still upset about his bitter loss and emphasizes that he won't lose so pitifully again. Camus corrects him. He has come here for the speech and not the fight. The elder understands that he's feeling the weight of being a Lance, but so is everyone else. He even points out how mature Ellie has become just because of the war. Arthur then reveals that he's fighting for the sake of his family, which is normal in front of Camus as it's the best motivator for any soldier. At the same time, losing such a motivation can often destroy the soldier's will to fight. Taking interest, Arthur realizes that Camus is speaking from experience, and even though he's ahead of a unit now, he considers it nothing more than an empty title after losing his wife as well as his vision. At first, Arthur doesn't catch the last part, then suddenly jolts himself at the discovery of Camus being blind. The elder removes his hair and shows a gash across his eyes. All this time, this man has been fighting blind. Despite training for weeks, he couldn't pick up on this key detail. Even his mannerisms in his daily life didn't indicate that he had a disability. The elder reveals that he's still capable of seeing, but he no longer does it with his eyes. The wind helps him detect the smallest of changes. The only reason he appears rude to others is because he can't read faces. Arthur wonders if he misses his vision, and in hindsight thinks it's the stupidest question he ever asked. The elder doesn't regret much, expressing that the last thing he saw was his wife, and that's all for him. As cold as Arthur was a while ago, Bro is literally at the verge of tears on the inside. Camus assures the young general that he's got time, and that tragic stories like these won't benefit his cause when there's a war to deal with. Instead of prolonging the discussion, the Wind Mage sends him flying to get some rest and return with a clearer head. He especially doesn't want our boy to start going easy on him just because he's a blind dude. Arthur assures him that he's more terrified than ever, actually. The elder leaves him with a golden message to remember. No war is ever fought alone. We peek into his life as Gray, who faced zero difficulty beating Division II candidates. At first arrival, the young Gray couldn't anticipate the corruption in the academy system. Normally, one would think that a fight like this would promote you to a higher division. But with a year past, Gray thinks there's no chance for him to be promoted. He simply looks at the judges in confusion, questioning what's taking them so long after the fight's over. One of them declares his name, highlighting the boy's incredible martial arts. Even after his victory, they only moved him up a single class instead of promotion. By this point, even Gray had learned that disputing or arguing didn't matter. The woman sitting amongst them, Lady Vera, began cackling at this conclusion. She wipes off tears, thinking how absurd it is to call the kid's accomplishments a joke. The old geezer tries to taunt Lady Vera for her behavior, but she shuts him down in style, emphasizing how pathetic it is to hold a child back merely because he's a commoner. She then turns to Gray, pointing out that he deserves Division I as his primary class. At this point, the young cadet began wondering if this was a powerful woman, because she spoke the truth without concern. Vera even highlights that Gray's Kai usage is way better than Class II students of Division I category. They're misrepresenting Gray's strength as his weakness, when in reality he's making up for his shortcomings. The snarly judge hounds her, stating that he's got the experience of decades to back up his judgment. Vera plays by the rules and honors the decision. She blitzes into the battlefield, stunning our boy with her amazing speed. She knows she can't force Gray to come out of Division III, but instead, she offers the young boy a lifetime opportunity, a chance to teach him as his mentor. Back to the training session, Arthur fought and remembered memories of his previous life. It all made him question the purpose of his existence in this new world, not knowing if it's some kind of coincidence or an act of fate. He still doesn't know anything about his consciousness floating into this world. Only Lord Indrath hinted at something but refused to elaborate. In the end, Arthur had to seek all the answers by himself. He wonders if Lord Indrath would open up if Dickathan won the war. At least that will ease some of the burning questions bothering him all this time. Back when he was a child, Sylvia told him that she'll connect him for the last time after Arthur evolves from the White Core stage. Entering the room, he hopes that Uto's horns will be sufficient enough to do the job. But the moment he sees Sylvie, he feels her monstrous presence sitting there. From out of that illusory state, a tiny human hand could be seen manifesting. Arthur breaks her from her meditation, and the little furball yawns awake. Worried, our boy asks her if she's doing all right, and starts going crazy talking about how different her body transformed just now. Sylvie doesn't feel anything and actually thinks the mana inside these horns is sufficient. Even though Arthur is struggling to extract the mana, he's making progress in his training. The furball shares how strange it is that the mana just flows into her like it always belonged to her. She rests, commenting on Arthur's personal growth, which means his training is working out well for him. The young Lance is glad to hear those words, but still doesn't think it's enough. Manifesting the horn, he declares his new goal of reaching the white core stage. In his room, he's doing some basic practice thinking about how close he is to breaking into the ultimate stage. It makes him proud not to accept Virion's offer back then, as his training with Cordry helped him a lot more. Despite his mana flow improvement via training, he's yet to maximize its full potential like the Thyestes clan. Arthur hopes to unlock a strength even greater than the white core. Ellie and Boo join him for fun right after waking up. It's an early morning, and poor Emily Watskin is dying pulling all-nighters for the sake of data compilation. Arthur thanks the hard-working scientist for her cause, but she's happy to benefit from the whole research as well. The whole group is here to give Arthur a final send-off, his one last session. The 4 elders surround him from each corner. The one who loses this fight will pay for the celebratory feast. For this final fight, Alanis lets Arthur use every element at his disposal. Our boy is looking majestic and handsome as he readies himself to fight. The battle begins with Boond charging in the name of alcohol. Kathleen and Camus are focusing in their own way. Arthur strategically analyzes the threat and knows that the Ice Princess is creating something huge. Escaping Boond, our boy manipulates the earth from his feet for a quick maneuver and takes care of wind resistance in his stride. It's a skill that is weaker than a burst step, but it's easy enough to catch up to Kathleen, preventing her attack before it even manifests. Arthur tosses her away into Boond, busying them with a distraction. She still manages to react swiftly, while Camus prepares a storm and raises hell for our boy, making him question if the elder is really blind or not. Hester's flames are narrowing him down while Boond directly blocks Arthur's escape. The old man is happy to clobber him with his mace, but our boy casually leaps over with incredible speed. Camus rages on with an even stronger concentration of his winds, pulling Arthur into a corner and making him question how their teamwork has become so strong. What's shocking to him is Hester's sudden usage of lightning and Kathleen's contribution with ice. Stopping everything all at once, Arthur neutralizes the combined attack. Steam is coming off as he manages to create a last-minute shield against the lightning. Things are bad, and he needs to act quickly before he hits the ground. For his first target, Arthur redirects lightning acting like he's Zuko or some shit. That same lightning crackles and destroys Elder Boond, knocking him down. Seeing Arthur's determination taking a new rise, Camus wonders if he really cares about his money that much. The young Lance wonders about Kathleen's thoughts, who doesn't care about the money and swings at him with an ice spear. All she cares about is defeating him so that she can convince her parents that she's enough. Arthur uses Camus's technique of the air pressure he learned from that day, and then negates her assault, catching the spear and even redirecting damage to the ground. His application stuns the princess, surprising her to the point he uses lightning to finish her off. That's 2 down. But Arthur was too busy to notice Hester's creeping blue flames swarming him. She's glad to see his training really paying off in this final battle. Arthur acts arrogant, entertaining the idea that he was holding back all this time. But Camus calls him out on his bullshit, reminding the kid that he's a mere average wind user. Anyway, their combined attacks engulf the young Lance in a spiral of blue flames. Arthur still manages to block everything, and when the dust settles, this man is gone. While everyone is wondering where he went, Bro pops right out of the ground, grabbing Camus and smashing him into the wall, putting him down. Hester is way too distracted by his fall to focus on Arthur leaping in front of her. Still, she impressively reacts in time, though he dodges and corners her with his application of the earth. The young Lance concentrates earth attacks against her flames, knowing that Hester's control over the flames is even stronger than his own. But the key difference where he outclasses her is close combat, so he forces her to overextend and defeats her using lightning too. The fight's over. All 4 of the specialists are down, panting for breath. Ellie is happier than ever, while Emily fails to comprehend the data from the fight. Our boy finally goes down, enjoying his sweet, well-deserved victory after months of training. Concluding the session, Hester is dying to know about the person who's gonna tank the bills. Camus and all the others cast a unanimous vote for Boond to front all of the costs, leaving the old man in the lurch. What intrigues our boy is why Hester intentionally withheld his usage of lightning until the final battle. She explains that it costs too much mana, so it has a special use case. Emily comes out with the conclusion of the training record after Alanis measures Arthur's flow. She's already cross-referenced all the data received in the past, and with 300 participants taking part in the study, more data is being collected. The quality of the participants also includes the lances, though Emily highlights that the data is contextual only for raw output of one's average spell. She starts with Elder Boond, comparing his FPU stats to the average data she's acquired from the participants. Turns out this old farts is in the 93rd percentile, making him absurdly powerful. but his dumbass clearly doesn't understand percentages and thinks there are 93% people better than him. Emily assures them that everyone's percentile is going to eventually increase when more participants join the research. For Camus, the wind specialist scores a staggering 95. Hester appears to be the best out of everyone, soaring up to the 97th percentile with her effective spells. The girl is out here flexing in front of the old geezer, because now she's got the stats to back up her shit talk. Kathleen's FPU is about to be stated, but the princess requests not to know. She's of the opinion that comparing herself to others will stop her growth. That takes us to Arthur, the young lance, who is simply in the 92nd percentile. Bond thinks it's fine because the kid's got time to grow. Hester teases the old fart for being downed first in their fight. Camus doesn't want to argue with those babies and turns to Alanis, inquiring if the training period resulted in success. The attendant states that they did their best to help the young lance increase his mana flow rate. In fact, she offers her side of the report to Arthur with some added notes he can rely on. Taking one look at the detailed notes, Arthur realizes just how much work this woman has put into his analysis. With the juicy bits concluded, Boone charges ahead for the feast for them to celebrate. Hester reminds the old dumbass that he's going to be fronting all the bills in case he's forgotten. They fight again while Arthur invites Emily, only to learn that she's got some stuff to do. With the end of the research, the scientist bids farewell to her beloved equipment, helping her pinpoint the data to perfection. However, one part of the analysis is still imperfect. Even though the recording method didn't change in the last 2 months, Arthur's exceptional growth is noteworthy. In the Realm Heart state, he has literally risen to the ranks of incalculable FPU. Later, they share a grand table for their feast. Ellie and Emily are charmed and can't wait to dig in. Arthur stops his little sister from touching alcohol like the responsible brother he is. His sister is starting to wonder if they underdressed for the occasion, but our boy argues that it's a comfortable dinner despite the lavish room. It already troubles Ellie to think of the council members and Lance's arriving here. Hester and Kathleen both arrive, looking gorgeous with their dresses. Arthur is baffled that they did so much for a casual dinner, but damn, Hester thinks even this is casual enough, which is crazy because she looks stunning. Bond and Camus come around looking tidied up as well. The rest of the guests arrived slowly, and though Virion called it the end of Arthur's training, the whole situation brought relief to everyone. King Glader didn't really care, and Arthur understands that this guy still considers him disloyal to humanity. They raise drinks and enjoy the occasion a little too much. So much so that this dumbass grabs Baron by the waist and makes him uncomfortable. I hope this scene made you laugh because it killed me to see this. Aya and Varai greet him as well, while Arthur asks them about their investigations with the retainers. So far there's been nothing, but they're so glad that he's back on their side. Arthur's the happiest of them all, believing that the celebration is for everyone. To his shock, Mika makes her reunion. After all evidence pointed to her innocence. She's slow on the uptake, wondering why there aren't any dwarves in the council anymore. Commander Virion intends to clear up her confusion soon. By the end of the dinner, Virion concludes with a speech, highlighting the importance of celebrations even in the middle of a war. He hopes for everyone to enjoy the present moment, so they can fight even harder on the battlefield to come. With that spirit, they dig in, enjoying the food. Arthur's completely hammered, having drunk way too much. He's happy about the food at least. The alcohol's worth it too. I'm starting to think he's a little bit irresponsible because he lets Ellie chug down a large sip of the wine. Arthur casually uses wind magic to pull it out of her mouth. While he's eating, he suddenly gets a pang in his stomach. It's not an allergic reaction, but a sharper pain coming from within his core. The first person to sense this is Kathleen, who points to Arthur's devastated condition. His heart is beating faster and faster at the surge of his mana core. The lances look in confusion and worry. Arthur's heartbeat is racing faster, while the unserious Bund thinks he's messing around with his alcohol intake, not knowing the kid is borderline having a freaking heart attack. Arthur decides to opt out early, excusing himself that he can't handle the drinks anymore. He bids farewell to the party, leaving everyone alarmed for his condition. The young Lance staggers back to his room, questioning if he's found himself poisoned or something. He barely gets inside and falls down. When he checks the horn, he realizes that it's interacting with his core. It's an unsettling pain that can be described even worse than death. Arthur falls down unconscious, returning to his dream state again. After the encounter with Vera, Gray wanted to hone his Kai to become stronger next year. His friends cheered for him, but he despised the idea of being stuck in the 3rd division. Luckily, he had found Vera to work with, someone with a powerful utilization of Kai. At the very least, Gray figured she would have certain connections to help him. He considers it a privilege to have someone with political power backing him. Except this time, it's someone literal. There's a dude who creeps up on the boy, catching Gray and knocking him unconscious while he was distracted. That leads us to Arthur Lewin, who wakes up in a state of panic, this time surging with white aura emanating from his body. It's finally done. He has reached the white core stage, the peak of magic. The flow of his magic now allows him to chain spell without any problems. The young Lance even jokes that Alanis might have to update her data sheet. The thing about organic magic is that it does not require the usage of incantations or gestures. It's way harder to control, and the only reason our boy mastered it swiftly is thanks to the knowledge of his previous world. Still, he's never felt this level of control before. It's instantaneous, which makes him wonder if the stage affected his cognitive abilities as well. It also makes sense how the lances are so powerful. Arthur taps into Realm Heart to test his new peak, only to get distracted by Sylvie's cries. Rushing in a state of panic, our boy does his best to find her. He slams the door open and discovers a little girl with long hair, ears resembling an elf, and two jagged horns like the Vritra. Arthur calls out to Sylvie, who leaves his jaw dropped by her sudden transformation. A moment of silence ensues as he watches in confusion, processing everything. Concerned, he asks her directly what happened. The golden-eyed Sylvie reveals that she broke the seal after absorbing all the mana from the horn. Thanks to that, she has tapped into the human form of the Asuras, though she hasn't been able to process the changes in her new body, and she doesn't know what to do. Suddenly, she wobbles. Her figure looms over. This time covered in shadows, Arthur's face grows in terror, as Sylvie's expression turns into a toothy, demonic smile. This is the voice of another being, who wonders if Arthur can hear him loud and clear. Terrified and angry, our boy questions who he's speaking to. The mysterious presence applauds them for sharing the same room during this conversation, but Arthur is royally pissed off and demands to know their identity. Sylvie laughs, before revealing that he is Agrona, the one and only frightening leader of Alakria. Arthur fell into deep thought as he realized that Sylvie was being possessed by Agrona, the leader of Alakria, and his mana surged intensely within the dark room. He then glanced toward Agrona and asked what had happened to Sylvie and whether she was safe. The girl calmly evaluated that Sylvie was a good name and explained that what she was using to speak with him was merely a harmless spell she had embedded in Sylvie while she was still an egg. She assured him that Sylvie was safe and simply sleeping. Arthur immediately conjured a large flame, prompting Agrona to thank him sarcastically for the hospitality and for keeping his wits together, remarking that communicating was much easier when he did not try to kill her. Arthur sat down in a chair and replied that hurting her while she was possessing his bond would not be very effective. The girl cheerfully responded that she could not even use mana arts in that body anyway, but said she would move on to something more important. She added that she was pleased to have caught him there for two reasons. First, she would not have to seek him out and risk running into his leaders along the way, though she admitted it would have been amusing to see their reactions if they discovered that she had been able to invade the most secure location on their continent. Arthur frowned and asked what the second reason was. Agrona excitedly jumped down from the chair and answered with a laugh that he was the only one on that continent she was interested in. Hearing that, Arthur fell into contemplation and wondered why the leader of a rogue Asura clan would be interested in him. He thought to himself that whatever the reason was, it could not possibly be a good thing. The girl suddenly burst into laughter and teased him about the look on his face. She told him not to worry because she was not going to suddenly pin him down. She joked that even if her tastes leaned that way, it would still be somewhat inappropriate in her current form. Arthur frowned and remarked that she was far more eccentric than he had imagined. Agrona asked whether he had imagined her as some poised dictator wearing a silk cape and bent on making the world entirely hers. Arthur admitted that it had been something like that. The girl agreed that he was partly right, but explained that she had to appear dignified to her people. She said that she had spent generations among lessers like him in Alakria, observing how they changed their ethics on a whim. She gave the example that only a couple hundred years ago public executions had been considered free entertainment, while now people found them horrifying. She complained that dealing with such changing values was a nuisance, which was why she had her people manage the lessers according to their shifting sense of right and wrong. Arthur stepped forward and demanded to know what her own sense of right and wrong was, pointing out that her retainers had massacred soldiers with obvious delight. The girl calmly folded her arms and replied that he had displayed her poor Jagret's frozen corpse like a trophy, suggesting that it was hardly fair for him to act as though his side was morally superior. Arthur thought to himself that if what she said was true, then Alakria might not actually be the wasteland full of enslaved lessers under the Vritra's command as he had believed. Agrona then remarked that he was probably thinking it strange that she actually cared about the lessers. Arthur recalled what he had heard and cautiously replied that according to the Asuras, she had been breeding and conducting experiments on them even before she had been expelled from Epheodus. After hearing that, the girl stood up and stretched, stating that the best lies were half-truths. Arthur remained standing still, watching Agrona's figure. Suddenly, the girl placed her hand on the wall and asked whether Kezis and his lackey had never told him the real reason she had done all of this. At that moment, Agrona noticed a piece of cloth on the floor. From behind her, Arthur curiously asked whether the reason had not been to build an army capable of bringing down the other Asuras. The girl did not answer immediately, Instead, she crouched down and poured out the contents of a pouch of objects. After picking something up, Agrona asked if that was truly all they had told him. She then tossed the object away with visible disdain and asked Arthur whether he truly believed she had simply woken up one day wanting to commit genocide against her own brethren. Arthur firmly replied that no reason she could give would justify what she was trying to do. Agrona calmly observed that she should have expected him to have the same mindset as Kezis. She then proposed a hypothetical situation. If he had lived on that continent without magic, how differently would everyone he knew treat him? She said that the royal families he knew would not even glance in his direction, and that his peers from Xyrus would never have been his peers at all, because, without magic, he would never have attended Xyrus. She asked how he would feel in that situation. She continued by explaining that basilisk clans were notorious among other races, but asked him to imagine that even his own clansmen looked down on him for lacking talent. She added bitterly that Lord Indrath, who had approved of Arthur, had not even considered her worthy of his attention. Arthur gave a faint, dry laugh and replied that this hypothetical version of himself was supposed to make him relate to her, yet it still did not justify playing with the lives of countless people just so she could grow stronger. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked whether he shed tears for the ants he stepped on. Arthur shook his head and said with a sigh that he had been naive to think they could have a rational conversation. Agrona then analyzed that what he had achieved through those experiments had benefited all of the lessers in Alacria, adding that they worshipped him not out of fear, but out of reverence, and that to them he was their savior. Arthur questioned whether Agrona had wiped their memories of killing and torturing their people's ancestors or something similar. The girl confidently explained that she was sure those test subjects were grateful that he had made use of them, adding that it would be their heirs and future generations who would reap the rewards of their sacrifices. Arthur fell into his own thoughts and reflected that the egotistical maniac truly believed what he was doing was right. After a moment, he asked what exactly Agrona had accomplished that was supposedly worth experimenting on the people of Alacria. Agrona responded by addressing Arthur and noting that in Decathlon the number of mages to non-mages was 1 to 100, then asked what Arthur supposed the statistic was in Alacria. The girl gently stated that it was 1 in 5. Hearing this, Arthur cried out in shock that it was 1 in 5. Agrona frowned slightly and remarked with a chuckle that Arthur looked impressed. Arthur, still stunned, asked what Agrona's goal in all of this was and said that he sounded insane. Agrona replied that insanity was relative. Arthur then said quietly that he had assumed Agrona wanted his help or intended to get him on his side. As if it were a joke, the girl burst out laughing and exclaimed mockingly about his side, then remarked that Arthur assumed many things but lacked answers. She added that she supposed she could provide some and asked if he remembered when his parents had been attacked at the wall, explaining that his parents had been left untouched because she had willed it. She then brought up the Asura's unresponsiveness to his leaders. In the past, the king had once said that they were supposed to discuss how to handle the traitors, but their Asura ambassador had gone on a little vacation. The queen had continued by saying that with Radius imprisoned and Lord Aldir gone, they had no one to lead the dwarves. The girl then recounted that a few Asuras, including Aldir and Winsome, had attempted to infiltrate her castle in Alacria. Arthur wondered whether that meant the treaty had been broken. Agrona objected and explained that neither he nor the Asuras in Ephiopus wished for that, so they had made another deal. Arthur frowned and probed further, asking what that deal was. Agrona emphasized that the Asuras could no longer aid Arthur in any way throughout the war, adding that Winsome, Aldir, and the rest of the Asuras had abandoned both Arthur and Decathlon. Arthur fell into confusion and began asking why Agrona was telling him this, but the girl interrupted and reminded him that he had asked about her goal. She explained that while getting him on her side willingly would be nice, what she wanted right now was for him to remove himself from the war. She stated that she had been conservative during the war and had refrained from unnecessary civilian deaths, but that did not mean things would continue that way. She warned that Arthur had barely clung to his life until now, and that this was only the beginning. She asked how likely it was that his side could win the war, and whether his family and loved ones would still be alive in the end. She suggested that he could hide and seek refuge in Alacria, where everyone would practice magic together. Agrona continued by saying that he simply needed Arthur not to become an opponent to his army. The girl then spoke softly, promising that if Arthur could guarantee that, she would guarantee that he and his loved ones would be left untouched. She then added that Sylvie seemed to be stirring from her sleep and advised Arthur to take some time to think about everything. She said she would leave a spell with Sylvie so he could give her his answer, and advised him to make a choice soon, because they were progressing to the next stage of the war, assuring him that it would not benefit his side. Arthur replied with a dark expression, recalling that earlier Agrona had said he was the only one on the continent whom Agrona was interested in, and pointed out that Agrona had never told him why. Agrona sat down in a chair and replied that there was no harm in telling him, adding that he had enjoyed talking with an old friend of Arthur's. Then, in a mysterious tone, the girl revealed that it was King Grey. The sound of galloping hooves thudded against the ground as the soldiers formed defensive shields while a monstrous beast pressed them hard. Stefan loudly invoked the Great Vritra, ordering the shields to maintain their defensive panels and commanding that no beasts be allowed to stray from the pack, adding that it had been troublesome leading them there from the northern beast glades. He remarked that even Unads had their uses, thinking it better for one of them to die than a mage, before asking Ashton if he could get a reading inside the forest. Ashton hesitantly replied that he could not, explaining that his range could not reach that far, possibly due to the fog. Turning away, Stefan remarked that Ashton would have to go in with them. Ashton, confused, began to protest that it was not what he meant, but Stefan grabbed his collar and angrily demanded whether sentries thought themselves special because of their voyeuristic tricks, warning that Ashton would be safer under his personal shield and caster than if he kept talking. Frightened, Ashton agreed. After releasing his collar, Stefan instructed Ashton to form a mental link with him alone, remarking that something told him Ashton was not very good at multitasking. As Ashton placed his hand on Stefan's temple and a violet aura spread, he nervously asked if Stefan could hear him. Stefan wondered how Ashton could still stutter even within his own mind, while Ashton explained through their thoughts that he could only perform one-way transmissions and would not be able to hear any response. Stefan replied that he could hear him and told him to get ready, explaining that the powder he held would prevent corrupted beasts from attacking him for a short time. Stefan then thought to himself that all the beasts had breached the Elshire forest and that he could finally show off his newly unlocked crest, believing that if the mission succeeded, he would gain entry to the obsidian vault and acquire an emblem like his father. As everyone's arms began to glow, Stefan raised his hand and commanded the Unads to take frontline positions with weapons ready, while ordering the strikers to stand behind them with shields and casters close. The soldiers lined up in formation as he clenched his fist, crushing whatever he held. Lena's army began advancing into the forest. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as heavy footsteps approached, and a horde of beasts charged at them. Stefan's team launched a surprise assault, giving the enemy no time to react, as he commanded them to charge. His subordinates rushed forward to attack Lena's forces while Stefan silently observed, thinking that the Decathians possessed strange and versatile magic, and that even weaker mages could protect themselves with mana. However, he believed it did not matter, seeing the mission as an easy opportunity to gain accolades and strengthen his bloodline. He found leading mutant beasts thrilling compared to boring covert missions and believed his presence alone inspired confidence in the soldiers, most of whom were older yet possessed runes inferior to his. He further thought that although his father might not claim a legendary regalia, he himself would, and once he entered the vault, he alone would make House Vale rise across Vetcher, perhaps even all of Olacria. As one beast was cut into pieces by Lena, she ordered that not a single beast be allowed to go any further. Excited, Stefan declared that she was his target and instructed Saren to focus shields on him while keeping distance with Mari, ordering Ashton to stay close to them and relay his position if he was in danger. With his sword engulfed in blazing flames, Stefan charged forward. Sensing danger behind him, he quickly distanced himself from Lena, thinking that she had barely managed to protect herself with mana and that Decathian mages, while versatile, were as slow as he had heard. As he formed a shield to block incoming arrows, he dismissed his enemies as primitive fools. Meanwhile, the beasts continued attacking Lena's forces, injuring many. Wrapped in flames, Stefan dashed forward as Ashton clasped his hands and used his ability, reporting that the Decathian mage had different mana readings but was on the lower end of a mid-tier mage, and that her caster was preparing a single-target spell. As streams of power flew toward Stefan, Ashton urgently warned him to duck. Stefan quickly lowered himself to evade the attack, thinking that if it had hit him directly, even a shield would not have saved him, and that he needed to end the fight quickly since he could not waste time on a single enemy. Through their mental link, Ashton warned him that the threat was to his right. Stefan continuously dodged, realizing that having a sentry accessible was useful, and that despite their lack of offensive or defensive magic, he could see why they were valuable. Controlling his flaming sword, Stefan plunged it toward Lena, but she narrowly dodged, causing the blade to strike the ground and crack it open. He surged forward and delivered a powerful blow to her abdomen, sending her crashing into a tree. Standing arrogantly before her, Stefan laughed with satisfaction, declaring that it had been an easy victory. However, as he raised his sword, he suddenly froze. Ashton stammered urgently that Stefan needed to get out of there immediately. Unable to move, Stefan bent over, wondering what was happening and feeling as though something was invading his soul. He declared that he was the son of Carnal Vale and heir to House Vale, insisting that he would not be brought down. At that moment, Arthur stepped in front of him. Trembling, Stefan thought that the mage appeared to be around his age and questioned how he could be so powerful. Struggling to stand, Stefan attempted to distance himself, but Arthur swiftly activated his power and struck directly at Stefan's arm. Crying out in pain as he collapsed to the ground, Stefan called for Ashton, trying to tell him to inform Saren, only to realize that his comrades had already fled. Stefan gritted his teeth as his breathing grew heavy, thinking that it had not been supposed to turn out like that. Around them, the forest had become a chaotic battlefield filled with the dead and wounded. Arthur reflected that too many Elven soldiers had died trying to protect their home. Lena stepped forward and expressed her gratitude to General Arthur for his aid, introducing herself as Lena Amaris, the head of the Southeastern Unit in Elenoir. Arthur turned his face away and apologized, saying that all of it could have been avoided had he arrived before the beasts reached the forest. He wondered internally whether that was what Agrona had meant when he said the war was progressing to the next stage, and he advised that a decision should be made soon because the war was advancing in a way that would not benefit their side, questioning how the council would handle the situation. He then noticed that Stefan had fallen unconscious and called out to a soldier. When the soldier hurried over and nervously acknowledged him as General Arthur, Arthur ordered him to take Stefan to the camp, tend to his wounds so he would not bleed out, and ensure that he did not kill himself, as he needed him alive. It was described that the camp was surrounded by a magical circle, and that Stefan, who had been tightly bound to a chair, struggled as he shouted that his arm was gone and demanded that someone answer him immediately. It was then recounted that Arthur, standing outside, pulled the curtain aside to let light flood into the dark tent and loudly declared that if they primitive beasts knew what was good for them, they would untie him, adding that he was of Bloodvale, a distinguished family, though before Stefan could finish, Arthur slapped him. Stefan, both angry and confused, exclaimed that Arthur had slapped him and demanded to know his name, threatening retaliation. In response, Arthur grabbed him by the throat and said that he did not think Stefan understood the gravity of the situation he was in. As lightning gathered in Arthur's hand, Stefan choked and begged him to stop, asking what he was doing. At that moment, Arthur was said to recall Argona's words, in which Argona had remarked that it was hardly fair to act as though Arthur's side was better and had questioned whether Arthur shed tears for the ants he stepped on. It was then described that Arthur pressed his lightning-charged hand against Stefan's face, causing him to scream in agony. Stefan, trembling and gasping, said that it felt as though he were on fire. Arthur grabbed his head and told him that his nerve endings were slightly fried and confused, but that it was only the beginning. As Arthur shocked him again, Stefan became increasingly terrified and incoherent, eventually pleading for mercy and asking why this was being done to him, offering to give anything Arthur wanted. Arthur replied that he wanted his name. Stefan, confused, asked why Arthur needed to know, but Arthur, losing patience, let lightning leak from his hand again. Terrified, Stefan cried out his name as Stefan Vale. Arthur then asked if Stefan's family, or blood, as he called it, was prominent, and Stefan confirmed that it was. Arthur stated that he would not kill him if he cooperated, and that his condition would depend on how honestly he answered the questions, asking if he understood. Stefan, intimidated, replied that he did. Arthur then instructed him to list all the members of the Vale House and their relationships to him. Stefan proceeded to name Lucia Vale as his sister, Izora Vale as his mother, and Carnal Vale as his father, invoking the glory of Vecher and Alacria. It was noted that Arthur thought to himself about Carnal Vale, recalling Leto's memory, before asking about the awakening process. Stefan explained that the awakening was a ceremony that unlocked a child's first mark so they could become a mage. Arthur then asked about the difference between a crest and a mark. Stefan, internally wondering how Arthur knew about them, explained that a crest was stronger and granted a greater understanding of a mark's specific type of magic. Arthur, thinking that the best way to get answers was to pretend he was only seeking confirmation, asked whether a crest was the strongest level and what stage came above marks and crests. Stefan answered that after crests came emblems and then regalias. Arthur continued by asking how strong mages with regalias were compared to retainers. Stefan, confused and frightened, admitted that he did not know, explaining that his family's most powerful mage was only an emblem holder and swore on the name of Vritra. Arthur sighed and remarked on how they treated the Vritra like gods, then asked whether Stefan knew how many emblem and regalia holders were currently in Decathlon. Stefan shook his head and said that while his commander was an emblem holder who answered to a regalia holder, he did not know the exact numbers. Arthur concluded internally that Stefan was too low-ranked to be useful and that the House of Vale must be of lesser status. However, Stefan quickly added that he did know something important, explaining that theirs was not the only attack on the forest and that several other troops were heading north. He then pleaded that this was good information and begged to be released, insisting that Arthur had promised and that he had answered every question truthfully. It was described that outside the camp, many soldiers were wounded. Arthur then stated that, as he had said before, he would not kill Stefan, and with a threatening smile, told others to dispose of the Alacrian however they saw fit. Arthur was then said to walk alone through the quiet forest, recalling Argona's warning that he should make a choice soon, as the war was progressing to its next stage and it would not benefit Arthur's side. Leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, Arthur wondered whether he should have told the council about Agrona, noting that no one knew of the threat except himself and Sylvie, who only knew because it had become harder to hide his thoughts from her. He expressed hope that Sylvie was adjusting to her new body and abilities, and reflected that he now had greater control over his dragon's will after reaching White Core, adding that it was a good thing he had left her at the castle. It was then recounted that Argona smiled and remarked that those test subjects were surely grateful he had made use of them, adding that Winsome, Aldir, and the rest of the Asuras had abandoned Arthur and Dikathan. In another scene, it was described that in a dark room, Grey was bound to a chair when Ivan entered and asked whether Grey could hear him. Grey's arm began to move, and upon waking, he gasped and asked who Ivan was. Ivan then asked what the last thing Grey remembered was. Grey, in a hoarse voice, replied that he had just won the tournament. Ivan pressed further, asking what else he remembered. Grey lifted his head and said that he had accepted an offer to be mentored by a powerful person. Ivan slowly approached and asked for the name of the woman and the nature of their relationship. Grey thought to himself that if Ivan already knew he was referring to a woman, then he must only be seeking confirmation, and thus replied that he knew her as Lady Vera and that he had just met her. Liam frowned and accused him of lying. Ivan stopped Liam and asked Grey what had happened after he had won the tournament. Grey stammered that he had been heading back to his dorm room. Liam, growing angrier, lunged forward and grabbed Grey by the throat, shouting again that he was lying and warning him that it would be wise to tell them which organization had sent him to protect the legacy. Struggling to breathe, Grey was utterly confused and wondered what they were talking about, questioning what organization and legacy meant. Liam then threw Grey hard onto the ground. As the two men were leaving, one of them ordered that Grey be stripped of his clothes and said that he would get the white phosphorus. Grey's vision gradually faded. When he regained consciousness, Ivan was already standing in front of him and said that he believed Grey had some information they needed, adding that, fortunately for him, this meant they needed him alive, for now. Grey wondered how long he had been unconscious. Ivan opened a jar of medicine and said that if Grey was who they suspected him to be, he might have prepared for this. But if they had made a mistake and their evidence was merely coincidental, then it would be an incredibly uncomfortable experience for him. As Ivan applied the substance onto his chest, Grey, confused and panicked, asked what he was talking about and begged him to stop, asking what he was doing, even then held a lighter close to the area he had just applied the substance to, igniting a flame on Grey's chest. Grey screamed in pain, but Ivan did not stop and continued applying the substance to other parts of his body. Trembling, Grey begged him not to do it. Ivan burned those areas as well, leaving Grey in unbearable pain, unable to move. Grey later reflected that it had been easy to lose track of time, as they would burn another strip of his skin, then take a break, giving him false hope that it was over, only to begin again. His face gradually turned pale, and he finally broke, saying that he would tell them whatever they wanted, anything, everything. Ivan then said that was better and told Grey that he was going to tell him a story, and that Grey would fill in the gaps if he wanted to avoid further pain in more sensitive places, asking if he was clear. He went on to state that Grey's name was Grey, that Headmaster Olivia Wilbeck had overseen his care since infancy, and that the orphanage had been his home. He then asked if he was on the right track so far, and said that this was where he needed Grey's help, asking which military institution had trained him to become the legacy's protector. Sweating, Grey insisted that he had only finished his second year at Whitholm Military Academy and had received no prior training. Ivan frowned and questioned whether Grey was claiming that he had managed to defeat 2 skilled key combatants without any prior training. Grey, tense, began to explain that he had had help from his friends, but Ivan cut him off and demanded to know why Wilbeck, whom he described as calculating, would allow the legacy to walk around in public with 2 ordinary children. Still confused, Grey asked what this legacy was that Ivan kept mentioning, insisting that he had never heard of such a thing in his life. Ivan opened the jar again and said that there were only 2 things he truly wanted to know. Which organization had sent Grey to protect the legacy, and to what extent the country of Traden was providing assistance by publicly announcing Lady Vera as his mentor. As Ivan applied the substance to Grey's face, Grey, terrified, pleaded that he did not know. As the flame approached his face, he desperately repeated that he did not know. At that moment, a sharp blade suddenly flew in and pierced Ivan's neck, causing blood to spurt out. Liam, shocked, exclaimed in alarm, but before he could react, Vera struck him hard in the stomach. She then slowly approached Gray and reassured him that he was safe now, addressing him gently as Kid and offering him a warm smile. Arthur happily flew through the sky, thinking that the sensation of flying was exhilarating. He reflected that Lena and her elven forces would be better off with General Aya, given her experience with the forest, and considered that he should head back to the castle. However, he reasoned that the transmission scroll should give them enough information about the Alacrian he had questioned for the time being. As he continued he felt that the view was different without Sylvie and thought that she would likely be worried that he had another dream of his former life, deciding that he would update her when he returned. For now, he resolved to go where he was needed the most. He soon arrived at a battlefield where soldiers were struggling to fight monsters while the Alacrians created shields to counterattack. Observing the chaotic scene, Arthur thought that this was the wall where daily battles took place as the Alacrians attempted to break through the defensive line. He reflected that although he had read many reports about attacks on the fortress, this was the first time he had witnessed it himself. Suddenly, an attack was launched toward him from afar, and Arthur raised his hand to block the incoming blast, causing the flames to dissipate mid-air. He then charged straight toward the castle from where the attack had been fired, landing with tremendous speed. Albanth approached and respectfully addressed him as General, offering his sincerest apologies for his subordinate's grave mistake. He explained that since they had not received word that a lance would be visiting the wall, the soldier had assumed Arthur to be an enemy. Arthur thought to himself that it had been a while since he had been treated like this. Albanth stood at attention and stated that he would reprimand the fool and ensure immediate punishment. Arthur smiled and told him there was no need, explaining that he had arrived unannounced from the Beast Glades, so the reaction was natural. He praised the soldier for having a good eye and instructed that whenever they encountered an unidentified potential threat, they should immediately notify their superiors, asking if that was understood. The soldier quickly stood at attention and replied that it was understood, addressing him as General. Arthur then asked for the soldier's name and position, to which Albanth responded that he was Captain Albanth Kelris of the Bulwark Division. Arthur turned toward him and suggested that they discuss strategy. As Albanth led him inside, he explained that his division mostly consisted of workers and blacksmiths responsible for maintaining and constructing the wall. Looking at the damaged walls being steadily restored, Arthur thought that the constant stray attacks must keep them busy. Albanth added that he reported daily on repairs, resources, and supplies. Seeing everyone diligently working, Arthur nodded and remarked that it was quite impressive, while thinking that calling this place the Wall was misleading when it was so much more. Albanth apologized for the noise, explaining that it could be overwhelming for those not used to it. Arthur agreed that it was indeed overwhelming, but expressed regret for taking so long to visit. Albanth then mentioned that the upper floors were accessible to civilians as well. 2 soldiers noticed him and stood at attention, addressing him as captain. Albanth laughed and pointed out that they were saluting him even in the presence of a lance. The 2 soldiers, slightly embarrassed, quickly addressed Arthur as General. Arthur chuckled and told them that a salute was enough, to which they loudly responded in affirmation. As they continued, Arthur noticed that his body was drenched in sweat and wondered if there was a fire nearby. Albanth wiped his sweat and explained that they were passing through the main forge. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the room, and smoke filled the air. Arthur was amazed and remarked that the mechanisms behind the wall were incredible. Watching the people forging weapons, he thought that it resembled an old steam-driven hammer from Earth and realized that it must be powered by gravity magic. They passed through multiple levels, each presenting something new and fascinating. Albanth cheerfully remarked that the wall was quite a marvel, asking if Arthur agreed. Arthur nodded enthusiastically, stating that it was amazing, and noting that the infrastructure and population had grown tremendously in just a few years, with an entirely separate economy developing there. Albanth agreed and explained that since there was no law mandating service in the war, they offered rewards to adventurers who participated. He said that adventurers earned easy money while the wall gained capable mages and fighters. Although there was occasional tension between soldiers and adventurers, everyone shared a common enemy beyond the walls. In the marketplace, people were heard wondering whether they really stood a chance against a mutant, with others jokingly responding that none of them did. A merchant approached Arthur, offering him a discount on new boots. Arthur waved it off, jokingly saying that of course the wall could stand a chance, and politely declined the offer before asking whether merchants were there because of the adventurers. Albanth confirmed this, explaining that merchants were restricted from operating on the main supply route, and despite heavy taxes at the wall, they still came in large numbers. Without them, he said, they would have to worry about providing food, clothing, weapons, and entertainment for thousands of mercenaries. He elaborated that they paid the adventurers, who then spent their earnings with the merchants, and the taxes collected from merchants were used to pay the adventurers, creating a system where everyone earned a living and shared responsibility in defending the wall. Arthur smiled, thinking that it was brilliant and a resourceful use of available resources. He reflected that the economy spoke volumes about the senior captain in charge of the city-like complex. Albanth then remarked that flying down would have been faster, but hoped that the tour had helped Arthur become more familiar with the wall. Arthur smiled and expressed his appreciation. Albanth led him to a tent and explained that it was where captains and department heads held their meetings. Arthur, surprised by the number of guards, remarked on it. Albanth reached into his pocket and noted that Arthur had arrived at a good time since a meeting was about to begin, adding that he himself had been heading there when Arthur arrived. After showing a token to the guards, they were allowed inside. Albanth led the way, explaining that the senior captain, along with other captains and several heads, was already inside. Arthur thought to himself about the senior captain. Inside, a large map lay spread across the table as they entered the meeting area. Trotius stood up and greeted Arthur, stating that it was an honor to have a lance present. Hearing Arthur's name, the others hurriedly stood up as well, though Arthur gestured that it was unnecessary. Trotius then invited him to take a seat and introduced himself as Trotius Flamesworth, the senior captain in charge of the wall. Sylvia encouraged her, saying that she should come on and that she had it. Argona, flustered, replied that she could not and insisted that she could not do it. Sylvia still reached out her hand and told her that she could. The little girl waved her hand and said that Sylvia was too far this time and asked her to come a few steps closer, but Sylvia refused, saying that she had to try walking further without any help. Argona took a deep breath and then let go of the wardrobe. She trembled as she took small steps forward. Sylvia happily told her that that was it and that she was doing really well, but before she could finish, Argona tripped, lost her balance, and fell forward with a cry. Sylvia rushed forward quickly but was unable to catch her in time, and the two of them fell to the ground together. They then burst into laughter. Kruer pointed at the map and said that, based on their last transmissions, there were currently 5 units in that region and another 3 farther east. Trotius flipped through the documents and asked Captain Kruer how accurate the timeline for clearing the dungeons was. She replied that it was fairly accurate and began to explain further, but he set the documents down on the table and interrupted her, stating that 1 week was too long. Arthur reflected that throughout the entire meeting, he had paid careful attention to Trotius Flamesworth. Trotius continued, saying that the number of corrupted beasts attacking the wall continued to grow and that they could only allow 4 days for each dungeon. Arthur protested, addressing him as Sir, and argued that rushing the expeditions to that degree would cause significantly more casualties. He admitted that he could not help but hold a negative bias toward Trotius after hearing about the Flamesworth values from Jasmine and Hester. Upon meeting the man, he felt only a wary callousness. He added that some of the dungeons had never been cleared before and that without extreme caution, an entire unit could be wiped out. However, he reminded himself that he had come there as a lance, not as Jasmine's friend. Trotius responded that the wall was the last line of defense on the eastern border and that they already had limited numbers. He explained that if a soldier from Arthur's unit died out in the Beast Glades, that soldier's family would not be in danger. Arthur thought that Trotius might be a poor father with a cold personality. However, his leadership was solid. Trotius went on to say that if the number of beasts from uncleared dungeons overwhelmed the wall because a unit was too focused on exercising extreme caution in a single dungeon, many more lives would be lost there, and those monsters, along with the Elacrian mages controlling them, would move on unimpeded to nearby towns. He then declared that 4 days was in order and addressed Captain Kruer before asking about the progress on the new routes for their Trailblazer division. Arthur thought to himself that it was Tessia's division. Albanth cleared his throat and reported that they had just finished securing the 4th tunnel, which was the longest one yet, with an entrance hidden in a small crevice along a riverbank. He added that a team of earth mages was still reinforcing the tunnel, but that it should be accessible to Captain Kruer's units within the week. Trotius then instructed them to pull back 1/4 of the workers and have them work at night instead. He explained that they had been forced to flood another route just the previous week because its location had been compromised, and that securing more underground routes was a priority. He then asked whether there were any updates on locating new teleportation gates. Kruer replied that they had only allocated a single unit to scouting for gates and that he would need more time. Arthur asked about the teleportation gates, and Trotius nodded, explaining that the attacks on the wall were constant and that they sent new troops every day. He said that at present, the best way for their soldiers to access the Beastglades was through underground channels, but those tunnels were often unstable, and traveling on foot was slow and dangerous. However, with the train currently being built to connect the wall to Blackbend City, they would soon have easier access to the city's teleportation gate. He added that if they were able to locate any gates hidden in the Beast Glades, they could connect them to the city's gate and then move troops without hours of marching through underground tunnels. Arthur then questioned how he could be certain that there were any teleportation gates in the Beast Glades. Trotius replied seriously that they were not certain, which was why they were only expending a limited amount of resources on the search. Arthur reflected that teleportation gates, along with the floating castle in Zyra City, were relics left behind by the mages of old. He noted that the archaic stone arches were engraved with indecipherable runes, yet entire cities had been built around them. He thought about how modern artificers had learned how to connect teleportation gates and change their destinations, but that actually building one remained a distant dream. He then wondered what method the unit was using to track down the gates, assuming that they were not simply wandering blindly. Trotius stroked his chin and explained that he preferred not to waste even the smallest amount of resources. He stated that the gates constantly emitted a faint fluctuation of mana particles, and that because these fluctuations occurred across the entire spectrum of elements, the gates blended into the environment and were therefore difficult to detect. Arthur reflected that it would be similar to tracking mana fluctuations when he had needed to find Darv, adding that searching for deviations in the ambient mana through Realm Heart had already been difficult, but finding fluctuations across all the elements while blindly flying over all of the Beast Glades would be a waste of time, especially since there might not even be any gates, and he concluded that he understood. Trotius, while organizing documents, apologized for Arthur having to sit through the meeting and said they would wrap up soon. Arthur then spoke up, saying that before the meeting ended, he would like to share what he had learned about the enemy forces. According to the reports Arthur relayed, many families resided in the wall's small makeshift city, mostly those of soldiers, merchants, and others. He observed that the stress of living there, right on the doorstep of battle, drove people to seek whatever comforts they could afford, noting how children played, dismissing things as just rocks, and how others admired artwork, commenting that it was turning out really nice. As explosions sounded beyond the wall and birds scattered in fear, a shoe seller called out to Arthur, remarking that his shoes looked quite thin for someone in that area and asking if he might be interested in a pair of fine leather boots for his feet. Arthur noted internally that if one looked closely, they could see the subtle tension beneath the surface, evident in the laborers' hurried steps and downcast eyes, as well as in the brief yet nervous exchanges between merchants and adventurers. He observed that everyone pretended not to be afraid, yet they all understood the threat of the Alacrians better than anyone else. As the ground trembled from the explosions, Arthur recalled the meeting where Trotius had found it intriguing that the Alacrian mages possessed a very limited and specialized form of magic manipulation, questioning what prevented a striker from forming mana into a protective shield. Kruer had responded that it was as Senior Captain Flamesworth had said, explaining that he could not relay such information to his troops without assurance that their enemies' abilities were indeed limited, since they could be injured or killed if a striker launched a ranged spell or if a shield conjured a mana blade. Arthur had replied firmly that they did not need to be entirely confident in the information, advising them to inform only the leaders and have them observe, emphasizing that their enemies used magic very differently, but that different did not necessarily mean better. He urged them to study and exploit the flaws, adding that the council would expect reports detailing observations of the enemy's potential limitations. While eating roasted meat, Arthur reflected that even after learning about marks, crests, emblems, and regalias, he could tell that the others were still hesitant to believe that the Alacrians were truly that different, though he hoped the information would still provide an advantage in the upcoming battles. Seeing soldiers pass by, Arthur overheard civilians discussing that the Southern Evening Patrol was passing, with one remarking that it was a waste of resources and that all soldiers should be sent toward the glades, while another suggested they likely wanted to ensure the next supply cart arrived safely after the previous week's incident. A different voice argued that losing a few supply carts would not matter if the Alacrians managed to invade from the front. After hearing the conversation, Arthur left, thinking that concentrating all forces in one place was a sure way to lose a war, and concluded that it was time to get back to work.